Where am I? Am I in the water? Temenel opened her eyes, realizing she could see nothing clearly. However, in an instant, she felt as though someone had pulled her up from the depths. Temenel found herself being held by a woman, their eyes locked in a curious gaze. Who are you, woman? The woman, unable to comprehend Temenel's words, cradled her in her arms. So soft, the woman placed Temenel on a table, first helping her dry off and then dressing her in clothes. Temenel's tail had not emerged, and when the woman grasped it, Temenel felt her strength wane. Only upon seeing the tail appear did the woman release her hold with satisfaction. Temenel noticed her diminutive form and realized she had been reborn into a foreign world. The woman lifted her once more, holding her in the same manner. This time, Temenel attempted to reach out with her hand, but the woman spoke, interrupting her gestures. Temenel, call me mother. Ma, Temenel babbled, mimicking the sounds. Upon hearing this, the woman beamed with joy. Temenel gazed at the woman, who appeared pure and beautiful that moment. All illicit thoughts dissipated in the glow of the woman's smile. After 6 months of learning the rudiments of the language, Temenel now felt a profound desolation within. It's all gone, truly gone. I lack the passion for anything. Even knowing this is a vibrant world cannot warm my cold heart. This is the world of Dragon Ball, and Temenel is now a purebred scion residing on Planet Plant with a mother. Her mother is the woman who had held her 6 months prior, named Vidal. She is gentle, a rarity among scions, disinterested in fighting, yet willing to engage in battle to protect Temenel. Her combat prowess is not particularly formidable, falling below the average scion level, categorizing her as a non-combatant tasked with the classification of meat. Suddenly, Temenel recalled that travelers often possess systems. Hey, system 0.123 98 99 100 ding, system activation successful newbie gift package acquired automatically opening newbie gift package. Health improvement. Acquired health improvement in progress. What is that smell? Ugh, it stinks. I must take a bath, Temenel exclaimed, rushing home. Health improvement completed. Can you make me a man? Temenel asked in an exceedingly humble tone. What? Become stronger instead. Make me a man. Become beautiful. Go ahead and pretend. After all, with the Dragon Balls, I will revert eventually. Can you use the Dragon Balls now? Temenel, youngster, even if you find the Dragon Balls, you cannot revert. Why? Referencing future Trunks' tale, he traveled to the past to alter history, thus creating an additional timeline. However, due to insufficient strength, he was ultimately defeated by Cell upon returning to his original timeline. Cell then used Trunks' time machine to traverse to a timeline where androids 17 and 18 had not perished, creating yet another timeline, which also contains a future Trunks. Indicating the existence of an additional timeline, in the realm acknowledged by the time deity, the existence of 3 timelines is essential, each arising from it. Discrepancies. Should you choose to assume a male form, a new timeline would emerge, one where you are male and another where you remain unchanged. Consequently, 2 additional timelines would materialize as a result of Trunks, leading to an overall increase in timelines. The time deity would eliminate you to prevent such occurrences. After hearing this, Temenel felt somewhat dizzy. The explanation was delivered with such rapidity that she struggled to comprehend it fully. Then, if I do not change, I will not be eliminated? No, for your existence does not influence the fluctuations of time. The time deity is oblivious to such nuances and will not recognize you as an aberration. How can it be that you remain undetected? Were it not for your presence in this new timeline, you would have been eradicated long ago. Such a nuisance, forcing me to work overtime, grumbled the time deity while scrutinizing the Book of Time. However, transforming into a male will not create a new timeline. This little creature truly knows how to deceive, speaking half-truths. Fascinating. I must learn from this, yet I shall remember this little one's antics. Then I shall remain as I am. Life is indeed precious. Exactly. Would I ever wish you harm? Allow me to show you your personal profile. It will surely bring you joy. Name, Temenel gender, female age, 3 race, pure-blooded scion combat power, 1,000 martial arts. None. I shall not allow you to become male. You shall continue to tread the path of femininity. Ha ha ha. I do not feel particularly joyous. There lingers a hint of melancholy. Take heart. Being a woman is not entirely disadvantageous. You can enter the ladies' restroom, the women's bathhouse, and engage in many activities that men cannot. Now that you mention it, I do feel a surge of excitement. Mom, I'm going out to play, Temenel called out as she dashed away to be safe and remember to return for dinner. Vettel replied, pausing her work to watch Temenel depart. That child, truly. I desire women. Surely the system will not deceive me. Temenel mused, feeling an unsettling intuition. Am I the sort of shameless system to deceive you? Have I ever coerced you into completing tasks against your will? I have never obstructed your transformation into a male. You are free to do so. The system insisted. Moreover, I have never wished you harm, so trust in me. I am a system devoted solely to your well-being. Perhaps I have misjudged you, Temenel conceded, feeling bewildered by the system's persuasive arguments. Good. Understanding is key. Follow my guidance, and you shall not falter. Otherwise, you may wish to test that theory. How to instill trust in the host. I have an idea. Do you see that woman ahead? Go and touch her. There's no need for fear. You are now a girl, and still a child. She will not blame you. All right, I shall give it a try, Temenel decided, encouraged by the system to make an impulsive choice. Excuse me, ma'am. Could you please wait for me? Temenel approached, tugging at the clothing of the female scion. Yet, as it was her first experience of this nature, she felt a twinge of shyness and closed her eyes. That not Temenel? What brings you to me? A feminine voice inquired, and its owner then picked up Temenel. Did your mother send you to find me? As Temenel opened her eyes and saw Janae, she tightened her embrace, thinking to herself, wow, there's something special here. Afterward, she washed her face with cleanser and remarked, seeing you, Annie, makes me want to greet you because you are so beautiful. Janae felt a surge of happiness upon hearing this. Yet she couldn't help but compare herself to her own family member of the same age, feeling a pang of inadequacy. In a huff, she set Temenel down and rushed home. Temenel was bewildered by Janae's behavior, but remained excited, saying to her system, it's truly nothing. You are indeed my wonderful system. Just so you know, try not to be so nervous next time, Doc. It's my first time, after all. Never mind. System, tell me how many years are left until Frieza destroys Planet Plant. If all goes as expected, there's still about 11 years left. You can rest assured. I will ensure your safety, Doc. You certainly have a plan, however, it requires completing tasks, Still claiming you're not an unscrupulous system? I'm not forcing you. You can choose not to participate, but some individuals might not live to see their 20th birthday. All right, very well. What's the task? Just a moment. Let me issue it to you. Beep. Task. Become an exceptional warrior. How can one lack impressive and flashy skills? Find someone to learn the Kamehameha and the flying technique. Task reward. An artificial moon. What kind of reward is that? No bargaining allowed. I haven't forced you into this. Having a reward is already fortunate. Other systems would try to withhold rewards. With me, you can enjoy your rewards without fear of cuts. After her exchange with the system, Temenel decided to return home and inquire with her mother about whether Vittel possessed any skills. On her way home, she encountered a bit of trouble. A hedgehog-headed boy was being viciously beaten by 3 children, a rather grim sight. Temenel picked up a stick from the ground and rushed over, striking and sweeping with it. The 3 boys were instantly sent flying, their eyes filled with terror as they shouted, "You dared to ambush us. You can't handle this. We will remember you in return." Looks like my strength has increased, Temenel noted, realizing her body had indeed grown stronger. Although she could have driven off those boys before, it hadn't been nearly as effortless as it was now. She discarded the stick and attempted to help the hedgehog-headed boy up, but he retorted with an unfriendly tone, "Who asked for your help? I'm fighting them. Do you even understand what battle means? Don't expect my gratitude." Seeing such a situation, Temenel walked away. There were far too many individuals who failed to express gratitude even after being saved, and this was not her first encounter with such behavior. Yet the hedgehog-headed boy had the audacity to attempt a sneak attack on Temenel. With a combat power of 1,000, Temenel quickly reacted, sidestepping his attack and delivering a kick that sent him crashing into the ground. I wasn't finished speaking. How can you leave? What is your name? The hedgehog-headed boy rose slowly, visibly irritated. Temenel gazed at the hedgehog-headed figure in silence, and after a brief pause, slowly articulated, "A name, you say? I hardly know who you are. One ought to disclose their own name before inquiring about another's." The hedgehog-headed figure remained silent. "Oh, heed my words. I am called Raditz. destined to become an exceptional warrior in due time. And what is your name? Raditz spoke with a hint of arrogance. Raditz, you say? I am Temenel, she replied, turning to head home, displaying little interest in Raditz. Truly impressive. I wonder when I shall become as formidable as she. Raditz mused, his spirits dampened. Dog system, why do I not perceive any changes in my physique, aside from an increase in combat prowess? If you cannot speak, refrain from doing so. The nature of physique is quite extraordinary. The potential of a scion is limitless that I merely detected some impurities in your body and took the liberty to assist slightly. What impurities? Are they akin to sludge? Indeed. You are remarkably astute. Have you not noticed that you possess a more feminine charm? This physique is rather splendid. I find it quite appealing, Temenel affirmed. After speaking, Temenel felt an inexplicable sensation, though she could not quite articulate it. Chapter 2. The teachings of Bardock as they dined. Temenel expressed her desire to cultivate her skills to become an exceptional warrior, particularly emphasizing her wish to learn the techniques of flight and ki blast from Bardock. Ki blast and flight. My dear, I do not possess such knowledge. I've heard that Bardock has returned from the battlefield. Perhaps you can ask him to teach you tomorrow. Her mother gently stroked her head, sensing the changes within her daughter. Why do you wish to grow stronger? Has someone been bullying you? I can help you deal with them, her mother, Vegeta, remarked. A hint of concern in her voice as she noticed the rapid transformation in Temenel's demeanor, which was markedly more enthusiastic than before. No, my daughter is so strong. How could anyone possibly defeat her? Temenel declared proudly. My daughter is the best. Tomorrow, I shall take you to Bardock. Vegeta acknowledged Temenel's spirited nature, understanding that praise was indeed warranted. Simultaneously, Vegeta felt a sense of relief, contemplating that perhaps she was overthinking the situation. Jine, Vegeta called out. Why are you here? Jine halted her tasks at the mention of Vegeta's name. Temenel, greet your aunt, Vegeta encouraged, gently pushing Temenel forward. Hello, aunt. Temenel quickly said before retreating behind Vegeta, feeling a twinge of fear towards Jine, reminiscent of how children often behave when encountering familiar adults alongside their parents. This child, truly. I have a favor to ask of Bardock. Is he home? She wishes to learn flight and ki blast. But I am unable to teach her, Vegeta expressed with a hint of exasperation. I see. Bardock is currently training Raditz. You can go find him directly. Jine replied after recalling Bardock's whereabouts. Thank you. Temenel, be sure to express your gratitude. Your aunt is doing you a great service. Vegeta gently scolded Temenel for her lack of awareness. Thank you, aunt. Temenel quickly responded as realization dawned upon her. Not at all. I must return to my work and cannot entertain you further. You can seek out Bardock. He should be at his usual spot. Jine concluded before returning to her task of slicing meat. Vegeta soon located Bardock and, after explaining the situation, he regarded Temenel with understanding. After all, training one person is akin to training two. An additional student is no burden, he noted. You wish to learn ki blast and flight? Bardock inquired, acknowledging Temenel's eagerness. Seeing the enthusiasm radiating from both Bardock and Temenel, Vegeta smiled and turned back to her work, aware that her own responsibilities were no less demanding than Jine's. You must understand that within our bodies lies a form of energy that we can harness. Following that, we compress it. This is the essence of what is commonly recognized as the ki blast. With that, he conjured an energy sphere in his palm and demonstrated its condensation. Bardock hurled the energy sphere at a nearby rock, shattering it into numerous fragments under the force of the ki blast. Now, give it a try. It's quite simple. Mimicking Bardock's movements, Temenel summoned an energy sphere into her hand and tossed it a short distance away, creating a significant crater and raising a cloud of dust. Observing her success with the ki blast, Bardock recognized that she had grasped the concept and prepared to instruct her on the next technique. Flight involves the application of energy, enveloping your entire being in it, allowing the energy to elevate your body. This is also relatively simple. Some individuals can master it without instruction. Bardock explained while demonstrating how to fly. It is indeed quite simple. Once Temenel listens, she will be able to soar freely. Thank you, Uncle Bardock. Temenel expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. Such knowledge is common among warriors. Your combat instincts are remarkable. You grasped it instantly, Bardock thought to himself, recognizing her talent. If it were Raditz, he certainly wouldn't have learned so swiftly. Task completed. Reward. Artificial moon. Suddenly, Temenel experienced a brief headache as knowledge of the artificial moon flooded her mind. What a rather trivial concept, this artificial moon. It is not as straightforward as the previous two techniques and presents some complications. A scion must witness a full moon to transform into a giant ape. What should one do in the absence of a moon? It was discovered that the sunlight reflecting on the moon creates a Bruz light wave. When this light wave reaches 17 million units, it triggers a reaction in the tail, which predominantly occurs during a full moon. Thus, the goal is to create a luminous sphere that mimics the full moon's light. Through the diligent efforts of great predecessors, this skill was developed. The artificial moon consumes energy and oxygen, akin to a combustion reaction. Just then, Raditz returned, his spiky hair reminiscent of a hedgehog. "It's you. What are you doing here?" he inquired. "I came to learn," Temenel replied, unashamed. She intended to master the key blast and flight technique from Raditz and Bardock. Upon witnessing her determination, was inclined to provoke Raditz a bit. Raditz fell into deep contemplation. After Temenel had learned, she chose not to disturb the tender moment shared between father and son and quietly departed. System, what other skills do scions possess? Transform, why do you ask this? I wish to become a super scion. Can I transform now? Uncertain. Oh, I see. Let me try. I will envision myself as a woman. You all say I resemble one. What is going on? I feel no anger, only a sense of pride. Hee. There's a problem, system. What have you done to me? What do you mean? Why do I feel no anger when I think of myself as a woman, but rather a sense of pride? Please don't attribute every trivial issue to me. It merely indicates you are increasingly embodying feminine traits. Do I possess any items to reward your feminization? What should I do? If I fully accept being a woman, won't that mean I must engage with men intimately? I absolutely refuse. That's revolting. Then try imagining others saying you are very masculine, especially like a tomboy. What did you say? Temenel erupted in fury. You insolent system. Don't think I can't deal with you. I'll take you down with me. You are so beautiful, sister. Do not think that flattery will save you. Humph. Goodness, what is happening? This is terrifying. Battle power assessment. For reference, only Bardock 3000, Temenel 1000, Giant 800, Vittles 780, Raditz 520. Chapter 3. Growth Mom. A weeping little girl clung to her mother. I am such a failure. I can't even master this simple task. Look at me. Temenel. Life is full of disappointments, but one must face them with a positive spirit. If you continue to cry, success will elude you. Vittel knelt down, placing her hands on Temenel's shoulders. I acknowledge that you may often wear a frown, that your dining habits may be unrefined, and that you may speak in your sleep. Yet you have never harbored disdain for these facets of yourself. You have learned to accept your imperfections, so why not accept them once more? As Vettel gently wiped away Temenel's tears, he spoke. Embrace those traits you find unappealing. However, Temenel lamented, I cannot accept that. I despise that version of myself. Look at your mother, he continued. Once, I aspired to be a valiant warrior, yet I was perpetually plagued by fears and tremors when facing adversaries. In those moments, I, too, loathed myself, feeling utterly useless. But in time, I discovered that I excelled in areas unrelated to combat, far surpassing those who wielded swords. If you detest it, why not cast it aside and seek a path that brings you joy? Temenel fell into contemplation. Though her tears had ceased, her sorrow lingered, resembling a small, forlorn kitten. Do not be disheartened. If you cannot master it, then so be it. Not everyone possesses the ability to harness ki blasts or aerial techniques, she consoled. At that moment, Temenel grasped the concept of cross-server communication and hurriedly explained that she had learned it. Vettel appeared taken aback, realizing they were not even on the same wavelength. Indicative of a generational gap. System, must I accept that I am a woman? When you pose this question, you already possess the answer. To accept it feels somewhat begrudging. I am reluctant to let it end this way. What is lost can never be regained. Rather than becoming ensnared by the past, it is wiser to confront the future head-on. Do you not tire of aspiring to be a man? Indeed, it is exhausting. You could also inquire of your mother what it means to her that you insist on being a man. Do you truly resemble a woman? Guided by the system, Temenel approached Vettel and posed the question. Although Vettel struggled to comprehend Temenel's thought process, he responded earnestly, You do not. Indeed, I am now a peculiar being. Neither fully male nor female, Temenel mused, clenching her fists in frustration. You are a girl. Why desire to be a woman? Your disposition would undoubtedly be admired among scions. Unlike your mother, who is unloved. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of those boys who dislike you. You are not meant to please everyone. So, you mean I do not resemble a boy, but rather a girl? Yes, and you are still quite popular. I am a beloved girl. Temenel exclaimed with exuberance. From the depths of her heart, Temenel laughed, only for the joy to transform into tears. Seeing this, Vettel embraced her, gently patting her back in a gesture of comfort. Thank you, mother. No need for thanks. Time passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, more than a year has elapsed. System, open personal panel. Name, Temenel. Gender, female. Age, 5. Race, purebred scion. Combat power, 1200. Martial arts, Kamehameha. Flight technique, artificial moon. Are there still no missions? If there are, I shall definitely issue them. Do you think I might die on the battlefield? My unfortunate father perished there. What do the Zephyrians say? They seem to be doing all right. As long as you remain cautious, you should face no significant issues. Moreover, the Zephyrians have been facing setbacks lately. Their morale is low. If you avoid recklessness, I believe you will be fine. Very well, I appreciate your kind words. It's all that wretched King Vegeta's fault for dragging me into this war. In the year 720 of the age of the universe, King Vegeta declared war on the Zephyrians. In such a dire context, even 5-year-old children are being sent to the battlefield. Temenel turned 5 in the year 728 of the age of the universe, and she reported to the designated location. With her combat power of 1200, she arrived in the region, where a scion responsible for logistics provided her with a combat uniform and identification number, along with a backpack. After changing into her uniform, Temenel arrived at the base in this area and found a corner to sit down. A youthful male voice resonated, and Temenel instinctively looked up to see Raditz. Being on the battlefield alone was somewhat daunting, but she felt relieved to encounter a familiar face in Raditz. Many lives would be lost in war. One must not harbor any illusions, or they shall meet their demise. Temenel insisted with a serious expression. Surely not. My combat power is already 1000. Raditz contemplated Temenel's words, his belief wavering. Advice from a fellow countryman can be disregarded. By the way, I haven't seen you in over a year. Where have you been? I was training and just returned, Raditz replied with a hint of pride. By the way, what is your combat power now? 1200. Blast it. Why can't I surpass you, Temenel? Am I destined to be inferior? Raditz expressed a hint of frustration. Temenel pondered briefly before responding. You indeed cannot surpass me. Couldn't you offer a word of consolation? My attitude has already sunk so low, Raditz lamented, feeling slightly hurt. You place too much emphasis on the values indicated by the combat power detector, causing you to only challenge the weaker fighters. Your timidity hinders your growth. In the wild, you could become stronger than me, yet your cowardice has jeopardized your future. I find it hard to envision you becoming an exceptional warrior. Would that be comforting? You would do better to remain silent. Raditz grumbled about Temenel's words. You lack any strong goals for improvement, even if I tell you more. You wouldn't heed it, Temenel remarked before departing, announcing that it was time for a meal, stressing the importance of punctuality. Raditz watched Temenel's retreating figure. Temenel, my future goal is to become like you. I shall catch up to you. Wait for me, Temenel. Raditz called out to the departing Temenel and hurried after her. Chapter 4. The cruelty of war. The clash of technology and barbarism unfolded as the Zephyrians wielded firearms against the Saiyans. Initially, both sides were evenly matched, and King Vegeta recognized this, prompting him to send individuals to study Zephyrian technology. A quintessential example lies in the nurturing pods and treatment chambers. These innovations have significantly enhanced the natural growth rate of the Saiyans. Coupled with the Saiyans' formidable reproductive capabilities, the Zephyrians no longer maintain a numerical advantage. Consequently, King Vegeta has been able to decisively push the Zephyrians back in several battles, leaving them with merely a handful of strategic locations, fortified with heavy artillery that are challenging to assail. Thus, both factions find themselves in a prolonged stalemate, hesitant to deploy troops while amassing forces at their bases. After 6 months of training at the base, the third Prince Vegeta dispatched a contingent of reserve troops to the battlefield for practical experience, among whom were Raditz and Temenel. Temenel's palms were slick with sweat. Such is the nature of those who have not yet faced the battlefield. This is not akin to skirmishes among Saiyans. Warfare entails the grim reality of mortality. The base, a modest installation of the Zephyrians, was equipped with a heavy laser cannon, several rocket launchers, hundreds of heavy artillery pieces, and an array of machine guns, alongside each Zephyrian's standard-issue goggles and firearms. Nevertheless, the Saiyans boasted a force threefold that of their adversaries, ensuring their inevitable triumph. Yet, the battlefield is a harrowing realm, where the cacophony of gunfire and the explosions of energy blasts claim lives indiscriminately. It is not a mere display of smoke without injury. Indeed, the battlefield serves as a veritable meat grinder. Emotions must be cast aside. The sole focus should be on extinguishing the enemy's life. Such is the nature of lethal combat, and even Teemo found himself ruthlessly taking lives here. Some soldiers lost limbs, while others succumbed to their wounds, slowly experiencing the ebb of life. The medics, navigating the chaos, often could not attend to the wounded in a timely manner. War is dictated by strength. Without it, even the most astute tactical acumen struggles to secure victory. Instances of the weak overcoming the strong are rare. The truth lies in the strength prevailing over weakness. As one side weakened, the conflict neared its conclusion, culminating in the final Zephyrian choosing to end his own life in a bid for release from his suffering. The bloodied Saiyans displayed expressions of exhilaration. This Zephyrian commander had proven formidable, leaving the Saiyans decimated, thus marking a Pyrrhic victory and ensuring that only the most formidable warriors remained. Upon returning to the base, Teemo was immediately overwhelmed and expelled the contents of his stomach. The stench of blood from the battlefield lingered, yet he found himself retching upon returning to the base instead. Observing Teemo, drenched in blood, plunged him into deep contemplation. After a period of conflict, both Teemo and Raditz were recognized for their exemplary performance and awarded commendations by their superiors. "Teemo, we are to be promoted," Raditz announced, holding the official appointment letter. "Indeed," Teemo replied, his demeanor calm, as if indifferent to the accolades. "Should I serve as a subordinate or assume command? My father suggested I am ill-suited for leadership and advised me to remain a team member. I am at a loss. Could you assist me in deciding?" Raditz asked, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Consider this. Why would I, a woman, need to seek your counsel on such matters? I intend to act independently. Neither the captain nor the team wishes to participate, so if forced to choose, I would select the captain. As for being a captain, I shall take on the role of your subordinate, for wherever we go, the labor remains the same. You certainly are quite nonchalant. I can hardly believe this is you. Should you not aspire to join a more capable team? Strangely, I find solace in your presence. It alleviates my burdens. Are you implying that familiarity allows one to shirk responsibility? I shall not permit you to be idle. Rest assured, I am genuinely committed to becoming an exemplary warrior." Combat Power Specifications. For reference, Temoer 1300, Raditz 1100. The primary military ranks among the Scions are as follows: King, King's subordinate elite captain; Elite, Elite's subordinate junior captain, junior. Both Temoer and Raditz belong to the junior category, yet their active performance on the battlefield permits them to ascend to elite membership or serve as junior captains. Chapter 5. The rational training of the Great Ape Planet plant is on the brink of its once every 8 years full moon. In anticipation of a resounding victory in the impending battle, King Vegeta has resolved to cultivate a new generation of youth. With the emergence of an artificial moon, Temoer transforms into a great ape, at which point she comprehends the frenzy and rage that accompany this transformation, elucidating the reasons for its uncontrollability. In moments of fury, individuals often act in ways contrary to their nature. The great ape transformation amplifies this rage and accentuates the unique savagery inherent to the Saiyans. Should one succumb to this anger and madness, they risk losing their sanity, becoming a true monstrosity. Thus, the Scion community has imparted methods for controlling the great ape state from the outset, namely, maintaining composure and clarity. While this approach may seem simple upon first hearing, if one loses control, they shall be met with a Kamehameha wave. This wave instills a sense of deathly threat within the great ape, invoking fear. And fear prompts the instinct to seek protection, guiding one to recall methods of safety, thereby diminishing rage, a process that requires time. However, is fear not a form of anger as well, expressed through a different medium? The true method lies in fostering a sense of security. For instance, Temoer envisions her mother's embrace, granting her an unprecedented tranquility. Gradually, Temoer masters the great ape form, undoubtedly shattering historical records, even astonishing King Vegeta, who publicly commends her efforts. As Temoer departs for a brief respite, she experiences a momentary peace, yet it is merely the calm before the storm. The war should be drawing to a close, shouldn't it? Soon, everyone is awaiting the decisive battle. Had the Zephyrians never intended to suppress the Scions from the outset, perhaps these events could have been avoided. Indeed, possessing the most advanced technology, yet meddling in the internal affairs of others, striving to dominate the Scion people, is a folly. The Scions are not easily subjugated. Greedy individuals are akin to serpents, forever unsatisfied even after consuming an elephant, inevitably courting their own demise. In the year 730 of the age of the universe, this day marks the full moon on Planet Plant, as well as the day the Scions launched their full-scale assault. Termer, we must prepare. The final battle is at hand. Raditz, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, leaned against the wall, feeling a tinge of boredom. I understand. Let us go. Termer closed the door to the lounge and departed with his backpack. The prolonged bloodshed had begun to sow seeds of doubt in Termer's mind. Would he truly become a remorseless killer? Each conclusion of battle compelled him to reflect, preventing him from reveling in the thrill of slaughter. As the moon rose, they transformed into colossal apes, unleashing a relentless assault on the remaining Zephyrian bases. In his transformed state, Termer wielded a combat power of 15, with each energy wave inflicting maximum damage upon the Zephyrians, methodically demolishing structures while vanquishing Zephyrians. Termer executed his task with utmost thoroughness. The greatest respect one can show to an enemy in war is to give one's all. Despite the palpable fear among the Zephyrians, none fled, earning Termer's admiration. He mused, "You are destined to become mere history. Your weakness is your own fault." It is over. The war has concluded. The dawn sun illuminated the land, yet this place no longer basked in its former glory. A woman approached. It was Vidal, who, fearful for her daughter's lack of clothing, had come to provide garments. However, Termer had already prepared a complete outfit in his backpack. Upon seeing Termer dressed, Vidal felt relieved. "Mother, you've come. I didn't see you," Termer expressed with mild surprise upon noticing his mother. "What do you mean? Did you not see me leading the charge just now?" "I worked so hard," Vidal replied, her eyes filled with a wistful longing. "I'm sorry. I was too engrossed in my battle with the Zephyrians," Termer said, taking Vidal's hand. "Ah, mother, how could you maintain your sanity while transformed into a giant ape? My dear, your mother is quite formidable, and mastering the transformation is a skill that any mature scion can control. It is not extraordinary. However, acquiring such a skill might lead to a bit of awkwardness," Vidal admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "You are already remarkable, mother. By the way, do you still train?" "Of course. My combat power has reached 900 now." "Well then, let us return home for a grand feast. It has been ages since I've savored your cooking." "We shall not return home just yet. We have a place to visit." Termer gazed upon the gravestone and mound of earth before him, comprehending why his mother had brought him here. "This is your father. His name is Toma. He once shared a close bond with Bardock. During a fierce battle, Bardock sustained grave injuries, and in a selfless act to protect him, Toma went forth to distract the enemy, leaving us forever." Vegeta shed tears. "Toma, I have avenged you. All the Zephyrians have perished." Power levels, for reference: Bardock 3500, Toma 1500, Raditz 1300, Vegeta 900, Giant 850. Chapter 6. Dragon Ball. Observing the sorrowful woman before me, it would be disingenuous to claim I felt no emotion. After a moment's hesitation, I inquired, "Mother, do you wish for father to return?" "How could that be? Once a life is lost, it cannot be reclaimed. Do not jest about such matters. If you continue to mock your father, I shall be angered. I merely ask if you desire it. I possess a means." "Is that truly so?" Vegeta still found it hard to believe, as the notion was utterly preposterous. "Indeed. You may ponder it at your leisure. The decision lies with you." Vegeta remained silent throughout the day. Even the aroma of cooking had diminished. Eventually, unable to contain her curiosity, she pressed Toma for the nature of this method and who had imparted it to her. "Dragon Balls, on a distant planet called Earth. There exist orbs that grant any wish, including the resurrection of the deceased. This knowledge was conveyed to me by that individual. Who is he, and how does he know such things? Clearly, this is a deception. You must not believe it. Once one succumbs to desire, they can easily be manipulated by others. He must harbor ulterior motives. Toma, do not jeopardize yourself for selfish reasons. Mother has already lost father. She cannot bear to lose you as well." With that, Vegeta embraced Toma. "Mother, is this truly a deception? We shall discover the truth upon our journey. I am confident this is no conspiracy." Toma gazed steadfastly at Vegeta. Vegeta, scrutinizing Toma, felt her resolve wavering. After all, The prospect of reuniting with a husband who had been absent for 5 years was undeniably alluring. Nevertheless, she replied, "Very well. But if there is any danger, you must ensure your safety. Your well-being is paramount." "Understood. I shall devise a plan when the time comes." Soon, King Vegeta summoned all Saiyans to convey the situation. Standing before the multitude, Toma remarked on the throngs gathered, estimating their number to be tens of thousands. To avoid losing Vegeta in the crowd, she held her hand tightly. King Vegeta, known as Vegeta III, addressed the assembly through a megaphone. "Fellow Saiyan compatriots, I, Vegeta III, have gathered you here today to discuss several matters. Firstly, we have vanquished the despicable Zephyrians. These vile Zephyrians, like us, are a race from another planet. Yet they exterminated the kind-hearted Plantians who had sheltered them. In our diminished numbers, we Saiyans were powerless to save the well-meaning Plantians, forced to watch helplessly as the Zephyrians annihilated them. Secondly, you are all aware that under my leadership, our lives have improved beyond what they once were. Yet, these accursed Zephyrians proclaim their intent to bring democracy and freedom to us Saiyans, accusing me of oppression. In truth, they seek to obliterate our cherished way of life. After being rejected, the Zephyrians persistently engaged in covert actions, and I could no longer endure it. Thus, I took it upon myself to declare war on behalf of my Scion brethren against the Zephyrians. The third matter at hand is that upon our arrival on Planet Plant, we endured years of oppression at the hands of the Zephyrians, only improving with the advent of my grandfather. Hence, our grievances with the Zephyrians did not arise overnight, but were accumulated over many years, making conflict inevitable. Ultimately, through the efforts of those present, we vanquished the detestable Zephyrians. Exhaling a sigh of relief, in remembrance of the Plantians and to honor the legacy of the Zephyrians, I resolved to rename Planet Plant as Planet Vegeta, forever etching the Scion's great achievement in our history. Subsequently, the attendees raised their hands and enthusiastically shouted Planet Vegeta. Planet Vegeta. The fervor was infectious, and soon everyone joined in the chant. "Silence," commanded King Vegeta III, and the crowd quieted down. "While we have eliminated the Zephyrians, it must be acknowledged that their technological prowess was indeed formidable, evidenced by their inventions of the incubation and healing pods. Without the Zephyrians as our adversary, we lose our source of learning and innovation. Yet, I understand a fundamental truth. If we remain solely on Planet Vegeta, there will always be those who covet our land. Therefore, we must take the initiative to eliminate those who seek our destruction. Only when they are subjugated can we feel secure. Do you comprehend, everyone? Strike first. Strike first." This time, there was no need for a leader to rally the troops. Everyone echoed the call. Truly, we are a warrior race, innately yearning for battle. Then, King Vegeta set forth in a spacecraft invented by the Zephyrians to conquer the cosmos, discovering a gray market industry that involved annihilating the native inhabitants of planets and selling them at exorbitant prices. This endeavor undoubtedly garnered significant support from many Saiyans, resulting in substantial financial gain and exposure to other civilizations. Many in the northern galaxy took note of this fierce Scion race. However, the Saiyans soon caught the attention of King Kurd, who deemed the ambitious young King Vegeta a target for a lesson. Before long, King Kurd arrived on Planet Vegeta, looking down upon its rudimentary nature with disdain. Nevertheless, intent on conquering the Saiyans, he did not dwell on his thoughts. King Kurd approached the palace atop the cliff. As the Scion reputation had attracted numerous extraterrestrial visitors seeking assistance with their planetary endeavors, leaving no one to heed King Kurd and his entourage. Combat Power Establishment. For reference, King Kurd 1 billion, King Vegeta 1. Chapter 7. The pitiful King Vegeta access is prohibited ahead. Please proceed elsewhere. A guard intercepted King Kurd and his party at the entrance. In a fit of rage, King Kurd sent the guards and the door flying, rendering the two guards unconscious. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by King Cold attracted a multitude of Saiyans. However, none dared to act recklessly, for they were acutely aware that this individual surpassed King Vegeta by a considerable margin, a feat that even King Vegeta himself could not accomplish with such ease. The situation swiftly drew King Vegeta's attention, who, upon witnessing the two unconscious Saiyans, grasped the gravity of the matter. With a forced smile, King Vegeta hurriedly addressed the guests, stating, "Your Excellency, it is my duty to extend a warm welcome to you upon your arduous journey to our planet, Vegeta. I sincerely apologize for the absence of our utmost courtesies. King Vegeta then quickly shifted his demeanor, commanding, quickly, remove these two worthless beings and prepare the finest accommodations for our esteemed guest. King Cold remained silent, following King Vegeta into the chamber. How should I address you? King Vegeta endeavored to maintain a measured tone. King Cold closed his eyes. I trust one have not offended you, King Cold. What brings you to my planet, Vegeta? King Vegeta lamented. Ah, the forgetfulness of the affluent. My business has suffered dreadfully due to your encroachments. King Cold opened his eyes, their sharpness piercing. King Vegeta, discerning the tension, reacted swiftly. These matters are not entirely within my jurisdiction, but should you desire, I can assist you in reclaiming what is yours. Haha, King Vegeta. How amusing. Rest assured, I am not here to reclaim those businesses. King Cold's expression lightened. Then, what is your true intention? I would appreciate your clarity, King Vegeta replied, disinclined to engage in ambiguity. Was this not once Planet Plant? King Cold tapped the table lightly. Indeed, but it has now been renamed Planet Vegeta. Does this imply that the ZF Scions once resided here, along with their technological innovations? King Cold ceased his tapping and regarded King Vegeta intently. Oh, so you seek the technological artifacts of the ZF Scions. I can procure a batch for you, King Vegeta replied, harboring no fondness for King Cold and wishing for his swift departure. Shortly thereafter, King Vegeta issued his commands, and one by one, Scions began to bring forth various machinery. These included healing pods, nursery chambers, ZF fine goggles, spacecraft, and laser weaponry. King Cold gestured for the chief technician of his legion to examine the items. As the technician scrutinized the equipment, he could not help but express his astonishment with each glance. King Cold recognized the significance of this technology and promptly proposed a partnership to King Vegeta. He would provide technological support, while King Vegeta would supply warriors to assist in their conquest of planets. This business arrangement appeared amicable, with both parties poised to benefit equally. However, King Vegeta lacked the authority to refuse the proposal outright. To demonstrate his sincerity, King Cold gifted each scion a set of combat attire and explained the principles behind the garments, mockingly noting that their previous clothing was outdated. Nevertheless, the transition to these new uniforms posed no issue for the great apes. A wave of enthusiasm swept through the scion populace as each donned the new combat suits. From the royal family to the commoners, even Tarble exhibited a distinct change in demeanor, having unknowingly turned 8, as the collaboration between King Vegeta and King Cold commenced. Temenel was reluctant to undertake the mission, having quarreled with Raditz, who declared his intention to leave the team. Temenel, indifferent, shrugged off the matter. In a fit of anger, Raditz exited the squad and joined the elite warrior Naba's team, successfully securing a mission. Yet, despite his achievements, Raditz found no joy, resulting in an even fiercer combat style that led enemies to speculate if this child was a demon from hell. Not long after, the technician Mai Cha invented a combat power detection device, enhancing it with additional functions under Zephyur's supervision, enabling it to assess combat strength and discern enemy locations. The aircraft also underwent slight modifications, utilizing more practical materials, thereby improving cost-effectiveness. Notably, the incubation and medical pods were integrated into the spaceship. The laser cannons were redesigned to merge with the arms, and this series of technological upgrades and new equipment significantly bolstered the strength of King Kurd's army. King Kurd began marketing these advanced technologies throughout the cosmos, recovering his losses from the real estate sector and realizing that technology is the foremost productive force. These products received unanimous praise from numerous users, though the combat power detection device indicated that King Kurd himself would explode. Infuriated, he demanded that Mai Cha create a device capable of assessing his own combat strength. Thus began the incessant upgrades of the combat power detection device by an elderly man. Combat power settings, for reference Bardock 3600, Temenel 1800, Raditz 1600, Vittel 900, GNEI 850. Regarding combat power, I revisited the numbers, with Naba set at 4000. He ranks as an elite captain among the Scions. Bardock, therefore, represents a first-rate Scion level, and at this point, such strength is considerable. Neither the original Toei nor Bardock from later Dragon Ball iterations has a combat power of 1 at this stage. Raditz embodies the butterfly effect brought forth by the protagonist. Individuals cannot remain unchanged. The author's limitations prevent satisfying everyone, and if the combat power still seems unreasonable, there is little I can do. I have already exerted my utmost effort. Chapter 8. Friends or Foes. King Kurd, well aware of the benefits bestowed upon him by the Saiyans, offered them a plethora of spaceships and technological marvels, including combat power detection devices, without hesitation. He also dispatched doctors and engineers to assist in establishing hospitals and launching bases for spaceships, contributing to the rapid development of planet Vegeta. The area surrounding the Vegeta Palace began to take shape as a burgeoning city, promising to evolve into a grand metropolis in the near future. However, during this time, the Saiyans had already been subjugated by King Kurd. King Vegeta, dissatisfied with the current gains, organized a rebellion, only to be forcefully suppressed by King Kurd. Reluctantly, King Vegeta was compelled to sign numerous unequal treaties, inciting widespread anger among the Saiyan populace and giving rise to a so-called revolutionary army, albeit one that proved to be ephemeral. Upon witnessing such a transformation, Temenel felt the passage of time acutely. As he made his way to Jine's residence, numerous individuals greeted him warmly. With the robust science of the household away fulfilling tasks assigned by King Vegeta or King Cooled, it fell upon the young scion, Temenel, to lend a hand, endearing him to the community. Aunt Jine, Temenel addressed the woman who was diligently slicing meat. It has been a while since we last met. You are more beautiful than ever, Jine remarked upon seeing Temenel. I am here to see Uncle Bardock. Is he around? Temenel inquired. Bardock has not returned yet. He is out on a mission. Is there something you need? We could reach him via the communication device. Jine pondered, tilting her head. Is that so? Temenel replied, appearing somewhat troubled. Ah, I am back, Bardock announced, entering with a bag slung over his shoulder. Ah, Bardock, Jine exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace him. Temenel, what brings you here? Bardock asked upon noticing the young scion. Uncle Bardock, this is not the place for conversation. Let us find somewhere quieter, Temenel said earnestly. Please, come in. Bardock understood Temenel's intent. Uncle Bardock, are you familiar with the legends of the Super Saiyan or the Super Saiyan God? Temenel queried. I have heard tales since childhood. What do you ask? Bardock replied, puzzled. Among the current Saiyans, I see a fate akin to that of the Zephyrians. We are now mercenaries for King Cooled, essentially his subordinates. The tasks from King Vegeta have dwindled, and we increasingly resemble his loyal hounds. Indeed, since King Cooled forcibly subdued King Vegeta on planet Vegeta, we have witnessed his cold ruthlessness and understood King Vegeta's frailty. However, I will not join any revolutionary army. I am but a lowly warrior and cannot place my family in peril. Temenel chuckled softly, covering his mouth. Uncle Bardock, rest assured, I am not urging you to join any revolution. I have come to bid you farewell, expressing my gratitude for the care you and your family have extended to my mother and me for so long. Farewell? Are you planning to leave planet Vegeta? Where do you intend to go? Bardock asked, genuinely astonished. To Earth, a remote planet of little value, where the inhabitants possess feeble fighting abilities. I intend to retire there with my mother. On planet Vegeta, I have felt the disdainful gazes of others. Although they profess to like me, I know they secretly deride my inadequacy. Well, if you have made your decision, that is what matters. One more thing. What are your thoughts on the Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God? Merely a legend, nothing more, Bardock replied after a moment's contemplation. The Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God are not merely legends for some. They believe these transformations are attainable. I noticed that the subordinates of the Kurdish king have investigated the phenomena of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. Recently, during a visit from an urban designer, they inquired about this matter. If one day the Kurdish king deems the Saiyans dispensable, could we potentially become the Super Saiyans of legend? Do you think the Kurdish king would annihilate us? Temenel asked seriously, then lightened the mood with a laugh. Therefore, I resolved to depart from here. Yet I was reluctant to leave my mother behind, so I decided we would leave together. Bardock and Jine were taken aback by the abundance of information. Struggling to digest it, Bardock fell silent, and Jine spoke up. Temenel must be joking. How could such events possibly transpire? There are still many of the Kurdish king's troops here, and they harbor no ill will towards us. Moreover, the tale of the Super Saiyan is well known to all. Yet we have never witnessed it. How could it exist? Perhaps, I too hope my conjecture is erroneous, Temenel chuckled. Haha, it is certainly incorrect. Jine retorted with a smile. I shall return now. Farewell, Uncle Bardock and Aunt Jine. Do come to see me before you leave, Jine called out to the departing Temenel. Temenel waved in response. Observing Bardock lost in thought, Jine advised him not to overthink it. They were merely unaccustomed to the rhythm of planet Vegeta and desired to find a planet more suited to their way of life. After listening to Temer's analysis, I found it reasonable, and the populace's discontent towards the rule of King Vegeta and the Kurdish king was growing. What seems trivial now may evolve into something more significant in the future. Will we be friends or foes? Bardock gazed into the distance. Chapter 9. Reluctant Raditz. Hey, Raditz. Your wife is over there. Raditz's old friend jested upon spotting Temer. Temer and I merely grew up together. Don't read too much into it, Raditz replied, though he still glanced at her. Isn't childhood friendship even better? The old friend exclaimed, growing more animated. Raditz disregarded him and approached Temer, curious as to why she was here. Indeed, having a wife makes one forget their brothers, the old friend remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. This is the only planet we have. There is none closer than this, a logistics scion stated. Then it shall be this one. My mother and I will come to find you, Temer responded. It is truly dangerous to go into battle alone. Having a companion is advisable, the logistics scion expressed concern, knowing many talented young individuals like her had perished on the battlefield. It's all right. I still have my mother, Temer reassured him with a confident smile. The logistics scion was at a loss for words, silently wishing her well, hoping for her good fortune. Raditz, having overheard the conversation, rushed forward to inquire. Would you rather undertake missions alone than join me? Tell me, Temer, just how much do you detest me? Temer, surprised by his presence, initially hesitated when Raditz urged her to join his team. She firmly expressed her aversion to such endeavors, preferring a tranquil life. Yet, Raditz, unwilling to accept her refusal, persisted in his entreaties until Temer, exasperated, retaliated with harsh words, and their encounters devolved into mutual insults. Indeed, I loathe you. I have no desire to be with you. Is that clear? May I leave now? Temer demanded. Let us settle this with a duel. Should you defeat me, I shall depart and never trouble you again. However, if you lose, you must join my team and remain forever. Raditz, feeling increasingly irritated, commanded the system to display his personal panel. Name, Temer. Gender, female. Age, 8. Race, pure-blood scion. Battle power, 1850. Martial arts, Ki blast, flight technique, artificial moon. Great ape transformation. Can I truly best him? Temer silently questioned the system. Yes, his battle power is only 1610. However, do not underestimate him. Raditz has undertaken numerous missions and possesses considerable combat experience. Carelessness could lead to defeat. Reassured, Temer felt a surge of confidence. Remember your words, she retorted, her expression tinged with fury. As they squared off, the atmosphere crackled with tension, both combatants brimming with energy. The speed of their movements was astonishing to the naked eye. Their strikes were nearly imperceptible. Yet, Temer was taken aback to find Raditz matching her pace. Realizing this, she sought to create distance, but Raditz, astute and relentless, clung to her. It is often said that one's greatest adversary knows them best, a notion that troubled her. In this duel, the imbalance of understanding could prove perilous. Nonetheless, Temer's instincts in battle remained sharp. With no other option, she unleashed her energy to push Raditz away and executed her signature princess technique, creating a cloud of dust. As the haze cleared, Raditz emerged somewhat disheveled, but not severely harmed. Temer was not one to revel in the chaos of battle. She swiftly approached and delivered a decisive kick, causing Raditz to double over in discomfort. It was evident that Temer had emerged victorious, though both fighters refrained from exerting their full strength, as the aim was merely to incapacitate the other, an encounter characterized by camaraderie rather than enmity. As I gazed upon the woman retreating from me, I struck the ground in a fit of dissatisfaction, lamenting my own weakness. Raditz pondered, you remain as remarkable as ever. Indeed, if you were not exceptional, I would scarcely care. Yet, it was perilously close. I nearly faced defeat. What is there to be proud of? Your combat prowess exceeds others, yet you struggle so. Had it not been for a slight advantage in energy, the outcome might have been different. Why do you bark like a dog? If you possess such strength, why not showcase it? Vulgar woman, I shall not stoop to your level. Come on. Why the silence now, you worthless fool? Temenel increasingly resembled a scion, embodying a burgeoning pride in her heritage. Her spirited demeanor attracted many young admirers, clamoring to join her team on the day she embarked on her mission. Not particularly familiar with them, Temenel had little desire to engage and promptly dismissed them. Shall we set off? Vettel inquired, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Yes, Once everything is in order, we shall unearth Father together, Temenel replied. Having meticulously prepared the necessary tools, earned through her diligent efforts in logistics. On this dark and tempestuous night, Temenel held the shovel in her hands, feeling an unsettling thrill. It was her first time digging a grave, and it was her father's, disturbing the resting place of her ancestors. She clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, acknowledging the offense. Father, as I excavate your grave, I trust you shall not hold it against me. After all, you would not wish for Mother to remain alone, would you? I am doing this for her sake. Truly, I am a dutiful daughter. With determination, Temenel began to dig. Initially hesitant, her resolve grew stronger, her excitement mounting as she continued, losing all sense of fear. Welcome to In Another World. I unearthed my father's grave. Upon discovering her father's uncorrupted form, Temenel was astonished. Yet, in this vast world, one must expect the extraordinary. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the laws of reality are uniquely defined. She concluded that her father's body must possess some remarkable quality. Had anyone witnessed her actions, they might have scolded her for not noticing the protective layer of lime, and that the coffin itself was lined with it. Decay would take decades, if not longer. After securing her father's remains, she restored the grave to its previous state, now merely an empty coffin. Chapter 10. Departure to planet Dodora. The equipment was loaded onto a small disc-shaped spacecraft, and once the task was complete, a logistical scion inspected the vessel for any issues. Janae embraced Vettel, saying, Vettel, I never anticipated that our separation would come so swiftly. Reflecting on our time in the Bardock team brings me such joy. Vettel replied, Indeed, back then, our only concern was to enjoy ourselves, without the burdens of life weighing us down. Unlike now, where every gathering feels like a luxury. After his words, a silence ensued. Temenel, understanding that his mother was reminiscing about his father, attempted to lighten the mood by saying, Aunt Janae, we must take our leave now. Yes. Take good care of your mother. She often weeps in our team, more than I do, he continued. Oh, you're the one who cries. You, with a combat power of merely 850. Janae retorted, to which Temenel replied, You are only 50 points higher than me. What are you so proud of? They both shared a laugh, recalling how in such moments, Bardock and Thomas would often intervene to separate them. Take care of yourselves. Farewell, Janae waved as she spoke. She admonished Raditz for his silence, suggesting that Temenel would not return once gone, subtly hoping to facilitate a connection between the two. However, Raditz heard only the part about not returning. Am I truly so detestable that you would wish to avoid me for a lifetime? Raditz left without looking back. As Vettel piloted the spacecraft, he inquired, Temenel, do you harbor feelings for Raditz? Temenel, sipping water, sprayed it out in surprise, exclaiming, Mom, if you can't keep quiet, please don't say anything at all. How could I possibly? Vettel chuckled. I once had similar sentiments towards Thomas, yet we ended up together. Mom, Raditz and I are merely friends. There is no possibility for anything more. All right, I won't press you on this, but do give it some thought. Mom, I'm only 8 years old. It's far too early to contemplate such matters. Is it? Your father and I were already together as teammates at your age. Temenel interjected, the journey to Dodora is lengthy, so why not share a tale of you and Dad? I have yet to hear it. Speak of your past. And do not meddle with my future, or I shall not hesitate to sever ties. Very well, as long as you understand. Your father, where to begin? Perhaps it's best saved for our next meeting. Years ago, on planet Vegeta, when Vettel was of a similar age to Temenel, Science typically paid little attention to children, often neglecting them entirely once they could speak, leaving them to fend for themselves. Vettel, lacking hunting skills, resorted to foraging for wild vegetables and fruits, making her survival a true challenge. One day, while gathering wild greens as usual, she encountered 3 individuals blocking her path and considered taking a detour. However, the trio of Scions taunted her, insisting, if you wish to pass, you must bark like a dog, otherwise, you shall not proceed. Yet, being a Scion herself, Vettel, no matter how gentle, would never stoop to such shameful antics. With anger simmering within her, she glared at them. The leader, unimpressed, stepped forward and declared, If you wish to pass, you must defeat me. Overcome me, and you may proceed. Vettel immediately assumed a combat stance, fully aware that a fight was imminent. The leader rushed over and delivered a punch to Vettel, who deftly sidestepped, maneuvering behind him to seize his tail. This Scion, unaccustomed to training his tail, swiftly lost strength. You have lost, Vettel declared. Reluctantly, The leader acknowledged his defeat. Releasing the tail, the scion, once helped to his feet by two companions, shouted, "You must have resorted to underhanded tactics to win. This time, we shall confront you together." With that, they charged forward. Aware that he could not prevail, Vettel crouched down, cradling his head in his arms, silently weeping, a familiar occurrence. In a previous encounter with a similar situation, his resistance had only resulted in greater injury, leading him to refrain from defiance unless it was a one-on-one confrontation, hoping for better fortune. Otherwise, he risked severe harm. However, this time, Vettel felt no pain. And as he opened his eyes, he was met by the sight of a short-haired scion before him, accompanied by 3 others at his feet. In that moment, Vettel was taken aback. Chapter 11. A reliable friend, how impressive, Vettel exclaimed involuntarily. Yet, she was puzzled as to why this young boy had come to her aid. For they were not related. "Why did you save me?" she inquired. "I simply cannot abide those who lack integrity, and I believe 2 against 3 is quite fair," replied the boy, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Although Vettel's combat skills were modest, she sensed this individual was trustworthy, her instincts were sharp, and she knew that being with him would ensure a meal, something she had not enjoyed in quite some time. "Please, take me with you. I wish to eat meat," she implored. "If it's meat you desire, follow me, and I shall provide it," he responded. Vettel watched as the scion boy brought down a triceratops. Yet it appeared he was not adept at cooking. She then suggested her culinary skills, having consumed many wild greens, and quickly found spices nearby, creating one delectable dish after another. Vettel and the boy devoured their meal ravenously, akin to famished souls. "May I know your name?" he asked. "I am Vettel," she replied, no longer resembling a starving wretch, but rather appearing somewhat petite. The boy, towering over her, found her quite endearing. "My name is Toma," he said. "By the way, Vettel, I will take you to meet my good brother. He is quite formidable, and you may also make some friends." Vettel instinctively nodded and followed him. "Wait a moment, mother. How can you go with someone you've just met? What if he is a bad person?" Temenel expressed concern for her mother. "Do I look like a fool to you? I've encountered all sorts of people in my time. Sometimes, one must involuntarily trust another in a given place and moment." All right, continue," Temenel conceded, ready for whatever transpired next. Just as they were getting excited, "You interrupted me." "Where was I?" the mother asked. "You were taken away by father," Temenel replied with a smile. "Oh, you child, truly," she said. Under Toma's guidance, Vettel soon encountered 3 individuals, Bardock, Jine, and Riku. All along, the solitary Vettel, upon witnessing their display of shyness, sought refuge behind Thomas. Rick remarked, "Thomas, could it be that you've seen Bardock and Jine play together, leaving you out? Perhaps you should find a girl to play with." At that moment, Vettel was no longer a child. He had observed some scions engaging in clandestine activities in the woods. Thus he lowered his head in embarrassment. Bardock, perceiving the situation, admonished Rick not to assume that being young would exempt him from reproach, causing Rick to promptly replace his playful grin with a frown of concern. Bardock approached and introduced himself. "My name is Bardock. A pleasure to meet you," as he extended his hand, which Vettel accepted. "I am Jine, 16 years old, and I enjoy playing with Bardock. I am Rick, 5 years old, and Bardock's little brother." "I am Vettel, and it is a pleasure to meet you all," he replied. Bardock continued, "We are merely a small group, so there is no need for formality. We are all children without parental guidance. Thomas is my good brother. Through several encounters, we discovered our shared ideals, leading us to become brothers. By the way, he is 17. I saved Jine from some troublemakers. Afterward, she requested that I teach her to fight, and we became good friends." Rick appeared shortly after I defeated a Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Bardock, your words are rather harsh," Rick interjected. "In any case, this is how we came together. Would you like to join us?" Bardock turned his gaze toward Vettel. "I was also bullied by some delinquents, and it was Thomas who rescued me. Thomas, I wish to play with you, and don't let my appearance fool you. I am 15, Vettel said, his face flushing with color. "Of course. I would also like to play with everyone," Vettel added, somewhat flustered. At that moment, it was predominantly Thomas and Vettel playing together. While Jine and Bardock enjoyed their own camaraderie, they found joy in exercising together, riding ostriches, and stargazing. Rick, ever the observer, noted the happiness surrounding them. Thus, we spent many joyful moments together, though not without some discontent. Thomas, alas, was utterly incapable of teaching me anything worthwhile. I sought out Bardock, but that wretched Jine would not permit Bardock to instruct me. Thomas, the foolish one, could hardly teach anything of value. Curse Giant, otherwise. I might have mastered the Kamehameha wave and the instant transmission by now. With that thought, Vettel ignited with a fierce determination, even finding newfound strength to grip the controls, causing the spaceship to accelerate. Temenel, terrified, exclaimed, "Calm down. Bardock has taught me. If I teach you, it would be as if Bardock himself has taught you." Vettel conceded. "Very well, I shall wait until the dust settles before learning." Subsequently, Vegeta too began training the army, which ensured ample food and drink for its members. The five of us formed a small team within the military. As we transitioned into adulthood, Jine and I quickly found ourselves unable to keep pace with Bardock and Thomas. Even young Rick was unable to maintain their rhythm, resulting in our reassignment to a weaker squad. On the day Vettel departed from Thomas, he felt an unusual sorrow. Jine mocked him as a crybaby, though she too had tears in her eyes. As the reign of King Vegeta III commenced, the foundation of his power appeared precarious, prompting a diversion of conflict towards the Zephyrians, who had long since incurred the ire of the Saiyans. Thus, a comprehensive war erupted. Initially, the Saiyans did not possess a distinct advantage. Although the struggle was evenly matched, the Saiyan population began to dwindle, teetering on the brink of extinction. In response, Vegeta III encouraged procreation, momentarily suspending the hostilities. During this period, Vittel found an opportunity to be with Toma, much like Bardock and Jine, creating what could be described as a blissful chapter in their lives, albeit not as prolific as King Vegeta had envisioned. Rick, perceived as childlike by others, found himself shunned, which instilled profound self-doubt within him. It was only through Bardock's comforting words that Rick began to mend his spirit. This marked the beginning of their camaraderie in battle, much to Jine's chagrin. Subsequently, the births of Temenel and Raditz occurred almost simultaneously, separated by mere days. Shortly after welcoming their children into the world, Bardock and Toma were summoned back to the battlefield, vowing to return and teach their offspring to speak. Understanding the hardships faced by children without parental figures, Jine and Vittel voluntarily withdrew from military duty, opting to assist with the distribution of food supplies. Tragically, during a subsequent operation, the Scion forces were misled by erroneous intelligence, resulting in their utter annihilation. Bardock sustained severe injuries, while Toma gallantly took to the front lines to draw fire away from Bardock and Rick. This valiant act granted Rick the chance to rescue Bardock, yet by the time he arrived with reinforcements, all that remained was Toma's lifeless body. At this juncture, Vittel was unable to contain her tears. Temenel, witnessing his mother weep, felt at a loss for words. This was not the first occurrence of such sorrow. The moment Vittel laid eyes upon the corpse, her heart shattered. Jine, perceiving her distress, struck her across the face, urging her to consider the future by looking at Temenel in the incubation chamber. Nevertheless, Vittel succumbed to despair, paralyzed by fear of battle and plagued by trepidation. At this time, even the civilian Saiyans were compelled to join the fray, and Vittel experienced, for the first time, the fragility of life, trembling in the presence of the enemy and failing to steady her aim. Subsequently, she refrained from participating in further battles, and I shall refrain from delving into that. Mother, do not weep. You were fortunate to encounter my father and the others. Yet, the greatest fortune lies in having met me, Vittel jested. Indeed, my dear Temenel, you are my greatest blessing. I do not wish for you to revive your father. Simply bring forth a sweet granddaughter or grandson, Vittel quipped lightheartedly. Mother, Temenel protested, exasperated. Ha! Ahead lies the asteroid-free zone. Let us enter hibernation, for when we awaken, we shall embark on a grand endeavor, Vittel proclaimed. Returning to planet Vegeta, King Cold made yet another visit, this time accompanied by Frieza, who sat regally in a baby carriage, exuding an air of formidable authority. The King of Kurd greeted. Long time no see, King Vegeta. King Vegeta, facing the King of Kurd with poise, replied, Welcome, great King Kurd. The King of Kurd, indifferent due to his impending retirement, introduced his son, Frieza, stating, Allow me to present my son, Frieza. Frieza stepped forward with an air of imperial authority, causing King Vegeta to retreat 2 steps in fright, breaking into a cold sweat. However, he quickly composed himself to perform a bow, saying, It is an honor to meet you, King Frieza. Frieza responded, Likewise. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. King Vegeta felt particularly embarrassed to be bowing to a mere child. Upon learning of King Kurd's decision to retire and pass his position to Frieza, he understood that the Kurdish army would soon become Frieza's. emphasizing that the Scions were to heed Frieza's command. Frieza expressed high expectations for the Scions, and to solidify his dominance, he introduced new equipment, a combat power detector, which was notably more compact and portable than its predecessor, capable of communication, with the listening capability being merely symbolic. Frieza demonstrated the device before King Vegeta, using it to eliminate his Saiyan warriors, thereby establishing his superiority and inciting deep anger in King Vegeta. Yet, King Vegeta found himself unable to mount any substantial resistance, as the revolutionary forces and nobles below were already enough to cause him distress. Chapter 12. Kakarot outside. A torrential storm raged. Toma and Videl observed the nurturing pod containing the adorable Temenel. Toma remarked, "How swiftly times have changed. We didn't have such things in our youth." Videl replied, "Indeed. No need to worry about raising children. By the time they emerge, they'll be running and jumping." Toma, "I must head to the battlefield. War has erupted once again, and King Vegeta is urging that we depart tomorrow." Toma sighed, "Wouldn't it be better if there were no war? Then you wouldn't have to leave me." Videl, embracing Toma, responded with resignation. Toma understood Videl's feelings and lifted him, leading him toward the bed. The night passed in silence, filled only with the profound affection between Toma and Videl, accompanied by the howling storm outside. As the rain relentlessly battered the ground, morning arrived with brilliant sunshine. Videl, tired yet resolute, embraced Toma, imploring, "You must return to me, whole and unharmed, or I shall take Temenel to find you." Toma, exasperated, replied, "Can't you wish for my well-being instead?" Videl insisted, "Promise me." "All right, I promise," Toma affirmed. As Bardock and the trio of Toma departed, Videl cried out, "You must come back. Temenel needs you to teach her to speak." Jinai, unwilling to be outdone, shouted, "Bardock, you too. Raditz also needs your instruction, and to learn to battle." The scene shifted to Rick, bloodied hands gripping Toma, as Videl widened his eyes, striving to discern that this was not Toma. However, he was there, and Videl suddenly shouted, "No?" She quickly woke up and exclaimed, "It was just a dream." Observing Temenel kicking off her blanket, Videl approached to tuck her in. Gazing out at the scenery beyond the spacecraft, Videl pondered, "I wonder if anything will happen. Why should I risk everything for you? A deceiver? If anything were to happen to the child, I would haunt you even in death." At that moment, Videl felt a twinge of anger. Contemplating the long journey ahead and wishing to continue her slumber, yet upon hearing Temenel seemingly speaking in her sleep, she leaned in to listen closely. "Mommy, don't worry. It will be all right. This is the Dragon Ball," Temenel murmured in her sleep. Videl felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this, even in her dreams. The child was thinking of her. She whispered to herself, "Rest assured, even through the trials of fire and brimstone, I will not allow you to be exploited by that man. How could there possibly be anything in this world that fulfills one's wishes? I hope this journey reveals to you that there are no free lunches. Toma, I feel as if I am about to see you. Last time, I felt you were leaving me, and I hope that what this child hears is indeed true." Subsequently, Videl fell into a deep slumber once more, dreaming that Toma was alive, teaching Temenel to speak, while Temenel playfully tugged at his hair. Seeing this scene brought a smile to Vedel's face. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Vegeta, Bardock observed his wife, Jine, who was vomiting in the bathroom, and expressed his concern, asking if she needed to see a doctor. She had been unwell for several days, unable to keep anything down, and had lost considerable weight. Jine had thought it would pass, but it lingered far longer than expected, leading her to faint after yet another bout of sickness. Bardock, witnessing this, chose not to say anything further and simply carried her away. As he watched Jine lying on the hospital bed, he recalled the doctor's advice to be cautious and to avoid raw foods, lest there be complications with the child. He hoped there would not be a next time. Bardock's mind was consumed with thoughts of the child. After all, they were both in their 30s. And youth was a blessing. As Jine recuperated, her health gradually improved, and she expressed immense joy at the prospect of having Bardock's child. She gently placed her hand on her belly and asked, "Bardock, what shall we name the baby?" Bardock gazed ahead, unwittingly realizing that he was different from the other Saiyans. He now had something he wished to protect. He was uncertain about the future, feeling as if death could come at any moment, especially during the nights when he reflected on Jine's pregnancy and recalled Temenel's words, "If one day Saiyans become dispensable, do you think they would eliminate us?" Bardock furrowed his brow, lost in thought and oblivious to Jine's words. Hey, hey, Bardock, are you listening?" "Huh, what? What's wrong with you?" You seem distracted. I just asked what we should name the baby. The name? Let's call him Kakarot. Kakarot? What a lovely name. After the baby is born, I will steal a spacecraft. And you will go find Temenel and the others, Bardock stated solemnly. Why? John inquired, puzzled. Recently, I often find myself reminiscing about the words of Temenel. I believe she is correct. As the Frieza force grows in strength, the rift between our Saiyan race and them deepens. Although this tension may not be overt, I am certain that Frieza no longer holds us in high regard, and it is only a matter of time before he seeks our annihilation. After 2 years traversing the cosmos, Temenel and Videl have finally arrived at the planet Ghidorah, home to a primitive race of lizard-like beings. It is said that these lizard folk possess the ability to awaken latent potential, bestowing immense power upon others. King Vegeta surmises that their environment plays a significant role in this phenomenon and believes they could fetch a handsome price, prompting him to send an expedition to conquer this world, leading to Temenel's arrival. With resolve, Temenel and Videl don their gear in preparation for departure. The spacecraft landed smoothly upon the surface, and Temenel expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "Mother, you are truly remarkable. You piloted the ship so adeptly on your first attempt. This is far more challenging than parking a vehicle." Videl, having learned to drive during logistical duties, replied that it was quite similar, merely requiring an additional dimension of verticality. Temenel felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking that had she come alone, she would have likely operated a spherical craft, eager to complete their mission and return to Earth. Her mother suddenly expressed a desire to learn the techniques of the Kikaho and the Bukijutsu. Chapter 13. A mother on the brink of death. Temenel, realizing there was no immediate rush, decided to impart her knowledge, temporarily setting aside concerns about the lizard beings. She secured the spacecraft within a cave and began to explain the principles of the Kikaho to her mother. Although her mother grasped the concept, she struggled to manifest the energy. Temenel noted that this was indeed a peculiar situation. What is this? She wondered, prompting the system to respond. Your mother's body is bound by numerous seals that restrict her inner power, each layer intricately intertwined. It is a dizzying sight. So, you mean she must unbind these seals herself in order to master the Kikaho and Bukijutsu? Indeed, and these seals are intertwined with her very flesh. To break free, she must do so all at once. Otherwise, the gradual release will inflict excruciating pain. What is the best way to achieve this? Infuse your energy into her, creating a harmonious synergy to shatter those seals in one powerful burst. This is the most effective method for you at present. Mother, are you truly willing to learn? Temenel asked, casting a serious glance at Videl. Her mother, though few in words, nodded affirmatively. Very well, let us commence. You need only to strive to unleash your energy. It may be somewhat painful, Temenel advised her mother. With determination, her mother began to unleash her energy, while Temenel stood behind Videl, channeling her own energy into him. The two worked together to dismantle the seals. Videl endured unprecedented agony, biting his lip until it bled to stifle his cries. But soon, the pain became unbearable, and he let out a scream. Their efforts bore fruit. With diligence, they managed to break all the seals. However, due to Temenel's lack of finesse in controlling her energy, the process was rather crude, resulting in varying degrees of injury to Videl's meridians, which were battered by the overwhelming force of the released energy. Before long, Videl began to cough up blood, startling Temenel, who swiftly returned to the spacecraft. Within that vessel lay a healing chamber, which ultimately salvaged Videl's life. Observing Videl on the brink of death, Temenel expressed his frustration, saying, "System, what is happening? Your methods are excessively crude. Your mother will not recover in a matter of days." How infuriating. Can't you make me better? Ding. Detecting the host's strong desire for enhancement. Task issued. Increase combat power to 3,000. Task reward, divine water. It had been a long time since Temenel had seen such a task. What was going on with the system? Given your lackadaisical attitude, I could hardly bear to watch, so I privately issued you a task. After all this time, your combat power remains woefully low, your fighting techniques are rudimentary, and your control over your strength is entirely disorganized. Wasn't he the one before this you're doing? Not at all. That was my father S. Well, I mean, the main system's task. What do these tasks entail? I've never heard you speak of them. You never inquired about these matters. The tasks are divided into main system and subsystem assignments. The rewards for tasks are generally shared resources, akin to items in a store. However, the rewards from the main system are fixed and cannot be shared. The system store only opens once you reach combat power level 1. I granted you such an excellent physique, expecting you to advance swiftly, yet I never anticipated your slow progress. Shouldn't you be granting me some advantages? I have already provided you with enhanced physique. I've bestowed upon you skills that only the elite scions and certain noble families can learn. I've done all I can. I am System 888, not that madman 007, who seeks to inflate performance by working across multiple worlds and dimensions. I merely clock in and out. So my results are flexible. Can't you exert a little more effort? I am trying my best now. For a host like you, who shows no desire for strength, I can only push you a little. I've even given you some rewards. Here, this is worth 1,000 points. Just 1 point can separate you by dozens of ranks. You can imagine how painful this is for me. Then tell me how to grow stronger. My training yields negligible results. The human body has its limits. To enhance your physical form, you must first elevate your mental strength. Once your mental fortitude increases, the subsequent enhancements will be easier to manage. Then please teach me how to control my body. Controlling strength is not as you currently practice. Your power is too coarse, and your control is weak. With just a little mental training, you can manage your body more effectively. Meditate. I will create an enemy for you. All right, I will give it a try. But do not take this opportunity for revenge. I have been trained. Even though I am a second-generation system, my performance is commendable. If you doubt me, just know that if I choose, I can surpass even 007 in a heartbeat. Professional ethics, do you understand? Fine, I understand. Let us begin. Imaginary enemy. I need to stretch my limbs. I hope this host won't be too tedious. Chapter 14. Battling Raditz. Upon witnessing the Raditz conjured by the system, Temenel displayed a look of satisfaction. It seemed quite simple. Victory appeared easily within reach. Temenel dashed forward and delivered a straight punch to Raditz. Yet contrary to expectations, Raditz did not evade the attack. Instead, he seized Temenel with surprising strength, leaving her astonished and eager to withdraw. However, Raditz's grip was unyielding, and realizing the peril of remaining ensnared, Temenel executed a sharply angled kick with formidable force. Yet, Raditz was not to be trifled with. He deftly intercepted her strike with his other hand. Temenel attempted to retaliate with her other fist, but the battlefield was firmly under Raditz's dominion. With a swift motion, Raditz lifted Temenel's leg, causing her to lose her balance and teeter on the brink of collapse. The strike she had aimed at Raditz lacked any real impact, and he tightened his hold, delivering a series of upward kicks targeted at Temenel's abdomen. 1, 2, 3. Seeing Temenel's responses dwindle, Raditz swiftly hurled her into the air with a powerful kick, sending her crashing forcefully against a mountain, embedding her into its rocky face. A voice resonated from the heavens. You cannot defeat him this way. You must contemplate how to control your power. Raditz possesses combat prowess akin to yours, but his methods are far more advanced. Control power? Temenel, fueled by rage, charged at Raditz, employing the prince's combat style with a flurry of strikes, raising a cloud of dust. Yet, she remained oblivious to the futility of her efforts against Raditz, who effortlessly deflected her energy blasts, expending minimal effort while Temenel became increasingly fatigued. Witnessing Raditz remain unscathed, despair washed over her. She felt woefully inadequate. Raditz brushed off the dust from his attire and proclaimed loudly, "This is how you wield energy blasts." He unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards Temenel, each strike landing squarely upon her. Initially, she managed to fend off a few, but soon found herself utterly powerless against the relentless assault. Temenel epitomized the essence of a scion, inheriting their combative nature, albeit suppressed in her daily life. Now awakened, she charged at Raditz with fervor, yet in her breathless state. How could she hope to prevail? Although their appearances suggested parity, a closer examination revealed Temenel's energy waning as Raditz evaded her every attempt. Before long, Raditz sent Temenel crashing to the side. Observing her inability to rise, Raditz halted his advance. Temenel understood she was within the realm of the mind. Yet the agony of mental combat was magnified many-fold. The moment of impact rendered her body acutely pained, akin to a spiritual assault. Determined to heed the system's guidance, she sought its counsel, but silence reigned from above. Instead, Raditz broke the quiet. Power consists of two forms, expansion and contraction. You need only focus on how to control your strength to the fullest. How do I control it? Temenel inquired, maintaining her inquisitive nature. Raditz, recognizing her resolve, refrained from further discourse and launched a more ferocious offensive. With no choice left, Temenel prepared to face him head-on. Temenel, aware of his inferior strength compared to Raditz, skillfully evaded Raditz's attacks, opting for a defensive strategy. Chapter 15. The Battle Against Raditz. Part 2. The clash between Raditz and Temenel intensified, as they engaged in a fierce aerial combat that appeared evenly matched. However, Raditz held a slight advantage, consistently overpowering Temenel. While Temenel focused on inflicting damage on Raditz and dodging his strikes, he showed little progress, lacking any significant control over his strength. The system observed Temenel's performance and noted the difficulty in guiding this host. Although Temenel's combat skills were improving, allowing him to exchange blows with Raditz, their strengths remained comparable. The two fighters exchanged blows across the battlefield, utilizing both fists and feet. Ultimately, they both unleashed their most powerful punches. Unfortunately for Temenel, his reach fell short of Raditz's, resulting in only Temenel sustaining injuries. Blood trickled from Temenel's mouth, and Raditz seized the opportunity to deliver a kick to Temenel's abdomen, causing him to clutch his stomach in pain. Raditz followed up with a powerful punch that sent Temenel crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater and kicking up a cloud of dust. Raditz understood that the dust offered him no harm, and he unleashed a flurry of attacks into the cloud, generating even more debris. Once the small mushroom cloud dissipated, it revealed Temenel's body riddled with wounds. However, he had grown stronger. Unlike before, he was now able to stand. Knowing this was not the first time, Temenel anticipated Raditz's imminent assault once he had recovered. The method for healing his injuries was simple: a good night's rest. It was now the 6th day, with the 7th approaching, and the system indicated that the pressure might be insufficient. When Temenel awoke once more, the system promptly transported him into the mental space, reigniting the battle between Raditz and Temenel. This time, however, Temenel exuded confidence rather than anxiety. Throughout the fight, Temenel maintained steady breathing and remained composed, managing to inflict pain upon Raditz as well. The system observed Temenel with a subtle smile, a fleeting moment that would go unnoticed without careful attention. Temenel subtly suppressed Raditz, who struggled to retaliate. Temenel had thoroughly analyzed Raditz's techniques, anticipating the timing of his punches and energy blasts, instinctively reacting to Raditz's attacks. This was not merely a matter of instinct. It was the result of practice and familiarity. Time and again, it became evident that this was no mere coincidence. Temenel calculated the recovery time following Raditz's punches, and as Raditz completed his strike, Temenel unleashed a flurry of punches at the same spot. This was Temenel's cleverness. He understood that his capacity to harm Raditz would slow down Raditz's response, even rendering it slower than his own. A realization gleaned from the numerous blows he had endured. In the midst of relentless combat, Temenel found himself contending with Raditz's assaults, which Raditz was unable to immediately rectify. After all, the formation or relinquishment of habits is not a trivial endeavor, especially given that this was not a real person. Raditz would still instinctively execute those familiar motions, which Temenel quickly discerned, prompting him to devise his own strategies. As Chapter 16 unfolds, the battle against Raditz escalates into a stalemate. Temenel, however, overlooked a significant issue: stamina. In the clash with Raditz, Temenel expended more energy than his opponent. It became increasingly evident that if Temenel could not conclude the fight swiftly, victory would likely tilt in Raditz's favor. Thus, Temenel resolved to abandon any notions of martial ethics. The unconventional tactics, such as targeting below the belt and seizing hair, left the system in disbelief. Yet the results were unmistakable. Raditz's combat efficacy and reflexes began to wane. As Raditz found himself overwhelmed, Temenel unleashed a torrent of retribution, reversing the roles of victim and aggressor. It was clear to see Raditz, battered and bruised, resembling a swollen visage, unlike the manner in which he had dealt with Temenel. On the brink of collapse, Raditz was met with no mercy from Temenel, who deemed such treatment too lenient. In a swift motion, Temenel leaped behind Raditz, wrenching his arm backwards until dislocation seemed inevitable. With a powerful kick to Raditz's back, blood flowed from his shoulder, yet Temenel was not yet finished. Raditz, at this point, was barely able to withstand the onslaught. Temenel delivered a forceful kick upward and, in an instant, positioned himself above Raditz to execute a spinning kick, sending Raditz crashing into the water. Temenel, driven by sheer intensity, concentrated his energy into one hand, summoning a massive energy wave. Compress, compress, Temenel muttered, as the system observed the energy sphere being incessantly condensed, furrowing its brow in concern, pondering whether this girl had indeed lost her mind. The impact would strike at her very psyche, and the consequences were dire. Yet, before the system could intervene, Temenel hurled it into the river. Perish, Raditz. This technique is called the Annihilation Ball, crafted solely for you. Temenel exclaimed with a booming laugh as the resulting mushroom cloud enveloped her, illuminating the entire spiritual realm. As the brilliance gradually faded, the spiritual domain lay in tatters, and our protagonist was left utterly devastated. What was the necessity of this? The system pondered, observing the unconscious Temenel, aware that she was in a state akin to a vegetative one. Beep. Task completed. Reward. A flask of super divine water. It actually succeeded. Let us see it through to the end. Come now, dear sister, open your mouth. It's time to take your medicine. After consuming the super divine water, Temenel's body began to convulse, as if instinctively attempting to expel the toxins within. Yet, despite her efforts, the poisons remained steadfastly lodged within her system. After a considerable passage of time, it seemed that the body no longer resisted, gradually losing the capacity for movement. Perhaps this was the conclusion of a once great genius. The vitality of Temenel began to dissipate. Even in a state of unconsciousness, she was aware that her demise was imminent. Yet, in that moment, Temenel found no desire to continue living. As she endured repeated assaults from Raditz, memories of her past life resurfaced. She realized how she had come to inhabit this world of Dragon Ball. In her previous existence, Temenel was an individual plagued by illness, harboring a violent and obsessive nature that was beyond her control. Perhaps it was these very traits that marked her as a scion. At this juncture, she felt an overwhelming yearning for death, yet thoughts of her mother, Videl, stirred a flicker of reluctance within her. Under Videl's care, she had never unleashed her fury, but the fear of harming her mother loomed large. In this tumultuous state, Temenel's soul underwent repeated cycles of reconstruction and dissolution, a process fraught with agony, akin to teetering on the brink of death while clinging to the will to live. Humanity is perpetually contradictory. This turmoil resulted in her body suffering from the effects of super divine water and her psyche nearing collapse. It was precisely due to Temenel's unique constitution that such extraordinary transformations occurred. Yet, this constitution was not a treasure capable of maintaining balance. Her final hope lay in her desire to live. Chapter 17. Family. Before her traversal, Temenel was a man, possessing a male body yet exhibiting a feminine appearance, even speaking in a woman's voice. His mother, a wayward youth, had become pregnant out of wedlock and was unable to care for him, leading to Temenel's adoption by an orphanage. Within that institution, Temenel's disposition was unwelcome, resulting in isolation from companionship. This lack of social interaction might have been inconsequential, but as high school approached, some boys developed an interest in him, intending to teach him a lesson. After all, he was handsome and academically accomplished, captivating the hearts of many girls in his class. "Hey, wait a moment," exclaimed a man, consumed by jealousy towards Temenel. "What is the matter?" The man suddenly produced a fruit knife, intending to mar Temenel's visage. However, he underestimated Temenel. With a swift motion, she seized the weapon and, in one decisive strike, severed his carotid artery. The man met his end in a state of terror. In the aftermath, the man's parents sought retribution, yet even in court, the judge declared Temenel innocent, ruling it as justifiable self-defense. Following this, attempts to tarnish Temenel's reputation through media channels ensued. When Temenel approached them, hoping for the retraction of those damaging reports, they demanded exorbitant compensation in return. Unable to endure any longer, Temenel armed herself with a knife and visited their home, unleashing over 100 strikes, skillfully avoiding vital areas. Ultimately, a doctor classified the injuries as minor, leading to Temenel's brief incarceration for a matter of days. Given that several of her strikes targeted the face, the couple's appearances were irrevocably altered, leading to a media frenzy that inadvertently brought them notoriety, further deepening their animosity towards Temenel. On the way home, Temenel contemplated killing himself, but after encountering that man from before, he became acutely sensitive to his surroundings, deftly sensing their presence. He feigned ignorance and ambled forward, poised to strike back as soon as they revealed themselves. Temenel had honed his skills through relentless practice. Aware of the most vulnerable spots on a person, confident in his ability to deliver a fatal blow. Upon slaying the couple, Temenel found a twisted exhilaration in the act of murder, yet he feared becoming a monster himself, leading him to take his own life. Though he dreaded pain, he nonetheless severed his artery, succumbing to despair as he perished. In his final moments, Temenel witnessed a montage of his life flash before him, yet when he beheld Videl, her gentleness stirred a deep longing within him, illuminating for him the essence of motherhood. At that moment, he was torn between the desire to live and the urge to die, even finding a semblance of amusement at the sight of Raditz being bullied. He thought of resisting, yet the memories of his past life weighed heavily on him, prompting thoughts of relinquishing his existence. After an indeterminate time of maintaining balance, our Videl awoke to find Temenel on the ground, appearing poisoned and near death. Without hesitation, she placed him in a healing pod, which stabilized his condition, albeit precariously. Overcome with emotion, Videl wept, expressing her apologies and sorrow in various ways, believing that Temenel's plight was a consequence of her own actions. Temenel, hearing her mother's words, shed tears, realizing she should not abandon her mother, whose early widowhood and potential loss of her daughter would undoubtedly shatter her spirit. For her mother's sake, Temenel resolved to survive. Though Videl appeared strong, she was secretly fragile. The scales of victory tipped towards the side of life, and Temenel underwent a profound transformation, swiftly metabolizing the toxins with the aid of the healing pod. Indeed, it was a process of assimilation rather than expulsion. Opportunity and peril often accompany one another, and it was through this dichotomy that Temenel was reborn, her combat prowess astonishingly reaching a level of 5. Congratulations! Host combat power has reached 5. System shop is now opening. System shop opened successfully. Temenel merely glanced at the system panel before dismissing it. Name, Temenel. Gender, female. Age, 10. Race, purebred scion. Combat power, 50,000. 5. Martial arts, Ki blast, flight technique, artificial moon, great ape rationalization. Destruction sphere. Temenel rushed to embrace her mother, tears streaming down her face. Videl, relieved to see Temenel unharmed, smiled with warmth, patting her as a gesture of comfort. This was home, a refuge to which one could retreat in moments of deepest sorrow, vulnerability, and helplessness. That night, Mother and Temenel feasted on a colossal dinosaur. The surge in their combat power whetting their appetites and reigniting their desire to complete their mission. This time, Videl effortlessly executed the Ki blast and flight technique. Reveling in her newfound prowess, Temenel observed her mother, noting her transformation, and inquired with the system. On the brink of death, the system, so remarkably effective, has significantly enhanced combat strength. Even my mother has reached level 1. I exchanged points for celestial beings, and as I approach demise, consuming them will surely amplify my power. Just think about it. It's impossible. Temenel opened the system shop and observed the current points. 50,000. Consumables, meat. 1,000 vegetables. 1,000 super divine water. 1,000 celestial beings. 10,000 martial arts. Rock, paper, scissors. 1,000 phantom shadow fist. 100,000 monkey fist. 100,000 illusory star fist. 100,000 leopard tooth whirlwind kick. 100,000 wolf fong storm fist. 100,000 drunken fist. 100,000 demon fist. 100,000 maximum power. 1,000,000 world shattering palm. 1,000,000 solar fist. 1,000,000 4 demon fist. 1,000,000 D-ing wave. 10,000,000 Kamehameha. 10,000,000 Kamehameha wave. 10,000,000 Chi bomb. 10,000,000 demon ceiling wave. 10,000,000 super explosive demon wave. 10,000,000 abilities, hypnosis. 10,000,000 telepathy. 10,000,000 confinement technique. 10,000,000 there are celestial beings available. How could that be impossible? The scion constitution grows stronger when on the brink of death. It is not merely a state of nearing demise. When a scion realizes they are about to perish, their body secretes a hormone that, upon absorption, enhances their strength. Is that so? I thought you would mention that there is a limit to being on the brink of death. Indeed, there is a limit to the enhancement of combat strength from being near death, yet it remains quite beneficial for you, considering your current weakness. Why are those items so exorbitantly priced? What a scam. I priced them according to what I observe in other systems. I merely copied and pasted. Too lazy to make adjustments. I protest. Cease your protests. In the later stages, your combat power will exceed 100 million, so you will not suffer losses. You claim to be a second-generation system, yet you are nothing but a merchant. Your system has little of value. Stop the insults. The system needs to thrive as well. Unlike those wild systems that force you into tasks with meager rewards, this one is far better. Another complainant has emerged this evening. Chapter 18. The Mountain God. Let's exchange for this rock, paper, scissors. Understood, host. Remaining points, 49,000. Does this point system relate to combat strength? Indeed, your combat strength increases in direct proportion to your points. Temenel, it is time for a mission. We have lingered here long enough. Well, without further ado, the two soared toward a large tribe of lizard people. On this planet, there exist 5 major tribes scattered across the continent, and the one Temenel and the others ventured to is the largest. This planet, overall, is a lush green, with breathtaking scenery. Soaring through its skies brings joy. Soon, Temenel and her companion arrived at an altar of the tribe, where they encountered an elderly lizard man leaning on a staff, accompanied by a throng of young lizard folk brandishing long spears. The elder, his countenance grave yet composed, inquired, "Travelers from afar, you possess great strength. What brings you to this remote and underdeveloped place? This planet is splendid, and we Scions have taken a liking to it. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Temenel cast a scornful glance at the lizard folk. The elder was acutely aware of their formidable power. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Is there truly no room for negotiation? He implored. Vidal, growing impatient, declared, "We are Scions. I simply wish to complete our mission. There is no time for idle chatter with these lizards. Let us commence, eliminate them, and be on our way." Temenel, eager to hasten the process, was equally determined to uncover the method by which this planet could unlock one's potential. "Elder Lizard," she inquired with a smile, "I have heard that you possess a means to awaken one's abilities. Speak, and we shall deliberate on sparing your lives." The elder, knowing he had no other option, prepared to divulge the information, but the young lizard folk raised their voices in protest. "You seek the mountain god's favor? Such a wish is impossible. You might as well perish." Amidst the cacophony of curses, Temenel retaliated with a ki blast, vanquishing the most vociferous of the young lizard men in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Silence enveloped the scene as the remaining lizard folk dared not utter a word. Yet, after the stillness, a more fervent defiance emerged. They were unwilling to succumb easily and believed that through collaboration, they could vanquish the 2 extraterrestrials. As the impassioned young lizard folk prepared to strike, Temenel raised her hand in readiness. The elder realized that delay was no longer an option, stepping forth to announce, "Come, I shall guide you." His actions bewildered the younger lizard folk, yet the fierce glare from the elder compelled them to bow their heads in submission. He still wielded a degree of authority. Curiosity piqued. Temenel asked, "How do you know of our strength? Travelers from beyond, may we converse as we walk?" The elder replied, "Certainly." Temenel acquiesced, following the elder. Vidal, too, remained silent, trailing behind. The elder elucidated that this was a blessing from the mountain god, to which Temenel and Vidal expressed their understanding. "What is this mountain god?" Temenel inquired gently. The elder explained, "He is a powerful figure among our kind, taught by the messenger of the divine to become the deity of our planet, Kodara. The mountain god has granted us a prosperous life, which is why he is revered by all." "What does the blessing of the mountain god entail?" Temenel pressed. "The mountain god rewards those who ascend the mountain. Those who do will transform into formidable beings, and even extraterrestrials may reap benefits. Perhaps it is through our tales that you have come to us." The elder admitted with a hint of resignation. "It is indeed unfortunate, for we are so distant from you, yet you have managed to convey your stories to us." Temenel remarked. Vettel nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "In the past, we Scions had a deity of our own, capable of transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan or even the Super Saiyan god. However, since our departure from planet Salad, such beings have not re-emerged. I once thought that gods were merely a myth. The old lizard comprehended why these individuals were so savage. They were indeed forsaken children of the gods. Soon, they arrived at the revered mountain god's sacred ground, where the old lizard declared, "We have reached the mountain god's sacred ground. Ascend to the summit, and you shall behold the mountain god." Upon finishing his words, two individuals suddenly took flight. The old lizard wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, stating, "It seems the mountain god never prohibited flying. Surely, he will not hold it against them. At least they are wiser than those who foolishly climbed." The mountain god, upon witnessing their ascent, felt a surge of panic, thinking, how did two such formidable beings arrive? He anxiously paced for a considerable time. Yet, what was destined to occur would transpire, and Temenel and his companions arrived swiftly. The mountain god maintained a serious demeanor, though internally, he was in a state of turmoil. "You are the mountain god," Temenel said, gazing at the towering lizard before him. "What is the method to grow stronger?" The mountain god replied, "You are already quite powerful. I possess no further means to enhance your strength. You may need to seek alternative avenues." The mountain god's expression reflected his dilemma. "But how did you perceive the methods of other strength?" he inquired. "You do not comprehend this. It is akin to a university student returning to ask a primary school student for answers. Demonstrate your energy for me," the mountain god instructed earnestly. In response, Temenel unleashed an energy wave towards the distance, and Vettel followed suit. The mountain god recognized the issue at hand. It was as if they were wielding a sword as a crude weapon. He promised to teach them the ways of harnessing energy. The mountain god elaborated on the essence of energy and its significance. The principles were easily comprehensible, yet for the two scions unfamiliar with energy, it felt overwhelmingly challenging. Chapter 19. The sensation of energy fishing requires one to truly sense the breath of the fish within the river. This breath embodies a subtle energy. Rather than relying solely on sight, release your grip and allow your bodies to become your third eye, the old mountain god advised Temenel and her daughter, who were blindfolded. "Feel deeply," he instructed. When Temenel and her daughter genuinely focused, the old mountain god tossed a stone towards them. "By the heavens, it truly is," they exclaimed. They were fishing on a narrow stone, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain balance, and soon, the bowl of water above them was entirely spilled. Their clothes became drenched, prompting them to don garments of the lizard people, which were white and snug against their forms. The alluring white attire, while enticing, would likely be disdained by the female scions, who preferred a more modest physique. Both Temenel and Vettel became incensed. "Are you seeking death?" The old mountain god, noticing their fury, began to sweat profusely and hastily apologized, invoking the saying, "One does not strike a smiling face." It seemed unwise to provoke the old mountain god further. The old mountain deity elucidated that while one must engage their heart, it is equally vital to remain cognizant of the surrounding environment. Neglecting this could lead to peril. Continuing with the instruction, the old mountain deity remarked on the challenge of such a task, for it constituted a form of mental training. It is akin to searching for a room within a house. One is aware of its existence yet unable to locate it. This encapsulates the frustration experienced by Temenel and her companions. Consider how effortlessly Prince Vegeta would grasp such a concept with a mere glance. It is indeed perplexing that it proves so difficult. The old mountain deity pondered the situation, recognizing that the teachings were sound, and given their combat prowess, they should have mastered it swiftly. Yet, they had not. After some contemplation, the deity turned to Temenel and inquired if they were concealing any latent powers. Satisfied with the deity's inquiry, Vettel responded affirmatively, revealing that they scions could transform into a colossal ape under a full moon, amplifying their strength tenfold. The old mountain deity requested to witness this transformation, seeking to deepen his understanding for the purpose of more effective instruction. Vettel explained that such a transformation required the presence of a full moon, which appeared to be absent on this planet. The deity contemplated creating a moon, but the endeavor would require considerable time, leading to his frustration. In an instant, Temenel summoned an artificial moon. A luminous white orb appeared in the sky, and both Vettel and Temenel morphed into towering apes, their garments rendered obsolete. The two colossal creatures exuded an aura of ferocity, instilling a chilling sense of dread even in broad daylight. All fear stemmed from an inadequacy of power. The old mountain deity grasped the situation and instructed them to revert to their original forms. However, the two beasts seemed oblivious, advancing toward the deity. Having encountered many who lost control post-transformation, he quickly surmised that they were indeed out of control. In a moment of urgency, the old mountain deity attempted to flee, but Temenel captured him with a single hand, seemingly intent on crushing him. Realizing his imminent demise, the deity uttered a final wish, that his death might spare his people. The two apes erupted into laughter, fully aware they had toyed with him, yet genuinely frightened. Subsequently, the artificial moon was destroyed, and they returned to their original forms amidst the breathtaking scenery of the mountains. The deity understood the need to procure new garments for them, though he bore the marks of 2 slaps upon his face. Videl expressed astonishment at Temenel's mastery of the artificial moon, reflecting on her elite status and recalling how Prince Vegeta had enabled select individuals to learn this ability to suppress the revolutionary forces and the nobility. It was conceivable that even Bardock might struggle to comprehend this in such a short span, yet Temenel had grasped it in a fraction of the time. Truly, she is my daughter, Videl mused inwardly. Observing Bardock with his flying apparatus, Jean and I remarked, all of this is merely your speculation. Perhaps it would be best to abandon the notion. I hope I am mistaken. If all remains well in a few years, I shall return to bring you back. Bardock replied, very well, the child will soon arrive, and by then, he will be able to run and jump on Earth. You must teach him to speak and to fight. A child cannot grow up without a father. Jean and I wept, embracing Bardock. Rest assured, once Rick and I complete our 2 missions, we will journey to Earth to find you, Bardock vowed. As Jean and I boarded the spacecraft and bid farewell to Bardock, his anxious heart finally found solace. Gazing at the distant houses, he murmured, Jean, wait for me. I shall find you soon. Through various meditative practices, he ultimately attained a sensation of energy. This journey involved fishing, brewing tea, boiling water, sweeping, and tidying up. Despite engaging in numerous activities, the essence of energy eluded him. Yet he inadvertently learned the art of being a devoted wife. Temenel occasionally grew frustrated, but the old mountain deity advised that such irritations served to cultivate patience. Perhaps their eagerness had hindered their progress. The old mountain deity had intended to share that women ought to embody femininity, yet hesitated to speak, instead opting to subtly guide them through the path of cultivation. Gradually, Temenel and her companion transformed into beings of refined grace. However, their speech revealed a different story. While Temenel maintained composure, Temenel retained a touch of exuberance. The old mountain deity paid little heed to these imperfections, for it is precisely through flaws that one achieves perfection. Once they mastered the sensation of energy, its control became effortless. Temenel and her companions could even suppress their auras to the point of invisibility, leading the old mountain deity to declare that there was little left to teach them. They recognized it was time to depart from this planet. Initially, their mission was purely task-oriented, but upon learning that the deities possessed a sense of energy, they realized the importance of their teachings. Despite the planet's backwardness, it was acknowledged by the king of the universe, prompting Temenel to hesitate in her desire to cause destruction. After all, having received such warm hospitality from the divine, it would be ill-mannered to continue with their intentions. When one is entrusted with confidential matters, it is akin to being treated like a pet. Such a stance becomes difficult to maintain. The old mountain deity, understanding the nuances of human sentiment, decided to have the high priest escort them as they departed. The high priest, being perceptive, prepared a grand feast of fish that evening and presented them with the planet's prized emeralds. Finally, they took their leave. There was little concern about the planet being invaded, as it held little value. It had long been noted by the inhabitants of planet Vegeta. King Vegeta's interest stemmed from mere rumors, while Lord Frieza had even less reason to pursue it. As the old mountain deity watched the spacecraft of Temenel ascend into the sky, he hoped she would learn to suppress her untamed aura, which seemed innate. Even Temenel had managed to erase her ferocity completely, leaving the deity to wonder if their departure was indeed a fortuitous event. The divine messenger inquired, Lord Mountain Deity, they have left. Shall we visit the female lizard? The old mountain deity, feeling exasperated, responded, Am I that kind of person? Let us see if my people are content. The divine messenger jested. I thought you wished to observe monkeys, my lord. Chapter 20. Son Wukong's lewd antics. Having spent 3 years on the lizard planet, Carla, Temenel reflected on the panel before her, believing that every moment had been worthwhile. Name, Timur. Gender, female. Age, 14. Race, pure-blood scion. Combat power, 50. 000. 5. Martial arts, Kamehameha, flight technique, artificial moon, great ape control, destruction sphere, rock paper scissors, manipulation of ki. It took me 3 years to master something. I cannot fathom how one could find joy at your age. Timur remarked to the system, which had been rather sardonic. Meanwhile, Vettel, piloting the spacecraft, observed the discontent on Timur's face, mistakenly attributing her displeasure to the delay in reaching Earth. Consequently, he accelerated the ship's speed. In the distance, executing their mission, Raditz and his companions bore visible, grievous scars. Even the elite warrior Nappa could not withstand them, as their combat power readings barely registered at 1. King Vegeta, fearing Raditz posed a threat, not only dispatched him and his team to a remote location, but also insisted that Prince Vegeta accompany them for training, hoping to ensnare Raditz through the prince. The presence of such a king on planet Vegeta would undoubtedly hasten the demise of their race. Nappa, incessantly defending Prince Vegeta's honor, often formed cliques within the team, nearly leading to Raditz's demise during a mission, prompting Raditz to replace his old companions within the squad. What does Frieza mean? Why must we all return to planet Vegeta? An old comrade inquired of Raditz. Who knows? Raditz replied with a cool detachment. Prince Vegeta dismissed the order with disdain, too exhausted from the recent battle to even move. The squad could be simply divided into 2 factions, one led by Prince Vegeta and the other by Raditz. Our young Prince Vegeta, despite his diminutive stature, possessed immense potential, boasting a combat power of 5,000 at the tender age of 4, earning Raditz's respect. Raditz felt compelled to heed Prince Vegeta's directives, acknowledging the disparity in their standings, yet their interactions remained amicable. Now, let us shift our focus to Bardock, who was currently engaged in an assault on a planet with his comrades. However, they suddenly received a recall from Frieza, prompting them to cease their attack, as the planet was nearing its conclusion, allowing the remaining clients to be handled. Upon boarding the spacecraft, Bardock addressed Rick, instructing him to set a course for Earth. Rick, taken aback, struggled to comprehend the directive. Just as he was about to inquire further, Bardock added, "We shall first proceed to Earth. I will explain along the way." Understanding Bardock's character, Rick perceived him more as a venerable elder than a commanding leader, and thus refrained from pressing for more details as he piloted the ship towards Earth. The other 3 crew members also questioned Bardock's destination, to which he replied, "I have matters to attend to. I shall return to planet Vegeta once they are resolved." As they journeyed, Rick asked Bardock, "Mr. Bardock, might I know what this matter entails?" Bardock then revealed, "I am to retrieve Jine from Earth." Rick, slightly perplexed, wondered aloud, "Doesn't she have a ship? Can she not return on her own?" Bardock wore an expression of resigned understanding, responding, "Kakarot is also present, and one ship would be rather cramped. Moreover, given the remoteness of the location, Jine may not have received the message. It is prudent to investigate." Rick grasped the situation, interpreting it as a manifestation of Bardock's deep affection for his wife. Meanwhile, a photographer urged, "Quick, quick, direct the lens towards our Lord Frieza." Frieza stood triumphantly upon the head of King Vegeta, who lay gravely wounded. Addressing him, Frieza taunted, "Is it not better for you Scions to obediently serve as my dogs rather than attempt to defy me?" King Vegeta, feebly retorting, remarked, "Had you not vehemently obstructed our expansion, we Scions would have long since dominated the northern galaxy, if not the entire universe." In a fit of rage, Frieza crushed Vegeta's head beneath his foot, dismissing the Scion as ignorant, and deeming their betrayal as justifying their elimination. However, he sought a rationale. After all, maintaining his image as a reasoning monarch was paramount to him. Let us rewind time to uncover the events that led to King Vegeta's predicament with Frieza. It became apparent that, as the Scion population burgeoned, King Vegeta believed he could challenge Frieza's supremacy. He orchestrated a covert assassination attempt, fully aware that a direct confrontation would be futile. Vegeta harbored doubts about Frieza's claims of possessing an army of 12 billion, suspecting it to be a fabrication, especially since his last covert assessment revealed only 53. Thus, he secretly invited Frieza and assembled an assassination squad, which indeed startled the tyrant and left him with minor injuries. Frieza, incensed by the audacity of the attack, executed every Scion present except for King Vegeta. The relentless barrage of death beams left the king aghast. He realized this was no mere power of 53. Such force could obliterate even a great ape in an instant. It dawned on him that the power level detection device must have malfunctioned. The treacherous device had betrayed him, and Vegeta understood that Frieza had orchestrated this entire scheme, with the intent to annihilate the Saiyan race well known to all. Even in his great ape form, King Vegeta felt a wave of terror, yet he was swiftly subdued by Frieza's foot. Meanwhile, the arriving Zebon and his allies promptly destroyed the artificial moon, leading to the chaotic scene that unfolded moments ago. As King Vegeta drew his final breath, he proclaimed, "Frieza, you are formidable, yet you must understand that you have defeated me, Vegeta 3, not the entire Saiyan race. We Saiyans will undoubtedly avenge ourselves upon you." In response, Frieza callously crushed King Vegeta underfoot and summoned Dodoria to investigate the whereabouts of the Saiyans. Dodoria, upon inquiry, found no intelligence regarding the matter. The others professed ignorance of King Vegeta's demise, claiming he was engaged in training. Dodoria relayed this information to the tyrant Frieza. Frieza, feeling an unsettling foreboding, was perceptibly noted by one of his subordinates, who remarked, "It is said that the Saiyans once had a god on planet Salad. They are rumored to possess the ability to transform into Super Saiyans or even Super Saiyan gods." Intrigued, Frieza responded with a sinister chuckle, "Ho ho ho, Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan god, how fascinating. Go and gather more information." "Yes, my lord," his subordinates affirmed. Turning to the remaining minions, Frieza commanded, "Summon the Saiyans back from their hiding." "Understood, my lord," they replied. "Ho ho ho, Saiyans, filthy monkeys. I, Frieza, shall enact divine retribution and eradicate you all. Relish your final moments. I eagerly await the spectacle of your demise," he proclaimed, laughing maniacally. Meanwhile, on Earth, our character Jine had also arrived on this planet. However, due to her inexperience with prolonged space travel, she felt nauseated aboard the spacecraft. Unconcerned, young Kakarot, around 2 years of age, was captivated by the peaches hanging from a tree on the other side of a hill, yearning to taste them, yet lacking the ability to fly. Frustrated, he observed a nearby bird taking flight and mimicked its movements, attempting to leap towards the peach tree, but to no avail, risking his very life in the process. Awakening from her slumber, Jine discovered the nursery pod devoid of her child, filling her with dread as she searched frantically for Kakarot. In a heart-stopping moment, as Kakarot tumbled over the cliff, Jine instinctively cried out, "No." At that moment, Gohan, wandering the world, reached the base of the cliff and lamented, "If you deny me a wife, so be it, but surely I deserve a child, Lord. I am no longer young. Even the Ox King has a beautiful spouse. Why am I left with nothing? How shall I secure my future? Life is truly unjust. Ah, but I must remain calm. I believe my fate is approaching. Yet I cannot rush it. Master Roshi has not yet found his match." With this thought, Gohan felt a sense of comfort and continued on his journey. Power level setting, for reference only. Kurd King, 1 billion Frieza, 53 Tamer, 5 Sabo, 22 Dodoria, 22 Bardock, 1 Raditz, 1 Vegeta, 1 King Vegeta, 5,000 Nappa, 4,000 Riku, 3,500 Jine, 900 Master Roshi, 150 Gohan, 120 Ox King, 90 Kakarot, 5 Chapter 21 Lord Frieza? The Saiyans have returned, except for those disobedient ones, reported Sabo. Frieza, squinting, replied, "Vegeta 4, that detestable Saiyan dares to disregard my commands. I shall eliminate him." Sabo, visibly agitated, declared, "I will take care of it. Do not concern yourself with him. Let him be. If he chooses not to return, so be it." Frieza opened his eyes. "However, do you not even heed my words, Mr. Sabo?" Frieza interrupted, forcing Sabo to hear what he had not wished to. "I apologize, Lord Frieza." Sabo knew he had overstepped. "Take your leave and rest. You seem quite burdened by the affairs of the Saiyans." Frieza's demeanor shifted dramatically, contrasting sharply with his earlier tone. Sabo departed. "Rest assured, King Vegeta, I shall not raise your son to be as foolish as you." Frieza chuckled with a hint of malice. Gohan strolled along a path, singing cheerfully. "Today is a joyous day," he teased. "The Ox King is absurd. Why marry? Isn't being single preferable? Why dangle from a tree? Lamenting my lack of children for retirement? Clearly, he envies my situation. I sense that in this area, a fortuitous encounter awaits me. Children shall come swiftly. Calm down. Calm down. I aspire to become a master of my craft. My teacher, Master Mateto, would maintain composure in such situations. I must mature. I cannot dwell in my teacher's shadow. Trusting women only hinders my swiftness. Inhale, exhale, inhale." Gohan then transformed into a benevolent elder. exuding an aura of wisdom reminiscent of reclusive sages. Each step and gesture radiated an ethereal quality as he ambled along, squinting. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and began to sprint, exclaiming, "In this secluded forest, how could there be the scent of blood?" Once uttered, he vanished from sight. The wind rose and subsided, and the journey ahead was long. The story had just begun. This child is on the brink of death, yet fortunate to encounter me. Still clinging to life, Gohan smiled. With adept knowledge of saving lives, he swiftly tore a strip from his garment, utilizing his energy to cleanse it. After disinfecting the fabric, he gathered herbs to staunch bleeding and mitigate inflammation. As long as this child perseveres, he shall survive. The Saiyans, in their early years, are remarkably fragile, even more so than humans. It is a well-known fact that a Saiyan child, upon suffering a fever before the age of 3, faces a perilously high risk of mortality. This explains the scarcity of the Saiyan population. They are not merely the product of 3 years spent in a nurturing pod, like Kakarot, who has danced on the precipice of death. Nearby, an injured child hampers the journey. Originally, there were plans to cultivate strength over the course of 5 years. Yet Kakarot's presence disrupted this intention. During treatment, it became evident that this child possessed a tail, a stark reminder of parental cruelty. As they must have abandoned him solely for this physical trait, likely discarding him from a great height. The adage a parent's heart is filled with compassion seems questionable in this context. If this is the case, why bring a child into the world only to neglect them? Is this child not worthy of being considered human? Son Gohan exclaimed in frustration. In the depths of the forest, the notion of an accidental fall seems implausible. This is no urban setting. Who would believe it was unintentional? Even if it were not deliberate, the extent of parental indifference is staggering. After expressing his thoughts, Son Gohan left an imprint of his fist against the wall, bewildered by the state of the world, where abandonment appears all too common. He closed his eyes and sighed, resigned to the reality. Yet who is Son Gohan? He is a master in his own right, skilled in the art of energy manipulation. His energy surges swiftly and dissipates just as quickly. He turned to the feverish Kakarot and said, "Life is abundant in its forms. One need not dwell in the past. Since your parents have chosen to forsake you, let go of those burdens and embrace a life of joy every day. May you forever embody the clarity of the sky, and never bear the weight of worries as I do. Henceforth, you shall be known as Wukong, son Wukong." His laughter echoed with the joy of newfound paternal affection. Even as he mocked his own life's complexities, he had allowed himself to be overwhelmed by concerns, leaving his hair as gray as a storm cloud. While the Bull Demon King remained perpetually dark and lustrous, he hoped the child would survive the night. Meanwhile, Jine, in search of Kakarot, felt a wave of anxiety, but, oddly, her spirits lifted somewhat. Perhaps the bond of motherhood was at play. Nevertheless, she pressed on, her own hunger stirring as she spotted a peach tree, longing for its fruit. Surely, Kakarot must be hungry as well. She hastened her steps, only to find that the wind had whisked away every last peach. "Madam, you seem to have gained quite a bit of weight, particularly in an unreasonable manner," she mused. Jine rummaged through her garments to retrieve a peach, exclaiming, "Kakarot." Yet, the only response was the stillness of the night. Realizing she could not search recklessly, she recalled Bardock's words, "In moments of turmoil, one must cultivate an even calmer heart." Jine endeavored to steady herself, reflecting on her possessions. Her fingers brushed against her hair, and she encountered her power scouter, realizing how she had overlooked such a vital tool. Jine opened the combat power detection device, which had always remained closed. When Bardock acquired it, he was aware of the listening device installed by the Frieza force. To be precise, it was not exactly a listening device, as it had a communication function that could be overheard by other devices. This combat power detection apparatus could also receive messages from others, rendering it quite practical. However, Jine recalled Bardock's warning not to activate it unless absolutely necessary. Now was that critical moment. She decided to activate the device. Beep, beep, beep. 500 meters ahead, there was an individual with a combat power of 120. Humph. A mere weakling with a combat power of only 5. Kakarot is in danger. After uttering this, she flew toward the location, compelled by an instinct she could not explain. Even if Kakarot were not present, she would still head there, fearing the possibility of Kakarot encountering such a being. If it came to that, she believed that her formidable presence would also provide assistance. As the saying goes, two are better than one. On relatively flat terrain, she spotted a blaze and, with her keen eyesight, immediately recognized the old man and Kakarot. She hurriedly flew closer. Tears streamed down Jine's face. She had finally found her son. Upon seeing the woman with reddened eyes, Sun Wufan understood immediately. With a tail, she must be the child's mother. Ah, the child is no longer lacking in nourishment. It will surely overflow. I can lend a hand. After all, this place is indeed a blessing for Sun Wufan. A truly serendipitous encounter. Chapter 22. Old Man. You are a good person. Jine gazed at Kakarot, whose head was wrapped in bandages, aware that this was a critical injury. The one before her was likely the person who had saved Kakarot. Not one to be unreasonable, Jine expressed her gratitude and attempted to take Kakarot away, only to be halted by Sun Wufan. He, too, recognized Jine's mounting fury and hastily interjected, "He has a fever. He must not be moved. The wound on his head may reopen." Jine, having endured injuries herself, understood the gravity of the situation and inquired, "You can heal him? Are you a doctor?" "One could say I possess a modicum of knowledge," Sun Wufan replied. Considering the impracticality of taking Kakarot deep into the wilderness, Jine decided to follow this old man. As a doctor, he could treat Kakarot, and once he did, she would let him go. Observing Jine's expression, Sun Wufan sensed that she might be facing some troubles of her own and posed a question. Jine remained silent, her stomach growling. She longed to retrieve a peach from her clothing, but she knew she could not indulge. If she ate, Kakarot would suffer. Sun Wufan immediately grasped her predicament and produced a universal capsule. With a pop, a bounty of vegetables appeared. Jine stood in astonishment. She realized this old man had food. She promptly set aside the peach and began to eat. It turned out that Jine was not just any ordinary being. She had been nurtured by the peach. Sun Wufan's expression flickered with disappointment, albeit fleetingly, unnoticed by anyone. Nevertheless, Jine still possessed considerable strength, certainly surpassing that little brat, Temenel. Having indulged in a hearty meal, she turned to Sun Gohan and said, "Old man, you are a good person. What is your name?" "Sun Gohan," he replied. "It sounds quite delectable. I am called Jine." She patted her protruding belly. Sun Gohan remarked, "The peaches are all gone. What shall we do now, Kakarot?" "I apologize, mother." Kakarot responded, after satisfying her hunger and thirst. Jine felt the urge to sleep. Sun Gohan stated that Kakarot must remain awake for the night to assess the situation, as Jine understood that serious injuries could lead to fever. Fever is particularly perilous. Kakarot had to rely solely on this old man, while Jine, merely a butcher, was unfamiliar with such matters. Since she could not be of much assistance, Jine decided to sleep, leaving Sun Gohan to brave the cold winds alone. Sun Gohan, however, was not as idle as Jine. He actively sought to cool down little Goku and care for him. Observing Jine asleep on the ground, he chuckled softly. At this age, she still remains unguarded. What if I were a villain? How naive. He covered Jine with a blanket. Though Sun Gohan had an affection for women, he was not a frivolous man. The next morning, Jine rubbed her eyes and, upon noticing the blanket draped over her, immediately thought of Kakarot. She glanced around anxiously, finding no one in sight, just a pile of extinguished fire. Her expression shifted from confusion to alarm. She yearned to find Kakarot, feeling particularly vulnerable in this desolate foreign land. Seeing that Goku was recovering well, Sun Gohan took him out for morning exercises. Goku, no longer exhibiting Kakarot's volatility, was very obedient, diligently mimicking Sun Gohan's every move. After their morning practice, little Goku rested on Sun Gohan's shoulder, and upon returning, they encountered a flustered Jine, who immediately snatched Goku into her embrace. "What's going on?" Little Goku wondered. "What happened?" Sun Gohan asked. Calmly, Jine inquired how much longer Kakarot would take to recover. Sun Gohan replied, "It will be a few months before Goku is well." He then tossed a universal capsule to the ground, which revealed an aircraft. Upon hearing Sun Gohan call Kakarot by the name Son Goku, Jine promptly insisted, "His name is Kakarot, do not alter it. It was given to him by his father." Sun Gohan chuckled heartily, unconcerned by Jine's protest, and suggested, "Shall we go to my home? This place is not suitable for living." Jine remained silent as she boarded Sun Gohan's aircraft, which elicited a satisfied smile from him. Sun Gohan then guided Jine towards Baozi Mountain. The journey, though lengthy and punctuated by stops, allowed Jine and little Goku to behold numerous breathtaking vistas. On planet Vegeta, the skies were now filled with returning spaceships. As the Saiyans were gradually making their way back, with only a few remaining who would likely never return. This time, without Bardock's valiant struggle, planet Vegeta was obliterated by a mere planetary destruction blast from Frieza. With a satisfied expression, Frieza reveled in his triumph, as his subordinates rushed to congratulate him. The destruction of planet Vegeta reached Bardock, Temenel, and others through the radio. On an unnamed planet besieged by invaders, Prince Vegeta was taking a moment of respite when an old acquaintance, visibly shaken, recounted the devastating news. Frieza had reported that planet Vegeta had been obliterated by a colossal meteor, claiming the lives of all the Saiyans who were urgently summoned back, narrowly sparing them from the same fate. Now, Raditz has shed his youthful appearance, resembling more of a miniature adult, one of the team members remarked. Another chimed in. Prince Vegeta, I believe you have a brother, do you not? To which Prince Vegeta retorted, that imbecile, Tarbell, is of no concern to us. Raditz inquired further. And what of him? He has gone to Earth with our mother, instructing me not to worry, and our ties are tenuous at best. Perhaps I shall visit him when time allows, Raditz replied nonchalantly. Bardock and Rick were taken aback by the destruction of planet Vegeta. Having initially thought that wiping out the Saiyans would suffice, they were unprepared for the annihilation of an entire planet, leaving Rick gripping the steering wheel with trembling hands. Simultaneously, Bardock felt a twinge of gratitude for his own fortunate survival. The atmosphere was similarly tense among Tamer and his crew, all shaken by the news, save for our protagonist. Tamer. As they entered a meteor-free zone, they activated the autopilot. Vettel, somewhat reluctant, suggested, Tamer, we might as well get some rest. Indeed, Mother, Tamer replied. Noticing Vettel's somber demeanor, he sought to offer solace. Mother, planet Vegeta was destined for ruin. We Saiyans have committed grave sins, and such a fate is not unexpected. Do not take it too much to heart. In the midst of eradicating violent tendencies on planet Ghidorah, Vettel had come to grasp the perilous nature of the Saiyans. Invading other planets was a criminal act, and a Scion whose very existence revolved around crime had no reason to persist. If even Frieza held disdain for them, who could offer them protection? They had offended both the righteous and the wicked, making survival a daunting challenge. Through Tamer's comforting words, Vettel's spirits began to lift. Gazing into the distance, Vettel contemplated, Jine, if you have perished, should the Dragon Balls truly exist, I shall resurrect you. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, Jine sneezed, sensing an unsettling feeling. Gohan, concerned that she might be unwell, inquired about her condition. Jine reassured him that she was fine, and through their shared experiences, she and Gohan had developed a harmonious rapport. Chapter 23. What lies ahead this house is rather charming, Jine remarked as she admired Gohan's quaint attic. Thank you for your kind words, madam. I was rather worried you might find it lacking, Gohan replied, bashfully scratching his head. Their journey had been marked by numerous stops, and they finally arrived at Baozi Mountain. Goku, feeling fatigued, was gently laid to rest by Jine, who sighed in relief as he quickly drifted off to sleep. However, the current dynamic between Jine and Gohan felt somewhat awkward. Yes, a bit uncomfortable. Gohan, inexperienced in interacting with women, especially those who were married, found himself at a loss for words. He soon excused himself under the pretext of gathering ingredients for dinner. As he gazed at the departing silhouette of Son Gohan, Kain let out a sigh of relief and addressed the heavens. Bardock, I am uncertain why, but on this planet, my heart experiences an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Were any other Saiyans to arrive here, they would undoubtedly annihilate the inhabitants, yet I find myself reluctant to bring destruction upon this place. The ingredients here are remarkably akin to those on our planet Vegeta, yet they are prepared with such exquisite skill. Bardock, what if we chose not to return and simply remain here? Upon uttering these words, Kain's tail began to sway with enthusiasm. Bardock, said Rick. The latest news from the Frieza force indicates that planet Vegeta has been obliterated by a colossal meteor strike. He continued, piloting the spacecraft while listening to the radio aboard. Indeed, Frieza has summoned all Saiyans back, and just as we are nearing our return, planet Vegeta meets its demise. Is this not too coincidental? Bardock replied, his expression stoic. In a habitual act shared between the two, Bardock and Rick swiftly removed their power-level detection devices as they boarded the ship, preferring to keep their privacy from prying ears, thus ensuring their conversation would not be overheard by Frieza and his ilk. Rick sensed something amiss. The modified power-level detection devices by Frieza had been repurposed for communication. Why the urgency to return? While there might not be any immediate peril, Perhaps an assault on a heavily populated planet was in the works. However, given the limitations of communication technology in that era, combined with Bardock's intuition, even Rick began to question the circumstances. Bardock, could it be that Frieza intends to eliminate us Scions? He speculated. Perhaps, Bardock mused, but what do you think? Upon hearing this, Rick burst into laughter. Bardock, you are quite the joker. How could it possibly be Frieza? He must want us Scions to engage in an invasion of a populous planet, or else why would he summon us back? You truly startled me. Bardock remained silent, pondering the possibility of whether a meteor or Frieza was responsible for the destruction of planet Vegeta. He lacked evidence to assert Frieza's guilt, yet he couldn't shake the suspicion. What was to become of the future? Bardock felt adrift in uncertainty. With little confidence in opposing the tyrannical Frieza, and considering the safety of Kine and others, Bardock was disinclined to take risks. Bardock, we are approaching the meteor-free zone, Rick announced. Indeed, Bardock replied, given that planet Ghidorah was not far from Earth. They would arrive in just over a year. This region was devoid of meteors, allowing for automatic navigation. It could be said that our protagonists were still en route, pondering what awaited them on Earth and what the future might hold for their world. Someone inquired about the surveillance capabilities of the combat power detection device, prompting me to elaborate. After dedicating some time to clarify, I discovered that the device was initially created by the Zephyr people, but it lacked the function to measure combat power. This feature was later introduced by King Kurd, and subsequently enhanced by the Kurdish legion's Meta, who enabled it to display combat power values. When Frieza ascended to power, communication capabilities were integrated, yet the surveillance function was not included at that stage. It was only added later. Originally, the device was meant to intercept conversations, but our boss Frieza insisted that all spoken words be recorded and uploaded. Our protagonist, Temenel, utilizes the combat power detection device from the era of King Kurd, thus it possesses neither communication nor surveillance features. Chapter 24. The Dragon Ball lacks intrigue. What is this? Jine asked curiously as she picked up the 4-star ball. This orb, I discovered it in the mountains years ago. Upon seeing it, I found it quite fascinating. So I brought it back and kept it safe. Isn't it beautiful? Son Wukong explained about the 4-star ball. I see, but it's rather uninteresting, Jine remarked, placing the 4-star ball back down. She preferred items of more practical use. Feeling a bit bored at Son Wukong's home, Jine sought information about Vegeta and her companions, inquiring, have you ever seen anyone like us? You know, those with tails? I haven't, Son Wukong replied, shaking his head. Despite his extensive experience and having encountered numerous beings, including many extraterrestrials on Earth, he had never seen anyone like them. Jine pondered for a moment, deciding not to rush. Her priority was to ensure Son Wukong's recovery before addressing other matters. During her stay with Son Wukong, she wasn't merely eating and sleeping, she absorbed a wealth of knowledge. She realized that Son Wukong was likely among the strongest of Earthlings, recalling that the combat power detection device indicated a mere power level of 120. Jine chuckled, dismissing the notion of such a low figure representing the strongest. Rising to her feet, she felt invincible, even believing no one could surpass her, and contemplated declaring everyone present as insignificant. Son Wukong, noticing Jine's arrogance, decided to impart a lesson before it led to serious consequences. With a swift motion, he knocked Jine down and brandished his Rui Bang towards her. Jine, momentarily bewildered, contemplated retaliating against the elderly man, but became speechless upon hearing Son Wukong's words. Now, in your current strength, you were easily defeated by my lesser power. If you encounter someone stronger than me while harboring such contempt for your adversaries, only death awaits you. Jine felt that Son Wukong truly possessed a cunning wisdom, exclaiming, you ambushed me. Otherwise, you would never defeat me. Is that so? Son Wukong replied, narrowing his eyes. For reasons unknown, Jine took a step back, sensing a formidable aura, something she had only experienced on the battlefield before. A twinge of fear crept in. Yet she gradually stood tall again. Son Wukong reverted to his gentle demeanor, resembling the kind old man he was, and said, why not take another look with your combat power detection device? Without a word, Jine activated the combat power detection device. As Son Gohan completed his incantation of the Kamehameha, he unleashed the energy wave with a force that was astonishing, showcasing a battle power of 490, an unbelievable feat that led Jinai to question the functionality of the power detection device. She promptly deactivated it, suppressing her prideful remarks, and a wave of melancholy washed over her. After releasing the energy wave, Gohan appeared unscathed, while Jinai realized that if Gohan were to engage her with his full strength, he could easily vanquish her. Observing Jinai's demeanor, Gohan felt a twinge of distress. He wished she would express some reaction, even if it were anger rather than silence. Though Jinai was not a scion of formidable strength, her competitive spirit burned fiercely, particularly stoked by being surpassed by the younger Gohan. She regarded him with a serious gaze, which made Gohan feel a bit uneasy. As he reflected on the precariousness of their situation, a serious confrontation could indeed lead to dire consequences. However, Jinai did not exhibit the rage he anticipated. Instead, her thoughts turned to the implications of her potential demise. What would become of Goku? She resolved to grow stronger, vowing not to be outdone by the young warrior. With a grave tone, Jinai implored, "Son Gohan, please teach me how to become stronger. I cannot continue like this, or I may truly perish, dragging Kakarot down with me." Gohan, recognizing the seriousness in Jinai's eyes, replied, "I understand. I will guide you on how to better harness your physical capabilities." "Thank you," Jinai responded earnestly. "This is your attire," Gohan noted, causing Jinai to express confusion regarding the need for a change of clothing during training. "You've been on Earth for quite some time, wearing the same outfit daily. Training will inevitably lead to perspiration, and one outfit simply cannot suffice," Gohan explained. With his reasoning, Jinai came to comprehend and decided to store her battle suit, donning Gohan's training garb instead. Thus, they began their mornings together, engaging in simple yet profound activities: Tai Chi, chopping wood, weeding, and hunting. Initially, Jinai was perplexed, but she reasoned that Gohan would not mislead her and followed his lead in practice. Gohan understood that Jinai did not seek to become overwhelmingly powerful. She merely desired to hold her own against opponents of comparable strength. He focused on teaching her how to effectively wield her abilities, offering little else, for he lacked the knowledge to instruct further. As the days passed in training alongside Gohan, Jinai's aura gradually became more stable, and her demeanor shifted towards tranquility, enabling her to face even the specter of death with equanimity, wielding her strength with newfound ease. Despite her perception of little change, when Gohan encouraged Jinai to unleash a Kamehameha, she complied despite her confusion. Upon executing the energy wave, she felt no exertion whatsoever. Observing the perplexed expression on Jinai's face, Son Wukong explained, "Is your energy wave now easier to manage compared to before? This is due to my guidance, which has enabled you to utilize every ounce of your strength with utmost efficiency, rather than expending 10 parts of your energy for a mere 1 part of effect." Jinai grasped this concept and felt a surge of happiness, yet she understood the necessity of continued training. This time, however, it would be self-directed. Son Wukong had imparted all he could, and Jinai had learned sufficiently. The remainder depended on her own fortitude. Upon returning from gathering firewood, Son Wukong saw Son Wukong holding Jinai's tail. Jinai appeared feeble, reminiscent of a woman toyed with, causing Son Wukong to blush profusely, though he quickly regained his composure, albeit feeling discomfort below. Son Wukong then inquired, "My lady, what are you doing?" Jinai instructed Son Wukong to let go and explained, "We hail from the distant planet Vegeta, where we reside as Saiyans. We possess a critical vulnerability, our tails. If grasped by another, we lose our strength, though it can be altered through training." Understanding dawned on Son Wukong's face. "If that is the case, why do you Saiyans retain such a weakness?" He pondered. "It is because our tails grant us the ability to transform," Jinai replied. "Might I witness your transformation? It would enhance my understanding of you, and perhaps through observation, empower you further." "Alas, transformation requires a full moon. It is still broad daylight." Jinai indicated towards the sky. "A full moon? I recall that tonight." Son Wukong mused aloud. Chapter 25. Transformation. Jinai ushered Son Wukong into the house, lulling him to sleep before secretly accompanying Son Wukong to a secluded grove for further exploration. "My lady, is this truly permissible? If not, I shall refrain," Son Wukong said, gazing at the woman before him. "Of course, it is permissible. It's not particularly formidable. If you wish to see, I shall oblige. Perhaps witnessing my form will evoke different thoughts within you," Jinai replied nonchalantly. However, after a moment's contemplation, she added, "It has been quite some time since I last attempted this. I cannot be certain I will remain lucid. I hope I do not lose my reason." Upon hearing this, Son Wukong felt a twinge of panic, but Jinai had already turned her gaze towards the moon, prompting him to silently pray for no complications to arise. A thorough examination of human anatomy reveals that individuals can only perceive light waves through their eyes, relaying this information to the brain. Scions are no exception. Therefore, during a full moon, if the eyes are shielded from excessive exposure to the light waves, transformation can be avoided. However, prolonged exposure will eventually lead to a change. Janae gazed at the moon, her heartbeat quickening. As her tail received the signal, she began to exert her strength, gradually transforming into a colossal ape, delivering a few resounding thumps against her chest. Despite the barrier of fabric, the size was undeniable, and a satisfied smile graced Janae's lips. As Sun Wukong gazed upon a seemingly mindless giant ape, he comprehended the situation at hand. Indeed, this transformation could augment one's physical prowess. However, it appeared to come at the cost of agility. Uncertainty lingered regarding whether Jean and I could regain control, prompting him to inquire, "Madam, can you still comprehend my words?" Jean and I seemed to acknowledge Sun Wukong's query, yet remained unresponsive. Her demeanor was somewhat fierce, and he realized that she might be succumbing to the overwhelming power. He shouted again, "Madam, Madam, Jean and I." Nevertheless, her expression remained one of furious rage, leaving Sun Wukong somewhat at a loss. This force was evidently superior to his own, and his calls had evidently captured Jean's attention as she turned her gaze toward him. Sun Wukong quipped, "Madam has already advised against forcing it. Surely your mind is not clear at this moment." Suddenly, he found himself in peril as Jean and I placed her foot atop his head, intent on crushing him. Swiftly, he sidestepped the attack. Surveying the footprint left behind, he exclaimed, "Goodness, are you serious? Madam, this is hardly amusing. Please cease this jest." At that juncture, Sun Wukong resolved not to awaken Jean and I any further, opting instead to return home and retrieve Sun Wukong. He believed that upon regaining her senses, Jean and I would appreciate his well-intentioned efforts. After observing Sun Wukong retreat a distance, Jean and I could no longer contain herself and erupted into hearty laughter, even clutching her abdomen in delight. Sun Wukong, fully aware of the jest played upon him, felt a wave of frustration wash over his countenance, pondering. The heart of a woman is truly inscrutable. Master Wu Tian, you speak the truth. He soon returned to Jean and I's side, witnessing her enlarged form, which provided a striking visual impact. He began to scrutinize the implications of this transformation. "Has this alteration affected your agility?" he inquired. "Not significantly," Jean and I responded. "Unless one were to engage with adversaries of comparable strength who are smaller in stature, then complications may arise." After some learning from Sun Wukong, she had drawn certain conclusions. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement but posed another query. "Is this power something you can inherently control?" Jean and I patiently elaborated. "This is a fundamental ability of our scion lineage. Upon reaching maturity, we receive instruction on how to manage our great ape form. Does this mean that without control, one is consumed by rage?" Sun Wukong probed further. Reflecting on his words, Jean and I affirmed, "Indeed, it is akin to what you describe as losing oneself in madness. Rage may be a contributing factor, yet I find it difficult to fully grasp the extent of it. My knowledge remains limited, preventing me from offering more substantial insights." Sun Wukong mulled over the scant information provided. "Madam, there seems to be little useful information available. Perhaps you could revert to your original form?" he suggested. Jean and I, perspiring slightly and feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I apologize. I cannot revert." Sun Wukong was confused, as it was evident that this was not her first transformation. Jean and I explained, "Upon witnessing a full moon, our adorable little tails become highly sensitive and continuously receive the stimuli of blood's waves. Unless one were to sever the tail or destroy the moon, reverting is impossible." "What will you do?" "Wait for the moon to vanish. You may leave first. I shall endure a night in the wilderness. Thank you for your efforts. I will return now, and rest assured, I will vigilantly watch over Sun Wukong tonight. It has already been stated that he is cockroach. You, dear old man, seem somewhat displeased. Your stubbornness is not new." This evening, two restless souls lingered, one braving the chill of the night air, the other apprehensive of the transformation of the child beside him. Nightfall descended swiftly, yet it departed just as quickly. The discomfort of sleeping outdoors left Janae with aches, while Sun Gohan bore the weight of fatigue evident in his darkened eyes. Sun Wukong found it peculiar. Why were mother and grandfather not sleeping? They appeared as though they had not rested at all. "It's nothing," they replied in unison. Sun Wukong, trusting their words, simply thought they were tired and chose to play instead. Each day, he accompanied his mother in her training. Yet today she had granted herself a reprieve. Nestled far from urban chaos, Baozi Mountain exuded a serene isolation, accompanied by wisps of smoke rising into the air. Yet today, an additional scene unfolded, a youth brimming with admiration for nature. Janae and Son Gohan also opted against returning to sleep. They too had succumbed to slumber, albeit restless, and instead ventured into the wild for a camping experience. Son Gohan pressed a button on their dwelling, transforming it into a versatile capsule. Janae, intrigued by this technology, inquired, "What is this? How does it conjure such items?" This is a burgeoning technology that has gained popularity in the cities in recent years, though it can be somewhat expensive, Son Gohan explained. As he observed Sun Wukong playing by the riverbank, Son Gohan recognized that his son was still a child. Excessive pressure to train could yield adverse effects. Thus, he occasionally indulged in playful moments with him. Janae understood this sentiment, recalling her own carefree childhood. "Ah, how warm and comforting. Is this what it means to have a home?" Janae mused inwardly. She longed to remain here with Bardock, yet her attention was drawn back to Son Gohan, prompting her to suddenly avert her gaze. Son Gohan, noticing her glance, offered her a smile, but she coldly turned away. It mattered not to him. Their relationship was merely that of good friends. Chapter 26. Arrival on Earth. A small disc-shaped spacecraft breached Earth's atmosphere. Vettel turned to Temer, saying, "Temer, fasten your seatbelt. It's going to get a tad exhilarating." Temer, flustered, hurried to secure her belt. This journey had indeed been a reckless speed. However, Vettel, with her adept piloting skills, assured that she could handle any velocity. Yet, she noticed Temer's apprehension. Her fear of motion sickness was palpable, prompting her to slow down a tad. Temer was genuinely frightened, watching meteorites zip past the spacecraft at alarming speeds, fearing that a moment's inattention could lead to catastrophe. "Finally, we have arrived on Earth," Temer exclaimed, relief washing over her. The thought of losing her sanity was nearly overwhelming. "Indeed, we have arrived," Vettel replied, her expression briefly revealing concern before it vanished. The weather here was delightful, and their landing was remarkably smooth, unlike certain unfortunate souls. As the staircase extended outward, a gentle breeze swept from behind, bringing a sense of comfort to Temenel Air. Vettel also emerged, inquiring, "Where shall we go next?" Temenel Air replied, "Let us visit that nearby city and indulge in a meal. The cuisine here is truly delightful." "Did he share that with you as well?" Vettel asked. "Well, sort of, but that is not particularly important," Temenel Air responded, noticing a hint of concern on her mother's face. "Mother, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Let us first grab something to eat," she replied. Temenel Air, carrying several boxes of emeralds, soared towards the city known as Nandu, the very place where the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was once held in the anime, albeit not particularly renowned at this time. Nevertheless, the tourism industry here thrived, offering a plethora of services, and Temenel Air marveled at the diverse appearances of the Earth's inhabitants. Vettel, observing the bustling city, couldn't he help but draw parallels to the festive atmosphere of planet Vegeta. Two women clad in white roamed the streets until they stumbled upon a sizable jade shop, where they decided to enter. The sales clerk, upon noticing Temenel Air and her companion, refrained from mocking their seemingly humble appearance. For many affluent individuals strolled about in flip-flops and shorts. Even if they were genuinely impoverished, professional decorum would prevent her from behaving inappropriately. "May I assist you, ladies?" the sales clerk inquired. Temenel Air replied, "I possess a batch of high-quality jade. Would you be interested in purchasing it?" The sales clerk, understanding the nature of their business, requested to inspect the goods. Upon opening the boxes, Temenel Air revealed an impressive collection of emeralds, startling the clerk. No matter how composed she attempted to appear, a sense of panic began to set in, though her years of experience allowed her to regain her composure swiftly. "Allow me to consult the manager. There are far too many emeralds for me to decide," she stuttered. "Very well, go ahead," Temenel Air replied, satisfied with the clerk's demeanor. After a brief wait, the manager of the jade shop appeared, wiping sweat from his brow before ushering the two into a conference room. The sight of the boxes filled with exquisite jade felt almost surreal to him, as such treasures were rare and coveted. "Please, bring tea and refreshments," he instructed, and the sales clerk hurried to fulfill his request. Meanwhile, the silent Vettel began to partake in the offerings, each movement exuding an air of elegance. Two individuals awaited, fully aware that the one who succumbed to urgency would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage. Such is the unspoken rule of the business realm. Upon exchanging knowing glances, they silently acknowledged each other's expertise. Ultimately, it was the manager who faltered first, for he could not afford to gamble recklessly. He proposed 1.5 billion. What do you say? Of course, Temenel was well aware that this batch of emeralds was worth far more than 1.5 billion. Pretending to be incensed, she retorted, "Are you attempting to take advantage of my ignorance?" The manager quickly backtracked, stating, 2 billion, 2 billion, that's the maximum I can offer. We too must sustain our business. Temenel hefted the emeralds upon her shoulder, preparing to depart. 2.5 billion, or I shall seek another buyer, she declared, moving deliberately toward the exit. Although Vettel could not fully comprehend the situation, she followed Temenel closely. Temenel silently urged her, call me. Sighing, she resigned herself to the loss, rationalizing it as a means of forging a friendship, hoping that in the future they might sell valuable items through her. The manager, somewhat helpless, recognized the inherent disadvantage of the negotiation. However, in Temenel's eyes, 2.5 billion was undoubtedly a fair deal. With satisfaction, Temenel affixed her signature, confident that the payment would not pose an issue, and departed with a card bearing the 2.5 billion sum. Inside the store, she instructed Vettel to remain silent. Once outside, Vettel could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Temenel, how did you know he was undervaluing the gems? Goodness, it was painfully obvious. The old mountain spirit would surely be disheartened to know you could not discern this, Temenel lamented, clutching her chest in mock sorrow. Vettel acknowledged the performance, questioning what relevance it held to the old mountain spirit. Temenel's demeanor shifted, abandoning her previous nonchalance. After some contemplation, Vettel nodded in agreement, realizing that she lacked the acumen to navigate such matters. In unfamiliar territory, it was best to rely on her exceptionally capable daughter. At that moment, Temenel was filled with joy. In her past life, she had never possessed such wealth. She declared her desire for lavish feasts and promptly entered a restaurant. The sight of two gluttonous patrons left the entire establishment in astonishment as they consumed their meals with remarkable speed. Temenel, this food is truly delectable, Vettel exclaimed, savoring the culinary delights. Mother, isn't it delicious? I didn't deceive you, did I? Indeed, keep eating, Temenel encouraged. Once we are satiated, can we seek the Dragon Balls? Vettel questioned, her anxiety mounting with each passing hour without locating him. Mother, you should return to the spaceship. I will present you with a surprise shortly, Temenel coaxed playfully. Vettel, unable to resist Temenel's charming demeanor, conceded and hurried back to the ship. Temenel then ventured into a versatile capsule shop. Though modest in size, the items were costly, yet Temenel was indifferent to the expenditure. As the ancients wisely noted, wealth is merely a transient possession, neither brought into life nor taken from it. Earning is merely a means to spend. Addressing the salesgirl, Temenel requested, this one, that one, and those as well. All of it, please. The salesgirl, delighted to have such a significant customer, swiftly complied with her request. Upon exiting the universal adhesive capsule shop, the charming Temenel, contemplating the time spent away from her mother, spotted a clothing store and felt compelled to purchase a gift. Without hesitation, she entered the establishment. Chapter 27. Such peculiarity. Welcome back. You've been gone for quite a while. Have you been indulging in some escapades? Vittel jested. What are you talking about? I merely went to procure a gift for you. Temenel retorted, somewhat exasperated. My apologies. I was merely concerned for your safety. What if some boy were to whisk you away and you ended up with a horde of little monkeys? What am I to do then? Accept it or embrace it? Vittel mused. Enough of that. On this planet, there is no one capable of overpowering me. Is there truly anyone who could abduct me? Such jest is misplaced. Temenel replied firmly. Here, I refuse to believe that a gift cannot silence you. Wow, the clothes are stunning. Mother will adore this. However, she has a greater fondness for meat. Perhaps next time, I shall procure some meat, Temenel remarked, addressing the small flying saucer. If you like it, then by all means, change into it. That old lizard's white outfit is quite drab, and when it gets sweaty, it becomes somewhat transparent. I cannot fathom why he possesses only that one garment. Had he not appeared on the brink of death, I would have dealt with him long ago. Temenel expressed with disdain. Suddenly, A loud explosion resonated, and the small flying saucer vanished. Vidal, taken aback, inquired, "Where's the ship? Did you ruin it?" Picking up the universal capsule, Temenel explained to Vidal, "This is Earth technology, capable of compressing objects into capsules. It is quite the marvel. I inquired about it. Yet I cannot comprehend the terms, molecules, atoms, and whatnot. The attendant's explanation left me bewildered. It is remarkably convenient. The genius who invented this must be extraordinary. In the future, we shall be able to store copious amounts of food," Vidal acknowledged. "But such an impressive invention, and you use it so casually? That cannot be right. Did you not come to Earth in search of Dragon Balls? Where will we find them? I know the location of one Dragon Ball. Follow me, Mother," Temenel declared. With that, Temenel soared towards the Bun Mountain, having clarified the route prior to departure, equipped with a map, rendering her fearless. Vidal followed closely behind. An hour and a half later, they arrived at Bun Mountain, a desolate area where little was visible. Vidal inquired, "Temenel, where is it?" "It is somewhere near this mountain," Temenel replied cautiously, reluctant to divulge her knowledge of this world, aware that the individual in question could not withstand scrutiny. As the chirping of birds filled the air, a tree fell, capturing Temenel's attention. She swiftly flew over to discover son Wukong clad in martial arts attire. Momentarily stunned by the sight of the most robust legs in this realm. "Ah, who are you? How can you fly? Are you a monster?" Son Wukong exclaimed. Astonished at Temenel, Vidal approached, equally surprised, stating, "This resembles Bardock in his youth." "Wow, two monsters. How troublesome. It seems I might not stand a chance," Son Wukong declared, drawing the large saw strapped to his back, bracing for confrontation. "Please hold on. I am indeed human. You see, I stand before the illustrious Son Wukong." Is the next step to lift the skirt she has deliberately donned? I initially mistook her for a creature of the night. Nonetheless, my grandfather once advised that one should always be courteous upon encountering another human. "We are having a grand feast at our home today. Come with us." Son Wukong, with his characteristic nonchalance, changed his expression. "Truly, it is you, Goku. Yet, I find it perplexing that she does not lift her skirt. I begin to question my own allure. Why the silence? Am I not as charming as Bulma? Fear not, for I am also 16. Vettel, following closely behind the firewood-laden Son Wukong, inquired, "Little one, how old are you?" "I am 5, Son Wukong replied. "5, you say? What is your name?" Vettel continued. "I do not know. My grandfather calls me Son Wukong, and my mother calls me Kakarot. So you may refer to me as either Son Wukong or Kakarot. It is up to you," he stated. Having gathered sufficient information, Vettel turned to Temenel and remarked, "Why is there a scion here? Is this one sent to conquer this planet?" Temenel, of course, kept the secret, shaking her head to indicate her confusion while still doubting her own charm. "Why the silence? Is it not so?" Vettel asked, somewhat irate, as she stood here trembling, only to find that Temenel had drifted away in thought. "Visiting his home will clarify everything. He mentioned having a mother. Let us meet the family," Temenel suggested. "How peculiar. I assumed you fancied Raditz, but it seems you prefer nurturing instead. I never imagined my daughter would develop feelings for someone so swiftly. Alas, girls grow up too quickly," Vettel remarked, her excitement palpable. Temenel observed, "The surroundings are indeed lush. I truly wish to reside here in the future. Please wait here. I shall inform my grandfather and the others that we have guests. I will return shortly," Son Wukong said, placing the firewood by the roadside and stepping into the house before them. This dwelling differs somewhat from the anime, being slightly larger and even two-storied. And there is Son Wukong's mother. Why is there a person here? Temenel pondered inwardly. "I am uncertain. Are you jesting? You seem to be speaking less and less, and your remarks are becoming increasingly vulgar. Thank you for the compliment, but I have lost all hope in you. Other systems can effortlessly conquer realms, while you appear to be utterly inept. I am indeed a legitimate force. Do not compare me to those rogue systems. It is advisable for you to maintain your distance from them, for although rogue systems may possess a host, their origins are dubious. The Temporal Cleaners, a group of fanatics, would not hesitate to eliminate both host and system alike. What are the Temporal Cleaners? You might perceive them as the law enforcement of the system realm, crucial figures in maintaining equilibrium. Yet, how can one consider a murderer to be significant? We are perpetually burdened with the misdeeds of rogue systems, which coerce individuals into completing tasks, threatening annihilation upon failure. You cannot fathom the multitude of complaints we receive daily. Even our supreme deity has reached a breaking point. demanding a cadre of main systems to assume the role of temporal managers. They are primarily gentle, nurturing figures, which is quite unfortunate. No wonder your legitimate military operations are faltering. Seasoned veterans have deserted, and the origins of those rogue systems remain questionable. Some individuals from the cultivation realm impersonate others, while celestial forces from various worlds are involved. Though there may be a few virtuous souls, the majority tend to be nefarious. I sense you may be more sinister still. Do not be deceived by trivial gains. I have also heard of rogue systems usurping hosts. While others may traverse realms without systems, I consider myself fortunate to possess one. Within the confines of the residence, I heard son Wukong mention the arrival of someone. Having not seen an outsider in quite some time, I ventured out to investigate. Upon encountering Vegeta, I exclaimed, Vegeta. Vegeta, taken aback, involuntarily responded. I comprehend now. The issue lies with Temer, who seems rather vexing, indicating that the narrative may diverge entirely from the original text. Script advantage, begone. You are of no use to me. Chapter 28. I have Bardock Jine. Why are you here? Vegeta asked, perplexed. The explanation is somewhat complex. Why did you arrive only now? Jine expressed her discontent with Temer's tardiness. Isn't there a bit of trouble on the planet Kadora? We only just arrived on Earth, Vegeta clarified. Is that so? Jine turned to Temer, who nodded in affirmation. That is acceptable. I suppose you have a conscience, Vegeta. Truly, you are my good sister, Jine remarked, touched. In truth, I did not come to see you, rather. I was curious about the presence of a scion here, Vegeta said, gesturing towards son Wukong. Oh, him? He is my and Bardock's youngest son, named Kakarot. His distinctive hairstyle is strikingly reminiscent of Bardock, Jine explained to Vegeta. Ah, congratulations. He indeed bears a resemblance, sporting the same crab-like head. By the way, where is Bardock? Surely he hasn't cast you out? Vegeta asked with a hint of mockery. Jine, already harboring doubts about Bardock's feelings towards her, found Vegeta's words to be another matter entirely. And she retorted vehemently, Bardock is not like those Saiyans. He would never abandon his family. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall sever ties with you. I was merely jesting. Do not take these details too seriously, Vegeta acknowledged, realizing he had gone too far, hoping to move past the topic. Forget it. I also overlooked the fact that you are a widow, Gnei remarked with a hint of irony. Although Vettel furrowed his brow for a fleeting moment, he soon adopted an air of indifference. Ah, a combat power of 900. It seems there has been some progress, Vettel mused, pressing a button on the combat power detector, his lips curling into a slight smile. A proud demeanor emanated from Vettel, who remained unperturbed. However, Gnei felt a twinge of anger, sensing an affront, and activated her own combat power detector. 1000, what is there to boast about? She thought. Vettel, fully aware of Gnei's thoughts, allowed a hint of his aura to escape. The detector revealed a staggering 5000 for Gnei, leaving her astounded. What on earth? You've been secretly working hard behind my back. I thought I was already striving enough, but it turns out you are even more relentless. Not far outside, Son Gohan sensed a powerful aura. Although he could not feel the energy in the traditional sense, even someone without martial arts skills could perceive such a formidable presence. After all, Son Gohan was the prized pupil of Master Roshi. This aura felt mightier than Gnei's, causing him concern as he hastened his pace. Not at all resembling an elderly man. Upon reaching home, he spotted the sleeping Temenel by the door, while Goku was chopping wood nearby, which instantly put his mind at ease. Goku, noticing his grandfather had stopped chopping, was eager to greet him, but Son Gohan held him back. Gesturing towards Temenel and placing a finger to his lips, Goku quickly understood. Just a gentle wake-up. No worries. I know Grandpa will praise me, he thought as he approached Temenel. Hey, sister, Grandpa is back, Goku nudged Temenel. She rubbed her eyes, saw Son Gohan, stood up, and greeted him with a polite hello. Bowing deeply, Son Gohan, taken aback, instinctively replied with a hello, then pulled Goku aside to inquire, who is this girl, and why is she here? That sister is someone I brought home, Grandpa. Am I impressive? Goku beamed. Quite remarkable, Son Gohan said, ruffling his hair and smiling. Yet he pondered. Was my life truly this easy? What use is your combat power if I have Bardock? Gnei felt she had found her footing. Your combat power is merely 900, while mine stands at 1. That is the chasm that separates us, Vettel retorted. I have Bardock, Gnei exclaimed defiantly. You crude woman, Bardock cannot defeat me either. Vettel replied, elongating his final words. As tensions escalated, Son Gohan entered, declaring that it was time to eat. Vettel cast a glance at son Wukong, instantly regaining his composure, regretting why he had allowed himself to be provoked by this woman. So it is. You were not abandoned by Bardock. Rather, you forsook Bardock for this old man. Jean, feeling irate, retorted that there should be a limit to such absurdity. Vettel, relishing her anger, recognized that he must not yield in intensity to Jean and promptly approached her, signaling that a confrontation was imminent. However, as the two faced each other, an electric tension filled the air, causing beads of sweat to form on son Wukong's brow. Although one might expect to feel joy from a woman's ire on one's behalf, son Wukong found no delight in the moment, only a sense of disdain. The intensity radiating from both individuals was enough to intimidate him. Yet our brave son Wukong summoned his courage and addressed them. Ladies, let us calm ourselves. We can discuss matters at a leisurely pace. Laughter erupted from both, easing the atmosphere. Jean, you remain as shameless as ever, Vettel remarked. And you, still as sharp-tongued as always, Jean replied. Their sudden reconciliation startled son Wukong. What is happening here? Perhaps this is my doing, he mused. In an instant, a grilled fish was devoured, leaving all parties satisfied. While dining, son Wukong learned that both were scions, akin to Jean. May I inquire about your purpose for being here? He asked, though I sense no malice from you. Your presence suggests that this is not merely a nostalgic visit. Conversing with the astute requires little effort, they replied. We have come for the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Son Wukong questioned, his confusion evident. Indeed, replied the resolute Temer, we seek the Dragon Balls. Temer then stepped into the house, retrieving the 4-star ball as he spoke. Legend has it that the 7 Dragon Balls were once a single, magnificent orb, divided into 7 pieces due to the anger of Earth's deity. In an age long past, when humanity was honest and virtuous, the deity bestowed the Dragon Balls upon mankind as a blessing. Humanity constructed sacred temples to honor the Dragon Balls, praying for peace in their lives. However, as greed took root in the hearts of some, disputes arose over the misuse of the Dragon Balls. Enraged, the deity fragmented the Dragon Balls, scattering them across the world. This was the consequence of humanity's excessive exploitation. Yet the avaricious continued their search for the 7 Dragon Balls, and indeed, some succeeded in gathering all 7 to gain immense power. This is what I understand of the Dragon Balls, and this is the 4-star ball, so named for the 4 stars it bears. Such an extraordinary object, Jean exclaimed, having initially thought it worthless. Now I see. But what is your purpose in collecting the Dragon Balls? Son Wukong inquired, voicing his curiosity. Ha, I see now, Temer. You all have a goal in mind, Jean announced to the group. You all simply desire an endless supply of meat. Temenel, son Gohan. Vettel, son Goku. I see, mother is indeed very clever, right? Right? Temenel appears to be wearing a knowing expression. Yes. You are absolutely correct. Temenel is speechless at the notion proposed by GNEI. Chapter 29. Setting off to seek the Dragon Balls, Vettel could no longer contain her feelings and declared, Revive. We must resurrect Toma. That is the purpose of our quest for the Dragon Balls. I see. GNEI also calmed down. I have little hope. Yet I wish for the Dragon Balls to be effective. Vettel expressed her innermost thoughts at that moment. In that case, I, Kakarot, shall join you in the search for the Dragon Balls, GNEI responded. It has been quite some time since we fought side by side, Vettel. All right. Let us go have some fun, Son Goku said joyfully. Who asked for your help? You are truly a bunch of self-appointed individuals, Vettel retorted with a hint of pride. Don't mind us. After all, we are good friends. GNEI placed her hand on Vettel's shoulder. As for me, I shall refrain from joining you. I am quite old and not suited for long journeys. I will prepare some provisions for you, as this is not a matter to be taken lightly. Son Gohan stated before returning to gather supplies. Where are the remaining Dragon Balls? GNEI inquired. There is one to the south. I believe it lies in the sea. Temenel remarked, deliberately glancing at Son Gohan, who was holding a package and the Rui Bang, implying that her hint was clear enough. If he did not go, it would be a slight against her. The Southern Sea? I recall Master Mutian resides there. You may seek his assistance, for he is indeed formidable, Son Gohan added. Master Mutian? Temenel feigned ignorance. Master Mutian is my teacher, the one who introduced me to martial arts. His strength is far beyond mine, Son Gohan explained. Wow. Is he stronger than Grandpa? How impressive, Son Goku exclaimed in surprise. Without further ado, you should embark on your quest for the Dragon Balls. Here are your gifts and supplies, Son Gohan concluded, handing the items to Son Goku and GNEI. Wow, the Rui bang. Grandpa, is this truly for me? Son Goku's excitement was palpable. Hey, Son Gohan, are you really not coming with us? GNEI, holding the package containing money and clothing. Having fallen in love with shopping since Son Gohan took her to the city to buy clothes. Knew he was stingy. Yet felt he had put in some effort by parting with his money. I cannot go. My old bones cannot endure such strain. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. For all gatherings in the world must eventually disperse, Son Gohan replied. Very well, take care of yourself. Do not pass away. GNEI expressed her lingering concern for the old man, who had taught her the proper application of energy and helped her dispel her inner turmoil. Grandpa Son Gohan, will you truly not reconsider? You might have the chance to meet your master Mutian, Temenel inquired. I will not go. You all may proceed. I can take care of myself, Son Gohan responded. GNEI then cradled Son Goku in her arms and took to the skies, followed closely by Vettel and Temenel, though midway, Temenel changed direction, soaring angrily towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan initially felt a sense of melancholy. Yet the thought of being alone brought him unexpected joy. Upon witnessing the rapidly approaching Temenel, who displayed a look of terror, he found himself in a state of confusion as Temenel lifted him, and together they soared through the sky. Gohan, having grown closer to the girls, expressed his lack of happiness, to which Temenel, ever the clever little sprite, remarked that they had indeed reunited by fate. It seems our paths have crossed again. Since Gohan's grandfather wishes to travel with us, let us embark together, she suggested. Why must I accompany you? Gohan inquired, realizing he had no choice but to follow. I am unfamiliar with the route, he added. Temenel provided him with an irrefutable reason. The journey to Bowsy Mountain would indeed consume considerable time. Resigned, Gohan directed her, albeit by flying himself. Vittel, how have you learned to fly? I recall you couldn't before. What secret does Ghidorah Star hold that has transformed you so? Jine wondered. Intrigued by her experiences, Vittel replied, Ghidorah Star harbors no secrets. You should be aware that Saiyan possess a unique trait. Nearing death enhances our combat abilities. With that in mind, you can infer what I have endured. Indeed, it has not been easy. It appears your journey has been fraught with challenges, Jine acknowledged, her heart softened by the revelation. They flew at great speed, yet an elderly gentleman named Sun struggled to keep pace. Fortunately, Temenel provided Gohan with a burst of energy, ensuring no one lagged behind. There lies Master Mutian's residence, Gohan announced, gesturing toward a quaint pink house ahead. Temenel declared her intention to capture this beautiful moment with a photograph. Master Mutian, your disciple Son Gohan has come to visit, he called out to the sunbathing turtle sage. Gohan, it has been far too long since our last meeting. The turtle sage responded warmly. Grandfather, is he truly as formidable as they say? Goku asked with curiosity. Gohan admonished. Goku, we must maintain our manners. Master, we are in search of mystical orbs known as Dragon Balls, Gohan explained, prompting Temenel to reveal the 4-star ball to the turtle sage. Dragon Balls? Oh, I believe I have one in my room, the turtle sage recalled. Is that true, Master? That would be immensely helpful, Gohan exclaimed, relieved he would not have to venture into the sea. The turtle sage promptly retrieved a 3-star ball from his chamber, tossing it to Gohan without hesitation. Master, are you truly giving this to us? Gohan questioned in disbelief. I fished this out of the ocean about a century ago. It's not particularly valuable. If you wish to take it, please do, the turtle sage replied. Thank you, Master, Gohan said, immediately bowing in gratitude. Splendid. We have found one so swiftly, Goku exclaimed with delight. Well, it's rather peculiar, Temenel mused, puzzled by the old man's sudden lack of lecherous tendencies. What is truly happening in this world of Dragon Balls? She pondered, increasingly bewildered by the unfolding phenomena. Chapter 30. Being too clever is detrimental. Son Gohan, stay and keep me company. It has been ages since we last met. The turtle sage requested of Gohan. Well, it is indeed possible, but I am uncertain whether they are willing. I initially intended to stay in the mountains. Yet this little girl forcibly brought me here, Son Wukong said, gesturing towards Temenel. Oh, I see. The sunlight glimmered off the sunglasses. Miss, could you allow Son Wukong to accompany me for a while? My apprentice and I have some matters to discuss. As for Son Wukong, I merely wished for him to guide me. If he is truly reluctant to go, then it is of no consequence to Temenel. It is impossible to continue the journey with Son Wukong, for he is quite feeble, lacking endurance. This turtle sage has indeed rendered significant assistance. I initially sought to take the Dragon Balls from him and return with son Wukong. Since you desire them, feel free to take them. After inquiring about the direction to West City, Temenel and the others set off towards it, arriving and departing in a flurry. Son Wukong, what is the matter? The turtle sage's expression was grave. Master Wutian, what troubles you? Is someone in debt to you? Son Wukong inquired, puzzled. I am not jesting. Their aura is even more formidable than that of Demon King Piccolo. Who are they? The turtle sage expressed his concerns. Oh, let me recount the tale from when I attended the wedding of the Bull Demon King, son Wukong began. I see. I feared you might be in peril. Their presence is the most potent I have encountered among those I have seen, especially that little girl. Despite her efforts to conceal it, one can still perceive the surging energy. Thank you for your concern, Master. However, how do you intend to compensate me for that legendary Dragon Ball? I retrieved it from the sea over a century ago. Son Wukong replied, there is no love lost, Master, but how much do you require? Is this a matter of money? What I seek is spiritual compensation. You must find me an adorable girl, the turtle sage insisted. Son Wukong was taken aback. Master, did you not say that women only serve to hinder one's strength? They are of no use at all. Back then, you were the one who captured my heart most profoundly. How can you now question your teacher? Do you intend to defy my command? The turtle sage retorted, displeased. With a sigh of resignation, son Wukong produced a hovercar capsule and stepped into the vehicle. Master, please get in. I shall take you to find her. The turtle sage gave son Wukong a thumbs up. Thus, the turtle sage and son Wukong set off in search of the charming young lady, a place son Wukong frequently visited. However, since Janae's arrival, he had refrained from such pursuits. He had not anticipated returning to his old ways for the sake of his teacher. Son Wukong expressed, nature follows its course. I must heed my heart. Does my teacher wish for me to understand that it is better to be open than closed? I am aware, yet I simply cannot forget her. Moreover, Master, are you truly so lecherous? Are you not the same? Your pretenses have me questioning your sincerity. In this regard, we are not unlike the Bull Demon King. Being excessively clever is not always advantageous. One may deceive others, but not oneself. Arriving at West City, the Capsule Corporation stood as an iconic structure. Are there Dragon Balls here? Janae inquired of Temenel. I am uncertain, Temenel replied. It is not entirely the fault of Temenel. In her previous life, she merely sought enjoyment from watching Dragon Ball, and it was impossible for her to memorize every detail. The 4-star ball was always associated with Son Wukong, while the 3-star ball was remembered solely due to Bulma's iconic moments. Standing before the door, Temenel pressed the doorbell and inquired, is Dr. Brief available? Do you have an appointment? No. In that case, could you please provide your name, gender, age, and the reason for your visit? Certainly. My name is Temenel. I am female, 16 years old, and I seek Dr. Brief's assistance in creating a radar. Do you have a phone number? No. Please hold on a moment. I will ask Dr. Brief. After approximately half an hour, the machine buzzed once more. Miss Temenel, are you still there? Yes. After what seemed an eternity, they were finally granted entry. You may come in. I brought some companions. May I bring them in as well? Certainly. Temenel pushed the door open, revealing a space brimming with advanced technology, much to the astonishment of her companions. A female robot approached and said, Miss Temenel, please follow me. A woman with golden, curly hair emerged, questioning, who are you? I recall there were no visitors scheduled for today. The robot explained, Madam Brief, they are here to request Dr. Brief's assistance in creating a radar, and they possess an appointment with him. It appeared that forgiveness was still elusive for her, the old rascal. Oh, how amusing. After the woman finished speaking, she approached them. Guests, allow me to escort you to him. You may proceed. Yes, ma'am. Temenel was indifferent to who was guiding them, though the blonde woman struck her as exceptionally beautiful. Moreover, she found the woman's subtle scrutiny somewhat unsettling. A gaze is merely a gaze. No need to squint, please. As a woman herself, Temenel understood the nuances and took out the Dragon Ball, clarifying matters with Madame Brief, and also introduced her companions, Vegeta and others. Ah, how touching. I shall certainly assist. Madame Brief entirely forgot her earlier disdain for Temenel and her companions. Under Madame Brief's guidance, they finally met the genius behind the Dragon Balls, Dr. Brief, the creator of the revolutionary Capsule Corporation technology. At Madame Brief's request, they proceeded to create the Dragon Ball radar, free of charge. Temenel was ready to offer payment, but Dr. Brief dismissed the notion, stating that money held no significance for him. Such a grotesque capitalist. Having wealth is impressive, is it? If only you could toss money at me, Timur mused. Madame Brief invited them into the living room, where she served juice and refreshments, even taking the time to comfort Jine and Veter, mentioning that they could invite Timur over for a game of mahjong. Sun Wukong, being of a curious age, wandered around the capsule corporation, brandishing his Rui Jingu Bang in a playful combat stance, fascinated by his surroundings. As Timur and the others were engrossed in their mahjong game, none noticed him. As Sun Wukong strolled, he found himself before the warehouse door, attempting to enter but feeling frustrated at being unable to reach the switch. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, and inspiration struck him. I possess the Rui Jingu Bang, he declared, brandishing the magical staff towards the switch and uttering the command for it to extend. The staff made contact with the switch, halting its motion, and the warehouse door creaked open, revealing a plethora of peculiar objects. Chapter 31. Sun Wukong caused her to weep. Where is that item? My toolbox, Bulma exclaimed, rummaging through the clutter, her frustration palpable. I distinctly remember it being in the room. Where has Mother placed it now? Is it in the warehouse? Must I go searching again? That place is a veritable dump. With determination, Bulma headed towards the warehouse, passing through the living room where 4 individuals were engrossed in a game of mahjong, dismissing them entirely. This game had been brought from the East Capital, and Mrs. Brief had inexplicably become enamored with it. At that moment, Temur was on an extraordinary winning streak, receiving excellent hands in each round, completely oblivious to Bulma's presence as she approached. The system observed Temur's luck, affirming that fortune was indeed on her side, albeit her gameplay was abysmal, squandering her good hands. Father, Mother, how careless can you be? You left the door ajar, Bulma lamented. In a corner of the warehouse, she finally spotted her toolbox. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a voice. This is the 2-star ball. How wonderful. Intrigued, Bulma approached to see a child holding a glowing orb, feeling a sense of déjà vu, as if she had encountered it in a book. Never mind, I'll just snatch it and examine it, she thought. Who are you? And what are you doing here? She inquired. The child replied, I don't know my name. I came here to explore. How can one not know their own name? What do others call you? Bulma asked, now more curious. Everyone calls me Kakarot, and my grandpa calls me Sun Wukong. You can call me whichever you prefer. Then I shall call you Wukong, as it is easier to pronounce. And what is your name? Bulma replied, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Bulma. Ha. Sun Wukong found the name particularly amusing. Stop laughing. I didn't choose it, Bulma retorted. By the way, what do you have in your hand? Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball? What is its purpose? Bulma felt a gap in her knowledge. They say there are 7 Dragon Balls, and if you collect them all, you can make a wish. Isn't that marvelous? Bulma was astonished. So, one could have an endless supply of strawberries? These Dragon Balls are incredible. Indeed, they are wondrous. My sister wishes to collect these Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong recalled Temur's quest for them. Why does your sister wish to gather them? Is it truly for strawberries? Bulma probed. I do not know. Could you show me? Here, this is what I found. Bulma attempted to snatch the Dragon Ball, but Sun Wukong, being a scion, effortlessly evaded her grasp, leaving her to tumble forward. He erupted into laughter, while Bulma felt a wave of indignation wash over her. Having never endured such humiliation, she burst into tears. Sun Wukong had never witnessed such a situation and was at a loss for how to respond, pondering how to use his intellect in this moment. The adults, having heard Bulma's cries, hurried over. Mrs. Brief, upon seeing the commotion, exclaimed, What has happened? Why is Bulma crying? I've never seen her like this. It's quite amusing. Without delay, Videl rushed over to embrace and comfort her. The pleasant scent emanating from Videl gradually soothed Bulma, who soon found herself embarrassed, as she rarely cried in front of others. What's wrong, Bulma? Videl inquired, her heart softening at the sight of Bulma's adorable distress. He is bullying me. Bulma pointed at Sun Wukong, a mischievous grin gracing her face. Kakarot, are you picking on her? Chi-Chi expressed concern over her child potentially becoming a miscreant. No, she fell on her own. It has nothing to do with me, Sun Wukong clarified. Recognizing the 2-star Dragon Ball in Sun Wukong's possession, Temur approached, eager to examine it. Kakarot, let me see that. This is a Dragon Ball, a 2-star ball. Wow, you've acquired a new one so swiftly. Videl remarked, observing the excitement. It doesn't seem too difficult after all. Holding Bulma, Videl found the situation rather extraordinary. It truly felt as if someone had deliberately placed the Dragon Ball before them. What are you collecting the Dragon Balls for? Bulma asked, intrigued by their joy and eager to learn about their wishes. To bring my father back to life, Temenel replied. I see. I can assist you. These Dragon Balls seem to emit a specific electromagnetic wave. Perhaps I can help you create a radar. Really? You can truly make a Dragon Ball radar? Temenel questioned, recalling that this little girl had invented the radar in the original story. As for the radar, my father is working on it. It should be ready soon, Mrs. Brief pondered. All right then, I'll go check on it. If it's not up to par, I'll make you another one, Bulma declared, darting toward her father's laboratory. Bulma, what brings you here? Mr. Brief inquired. I came to see how your radar is coming along. Here it is, Mr. Brief presented a large tablet. However, I haven't programmed the music yet. I've only included weather forecasts and time. Father, please don't add unnecessary features. Bulma protested. All right, I'll take this. It's poorly made. Don't use such a flimsy screen. It's prone to breaking. Bulma took the radar with her. Upon activating it, Bulma was thrilled to find 3 Dragon Balls nearby. The tablet featured a touchscreen and size buttons for zooming in and out, which seemed more advanced than the radar she had envisioned. Shaking her head, Bulma dismissed her father's haphazard functionalities. She then replaced the screen with a sturdier one before handing the tablet to Temenel. Having acquired the Dragon Ball radar, Temenel expressed her intent to depart, and the two of them flew away. Bulma, witnessing their ability to fly, was enchanted, resolving to join them in the quest for Dragon Balls, especially with dreams of endless strawberries dancing in her mind. Bulma, too, is off to create a Dragon Ball radar. Temenel, where is the next Dragon Ball? Chi-Chi inquired. Let me take a look first. In the northeastern direction, approximately 50 degrees, there lies over 7,000 kilometers away. It's quite far, isn't it? Let's take a break, Vettel suggested his thoughts. Everyone agreed, as it was getting dark, and their stomachs were growling. Chapter 32. Chi-Chi, there's no need to search for this. It's right over there, Janae remarked. All right, I'll go fetch it, Temenel replied. Temenel approached and retrieved a Dragon Ball without any significant incidents, and the group was quite pleased, with only 2 remaining to find, both located in the south. They had already discovered all in the north. One was encased in ice, while the other was an accompanying burial item in a tomb. Digging up graves? Temenel had mastered the essence of this task, skillfully excavating without difficulty. They did not take a break, but directly flew towards the Dragon Balls, their speed creating sonic booms in the sky. Soon, they arrived at a small village, named in the Earth language, which was incomprehensible to them. This quaint village exuded a rural charm and tranquility, bringing a sense of happiness to Temenel and the others. As Temenel entered, he inquired of an elderly lady, "Excuse me, where have the villagers gone?" She replied, "Bun Granny has gone to buy vegetables. She'll be back shortly." "I see. May we rest here until she returns?" Temenel asked. "Of course," the elderly lady replied. Bun Granny approached Temenel and asked, "Are you looking for me?" "Not precisely, but do you possess a Dragon Ball?" Temenel inquired. Holding one up. After examining it, she confirmed she had such a ball, and without further ado, she purchased it for 100,000, leaving both parties delighted. However, Temenel recalled something and warned, if someone named Oolong comes here, do not trust his illusionary forms. Bun Granny appeared bewildered but took note. Temenel smiled as he left the quaint village, while Vettel and the others were curious about his amusement. The weather varied dramatically from place to place. Here, the heat was palpable. Even Temenel, shielded by energy, felt the warmth. "Are there really Dragon Balls here? Let us find the last one and leave," Janae expressed. Eager to depart. That Dragon Ball was located in a castle, and at that moment, Temenel recalled that this was the castle of the Ox King. She remembered that the fire was the 3 flames of the Supreme Old Master, which could not be extinguished, posing a bit of a challenge. A Kamehameha might risk damaging the Dragon Ball, the quality of which was unknown. What if it broke? As they pondered, a large figure approached, shouting, "Who are you? Why are you here? Are you coveting my treasures?" Without further ado, the giant swung his axe, but Temenel and the others easily dodged, with Temenel even kicking the axe away. Temenel recognized the figure as the Ox King, a disciple of Master Roshi, and wondered about his level of power, considering if he might learn a technique or two. "You're quite formidable. Who are you?" the Ox King inquired, not a fool, recognizing that it was best not to make enemies if he could not win. In the midst of battle, "I shall reveal to you that Temenel has managed to reduce her combat prowess to a level comparable to that of the Bull Demon King before engaging in fierce combat. Name, Temenel. Gender, female. Age, 16. Race, pure-blooded scion. Combat power, 100, originally 5. Martial arts, Ki blast, flight technique, artificial moon, great ape rationalization, destruction sphere, rock paper scissors. Manipulation of ki, the odd peculiarities of scion malice. The two combatants were embroiled in a fierce struggle, yet it seemed that Temenel held the upper hand. The bull demon king, lacking in cunning and martial knowledge, had only mastered the art of the demon fist, a technique he had devised himself. In his current state, having forsaken martial arts for many years, he could only employ this move once, fully aware of his impending defeat. Nevertheless, without effort, how could one ascertain the outcome? With a mighty roar, the bull demon king unleashed his demon fist. How intriguing, Temenel remarked, a punch that can instill fear. She boldly intercepted it with one hand, yet her overconfidence resulted in a dislocated shoulder. Stunned, Temenel realized she could scarcely move her right arm. Vitali and the others observed with concern, yet they refrained from intervening. The pride of a scion forbade such actions. With a resigned huff, Temenel unleashed her energy, sending the bull demon king sprawling, and she adeptly reset her right arm with her left. This demon fist is ill-suited for me, she mused, for it converts both momentum and malice into power. The greater the intensity of the aura and malice, the stronger the punch becomes. However, against opponents of equal strength, its effectiveness is negligible, rendering it as futile as a game of rock, paper, scissors. Temenel cast a glance, indicating she had comprehended the lesson. System, this item requires 100,000 points. What a scam, she exclaimed. This is an incomplete version. The bull demon king is not of the demon clan, and the fact that he could discover it on his own is already impressive. Can I practice demon clan martial arts? Yes, but its power is limited. It possesses form without force. Then why display it? I can allocate any resources I have. Some individuals who enter the Dragon Ball world belong to the demon clan. Fortunately, I didn't exchange it, or else I would have been duped by you. Merchant, Temenel expressed her annoyance. In the distance, the bull demon king pushed aside the rubble that had pinned him and coughed a few times, lamenting, "Oh, Chi-Chi's mother, I never imagined I would meet you so soon." Suddenly, a little girl emerged from behind a stone, rushing towards Temenel and playfully punching her while shouting to not bully her father. How adorable, Temenel remarked, but the bull demon king was filled with dread, shouting, "Chi-Chi, run. You are no match for her." Temenel attempted to lift the girl, but a dart flew past, startling her. Fortunately, she managed to catch it with her teeth. You seem to have let your guard down recently. Even the bull demon king has sustained injuries. Indeed, once I gather the Dragon Balls, I shall engage in training, Temenel conceded, unusually not disputing the system. Chi-Chi's unexpected attack truly startled Temenel, yet she was not one to strike women, particularly young girls. Gently, she reassured, I have not harmed your father. I merely wish to spar with him. Look at how tough he is. He is perfectly fine. Is that true? Chi-Chi asked, her protest subsiding. Absolutely, Temenel affirmed. Bull Demon King, System. The words of a woman are but deceivers. Chapter 33. Son Wukong is older than Chi-Chi. Who are you all? Why have you come to my home and attacked my father? Chi-Chi, feeling somewhat emboldened, inquired of them. We are travelers. Yes, travelers, replied Temenel. If you are so powerful, could you assist me in extinguishing the fire? Our house has been ablaze for quite some time, Chi-Chi asked. Before Temenel could respond, Son Wukong, who had remained silent, interjected. Yes, we can help you put out the fire. Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Chi-Chi inquired. No. What we desire is within, Son Wukong stated. Thank you. Chi-Chi expressed her gratitude. Bull Demon King, do you recognize your errors? Temenel, noticing a trace of demonic energy within Bull Demon King, sought to aid him in dispelling it. Bull Demon King was unaware of when he had acquired this demonic energy. It likely was the reason he learned the demon fist, yet it was fortunate he had not succumbed to becoming a demon. Am I wrong? I have done nothing wrong. Bull Demon King insisted, believing he was merely safeguarding his treasures. It seems you are truly unyielding, Temenel mused, uncertain of the situation, contemplating that perhaps only Son Gohan or Master Roshi could resolve this, as it was not part of the original narrative. Temenel had already noted the energy signatures of Son Gohan and intended to seek their assistance. I cannot handle this situation. I shall call for reinforcements, Temenel declared before soaring into the skies. A group of individuals stood there in a daze. What is your name? Chi-Chi asked the child who was of similar age. My name is Wukong, Son Wukong, he replied. Jine, upon hearing this, promptly punched the boy, scolding, "What's son Wukong? You are Kakarot, remember that. There's no need to be angry, Jine. It's merely a name," Vidal remarked nonchalantly regarding the child's name. "This is the name given by Bardock. It holds significance," Jine retorted. "Children have their own perspectives. If you call him Kakarot, he will respond just the same. Your repeated reproaches will only cause him to despise that name," Vidal explained. "Very well," Jine said to son Wukong. "You must never forget the name Kakarot. It was given by your father." While scratching his head, son Wukong replied to Jine, "I understand, Mama. It hurts, it hurts," Chi-Chi exclaimed, dampening her handkerchief and placing it on son Wukong's large bag. "Thank you, Chi-Chi," son Wukong responded with a cheerful expression. "By the way, Wukong, how old are you?" Chi-Chi inquired with curiosity. 5 years old, son Wukong said, counting on his fingers. 5. I'm 3. So, you are older than me. Why are you so small? 5 years old, yet you seem almost the same as me, Chi-Chi remarked, feeling puzzled. Jine chimed in to clarify, Kakarot has a slower growth rate, which is why he appears smaller. It will take longer for him to mature. I see now, sister, Chi-Chi responded. Upon hearing the affectionate term sister, G&EI felt an overwhelming joy that lasted quite a while. Vettel, unable to bear the sight, remarked that he did not recognize this individual. Observing the turtle hermit and son Gohan amidst a gathering of women, Temenel expressed her relief, stating that this was the true essence of their character, adding that she had misjudged son Gohan. The turtle hermit and son Gohan, renowned talents in the martial arts realm, quickly took notice of Temenel, promptly pushing aside the women beside them and approaching her. "What brings such a young girl to this place? It is hardly suitable for someone of your age," the turtle hermit said, feeling slightly embarrassed under her gaze, and swiftly redirected the conversation towards her. Temenel said nothing, instead guiding both men along the path as they conversed. "What? The Bull Demon King has become infused with demonic energy," the turtle hermit and son Gohan exclaimed. "I can't hear you." "There's no need to shout," Temenel replied, remarking that they were both hundreds of years old and yet still lacked composure. Son Gohan, reflecting on the Bull Demon King's experiences, felt a pang of sympathy, acknowledging the numerous challenges faced by practitioners of the Turtle School. As they continued on their journey, silence enveloped them, hastening their pace. Time passed swiftly, and Temenel soon returned, as the distance was not great. "Bull Demon King, are you well?" the turtle hermit inquired, concern etched on his face. The Bull Demon King, who had been seated nearby, immediately knelt in a respectful greeting, saying, "Master Wutian, it has been a long time. I apologize for presenting such a disheveled appearance. Fear not. Allow me to see what has transpired," the turtle hermit replied as he approached to inspect the Bull Demon King. After his examination, the turtle hermit shook his head, indicating that he had no solution, but learned that the demonic energy was gradually dissipating over time, which was a positive development. "Please help me extinguish the flames first. We need not concern ourselves with the demonic energy. I can still suppress the Bull Demon King," he stated. "Very well, I shall extinguish the flames." The turtle hermit contemplated using the Kamehameha to extinguish the fire. "Wait, that will not extinguish the flames," Temenel interrupted, halting the turtle hermit. Confused as to why she would prevent him, the turtle hermit asked, "Why not?" "Because this is the 3 flames of Tai Shang Lao Jun. Even if you extinguish it in that manner, it will reignite. It has leaked from Tai Shang Lao Jun's 8 trigrams furnace," Temenel elucidated. "What shall we do then?" The turtle hermit admitted his lack of knowledge in this area. "This is due to the malfunction of Tai Shang Lao Jun's furnace. We must repair it, but we will need materials. Honey from the octagonal hive and the eggshell of the fire-eating bird," Temenel explained. "How troublesome. Can't we just extinguish it with a Kamehameha?" The turtle hermit lamented, finding it rather inconvenient. "Perhaps, but it could suddenly reignite one day, and ultimately, everyone here might perish in the flames," Temenel retorted. "The eggshell of the fire-eating bird? Son Gohan, and I shall go," the turtle hermit declared, still valuing human life. "Very well, we shall seek the honey," Temenel contemplated, delegating tasks. "All right, let us set off quickly," the turtle hermit urged, hoping to complete the task soon, as the Bull Demon King awaited the dispelling of the demonic energy. "Indeed," Temenel replied. The Kame sage, weary from his journey, expressed reluctance to depart, feeling fatigued by the long-distance travel that typically necessitated the use of the flying nimbus, which also provided an opportunity for a bit of showmanship. All eyes turned toward him, including those of Gohan and his companions, who had never witnessed such a phenomenon. A vibrant yellow cloud swiftly approached and halted before the Kame sage. Master, is this the nimbus you received from the deities? It's truly magnificent. Gohan and the Bull Demon King exclaimed in astonishment. It's quite decent, the Kame sage modestly replied, but only those of pure heart can ride it. With that, he leapt onto the cloud, creating a memorable scene. You old man, how frivolous, exclaimed his companions. Teemo and the others, however, did not dare to attempt riding it, as the notion of purity of heart implies an absence of worldly worries, and each of them harbored their own troubles, rendering them incapable of riding the nimbus. Note, the six senses refer to sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness. I'll give it a try, declared Sun Wukong, spotting the cloud. It's impossible to ride. Only good children can do so, the Kame sage explained. Nevertheless, once Sun Wukong climbed aboard, he began to soar wildly, startling the Kame sage with his impressive flying skills. Skills that even he would hesitate to display. The requirement for the nimbus, as interpreted by the author, is that one must be free of worries. Due to the burdens of life, most individuals find themselves incapable of riding it, as many falter at the threshold of consciousness. The notions of being a good child and possessing a pure heart can be equated, as a good child is free from worries, while those who struggle with their troubles often possess an inherently troubled consciousness, thus failing to achieve purity of heart. Chapter 34. The Enchantment of Mystery in Women. How remarkable! I want one too, Kiki exclaimed excitedly. But only obedient children can ride it, Sun Wukong inquired. Of course, I'm a good child. My father says I'm very well behaved, Kiki retorted. Then come aboard, Sun Wukong encouraged. Kiki found the cloud too high to reach, desiring to ascend. She had a sudden idea. She would grab Sun Wukong's tail to pull herself up. Sun Wukong, drained of energy from Kiki's antics, only regained his strength after she released him. Rubbing his posterior, he remarked, "Please don't grab my tail. It's quite sensitive." "I'm sorry," Kiki replied. Teemo turned to the Kame sage and suggested, "You all should go search for the eggshell." The Kame sage and his companions then took their leave aboard their flying vessel. As they departed, Teemo called out to Sun Wukong, "It's time for us to set off. We're headed north, quite a distance away." The two children chimed in unison, "All right, teacher. I never expected we would practice together again," the Bull Demon King reflected. "Indeed, Bull Demon King, is your demonic aura due to her?" the Kame sage inquired. After a moment of silence, the Bull Demon King responded, "Yes, but why? Why must she leave me when she has already accepted me?" "Stay calm, Bull Demon King. Your heart is in turmoil," the Kame sage cautioned him. The Bull Demon King recognized this truth and quickly regained his composure. "I don't know the answer to these matters. My brother Crane, my sister, and I drank from the fountain of immortality, yet possessing these gifts brings me no joy. I too desire happiness," the Kame sage confessed. The fountain of immortality indeed grants eternal life, yet it does not imply one is free from death. Rather, it allows for an extended existence. These two disciples are well aware that Master Roshi's lecherous demeanor and optimism are mere facades. When alone, Master Mateto would secretly indulge in alcohol, often gazing blankly towards the sea. "Teacher," Gohan lamented, "did you not once say we should engage in physical activity, study diligently, enjoy games, savor our meals, and rest well to lead a joyful and vibrant life?" As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. "Why are you crying, Gohan?" "I have not shed a tear," Master Roshi retorted with irritation. Swiftly, Gohan wiped away his tears and apologized. "I'm sorry, Master." "Do not apologize, you have wronged no one," Master Roshi replied, feeling the weight of despair upon his disciples. The loss of his master, the death of his brothers save for Krillin, and the misfortunes of his own students weighed heavily on him. "Oh, Master, how I miss you all," he chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Temenel arrived at a place adorned with pink hills, recalling the banana fan and honey that resided there. Politely, Temenel knocked on the door, and an elderly woman emerged, inquiring, "Who are you?" "We are here for honey. How much do you charge?" Temenel responded, "Honey? I do not sell it." "You should leave," the old woman replied. "What do you desire then?" "I can fetch it for you," Temenel asked. With impatience, Janae interjected, "You must be firm with such people. Have you not noticed our little one's demeanor is so humble?" A glint of shrewdness flashed in the old woman's eyes as she proclaimed, "Very well. If you wish for honey, you must clean this forest of all its leaves and branches. I shall provide you with as much honey as you desire." Reluctantly, Temenel and his companions began to clean, with Janae questioning why they did not resist, asserting that the old woman would not dare to act against them. Temenel remarked, "What manner of person are you? Ah, you have discovered my identity. I am the toothless old woman," she chuckled in a voice seldom heard by others. In contrast, Janae and Vidal found their situation quite different. Vidal struggled with the abundance of wood, requiring effort to lift it while maintaining a careful grip, lest it break or elude her grasp, causing her some distress, though she remained oblivious to the toothless old woman's subtle manipulations. Janae, initially intending to use wind to scatter the leaves, quickly grew frustrated as more leaves fell in response to her efforts. "Would you like to engage in some training, young one?" the toothless old woman inquired, taking an interest in the child. "Sure, what do you have in mind?" Sun Wukong asked, intrigued. "Just watch them. Do not move," she instructed. "Not move? That seems peculiar," Sun Wukong pondered. "Indeed, do not move, but you may speak and think. Anything is permissible except for movement." Thus, Sun Wukong obediently sat at the door, observing Temenel and the others. "The elderly woman, why do you have Sun Wukong seated there?" Chi-Chi expressed her curiosity. Noting that while others were occupied, Sun Wukong seemed to have such an easy task. "I wonder if something interesting might happen." "Interesting," Chi-Chi pondered, unable to grasp the meaning behind those words. "Enough of that. Let us tidy up a bit," the toothless old woman said, taking Chi-Chi by the hand and leading her to the disheveled rooms, patiently teaching her how to clean, reiterating her instructions time and again. "Children, by nature, prefer play to study, yet the toothless old woman said, 'This is the last time I will teach you.'" Growing up in a single-parent household, Chi-Chi had learned many things, including the harsh reality of mortality. Her mother had passed away, and the Bull Demon King was not particularly adept at nurturing a child, leading her to voice her thoughts candidly. Time flew swiftly, and the training was not lengthy. Soon, Temenel and the others completed their tasks. The toothless old woman instructed them to clean, opening the door to reveal a sight that astonished Chi-Chi. How could the room, just tidied by this old woman, be in such disarray? The toothless old woman whispered to Chi-Chi, her voice low enough for only the two to hear. "Women are captivating in their mystery." Understanding the significance of this secret, Chi-Chi chose to remain silent. Gnei was exasperated, questioning if they were nearing madness as they dealt with the fallen leaves and branches. Yet protests were futile. The final say belonged to the toothless old woman. Though Temenel and the others frowned, they recognized this was the end. Especially since the honey had been presented, it was time to deliver the offering. The cleaning proceeded swiftly, save for Gnei's room, which took longer. They hurriedly carried the honey away, eager to leave this place, fearing that any delay might prompt the old woman to change her mind. The toothless old woman said nothing, simply smiling as they departed. As Chi-Chi turned to glance back, the old woman winked at her. Once Temenel and the others had gone far away, a cute white cat emerged from the shadows, addressing the toothless old woman. "How long will you continue this charade? Karen-chan, your words take away the fun. That honey you so meticulously prepared, you actually gave it to them. What about the 8 trigrams furnace? It's not that I neglect it. They are more eager than I am. Perhaps they are currently gathering the shells of the firebird's eggs for me." The old woman gradually reverted to her original form. "You should reconsider this penchant for mischief, Karen-chan. You simply do not understand women. By the way, do you have enough honey? You wouldn't want to find yourself in an awkward position later. Karen-chan, deity of this earth, do you dare question my decisions?" Taishang Laojun remarked as he picked up the banana fan that lay beside the fireplace. "I would not dream of it. Merely expressing concern from a fellow practitioner," Karen-chan replied, tightening her grip on her staff. Observing the timid little kitten, "I cannot help but question your presence here. Surely, I refuse to believe that your intentions are merely to enjoy tea." The child known as Sun Wukong is a rough diamond, flawless in essence. And I am convinced that with proper refinement, he shall shine brilliantly. The wise Master Carlin elucidated his purpose, expressing a desire to study them up close. "I hold a particular fondness for that adorable young girl. Only she seems capable of discerning my tricks. Sun Wukong possesses remarkable martial talents. He has already begun to grasp your meanings. Master Carlin, this technique is beyond us. Is it not a tad premature to assume he can master it?" The venerable Laozi expressed his discontent. It was merely a casual remark," Carlin replied. "And you, having been absent for so long, I trust the Bagua furnace remains undisturbed? Isn't that akin to your absence from Carlin Tower? While you may not be a dog, it It is prudent to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you, Carlin articulated. Indeed, as one ages, clarity often gives way to confusion, Master Carlin explained. I must return. This desolate mountain range offers less comfort than the Five Elements Mountain. Indeed, I too must depart. It seems someone is destined to scale the tower, came the reply. After their departure, the surroundings transformed. The structures gradually morphed into stone or trees, as if they had never existed. It is noteworthy that this is a volcano, which erupted when Laozi first arrived, yet was forcefully subdued by this formidable woman. Chapter 35. Master Wutian, a true virtue. Master Wutian, where shall we seek the fire-eating bird? Inquired son Wukong, piloting the spacecraft. To Chi-Chi Mountain. I once beheld the fire-eating bird there. Let us venture and see what fortune may befall us, replied the turtle hermit. Chi-Chi Mountain? I recall that the fire-eating bird perished. I do not harbor great hopes of finding it there, son Wukong responded. This is an active volcano, with billowing smoke visible as the spacecraft approached. Soon, the turtle hermit and his companions arrived near the volcano. In contrast to the youthful group led by the adorable one, the elder group ambled along leisurely, unhurried in their pace. Their journey faced no significant obstacles. They merely encountered minor inconveniences, such as shooing away large lizards and narrowly avoiding falls into molten lava. Such trials posed no true challenge to the turtle hermit and his companions, though they were somewhat bothersome. Master Wutian, is that an egg of the fire-eating bird? The bull demon king exclaimed upon spotting an egg the size of a refrigerator. After a moment of contemplation, the turtle hermit responded, indeed, it is. This egg is adorned with numerous wires connecting to the machinery behind it, which the observant son Wukong noticed was a monitoring device. Suddenly, from a shadowy corner, a figure clad in a spacesuit emerged and inquired, "Who are you?" "Greetings. I am known as the Turtle Hermit," he replied, producing his identification for the individual. "Nanny, you are the illustrious Master Wutian, renowned throughout the martial arts community," the astronaut exclaimed. "Indeed, that is I." The Turtle Hermit seemed to revel in the recognition. However, the astronaut's sudden displeasure rendered the Turtle Hermit momentarily speechless. "You are still alive? I believed your tales to have transpired a century ago." The astronaut then removed his gear, revealing his true appearance. The elderly quartet could now engage in a game of mahjong, yet the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. "Gohan, swiftly restrain him. I intend to shatter this egg." The Turtle Hermit, employing his telepathy, discerned that this individual would not permit himself to be destroyed. Gohan, grasping his teacher's intent, promptly held the man down. "What are you doing?" The old man exclaimed in panic. "I require the shell of this egg, hence I must destroy it." The Turtle Hermit expressed his regret. Faced with the uncertain fate of an egg and his own disciple, he deemed himself a poor guardian, choosing his apprentice over the fragile egg. "No, Yamaro, spare it. It is innocent," cried the old man, tears of frustration streaming down his face, loathing his own impotence, unable to protect even a mere egg. The Turtle Hermit prodded the egg with his cane, and under the influence of external force, it began to crack. The old man struggled more fiercely, yet Gohan would not allow him to break free. However, Gohan too felt like a villain, silently turning his head away and closing his eyes. The Bull Demon King arrived to assist, noting Gohan's distress, thinking to himself, "Gohan, you have indeed aged. Even an old man can cause you such anguish." As time trickled by, the fissures in the egg widened, until finally, it shattered, and the little firebird within began to chirp, flapping its wings, though its eyes remained closed. The old man was astounded. The firebird had hatched, and he could not contain his tears, which flowed even more abundantly than before. Before the elders could react, the volcano trembled, and a large firebird emerged, clutching the small firebird in its beak and soaring away. The Turtle Hermit quickly gathered the eggshell, placing it in a secure spot, and promptly handed it over to the Bull Demon King, while Gohan urged the old man to flee. "We nearly didn't make it," the Bull Demon King exclaimed in relief. "Indeed, that was perilously close," Gohan nodded in agreement. The volcano had not erupted, and they found themselves outside its caldera. "Thank you, Master Mateto, I misjudged you. It appears my actions were misguided all along," the old man said gratefully. "Nay, we simply sought our own needs," the Turtle Hermit replied. Though the outcome had diverged from his expectations, he still obtained the entire shell. The two groups of elders remained silent as the Turtle Hermit departed with the eggshell. "Master Mateto is truly a noble soul," I realize I did not introduce myself to them, but alas, that seems trivial. It is time for me to return home. The old man mused, watching the turtle hermit ascend in his spacecraft, pulling out a universal capsule and discarding it to the ground in preparation for his journey home. On board the spaceship, Gohan admired his teacher's virtuous character, saying, "Master, it seems you were aware that the egg had already hatched. I assumed you were oblivious," causing me much unease. The turtle hermit, embodying a wise demeanor, suggested that such knowledge was fundamental, urging Gohan not to be overly astonished, though inwardly he was elated. Initially, the turtle hermit had felt a tinge of discontent, having engaged in actions contrary to his beliefs, yet he had not anticipated the depth of his own greatness. "Let us hasten. We have squandered too much time on this journey," he urged, eager to conclude their laborious day. Chapter 36. The Past of Son Gohan. It appears we have returned prematurely. Son Gohan observed that Flame Mountain was devoid of any presence at that moment. "Have we been overly efficient?" the turtle hermit remarked, expressing his disappointment in the youth's capabilities. "Who would have thought they would be so slow?" laughed the Bull Demon King. "Let us wait for these young ones," the turtle hermit added as he settled back down. "Grandpa, we're back," Son Goku shouted exuberantly. "Father, I have returned as well," Chi-Chi chimed in, echoing Son Goku's enthusiasm. The Bull Demon King waved at his daughter with affection. "Goku, it's good that you're back. There's no need to rush. Take your time," Son Gohan advised as he gazed at Son Goku. "Indeed," Son Goku replied. The group that followed soon arrived as well. The turtle hermit turned to Temenel and inquired, "What shall we do next?" Temenel responded, "We should head to the Five Elements Mountain. The Supreme Lord is there." "Five Elements Mountain. Then let us depart," Son Gohan declared as he retrieved the versatile capsule for their flying machine. This time, everyone boarded the vehicle. As the lengthy journey had been quite exhausting, apart from Son Goku and Chi-Chi, the rest climbed aboard. A flying machine, encircled by a yellow cloud, soared toward the Five Elements Mountain. Upon reaching their destination, the group noticed the imposing entrance and realized that few had visited this place in ages. Without further ado, Temenel gently pushed the door open. As they traversed the area, they soon encountered a battalion of ghost soldiers. The elder group braced themselves for battle. But with a single key blast, Temenel swiftly dispatched the foes. Son Gohan, the turtle hermit, and the Bull Demon King found little to remark upon. The journey had presented no significant challenges or adversities. However, the elder group felt a tinge of frustration, for this young child was accomplishing feats they themselves could not. At the end of the path, they beheld a grand ghost dragon, towering and formidable, with two enormous wings. The dragon's attacks were rather sluggish, allowing even Chi-Chi and Son Goku to evade them. The turtle hermit, eager to demonstrate his prowess, was interrupted by Temenel just as he began to flex his muscles. Having read the script, Temenel urged everyone to follow him and leap into the dragon's mouth. Despite their astonishment, they complied, as Temenel had never asked them to perform anything unreasonable. Upon jumping into the dragon's maw, they immediately perceived the path they had traversed. A few more steps would lead them into an abyss. Realizing this was merely an illusion cast by the mountain, they felt a wave of terror wash over them, but proceeded along the correct path. To their astonishment, they stumbled upon an enormous cauldron. How could one possibly manage such a vast vessel? Are we to cook a dinosaur? I wonder if it would taste good, they pondered. "Who are you?" a gentle feminine voice inquired. Temenel rushed to explain the situation to the exquisite Supreme Lord, who graciously offered assistance, having even prepared the necessary materials. Temenel had anticipated having to toil alone, but the Supreme Lord effortlessly lifted the cauldron with telekinesis and, with a mere flick of her fan, completed the task with ease. It seemed that Son Goku had indeed offended the Supreme Lord. Otherwise, why would others impose such difficulties upon him? Temenel cast a disapproving glance at Son Goku and shook his head. "Son Goku, all is completed. Is there anything else? If not, you may leave. For lingering among the living here too long could lead to illness," spoke the great sage, Laozi. "Are you Anning?" Son Gohan inquired. "I am indeed Laozi," the elder replied. "Anning, I thought something had happened to you," Son Gohan exclaimed with excitement. "You have mistaken me for someone else. I do not know you," Laozi stated. "Impossible. You must know me. Look closely, I am Son Gohan." Son Gohan persisted, becoming somewhat frantic. Master Roshi, aware of the underlying complexities, swiftly intervened to prevent Son Gohan from acting recklessly. Curiosity also piqued within Turtle Sage, recalling that in the original tale, Son Gohan had perished under the foot of Son Goku during a full moon due to his slumber, subsequently finding employment with Laozi. It appeared there was more to the story than mere reincarnation for a better existence in the afterlife. I had a feeling that such a prolonged absence from reincarnation hinted at deeper issues, Turtle Sage remarked, seeking clarity on the matter. Being a man of integrity, Turtle Sage promptly recounted events from approximately 60 to 70 years past. It was a splendid day, he began. As usual, I basked in the sun, when two small boats swiftly approached. They were the youthful forms of Bull Demon King and Son Gohan. Handsome indeed, with muscles that could leave one salivating. Turtle Sage, unsure whether to commend or chastise, noted that he had not changed. He still bore the visage of an old man. Before long, the two young men arrived, and Turtle Sage observed them kneeling, exclaiming, "Master Wutian, please accept me as your disciple. You may return. I shall not take on disciples any longer." Turtle Sage replied curtly, turning away. "I possess wealth, Master Wutian. If you accept me, I can offer you a considerable fortune," Bull Demon King declared. "I require not an excess of riches, merely enough to suffice," Turtle Sage responded. "Master Wutian, I have the latest collection of beautiful women's magazines," Son Gohan exclaimed, producing the magazines. Prior to his arrival, Son Gohan had thoroughly investigated Turtle Sage's interests. Despite the Master's formidable prowess and numerous legends left in his wake, such as his triple championship at the World Martial Arts Tournament and his efforts to rescue countless lives, Turtle Sage had one significant flaw: a penchant for beautiful women. Yet, this did not deter others from addressing him as Turtle Sage. After all, even immortals have their attractions. Instantly, Turtle Sage turned to seize the magazine, engrossed in its contents, and Son Gohan recognized that victory was nearly assured. Having taken possession of the material, Turtle Sage felt reluctant to refuse outright and contemplated a more tactful rejection. "I am in a splendid mood today. I might consider accepting you as disciples. But you must bring me beautiful girls," Turtle Sage proposed, setting what he deemed an impossible task. "Girls, I understand," Bull Demon King replied. "They must be truly beautiful," Turtle Sage emphasized. "Is this truly acceptable, Master Wutian? After all, these are human lives." Son Gohan hesitated, unwilling to sacrifice others for his own gain. "You must set forth. If you do not embark, you shall miss your opportunity." Turtle Sage pointed toward the direction in which Bull Demon King had departed. "How infuriating! I cannot stand that fellow," Son Wukong exclaimed in exasperation. "He prances about, oblivious to the feelings of others." With that, he swiftly pursued the Bull Demon King. Soon enough, Son Wukong caught up with him, though the chase had left him somewhat fatigued. He could not allow this oaf to ruin the lives of those young women. Chapter 37, Son Wukong's Past, Part 2. "What on earth are you doing?" Son Wukong inquired. "Are you blind? It's obvious. I'm off to find beautiful young ladies for Master Wutian. If I do, he will take me on as his disciple," the Bull Demon King replied. Son Wukong was left speechless, unable to comprehend the implications of Master Wutian's words. Clearly, the master had no intention of taking on apprentices, and it was evident that the Bull Demon King was indeed a simpleton. "And what about you? Why are you trailing behind me? With all this time, you could be searching for girls instead of lingering here," the Bull Demon King questioned. "I wish to accompany you," Son Wukong responded. Realizing that it was futile to reason with him, he decided to subtly hinder the Bull Demon King's endeavors. He believed that the notion of Master Wutian taking on a disciple simply because of the presence of women was a mere pretext. He found it hard to believe that someone who had lived for so long could be enamored by women, especially a legendary martial arts master. "What kind of women does Master Wutian fancy? I grew up in the countryside, and I wouldn't dream of bringing the girls I like to him," the Bull Demon King asked. "Well, I doubt Master Wutian would be interested in those girls, so there's no need to pursue them," Son Wukong honestly replied, holding this conviction. Having spent an extensive amount of time in the city, he felt no attraction to the urban women. His heart was solely devoted to martial arts. And as for Master Wutian, he believed the master would not be interested, or so he hoped. "Is that so? I never would have guessed," the Bull Demon King lamented. Son Wukong felt a surge of joy. "If you don't know how to find them, then perhaps you should not concern yourself with it so much. But take heart. Becoming a disciple is not a simple task. If Master Wutian were to accept us that easily, it would indeed be strange." The Bull Demon King perked up and declared, "Brother, I truly believe you are exceptionally clever. With you by my side, we shall surely succeed in becoming disciples." Sun Wukong felt a bit bashful and replied, I suppose I'm just a bit more enlightened than some, aware of what I desire. Regardless, I think you're impressive, the Bull Demon King affirmed. As the two continued their conversation, they unknowingly wandered into a quaint little town. The atmosphere was harmonious, and the Bull Demon King fancied bringing someone back with him. However, Sun Wukong's fastidiousness made the process exceedingly slow. With a knack for persuasion, Sun Wukong had the Bull Demon King firmly under his influence. Frustrated, the Bull Demon King suggested they pause their search and go for a meal. Sun Wukong, feeling quite exhausted, thought it ironic that while the Bull Demon King desired to collect women, he found them utterly unremarkable. Sun Wukong believed the Bull Demon King had a skewed perception of beauty, as none of the women captured his interest. How do we even find them? Why is Master Wu Tian's task so arduous? The Bull Demon King complained while eating. Do not rush, it is only the first day. It is improbable that a beautiful girl will appear before you, willingly ready to follow you. Sun Wukong reasoned with a sense of rationality. How could it be impossible? Clearly, I have seen so many beautiful girls, yet you refuse to let me take them away. The Bull Demon King felt a twinge of indignation. Is that what you call beautiful? Brother, do you have a misunderstanding about beauty? Sun Wukong was at a loss for words. Just listen to me. I assure you, I will not lead you astray, he added before the Bull Demon King could respond. The Bull Demon King chose to remain silent, pondering that if even the astute Sun Wukong had failed, there was little hope for Master Wu Tian. Sun Wukong began to critique the women around him one by one. While each possessed their own merits, none captured his attention until he suddenly noticed someone extraordinary. What initially drew his gaze was her figure. It was remarkably proportionate, devoid of any excess flesh. Her silhouette was captivating. If only he could see her face, he thought, he might introduce her to Master Wu Tian. However, he quickly quelled this dangerous thought, intrigued nonetheless, for such exquisite beauty was a rarity in this small town. At last, she turned to face him, revealing a countenance that could be described as dangerously enchanting, a true beauty. The Bull Demon King observed Sun Wukong's rapt attention. Is she truly that beautiful? I prefer the girls I like, he mused, but since Sun Wukong appeared so pleased, he thought it best to take her to Master Wu Tian. Unlike Sun Wukong, who was more contemplative, the Bull Demon King took a pragmatic approach and approached the woman to strike up a conversation. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong's initial instinct was not to intervene, but to entertain the thought of spending time with her daily, which seemed quite appealing. By the time he contemplated stopping the Bull Demon King, it was already too late. Excuse me, miss, would you care to join us? The Bull Demon King inquired, gesturing towards Sun Wukong. Upon seeing the beautiful lady glance in their direction, Sun Wukong instinctively nodded. No, thank you, she promptly declined. The Bull Demon King felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he turned to Sun Wukong for help. Although Sun Wukong had initially intended to stay out of it, the Bull Demon King's pleading look made it clear he was determined not to leave without a resolution. Sun Wukong approached her and explained, You see, we wish to become disciples, but our master insists we bring back a stunning beauty. Otherwise, he will not accept us. We apologize for the intrusion. Following his words, he took the Bull Demon King by the arm, intending to exit the restaurant. The beautiful woman felt a rush of delight at the compliment, but upon hearing that their master was rather unorthodox, she felt compelled to teach them a lesson. I might consider it, she called after Sun Wukong's retreating form. Sun Wukong wore an expression of disbelief. A beautiful woman had appeared before him, willing to accompany him. Was this not an impossible occurrence? As they walked, apart from the Bull Demon King, each harbored their own thoughts. Sun Wukong pondered what might have attracted this woman to meet Master Rashi, recalling her previous refusal and now her sudden acquiescence. Could it be that she was swayed by Master Rashi's charm, though he had not even mentioned his name? And Ning expressed his relief at finally securing a part-time job near Earth, having been dissatisfied with his previous role managing the passage between the underworld and the mortal realm, which had grown monotonous as he stared at an idle furnace day after day. And Ning is originally a significant deity responsible for guiding souls to the realm of the underworld. His descent to Earth is attributed to its rare beauty within the universe, a place where he can indulge in leisure. Rather than merely fulfilling divine duties, it could be said that he comes here for enjoyment. Thus, in the hierarchy of deities on Earth, he stands alongside figures such as the immortal Carlin and Mr. Bobo, acting as emissaries from the underworld, serving as divine messengers or servants of Earth's deities. However, even the celestial gods dare not command this deity, who holds a status akin to that of King Yinluo. And Ning finds himself in this quaint town, donning a local qipao and savoring unique delicacies, where he encounters son Wukong and his companions. Truly, a serendipitous fate. In my conceptualization of the underworld deities, the supreme ruler is King Dizong, overseeing the management of the afterlife. The general manager, Emperor Donghua, is responsible for the spirits in the underworld. The Minister of Business, the 10 Kings of Hell, registers various affairs of souls, such as lifespan, guidance, merits in life, reincarnation, and penalties. The Supreme Elder Lord supervises the pathway from the mortal realm to the underworld, standing independently of this administrative system. Additionally, Emperor Donghua commands a military force, comprising the 10 great generals and various regional commanders, primarily tasked with maintaining order in the netherworld. The judges appointed by the King of Hell assist the 10 kings in their duties. Other officials in the realm of Hell include mayors, prison wardens, and various emissaries, ghost soldiers, and lesser spirits, whose roles need not be detailed. In the domain of the Realm Kings, the Realm King deities are chiefly responsible for the creation of planets and stand equal to the god of destruction. The apprentice Realm King learns the art of planet creation, specializing in the skills and knowledge exclusive to the Realm Kings. The Great Realm King governs the pantheon of the universe. The Realm Kings of the cardinal directions oversee the deities of the respective Milky Ways. These directional Realm Kings appoint and recognize the deities of planets, such as the Earth's heavenly deity and the Old Mountain God, primarily tasked with elevating the status of the planets. Divine messengers dispatched by the directional Realm Kings to various planets are responsible for educating and serving the deities. Chapter 38, The Past of Sun Wukong, Part 3. The turtle sage observed a small boat approaching from a distance. Although the figures were not entirely clear, he suspected it to be Sun Wukong and his companions, which filled him with a tinge of disappointment. Weren't they supposed to be searching for beautiful maidens? Why had they returned? The turtle sage found it hard to believe that anyone would seek a mentor by fetching attractive girls. If they were truly that beautiful, why would they not enjoy their company alone instead of bringing them to him? He resolved that no matter what kind of girls they returned with, he would not accept them, as they were certainly not the beauties he envisioned. With this thought, he resumed basking in the sun. "Hey, Master Wutian, we're back," bellowed the Ox King. As he spoke, the three of them gradually approached the turtle sage. "You've returned so soon?" The turtle sage inquired, eyes still closed. "Of course. Master Wutian's task could have been accomplished even faster, but we wanted to find you something better, so we took our time," the Ox King proudly declared. Sun Wukong quietly muttered, "Is that so? I was unaware." Beside him, the Grand Supreme Elder questioned, "What did you say? Speak up. I couldn't hear you." "It's nothing," Sun Wukong replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Master Rashi, of course, heard the elder's words. Such a melodious voice must belong to a remarkable individual. However, he mused that there were many talented voice actors. Reflecting on a previous deception, he noted that even a casual remark could be taken seriously by others. He decided to observe the situation, for it was a matter of their sincerity. Even if he wished to decline, he ought to show respect. With that, Master Rashi opened his eyes. Noticing the Grand Supreme Elder's widened gaze, Master Rashi swiftly dashed back, changing into a striking black suit and donning his most dazzling turtle shell. He approached the Elder and inquired, "My lady, would you care to dine with me?" The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Yet, the Bull Demon King had not forgotten Master Rashi's intention to take on a disciple. He promptly addressed Master Rashi, asking, "Master Wutian, have we passed the test?" "Rest assured, I am not one to make promises lightly," Master Rashi replied, eager to engage in meaningful discourse with the Grand Supreme Elder, dismissing all other matters. The Bull Demon King, reassured, patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder, signaling him not to worry. After all, he had noticed the cold sweat on his brow, though he feigned indifference. He truly cared deeply. Sun Wukong felt discontent at the thought of the Grand Supreme Elder being led astray by Master Rashi. Despite his newfound status as a disciple, he experienced a pang of guilt towards the Elder and decided to take the Bull Demon King away to tidy up their quarters and prepare for rest. The Bull Demon King wished to inquire about martial arts from Master Wutian that very moment, but Sun Wukong interjected, "We had a long day. Let us rest. We can discuss martial arts tomorrow. Besides, it seems Master Wutian is rather occupied. You wouldn't want to be a burden to your beloved teacher, would you, Bull-san?" "Very well. For the sake of the master, Sacrificing one evening is but a small matter, the Bull Demon King conceded. Indeed, Bull-san, you truly are admirable, Sun Wukong praised. Thus, the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong fell asleep in the same room. Once assured that both were slumbering, Master Roshi turned to the Grand Supreme Elder, saying, "My dear, you should take your leave. This is not a place for you. If you linger too long, your family may begin to worry. Weren't you quite the lecherous one? Why the sudden change?" The Grand Supreme Elder inquired, puzzled. She had prepared to confront him, yet now felt a sense of embarrassment. "It has been a long time since I have experienced such liveliness." Observing these two, "I too wish to pass on the spirit of my teachings," Master Roshi explained. "Oh, I see. I was prepared to confront you, yet it seems you are not a villain after all," the Grand Supreme Elder remarked, revealing her aura. Master Roshi understood that his newly acquired disciples had indeed brought back a formidable presence. "Pray tell, esteemed Elder, what brings you here?" Master Roshi, now cautious, refrained from his earlier casual demeanor. "Nothing of consequence. I merely heard of an amusing individual discussing your conditions for accepting disciples. I felt compelled to offer you a lesson." The Grand Supreme Elder responded. The Turtle Sage was relieved that he was unharmed, yet he felt a sense of unease at the unusual smoothness of the situation. Typically, a normal girl would harbor disdain and resist him, but her docility made him think of her as a naive child navigating a perilous world. He found himself at a loss. "In truth, I still consider myself quite innocent," the Turtle Sage shyly confessed. "It is evident that, despite his age, he remains untainted." The Supreme Lord Laozi remarked with approval. "I wish to reside here, may I? I am genuinely intrigued by you all," Laozi elaborated. The Turtle Sage hesitated. "Well, that puts me in a bit of a bind." "I understand. It is merely a matter of rent," Laozi said, producing a fan for the Turtle Sage. "Very well. You may stay as long as you wish," the Turtle Sage conceded with resignation. "Do not wear such a woeful expression. This is the banana fan," Laozi retorted angrily. "Banana fan?" the Turtle Sage queried, perplexed. "This marvelous fan, when waved once, conjures a great wind. Twice, it summons rain. Thrice, it brings forth a torrential downpour," Laozi proclaimed with pride. Yet, he inwardly mused, "It is merely a fan used for kindling fires. I hope you do not recognize its true worth. Such power? I have indeed profited. However, the rent is waived. You may take the fan with you when you leave." The Turtle Sage's demeanor lightened slightly, though not significantly. "Goten, rise. We must seek Master Mutant for guidance in our studies," shouted the Ox King. Goten, awakened, typically rose early. But the thoughts that occupied his mind the previous night had caused him to sleep a tad later than usual. Once they had both refreshed themselves, they noticed a disheveled woman descending the stairs, who greeted them upon seeing them. At that moment, Goten's spirits plummeted. After all, he was an accomplice. Chapter 39, Goten's Past, Part 4. "Goten, why do you appear so lackluster? If you continue in this manner, will you even heed my words?" the Turtle Sage bellowed. "I apologize, Master," Goten replied, feeling embarrassed. Initially, he had perceived the two youths as lacking in cultural refinement, and he had hoped to instill in them a proper martial arts perspective. Yet Goten's disinterest puzzled him. Even the typically calm Turtle Sage was growing irritated. "If you do not wish to learn from me, simply say so. My teachings are not suited for the average individual. Without diligence, one may find oneself in peril," the Turtle Sage warned. "I wish to learn, Master," Goten replied, his words few but resolute. "Indeed, Master Mutant, Goten likely did not sleep well last night. After all, being able to study under you is bound to provoke some excitement. Please consider this his first time and forgive him," the Ox King interjected. "Is that so?" The Turtle Sage appeared skeptical, but he could not afford to waste more time here. There would be opportunities to clarify later. "Ox King Goten, what is your true motivation for learning martial arts?" the Turtle Sage inquired. "I wish to grow stronger to win the hand of a princess. She claims to favor powerful men," the Ox King declared. "I seek strength to confront those who have bullied me in the past," Goten added. "Master Roshi, what is this nonsense? This is my disciple. Can I return him? He has left me utterly bewildered. In the past, when I took on students, they would express their aspirations to become martial artists. Yet these two are so genuine, they have ceased to perform. Nevertheless, I must impart some wisdom. The pursuit of martial arts is not merely to win the favor of beautiful women or to engage in bravado. It is a journey to better understand oneself and to surpass one's own limitations." This is the essence of the Turtle School's philosophy. We understand, Master. When shall we begin our training? Asked Bull Demon King. At this moment, Son Gohan also perked up. As for martial arts, I shall not teach you techniques. I hope you come to me not to learn mere skills, but to become masters in your own right, with unique martial arts of your own. Let us commence. Master Roshi declared. Upon hearing this, the two disciples ceased their yearning for martial arts training, convinced that he would indeed teach them. Son Gohan and Bull Demon King spent their day delivering milk, tilling fields by hand, attending cultural classes, taking afternoon naps, moving bricks unassisted, swimming, and dodging the attacks of bees. Observing the two, exhausted and haggard, Master Roshi lamented that the youth truly seemed to be growing weaker. Time for dinner, called the Grand Supreme Old Lord, fastening his apron. We're coming. Son Gohan and Bull Demon King shouted in unison. Son Gohan, wait a moment. I have a few questions for you, Master Roshi inquired. Both Son Gohan and Bull Demon King paused, casting puzzled glances at Master Roshi. Bull Demon King, you go ahead and eat. We will join you shortly, Master Roshi instructed, pulling the swollen Son Gohan aside for a private conversation. What is the matter with you? You seem so distracted, he remarked. Son Gohan then expressed his worries. Master, am I a bad person? What wrong have you committed? Master Roshi pondered, contemplating whether he had overthought the situation. Did I harm Miss Anning by leaving her in your care? Son Gohan asked. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi assured him. From the moment I was born until today, I remain a virgin. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Son Gohan exclaimed, feeling insulted. There is no one here. I have no reason to deceive you. Moreover, why are you so concerned about her? Do you harbor feelings for her? Master Roshi queried. No. Son Gohan immediately denied. Is that so? If not, that is for the best. Let me tell you, she is an unattainable figure for you. Even I appear like a child in her presence. Master Roshi said before departing. He understood the importance of not pushing too hard and leaving others some space. Days turned into weeks, and time felt interminable as Son Gohan and Bull Demon King completed their final day of training, burdened with a 100-kilogram turtle shell. During this period, Son Gohan consistently avoided Miss Anning. Even the oblivious Bull Demon King noticed, but Master Roshi advised him not to speak of it. They were to observe the matter without interference. This is the clothing I made for you, Miss Anning said, handing a garment to Son Gohan. This outfit is truly hideous. Son Gohan remarked. Son Gohan, I believe I have not wronged you. Why do you treat me this way? If I have erred in any regard, please voice it. Not everyone can endure your demeanor. I have extended my goodwill to you. What more do you desire? Miss Anning replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. You should not be here. Son Wukong remarked. And Ning, filled with rage, struck Son Wukong and cursed him as a scoundrel. The phrase you should not be here was something that the Supreme Elder had heard since childhood, while anyone could utter it. Hearing it from Son Wukong evoked a peculiar sense of sorrow. However, the Supreme Elder was torn, feeling both regret after the blow and a belief that Son Wukong was at fault, leaving her with no responsibility in the matter. In a fit of anger, Ning departed from the Turtle Hermit's abode. The Turtle Hermit sighed, feeling unworthy to speak further. He expressed, some individuals, once missed, will never be seen again. Much like two intersecting lines that drift further apart. Teacher, what are you saying? We need to get going, the Bull Demon King interjected. Coming, I shall be there shortly. The Turtle Hermit replied. Throughout the journey, Son Wukong maintained a solemn silence. The Turtle Hermit, wishing to offer comfort, opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, recalling his own past when he watched his beloved depart, powerless to intervene. Let it be, let it be. Each generation has its own fortune, and I should not meddle too much. Greetings, esteemed audience. I apologize for the wait. We shall now commence the 8th World Martial Arts Tournament, the host announced. Furthermore, the victor of this tournament shall receive a substantial reward of 500,000. Before the first match commenced, we invite the director of the tournament to address the audience. Director, please take the floor, the host requested. A terrifying bark from a dog echoed in response. Thank you, Director, the host acknowledged. The Bull Demon King and Son Wukong charged through, facing little opposition. To prevent his disciples from becoming complacent, the Turtle Hermit decided to participate personally, though he refrained from disguising himself as Jackie Chan. The Turtle Hermit swiftly defeated the Bull Demon King, securing a place in the finals. Son Wukong, too, emerged as a dark horse, having faced no challengers. Yet, despite his apparent strength, Son Wukong felt immense pressure against the Turtle Hermit. The two engaged in a fierce contest, and although Sun Wukong appeared more robust, it did not hinder the turtle hermit from gaining the upper hand. Sun Wukong resorted to his former mastery of rock, paper, scissors, catching the turtle hermit off guard momentarily. The turtle hermit understood that defeating Sun Wukong required more than mere tricks. True skill was essential. Utilizing the shadow clone fist, he left Sun Wukong scrambling for his bearings. Sun Wukong, concede. You are no match for me. Perhaps after several more years of training, you might stand a chance against me. After all, you are my most formidable disciple, the turtle hermit declared. Teacher, losing is not frightening, but relinquishing without effort is truly terrifying, Sun Wukong replied. What is the necessity of this? Very well, I shall be a bit harsher this time. You should relax, and it will soon conclude, the turtle hermit stated. Yet, Sun Wukong dared not relax, his body taut with tension. Chapter 40. The Past of Sun Wukong, v. Maximum Power Activation. The turtle sage, muscles bulging, bellowed at Sun Gohan. I shall show no mercy from this point onward. If you wish to concede, do so swiftly. The strength I wield now far surpasses the mere afterimages of earlier. With the infusion of maximum power coupled with the afterimage technique, Sun Gohan found himself utterly defenseless, already battered and bruised. In that moment, memories of the turtle sage's teachings flooded Sun Gohan's mind. It was a day when the sun had just risen, and three figures, each bearing a turtle shell, stood precariously on a series of narrow stones, balancing bowls of water atop their heads. While the turtle sage remained steadfast, the other two appeared on the verge of losing their balance. The turtle sage imparted his wisdom. Learn to trust your body. All things possess a spirit. Feel the stones with your body, rather than merely observing them with your eyes. Back in the arena, Sun Gohan's recollection lasted but a fleeting instant. Yet it imparted clarity to the turtle sage's words. He closed his eyes in contemplation. Observing Sun Gohan's closed eyelids, the turtle sage pondered if he had surrendered. Nevertheless, coaxing him to unleash his maximum power would be no small feat. I, the turtle sage, shall designate you as my strongest disciple. For you have the capacity to transcend your limits in battle, even beyond the confines of the multiple afterimages technique. Let us employ this technique, the turtle sage declared, unleashing the turtle destruction wave. A considerable crater formed before him, and though he furrowed his brow momentarily at the sight, he soon relaxed. This young lad is advancing remarkably fast, like the relentless waves of the Yangtze River, each succeeding wave surpassing the last. The host, bewildered, inquired, where is he? Yet, he pressed on, for a martial artist of Master Wu Tian's esteemed reputation would not resort to lethal means, especially against his own disciple. Upon hearing this, the turtle sage remained silent, pointing his index finger skyward. Soon, the audience beheld a figure clad in a yellow GI, none other than Sun Gohan himself. The host exclaimed in astonishment, our Sun Gohan is indeed formidable, not only engaged in an evenly matched duel with his master, but also evading the turtle destruction wave. In this final match, Sun Gohan has truly lived up to our expectations. Master Wu Tian, do you have any further techniques? We eagerly await your demonstration, the host continued. The turtle sage, choosing silence, rolled up his sleeves, contemplating a technique he had seldom employed. In the past, those who faced it often suffered grave consequences. Yet Sun Gohan had grown to a level capable of withstanding it. Universal Devastation Palm, the turtle sage announced. This technique involved the turtle sage joining his hands to gather energy, transforming his entire essence into a powerful current of tens of thousands of volts, which he directed at his opponent, ensnaring them and rendering them immobile while continuously assaulting them with electric energy. As Sun Gohan descended from the air, lacking the ability to manipulate flight, he became an easy target. The turtle sage aimed and unleashed this formidable technique. Without question, Sun Gohan fell victim to it. Surrender. The turtle sage urged, you cannot hope to match me. Simply concede, and I shall immediately release you from this technique. Not a chance, Sun Gohan retorted defiantly. Observing Sun Gohan's resilience, the turtle sage silently intensified the power. Ultimately, Sun Gohan's youth proved a disadvantage. He succumbed to the overwhelming electric force. The atmosphere fell into silence as Master Roshi, perplexed by the delay of the host, remarked, Host, you may begin counting now. Oh right, I'll be there shortly. My apologies. Master Mateto, your match was so exhilarating that I lost track of time, the host explained. That hurts. How could you strike so fiercely, Master Mateto? Sun Gohan protested. Who told you not to surrender? You are both inexperienced and eager for battle. Whom can you blame? Master Roshi retorted. That may be true, yet facing Master Mateto is undeniably thrilling. One can easily become overwhelmed, Son Gohan confessed. Such recklessness during combat is perilous, Master Roshi admonished. And what about me? Asked the Bull Demon King. You have room for improvement, slightly weaker than Son Gohan, Master Roshi replied. Turning to his two disciples in the infirmary, Master Roshi remarked, Your growth under my tutelage has surpassed my expectations. Your strength has notably increased, especially you, Son Gohan. With your extraordinarily formidable talent, your power is indeed astonishing. A fact you are surely aware of. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. I have allowed you to participate in the martial arts tournament to test your capabilities. However, your strength is so formidable that you might even claim the championship. I understand you are still young and somewhat immature. Should you win now, it may lead to arrogance, making it difficult for you to face future trials. I hope you will evolve into more accomplished and illustrious martial artists. Thus, after considerable reflection, I decided to enter the tournament myself, to teach you that there are always greater beings beyond your current understanding. Understood, Master Mateto, both responded to Master Roshi. On that day, Master Roshi bid farewell to Son Gohan and the Bull Demon King. He explained that both had the potential to establish their own schools, and remaining with him would limit their growth. It was better for them to venture out and gain experience. The Bull Demon King and Son Gohan had initially sought to learn from him, so they naturally would not continue living with the old master. Son Gohan's belongings were minimal, consisting of just a few garments packed in a bundle. At that moment, without the convenience of a universal capsule, it was impossible for him to carry more. However, Master Roshi gifted him a magical staff upon departure. The Bull Demon King only sustained minor injuries, which could be treated with some ointment, leaving Son Gohan alone. Though it takes 100 days to heal from serious injuries, training in the Dragon Ball world genuinely enhances one's physical prowess. Within a few days, Son Gohan, supported by the magical staff, was able to walk. As he made his way along the path towards the Bun Mountain, Son Gohan called out to the figure behind him. You need not hide any longer. Come forth. Though he had not mastered the ability to sense ki, he had touched upon the threshold of this skill, akin to what we often refer to as the sixth sense. Yet, he was uncertain and merely called out casually. The person behind the tree was unsure whether Son Gohan truly knew, but Son Gohan continued. If you possess such strength, why conceal yourself? Feeling cornered, Anning believed Son Gohan had already discerned her presence and stepped out. Miss Anning? Son Gohan exclaimed, filled with confusion. I merely feared you might perish in these mountains, so I came to check on you. Do not misunderstand, and Ning declared. Ah, I see. Son Wukong responded with sudden clarity. Upon hearing this, Ning inexplicably felt a surge of anger. Was Son Wukong really so oblivious? Nevertheless, having lived for thousands of years, she decided not to bicker with a mere child. Chapter 41, Son Wukong's Past, Part 6. So you reside here? And Ning inquired, puzzled. I do not dwell here. I originally lived near West City, but I sold that house, Son Wukong explained. I see. I thought you might be homeless, and Ning playfully remarked. You could indeed say I am homeless. The house is yet to be built, Son Wukong admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Well, seeing you are such a fool, who cannot build a house, I shall lend you a hand, and Ning proposed. She assisted Son Wukong in constructing a mortise and tenon house, which left him in awe. The structure was remarkable, built without a single nail, stirring within him a profound appreciation for the wonders of the world. This house is extraordinary. Where did you learn to build it? It resembles a rural adobe house, yet not entirely, Son Wukong inquired. My father was a carpenter. All of this knowledge came from him, and Ning explained. He must be an impressive person. I have never encountered such techniques, Son Wukong praised. Oh no, he is just an ordinary man, and Ning replied with a smile. Who says ordinary people cannot be great? Son Wukong countered. You have become quite talkative lately. Quickly go chop some trees for me. I desire a large bed. These past few days sleeping on the ground beneath the sky has been quite uncomfortable, and Ning complained. All right, Son Wukong responded, taking the stone axe Ning had crafted and heading off to gather wood. In this desolate wilderness, a solitary man and a woman engaged in the rudimentary agrarian lifestyle, fully self-sufficient, while also sharing moments of leisure together. Son Wukong, do you know why girls enjoy shopping? And Ning asked. Why? Son Wukong pondered for a moment before admitting his ignorance. You truly are quite dull, aren't you? Allow me to graciously enlighten you. Shopping can stem from various circumstances. If a person is shopping alone, it often indicates they have spent too long in one place and are feeling lonely, seeking to alter their state of being, and Ning elucidated. I see, but what about two people? Sun Wukong posed a rather sharp question. Two people? I do not know. You must contemplate that yourself, and Ning replied with a laugh before skipping away. Indeed, shopping has its reasons. Women are becoming increasingly enigmatic. Master Wu Tian advised me to maintain my distance from her, yet I remain uncertain whether this is right or wrong, Sun Wukong mused, shaking his head as he followed her. On that day, Ning purchased an abundance of clothing, causing Sun Wukong to feel a pang of regret. Whoever marries this woman will surely face misfortune. Meanwhile, Ning found his demeanor peculiar. Sun Wukong, what is wrong? Are you unwell? She inquired. I am fine. He waved dismissively, and Ning glanced at the garments she had procured with her own money, wondering why he would feel discomfort. She had not compelled him to contribute. How vexatious it is. Despite the relentless passage of millennia, with dynasties rising and falling, and those in power perpetually changing. I firmly believe that had I the role of a wife in any era, I would undoubtedly be the most virtuous of them all. How could a mere Son Gohan dare to disdain me? As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man is akin to a golden brick. And I am, in fact, a veritable mountain of gold. Such thoughts erupted in her mind, and instantly, Ning gazed at Son Gohan with eyes brimming with indignation. Son Gohan pondered, what is the meaning behind this woman's gaze? It is utterly perplexing. With a huff, Ning turned and made her way back. While it was impossible to return to the bamboo grove of Baozi Mountain, her pride compelled her to demand that Son Gohan invite her into the vehicle before she would consent to go back. As he drove, Son Gohan inquired, why are you angry? I am not angry, Ning denied. Is that so, Ning? I have always questioned why you choose to endure this humble existence with me. He asked. As life began to settle into a semblance of normalcy, Ning found herself devoid of reason to remain. Do you find me distasteful? She seemed to echo Son Gohan's earlier pained expression. In that moment, Son Gohan's heart became tumultuous. Inexplicably, witnessing Ning's sorrow caused his own spirits to plummet. No, I merely wish to spare you from hardship, he replied. Son Gohan was acutely aware of the romantic sentiments often spoken of between men and women, yet he could never fathom why he had developed feelings for this particular woman. Moreover, recalling Master Roshi's words, that she was beyond his reach, he felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. A true man, when confronted with the object of his affection, often experiences a profound sense of inferiority, and Son Gohan was no exception. He deemed himself unremarkable. His martial pursuits aimed solely at confronting the bullies who tormented him. He was, in essence, a small-time thug, albeit one educated by Master Roshi. After participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he resolved not to seek vengeance, aspiring instead to become a martial artist under the tutelage of Master Wu Tian. However, upon encountering Ning, he was instantly captivated by her beauty, falling for her at first sight. When he learned that the Ox King sought Master Roshi, his initial reaction was not guilt but heartache. Witnessing Ning in disarray truly shattered his heart, yet our son Gohan, lacking an understanding of emotions, mistook this feeling for guilt. Master Roshi, perceptive to this evolving situation, initially intended to extricate Son Gohan from it, but as the boy became increasingly enmeshed, Master Roshi resigned himself to the unfolding drama. When Ning presented him with clothing, Son Gohan felt an exhilarating rush, yet he suppressed his excitement. He believed he ought not to accept such a gift, fearing it would render her unforgettable. After all, he had previously encountered thugs who exploited innocent girls in such a manner. Nonetheless, as he watched Ning depart with the clothes in her arms, an inexplicable heaviness settled within him. Master Roshi wished to interject, yet seemed at a loss for words. He handed over the Rui Jingu Bang, subtly intending to convey that one must act from the heart and not wait until regret sets in to appreciate what they have. However, Sun Wukong was oblivious to Master Roshi's intent, interpreting the gesture as a gift of a staff and weapon from his teacher. Following the world's martial arts tournament, he was captivated by the sudden appearance of Ning, desperately seeking ways to keep her by his side. She resembled the ethereal beings described in literature, and as he gazed at her, a wave of self-doubt washed over him. As they journeyed together in silence, the nature of their relationship became perplexing. They were described as friends, yet there lingered an air of ambiguity. Were they lovers? Their interactions lacked the intimacy typically associated with romance. Were they not simply friends? Yet something more, hovering between camaraderie and courtship? Before becoming a disciple, Sun Wukong was a mere ruffian, trailing behind others and calling them Big Brother. After suffering a severe beating one day, he sought out his leader, only to find that the latter had been sent away with a bribe. In that moment, Sun Wukong lost faith in others, realizing that he could only rely on himself. Through rigorous training, he indeed became capable of standing up against his bullies, yet the strength of a single individual is inherently limited, and he soon faced defeat again. In his despair, he learned of Master Roshi's legendary deeds and resolved to seek him as a mentor, depleting his savings meant for purchasing a home in the West City. Chapter 42, Sun Wukong's Past, Part 7. The sound of rushing water and the cicada's cries resonated eerily within the bamboo grove, mocking the occupants of the dwelling. And Ning found the atmosphere intolerable and commanded Sun Wukong, "Bring me wine, I wish to drink. Fetch the wine I have brewed." "Isn't it said that the best wine matures over a year?" Sun Wukong replied, puzzled. "I will drink whenever I please, and you have no authority over me, Sun Wukong." "I assure you, no one possesses such authority," and Ning's eyes glinted with determination. Sun Wukong opened his mouth to respond but faltered, ultimately conceding with a simple, "All right." As he departed, and Ning watched him, her eyes slightly reddened as she murmured, "You are a god, the once mighty Taishang Laojun, for whom countless souls have fought fiercely. And yet, you wish to cry? How embarrassing!" And Ning. With that, she cradled her head in her hands and slowly sank against the wall. Returning with a jar of wine, Sun Wukong found in Ning silent and expressionless as she snatched the jar from him. With a vigorous tug, she tore away the red cloth covering it and drained the contents, wine spilling over the rim. And Ning, clad in white, exuded an alluring charm that stirred Sun Wukong's passions. The dampness of her attire rendered it somewhat translucent, accentuating her enchanting figure. And Ning noticed the gaze Sun Wukong cast upon her. Inexplicably, she felt no aversion to it. In the past, even the slightest hint of such looks would have repulsed her, prompting her to flee the scene. And Ning cast aside the nearly empty wine jar and slowly approached Sun Wukong. 1 step, 2 steps. Sun Wukong was in torment, unsure of the reason, feeling as if he could barely contain the demon within him. He wished for Ning to change her clothes quickly, yet he couldn't bear to let her go, longing to gaze upon her a moment longer. These conflicting emotions intertwined within him. "Do you like me?" And Ning asked, lifting Sun Wukong's chin with her index finger. Her eyes filled with tenderness. Sun Wukong, captivated by Ning's flushed cheeks, found himself frozen in place. He had never seen her like this before, despite her disheveled appearance. He found it profoundly appealing. This affection stemmed from the depths of his heart. He cherished her hands, her feet, and most of all, her face. In essence, he adored everything about her. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Sun Wukong pushed Ning to the ground and fervently unleashed the desires within him. However, at the critical moment, Ning halted him, saying, "Slow down, it's my first time. I'm afraid it will hurt." "Don't worry, I will be gentle," Sun Wukong replied softly. This section is omitted for brevity. Suddenly, Sun Wukong awoke with a start, remembering his encounter with Ning the previous night. He hastily threw off his covers to find himself fully dressed. Was it merely a dream? He lamented. Exiting his room, he found no trace of Ning. He called out into the wilderness, but his voice echoed back in silence. His expression gradually darkened as he rushed back inside and noticed a letter on the table. Sun Wukong's panicked demeanor ceased, and his gaze became vacant as he beheld the elegant handwriting addressed to him. With trembling hands, he unfolded the letter, which read, "Dear Sun Wukong, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed. Do not seek me, for you will not find me. The place I am heading is one you could never reach in your lifetime. The days spent with you have been the happiest of my existence, and it has been my utmost fortune to meet you. Son, I know you harbor feelings for me. During our time at the Turtle Hermit's abode, I could distinctly sense your affections, yet you seem to shy away from me. It is precisely this that has piqued my profound interest in you. Perhaps I am foolish. I dismiss those who treat me well, yet I find myself deeply drawn to you. I attempted to capture your attention by gifting you clothing, but it seems you did not appreciate it. Nonetheless, I secretly purchased many outfits for you, one of which is mixed in with them. However, dear son, should any girl offer you clothes in the future, do not accept them casually. In my era, only a wife would bestow such gifts upon a man. I have also tidied your home for you, including your belongings, as a testament that I would be the most diligent wife. You need not worry about my feelings. I am neither angry nor dissatisfied with what transpired between us. My departure is for a reason, and I believe you would not find happiness with me. In conclusion, I wish to say, some matters are meant to be forgotten. Certain tales are preserved as mementos. Some memories are shared between us. Some emotions are willingly embraced. Yet, there exist certain things that are beyond our control. Forget me, for I have loved you, and Ning. After reading this, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping him, and he could not help but collapse onto the ground. Master Wu Tian, you were right. I should not have provoked her, he sighed, seemingly aged several years in that moment. This is what I know of the story between Sun Wukong and Ning. Subsequently, Sun Wukong once sought to find Ning, but despite his efforts, she remained elusive. He had even come to me seeking solace. After Master Rashi finished speaking, he shook his smoking pipe. One could say that Sun Wukong's latter years were as aimless as my own, yet perhaps slightly better, for he still possessed a goal. Master Rashi exhaled a few smoke rings. Chapter 43. The Divine Dragon Let Us Return, said Temenel, having heard the story and wishing to depart from this place. Her dear father was still waiting for her in the underworld. No one voiced any objections, as the atmosphere here was rather oppressive, and it was best to leave quickly. Encountering a ghost or two would not be amusing. Temenel felt a twinge of fear, for the ghost stories from her previous life still haunted her. We're leaving. Sun Wukong, or else we won't wait for you, bellowed Bull Demon King. I will not return. You should go back with Master Wu Tian and the others. The fire at home should have been extinguished by now, and you will not need me any longer, replied Sun Wukong. The Bull Demon King glanced at Sun Wukong, then at Ning, and shouted, Sun Wukong, do you think I truly want you to accompany us? I merely need you to pilot the spaceship. Do you believe you hold any significance for us? What a joke. Just hand over the spaceship, if you wish to perish here alone. That is of no concern to us. How infuriating, you bull-headed fiend. Take this, Sun Wukong exclaimed, tossing the capsule of his spaceship to the Bull Demon King. After receiving the capsule, the Bull Demon King departed without a backward glance. Sun Wukong looked after him and muttered, Thank you, brother. And Ning observed the interaction between Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King, turned away, and remarked, childish, before retreating to rest. Sun Wukong, noticing Ning had followed suit, hurried after her. Where is Sun Wukong? Master Rashi inquired. He is with Tai Shang Lao Jun, the Bull Demon King replied with a grin. I see. They have indeed found their resolution, Master Rashi mused. Now, we are close to gathering all the Dragon Balls. Temenel, what shall we do next? Videl asked joyfully. Mother, you should focus on piloting the spaceship. We have yet to collect all the Dragon Balls, Temenel responded, glancing at the 6 Dragon Balls they had gathered. Then hold on tight. I am about to accelerate, Videl said, cracking his knuckles. Wait, I haven't fastened my seatbelt. Temenel exclaimed in terror. The others, aside from Temenel, were perplexed. A tremendous roar erupted as the spaceship soared, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, traveling at speeds several times that of sound. As soon as they descended from the spaceship, Temenel rushed to vomit, and the others followed suit. You all are pathetic. You cannot even handle this speed. If it were not for the ship's limits, I could go even faster, Videl proclaimed with pride. Vedel, you rascal, why are you driving so fast? Are you in a hurry to be reborn? The dissatisfaction was clearly etched on Janae's face. 900, what did you say? Vedel replied calmly. I said you are a rascal. Janae retorted angrily. A spark of tension flickered between them. Wow, my family's fire has truly gone out, exclaimed Chi-Chi with excitement. Well then, let us take my sister to the place where you keep your treasures. The Dragon Balls should be there, Temenel said gently to Chi-Chi. Who could resist such a cute and obedient little girl? Then, sister and Goku, I will take you to the treasure vault. My father showed me the map and told me there are many precious items inside. The Dragon Balls you mentioned must surely be there, Chi-Chi joyfully declared. Chi-Chi was bubbling with excitement as they approached the castle, a place she had never visited before. In the grand hall, Temenel spotted a photograph of the Ox King and his wife alongside Chi-Chi. So this is what they look like. They resemble a grown-up Chi-Chi, Temenel mused. Recalling how in her childhood viewings of Dragon Ball, the woman's face had been perfectly obscured, and she had been quite anxious at the time. Before long, the three arrived at the treasure vault. Temenel, holding the Dragon Ball radar, searched for the orbs while saying, walk approximately 88 steps southeast. Sure enough, in that corner. she discovered a box containing a Dragon Ball. "Hey, you two needn't look anymore. I found it," Temenel called out to the two children who were playing nearby. "Really? Let me see." Goku rushed over, examining the Dragon Ball in his hands. 1, 2, 6, 7. "This is the 7-star ball," Chi-Chi noted. "At last, we have gathered them all," Temenel said, affectionately ruffling the children's hair. The 7 Dragon Balls glimmered together, emitting a flickering yellow-white light. Vettel pondered, have they truly gathered them all? This seems too easy. Who is that person? I can't help but suspect that something is amiss. Do you even exist? Or am I merely engaging in a battle of wits with thin air? "Hey, bring out my father's remains," Temenel said, noticing Vettel lost in thought. "Oh right. I'll release them right away," Vettel replied, rummaging through his universal capsule until he finally located the one containing the spaceship. Gazing at his slightly moldy father, Temenel said, "Dad, please don't let me down. Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." She called out to the 7 Dragon Balls. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, engulfing the entire earth in shadow, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. A beam of light shot up from the Dragon Balls, transforming into a dragon as it ascended into the clouds, slowly descending. Everyone, including Temenel, was astonished by the spectacle until Shenron spoke, bringing Temenel back to her senses. "Is it you who called me forth? Speak your wish, no matter what it may be," Shenron proclaimed in an indomitable tone. "Revive my father, Toma," Temenel shouted. Shenron paused to consider. "That wish is quite simple," he replied, his eyes glowing red. After the dragon's eyes flashed red, it proclaimed, "Your wish has been granted." With that, the Dragon Ball soared into the sky, preparing to disperse across the earth. Tamer, keenly observing the 4-star ball, leapt towards it just as it was about to depart, successfully seizing it. Simultaneously, he noted his father's condition. The purple and blue hues that marred his father's body had returned to normal. So it was, Tamer thought, relieved that his father was not burdened with a decaying body, as he watched his father restored by the dragon's magic. "Here you go, Kakarot, this is for you," Tamer said as he approached son Wukong. "Is this the 4-star ball? Sister, why has it turned to stone?" Son Wukong inquired as he received the 4-star ball. "Once the Dragon Balls are used, they cannot be utilized again within a year," Tamer patiently explained. "I see," son Wukong responded. "Then why don't you collect all the Dragon Balls, Tamer?" Jine asked, intrigued by the power of the Dragon Balls and wishing to experience their magic herself. "Using such unnatural forces excessively defies the laws of nature," Tamer remarked, gazing at his father in the distance. "Indeed, your father has returned. Let us go and see him," Jine said, leading everyone towards Toma. Toma slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "Where am I? I remember hell being different." Upon seeing the resurrected Toma, Vittel excitedly rushed forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Vittel?" Toma asked, puzzled. "You scoundrel, you absolute scoundrel," Vittel exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Tamer observed the revival of his dear father, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Vittel, have you also perished?" Toma queried, scratching the back of his head. Vittel playfully slapped him, saying, "It's been a long time since I died. Have you forgotten how to speak?" Unable to bear their affectionate exchange, Jine stepped forward to clarify the situation for Toma. "So I am revived?" Toma asked in astonishment. "Fortunately, you did not reincarnate. Otherwise, our efforts would have been in vain," Tamer commented. "Who are you?" Toma inquired. "She is your daughter, Tamer," Vittel explained. "Is that so? How remarkable." Toma expressed, a look of pride on his face. "But sister, you are impressive. You even know about reincarnation. I thought you only understood Dragon Balls," son Wukong remarked, eliciting glances from everyone. Tamer felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, retorting, "You're not wrong, Wukong." Just then, a melodious voice chimed in. "Did the god of the Saiyans inform you of this?" Chapter 44. Are you referring to Raditz? "Yes, it is the god of the Saiyans," Tamer replied, placing his left hand on his waist and resting his right hand protectively over his chest. "Really?" Jine asked, a hint of skepticism in her tone. "Of course it's true. Otherwise, how would I know all of this?" Tamer exclaimed, her voice rising with excitement. The source of this knowledge, Tamer realized, was merely a legendary deity substituting for her, and the people of this world would accept it without question, for indeed, the gods of this realm truly exist. Thus, everyone accepted that Tamer's knowledge stemmed from this so-called god of the Saiyans. Certainly, aside from Vettel, the mother who has lived with Tamer for an extended period possesses a deeper understanding of him. This particular gesture, which Vettel recognized at a mere glance, is a unique tell that Temenel exhibits only when he is fabricating a story. After casting a sidelong glance at Temenel, Vettel closed his eyes. After a brief interval, he slowly opened them and remarked, "I see now." That day, the Bull Demon King graciously hosted Master Roshi and Temenel, although Temenel did not indulge much in the feast, as he was acutely aware that knowledge must stem from a credible source. When one becomes overly preoccupied with a matter, their demeanor invariably shifts. Thus, it is best to maintain a sense of equanimity. Otherwise, one's true feelings may become apparent to others. Observe, there was a gaze directed towards her. Vettel scrutinized her with an observant eye, albeit from a rather concealed angle. Typically, Temenel would fall asleep effortlessly, yet on this particular night, he found himself plagued by insomnia. What a nuisance, what should I do? Come on, woman, I am all you need. If not, I am merely your dog system, came the response. What now? Let's just leave it be. How can you say that? If they discover that I am not the original Temenel, what should I do? Relax. I am a professional in this domain, a top-tier entity within the system. It was precisely at the moment I saw Vettel carry you out that your soul traversed here. To be precise, aside from me, no one will discern that you do not belong to this world. But how do I explain my knowledge? Temenel inquired. The explanation your mother provided is quite satisfactory. God of the Scions, came the reply. The God of the Scions? I am unfamiliar with that. Unfamiliar? Just make it real. How do I do that? Let me assign you a task. Have you overlooked something to tell me? Not at all. This is a directive from the main system received today. I am contemplating how to address it. What is it? Share it with me. Let us leave a bit of suspense. What sort of nonsense is that? Do not scold me, woman. Leave me be. All right then. Unable to find solace in sleep, Temenel decided to take a stroll to clear his mind. The moment Temenel stepped outside, Vettel opened his eyes and sat up, observing the slumbering figures in the hall. Vettel mused upon the remarkable tranquility of their hearts, as they slept like dead pigs. He stealthily followed Temenel, gazing at the crescent moon in the sky. Temenel was suddenly startled by Vettel's voice from behind. Temenel, what troubles you? Mother, aren't you tired? Temenel was astonished, believing her mother had long since succumbed to slumber. Not particularly. As it happens, I have something to discuss with you, Vettel replied. What is it? Temenel responded, a touch anxious as she had yet to formulate an excuse. Are you considering Raditz? Vettel inquired with an air of nonchalance. What? I hadn't thought about that, Mom, Temenel retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. Ha ha. And thank you. You truly resurrected your father, Vettel remarked. It's nothing much. I am uncertain of its success. After all, it has been 15 years, Temenel said, feeling a bit bashful as she twirled her hair. Regarding the concept of reincarnation you mentioned, what would transpire if Thomas, your father, were to be reborn? Since Timo merely hinted at this and refrained from elaborating, Vettel found himself somewhat intrigued. Thus, Timo candidly responded, stating that father would not be resurrected, for his soul would cease to exist within the vast cosmos. I see. This was also conveyed to your mother, who revealed a benevolent smile. Indeed, Timo nervously affirmed. Timo, I must point out a peculiar habit of yours. When anxious, you tend to retract your left hand while your right hand instinctively guards your chest. As you are doing now. Is it possible that this person does not exist? Vettel's gaze shifted from gentle to piercing. How could that be true, Mother? That is hardly amusing. Timo chuckled awkwardly. Yet, Mother Vettel retained her expression, causing Timo to stifle her laughter and gradually break into a cold sweat. Indeed, this individual did not exist. Timo bowed her head before the woman, perhaps succumbing to the weight of her lineage, regardless of her formidable strength. She dared not defy this person. How do you possess such knowledge? Vettel recognized that Timo was privy to much that remained unknown to others. Yet she was unclear about the origins of this information. I do not belong to this world. I hail from another universe, one rich with knowledge concerning your realm. Timo endeavored to respond in a manner her mother could comprehend. And what of the original little Timo? After hearing this, Vettel formed her own conjectures, but still sought clarity from Timo. My soul has merged with hers. However, I am the dominant entity. You may interpret it as your daughter possessing the life experiences of someone several years her senior, since the age of 3. Timo appeared exceedingly anxious, evoking sympathy. Oh, I understand now. I always wondered how you, my little girl, could be so mature, but today I finally witnessed your disheveled state, Mother jested. Other children are mischievous. Yet you are so well behaved. There is no joy in raising a child like you, Vettel lamented. Mother, you focus on different aspects. Besides, Isn't it good for children to be well-behaved? I truly do not comprehend your perspective, Timo silently critiqued. Mother, please stop laughing. This is not amusing at all. I feel utterly miserable. Timo expressed her frustration. Vettel pulled Timo closer, enveloping her in an embrace, stating, Timo, my daughter, you need not worry. I will never abandon you. No matter how you change, you will always be my daughter. Upon hearing this, Timo clung tighter. It is time to return and rest. We have a journey on my spaceship tomorrow, Vettel remarked. Timo hesitated, which sparked curiosity in Vettel. Is there something else? Vettel inquired. If such an incident occurs again, Mother, please help me, will you? Timo implored. Very well. Haha, certainly. Vettel chuckled. Mother, what are you laughing about? I have noticed a different side of Timo. Oh, Mother. Please stop laughing. Timo felt utterly embarrassed. A night passed without further conversation. Let me share a little Easter egg with everyone. My mother's name is Vittel, derived from the essence of water, symbolizing her nurturing character. As for the name of Temenel, I initially intended to use a vegetable name, but upon seeing the watermelon nearby, I was inspired to simply adapt it. Later, I envisioned a little sister for the protagonist, and I decided to name her Womer, for after all, a watermelon must remain whole, otherwise it would be difficult for me to enjoy it. Chapter 45, Corinta Ugh, Mom, you can't spare this young man. You should also show some mercy to the elderly over there. After Temenel had finished retching, she pointed her finger at the Bull Demon King and Master Roshi. Bull Demon King, Master Roshi, although we are indeed the eldest here, we cannot help but feel somewhat offended. Little Meng, what are you saying? You wouldn't want everyone to know about the events of last night, would you? Vittel said sarcastically. Mom, you did great. I didn't say anything, Temenel insisted. Not out of fear, but from the heart. What happened? Thomas felt a strange unfamiliarity emanating from Vittel. Her manner of speaking was entirely new to him. You don't even know your own daughter's affairs, and yet you have the audacity to inquire? Vittel reproached him. Thomas scratched his head and chuckled, remaining silent. Is this Corinta? The Bull Demon King remarked with a sense of nostalgia. In the past, while at Master Roshi's house, he and Gohan had heard their teacher boast about this place. Yes, climbing this tower took me quite a long time, Master Roshi recalled. Hey, old man, does this place truly possess something to dispel the demonic aura? Jinai, somewhat uninformed, found the bull demon to be quite likable, especially since he offered to treat her to barbecued meat. She decided to lend a helping hand. Master Roshi nodded in affirmation. At that time, Temenel and the others thought they had nothing better to do, so they decided to join in on the fun. Thus, this group came together once more. But Temenel noticed that Kiki's gaze towards Goku seemed to harbor something more, perhaps admiration. Temenel quickly shook her head, thinking that a 3-year-old knows nothing of love. Under Jinai's guidance, Goku had not exhibited any peculiar behavior, one would hope. Master Wutian, how long do we have to climb? The Bull Demon King inquired, gazing up at the seemingly endless Corinta. Not long at all, Master Roshi replied confidently, recalling that it had taken him over 2 years to ascend. But now he believed he could accomplish it in a single day. After saying this, Master Roshi intended to lead everyone up the tower. Wait, you don't mean to climb this tower, do you? Temenel asked, watching Master Roshi approach Corinta. Are we meant to fly? Sorry, but I can't fly, Master Roshi shamelessly replied. Temenel retorted, you old rascal, boasting without even a rough draft. Gohan glanced at him a few times, and after explaining the principle, he understood. As a martial arts master, your talent exceeds Gohan's. How can you not manage this? Yet, she still said, Dad, you take them up. Upon hearing this, Thomas nodded in understanding. In less than an hour, they all reached the summit of Corinta. This is the dwelling of the gods. Jinai remarked disdainfully. It's not even as grand as King Vegeta's palace. Vettel felt quite perplexed and turned to Temenel, who remarked, even deities can discern between nobility and commonality, after all. Not everyone is as affluent as a Ning. The observing Master Karen, interjecting, said, Indeed, little girl, you are correct. I myself am rather impoverished. At that moment, a large white cat descended the staircase leading to the second floor. How rude of you. I am a deity. Master Karen protested, clearly displeased. Teacher Wutian, is he truly a god? The Bull Demon King pondered, feeling that a divine being ought not to manifest in such a manner. The turtle hermit, reluctant to elaborate, recalled how he had been thoroughly outwitted by this rotund feline, convinced without a doubt that this cat was indeed a deity. The turtle hermit felt a pang of embarrassment at the memory. Ah, Teacher Wutian, what brings you here? I currently possess no super holy water to enhance your powers. the cat remarked, revealing its blue-black pupils. We are not here to seek super holy water, the bull demon king explained, his aura of malevolence evident. I have no choice but to request your assistance, the turtle hermit added. Malevolent energy, you say? Let me take a look, the cat said, leaping onto the bull demon king's face and inspecting him, which made the bull demon king quite uncomfortable. After the examination, Master Karen hopped down and said, Your will is commendable. You have not succumbed to the demonic race. I am certain that if you were to transform into a demon, you would be invincible on Earth. Is there a solution? The turtle hermit inquired, still concerned for his disciple. There are methods available, though they are perilous, Master Karen replied. The cat approached a jar, removed the lid, and an icy breeze wafted out. Here, you can confront your inner demons. Defeating them will purge the darkness from you. However, these illusions possess combat power equivalent to that of the challenger. If you do not surmount them within, you may as well await your demise. I shall enter, Teacher Wutian. The bull demon king declared, I can no longer endure the torment of this malevolent energy. With that, he descended into the depths. Go forth. The turtle hermit hoped for the bull demon king's victory over the darkness. You should all enter as well, Master Karen addressed the remaining individuals. Why? Temenel inquired, puzzled. This is a place where one can grow stronger and engage in combat. It is the only opportunity for enhancement here. Once you leave this village, you shall find no such establishment again, Master Karen remarked, observing the remaining assembly, all of whom seemed somewhat peculiar. Aside from the turtle hermit, son Wukong, and Chi-Chi, the others descended into the depths. Will they not encounter anyone else's inner demons? The turtle hermit posed a crucial question. No, Master Karen replied before retiring for a nap. Chapter 46. The Ice Maze. Where is this place? Temenel wondered aloud. The Ice Maze. This is the source of super holy water. Super holy water? Are we here to procure this super holy water? Temenel mused as he traversed the icy labyrinth. Pretty much. If it's this substance, I can extract a substantial amount of super holy water, Temenel asserted. It is different. How so? Are you selling counterfeit goods? Temenel retorted. Why the haste? I have yet to finish my tale. The super divine water is indeed authentic. However, its concentration is perilously high, rendering it toxic to the average person. In this icy labyrinth, the amount of super divine water in the air is just right, allowing for easier absorption. Importantly, this super divine water is devoid of poison, and we are all aware that it can indeed enhance one's combat prowess, though for those of mediocre potential, the improvement is virtually negligible. This implies that the primary function of the super divine water is not merely to augment fighting capabilities, as Temenel swiftly deduced the crux of the system. Yes, the super divine water is primarily utilized for purifying demons and those afflicted by demonic corruption. For instance, the bull demon king finds it easier to dispel demonic energy in such an environment. No way. Why does Master Karen possess such a substance? Upon hearing this, Temenel felt an unsettling chill. You do not presume that a deity possessing items of the caliber of the super divine water and the spirit beings is merely an ordinary character, do you? Indeed. Those with squinted eyes are all monsters, Temenel shuddered. Ha ha ha, have you realized it? Master Karen observed Temenel with curiosity, for this was the individual favored by the ancient sage Laozi. Truly, Scions are a collection of oddities. This one even exhibits symptoms of schizophrenia. He is not to be trifled with. Master Karen flipped over and resumed his slumber. Indeed, the demonic energy within the bull demon king dissipated at an accelerated pace. Astonished, he immediately sat down and focused on expelling the demonic energy from his body. After an hour of arduous battle, the bull demon king finally expelled the last remnant of demonic energy. Remarkably, it had solidified within him. I've succeeded. The bull demon king was particularly exhilarated. After cleansing this demonic energy, he felt rejuvenated. Master Wutian, Master Karen, I can return. He cried out to the heavens. However, the sky offered not a single response. What is going on? What should I do now? The bull demon king pondered his next steps. He attempted to retrace his steps, hoping to find his way back, but ended up lost in the icy labyrinth. What now? Surely, I haven't lost my way, he chuckled to himself. Anyo, is that you? A gentle voice echoed. My wife. The bull demon king could hardly believe it was her. How did you end up here? No, you are not Iron Fan. Who are you? He immediately adopted a serious demeanor. No need for such alarm. I am in no way your adversary. I am indeed not her, but in a certain sense. I could be, The enigmatic woman replied. What do you intend? The bull demon king observed as this mysterious figure approached, taking a step back. The unknown is always terrifying, especially when it concerns one's spouse. Forget it. Anyo has truly grown wiser with age, unlike your younger self. Follow me, Iron Fan instructed. The bull demon king complied. After all, he was merely wandering in circles here, so it would be wise to see if she knew the way. The bull demon king and Iron Fan arrived at a castle within the icy labyrinth. As he gazed upon the castle, memories of the girl's innocent smile flooded back. So, do you recall anything? Iron Fan inquired. I recall the moment you first moved in, the bull demon king replied. Only you could accommodate my capricious nature. When I expressed a desire to be a princess, you constructed a castle for me. When I yearned for a formidable hero as my beloved, you sought out Master Wu Tian to be your mentor. In my quest for wealth and treasures, you willingly toiled to gather them for my sake. Iron Fan reminisced about those bygone days. Yet it seems I am no longer present. I apologize to you and Chi-Chi. As she spoke, Iron Fan began to weep. It's all right. I do not hold it against you. The bull demon king tenderly regarded her as Iron Fan. Ain't you truly will spoil me. You know I am not a good girl, a good wife, or a good mother, Iron Fan said between her sobs. The bull demon king embraced Iron Fan, declaring, Wife. That is precisely what I am here for. Even he, in his clumsiness, realized that this would be their final meeting. This ice maze astonishingly had the power to dissolve one's obsessions, particularly his own, his belief that he had failed to protect her. What? This maze can eliminate one's obsessions? Temenel exclaimed in astonishment. I can hear you. There is no need to shout. Then it will erase my desire to be transformed into a man, Temenel said, her expression turning to one of fear. Have you not accepted your identity as a woman? Does accepting my transformation into a woman conflict with my desire to revert to being a man? Temenel retorted. System 888. What? I hope this ice maze proves formidable. Temenel, Vittel, are you both here? Janae called out. Why are we still separated? Had I known, I would not have descended with Temenel. Janae lamented as she grappled with the predicament before her. Upon spotting a figure ahead, Janae curiously approached and, upon recognizing it, her eyes widened in astonishment. Bardock. Why is he here? Janae pondered, bewildered. The other two encountered similar scenarios. Vittel faced Thomas, while Thomas confronted Vittel. However, I wish to see how you intend to dismantle my obsession. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by fate. You cannot alter me. Temenel defiantly raised her middle finger to the sky. Go forth. Ice Maze, I believe in you. You must vanquish her foolish thoughts within, or I shall return to be ridiculed by my peers. The system seemed to ignite with determination. A man approached from a distance, adorned with a lush mane of hair. Clad in Frieza's army attire, with a jet-black monkey tail coiling around his waist. Not him again. Raditz. How tedious. Temenel scoffed at his frequent appearances. In a fit of rage, Temenel charged forward, twisting her waist and positioning her right hand at her side, ready to strike him. However, Raditz intercepted her fierce blow with his left hand. Temenel pulled back slightly, contemplating, why hold on so tightly? Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she shook her head, dispelling the unwelcome thoughts from her mind. Gathering energy in her hand, Temenel unleashed a powerful ki blast, compelling Raditz to release his grip. Stop, Temenel. This latent is your obsession. If you eliminate him, you will never wish to become a man again. 666, as expected of you, Ice Maze. If this obsession is not dispelled, she will not escape. Once dispelled, she will no longer desire to revert to a man. This tactic is indeed insurmountable. For those who are not Dragon Ball fans, please be gentle in your critiques, though my skin is thick. Chapter 47, Son Goku and Chi-Chi Goku. When do you think Dad will come out? They've been in there for quite a while, Chi-Chi remarked, her expression one of ennui. I don't know. He should be out soon, Goku replied, glancing at Master Roshi, who was gazing into the distance. Master, could you tell us a story? We're quite bored, Goku inquired. A story? Certainly. Ha ha ha. Master Roshi had a fondness for children. In a land filled with happiness, everyone thrived, but suddenly a great demon emerged. This demon was a harbinger of death, taking countless lives. However, the land was also home to powerful warriors. Watch out, old turtle. A woman stood before Master Roshi, intercepting a potentially fatal strike aimed at him. In a swift and decisive manner, Master Roshi dispatched the remaining foes. Fong Fong. Master Roshi embraced his disciple. Promise me, old turtle. That you will live well and not become someone you despise, she said, her breath growing weaker. Don't speak. I'll take you to get help, Master Roshi insisted, wishing to carry her to safety. Fangfang shook her head. It's unnecessary. I felt my artery rupture. There's no saving me now. I'm merely experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. Despair etched across Master Roshi's face. Listen, old turtle, I am unwilling to accept this fate. Why must someone as talented as you be so lax? With a little effort, you could catch up to Master Crane. Unlike you, no amount of effort will make me stronger. Only you and Master Crane stand a chance against King Piccolo. Before that, you must not die. Carry on with my spirit. Haha, Wutian, there's something I didn't get to tell you. I like you. My affection for Master Crane was merely to provoke you, but how could I not? Seeing you eyeing those other little disciples so eagerly? Yet now I wish for you to forget me. After all, I am not a good woman. I only keep you hanging. Perhaps I shall make it up to you in the next life. In her final moments, Fangfang yearned to touch the man she adored. Yet before she could, her strength waned, and she collapsed. Master Roshi gently closed her eyes, then himself succumbed, waiting for the moment to open them again, bloodshot with sorrow. Piccolo. Master Roshi gritted his teeth in fury. At that moment, Master Crane returned, facing the wrathful Master Roshi. I'm sorry for arriving late. It's not your fault. Brother, it's that accursed King Piccolo. Otherwise, these hundreds of lives would not have been lost, Master Roshi responded. Though anger coursed through him, his mind remained clear. Indeed, it is all that despicable King Piccolo's doing. Let us go and confront him. The other disciples exclaimed. Yes, Master Crane, fueled by youthful vigor, believed that justice would surely triumph over evil. Such malevolence as King Piccolo's could not withstand their resolve. However, the Turtle Hermit was no fool. Acknowledging the formidable power of the Demon King, he summoned his master, aware that underestimating the enemy is a grave mistake in warfare. Subsequently, the young disciples, Xiao Shui and the clown, set out with their master to confront the Demon King. Yet, the Demon King imparted a harsh lesson to these youths. Even without lifting a finger, his subordinates were capable of vanquishing all but Xiao Shui and the clown. It was only through the intervention of their master that the two were saved, albeit at the cost of severe injuries. Ultimately, this great teacher, undeterred, devised new techniques and expended his last breath to defeat the Demon King. What do you think of this tale? The Turtle Hermit inquired of the two children. How impressive. That technique must be extraordinary. Son Wukong exclaimed in admiration. It is such a pity that Xiao Shui and his junior sister could have been together. If it weren't for that detestable clown's tardiness, this tragedy could have been averted. Kiki lamented with frustration. The Turtle Hermit gazed into the distance, pondering. You, who are powerless to change your fate, resemble a clown far more than Xiao Shui. It is unfortunate that Xiao Shui lacks the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he could resurrect them, just like his sister's father, Son Wukong expressed regretfully to Kiki. Perhaps they have already been reincarnated. Xiao Shui and they are simply fated to never cross paths, the Turtle Hermit mused, dismissing the notion of reincarnation. In a corner, a plump cat stirred from its slumber and addressed the Turtle Hermit. They cannot be reincarnated. They are destined to wander this realm. For the Demon King belongs to the demon race, and those slain by demons cannot be reborn, meow. How tragic. Does this mean Xiao Shui will never reunite with his junior sister? Kiki expressed her displeasure. That is one way to interpret it, meow. Karen, the cat sage, remarked as he leaned on his staff and prepared to depart, feeling hungry and craving grilled fish. I see. I shall ensure your liberation, thought the Turtle Hermit, as if a new purpose had ignited within him. I want grilled fish. Would you like some? Karen inquired. Yes, yes. Kiki and Son Wukong eagerly responded. Never mind. I shall consult Temur later, for she possesses greater knowledge. This large white cat seems rather unreliable, the Turtle Hermit contemplated, initially intending to ask Karen. But the simple query about grilled fish led him to believe that no helpful solution would emerge, perhaps even at the risk of being mocked. Chapter 48. The Growth of Jine. Why is Bardock here? I recall he did not arrive on Earth so swiftly, Jine thought as she observed Bardock ahead and cautiously followed him. Bardock's scouter emitted a sound, and a charming smile crept across his face as he promptly turned it off. Oblivious, Jine remained unaware that she had been discovered, believing herself to be well concealed. Bardock noted Jine's hair, tail, shoes, and hands inadvertently revealed behind an ice pillar. Yet, Bardock feigned ignorance, continuing along his path. It was a close call. Just now, The look in Bardock's eyes sent a shiver down my spine. I feared I would be discovered. As I glanced back at Bardock, a sense of dread washed over me. Observing him enter a building, I hastily followed, only to find the words Vegeta Bar inscribed above the entrance. I recalled that this bar served exquisite drinks, and I had initially intended to purchase some refreshments here. However, just as I approached the door, Bardock had pulled me back home. Reflecting on that moment, I expressed my thoughts aloud. Curiosity bubbled within me, as I had never visited this place before. With Bardock now inside, I angrily remarked at the sign, "Only the officials may set fire, while the common folk are forbidden from lighting lamps." Bardock, you certainly know how to indulge in secret drinks. I felt certain there was something he was concealing from me. Otherwise, why would he prevent me from coming here? Inside, the vibrant lights danced in a kaleidoscope of colors, and a throng of scion revelers sang and danced wildly. This scene was truly astonishing to me. Bardock had always shielded me so well that I had never encountered such a place before. I observed scion women surrounded by numerous men, and vice versa, though I found the sight repugnant, wrinkling my brow in distaste. I recognized it as a typical occurrence among scions. Those like Bardock and me, who formed families, were indeed anomalies. Scions, as a people, tended to disregard familial bonds, unless one belonged to a noble lineage. Otherwise, one could hardly expect unwavering devotion from another. At that moment, I began to question whether Bardock had affections for someone else. My thoughts drifted back to our time aboard the spaceship, where I had speculated that perhaps he had brought me to Earth solely to be with others. A wave of confusion washed over me as I pondered why I had not seen Bardock for a considerable time. I glanced around the hall, searching for him, yet he was nowhere in sight, despite having just been there drinking. As I stood there, uncertain of where to find Bardock, Rick spotted me and hurried over to engage in conversation. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Didn't Mr. Bardock instruct you not to come?" Upon seeing a familiar face, I immediately inquired, "Rick, have you seen Bardock?" "Mr. Bardock? I haven't seen him here," Rick replied, seemingly deep in thought. "But I did see him enter. He was just here drinking." I recounted my observation. Rick turned his gaze toward the direction I pointed. "I haven't seen him. He might be in one of the rooms. Let me take you to check." "All right," I agreed. Feeling indecisive on my own, I followed Rick. He opened room after room, each revealing scenes that shocked me profoundly. I felt disoriented. If I were to find Bardock inside one of those rooms, I would be at a loss for what to do. I found myself wishing for him to be there, while simultaneously hoping he would not be. As we continued to open doors, Rick was scolded numerous times. Yet he maintained a demeanor eager to please, repeatedly apologizing. Finally, we arrived at the last room. Rick knocked on the door before opening it, only to find the room empty. He turned to Jine and said, "Sister-in-law, could it be that you are mistaken? Mr. Bardock is not here." "Impossible, absolutely impossible. He must be here," Jine responded, momentarily stunned but quickly realizing that something was amiss. She snatched the combat power detection device from Rick's face and placed it on her own, pressing a few buttons. To her astonishment, a reading matching Bardock's combat power appeared from within the wardrobe. It dawned on her that this illusion merely aimed to present a favorable perspective, shattering her obsession. Jine dashed out of the establishment, pressing the device while shouting into the air, "Bardock, where are you? Show yourself. I know you are here." In a fit of desperation, she abandoned all restraint. Yet, Bardock, concealed in the shadows, remained unyielding. "Bardock, what do you truly desire?" Although Jine was not particularly astute, she sensed the deception. Bardock was a mere illusion, and her emotions toward him were inexplicably profound. "So it is true, Bardock, you no longer harbor feelings for me. But let me clarify, if that is your belief, you are gravely mistaken," she declared, gripping the combat power detection device firmly. "You seem to have matured, Jine." Bardock emerged from the shadows, speaking with an air of calm. Jine, facing the Bardock before her, exclaimed, "Why would you do this?" Bardock assumed a combat stance, and while Jine was not overly surprised, she mirrored his posture. "Follow me," Bardock said with a smile, retracting his defensive stance. Jine complied. Bardock explained to her, "You entered the bar." "Yes," Jine replied. "Do you understand why I did not allow you to enter?" Bardock continued in a flat tone. "I do," Jine answered. "Very well. Now go fetch that bottle of water," Bardock instructed as he led Jine into a chamber. Jine approached and picked up the bottle, reading the inscription aloud, "Super Divine Water." "Bardock, what is this?" Turning around, she found herself no longer in that place, but atop Corin Tower. "Mom, you are out," Goku exclaimed, visibly excited. "So, You finally made it, Jin murmured, filled with confusion. This is the manifestation of inner demons, Korin Master elucidated. The super divine water can only be obtained by conquering one's inner self. Congratulations, Meow. But I don't believe I have vanquished any foes, Jin replied. Madam, defeating enemies does not solely rely on physical prowess. Otherwise, the super divine water would not be in your possession, Meow, Korin Master remarked. Never mind. I won't dwell on it, Jin thought nonchalantly. It seems I am the first. Jin felt a sense of calm wash over her, her face devoid of emotional extremes. The icy labyrinth had indeed rendered her more mature. Are those with simpler minds more likely to succeed? Korin Master pondered, observing her demeanor, which suggested she had gleaned some insights. This chapter may be somewhat perplexing. Jin's rapid progress stems from her realization of her unwavering belief in Bardock, which she soon discards, coming to trust that even a false Bardock would not engage in such actions. Thus, she triumphs, and it is as simple as that. Chapter 49. The ice maze represents family disputes, which I shall resolve. Videl gazed at the ice wall before him, pondering, is this a manifestation of my inner demons? I am quite curious to discover the nature of my own heart's torment. From the fog ahead, a figure emerged. Tomar, let us defeat him. I am eager for the challenge. Videl felt a surge of excitement as his attack struck Tomar, who offered no resistance. Videl sensed something amiss. Yet he chose to revel in the moment for now. Upon entering, Tomar was aware of the inner demons that could enhance one's strength and was keen to witness what form his own would take. After all, the prospect of battling a demon with similar combat prowess was exhilarating, indicating a contest of who could grow stronger first. A figure stood still, and Tomar approached with curiosity, eager to glimpse his inner demon. Videl, goodness, why are you attacking me? Should I retaliate? I'm uncertain how to proceed. Nevertheless, I doubt I would come to harm. I shall refrain from striking back. Tomar could not bring himself to fight, feeling immense guilt towards Videl, even though he recognized that the figure before him was an illusion. Yet, Videl's assaults grew increasingly fierce, leaving Tomar bewildered. Are you truly serious? You seem even more ruthless than the real me. You still resist? I had thought you merely a punching bag. Videl understood that the Tomar before him was but a reflection of his own fixation. With each ounce of hatred he relinquished, Tomar became increasingly transparent. Thus, Videl unleashed progressively brutal techniques, each one rendering Tomar more insubstantial. However, these tactics startled Tomar, who learned to defend himself and displayed signs of fear. Although Videl seldom smiled at Tomar, a grin crept onto her face at his cowardly demeanor. Amidst the blows, Tomar realized that with each punch Videl delivered, he grew a shade more transparent. I am aware you wish to vanish swiftly, but must you be so merciless? This version of Videl also symbolized Tomar's guilt towards her. Through enduring punishment, he began to perceive that he should not harbor such guilt. For this senseless internal strife brought him no benefit. That place, no, I cannot allow this. I must defend against it. Tomar regarded Videl with trepidation. It appeared Videl was surprised by his resistance. Witnessing his fearful expression made her chuckle. Tomar lamented, how wonderful it would be if you were truly here. Temenel grasped the system's message. Raditz was untouchable and beyond reproach, yet one could not escape his grasp. The battle between Raditz and Temenel was evenly matched, leaving her at a loss on how to alter the situation. However, even if Temenel refrained from attacking Raditz, he visibly became more transparent. Quickly, she distanced herself and inquired of the system regarding this phenomenon. It is said that this icy labyrinth can help one eliminate their obsessions. Even if you refrain from taking action, it will assist you nonetheless. There is a time constraint. Must it be so harsh? Temenel felt as if the labyrinth were deliberately targeting her. Please, assist me, Temenel implored, placing her hopes in the reliable System 888. Otherwise, you might as well surrender. There is simply no solution. Do you possess the ability to teleport? Temenel quickly considered that escaping the secret realm was indeed an option. I regret to inform you, I do not. A sense of powerlessness washed over Temenel. The key issue is that my level is insufficient. Those permissions are not granted. What about Sun Wukong's teleportation? I can finance its acquisition. Temenel proposed her last resort. That is unattainable. You have yet to encounter the Yadarat aliens. Thus you cannot meet the activation conditions. Temenel's agitation grew. How did you access those earlier abilities? You are currently in the early stages of Dragon Ball. I can only grant access to techniques from this period. For later skills, You must either wait or encounter them in advance. At this moment, Raditz arrived and struck down Temenel, sending her crashing into the icy wall, encasing her within. Temenel, feeling a surge of anger, decided to give in to her frustration. Since there was no other way, she would unleash her fury upon him. Temenel, in a fit of rage, leveled the wall to facilitate her escape and then charged at Raditz with fists and kicks. The Ox King also emerged, appearing revitalized, entirely free from the taint of demonic energy. "Father, you are finally here," Chi-Chi exclaimed with joy, as witnessing her father's suffering had pained her heart deeply. "Indeed, I missed you dearly while inside," the Ox King replied as he approached and lifted Chi-Chi into his arms. "Ox King, it seems you have not merely eradicated the demonic energy," Master Roshi remarked in astonishment. "Yes, this secret realm possesses a function that eliminates unwanted thoughts. Hence I am free from those worries and appear somewhat stronger," the Ox King explained his fortuitous encounter. Master Roshi gazed at Corinne. "This seems to contradict your earlier assertions." Corinne, noticing Master Roshi's gaze, replied, "I am fully aware of this function. However, seeing your lack of interest, I refrained from mentioning it." "Corinne, are you suggesting that if an individual is devoid of malevolent thoughts or demonic energy, their unnecessary obsessions will be eradicated?" Master Roshi articulated his understanding. "Teacher Wutian, your comprehension is commendable," Corinne remarked. "With all due respect, Corinne, I find your method of altering one's mindset rather troubling," Master Roshi said, directing his gaze towards the jar. "What is right and what is wrong? This question has been debated for ages. Even we gods do not possess the answers. I merely hope that the issues faced by our predecessors do not resurface in the present," Corinne mused. "Furthermore, Teacher Wutian, your obsessions run the deepest here. Would you care to eliminate them?" Corinne's gaze towards Master Roshi transformed from squinted eyes to dark blue pupils. "No, I must endure these burdens." Master Roshi waved his hand in refusal. "Why must you punish yourself in such a manner? This is not your fault." The wise Master Karen has resumed his serene demeanor. "It is indeed my fault. Had I not been so negligent at that time, this situation would not have transpired," the turtle sage lamented the past. Chapter 50. The disappearance of Temenel's dreams. Has she vanished? Has she truly disappeared? Vettel gazed upon the dissipating figure of Thomas, who in turn beheld Vettel fading before him. At that moment, a bottle of divine water materialized before them. The two approached the source of the divine water, each grasping a bottle simultaneously. Upon acquiring the divine elixir, they, much like Jine and the Ox King, ascended to the summit of Corinne Tower, albeit to the second floor. Vettel caught sight of Thomas, and Thomas returned the gaze. Words unspoken, they dashed into each other's arms, exchanging a profound embrace, a moment that transcended language. Sensing the commotion from the floor above, the others ascended as well, observing the two in their embrace without intruding. Both Vettel and Thomas were aware of their companion's presence, but were reluctant to part, savoring the warmth of each other's bodies and the rhythm of each other's hearts. After what felt like an eternity, they finally let go. Vettel, feeling a hint of shyness, flushed at the cheeks. Such an intimate gesture had never occurred in the presence of others. Jine, witnessing this, refrained from her usual teasing, displaying a touch of sentiment instead, and began to applaud. The others, understanding the atmosphere, joined in the applause. Jine was the first to cease clapping, approaching Thomas with a playful admonition. "Thomas, you've kept Vettel waiting far too long. Do not let her wait any longer. It is unfair to her. I shall have to teach you a lesson." "Indeed, I will," Thomas replied, his gaze filled with affection for Vettel. "What are you doing?" "There are people watching," Vettel said, struggling to emulate such boldness, fearing Jine's ridicule. "Ha! Where is Temenel?" "This rotund feline owes me an explanation." Jine expressed her concern for the still absent Temenel. "I shall go check," Master Karen remarked, realizing the delay. Having been engrossed in the couple's affair and neglecting the whereabouts of the little girl, he opened a jar to reveal Temenel and Raditz seated face to face, seemingly engaged in conversation. Jine hurriedly pushed past the hefty cat, eager to glimpse the projection of Temenel within the jar, worried for her well-being. For she had a fondness for the young girl. Vettel and Thomas, too, shared concerns for their daughter and approached to see. Upon witnessing the scene, Thomas grew slightly agitated, exclaiming, "Who is this hedgehog-headed fellow? Could he be Temenel's inner demon? I cannot condone this affection between Temenel and him." Having seen Vettel as the inner demon, he assumed that Temenel had feelings for Raditz. The sight ignited within him a sense of protectiveness, akin to that of a cabbage being uprooted by a pig. Janae felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and engaged in a debate with Toma, questioning the shortcomings of Raditz, whom she considered an elite warrior unworthy of being compared to Temur. She held a somewhat favorable view of Raditz. Vettel, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, noted the unpleasant demeanor of Janae. At that moment, Janae secretly took pride in Raditz, marveling at his audacity to win over Temur, mistakenly believing that Temur had no feelings for him. Toma attempted to zoom in on the scene, as the conversation between the two was inaudible, but inadvertently disrupted the image with a touch, causing it to vanish. Janae, engrossed in her thoughts, expressed her frustration to Toma, exclaiming her desire to know what the impudent lad was discussing with Temur. Toma harbored his own grievances about the boy, regardless of his lineage as Bardock's offspring. Enough of the quarrel, let us call upon the sage Carlin to adjust the settings, Vettel suggested. Eager to witness the exchange between his daughter and Raditz, he felt indifferent about Temur's affections but harbored a flicker of concern, given the perilous setting of the ice labyrinth. Sage Carlin had initially only activated the screen and was about to calibrate it when he was abruptly pushed aside, presuming his role was concluded, only to find himself summoned again so soon. Under Carlin's adjustments, the image was restored with sound, drawing Janae and the others closer once more. Raditz, farewell. Temur addressed the fading figure of Raditz, who, without uttering a word, smiled and waved in response. Raditz shattered like shards of glass, leaving Temur gazing at the dissipating light with a mix of emotions. At that moment, she caught sight of the super divine water, swiftly maneuvering to grasp it. Thus, in the gaze of all, Temur materialized before them, bewildered. Why is everyone looking at me? Is there something on my face? She wondered aloud. Janae, upon spotting Temur, excitedly declared, Temur, I wholeheartedly support your connection with Raditz. What connection do Raditz and I have? Temur, just emerging, was bewildered by the unfolding events. Isn't Raditz your inner demon? Don't you have feelings for him? Janae responded to Temur's confusion. Temur was taken aback. Observing the surroundings and the system's explanations, she began to comprehend. A smile broke across her face as she remarked, I suppose I have merely lost a former dream. But without it, I feel an unusual lightness. Though her words were ambiguous, a faint trace of sadness was evident on Temur's countenance. Seeing Temur in such a state, Toma approached, lifting the young girl onto his shoulder and reassuring her, Do not mourn for this inner demon, my dear. Let your father carry you like a knight. Initially, Temur struggled with the notion, but the sentiment made her want to laugh. After all, she was 16, far from a mere child. Despite her youthful appearance, Temur's mind had matured, and she could no longer contain her embarrassment, bursting into laughter. Tomar also came to his senses and set Temur down. Vettel reproached Tomar, questioning his impulsiveness and whether he was aware that his daughter was only 16. However, it was not entirely Tomar's fault, as Saiyan childhood lasts for quite a long time, and he still perceived Temur as a mere child. Indeed, she was still quite small, measuring only 1 meter 20. What is the purpose of this super divine water? Vettel inquired. Everyone began to produce their own bottles of super divine water. This matter should be addressed by Master Karen, as it is his property. I do not fully comprehend it, Temur suggested, seeking to understand Master Karen's insights. Super divine water? It serves to enhance combat abilities and possesses purifying properties, Master Karen remarked, stroking his beard. Chapter 51. Bardock arrives on Earth. This substance can augment combat strength. I must have a taste, John exclaimed, gazing at the super divine water as though it were a priceless treasure. The others appeared eager as well, yearning to uncork the bottles and drink the super divine water to enhance their fighting prowess. Observing this, Temur hastily intervened, warning them, this super divine water is toxic. Her words startled Jine and the others, particularly Jine, who had already opened the bottle and was about to gulp it down. Jine glared at Master Karen. You fat cat. This must be intentional. You dare to give us this poison? It is indeed toxic. The super divine water forcibly extracts your latent potential. If you lack the capacity for enhancement, it will be of no benefit to you. Moreover, if you always interrupt me, this is the outcome you will face. Master Karen replied, stroking his beard while gazing thoughtfully at Temur. Jine hesitated to drink and asked, Temur, what use is this super divine water then? It is of little use, as Master Karen said. Its primary function is purification. To enhance combat strength, one must possess the potential, otherwise, it will only bring suffering. Temur shared her insights. Then I shall forego it. This super divine water is yours, Jine said, offering her bottle to Temer. No, I cannot accept this. It belongs to you. Aunt. Temer quickly pushed back the super divine water Jine intended to give her. Child, truly, taking this would serve no purpose for me. It would be better for you to keep it safe. Jine proposed a compromise. Very well, if you wish for this super divine water, simply come to me, and I shall return it to you. Temer reluctantly acquiesced to the request. Son Goku, remember to come play with me in the future. Chi-Chi shouted to Son Goku from the Bull Demon King's spaceship. Yes, I will, Son Goku replied. Chi-Chi and the Bull Demon King decided to depart, piloting their spaceship away. Just as Temer and the others prepared to leave, Master Roshi pulled the little girl into a corner. What is it, Master Roshi? Temer asked, displeased. I have a question for you, Temer. Is it true that those killed by the demon clan cannot be reincarnated? Master Roshi, usually calm, seemed slightly flustered. The demon clan. Let me think. Temer pondered her knowledge of the demon clan, recalling her most vivid impression of them. King Piccolo. Indeed, it is not permissible. However, the Dragon Balls can resurrect. Thus, it was revealed by Temer. Now I understand. Thank you. The turtle sage gazed upon Temer with immense gratitude. Why do you inquire about this? Temer pondered why these individuals were so intrigued by reincarnation. The turtle sage recounted the events of yesteryears, to which Temer listened with understanding, assuring him that once the Dragon Balls were collected, she would certainly seek him out. This world feels so genuine. Unbeknownst to her, Temer found herself deeply immersed in it. She had always regarded herself as an outsider, yet being within it proved otherwise. Having experienced conflict, cultivation, and adventure, she recognized this as a real world, where every supporting character possessed flesh and blood, each with their own narrative. Even a casual encounter on the road could yield a plethora of stories. The group then soared back to Gohan's abode, only to find it now deserted. Who would have thought that a brief excursion would cost them a companion? Kain reminisced about the old man Gohan, feeling that he resembled a friend rather than a mere elder. Kain, you don't harbor feelings for Gohan, do you? Bardock is on his way, Whis interjected, having an inkling of the relationship between Kain and Bardock. Whis, refrain from such remarks. I have always admired Bardock, Kain retorted, somewhat exasperated by Whis's sharp tongue. Is that so? But can this house accommodate so many? Whis raised his concern. It cannot, Temer responded, looking towards Kain for guidance. Temer swiftly retrieved the universal capsule, tossing it into the open space, which materialized into a large hemispherical dwelling. Temer was not fully aware of the peculiar affinity that the inhabitants of this earth held for spherical shapes, as even their houses predominantly reflected this preference, despite the interiors being cuboidal or rectangular. Truly, Temer, your thoughtfulness is commendable, Kain remarked, her eyes shimmering with admiration at the sight of the house. Temer felt a twinge of embarrassment at the praise. Time passed swiftly, yet some felt as though the days stretched endlessly, namely, Toma, Kain, and Goku. Temer took it upon herself to instruct Goku in his studies, driven by the desire to align herself with greatness. After all, Goku's character needed to flourish in intellect, morality, aesthetics, and physical prowess. Each day, she imparted knowledge of mathematics and the sciences, for she had been a high achiever prior to her arrival. However, teaching Goku proved to be a daunting challenge, casting a shadow of doubt upon her capabilities. While she did not aspire to mold Goku into a scholar, she hoped he would grasp basic common sense. Yet, Kakarot struggled even with simple arithmetic, misplacing the order of numbers like 67 and 76. Indeed, it seemed his talents lay solely in martial prowess, as he exhibited a clarity of gaze in class, seemingly untouched by the academic knowledge imparted by his teacher. Kain, on the other hand, was purely seeking a challenge. Upon witnessing Whis instruct Toma in energy manipulation, she too wished to learn, with predictable results. The bewildered expressions shared between the two revealed to Whis that this endeavor would not be accomplished swiftly. In general, learning proves to be quite arduous for the Saiyans. Even those with more composed temperaments, such as Temer and Vettel, find it challenging. One day, Goku and his companions finally experienced a moment of liberation. Temer and Vettel employed a method of instruction that combined theory with practical application, resulting in some slight progress for the trio, albeit minimal. As is often the case during holidays, unexpected events transpired, notably the arrival of Bardock on Earth, seemingly pursued by the Galactic Patrol. Temer detected energy fluctuations from a distance, which Jine and Toma also sensed, This formidable power was capable of devastating the planet. The group hastily took to the skies, with Goku following suit. Chapter 52. Gak, Scum. Minions. Mr. Bardock, what is the situation with the Galactic Patrol behind us? Do they not realize the might of the Saiyans? Rick exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he observed the onslaught from the pursuing ships. Rick, refrain from speaking. Focus on piloting the ship. We are in space. And should the vessel be destroyed, survival for us Scions is impossible. We cannot exist in the absence of air, Bardock replied, his expression grave. Those wretched Galactic Patrol officers are truly despicable, Rick said, his anger boiling over. Why are so many Scions in my jurisdiction? I specifically chose such a remote area. Lamented Gak, an elite warrior among the Galactic Patrol, reminiscent of Ultraman. He was relentlessly assaulting Bardock's ship. Yet Rick's adept piloting made it nearly impossible for him to land a hit, causing Gak's frustration to mount. Rick, increasingly anxious, found the seemingly simple act of evasion exceptionally difficult. Not everyone possessed Vettel's exceptional driving prowess. Beads of sweat trickled down Rick's forehead as the intense concentration required for piloting began to wear him down. Under Gak's fervent assault, Rick, still young and inexperienced, ultimately succumbed and was struck. Fear gripped him, and even Bardock felt the weight of impending doom. Bardock's ship began to tremble precariously, prompting him to suggest a desperate course of action. Abandon ship. Curse it, Rick shouted, pounding the control console in frustration. At that moment, the ship flickered ominously with red lights, warning its occupants to evacuate immediately, as if it were on the brink of explosion. Fortunately, the vessel entered Earth's atmosphere just in time. Bardock now instructed Rick on how to navigate the atmosphere effectively. Rick, calm yourself and listen closely. The air is thin and the temperature low in this planet's atmosphere. Our Scion bodies have yet to develop the resilience to disregard these factors. Therefore, once we exit, envelop yourself in energy. Otherwise, the pressure from both inside and outside your body will lead to excruciating suffering, followed by being frozen like a statue. I understand, Mr. Bardock. Such teachings were covered during flight training, Rick acknowledged, aware that remaining inert in such an environment would spell certain death. In a fascinating yet chilling piece of knowledge, it is noted that within the Earth's atmosphere, specifically from the troposphere to the ozone layer, as one ascends, the air becomes increasingly rarefied and the temperature steadily decreases. Should an individual find themselves in such an elevation, their tears, mucus, saliva, sweat, and the fluids of loose connective tissue near the surface of the skin would reach a boiling point, leading to gas expansion that could rupture the lungs, resulting in a perilous escape of air through the mouth, nose, and even the rectum. If consciousness were retained in such a moment, one would hear the sound of this gas escaping. Hence, rest assured, in this realm, one would not succumb to explosive decompression due to the disparity of internal and external pressures. Bardock and Rick enveloped themselves in energy, though their lack of proficiency rendered Rick's movements somewhat cumbersome. However, he quickly acclimatized. Once they stabilized their bodies within the atmosphere, they turned their attention to Gak aboard the spacecraft. Gak contemplated fleeing, but Bardock swiftly intercepted him, seizing the ship and hurling it towards Earth. Intent on shifting the battlefield to a more advantageous location, for it was challenging to unleash their full power in the atmosphere. The spacecraft spiraled out of control, hurtling toward Earth at an alarming velocity, igniting visible flames alongside its path. Bardock and Rick, fueled by rage, also soared toward the planet, their own ship erupting in a magnificent explosion that painted the sky with vibrant fireworks. To perish here, this Earth truly is my bane. Had I known, I would never have come. Gak lamented his ill-fated assignment. He exerted every effort to decelerate the ship's descent, otherwise, destruction would be imminent. Through his diligent efforts, the craft stabilized, albeit leaving a significant scar upon the ground. The vessel, now damaged, was rendered incapable of immediate flight, compelling Gak to open the hatch and leap out. Before him stood two Scions, their faces pale with incredulity. You wretched fiend, how do you wish to die? Rick seethed, his fists clenched in fury. Forgive me, noble sirs. I implore you, spare my life. I shall not impede your destruction of this planet. Gak, visibly frightened, began to perspire profusely. Very well, you may go, Bardock interjected, raising a hand to halt Rick, who was still seething at the prospect of sparing someone who sought their demise. Why, Mr. Bardock? Rick questioned, perplexed by Bardock's decision to let this potential assailant live. If we kill him, the Galactic Patrol will send someone even more formidable. A force as powerful as theirs is not something we can confront at this moment, Bardock elucidated to Rick. But, Mr. Bardock, Rick began to express his discontent, yet Bardock, with an air of stern authority, interrupted, Rick, have you forgotten our true purpose for coming to Earth? Rick, suddenly chastened, fell silent, akin to a wayward child. I understand now, Mr. Bardock, he replied humbly. Gak, ever perceptive to the shifting dynamics, promptly knelt, exclaiming, Thank you for sparing my life, noble sirs. Thank you for sparing my life. Without delay, Gak hurried to recalibrate the ship, eager to escape this land of turmoil. However, despite his frantic adjustments, the vessel remained grounded, leaving a myriad of expressions flitting across his face. After a swift journey propelled by Temenel and his companions, they finally arrived at Bardock's location. Upon seeing Bardock, Kine rushed towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace and twirling joyfully. Bardock, delighted by Kine's presence, soon regained his composure to survey the surroundings. He noticed Goku perched atop a yellow cloud and the adorable Tamer family. His eyes widened in disbelief upon catching sight of Toma. Unlike the others, Rick exclaimed in terror, Toma, I thought you were dead. Toma, at a loss for words, chose silence instead. Meanwhile, Tamer, intrigued by the frantically pounding Gak, pondered who this familiar figure might be. Recalling a name that seemed to elude him, hesitant to utter it for fear of misnaming. Noticing Tamer's gaze, Gak quickly apologized, It will be ready shortly, I assure you. Tamer inquired, Who are you anyway? Bardock interjected, He is a Galactic Patrol officer, but given his apparent weakness, he must be a mere foot soldier. A foot soldier? Tamer recalled a character from Dragon Ball Super who bore some resemblance to Gak, as the camera had lingered on him multiple times. Gak, incensed by Bardock's remark, shot up indignantly, proclaiming, I am an elite warrior of the most righteous organization in the universe, the Galactic Patrol. Chapter 53. Tamer has grown up, bonus chapter. Thanks to Morgan Le Fay Pendragon for the urging talisman. Here's the addition. Who is Gak? Tamer mused, observing the pose Gak struck, which he deemed elegant. How rude, he thought. Bardock then asked, Are you Tamer? He looked at the woman before him, who bore a striking resemblance to Vidal. Yes, I am Tamer, she replied. You've grown into quite the young lady. It's hard to believe you're that little brat, Rick exclaimed, equally astonished. Just last month, she was admiring herself in the mirror, giggling. Vidal remarked mercilessly. Haha, is that so? Bardock chuckled in response. Tamer, unfazed by the teasing, had grown accustomed to such remarks at home. By the way, Uncle Bardock, Brother Rick, what has transpired here? Tamer inquired, eager to understand. That despicable individual over there destroyed our ship and attempted to kill us. Rick pointed furiously at Gak. I see. Tamer gathered some understanding of the situation. But why didn't I see you when I arrived? Weren't you supposed to eliminate us Scions? She questioned. I accidentally fell asleep at that time, Gak admitted sheepishly. Everyone fell silent, incredulous. You call yourself an elite warrior? Tamer remarked, enjoying the unfolding drama. And what about me? Kine chimed in, relishing the spectacle. I was pushed into the water by ties and missed the whole thing. When I turned back, you had already landed, and I had no idea where to find you. Gak fidgeted, tapping his fingers together to mask his embarrassment. Thank goodness for ties, or I would have perished at your hands, Kine laughed, though it sent a chill down Rick's spine. I am so sorry, please forgive me, madam. Gak immediately knelt, performing the gesture with an uncanny familiarity, as if practiced numerous times before. It's of no consequence, Vettel remarked with a chuckle to Gak. Her demise is not due to her weakness. What does it have to do with you? Vettel, do you truly wish for my demise? Jine, slightly irritated, retorted, if you were to come to Earth alone, you wouldn't fare much better. Of course, I would surpass you, Vettel declared, pointing to his head. How dare you call me brainless? How insufferable. Intelligence is commendable. I possess that, Jine asserted, puffing out her chest. Humph, ample bosom yet devoid of intellect, Vettel quipped, though internally perturbed. Jine's slight advantage in size was enough for her to take pride, emphasizing that even a little superiority was still superiority over you. Humph, narrow-mindedness. Ample bosom yet devoid of intellect. Bardock and Tomer swiftly intervened to separate the two, fearing an imminent clash. What do you intend to do? Your spaceship appears to be malfunctioning, Sun Wukong inquired, poking at the vessel with his Rui Jingu Bang. Perhaps we should take it to Bulma for repairs, Gak suggested. Bulma? It has been ages since I last saw her, Tomer reminisced about the little girl with blue hair. Indeed, I wonder how that young girl is faring, Vettel also pondered. However, I have a greater fondness for ladies mahjong. Jine exhibited a markedly different demeanor from the previous two. It is not incorrect to state that you are ample yet lacking in brains. You constantly think of play. Vettel continued her playful jabs at Jine. Why do you always target me? Can't you speak about someone else? I am truly at my wit's end with you. Jine expressed her frustration towards her dear friend. Not possible, Vettel replied with a playful demeanor. I shall end you. Jine's temper flared, unable to endure her any longer. Vettel quickly darted behind Bardock, feigning innocence. Brother Bardock, this woman is so fierce. How do you endure her? Unlike me, I only feel pity for you. Release me, Bardock. Let us engage in a battle of women. Jine seethed with rage. Sister, you aren't feeling jealous, are you? You must trust in my relationship with Brother Bardock. There is absolutely nothing between us. Vettel's feigned grievance intensified. Jine, she furrowed her brow, a series of furrows forming on her face. Sister, you aren't angry, are you? Brother Bardock, it seems I have upset her. Will you not intervene? She has threatened my life. Vettel was on the verge of tears. Jine, cease your antics. Vettel did not mean any harm. Bardock spoke sternly to Jine. Tomer, perplexed, thought it was evidently the fault of that green tea woman. Did men truly lack the discernment of such matters? What am I thinking? I must firmly assert my identity as a male. I shall transform back. This matter has nothing to do with the turtle hermit. My next wish shall restore me. The disappearance of my strongest obsession is indeed troublesome, and the emergence of new desires is not robust enough. Under her suppression, I face constant hindrances. Thus, Tomer silently concocted a mischievous plan in his mind. Bardock, you do not believe me. Jine, seemingly overwhelmed with grievance, cried as she ran away from the scene. Bardock called out to Jine, but she did not look back. Vettel released Bardock and remarked, You should go comfort her, otherwise she may start overthinking. Bardock retorted, Isn't this all you're doing? Why should I be the one to console her? With no way to counter Vettel, Bardock cast a glance at Thomas, who was eager to avoid the predicament and quickly turned away. Sighing, Bardock hurried to catch up with Jine. Thomas, do you no longer want me? I'm holding on to Bardock. Why aren't you angry? Vettel felt a tinge of sadness. I trust you, Thomas replied, somewhat awkwardly. Tears of gratitude welled up in Vettel's eyes. Thomas gave a thumbs up to the trailing Temenel, affirming, Indeed, all of this is taught by Temenel. For some reason, Vettel seems to have learned it from somewhere. Thomas had quite a rough time initially, but improved with Temenel's assistance. Vettel's affectionate demeanor was truly impeccable. Observing all this, Temenel felt a bit melancholic, thinking it was rather cruel to showcase such affection. Thus, the two families returned home with an extra Rick in tow, while Gak had to find Bulma on his own, showing little concern for him. Dragon Ball, I see now. I was wondering how you survived. Bardock exclaimed in astonishment from the sofa. Yes, I thought you had come back from the dead, Rick replied, with a hint of apprehension. I never anticipated that our Bardock squad would reunite one day. I had planned to wait for you all to come down and meet me, Thomas added, filled with joy at the revival. Laughter filled the evening air, bringing with it a few restless souls. Chapter 54. What? Pregnant? I feel a bit dizzy, Jine. Could you help me wash the dishes? Vettel said, pressing his forehead. Of course, Jine responded, washing the dishes while asking, What's wrong? You seem a bit out of sorts these days. Haven't you been sleeping well? It's nothing. I just feel a bit nauseous, but I can't seem to vomit. Like that feeling I had when Temenel was around, but not entirely the same. Vettel described his sensations. You're not pregnant, are you? Jine inquired. Pregnant? That seems unlikely. Vettel mused, recalling that he was already 40 years old. Perhaps you should see a doctor. I'll accompany you. I was also oblivious when I was pregnant the last time, only discovering it after visiting the doctor, Jine said, a hint of worry in her voice. Temenel, your mother and I are heading to the hospital. You focus on teaching Goku his lessons, Jine said, observing the mathematics workbook and quickening her pace, thinking it was a confusing subject that older individuals preferred to avoid. All right, Aunt Jine. Now, Kakarot, let us continue with the practice. I see you're not keen on math. Let us study language arts instead. This is more crucial for you than math, Temenel said with a cheerful smile, akin to a caring older sister. Kakarot, wonderful. If you pass, I'll reward you with your favorite treat, meat, Temenel beamed. Goku was always quite the rascal. While his words seemed harmless at first glance, upon reflection, it was evident he could be troublesome. Temenel felt exasperated, realizing that he was indeed a handful. Well, son Wukong, or Kakarot, dared not resist at all. The strength of Temenel was astonishingly formidable, to the extent that even Bardock and his companions could not prevail against her. Son Wukong held great admiration for her. Naturally, Bardock and his comrades devoted themselves to mastering the use of ki and sought ways to enhance their combat abilities, feeling defeated by a young girl. After all, her victory over them showcased her exceptional talent. However, when they were overpowered by Videl, they were unwilling to accept it. After all, their innate abilities were not vastly different. Thus, the relentless determination emerged. Temenel yearned to convey to them that her revival from the brink of death had granted her this strength, and Videl shared a similar fate. Yet, Videl interrupted Temenel, stating, "I prefer the Thomas who can pin me down rather than this one who struggles to resist." Temenel remarked, "I can hear you, as expected of you, gentle mother, who goes to great lengths for father." Temenel shook her head at the sight of the group. Name, Videl. Age, 41. Species, alien. Take this for examination, Videl instructed. Accompanied by Janae, Videl returned to the original doctor after undergoing several tests at the hospital. This child should be 2 weeks along. The results indicate that your health is excellent, and there are no issues with carrying her. However, do take care, as children at this stage are still quite fragile. I understand. Thank you, doctor. Also, refrain from intimacy with your husband for at least a month. It's not good for the baby, the doctor reminded her. I got it. Videl, how did it go? What did the doctor say? Janae inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. I'm pregnant, 2 weeks along, Videl replied, her demeanor slightly downcast. Why do you still look unhappy? Janae was somewhat dissatisfied with Videl's attitude, recalling her own joy when she was with Kakarot. Why was it that this person appeared so glum? You wouldn't understand, Videl said as she walked away into the distance, leaving Janae perplexed by the increasing complexity of Videl's words. Upon returning home, Videl collapsed onto the sofa, setting aside the medical documents. Mom, have you cooked yet? I'm so hungry. Temenel approached, leaning against her mother. Little Meng, could you prepare the meal? I'm a bit tired, and will prepare the dishes for you later, Videl replied, her face showing fatigue. Okay, Mom. Why did you go to the hospital? Are you unwell? Temenel asked, concerned. For the ailments in this Dragon Ball world were vastly different from those in their previous one. I felt a bit dizzy, went to check, and it turns out I'm expecting, Videl explained wearily. What? Pregnant? Temenel exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I have no energy left. I shouldn't have to repeat myself, Videl said, closing her eyes again, appearing genuinely exhausted. Then I'll tell Dad and ask him to choose a name. Temenel's excitement surfaced as she envisioned herself as an older sister. Videl quickly stopped Temenel, instructing her to prepare the meal, as she had already thought of a name. Temenel reluctantly went to cook, feeling a bit dejected over her lack of involvement in the naming process. The diners were taken aback by the news of Videl's pregnancy, among whom Thomas was not only surprised but also elated. What shall we name her? Jinai inquired. The girl will be named Vomer, and the boy, Waster. Videl articulated his thoughts aloud. It's your turn to name them, I assented. Don't you have any ideas, Thomas? Jinai shifted her gaze towards Thomas. Thomas chuckled softly, continuing to eat. He was not adept at naming things. At that moment, Timur learned that her name was chosen by Videl. So, when will brother Rick find someone to settle down with? He is already 30, Timur asked Rick, who was sitting quietly in the corner. Well, how about Miss Timur and I get together and make do? What do you say? Rick responded with a hearty laugh. Timur remarked, I was merely asking. I had no intention of involving myself. She thought to herself that Rick was being rather optimistic. Jinai grew slightly irritated, saying, You shouldn't be chasing after younger girls. How could Timur possibly be interested in someone like you? I know. I was just joking with her, Rick said sheepishly, scratching his head. Timur noted that Rick had modest expectations of women, yet few were willing to be with him. Therefore, when the search for the Dragon Balls began in 2 months, perhaps he would find someone. After all, what if there's one? Bardock, who rarely spoke during meals, chimed in. All right then, Timur replied after some thought. I'll do my best. Rick wanted to say something but faltered, pursing his lips and casting a complex look at Bardock, filled with gratitude and surprise. Chapter 55, Setting Off for the Dragon Balls. Brother Rick, are you ready? It's time to depart, Timur said, observing Rick packing his clothes in the room. You little girl, really? Rick was somewhat speechless. Timur, contemplating, wondered if she was unaware of the distinctions between genders. How could she casually enter a Scion's room? Not realizing the dangers? Rick felt that if she continued this way, trouble was inevitable. I merely wanted to see why you're taking longer than I am, she retorted. All right, Once I finish this zipper, we'll be good to go, Rick said, transforming the suitcase into a multifunctional capsule. Be safe. And don't bring back a monkey, Vettel said as he bid farewell to Timur. Indeed, Timur, aside from Raditz, don't trust those men, they are all scoundrels. Merely lusting after your body without any genuine feelings. Genai felt a sense of unity with Vettel, the pregnant woman, for the first time. Take care of yourself, Thomas added somberly. Bardock remained silent, merely nodding to indicate farewell. Bardock was a man of few words, and Timur found him to be entirely different from Aunt Genai. One was warm and welcoming, while the other was aloof and composed. Bardock exuded maturity, giving off an impression of wisdom. As for Goku, he was focused on his training. He dared not emerge while Timur was still present. Bardock watched as Timur and the others departed, reflecting, Rick, this is where I can assist you. I hope you seize this opportunity, for such chances are rare. Come on, Bardock, let us go train, Thomas urged as he tried to pull Bardock along. Bardock gently shrugged off Thomas's hand. I understand, let us proceed. The lush forest, where the untrampled grass flourishes, sees Timur and his companions traversing the pristine woodland. Timur, why not fly to hasten our journey? Rick inquired. Why should we fly? Are we not in pursuit of the Dragon Balls? Timur retorted, producing the 4-star ball he had seized from son Wukong. Whom is this Dragon Ball intended for? An old man, perhaps? What was his name? Old Turtle? Rick, having heard the tale from Jine, felt somewhat bewildered and drifted into slumber, lacking comprehension. No, it is not Master Roshi. This is for my own use, and you ought to find a girlfriend as well. Where would you search for a girlfriend by flying? Timur articulated. You? What wish do you desire? Rick's curiosity piqued regarding Timur's aspirations, wondering if it was an endless supply of meat. It is not a grand wish. Simply a man, Timur disclosed. A man? Rick's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on Timur, filled with confusion. The system sighed, observing Timur with a sense of helplessness. The girl seemed to have reached her intellectual limit, as her cunning failed to sway him. Timur was adamant about transforming back into a man. Returning to face that System 666 fellow would be mortifying. I shall abandon it, should I truly not venture forth and forge my own path. After a considerable time, the two finally arrived at the ocean. The sea stretched endlessly, the azure sky and deep blue waters invariably uplifting the spirit. Timur, are the Dragon Balls here? Rick gazed at Timur, who held the Dragon Ball radar. Indeed, they lie within the ocean, Timur responded, staring into the boundless waters ahead. Rick's mind momentarily envisioned Timur in a swimsuit, his eyes widening slightly, an urge to behold her form stirring within him. How shall we retrieve it? Rick pondered, scratching the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his interest in the young girl. Indeed, it presents a bit of a challenge, Timur mused, reluctant to plunge into the water, but hesitant to compel others to do so. After a moment of contemplation, Timur devised a plan. She extended her left hand towards the sea, her thumb resting in her palm, unleashing a colossal Kamehameha wave that surged into the depths. The ocean parted under the force, revealing the Dragon Ball beneath. Timur swiftly darted downwards, and though she succeeded in acquiring the Dragon Ball, she emerged thoroughly drenched. Fortunately, her preference for dark attire concealed her curves. Are you all right, Timur? Rick observed her somewhat disheveled appearance. I am fine. I have merely grown somewhat lax lately. Neglecting my training, and my abilities have waned. Timur reflected on her soaked form. In truth, you are already exceptionally powerful in the entire universe. You could be considered among the elite, Rick remarked, envisioning himself attempting her feats, knowing he could never achieve such prowess. You do not understand, Brother Rick. I am acutely aware of my own frailty. Timur gazed skyward, a hint of uncertainty clouding her expression. I suggest you change your attire. While I do not mind your current state, Rick expressed his thoughts regarding Timur. Without unnecessary complications, Timur erupted in anger, and the force of the wind expelled the water stains from his clothing. However, his control over the elements seemed rather lacking, rendering his garments somewhat translucent. This fortunate turn of events provided a moment of delight for our brother Rick, though it wasn't until later at the end that the implications unfolded. Yet, for Timur, those were matters for another time. Chapter 56. The Red Ribbon Legion. Have you ascertained the cause of the ominous clouds that enveloped the Earth a year ago? The Red Marshal expressed his dissatisfaction toward the Black General standing beside him. My apologies, Marshal. I am diligently investigating, the Black General replied. a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression as he wiped the sweat from his brow. A collection of useless fools, the Red Marshal muttered in frustration, unwilling to tolerate any unknown threats against himself. The lightning amidst the dark clouds astonished him. He recognized at a glance that the weather was abnormal, likely directed at him. The Black General bowed his head, unable to meet the gaze of his longtime comrade, although he was second only to the Red Marshal and had fought alongside him. Witnessing the formidable Red Ribbon Legion that the Marshal had meticulously forged instilled in him a deep respect. He firmly believed that the Red Banner would soon fly triumphantly across the world. The Red Marshal was a formidable character, having ascended to his current position by stepping upon the backs of many. It was natural to harbor a certain trepidation towards nature, for as the saying goes, wrongdoing often invites divine retribution. Upon reaching a certain status, one inevitably begins to believe in the mystique of the world, especially when the existence of deities is a tangible reality. At that moment, a soldier with crimson hair pushed open the door and began to relay findings regarding the ominous clouds that had shrouded the earth a year prior. Is that so? Silver General, do you assert that the divine dragon truly exists? The Black General inquired with palpable excitement, envisioning that his ambitions of world domination could soon be realized. Indeed, but as I mentioned, the divine dragon can only be summoned by gathering the Dragon Balls, the Silver General elaborated, detailing the conditions necessary for summoning the fabled Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls, the divine dragon, tales of legend. Who would have imagined they were real? The Red Marshal expressed his astonishment, realizing that his innermost desires might soon be fulfilled. Moreover, Dr. Gero has indicated that he can create a Dragon Ball radar to assist us. I shall retrieve it tomorrow, the Silver General reported, relaying Dr. Gero's response. Dr. Gero is indeed reliable, the Black General mused, reflecting on the serendipitous encounters between himself and the Doctor. Without Dr. Gero, the Red Ribbon Legion as it stood would not exist. Beyond his work on androids, the Doctor had provided the Legion with formidable weaponry and various equipment. Then, I truly wish to meet this divine dragon post-haste. The Red Marshal laughed heartily, his mirth genuine. Brother Rick, what type of girl do you truly fancy? Surely, you do not prefer men? Teamer queried, perplexed by Rick's capricious tastes. On planet Vegeta, he claimed to favor gentleness, yet upon arriving on Earth, he expressed an affinity for a more rugged demeanor. How could one person embody such contrasting personas? Indeed, there is no need to rush. After all, the prime years of us Scions last quite a long time. There is no urgency to find a partner in our 60s or 70s. The other party remains unaware of my age, and Rick chuckled as he rubbed his head. Brother Rick, despite having followed Uncle Bardock for so long, you still haven't learned his composure and wisdom. At your age, being so naive is rather endearing. He thought it unnecessary to dissuade him, as it was not his own concern. It is fortunate to encounter someone. If not, can you blame me? It is Brother Rick who is too picky, not Little Ming. This issue of romance weighs heavily on Rick, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. Are you collecting Dragon Balls solely for men? Is there truly no man who stirs your heart? Can Shinron even conjure a man? Why not help me create a wife instead? Rick, puzzled, mused over why she sought another when Raditz was already concerned for her. It seemed entirely superfluous to wish for a conjured partner. Did I not clarify? I wish to transform into a man, not acquire one. Menger elucidated her intentions. Rick found the notion of wanting to become a man to be utterly absurd. Are you certain your mother and others won't kill you? While Scions may not care whether you are male or female, transforming a delicate girl into a ruffian could indeed lead to dire consequences, especially with that daughter-fixated Thomas. Unless, of course, you were to transform from a ruffian into a girl. That's precisely it. If I miss this opportunity, there may never be another. Menger's expression grew grave. Unbeknownst to her, this body had begun to influence her, and she had nearly forgotten what it felt like to possess femininity. She feared the day she might succumb to this change. Though he could not fully comprehend her feelings, Rick encouraged her, noting that she did not seem to jest. Observing the determination in her eyes, he pondered what she had endured, as if her wish upon Shinron was akin to a non-swimmer suddenly grasping a flotation device in the ocean. Yes, you will surely succeed. Now, Menger began to resist the idea of becoming a man, aware that if she did not act swiftly, she might change her mind and instead embrace becoming a true woman. Let us take a moment to rest, Rick suggested, attempting to buy some time. After all, Menger was still young, and such thoughts were somewhat immature. What if she regretted her decision? As her elder, he felt a moral obligation to intervene, especially considering the potential wrath of Thomas. The Dragon Ball was still several hundred kilometers away, and as they hurried along, Ming'er began to feel a sense of urgency. Ming'er, you seem anxious. Do you genuinely wish to become a man? Calm yourself, Rick advised, having learned the importance of mental stability for an individual. Look, night is approaching. Have some consideration for your elder, he added, appealing to their emotional connection. Ming'er shot him a disdainful glance. TCH, your resolve is fleeting. Anyone who associates with you is merely courting misfortune, she thought, simultaneously casting Rick a resentful look. Rick, why did that girl give me such a look? Mr. Bardock, come to my rescue. If you don't arrive soon, I fear that my future will be extinguished by Toma. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Mr. Bardock, did you not assure me that this journey posed no danger? Perhaps this is to be my final expedition. You must allow me to graduate as a virgin. Sighing, Rick entered the abode conjured by the universal capsule cast by Temenel. Achoo! Bardock sneezed. Jine, somewhat concerned, pondered whether she had been insufficiently attentive to him of late. That shouldn't be the case. Well, tonight I shall shower him with affection, she thought, while inquiring, Are you all right, Bardock? I'm fine. Just sensing that someone is thinking of me, Bardock confessed, revealing his peculiar feeling. In that case, let us retire early tonight. You seem to have not rested well, Jine said, gently guiding the somewhat perplexed Bardock into the room, where she would take good care of him. The visibly expectant Vettel shook his head as he observed Jine and Bardock. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction gazing at the slumbering Toma in his room, especially as he noted son Wukong kicking off his covers nearby. Vettel covered son Wukong with a blanket and shot a few stern glares at Toma, but refrained from taking further action, choosing instead to settle down and sleep, for out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 57. Zinger Village. This place is perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, rarely visited by mankind, with only Marsruda and Zinger Village existing within its confines. However, Temenel and brother Rick have now ventured into this realm. Temenel, holding the Dragon Ball radar, observed a distant mountain peak while clad in a leather coat. Soon, Temenel noticed a glimmer atop a tree and, with a swift movement, arrived at the site. The Dragon Ball lay nestled within a bird's nest, which Temenel promptly retrieved. She quickly returned to Rick, showcasing the Dragon Ball to him. Rick felt a pang of frustration. This is the third one. Only 4 remain. Why are you so stubborn? Is transforming into a man truly that crucial? Each time I counsel you, you hesitate. Must you insist on my demise? What have I done wrong? I will change. I beg you, spare me. At that moment, a small girl emerged, addressing Temenel. Sister, quickly hide that orb. If the Red Ribbon Army sees it, they will kill you. The Red Ribbon Army? Rick inquired, puzzled. Yes, the Red Ribbon Army. They have kidnapped the village chief. They are truly wicked. The girl appeared somewhat sorrowful. Why would the Red Ribbon Army abduct your chief? Temenel questioned, confused, recalling that the Red Ribbon Army had not made their appearance so soon. Could it be yet another butterfly effect? Why would they capture the chief? Surely, they would not spare him. What could be their motive? They sought to construct Marsruda. Thus they abducted the village chief, coercing us into compliance. Upon completion, they demanded we procure the Dragon Balls. While we had no substantial issues in seeking the Dragon Balls, just as we were about to submit them, we overheard that if we succeeded, they would slaughter us all. And their promises of releasing the village chief and sparing us were mere fabrications. Consequently, we concealed the Dragon Balls. The orb you possess is one we hid. It seems they possess a machine capable of detecting Dragon Balls, and carrying it would be perilous. Even we must regularly alter the location of the Dragon Balls. The young girl displayed a worried expression, fearing that Temenel might lose her life because of this. Haha, interesting. Is it truly dangerous, little girl? What is your name? If you tell me, I shall assist you in vanquishing the Red Ribbon Army, Temenel proclaimed with Saiyan confidence. Don't joke around, sister. How could that be possible? The girl, skeptical, responded. Ah, in this era, it seems honesty is hardly believed, Temenel lamented. Haha, Xiaoming, no one will believe you if you continue like this. Rick interjected, approaching the red-haired girl. We are powerful, you can see for yourself. As soon as Rick finished speaking, he struck a tree with a punch, causing it to topple under the tremendous impact. How impressive, the girl exclaimed, astonished. Temenel is even mightier, Rick pointed towards her. Really? The girl's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Indeed, Temenel said, affectionately patting the girl's head. For reasons unknown, Temenel had a penchant for such gestures. Perhaps due to her towering stature over the child. Sister, my name is Sunua, and I am 3 years old. Can you help me now? The girl began to weep, clinging to Temenel. Do not cry. I promise to assist you. Temenel, though not adept at comforting weeping children, endeavored to reassure her. I will take you to Marsruda. You are so capable. You can surely rescue the village chief, Sunua declared, leading Temenel and the others towards Marsruda. Sister, that is Marsruda. Sunua pointed towards the towering structure ahead. I see, Temenel acknowledged, gazing at the crimson edifice. I must go now. Be sure to protect yourself. Temenel cautioned Sunua. Yes, sister, good luck. Sunua replied, retreating, aware that she would only be a burden to Temenel and should await further news. However, being a child, she glanced back, witnessing Temenel and Rick ascend into the sky. How remarkable. They can fly? At that moment, Sunua was entirely convinced of Temenel's extraordinary nature. The duo exchanged few words as they pushed open the massive doors of the tower, revealing soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, who regarded them with curiosity. These villagers had previously hesitated at the mention of the Dragon Balls, so it was perplexing to see others approaching voluntarily. Had they indeed found the Dragon Balls? Ah, stunning beauty. I could enjoy her company all night. One soldier mused upon seeing Temenel, his thoughts turning lascivious. Indeed, I never expected such a gem from this village. Tonight shall be entertaining, another soldier concurred. Your vision is fundamentally flawed. Were I in your position, I would certainly not choose such a woman. With a physique like that, she must be utterly repulsive. I prefer a man towering at 6 feet tall. The soldier, dark-skinned, licked his lips after speaking. Termor and Rick were left speechless by the comments of this soldier. A blatant display of ignorance. Rick, don't interfere. I can handle them alone, Termor exclaimed, his anger rising at the audacity of someone questioning his cleanliness. Does he not realize that my body is still pure? Rick dared not refuse. Termor's murderous aura was palpable. This woman claims she will satisfy us all. Dark-skinned fellow. It seems you can no longer be with that man, Termor taunted. The man, unable to resist, appeared petrified, watching his woman in such a situation without intervening. What a coward. Have you ever experienced the sensation of death? Termor smiled, her beauty seemingly enhanced. No, I wish for you to bring me to ecstasy, not merely spout empty bravado. Clearly, you do not shed tears until faced with a grave situation, she remarked, bemused by the ignorance of these men, who seemed overwhelmed by their basest instincts. Using a technique learned from the Bull Demon King, Termor unleashed a powerful strike against them. A gust of force swept through the air, yet nothing seemed to happen. Nothing at all, just a breeze. With such feeble words, you should be able to cleanse yourself and serve us well. Termor's laughter grew louder. Is there truly nothing? Suddenly, one man beheld something indescribable, succumbing to terror. Hey, are you all right? Don't scare us. Other soldiers began to feel the chill of dread. One by one, they fell, their eyes wide in shock, leaving a heap of lifeless bodies behind. Termor addressed the fallen. In your next life, do not be born human. You are no better than beasts. Chapter 58. The purple ninja Rick and Termor paid little attention to the chaos below, ascending to the second floor, which was deserted as the occupants had fled downstairs, falling victim to Termor's onslaught. Upon discovering the emptiness, they proceeded to the third floor, where they encountered a giant over 3 meters tall, seated and emanating a red glow from its eyes as it stirred. Go ahead, I am quite fair and just, Termor offered, seeing only one adversary before them. Rick stepped forward, addressing the colossal figure. I do not slay nameless foes. What is your name? Metal Lieutenant, the giant replied. To pass through here, you must defeat me, this large brute, as the condition for your passage. Very well, Metal Lieutenant. I shall ensure your suffering is minimal, for I am not as cruel as Little Meng, Rick declared before launching a powerful punch. The strike pierced through the giant's chest, a certain death blow, and the giant crumpled to the ground. It seemed implausible that General Bai could be felled by a single strike from the metallic sergeant. He could hardly believe the spectacle unfolding before the camera. Surely, there must be some hidden technique at play, something we have yet to discern. No human could possess such strength. Zenon, too, wore a troubled expression, convinced that had it been him, he would never have achieved such ease. However, to assume that defeating the metallic sergeant was a simple task was sheer naivety. The metallic sergeant would not succumb so easily. As General Bai observed Rick preparing to ascend to the third floor, a smug expression crossed his face, for he was aware that the metallic sergeant was no mere man, but rather a creation of Dr. Goro. This particular metallic sergeant had been crafted at the behest of General Bai, who had implored Dr. Goro for its creation. Yet, Dr. Goro dismissed it as a failure, refusing to acknowledge it as his work. He deemed it inferior even to the artificial human number 8, reliant on batteries for its operation, and thus it bore no designation. Only General Bai and Dr. Goro were privy to this information. Others believed the metallic sergeant to be a genuine human and treated it with utmost respect. Dr. Goro had come to believe that the artificial human project had reached its zenith in this world, deeming further creations unnecessary. He now resided in the village, enjoying a peaceful life with his wife, content to witness his son flourish. The metallic sergeant promptly rose, intent on seizing Rick from behind, aiming to crush him, albeit it seemed a distant possibility. However, Temenel swiftly dispatched this so-called metallic sergeant with a single energy wave, obliterating it to mere dust, leaving only a testament to its prior existence. This scene utterly terrified General Bai and Zenon. Zenon speculated that it must be an illusion, yet remained vigilant of the woman before them, who effortlessly dispatched a multitude of soldiers and rendered the metallic sergeant powerless. She had to be eliminated first. Subsequently, Temenel greeted the camera with a charming smile, yet to General Bai and his companions, it felt akin to an adult mocking a child, laden with condescension. After stepping out of the camera's view, Temenel turned back and destroyed the device, the screen then displaying a jarring black and white distortion. "Damn that woman," General Bai muttered, addressing Zenon with newfound respect. "You shall uphold the dignity of the Red Ribbon Army. Rest assured, I shall employ my ninjutsu to thwart their ascent. I can handle them," Zenon replied, flashing a mysterious grin. "Splendid, Zenon, you truly are a man of superior strength," General Bai expressed confidence in his old comrade. For he was indeed the man capable of outmaneuvering the metallic sergeant. "Do not worry, I shall not give you the opportunity to intervene. Await my good news," Zenon declared, vanishing to the 4th floor to await the arrival of Temenel and Rick. "Thank you, Temenel. I never anticipated he would rise again," Rick admitted, feeling a pang of guilt. Such an event should not occur among adults, and he vowed to be more decisive in the future. "It's all right. I did not expect him to revive either, though I thought you would be upset that I handled him," Temenel replied playfully, sticking out her tongue and making a funny face at Rick. Rick noticed that Temenel had also momentarily lost focus and couldn't help but utter, "It's fine, as long as Xiao Meng is happy. However, my older brother was indeed quite handsome just now, especially when you turned around with that surprised expression." "Ha." Temenel couldn't help but burst into laughter. Rick remarked, "You little girl, return the emotion I just expressed. You truly remain a child at heart, forever so innocent." The two strolled leisurely up to the 4th floor. "Have you arrived?" The purple ninja struck an imposing pose. "Is he foolish? What is he doing on the roof?" Rick pondered, perplexed. "Temenel isn't a ninja, she wouldn't understand." The purple ninja retorted, "How can anyone not know about ninjas? Ninjas are incredibly cool." After contemplating this, he felt dissatisfied with the two in front of him. "It seems you lack knowledge about ninjas. Allow me to demonstrate ninjutsu. This is the art of invisibility." The purple ninja darted around the forest on the 4th floor, quickly setting up a large cloth on a tree, albeit incorrectly. Temenel and Rick both felt their intelligence insulted. "Hey, you set it up wrong." Rick couldn't contain himself. "Oh, so it's true. Thank you." The purple ninja expressed his gratitude to Rick. He promptly flipped the cloth and resumed his stance, filling the atmosphere with an awkward tension. "Why are you not even pretending? We all know you're here. You should at least change your position, even though we can all see you," Temenel said, coughing impatiently. The purple ninja quickly returned, exclaiming, "Do you recognize my prowess now? This is my invisibility technique." "What use is that?" Temenel found it amusing that this person was being comical. "It prevents enemies from noticing you, a means of concealment," the purple ninja proudly explained. "Is there anything else?" Temenel laughed. "It seems I can't interact with you properly as a regular person. My attempts to connect with you have only resulted in your alienation. I will no longer pretend. I will reveal my true ninjutsu, the multiple shadow clone technique." Suddenly, the purple ninja transformed into 5 identical figures. Impressive. Rick was astonished, realizing they were indeed real individuals. There is nothing extraordinary about it. They're quintuplets. Temenel recalled, recognizing him as merely a comedic character. "What? You figured it out?" The 5 ninjas exclaimed in shock. "Rick, don't hold back. It's all up to you." Temenel teased the ninjas ahead. "What? You think he can take on 5 of us? The 5 ninjas grew furious, drawing their weapons and launching an assault on Rick, all of which he deftly evaded. Rick swiftly dispatched the ninjas, leaving Temenel speechless. What pathetic ninjas! They can't even win in a group fight. Subsequently, the two ascended to the 5th floor. Chapter 59. Dr. Gallo General Bai was somewhat incredulous. These 2 individuals had managed to defeat that purple ninja. He dared not continue engaging with them, as he could hardly contend with even Metal Sergeant. General Bai relied on his intellect, steering clear of the path of combat frenzy. He swiftly dashed into Dr. Glow's laboratory, his face alight with excitement as he beheld the dormant android number 8. General Bai seized the remote control, intent on utilizing Dr. Glow's creation against Temenel and his companions. Meanwhile, Temenel and his group had also traced their way to General Bai, eager to conclude their task promptly. Ha ha ha, your demise is imminent. Allow me to showcase the Doctor's most formidable masterpiece. Eliminate them, android number 8. General Bai's expression radiated pride, reminiscent of a victor on the brink of triumph. Android No. 8 charged toward Temenel, aiming to vanquish him. Upon reaching Temenel, it delivered a devastating punch, lethal for those with combat prowess below 5, yet easily absorbed by Temenel. In response, Temenel unleashed a series of swift strikes upon android number 8, darting forward, crouching, and executing a sweeping kick. The android fell to the ground, awakening from Temenel's onslaught. In regret, android number 8 pondered how it could have resorted to violence against a human, for it cherished peace above all. Rising once more, it refrained from further aggression toward Temenel. Why have you ceased your attacks? General Bai questioned, bewildered. Is this truly the Doctor's ultimate creation? I recall him extolling its capabilities to the heavens. Wasn't it said that with a mere flick of its hand, it would demonstrate unparalleled prowess? I cannot fight. Android number 8 murmured, bowing its head. You are unworthy of being the Doctor's creation, inferior even to a metal sergeant. Perish. General Bai, infuriated, raised the remote control, intent on destroying android number 8. This android was the Doctor's first intelligent robot. Fearing he could not control it, Dr. Glow had affixed a bomb to it as a precaution, considering the myriad tales of conflict between humans and robots. Temenel recognized that android No. 8 harbored no ill intent toward him. In an instant, he appeared before General Bai, snatching the remote control and crushing it effortlessly. The action was undeniably impressive. Yet Temenel felt a sharp pain, one he could not afford to reveal. He found it perplexing that such a seemingly heroic act could inflict such discomfort. Anime has deceived me, Temenel lamented, learning a lesson yet remaining unchanged, for pain is fleeting, while heroism endures. Stay away from me, General Bai exclaimed. His face contorted in terror. Temenel advanced and delivered a powerful punch to General Bai's abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge and roll back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The remaining cleanup was entrusted to android number 8, while Temenel sought out the village chief, leading him to find young Suno. Android No. 8 diligently bound General Bai and the purple ninjas, subsequently destroying Miss Ruta. Village chief, is that truly you? Suno exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the chief. Thank you, sister. No need for formality. Miss Ruta was also destroyed by that android number 8, and the Red Ribbon Army has been eradicated. However, there remains a bomb within the android number 8, and I believe you can handle it. We must depart, as Temenel intends to embark on a quest for the next Dragon Ball. Are you leaving, sister? Won't you stay for a meal? Everyone would surely appreciate your presence. And they are all quite warm-hearted. Suno feels a twinge of reluctance to part with the elder sister before her. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. Parting is but a prelude to a better reunion, as Temenel recited her flirtatious sayings. Indeed, I await the day we shall meet again, Suno exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Temenel. After a brief moment, Suno released Temenel, and thus they bid farewell. Are they truly the White General and the Purple Ninja of the Red Ribbon Army? The village chief felt a flicker of fear upon seeing those bound individuals. Yes, they are all members of the Red Ribbon Army, android number 8 revealed. What a hassle, but the greater concern is the bomb on him, which could detonate at any moment, Suno thoughtfully expressed, for she is indeed a meticulous young girl. It's nothing to worry about, merely a bomb. We have Dr. Farabay here, the village chief reassured with a calm demeanor. Dr. Farabay? Suno was unfamiliar with him. Dr. Farabay has only recently taken up residence here. He possesses a rather eccentric personality, preferring solitude in desolate places. He is a peculiar fellow. Yet he assists many villagers with their machinery. The village chief elaborated on Dr. Farah Bey's background for little Suno. Then let us hurry. Suno eagerly expressed her desire to assist in disarming android number 8. Thank you. Android number 8 felt the warmth of human connection. After an extensive journey, they finally arrived at Dr. Farah Bey's abode. Suno politely knocked on the door and inquired, Dr. Farah Bey, are you home? After a moment, a middle-aged man appeared. Dr. Jero. What is it, little one? Dr. Jero, unfazed, recognized that the villagers often brought their malfunctioning machines to him for repairs, and he was unbothered, finding a bit of amusement in his otherwise mundane life. I need your help to disarm a bomb, Dr. Farah Bey. Suno stated her request. A bomb? Certainly. That falls well within my expertise, Dr. Jero replied with ease. That is wonderful. Number 8, you are saved. Suno beamed at the android with joy. Android number 8 has transformed into 8? Dr. Jero observed android number 8, a complex expression crossing his face. What troubles you, Dr. Farah Bey? The village chief was puzzled by Dr. Jero's demeanor. It's nothing. I was merely contemplating whether the bomb is indeed within his body. Dr. Jero swiftly redirected the conversation, not wishing for them to discover his true identity. Dr. Farah Bey truly lives up to his title. He discerned the issue at a glance. Leaving us to think an explanation was necessary, the village chief remarked in astonishment. This is what expertise entails. However, I will require your assistance, Dr. Jero added. Doctors are not untrustworthy individuals. They can resolve this matter with ease. The bomb of android number 8 has been successfully disarmed. Dr. Jero observed the departing android no. 8 and remarked, well, it's passable, barely sufficient. Yet, to think someone could effortlessly defeat the metal major, android number 8, is not significantly stronger than him. Perhaps it's time to explore new avenues? No, I've grown weary of research. I am nearing retirement and shall refrain from further involvement. The creation of android no. 8 already qualifies as a remarkable feat in robotics. Temenel, let us take a brief respite. Rick expressed his dissatisfaction with Temenel's pace. No, we have little time. We must act swiftly. Ahead lies a Dragon Ball, Rick urged, equally frustrated with Temenel's speed. Chapter 60, Binding Technique. What did you say? General Bai and Colonel Z have been apprehended by the police. Marshal Hong was incredulous, unable to fathom that his esteemed General Bai and Colonel Z had been captured. Indeed, Marshal, General He is here to report, came the response. Incompetence. A pitiful display of ineptitude. What purpose do they serve now? Their arrest is inconsequential. Losing the Dragon Ball is of paramount importance. Have General Yin take care of them. The Red Ribbon Army has no need for the useless. Additionally, instruct him to retrieve the Dragon Ball from the east, he commanded. Yes, is there anything else? General He noted down the directives. Isn't the doctor over there as well? How is he faring? Marshal Hong's concern for Dr. Jero was evident, as he was one of the founding members of the Red Ribbon Army. The doctor assures us he is in good health. General He paused, contemplating before stating, well, that is reassuring. Why is the collection of Dragon Balls progressing so slowly? We possess the Dragon Ball radar. Marshal Hong expressed his dissatisfaction with the pace of the collection. We have already contacted Generals Lan and Huang to assist General Yin. I believe we shall receive news shortly. General He explained his arrangements. Yes, urge them to hasten. I can hardly wait to utilize them. What? Hurry up, Miss Temenel. You must also heed the balance of work and rest. Even the production team donkey doesn't push like you do. Rick lamented, reflecting that if he had known the exhaustion involved, he would not have joined. Almost there. There is a Dragon Ball on the island ahead. Temenel beamed at the radar display, her joy evident. This marked the 5th Dragon Ball, and she felt herself drawing closer to her aspirations. Who would have thought we three would again stand united in battle? General Huang remarked, surprised to see Generals Lan and Yin. Indeed, General Yin nodded in agreement. You old tiger still alive? I thought you had perished long ago. General Lan taunted, having a long-standing rivalry with General Huang. However, General Lan oversees the eastern maritime region, while General Huang governs the hilly area in the west, near headquarters, which typically minimizes their conflicts. Do not be like that, ha ha ha. General Huang chuckled, feeling slightly embarrassed. However, had anyone else dared to speak thus, they would have faced dire consequences. It was only General Lan who could jest in such a manner. As if we are on such familiar terms, General Lan retorted, unperturbed by General Huang, whose combat prowess was notably superior, making General Huang no match for him. Enough of the noise. According to the intelligence I've gathered, the Dragon Ball is nearby. Let's put forth our utmost effort to locate it. General Silver has been quite active across the continent, overseeing matters with great diligence. He is well aware of the situation here and has established his own network of information. Quickly, go find the Dragon Ball. General Huang spoke into the intercom upon hearing this, recognizing the gravity of the marshal's command, and thus sprang into action. General Lon also glanced at his subordinates, who understood without needing further instruction and immediately set out to search. Temenel, it seems they are searching for something, Rick remarked as he and Temenel observed a multitude of soldiers scouring the area. They bore the distinctive insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. The Red Ribbon Army, you say? It appears they are indeed seeking the Dragon Ball. Surely, they haven't found it already? Rick pondered, feeling disinclined to engage in combat, particularly with Temenel's antics leaving him feeling rather drained. With their method of searching, they are unlikely to succeed. The Dragon Ball isn't located in that vicinity, Temenel asserted while examining the dragon radar. Is that so? Then where is the Dragon Ball? Over on that mountain, Temenel pointed towards a distant peak. Then let us depart. Rick expressed a desire to swiftly vacate the area. Temenel and Rick took to the skies. Often, when one harbors worry, the very thing one fears becomes more likely to occur. As Temenel grasped the Dragon Ball, General Huang caught sight of her. The Dragon Ball, you say? Hey, young lady. Hand it over. General Huang called out to Temenel. This Dragon Ball, you wish to have it? Temenel teased with a smile directed at Huang. Yes, please. Bestow it upon me, Huang replied, his eyes gleaming with delight, envisioning the secret reward he would receive from the marshal if he returned it without informing General Lon. Then come and take it. Temenel extended the Dragon Ball, enticing Huang to approach. Ah, I see the lady prefers to be proactive. I shall indulge you. Huang moved toward Temenel. Just as General Huang was about to grasp the Dragon Ball, Temenel tossed it into the air. Huang's gaze followed the trajectory of the Dragon Ball, and his head instinctively tilted upwards. In that moment, Temenel executed a swift turn followed by a spinning kick, causing Huang to emit a cry and crash into the wall. The commotion attracted the attention of Generals Silver and Lon, who were not far off and hastily arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing Huang incapacitated and Temenel standing dominantly above him, both generals became alert. Hey, General Silver, wait. I will use the binding technique. You go and seize that woman's Dragon Ball, General Lon urged, cautious of Temenel's formidable presence. Rest assured, I will cooperate fully, General Silver agreed, finding no fault in Lan's strategy, as it indeed seemed the most prudent approach. The two generals rushed towards Temenel, who wore a smirk on her face. Woman, look over here, General Lon shouted at her. After sending General Silver flying with an air cannon, Temenel turned to face Lon. She found herself immobilized, but General Lon quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. You're playing me, General Silver cursed silently in his heart. However, he was also knocked unconscious by Brother Rick. System, why was I momentarily immobilized? Temenel felt a pang of fear, believing that nothing on earth could threaten her, which led to her momentary lapse. This is the binding technique, which allows one's mind and body to separate, putting the body into a dormant state. It can only be utilized when one's mental strength reaches a certain level. He possesses this talent inherently. No wonder you paid such a high price. This technique is formidable. Temenel found it somewhat intriguing. Temenel, what happened to you just now? Rick noticed a hint of panic in her eyes. It's nothing. This guy attacked me with mental force, and I was momentarily unable to retaliate, Temenel recalled, still feeling a bit apprehensive. As long as you're all right, Rick, genuinely concerned, thought that if something were to happen to Temenel, he would surely be in a dire situation. Well, Brother Rick, please handle these people before notifying the police. Temenel appeared somewhat irked. Ah, Rick felt a bit uncomfortable. Brother Rick, please assist me. Temenel adopted a somewhat coquettish demeanor. All right, Rick felt resigned, acknowledging that he was merely a pawn in this situation, unable to resist Temenel's current state. Chapter 61, Colonel Violet and Tao Bye-Bye. Colonel Violet, General Lon has been captured. Should we go to the police station to rescue him? A soldier inquired of the beautiful woman before him. Forget about him. Let us first search for the Dragon Balls. They are more important than him. Have you forgotten General Lon's orders? He commanded us to come here to find the Dragon Balls for the Marshal. As soldiers, we must obey orders. Colonel Violet was not inclined to concern herself with General Lon. Without him, she felt liberated, as if she had no immediate superior. Yes, The soldier realized he had overstepped by daring to speak out against his superior. Recalling carefully, Colonel Violet remembered that the Dragon Balls were located in this lake, and she ordered the soldier, reminiscent of General Land's insipid demeanor, to dive into the water to retrieve them. "Colonel, I found the Dragon Balls." The soldier hurriedly emerged, appearing quite flustered. "What's wrong?" Violet inquired, intrigued by his sudden panic. "There are crocodiles in the water," the soldier exclaimed, his expression a vivid portrayal of fear. At that moment, a massive crocodile approached, intent on attacking Colonel Violet's boat. Even with the Dragon Balls in hand, Violet was momentarily incredulous. Yet, as a colonel of the Red Ribbon Army, she quickly sprang into action, pushing all her subordinates into the lake. The crocodile, drawn by the thrashing bodies of her subordinates, swam closer. "Colonel Violet, you will meet a terrible fate. I served you diligently, and you treat me this way. I curse you. May you bear children without bottoms. You vile woman." The shouts of her subordinates echoed, but they were swiftly dismembered by the crocodile, the lake's surface turning crimson. Violet seemed accustomed to such scenes. "No wonder you are soldiers. How foolish you are," she remarked, steering the boat to the shore before swiftly boarding a plane to return to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Indeed, General Lan possesses such devoted subordinates, willing to forsake the rescue of their beloved leader for my sake. Upon returning with the Dragon Ball, Marshal Hong felt elated, sensing that his desires were inching closer to fulfillment. "So, Marshal, I have procured the Dragon Ball. What reward awaits me?" Violet cared not for the intricacies of your situation. She only sought her monetary compensation, which would suffice for her contentment. General Hay." The Red Marshal gestured towards the nearby General Hay. Without hesitation, General Hay bestowed upon Violet a substantial sum, a fortune that an ordinary person could scarcely amass in a lifetime. Yet, Violet remained unsatisfied. She deemed the reward paltry for the invaluable Dragon Ball she had retrieved. "Must you be so miserly, Marshal Hong?" Though her discontent simmered beneath the surface, she concealed it well, departing with the gold while muttering curses under her breath. The Red Marshal, holding the Dragon Ball, felt a flicker of joy, but his demeanor soured upon noticing General Hay's towering presence. How could one be so imposing? Nonetheless, General Hay, an esteemed elder of the Red Satin Brigade, simply inquired, "How many Dragon Balls have we gathered?" "We have collected 2, Marshal." "2, you say? What of the rest?" The Red Marshal lamented the lack of significant progress despite having dispatched his elite forces. "We have encountered obstacles in our quest for the Dragon Balls. We are not alone in this pursuit. Another group seems to possess a more advanced Dragon Ball radar, exhibiting greater accuracy. Even if our search party arrives first, they outpace us. How is this possible? Someone has developed a Dragon Ball radar superior to that of Dr. Galuo?" The Red Marshal expressed disbelief, for Dr. Galuo was the pinnacle of scientific achievement in their realm. Moreover, their ability to defeat General Lan indicates they are no ordinary adversaries. "However, I have made arrangements. When they arrive, it will be their demise. They shall regret ever being born into this world," General Hay proclaimed with an air of arrogance, as if everything unfolded according to his design. Intrigued by General Hay's brazen confidence, the Red Marshal inquired, "Oh, what preparations have you made to instill such assurance in you?" "General Hay?" "Assassin Tao Bai," General Hay revealed. Tao Bai was a legend among assassins, reigning atop the leaderboard of Earth's assassins. Tao Bai, the one reputed to never miss a target? "In that case, we need not worry," the Red Marshal responded, a satisfied smile gracing his features. "Are the targets you speak of this man and woman?" Tao Bai scrutinized the images before him. "Indeed, I implore you." General Hay expressed with utmost respect for the formidable Tao Bai. "Understood. I shall depart at once," Tao Bai declared, his hand poised behind him, exuding an overwhelming presence. "The spacecraft is prepared for you, sir," General Hay announced, eager to accompany Tao Bai on the flight. "Spaceship? No need, I can manage on my own." 30 degrees to the northeast? With a swift kick, Tao Bai brought the pillar crashing down, catching it with his shoulder before hurling it skyward. He quickly leapt after it, intent on eliminating the despicable duo, Temenel and her partner. "Rick, let's set off. You've rested long enough. It's been an hour." Temenel is itching to venture out alone to collect the Dragon Balls, yet her damn sense of responsibility prevents her from abandoning her companions. "Temenel, I am quite curious as to how you survived. I thought Science required little sleep, but surely you cannot function on merely 1 hour and 24? Rick's dark circles were a testament to his prolonged sleeplessness. Almost there, brother. Just 2 more to the west, and they are still together. Temenel Air was visibly excited. How could she remain calm when before her lay the remnants of her lost youth? I don't care. I shall take a long nap. Rick reclined on the ground, surrendering to slumber. At this moment, Rick felt an unsettling proximity to death, prompting a rebellious streak within him. Ordinarily, he would have indulged the girl, but he had evolved. The woman before him was one who would push him into the abyss. Chapter 62. Apologies. A pillar soared through the air, swiftly reaching Temenel Air's position. As Tao Bai descended from the pillar, he spotted Temenel Air and Rick, comparing them with the sketches in his hand, confirming they were his targets. At that moment, Tao Bai addressed Temenel Air. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I may consider sparing your lives. With that, he licked his lips, eager to witness their expressions of terror, or perhaps even pleas for mercy. Rick, annoyed by the sound of Tao Bai's tongue, felt a surge of anger. All he desired was a peaceful slumber. Why must he constantly be disturbed? Rick could not comprehend why, upon arriving on Earth, there were always those who seemed ignorant of their place, boasting as if they had never heard of the Scion legends. Die? The one destined for death is you. Rick sprang up from the ground, leaping directly in front of Tao Bai. Yet Tao Bai appeared amused, as if he had heard a joke. He was no stranger to arrogant individuals. It was only natural for them to be unaware of his prowess. After all, assassins were not celebrities. And he anticipated this encounter would be no different from his usual kills. His opponents would find themselves wishing for death. Determined to teach the insolent man before him a lesson, Tao Bai resolved to torment him slowly. He lunged forward, raising his right leg, eager to demonstrate his leg technique. He could already envision his foot connecting with Rick's face. He despised anyone taller than him, even if just by a fraction. However, Rick easily deflected Tao Bai's attack with a swift grasp of his hand, recognizing that this opponent would not be easily bested. Determined to redefine their confrontation, Tao Bai sought to create distance and reassess the strength of his adversary. However, Rick effortlessly subdued Tao Bai with a single punch. Congratulations to the police station for acquiring a new achievement. Temenel Air and Brother Rick also emerged from the station. Brother Rick, you're not tired anymore, are you? Let us seek the Dragon Balls. Temenel Air observed Rick, who appeared lively and energetic, believing he was fit for the task. No, I still have issues, Rick replied, wanting to protest a bit longer. I'm hungry. Temenel Air retorted, why don't you just eat feces? Honestly, you just ate. Though Temenel Air thought this, he still decided to take Brother Rick for a meal. They couldn't journey on an empty stomach, after all. Brother Rick gazed at the lavish feast before him, but found no joy in it. Observing Temenel Air enjoying his meal, he reluctantly joined in. Perhaps it was merely a final meal. Once satiated, Rick could find no further reason to delay, and thus followed Temenel Air to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Warning, warning, enemy attack. Enemy attack. The Red Ribbon Army mobilized its forces to confront Temenel Air and Rick. The outcome was predictable. Even a 15 or 16-year-old son Wukong could easily defeat them. Temenel Air and his companions cut through their ranks without issue. Temenel Air soon spotted the Black General holding the Dragon Balls and declared, hand over the Dragon Balls, and I shall spare your life. The Black General proposed, how about this? You collect the Dragon Balls merely to dominate the world, reveling in supreme power, endless wealth, and beautiful women. Let us collaborate. I believe the world will be in our hands, transformed into something more splendid. He was perceptive, quickly recognizing Temenel Air as the one of higher status. No longer the humble Black General, he was now the Black Marshal of the Red Ribbon Army. He was unwilling to see his aspirations shatter before him. The Dragon Balls lay within reach, and he was on the cusp of realization. Temenel Air approached and knocked the Black Marshal unconscious, stating, I only toast once. I do not wish to repeat myself. She bent down and seized the Dragon Balls from the Black General's grasp. At this moment, Temenel Air and Rick surveyed the deserted headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, where those who could escape had fled, and those who could not had perished. Let it be destroyed. This world has no need for such an army. This time, without Android number 8, I shall take matters into my own hands. Temenel Air expressed her disdain for the place. Unlike the anime, it was a veritable hell for ordinary people, with uncountable corpses littering the mass graves surrounding the base. Temenel Air gathered a small annihilation orb in her hand and hurled it towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Upon impact, the orb generated immense heat in the air. The headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army was obliterated. This area transformed into a desolate wasteland, which would take at least a decade to revert to its former forest state. However, none of this concerned Temenel. They had already departed from that place. At this moment, Dr. Groh was also present at the site, gazing at the remnants of the Crimson Ribbon Army with a heart full of emotions. He remarked, "How has everything vanished? Is it possible for humans to possess such strength? My artificial beings must not yet be fully developed. I shall create the most formidable automaton." Rick, observing the 7 Dragon Balls before him, wore a complex expression, uncertain of what to do. He could not bring himself to seize the wishes, for these had been painstakingly collected by Temur. "Arise, Shinran!" Temur shouted towards the heavens, and the sky darkened ominously. Master Roshi, peering outside, remarked, "Is Temur, that delightful girl, attempting to surprise me?" Vettel, gazing out the window, involuntarily commented, "That girl is quite reckless." The others, witnessing the unusual weather, displayed varying degrees of reaction, as such occurrences were rare. "Speak, O summoner. What is your wish?" The tone of Shinran was imbued with unwavering confidence, as if no desire was beyond his reach. "In that case, my wish is, let us all make our wishes. It is not every day we encounter the dragon. Transform me into a man," Temur exclaimed, feeling a burden lift, as her desire to become male evaporated in that moment. Shinran fell into contemplation, and after a brief pause, he stated, "I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill your wish." "Why? Are you not capable of granting any wish?" Temur, at this point, felt a wave of despair. "Because your wish exceeds my capabilities," Shinran confessed, feeling a tad embarrassed by his own limitations. "Speak, what is your wish?" Temur, somewhat unwilling, inquired, "Is it truly impossible?" "It is not possible. I am sorry." "Then please resurrect the good soul who defeated Demon King Piccolo." This wish was straightforward. Shinran's eyes glowed red momentarily as he swiftly made his choice, eager to demonstrate his powers. Upon voicing her wish, Temur collapsed to the ground, having indeed transformed into a woman. Chapter 63. Transformation. "Are you all right, little Ming?" Rick expressed concern upon seeing Temur lying on the ground, worried that his deepest wish could not be realized, something that would dishearten anyone. "I am fine," Temur replied, feeling an unprecedented lightness. Thoughts of reverting to a man were now banished. This endless internal conflict was finally put to rest. Even if someone now offered to help her regain her former self, she would consider them mad. Truly, what was wrong with being a woman? Only a fool would wish to revert to manhood. If the Temur who had yet to enter the ice maze was resolute in her desire to transform back into a man, the Temur emerging from the maze represented a fleeting return of that obsession. Her wish had reached the limits of her endurance. After all, she was incredibly strong, and any opponent would find themselves in retreat. "In the past, I was initially weaker than her, yet despite this disparity, I persisted and fought on. I believe that a flicker of flame can ignite a vast conflagration. A true man is adaptable and can endure. I chose to let her revel in her momentary triumph. But she shall not remain unchallenged. Presently, she is exceptionally formidable, wielding control over numerous strategic territories. If those territories are likened to a pot of soup, she indulges in the broth and meat, while I am merely a puddle of spilled soup on the ground. I, a genius in warfare, devise tactics that align with the principle of advancing when the enemy retreats, disrupting them when they are stationary, striking when they are weary, and pursuing them when they withdraw. Employing these strategies, I manage to confound her. However, we are all of a similar caliber. One may only be deceived once. Eventually, she grasped that war is not concluded in a day. She fortified her defenses, advancing slowly and methodically. Her confidence swelled as she believed she had found my Achilles heel. Yet, even the most astute can falter. During an assault on her tower, she grew complacent, failing to evade an onslaught that left her severely weakened. I seized the opportunity to counterattack, emerging victorious in each engagement, even causing her to fear the loss of her crystal. Just as I basked in my triumph, an unexpected adversary emerged, striking me down. Since that moment, I have been unable to reclaim my former strength. Faced with an opponent more powerful than I could only watch helplessly as she encroached upon my territory. She reflected on the days when I stood with my hands in my pockets, unaware of what it meant to face a rival. My meager efforts represented the pinnacle of my capabilities at that level. Oh, how lonely invincibility can be. As she gazed upon my fallen form, her pride swelled, accompanied by a sense of relief. "You have become formidable. Despite my encirclement, you managed to break free 4 times. Yet, on the 5th attempt, your strength waned, and age caught up with you, old adversary. In the face of absolute power, any schemes are rendered futile. Nevertheless, I shall remember your courage, your unwavering determination, and your resourceful mind. Yet, no matter how skilled or flamboyant you may be, you are but one person, and you cannot surpass me. You lack allies, bearing the weight of battle alone. Even I, your opponent, feel a twinge of sympathy. Yet, I cannot deny the brilliance of your indirect tactics. For a time, I believed victory belonged to your kind, but fate smiled upon me, and I emerged victorious. The war has concluded. We have triumphed. This victory belongs to us, the underdogs. Rick, dear brother, this is our little secret. Do not share it with others. As I rose, I approached Rick and linked my pinky with his. We made a solemn vow, a promise to endure for a century without change. Observing my demeanor, Rick sensed a shift within me, though he could not articulate it. He decided to dismiss the thought, reasoning that if a girl truly understood, she would not remain single for so long. All right. I am indeed your elder brother. How could I possibly divulge such matters to others? Rick, feeling fatigued, soared back towards the Bun Mountain, desiring nothing more than rest. However, Temenel harbored a tinge of unease, pondering whether he would truly keep this secret. Why have I returned to life? Fong questioned, her mind swirling with confusion, for she distinctly remembered sacrificing herself to shield Master Roshi from an attack. Surrounding her were fellow disciples, their gazes reflecting a naive clarity. This place had transformed into a dense forest, the sect long obliterated, with only a few marble stones remaining as testament to its existence. Have you discerned the truth? Fong inquired, her curiosity piqued about the unfolding events. When she was slain by the demon clan, she felt no sensation. The soul lacks the five senses. She merely knew of her demise, yet she could not move, feeling as though she were bound to this realm, thus her intrigue about what had transpired. Senior sister, it has been over 200 years outside. The world has forgotten our sect, the younger disciple remarked, her expression tinged with sorrow, sensing the strangeness of this world. Is that so? Fong responded, her mind clouded with uncertainty. Have you seen the old turtle? She asked, eager to learn more about subsequent events. I do not know. I did not inquire. And they likely remain unaware, the younger disciple replied, sensing her own disregard for the matter at hand, especially given her senior sister's evident affection for martial brother. No matter. I shall seek him out myself, Fong said, a hint of disappointment in her voice, expecting that upon turning around, he would always be there. Then, senior sister, where shall we go? The younger disciple asked, her confusion palpable. Let us disperse. The sect no longer exists. Do as you wish, Fong declared, her sole desire being to find the old turtle, alive or dead. She sought closure. Thus, they parted ways, without the once cherished desires of pursuit, the absence of adversaries to conquer. And devoid of their master's guidance, they now sought to reconnect with those they once held dear, past rivals and beloved companions, each with their own aspirations, particularly those who sought to mock their opponents at their graves. In a remarkable turn of events, reports emerged that the earth had inexplicably plunged into darkness, and many who had perished were resurrected, truly astonishing. Consequently, we have invited experts in metaphysics to elucidate these phenomena on our program. The camera shifted to the expert, who began. Thank you, host. It is well known that our world harbors elements beyond scientific explanation. We have observed that this phenomenon of resurrection coincides with the onset of darkness, suggesting a connection between the two. We are currently investigating the cause of this darkness. Viewers at home expressed their desire for answers, seeking to understand the nature of this resurrection rather than mere speculation. Meanwhile, Bulma, observing the news, remarked, someone has used the Dragon Balls again. I wish to use them as well, for the Dragon Ball radar in her hand had ceased to illuminate. Chapter 64. The dragon truly only revives the dragon. You've returned, Temenel, so soon. Vidal exclaimed, astonished that merely a week had passed. Indeed, I am utterly exhausted, Temenel sighed, collapsing onto the sofa. Janae approached, lifting Temenel's little feet and arms, sniffing them, which thoroughly frightened our Temenel. Auntie Janae, what on earth are you doing? She will be scared like this. Temenel appeared somewhat displeased. Auntie, why are you doing this? Oh, I was just checking if you had any wild men lurking about, Janae replied, still engaged in her antics. Temenel retorted, I am constantly searching for Dragon Balls. How could I possibly be on the lookout for men? I haven't even found a woman for Brother Rick. She felt quite exasperated, thinking it was impossible to seek out men, and even if she did, it had nothing to do with Andy. I just suspect you may be fooling around with Rick, Janae voiced her concerns. Rick interjected. Are you saying this in front of me? Do I not have any dignity? Mr. Bardock, your wife is bullying me. Rick felt a tinge of sadness after expressing this thought. All right, Janae, let us not discuss this further. Let Rick save some face. He can't even hold his own against Temenel, and she wouldn't be inclined towards someone like him. Vidal offered a few words in support of Rick, though it only deepened Rick's despondency. Indeed, if I were Temenel, I wouldn't fancy him either, Janae mused, still a bit worried. However, seeing Temenel not defending Rick and appearing indifferent, her spirits lifted. At that moment, two men, Bardock and Thomas, returned, both delighted to see Temenel. You're back. What wish did you make? Bardock inquired, sensing that it couldn't have been for someone else. It's the wish I discussed with Grandpa Turtle, Temenel replied, feeling lethargic. Oh, is that so? Bardock thought perhaps he had overreacted. After all, she was a wonderful child. Did you mention it to Grandpa Turtle? Thomas also inquired about this matter. Never mind him. He should already know, Temenel said, not wishing to move. The following days were quite ordinary, lacking any fervor. Under the System S guidance, Temenel began her training, while son Wukong took a break from his studies. Temenel's strength, which should not have remained stagnant at 50,000, had indeed diminished due to her lack of diligence, and it took 2 months of training to regain her peak. On this particular day, Temenel was also exercising. System, why can't I revert back to being a male? Temenel pondered, feeling that the dragon summoned from the Dragon Balls might be targeting her specifically. In truth, I have long known that the dragon cannot transform you back into a male. Really? Are you doubting me? I am indeed a professional system. Then why did you speak to me about future possibilities like the turn eggs? Clearly, that was just your trickery. I merely wished to spare you from despair. What if, by that time, you were to take your own life? One must always hold on to hope. Every action I take possesses its own significance. In truth, it appears the profound rules of the Dragon Ball universe have not been fully comprehended. Who would casually delve into such complexities? Assuming the dragon could transform you into a male was an oversight, yet it is not a grave issue. The advantage lies with me, System 666. Do you see this? This is professionalism. For this, I even took the time to brush up on the fundamental rules of the Dragon Ball world. Is that so? I thought you were merely deceiving me. Indeed, it was a form of deception, for I simply wished to alleviate your sorrow. I genuinely thank you for that. System Temenel expresses her feelings to the system. No need for gratitude. Serving the host is our system's duty. Humph. What if we were to venture to Namek? What about the mighty Dragon Balls? That is not permissible. Are you deceiving me again? Rest assured, I no longer wish to revert to being a man. You may speak freely now. I am not misleading you. To my knowledge, the Dragon Balls do not possess the ability to alter gender. If it were the older Dragon Balls, that might have been possible, but not now. There are indeed intricacies involved. Of course, the Dragon Balls cannot perform feats beyond the capabilities of their creator. For instance, the Earth's Dragon God has 3 primary abilities: creation, healing, and knowledge. Thus, the dragon on Earth can only grant wishes within these 3 realms, depending on the skills it possesses. Your wish for a transformation of physical structure between genders falls outside the Earth Dragon God's understanding, hence it cannot be realized. In the past, it might have been feasible. The Namekians then possessed remarkable technological advancements, but now they have ceased to develop in that area, making such transformations impossible. What use are the Dragon Balls then? Utterly worthless. Reviving dragons is of no utility. It's not that the Dragon Balls cannot accomplish this. The Super Dragon can. What are you saying? Listen to yourself. Could I possibly achieve that? I cannot even move 1, let alone 7. Hehe. Now that you no longer wish to revert to being a man, why bother collecting those? Temenel ceased her rest and began doing push-ups. Are there any tasks remaining? Yes, indeed. What is it? If you elevate your combat power to 100,000, I can upgrade the system and release it. You need to upgrade too? Yes. Did you think I would remain as I am? Is an upgrade necessary for it to be released? Indeed. The reward space is rather limited. It cannot accommodate it. On this day, Temenel completed her training and returned home. She now harbored a desire to discover how to elevate her power to 100,000. She did not wish to rely on capsules. Although she still possessed many sins of beings, the pride of a scion forbade such actions. After some contemplation, she realized that aside from capsules, training was the only means to enhance her strength. However, her training yielded little improvement, and she began to question her existence. System, how can I become stronger? You might consider finding a mentor, especially since Earth's inhabitants, despite their relatively low combat power, possess impressive training methods when compared to the cosmos. Who would you recommend? Master Rashi, Corinne, Mr. Popo, the Earth's deity. Never mind, I've lost interest in training. We have son Wukong. He can handle things, and we can simply cheer him on. After finishing her conversation with the system, Temur turned to son Wukong. Upon hearing the system's words, she felt as though it desired her to walk the path of the protagonist, which would mean enduring the protagonist's hardships. She decided to abandon the effort and instead relish in the comforts of relying on others. Temur watched as son Wukong grinned foolishly. She resolved to make him endure more hardships, finding joy in imposing her unattainable desires onto others. Vettel, observing Temur, sighed in exasperation. This girl had her quirks, often talking to herself and displaying inexplicable emotions. Nevertheless, she was family, so he tried not to be upset. Rubbing his belly, he mused, "Are you a boy or a girl? Come out quickly. But don't be like Temur. She's quite peculiar." Chapter 65. The decision to seek a mentor. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. During this period, nothing significant occurred, but it seemed to be a rare time of tranquility for Temur. If one were to insist there was an event, it would be that Vettel gave birth to a girl named Womer, Temur's younger sister. Unlike Temur's flowing locks, Womer sported a bob that was neither long nor short, just right. Temur initially disdained Womer, wishing she had been named Worcester instead. She had envisioned a compliant brother, not an annoying sister. However, upon reflection, she thought it might be amusing to bully son Wukong. Thus she generally ignored Womer. This led Womer to seek solace with Toma, lamenting that her sister wouldn't play with her. Toma, experiencing the joy of playing with a little sister, and Vettel, found delight in Womer, who was entirely different from Temur. She relished the role of a caretaker. At this time, son Wukong had engaged in extensive training, rendering him more composed than his counterpart in the original story, his eyes now reflecting a newfound wisdom. Yet, he still retained his mischievous nature, which Temur had ceased to concern herself with, as it seemed an inherent trait. Having reached a basic educational level, she decided to stop teaching him. Son Wukong was astute enough, learning rapidly under Temur's authoritative guidance, although he likely forgot most of it. In front of Womer, son Wukong boasted about his strength, prompting Temur to intervene, unable to tolerate his antics. She promptly enrolled him in high school courses alongside herself. The knowledge imparted was of this world, and it took Temur some time to grasp it, finding it quite intriguing, especially the cultural and scientific aspects that bore similarities to her original world while being more diverse. Earth is rich in cultures, and one could never exhaust its depths. Temur briefly studied world history, geography, political science, and general scientific knowledge. The history of this Earth can be broadly categorized into several epochs: the era of primitive civilization, the age of slavery, the feudal period, and ultimately the emergence of a globally unified civilization, which is the current state of existence. This unification is rather peculiar, having been achieved in a single day. This civilization operates under a monarchy, characterized by a central authority and regional divisions, somewhat akin to a federation. There are a total of 43 regions of varying sizes. The central region is known as the Middle Capital, also referred to as the Capital. The Western Capital, Eastern Capital, and Southern Capital are also part of the central area, known as auxiliary capitals, yet they function similarly to regional territories. The remaining regions are classified as local areas, which require little elaboration. Science predominantly revolves around heavy chemical industries, which includes concocting potions that can transform humans into animalistic or semi-animalistic beings. For those who adore anthropomorphic animal characters, such transformations are indeed feasible. However, some individuals have ingested inferior potions, rendering them irreversibly animalistic. Nevertheless, the whimsical nature of this narrative is not lost on Temenel, who perceives it as merely a fanciful tale. For the intertwining of history and science is utterly absurd. In this world, metaphysical beliefs coexist with scientific advancements, some of which are officially recognized, particularly certain superpowers and magic. Thus, Temenel is not entirely averse to the peculiar historical and scientific context presented. To summarize, science has reached an apex of understanding quantum mechanics and genetic modification, with the universal capsule being a derivative of quantum science. There exists a plethora of esoteric texts on metaphysics, though they are often obscure and challenging to comprehend. Temenel has glanced at a few, but found them unappealing. During her studies, Temenel has also mastered the art of reading with her mental faculties, which involves astral projection while asleep, allowing her spirit to detach from her body and turn the pages using her mental energy. This method of learning gradually enhances her mental prowess, resulting in a significant increase in her capabilities. Thus, Temenel is not entirely idle. Through diligent training, her combat prowess has reached an impressive level of 80,000. However, her mental energy has hit a plateau, and she is uncertain how to further cultivate it. As few individuals in this world offer guidance on this matter, each person's method of training is uniquely their own, and Temenel has consulted with Bardock and others, who each have their own distinct approaches to cultivating mental energy. Ultimately, she has chosen to practice in a manner that is most comfortable for her. Their methods for enhancing combat strength are relatively similar, primarily focusing on first elevating one's energy, then utilizing that energy to enhance physical capabilities. This process is gradual. Temenel has dedicated considerable time to reach her current combat strength of 80,000. Many may wonder how others achieve rapid increases in strength. The truth lies in the use of magical beings by figures like Sun Wukong, which facilitates such advancements. Otherwise, their growth would be akin to Temenel's. However, once one surpasses the threshold of 100 million, one enters a plateau where progress becomes exceedingly difficult as the body approaches its limits. On this particular day, Temenel has completed her training but feels somewhat stagnant at her current level of 80,000. She believes that a pivotal opportunity is essential for her to grow stronger, prompting her to resolve to seek a mentor. While you're at it, could you assist Sun Wukong in locating the Dragon Ball, specifically the 4-star ball? At that time, Sun Wukong had not yet spotted it and had thrown quite the tantrum. Thus, it is only fitting that he accompanies us on our journey to seek a master, especially since Sun Wukong has a tendency to be a nuisance to Temenel. Moreover, Temenel is quite entertained by Sun Wukong's antics and has taken it upon herself to look after each child. Chapter 66, Little Baldy Krillin. 3 Scion monkeys, no? Science, arrived at a small island. Fortunately, the 4-star ball was discovered nearby in the sea, and they found it on the very first attempt. Sister, why did you bring me along? You could have just taken that cockroach guy. Temenel's companion, who was rather displeased, swished her little tail in frustration. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Temenel approached, hoping to decipher what the little one was mumbling. She genuinely found her voice too faint to hear. Not pretending to be oblivious. Nothing, replied her companion, making a choice from her heart, unwilling to admit her fear of Temenel. Sister Temenel, where's this place? Sun Wukong, holding the 4-star ball, gazed at the barren island before him, which boasted only 2 coconut trees. Master Roshi's residence. Where could he be? Temenel sighed in exasperation, sensing that the old man was likely in East City. However, searching for someone in a bustling city is quite troublesome. Temenel was unaware of Roshi's purpose in East City and lacked any means to contact him, leaving her to search slowly, as the mark from 6 years prior had long faded. Senior brother, who was that old man we saw earlier? Why does everyone treat him with such reverence? The little bald Krillin inquired of his older, bald companion while tidying up. Oh, him? He is the legendary Master Roshi, renowned throughout the martial arts world. But considering your ignorance, let me enlighten you. Do not be deceived by his seemingly frail appearance. He is a formidable opponent, and even our master was no match for him. Defeated in less than 100 rounds, and it appears he wasn't even using his full strength, the older bald disciple replied with a hint of mockery. What? Master Roshi is still alive? Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Surprised, I too was taken aback at the thought he had perished long ago, huh? The older bald disciple reveled in his moment of superiority over Krillin. Having cleaned the turtle school, Krillin was eager to meet the legendary Master Roshi and made his way to the old man's abode. Upon arriving at Roshi's residence, he observed the old man meditating and felt a surge of admiration for his relentless pursuit of strength, contrasting his own inability to endure hardship. Roshi emitted a snoring sound. Krillin thought to himself, I was hasty. I retract my earlier immature notions. He approached cautiously, unwilling to disturb the old man. Ah, another visitor from the turtle school. Come to seek a master, are we? Let us put this young one to the test. Roshi had sensed Krillin's presence the moment he entered. After a brief interlude, Master Roshi slowly opened his eyes and beheld Krillin beside him, a little baldy. Quite charming, Though not as dashing as himself, he could take him on as a disciple. Ever since Master Roshi had taken Gohan under his wing, he had no desire to accept apprentices more handsome than he had been in his youth. The sincerity of those seeking his tutelage had waned considerably. Gifts had become a rarity. Although he possessed patience, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with their lack of decorum. Though he refrained from voicing it, merely contemplating it within. "What brings you here?" Master Roshi inquired, fully aware that the individual before him wished to become his disciple. Yet he felt compelled to ask, what if that were not the case? It would lead to an awkward situation for him. "Master Roshi, I wish to become your disciple," Krillin declared boldly. "And what of the customary gift for accepting a disciple?" Master Roshi retorted, echoing an old refrain. Many had come to seek his guidance, and he often dismissed them with this very question. Those who left empty-handed rarely returned, as many presumed he had no desire for apprentices. "The customary gift? I apologize. I seem to have forgotten," Krillin said, slightly embarrassed. Under normal circumstances, he would not have made such a blunder, but the presence of Master Roshi had stirred within him a desire to witness this legend firsthand. "I shall prepare it now," Krillin proclaimed before hastily exiting. Watching Krillin depart, Master Roshi felt a sense of nostalgia. "A fine prospect indeed, reminiscent of my own youthful spirit," he mused. "Ah, where are you, my dear sister? I have encountered several of our brethren, yet you remain elusive." Master, what does the illustrious Master Roshi favor? I need to know what kind of gift to prepare." Krillin's urgency was palpable. "Ah, my esteemed predecessor? He has many likes. Simply procure something that resonates with your own preferences," Master Roshi replied, harboring a certain fondness for Krillin. Recognizing his latent talent, albeit his laziness, he did not insist on rigorous effort. After all, a leisurely disciple at Kame House was not altogether objectionable. "Very well, thank you, Master," Krillin said, stepping out of Kame House and onto the bustling streets of East City. "Something I cherish. Does Master Roshi enjoy magazines featuring lovely ladies?" Krillin pondered before a bookstore, contemplating whether to buy such a gift for Master Roshi. Chapter 67. The Mysterious Woman. "Sister, do you not have any acquaintances in East City? At this rate, how long shall we search?" Wolmer complained, trailing closely beside Tomer. "Regrettably, I know no one here. Let us all put forth our efforts. We shall find her soon," Tomer replied without hesitation. While they could seek Bulma in West City, this was East City, after all. Tomer envisioned venturing into more colorful locales, hoping to catch sight of that lascivious old man. The trio wandered aimlessly through East City for some time. "I no longer wish to walk. I am hungry," Wolmer pouted. "Then let us dine," Tomer conceded, feeling a pang of hunger as well. Tomer swiftly made her way to a nearby restaurant. Son Goku observed Tomer's voracious appetite and felt a twinge of frustration at having searched so long for Master Roshi, yet he dared not express his irritation toward Tomer. "Wolmer, are you not starving? Why are you standing there?" Son Goku queried, bemused by Wolmer's fidgeting. "What is the name, Wamenger? Call me Sister Wameng." Wamenger has directed her temper towards son Wukong. "Yet, you are not older than I. Why should I refer to you as sister and not as younger sister?" Son Wukong is no fool. "We are all of the same generation. If you can call him sister, why not me? Moreover, I am taller than you by a centimeter. Is it inappropriate to call me sister?" "It is not." Wamenger expounded her whimsical reasoning to son Wukong. "Well then, Sister Wamenger, I shall take my leave." Son Wukong, not wishing to engage in a dispute with the girl, simply hoped for her happiness. The more they argued, the more likely she would cry, which would be troublesome. After all, he would rather she think for herself. "You treat me the best, unlike Temenel, that devil, who only bullies me." Wamenger felt that son Wukong was truly kind to her, especially so. Son Wukong felt as if he had committed some wrongdoing, though he was unaware of what it might be. The scene of them eating was quite unseemly. A trio of starving ghosts reincarnated, these three still unable to gain weight. Not bad. I am 8/10 full. Perfect." Temenel was quite satisfied with her meal. She was not afraid of gaining weight because her digestive system was exceptionally efficient, leaving her hungry again rather quickly. In comparison, being 8/10 full offered a better value. Temenel observed the two gluttonous little spirits and felt that son Wukong was indeed developing slowly, being shorter than Wamenger. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted nearby as a man flew past Temenel. "Humph, you filthy woman, what is wrong with a little touch? Dressed so provocatively, aren't you just inviting others?" The man voiced his dissatisfaction. What began as a minor dispute was something Temenel wished to ignore, yet those words provoked her. She stepped forward to assist the man to his feet. Well done. The man, upon seeing Temenger's cool countenance, felt a surge of happiness, his tone shifting entirely. He believed that loss could be beautiful. Indeed, someone would be waiting for him, and she was even better than the last. Are you all right? Temenger gently inquired. I'm fine, the man involuntarily replied. If you're fine, shall we step outside? I feel unwell here. Temenger smiled as she playfully tossed the man out of the establishment. Alone in the wind, he found himself bewildered. All settled, no more fuss. Why are you all looking at me? Is there something on my face? Eat and drink as you please, do not mind me. Temenger returned to her seat. Considering the man fortunate, had it been the unrefined Temenger who had just arrived on Kadola Star, she would surely have obliterated him. The woman who had been harassed approached Temenger, expressing, "Thank you for earlier. It was my first encounter with such an incident. Had you not intervened, I would have been utterly lost. Red bean paste, did you not send him flying?" Temenger silently scoffed in her mind, but kept her thoughts to herself. It's nothing. He merely uttered an unpleasant remark. I helped you out of convenience. You need not feel indebted. Temenger quickly assisted the woman who wished to bow in gratitude. Here's the deal. You helped me, so I'll treat you to this meal. How does that sound? The woman appeared a bit anxious. It's truly unnecessary. Should you insist, I will be quite displeased. Temenger feigned irritation. Seeing this, the woman refrained from further protest. She finished her meal, settled the bill, and departed. Wimminger observed the departing elder sister and inquired, Sister, do you know her? No. Temenger shook her head. Then why did you assist her without expecting any reward? Wimminger's small head was filled with great confusion. You mustn't believe that someone would offer us benefits without reason. Can she truly manage this on her own? You are still quite young. The cost of over $1 million for a meal is not something everyone can easily provide. She clearly desires my assistance. She seeks funds for a meal to solicit our help. Temenger raised her hands above her head, stretching lazily to showcase her capabilities to Wimminger. How was I unaware of these nuances? Wimminger exclaimed in surprise, casting a glance at Sun Wukong. Kakarot, please explain this to her, Temenger urged, looking towards Sun Wukong. Ami? Sun Wukong appeared somewhat bewildered at Temenger's request. Indeed, it is you. There is no other Kakarot here. Temenger finished her stretch and reclined in her chair. Well, all right. Wimminger, Miss Wimminger, let us reconsider. Does she truly require our assistance? Her movements suggest she is adept, effortlessly handling that man. Hence, she initially did not need us. It would be normal for her to express gratitude when Temenger said it was no trouble. Moreover, don't you think that the one offering you money has ulterior motives? After speaking, Sun Wukong seized a large chicken leg to indulge in, demonstrating his greater enthusiasm for food. Your world is so convoluted, Kakarot. How do you know all of this? Wimminger felt betrayed by Sun Wukong's sudden cleverness. You presume everyone is as foolish as you. Kakarot is simple-minded but not inept. There is a distinction between being naive and being foolish, Temenger scornfully remarked. Wimminger, you are quite vexing. I cannot argue with you, nor can I contend with you physically. Never mind, have you eaten enough? If so, let us return to our tasks. Temenger was not hurried, for if she were, she would not possess merely an 8,000 battle power. I still want to eat. Wimminger resolved to transform her indignation into appetite. No matter how much you consume, it will not enhance your intellect. Temenger relished teasing her younger sister, feeling at ease to jest with family, unlike Sun Wukong, who always maintained a degree of restraint. Wimminger, father and mother, the sister is bullying me. I wish to return home. Chapter 68. Found the Turtle Sage. Sister, could you assist me with something? Krillin addressed Temenger and her companions, who had just arrived nearby. Are you speaking to me? Temenger inquired with curiosity, noting that the people of the East Capital were rather reserved, seldom engaging in casual banter, save for those whom Temenger had left questioning their existence. Yes, it is you. Krillin was quite animated, perceiving Temenger as a kind-hearted individual who would undoubtedly extend her help. He had waited long at the door without anyone offering assistance. It would have been strange if someone had. Of course, what is the favor? Please, do tell. Temenger found the small, noseless monk before her quite intriguing, as finding the turtle sage was not a task to be accomplished in a fleeting moment. Krillin pulled Temenger into a secluded corner. It is like this. I would like you to help me purchase some items. He explained his request to Temenger. It is not impossible. But do you truly wish to purchase such a book? Temenel's lips curled slightly. Amused by the fact that this young lad was so irreverent at such a tender age, unlike our dear Wameng heir, who, despite her youth, was endearing and easily deceived. Grandfather requested a gift, and I believed he would appreciate this, hence my desire to buy it. However, you understand, Clin's face flushed with embarrassment, as he himself felt somewhat awkward. Haha, very well. Do not behave like this in the future. I shall assist you only this once. Temo heir entered the store. Her curiosity piqued. Do not be deceived by her size. She had merely heard some risque remarks in her past life. As she ventured into those sections, she was taken aback. How shameless. How could they behave in such a manner? These women have no dignity. Temo heir inadvertently exclaimed. The patrons of the store turned to look at her, and she quickly apologized to those nearby. Feeling humiliated, she hastily grabbed a few books in her hands and departed. Sister, what have you bought? Why is your face so flushed? Wameng heir inquired, intrigued, as she believed she had finally unearthed this woman's vulnerability and was eager to study it further. Such opportunities were rare. When Temo heir had previously prevented her from entering, Wameng heir had sensed there was something amiss. Little one, do not pry into adult matters. Temo heir retorted, a mixture of embarrassment and irritation evident in her demeanor. Very well, I shall not ask, Wameng heir replied, turning her attention to Sun Wukong and Clin, entirely disregarding Temo heir's embarrassment. She thought it wise to learn from Sun Wukong, whom she now deemed astute. Following his line of thought seemed promising. Temo heir dismissed Wameng heir and approached Clin, tossing the books toward him. Clin regarded the items Temo heir had procured with a mix of gratitude and surprise, feeling that he ought to express his appreciation, as none of the individuals he had approached here had offered their assistance. Sun Wukong just informed me that you seek Master Wutian. I know where he is, Clin remarked, believing that these three individuals were also seeking to apprentice under Master Wutian, just as he was. Really? Temo heir's perception of Clin improved significantly, causing her to forget the earlier incident entirely. Indeed, he is currently within our temple. He arrived just 3 months ago, Clin stated, his expression becoming serious. Are you here to seek Master Wutian's mentorship? Sister, one must offer a token of respect when seeking a master. A token of respect? Do not fret about such formalities. Is this for him? Temo heir felt an inexplicable surge of enthusiasm. Clin sensed he might have inadvertently wronged Master Wutian. Master Rashi, please, take me to him quickly. I have matters to discuss. Temo heir's commanding presence was palpable. All right, Clin responded, startled and breaking into a cold sweat. Why do I sense a familiar aura? Who could it be? It carries a hint of resentment, Master Rashi pondered, perplexed, as he believed he had not offended anyone. The strange energy flickered through Master Rashi's mind before dissipating, and it was understandable that he did not recognize Temo heir. Forget it. If I cannot comprehend it, I shall not dwell on it. A good night's sleep is in order, Master Rashi resolved, returning to his slumber. Upon witnessing Master Rashi's deep sleep, Temo heir's irritation escalated, and she dashed over to deliver a light punch to the old man. However, she was mindful of her strength, ensuring that her strike was gentle, lest she cause unintended harm. The pain is excruciating. What on earth are you doing, you impudent girl? The turtle sage sensed the disturbance but was unable to evade it in time. How dare you ask a 10-year-old child to purchase such items for you? Your shamelessness is quite evident, as is your indignant demeanor. It is clear that you are quite upset. What on earth? The turtle sage's gaze swept over Krillin and his companions, pausing momentarily on Krillin, instantly discerning the crux of the matter. It appears I must take you as my disciple, allowing you to experience the trials of the turtle school's training, particularly the inescapable kind. The turtle sage promptly made a decision in his mind. Are you Temur? The turtle sage regarded the woman who bore a striking resemblance to Whis, while also drawing conclusions about Sun Wukong. Indeed, Temur does seem somewhat irate, her manner of speaking rather brazen. The turtle sage was left speechless, pondering what kind of tribute Krillin was preparing that could provoke such ire in this girl. He was eager to uncover it. Krillin, the turtle sage called sternly. Krillin rushed forth, standing upright with determination. Present your tribute to me. I have decided to accept you. The turtle sage was curious to see what would provoke him to endure a beating. With utmost reverence, Krillin presented the books he had persuaded Temur to purchase. The turtle sage reached inside, extracting one of the volumes and beginning to read. His eyes widened in surprise. What a good disciple indeed. Krillin observed the turtle sage's stillness and, unable to see his expression behind his sunglasses, mistakenly assumed he was furious. However, he felt that he had already become the Turtle Sage's disciple and was unconcerned about punishment. Eager to admit his mistake, which was his forte. Yet the Turtle Sage immediately pulled Krillin aside to converse, and as they spoke, a smile spread across his face. Particularly during their discussion, which took on an oddly mischievous tone. Wimmel wished to approach and discern Temenel's vulnerabilities, believing that doing so would allow her to redeem herself. However, just as she intended to move closer, Sun Wukong grabbed her arm, an intimate gesture that made her uneasy. "Kakarot, what are you doing?" Wimmel queried, confused. "Oh, my apologies." Sun Wukong quickly released her hand, sensing he had overstepped, even if Wimmel did not comprehend the implications. "If you think you can defeat your sister with those underhanded tactics, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Your sister exudes an aura of strength so formidable that I dare not entertain the notion of overcoming her. Those methods will not prevail. It would be a futile endeavor, and you might very well suffer for it," Sun Wukong remarked, shaking his head. "Furthermore, consider that you are a scion. Do you truly believe you would find satisfaction in defeating your sister in such a manner?" Wimmel, taken aback by his words, had only wished to witness Temenel's embarrassment and had never contemplated vanquishing her sister. "Is that so? Then Kakarot, can we truly defeat her?" Wimmel, now growing in strength and often gaining the upper hand against Sun Wukong, still felt a lack of confidence when facing Temenel. "Certainly," Sun Wukong replied, his expression turning serious as he regarded Temenel, his eyes brimming with fierce determination. Temenel, however, was left bewildered, exclaiming, "How could that be? That woman is nothing short of a monster." Wimmel remained filled with self-doubt. Temenel also heard Wamenger's loud shout and hurried over to give the little rascal a gentle punch. Sun Wukong was startled. After all, he was not yet a match for her. "Kakarot, carry on. I am intrigued to hear how you intend to defeat me." Temenel was somewhat curious about his newfound confidence. "Sister Temenel, your strength surpasses mine solely because of your age. Once I reach my prime, I shall undoubtedly overcome you. I firmly believe that with relentless effort, I will triumph over you." Sun Wukong's voice, though youthful, resonated with conviction. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. I eagerly await the day you surpass me." However, Temenel inwardly hoped he would do so swiftly. She could hardly bear the current era where Master Wu Tian reigned supreme. While she could flaunt her prowess, the future was ominous, filled with formidable opponents. "Oh, defeating Temenel? That is not beyond the realm of possibility." The Turtle Sage approached, no longer resembling the whimsical old man he once was, embodying the essence of a great master. "Really?" Wamenger and Sun Wukong were keenly interested, for only they understood the torment Temenel had inflicted upon them. "Indeed." The Turtle Sage turned, placing his hand on his back, exuding an aura of immense stature. Temenel grew serious, directing her gaze toward the Turtle Sage. While her physical prowess was commendable, her martial foundation was lacking. As the saying goes, a towering edifice would be constrained by its foundational weaknesses. Temenel deeply resonated with this sentiment, as her combat strength was increasing at a sluggish pace. "What should I do?" Temenel realized she could not solely rely on Sun Wukong for strength. Sometimes, self-reliance is preferable to dependence on others. "Simply become my disciple." Though a formal initiation is required, the Turtle Sage's eyes gleamed with determination. "Initiation?" Temenel thought it was too familiar to be discussing such matters. "Of course, it is tradition. Rules are rules." The Turtle Sage appeared quite obstinate. "Very well, what do you desire?" Temenel pondered, as it was merely a matter of expenditure, and she had plenty to spare. "Allow me to test your resolve." The Turtle Sage gestured toward his chest. "Ah, certainly." Temenel chuckled. As the excited Turtle Sage approached, she immediately delivered a slap, leaving a crimson imprint on his face. "Need another?" "I can oblige." Temenel's smile widened. "No, thank you. I am quite satisfied with your initiation gift. One is sufficient." The Turtle Sage touched his face, feeling a tinge of apprehension. "No worries. Kakarot and Wamenger are still here. I have a couple more in store for you, dear Master Wu Tian." Temenel was unwilling to let the old man off easily. If he dared to behave this way, who knew how much bolder he might become in the future? "No need. Your gift is splendid. One is worth three." The Turtle Sage realized he had indeed provoked trouble by engaging with her. Humph. Temenel chose not to press the issue further. She was merely displeased. Chapter 69. Cultivation. An elderly monk at Doran Temple was sweeping in front of the gate when he noticed a woman approaching him slowly. He ceased his sweeping and turned to face her. "What brings you here, my child?" If I can assist, I shall do so with all my might. Although the woman bore an air of aloofness, the old monk was astute enough to perceive her urgency. The woman, though not particularly talkative, would certainly be recognized by Temenel if she were present. She is the one from the restaurant. Can you describe her? This would aid me in my search. His name is Wu Tian. Wu Tian. Ah, is he the esteemed Wu Tian? The day before, he left with 3 children and a woman. He is no longer at Duolin Temple. The old monk spoke while stroking his beard. The mysterious woman furrowed her brows, revealing hints of irritation. Do you know where they went? I do not, but you may wish to search the southern seas. Wu Tian's home lies in that direction. Thank you. I shall take my leave, the woman said, not lingering, as she departed towards the south. Came Sanin, why are you not at home? Temenel inquired while piloting the spacecraft. Searching for someone. Came Sanin appeared somewhat despondent, a fact only Temenel noticed. Have you found them? I hope you haven't spent 5 years without success. Temenel teased lightly. Came Sanin's expression darkened further. What are you worried about? Temenel responded, somewhat exasperated. What do you mean? Came Sanin looked puzzled. Are you aware of your fame? Anyone with determination could locate you in the South Sea. By wandering aimlessly, you make it more difficult for others to find you. You should simply wait patiently. In due time, that person will come to you. Your actions are truly superfluous. Temenel criticized Came Sanin's behavior. I am merely concerned that she may not seek me out. I appear quite elderly. What if she does not find me appealing? I only wish to catch a glimpse of her. Came Sanin chuckled softly. Perhaps, then teach me how to cultivate, since you cannot find her. Staying in one place a little longer might yield results, Temenel remarked, offering no comfort, as Came Sanin's demeanor suggested he was beyond help. Very well. I shall occupy myself. She probably won't search for me anyway. Came Sanin laughed, though uncertainty lingered. Time swiftly passed, and Temenel arrived on a small island. The very place where Came Sanin originally guided son Wukong and Krillin in their training, also a location where he procured supplies. This area belongs to the southeastern archipelago, home to a small village named Laka Village. This time, Temenel could read. He was no longer illiterate. Do you have ingredients in your kitchen? Temenel asked Came Sanin. I recall there being some in the refrigerator. Came Sanin acknowledged, aware of their appetites, knowing it would not suffice. Never mind. It will certainly be inadequate. I shall go buy some ingredients. You take care of those little rascals, Temenel instructed. Heading to the market to see if there were any vegetables left, urging Came Sanin to purchase as much as possible, lest they find themselves shopping daily. Came Sanin stowed away the spacecraft and turned his gaze towards son Wukong and the others. Is teacher Wu Tian about to begin his training? Krillin asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Yes, these little rascals are still manageable, weaker than I, Came Sanin thought to himself. Do you know your own levels? Came Sanin queried the 3. I have trained with my father. Son Wukong reminisced about the days spent training alongside Bardock. I have not trained, but I am quite strong. Temenel replied with a tinge of pride. I spent 6 years at the Turtle Hermit's temple, and I should be fine, Krillin thought, feeling a sense of pride in his own prowess. Is that so? Everyone has a foundation. Then how about a 100-meter dash? I wish to gauge your abilities. Do you see that large rock over there? Run from here to there. I will time you, the Turtle Hermit declared before jogging over to the stone. Krillin, are you ready? The Turtle Hermit shouted. Krillin gestured affirmatively, and at the Turtle Hermit's command, he dashed forward. A gust of wind swept the Turtle Hermit's beard, yet he maintained an impassive expression. 10.5 seconds. Not bad, the Turtle Hermit remarked. That is decent. On a proper track, I could manage under 9 seconds. This isn't even my full potential. The bald-headed Krillin's confidence was evident. However, the Turtle Hermit chose to remain silent. Next, Son Goku, are you ready? The Turtle Hermit inquired. All right, Grandpa, Son Goku replied. Once again, the wind tousled the Turtle Hermit's beard, this time with greater intensity. What? 8 seconds? Impressive. The Turtle Hermit thought, surprised by the young warrior's abilities. Unbelievable. No world champion could achieve such speed, Krillin thought, feeling a twinge of insecurity. Hee. Son Goku reveled in his moment of triumph. All right, Valmel, your turn, the Turtle Hermit addressed the last participant. Honestly, it's been so long. I'm quite impatient. Valmel retorted before sprinting off, another gust of wind sending the Turtle Hermit's beard flying. 7.1 seconds. You have talent. The Turtle Hermit was genuinely astonished. Realizing that this young one surpassed even Son Goku. 7.1. Kakarot, what about you? Valmel inquired, glancing at Son Goku. Exactly 8 seconds, neither more nor less. Son Goku replied, placing his hands atop his head. Humph. Valmel turned away smugly. Well, you're all good kids. However, your skills still fall within the realm of humanity. To become exceptional martial artists, you must transcend human limits, the turtle hermit stated. Goku, help me with the timing. He handed the stopwatch to Son Goku and positioned himself at the starting line, shedding his shirt and performing some warm-up exercises to inflate his frail physique, though not to its maximum potential. A sudden gust of wind rushed forth, tousling the hair of Son Goku and Valmel, leaving Krillin in bewilderment. 3.9 seconds, Grandpa. That's incredible, Son Goku exclaimed, gazing at the stopwatch. 3.9? It seems I have regressed. The turtle hermit feigned modesty. However, you are young. Surpassing me should be quite easy. Even achieving less than 3 seconds is not out of reach. The turtle hermit, a master of encouragement, understood that constant criticism was not beneficial. Yet, this exercise is truly exhausting. Son Goku, fetch me a bottle of beer, the turtle hermit admitted, feeling fatigued despite his composed demeanor. After all, he was not accustomed to such swift movements. A sudden burst of speed was indeed taxing. Beer? All right, Son Goku responded, rushing to retrieve the drink while also snatching a snack for himself, as hunger was upon him. He swiftly returned with the beer in hand. Haha, indeed. The beer after exercise is the most delightful. Master Roshi downed it in one gulp, feeling quite elated. So, what shall we do next, Master? Krillin inquired. Roshi glanced at the sky, which was gradually darkening, clearly indicating that dusk was approaching. We want tea practice today, let us resume tomorrow. However, your sister has just returned, so there's no rush for dinner. Let us play a little game, Roshi suggested, pointing at the adorable Tien as he picked up a stone from the ground and inscribed the character for turtle upon it. Do you see this stone? Roshi raised it high. I see it, replied Krillin. Very well, let us go. That stone has flown off into the distant woods. You must retrieve it. If you fail, there will be no dinner for you. But do not exceed 30 minutes, Roshi warned, glancing at his stopwatch. All right, Krillin responded. Where's Kakarot? Tien seemed a bit confused. What the? How could he do that? Krillin exclaimed as he witnessed Goku leap off the cliff. Dangerous action, do not imitate. Darn it, Kakarot, resorting to tricks. Tien exclaimed, and she too leaped off the cliff. Monsters, are they? Krillin was at a loss for words. The day had brought him too many shocks. Aren't you going down? It's been 2 minutes, Roshi announced. All right, I'm going. Krillin hurriedly dashed off. Roshi watched as the 3 little devils disappeared and decided to take a rest himself, considering that both exercising and teaching others required considerable effort. He also glanced over at Tien, who was busy cooking. Chapter 70. Searching for the stone. Why am I supposed to find that stone? There's no way I'll be able to. A thought suddenly sprang into Krillin's mind. With a newfound idea, he rushed back to the spot where Master Roshi had picked up the stone. There. Krillin found a stone of similar size and borrowed a black marker from a neighbor to inscribe a character resembling Roshi's turtle symbol upon it. Satisfied, Krillin headed back to the turtle house, feeling pleased at the prospect of dinner, secretly thinking that Goku and Tien were truly foolish, while he considered himself quite clever. Tien, have you grown into quite the young lady? Do you have someone you like? Roshi asked, sipping his beer. No, Tien replied, busy chopping vegetables. Is that so? But worry not. You will find someone. The world is vast, and you will encounter many people, Roshi said, somewhat incredulous, as this age was indeed the time of budding feelings for Tien. Perhaps, Tien mused briefly before returning to her task. How about we become a couple? A man yet unmarried and a woman yet unwed, Roshi slurred, his cheeks flushed from the beer. What did you say? Repeat that. Tien pointed the freshly sharpened knife at Roshi, her gaze somewhat menacing. Oh, nothing, Roshi stammered, though he was not foolish. He understood that a man must be adaptable, not to act foolishly just because Tien was beautiful. Just then, Krillin's voice rang out, and Roshi was taken aback, unable to believe that the one who retrieved the stone was Krillin, the weakest among the 3. Master Wu Tian, I have found the stone you lost. Krillin promptly handed over the stone he held to Master Roshi. The old sage examined the stone before him, which appeared quite exquisite. However, Krillin was unaware that Master Roshi had infused it with his own essence. The old man's expression darkened. He was astounded that someone dared to employ the very same ruse he had once used, and with such a lack of finesse. In his youth, He would have at least infused a hint of his own energy, even though he had been discovered. Yet, this masterful deception had eluded even the keen eyes of his senior brother, Master Crane, and only his own master, Wu Tai-Do, had seen through it. In a fit of frustration, Master Roshi tossed the stone at Krillin's head to vent his displeasure, lamenting that even a novice like him couldn't manage to forge a convincing imitation. "Do not play coy before me. Go find my stone. I know precisely what it looks like." Master Roshi bellowed at Krillin, who, under the weight of his master's ire, hurried out. "Goku, have you found it yet?" "You've been here for quite a while," Vomi remarked, observing Goku on the ground, sniffing like a dog. "Not yet, but it's nearby," Goku replied, aware of the stone's location, biding his time for an opportunity to escape Vomi's clutches, knowing he could not contend with her. "You're utterly useless. I'll search over there. Remember, if you find it, come to me. Don't try to sneak away, or I will make you regret it," Vomi said, finding Goku's lack of progress dull, having expected him to locate it swiftly, given his superior sense of smell. As Vomi departed, Goku picked up a stone from the corner and murmured to the retreating Vomi, "My apologies, Miss Vomi. He has offered too much for me to refuse. I promise to make it up next time. Please forgive me this once." With the stone in hand, Goku made his way toward Master Roshi's house quietly. Goku, did you find the stone? You're amazing," Krillin exclaimed upon arriving nearby, his excitement palpable, especially upon spotting the stone in Goku's hand. "Found it," Goku admitted, though he had not anticipated Krillin's arrival, which posed a slight dilemma. "May I see it?" Krillin asked, his expression betraying a hint of greed. "Sure," Goku replied, revealing the stone to him. Just then, Krillin attempted to snatch it, but Goku instinctively pulled it back in an instant. Years of enduring Temo's bullying had honed his reflexes, though the toll on Goku was considerable. "What do you intend to do, Krillin?" Goku queried, puzzled by Krillin's actions. "I just want to check if it's real, huh? After all, I recently found a fake." Krillin sheepishly rubbed his bald head. "Oh, I see. You should have said so earlier. Would you like me to give it to you?" Goku, though not entirely naive, was somewhat trusting. As Krillin took the stone, he suddenly shouted, "Vomi is coming." Startled, Goku instinctively glanced back, only to realize there was no one there, and understood he had been tricked, turning to see Krillin scampering away. Damn it, Krillin, deceived, was pursued by Sun Wukong. The loud shout from Krillin inevitably caught the attention of Vomer, who rushed over to witness Sun Wukong chasing Krillin, particularly incensed upon seeing the stone in Krillin's hand. However, this time, luck was not on Krillin's side. He could not make it back to Kame House, and was swiftly defeated by the combined efforts of Sun Wukong and Vomer. Observing Krillin, who lay defeated on the ground, Sun Wukong silently mourned for 3 seconds. The stone slipped from Krillin's grasp, and being a person who seizes opportunities, Sun Wukong picked it up and dashed toward Kame House. Vomer, now even more enraged, stomped on Krillin twice before pursuing Sun Wukong. But at that moment, Krillin managed to grasp Vomer's foot. "Sun Wukong, take my share. Do not let her succeed." Krillin thought that since he could not attain victory, he might as well ruin it for another, at least dragging one down with him. "What are you doing?" Vomer exclaimed, perplexed by Krillin's actions. "Let go," she shouted while stepping on Krillin. He was not particularly formidable, and after enduring several stomps, he released his grip. "This time, you have lost," Sun Wukong declared from the other side of the bridge. "Kakarot, what are you saying? You haven't even reached Kame House yet." Vomer slowly approached. "I was wondering what would happen if I were to cut the rope of this bridge." Sun Wukong replied with a mischievous grin. "Do you dare?" Vomer's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you think I would hesitate?" Sun Wukong grasped the rope. "If you do, I will tell Auntie that you are bullying me," Vomer said, a hint of fear creeping into her demeanor as tears threatened to well up in her eyes. "Forget it. I'll let you off this time," Sun Wukong said, releasing the rope. After Vomer crossed the bridge, Sun Wukong tossed the stone to her. "Why do this?" Vomer questioned, her feelings complicated as she looked at the stone in her hand. "What I desire is to defeat you in a fair and honorable manner, not through such underhanded tactics," Sun Wukong stated, his demeanor now entirely serious. "Kakarot," Vomer gazed at him, her heart racing involuntarily. "Kakarot, who do you think you are looking down upon? I can defeat you even with such unscrupulous methods." Nonetheless, Vomer broke the stone in half and tossed one piece to Sun Wukong. "Do not misunderstand. I admit that you truly frightened me just now. This is what you deserve," Vomer declared, turning her head away with a hint of pride. "Is that so?" Sun Wukong shook his head in resignation as he looked at the stone in his hand. Thus, a world where only Krillin went hungry was born. Master Roshi, initially wishing to dine alone, relented under Temenel's gaze, allowing Sun Wukong to partake in the meal, while Krillin was punished to wait until everyone had finished eating and was assigned the task of washing the dishes. Chapter 71 Physique. The sky still appeared dimly lit, and Temenel awoke to the sound of the alarm clock ringing at 3:30. She got up, washed her face, and casually tidied her hair. Although Temenel's hairstyle remained unchanged, it would still undergo deformation under external forces. She still preferred to tie her hair in a ponytail for comfort. After a flurry of activity lasting half an hour, Krillin and the other two youngsters had naturally awakened. Particularly, Vomer, who, along with Temenel, had been roused from slumber by Temenel at 3:30, as Temenel was not one to indulge her. At precisely 4 o'clock in the morning, the sky began to brighten, and everyone was already outside. The turtle hermit gazed at the 4 individuals before him, inquiring, "What is the purpose of your martial arts training?" Temenel's expression was grave. To surpass her, she declared, prompting both Sun Wukong and Vomer to glance at Temenel simultaneously. Temenel thought, "Why do you all look at me as if I harbor some deep-seated grudge against you? This is merely my affection for you, to spare you from the harsh realities of society." Though her face remained impassive. "I train in martial arts for," Krillin began, but was interrupted by the turtle hermit. "You need not continue. I understand," he interjected, having taken on disciples before and possessing the discernment to anticipate their motivations. "While your reasoning is not entirely flawed, I must express that true martial arts should not be pursued merely to defeat others or to win the affection of those you desire. Also, Temenel, what do you mean by to live?" The turtle hermit questioned, puzzled. "Isn't living a common experience?" "Living is truly exhausting, filled with constant worry," Temenel replied, her voice lacking elaboration. "Is that so?" The turtle hermit deepened his understanding of Temenel. "In any case, remember that martial arts are meant for the betterment of oneself, to conquer your own limitations. However, when faced with the oppressive and the tyrannical, one must be prepared to intervene. Now, follow me. Training commences," he declared, leading the 4 into a light jog. After approximately 10 minutes of jogging, they arrived at the entrance of a dairy company. A Minotaur was busy transporting milk, intending to load it onto a helicopter for delivery to various residences on the island. Observing this, the turtle hermit addressed the Minotaur owner, "Sir, may we assist you in transporting the milk?" "Who is this?" "Ah, Master Wutian." The Minotaur's demeanor shifted immediately upon recognizing the turtle hermit. "Then you may proceed." The owner consented, gesturing toward the milk crates. "Ah, Master Wutian, are you truly delivering milk on foot? Is there enough time?" "Even I find it somewhat rushed with the helicopter," the Minotaur expressed concern. "Moreover, despite our establishment being a long-standing brand on the island, we must not disappoint our customers. Will you really not be late?" "Do not worry. You are just like your grandfather. I assure you on my reputation as Master Wutian that we will manage." The turtle hermit comforted the Minotaur. "Thank you, Master Wutian," the owner replied, grateful for the free labor. "You all must run, but jump as you run," he instructed, demonstrating by leaping forward while counting 1, 2, 1, 2. Sun Wukong and the others echoed his count. "This exercise is surprisingly beneficial for me," Temenel pondered silently within herself. "This exercise proves to be an excellent training regimen for your foot strength, effectively engaging all the muscles of your legs. Simultaneously, I perceive the intention behind this is to cultivate your foot strength and endurance. Otherwise, why would that old man have you walking around the tree?" "Oh, I see. System. It has been quite some time since I last checked the panel. Could you show me?" "Indeed, it has been a while. Here it is. Name, Temenel. Gender, female. Age, 22. Race, purebred scion, with slight ancestral traits due to physical influences. Battle power, 80,000. Martial arts, Ki blast, flight technique. Artificial moon, great ape control, destruction sphere, rock paper scissors, key manipulation, demon fist. Ancestral traits? It pertains to your physical constitution, right? I almost forgot about my constitution. What exactly is its purpose?" Temenel seems perplexed. "Your authority is insufficient. We shall discuss it once your battle power exceeds 100,000. Can I learn about it once I reach 100,000? Your authority remains inadequate. I regret that I cannot disclose this information." "How stingy." "Enough, enough. The system has its challenges in these times. I truly cannot disclose anything prematurely." "We reached the mountain. There's no need to jump. We can walk slowly. Upon finishing his statement, Master Roshi instantly appeared halfway up the mountain. This mountain is rather high. After approximately 10 minutes of climbing, Master Roshi began smoking again, exhaling smoke rings one after another. Master Mutian, are you bringing your disciples for training again? Inquired an old monk, somewhat incredulous at the sight of Master Roshi. How does this old man manage to live so long? Indeed, where is your master? It has been quite some time since I last saw him, Master Roshi asked. My master passed away 5 years ago, the old monk replied. He had been a mere novice when Gohan visited. I see, Master Roshi responded, seemingly unfazed as if this were an ordinary occurrence for him. Master Mutian, will you participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament in a few years? The old monk expressed curiosity, recalling his own fervent participation in the past, which had earned him a commendable ranking. We shall participate, Master Roshi articulated. The World Martial Arts Tournament piqued Temur's interest. Before Master Roshi and others could elaborate, Krillin excitedly exclaimed, the World Martial Arts Tournament gathers the greatest martial artists from around the globe to determine who is the strongest. How impressive! Temur responded, astonished. Seeing her naive reaction, Temur felt a surge of irritation. How could she be more foolish than son Wukong? The title of world's strongest bears little relevance to you now. Focus on your training, Master Roshi reminded the 3 youngsters of their primary objective. Young monk, I shall take my leave. I hope that when I return, you will still be alive, Master Roshi said with remarkable swiftness. The old monk remarked, delivering milk is indeed quite exhausting. And even Temur sensed a hint of fatigue in her body. I'm utterly exhausted. Is it time to conclude? Temur inquired of the nearby Temur, yearning for the sweet release of closure. Temenel shook her head. Wimminger, this is merely a warm-up activity. Is this truly beyond your capabilities? Observe your sister. Her strength is not without reason. After all this time, she runs faster than you and appears utterly unfazed, Master Roshi admonished. In truth, Temenel silently lamented that she felt quite exhausted. However, Master Roshi understood the importance of balancing work and rest, insisting they have breakfast before further training. With a weary body, Temenel trudged off to prepare breakfast. Chapter 72. Training continues. You shall till the fields, but do so with your bare hands. Master Roshi laid down his training mandate. What? Till the fields by hand? Do you take me for someone capable of such a task? Wimminger expressed her dissatisfaction with Master Roshi's training regimen, incredulous that it could possibly be so arduous. Temenel, demonstrate for her. Show her how to cultivate the land. How can one not know how to till the fields? Master Roshi instructed, directing his gaze at Temenel. Me? I want as well. Temenel thought to herself. Feeling utterly drained and realizing she was ill-equipped for such a task, she had assumed she would merely observe Master Roshi as the 3 youngsters dug into the earth. Otherwise, do you truly wish to forgo your training? Is this not about living well? What of your earlier resolve? Master Roshi regarded Temenel with a hint of exasperation. Very well, she conceded, reluctantly beginning to till the soil. Well then, your sister is already gone. Why do you hesitate? Master Roshi turned his attention to Wimminger. Accepting the situation, Wimminger followed suit, recognizing that if her elder sister was engaged in such labor, she had no excuse to abstain. Master Roshi observed the 4 diligently digging the earth, as the fields transformed under their efforts, while he puffed clouds of smoke from his cigar. Teacher Wu Tian, you have aided me immensely. Allow me to treat you to a meal, the farmer expressed, somewhat concerned that their efforts might render the land even more challenging to cultivate. Yet, seeing their progress surpassing his own with a hoe, he felt a twinge of joy. No need. Their appetites are beyond what you could accommodate, Master Roshi replied, releasing a smoke ring into the air. Is that so? What assistance might I provide for you, Teacher Wu Tian? The farmer was inherently honest and disinclined to take advantage of others. Assistance? It seems I shall need to bring them back to thoroughly ravage your fields, Master Roshi chuckled, reflecting on how rare it was to encounter such sincerity. Ravage? Teacher Wu Tian can visit daily without issue, the farmer acknowledged, understanding that such arrangements were well within his means. Having completed our work, Teacher Wu Tian, may we now rest? Klein exclaimed, bewildered, for tilling by hand was no simple endeavor. That will suffice, Temenel. Now go prepare a meal, Master Roshi, having tasted Temenel's cooking, yearned for a second helping. However, it was also true that Videl, as a mother, had instilled in her a refined appreciation for culinary arts. Unlike the typical scion, Videl was discerning and particular about flavor, which naturally influenced Temenel to develop commendable cooking skills. Very well, Temenel mused, feeling as though she had not come to train, but rather to endure torment, utterly fatigued, as if she had been worked like a dog. After the meal, everyone entered the most joyous period of learning, where the primary figures were Vomer and Krillin, with Son Goku joining them. Vomer opened her textbook and began to read. She was chiefly responsible for the language lessons. The mere thought of teaching mathematics would infuriate her, so she resolved to entrust that dreadful task to Master Roshi, who, having lived for so long, must possess remarkable skills in cultivating his inner energy. Ah, how minuscule we are, a mere speck in the vastness of the universe. Life, a fleeting moment in the grand river of history, is exceedingly brief. Yet, within that minuscule instant, heroes can stir the seas and command the winds. Establishing dynasties and shaping eras, great individuals can indeed shift the earth, illuminate the world, and reshape the majestic landscapes. Vomer's voice quivered with a hint of shyness and innocence. Inevitably, the Scion's capacity for learning was rather lacking, often leading them to feel restless and unable to maintain focus. This time was indeed a source of frustration for both Vomer and Krillin, as neither child found joy in studying. However, Goku, having already grasped the material, observed them with a smile, choosing to remain silent. The subsequent hours brought little of interest, just a nap. Following their rest, they proceeded to the construction site, where each individual toiled, transporting bricks and exerting their energy, which proved both meaningful and financially rewarding. It could be said that one person's earnings equaled those of 8 or 9 others. Indeed, the world was quite favorable towards laborers, and employers dared not withhold wages. After laboring under the sun, they naturally transitioned to swimming. "Sister, let us dive in," Vomer exclaimed, just as Temenel halted her in her tracks. "What are you planning to do?" Temenel inquired. "Aren't we going swimming? Don't we need to change?" Vomer's innocent curiosity was evident. Temenel felt it necessary to educate the young girl. Otherwise, she might find herself in precarious situations later in life, oblivious to the differences between genders. "Look at Goku and Krillin. Do you notice anything different about them?" Temenel asked. "Not really," Vomer replied, glancing at the two boys clad in shorts. "I knew you would say that," Temenel said, crouching down and placing her hands on Vomer's shoulders. "We are women, while Goku and Krillin are men. You understand this, don't you?" "Yes, what's the issue?" Vomer responded, her eyes clear and bright. "Then why are you wearing that?" Temenel pulled a one-piece swimsuit from the capsule. "What is this? I want to wear shorts." Vomer protested, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable in the garment. "Stop complaining. I will wear the same as you, and I have not voiced any complaints either. Also, the contents of this attire should not be shown to anyone, not even to me or our mother. Do you understand?" Temenel's expression was exceedingly serious. "Certainly, I understand. You need not worry. I shall not reveal anything." Wimmel appeared somewhat impatient, feeling that Temenel was being overly meticulous. As for the contents of Kakarot's undergarments, Temenel expressed her unease, cautioning against any interference. "What could possibly be in the undergarments?" Wimmel inquired, curiosity piqued. "Allow me to elucidate," Temenel responded, imparting a modicum of knowledge to the girl. No matter how naive Wimmel might be, she comprehended the gravity of the situation, her face flushing a vibrant red akin to a ripe apple. "Do you understand? That particular item should only be touched by oneself or one's most cherished individual." Observing the girl's reaction, Temenel felt a sense of relief wash over her. Wimmel, gazing at son Wukong, wore a perplexed expression. "Are you all right?" Temenel asked, noting Wimmel's momentary distraction, her concern growing. "Everything is fine. Let us proceed to train," Wimmel replied, reverting to her youthful exuberance, bouncing with energy. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Temenel decided to dismiss it and slowly stepped outside. Chapter 73. Will we truly wait? I am so exhausted. Did you not say we could swim freely? Wimmel began to grasp the concept of teetering on the brink of death. "It's manageable, but perhaps if you exercise more regularly, you wouldn't feel so feeble," Temenel remarked, shaking her head to disperse the water that clung to her. "Who is like you?" Wimmel retorted, feeling quite irked. This time, instead of being pursued by sharks during their swimming practice, it was Temenel who was in pursuit. Yet, this was no less terrifying. Have you ever witnessed someone swimming while unleashing energy waves? If not, today you shall. I am also quite fatigued. I must strive to swim and still be slower than you. Temenel initially thought it would be effortless, but it proved to be genuinely exhausting. "Huh, I don't believe you," Wimmel scoffed. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to explain. Come with me to change clothes. Temenel decided against further elaboration on matters that required no explanation. I shall lie down for a while, Wimmel admitted, too weary to move. Indeed, Temenel replied, lifting her up. What are you doing? Wimmel felt uneasy with the unexpected sensation. You must take care of yourself. It is easy to catch a chill, Temenel cautioned, aware that Scions possess a robust constitution capable of withstanding extreme conditions. Yet even a resilient body ought not to be subjected to such wear. Thank you, Wimmel replied, wrapping her arms around her sister, feeling warmth and comfort envelop her. Sister, do you have someone you admire? Wimmel inquired after changing her clothes, observing her sister as she dressed. No, Temenel responded without a moment's hesitation. But did you not mention that Kakarot has an elder brother? Is he not suitable? Wimmel had heard many tales of their exploits, particularly their fervent battles. Raditz? We are merely friends, at most comrades who have fought side by side. Temenel clarified as she finished dressing. Sis, you are already 22 and not yet married. I think Raditz would be a splendid match. You should be together, Wimmel pouted. Is this what mother instructed you to say? I have told you, do not concern yourself with me. When fate decides, it shall happen, Temenel replied, a hint of annoyance in her gaze as she regarded Wimmel, who had seemingly betrayed her with such suggestions. Mother indeed spoke to me about it, but sister, will we really wait? If one does not strive for what they desire, will it truly come to pass? Wukong observed Temenel with a look of concern. Temenel was momentarily taken aback by this question, one she had never pondered before. Why have you ceased to be foolish? You seem so much wiser now. I do not recall you being this astute in your studies, Temenel teased upon regaining her composure. You all say I am foolish, but in truth, I am quite clever. There are many instances where I display remarkable wit. Wukong pouted, her lips pursing higher. Haha, cleverness. Yes, indeed, you are quite clever. Temenel replied with laughter. Humph. I shall not play with you any longer. Wukong dashed away, heading towards Sun Wukong. As Temenel watched Wukong depart, she gazed up at the sky and mused, Raditz? I cannot fathom what that fellow contemplates about women. The thought is simply unimaginable. Alas, why do I even concern myself with such matters? A heart devoid of men leads to unparalleled prowess. Temenel followed suit. Next, the esteemed Master Roshi announced. Your training will consist of a game of dodgeball. Moreover, you must not exceed the boundaries marked by the rope. He gestured towards the four bound by the rope. Let us commence swiftly. I adore playing dodgeball. Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Finally, a straightforward training exercise had arrived. Red bean paste, Master Roshi remarked, astonished by her enthusiasm. Indeed, let us begin. I am fully prepared. Wukong declared confidently. This girl is truly clever, not even wanting to admit she knows me while out playing. Temenel could only silently chastise her in her heart. Very well, what of the others? Master Roshi inquired kindly, albeit briefly. All right then, let us begin. Master Roshi prodded a beehive with his cane, causing it to scatter quickly. The startled bees emerged, spotting Temenel and the others, and swooped into attack. Marvelous. What a game of dodgeball. Temenel relied on her instincts to evade. This was effortless for her, though she could not afford to be complacent. However, observing Wukong and the others, one could discern a different scenario, truly unfortunate. Ha! Temenel laughed heartily. Why are you laughing? What is there to find amusing? Wukong queried, somewhat displeased. What are you exclaiming? Look at Kakarot. He has not uttered a word. Forgive me, but it is indeed humorous. How did you become such a fool, dear sister? Temenel laughed once more. All right, Temenel, enough laughter. Please go prepare a meal. Everyone is hungry, Master Roshi interjected, unable to bear the amusement any longer. Of course, haha. Temenel continued to chuckle. Sister, I cannot sleep. Wukong tugged at Temenel, who was on the verge of slumber. What is it? Temenel asked, barely awake. Sister, I have a question I wish to ask you. Wukong sat up. What question? Temenel, now alert, inquired. Am I truly inadequate? Wukong gazed at Temenel, voicing her inner doubts. Inadequate? But you are rather clever. Temenel pondered briefly before responding. Sister, no more jesting, Wukong replied, a hint of exasperation in her tone. You are remarkable. Each individual possesses their own strengths and shortcomings. Do not be disheartened by minor failures. Consider Kakarot. He is still the same, and you are merely 5 years old. While I may excel in certain areas, it is essential that you compare yourself to your past self. Are you not more formidable than you were yesterday? That is sufficient. Teemo often provides comfort to others, albeit sparingly. Sister, I wish to embrace you while I sleep. May I? Timo expressed her desire. What? Sister could hardly believe her ears. You feel so soft, and holding you is incredibly comforting. Timo realized she harbored a fondness for her sister. Hey, be gentle with your hands and feet, sister remarked, not objecting further, as they were both girls. All right, you are truly wonderful. Timo joyfully embraced her. Do not touch so recklessly, it tickles. Sister was somewhat unaccustomed to this. Sister, why are yours so large? Timo felt a tinge of envy. You will have them when you grow up. Right now, you are still in your childhood. Why ponder so much? Sister was slightly overwhelmed by Timo's incessant chatter. Fine. Then, sister, Timo began to speak, but was halted by sister. Be quiet. We can talk about it tomorrow, sister warned, clenching her fist, ready to retaliate if Timo continued. Chapter 74, Bulma's Arrival. Departure to seek the Dragon Balls. Timo, did you not sleep well? You appear rather lackluster. Master Roshi expressed concern. Indeed. I did not rest well. That girl, Timo, kept me awake all night, she lamented, reflecting on the vibrant energy of Timo, pondering if she was growing old. Before we commence today's training, you must carry this. Master Roshi disregarded Timo's complaints, retrieving his turtle shell from the versatile capsule. A turtle shell? Krillin inquired, puzzled. Indeed. This shell will aid in your advancement. Master Roshi elucidated its benefits. Really? Let me try. The usually taciturn Goku also donned the shell. How does it feel, Kakarot? Do you sense any changes? Timo inquired with curiosity. No significant change. It merely makes my body feel less agile. Goku tested his movements. Indeed. This turtle shell weighs 20 kilograms. Carrying weight is a commendable form of training for a martial artist. Master Roshi explained the challenges of moving with the shell. Weight training. So it can be approached this way. Timo contemplated, feeling as though she had squandered her youth over the past few years. You never asked. How could I possibly know? That is true, but if I do not inquire, will you not share? No. Timo felt a surge of frustration. How could he be so unyielding? Master Roshi noticed her indignation. What is the matter? He asked, perplexed by her sudden anger. Is there a heavier turtle shell? Yes, indeed. Here is a shell weighing 100 kilograms. Master Roshi produced a larger shell. The group donned their shells, repeating their almost identical training routines each day, entirely oblivious to the passage of time. Seasons changed, and when one is earnest, time indeed flies. Before they knew it, over a year had quietly slipped away. On this day, an old friend graced us with her presence, our beloved Miss Bulma. She set out on a quest to find the Dragon Balls, and amidst her search, she stumbled upon Temenel. Temenel was slightly taken aback upon seeing Bulma's azure locks. Sister Temenel, how splendid. It's delightful to encounter a familiar face, making things considerably easier. Bulma expressed with a hint of excitement. Who is she? Inquired Walmer, perplexed by the close bond shared between Bulma and her sister, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Oh, this is Bulma, the second daughter of the world's foremost conglomerate, Temenel explained, having previously enlightened Walmer about the circumstances on Earth. Walmer grasped the situation immediately. Please, don't speak of it that way. Although my family is indeed quite affluent, Bulma replied, slightly embarrassed. And who might this little sister be? She approached with curiosity. I am the most cherished little sister, with no exceptions. Walmer exclaimed, rushing to embrace Temenel, as if fearful that Bulma might usurp her place. And how old are you? Little sister? Bulma found Walmer's demeanor amusing. I won't tell you. I'm already 7. Walmer retorted with a hint of pride. 7, you say? Noted. Thank you. Are you Son Goku, or perhaps his brother? You bear a striking resemblance, Bulma mused, puzzled by the situation. Indeed, I am Son Goku. He replied with a touch of exasperation. Temenel noticed Bulma's confusion and offered clarification. Kakarot, and we are extraterrestrials. We belong to the Saiyan race. Saiyan childhood is prolonged, and we typically grow rapidly around the age of 17, transitioning from childhood to adulthood. However, Kakarot is rather unique. He belongs to a slower developmental type, which may delay his growth until at least 20. I see. Had I not known you, I would have certainly mistaken you for a mere child, Bulma remarked, incredulous that Goku was merely 2 years her junior. Indeed, I share your frustration, yet such is life. No amount of impatience will hasten growth, Goku replied, resigned to his circumstances. Ah, so you are here in search of the Dragon Balls. Temenel conversed with Bulma, beginning to understand the girl's motive for collecting them. Yes, my Dragon Ball radar detected one nearby, prompting my arrival, Bulma revealed, producing her Dragon Ball radar. Additionally, sister, I have already located the 2-star and 5-star balls. What about the one here? It is the 4-star ball, currently in Kakaroto's possession, Temenel indicated, pointing towards Goku. Is it in Goku's hands? Might I borrow it later? Dear sister? Bulma implored with a pleading expression. Of course, Temenel replied nonchalantly. Goku interjected, is it not my possession to manage? Moreover, Temenel, is it truly appropriate for you to take such liberties? How vexing. Does strength grant one the freedom to act as they please? Goku lamented inwardly, refraining from vocalizing his frustrations. Thank you, sister. Also, may I accompany you on your quest? Bulma sought assistance, realizing that this world could be quite unwelcoming for an ordinary individual. Certainly, as long as you allow me to touch your bosom, it will suffice, remarked Temenel, eliciting a shout from Master Roshi. Ah, touch me, Bulma, she exclaimed, slightly surprised, yet not overly so. You lecherous old man, know your limits, Temenel retorted, delivering a swift punch to him. After becoming familiar with Temenel, Master Roshi had grown fond of being a bit too familiar, which Temenel could no longer tolerate. Haha, I was merely jesting. Temenel, my dear, why have you grown so humorless? Master Roshi feigned injury. I see no pretense in your actions. You are merely being your true self, Temenel replied, her expression one of indignation. Well, that is rather dull. All right, everyone. Remove your turtle shells and assist Miss Bulma in her quest for the Dragon Balls, Master Roshi stated, losing interest in teaching. Everyone donned turtle shells weighing over 40 kilograms and found it rather effortless. Remaining here felt like a waste of their talents. And it would be more beneficial to venture out and gain experience in combat. Is it truly permissible to remove the shells, Master Roshi? Krillin hesitantly inquired. When I say to remove them, you should comply. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Master Roshi responded, somewhat exasperated. All right, I understand, Krillin and the others acquiesced, shedding their shells. Wow, this feels incredibly light, Bulma exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, it feels as though my body has been liberated from shackles, Goku echoed, equally surprised. Give it a try, jump with all your might, and you will see, Master Roshi encouraged, eager for them to recognize their newfound strength. Goku was eager to test himself and discern the extent of his transformation. As they leapt, the height they reached thrilled the trio. Now, go explore the world. I have little left to teach you. We shall reconvene at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Master Roshi mused, reflecting on the remarkable growth of the three. Perhaps this would be his final lesson to them. Master Roshi, do not wander off. Otherwise, that person may lose track of you. I shall visit you often. Temenel bid farewell to the centuries-old, somewhat irreverent elder as she embarked on the journey with Bulma to find the Dragon Balls. Once again, silence enveloped the scene. Oh, what shall I do now? Master Roshi pondered as he watched the departing figures, preparing to return to his original island. Chapter 75. Launch Temenel, sister. May I make a request? Bulma asked, gazing at her. What is it? I must inform you in advance that I have no money, Temenel replied, turning her pockets inside out to indicate her lack of funds. I wish to ride that cloud. Bulma pointed to the cloud on which Goku and his companion were seated. Oh, really? Temenel expressed her surprise. Yes, truly, Bulma confirmed. Temenel called out to the sky, Kakaroto, woman, come here. A yellow cloud, swirling gracefully, approached swiftly. Sister, what is it? We haven't finished playing. Woman complained, slightly disgruntled. Enough of the games. You too. Come down and let Bulma have a turn. She wishes to play. Temenel instructed, gesturing to the eager Bulma. Ah, but only well-behaved children are allowed to ride this. Are you a good child? Son Wukong felt a bit perplexed. For this cloud was not meant for just anyone. I am a good child. My parents say so, Bulma retorted, slightly irritated by the doubt cast upon her. Very well. Wimmel, let us descend and allow her a turn, Son Wukong declared, leaping down. Wimmel followed suit, harboring a slight disdain for Bulma. Observing the unoccupied Nimbus cloud, Bulma leaped with vigor, soaring above its height. However, upon contact, she passed right through the Nimbus and fell to the ground. Upon witnessing Bulma's tumble, Temenel approached and helped her up, casually swiping her hand through the Nimbus, contemplating. So that's it. I am not pure. I narrowly avoided an unfortunate trial. Watching Bulma's misfortune, Temenel swiftly extinguished any inappropriate thoughts in her mind. Sister, why can't I ride it? Is it because I am too beautiful? Bulma lamented, her spirits dampened. It's nothing. This contraption is hardly entertaining, Temenel reassured. What are you pretending for, you little minx? If you aren't a good child, then you aren't a good child at all. Wimmel's irritation grew as she observed her sister's closeness with Bulma. Make sure your sister doesn't overhear you, or she may grow fond of you less, son Wukong interjected. Kakarot, I understand. I'm merely a bit irked, Wimmel responded, casting a glance at son Wukong. Just as well. By the way, why are you suddenly so fond of your sister? You weren't like this before, son Wukong asked, curiosity piqued. Sister, she is very gentle, Wimmel replied, moving toward the Nimbus. Gentle? I fail to comprehend. Women are quite troublesome, son Wukong remarked. Sister, would you like to ride? It's quite comfortable and soft, Wimmel said with a hint of playfulness. No, you and Kakarot enjoy yourselves, Temenel declined, fearing that if she tried, her lack of purity would be revealed. Very well, Wimmel sighed, feeling a bit dejected. Next time, for sure, Temenel also understood, poking the little imp with her finger, puzzled as to why Wimmel was so clingy. I will wait for you, sister, Wimmel brightened up. Temenel, ahead, there is a restaurant. Let us go dine there. Krillin exclaimed joyfully upon spotting an eatery. Yes, you go ahead and secure a table. We shall join you shortly, Temenel replied, watching Krillin lead the way. This establishment boasted a minimalist decor, creating a cozy atmosphere. A woman with deep blue hair entered, clad in a purple short-sleeve top and yellow-white jeans. Boss, a glass of milk, please, and I'd like to order some food, the blue-haired woman stated. Inside, many patrons conversed, particularly about the bounty hunters depicted on the wall. Have you heard? Recently, that Ranfan with a bounty of 200 has been spotted nearby, a burly man with a beard remarked. Ranfan? Look, is that not her? The young man in the cap gestured toward the blue-haired girl. No way, the bearded man expressed apprehension, glancing toward her. Greetings, you startled me. Lan Shi has golden hair and green eyes. That person is evidently not her. Upon seeing her blue hair, Huzi Gu felt reassured. I was merely jesting. If it were true, I would not be here, basking in the youthful delight. At this moment, Clint also arrived, claiming a seat. The ambience of the establishment remained quite harmonious, and Clint quickly assimilated into the environment. After a while, Temenel and her companions also graced the restaurant with their presence. Sister, Clint exclaimed upon spotting Temenel. She approached the table, whereupon Temenel noticed the lack of food and felt somewhat displeased, realizing that Clint had merely reserved the table without ordering. Clint, aren't you going to order anything? She inquired, picking up the menu. Uncertain of your preferences and fearing you might not enjoy the food, Clint felt a bit awkward. Next time, do not worry, we Saiyans are not picky about food. Anything edible will suffice, Temenel remarked. Recalling her days on the battlefield when she had consumed raw meat without a second thought. All right, I understand, Clint replied. Waiter, Temenel called out. Coming right up. Miss, the waiter responded. I'll take 10 servings of this and that to start. If we need more, I'll let you know, Temenel stated. Glancing at the menu. 10 servings? Very well, the waiter replied, somewhat astonished but refraining from further comment. Sister, why do their hair colors vary so dramatically? Temenel, in a curious phase of life, posed many questions, considering this the only way to draw closer to Temenel. The color of hair is related to the pigments produced within our bodies. Various genes contribute to the diverse range of colors, Bulma explained, noticing Temenel's confusion. Who asked for your explanation? I wasn't addressing you, meddlesome woman, Temenel thought, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction but choosing not to voice it. Oh, I see, Temenel remarked, somewhat disheartened. That's essentially it. Bulma's explanation is quite accurate, Temenel concurred, feeling no need to reiterate what Bulma had already articulated. Sister, I want milk. Temenel suddenly expressed her displeasure. All right, waiter, a glass of milk, please. Temenel called out again. The waiter approached and said, I apologize, but we have run out of milk. That lady over there purchased the last glass. I see. Temenel, would you like to try something else? Temenel asked, a hint of resignation in her voice. No, I only want milk. Temenel insisted stubbornly. Fine. Let me inquire on your behalf. But do not hold out too much hope, Temenel replied, making her way towards the blue-haired woman. Excuse me, could you part with the milk in your possession? My child wishes to drink it. I am willing to pay double, Temenel said, observing the woman's back. The woman turned around, meeting Temenel's gaze, and replied, certainly, but I have already tasted this glass of milk. Lan Shi, Temenel gasped. her mind suddenly conjuring the image of that dual-personality woman. Chapter 76. A mix-up. Do you know me? Lan Shi asked, her expression chilling as tension began to rise. Do not be alarmed. I am not a police officer here to apprehend you, Temenel reassured, having noticed Lan Shi's apprehension. So who are you? Lan Shi inquired, puzzled. Come, let us sit together. Perhaps we can forge a friendship. This meal is on me, Temenel offered, eager to deepen his connection with Lan Shi. Lan Shi, having no ulterior motives, was indifferent to Temenel's identity. Otherwise, she would not have so readily accompanied son Wukong and the others in the original tale. Soon, Temenel and Lan Shi approached. Temenel holding a bottle of milk, while Lan Shi carried her own meal. Wiming, observing Temenel's cheerful return with the milk, felt a twinge of displeasure upon seeing Lan Shi. She wondered how her sister could be so impressive in such a short span of time. Here, Wiming, milk. Temenel extended the bottle towards her. Thank you, sister. Wiming beamed as she accepted the milk. No need for thanks. Express your gratitude to Lan Shi, for she is the one who provided it. Temenel gestured toward her. Thank you. Sister Lan Shi, Wiming demonstrated her politeness. No need to thank me. It is merely a bottle of milk, and I hardly spent anything on it, Lan Shi replied modestly. The group continued their meal in silence, with Lan Shi maintaining her quiet demeanor throughout. I am so full. Lan Shi, would you care to join us for some fun? We are planning to travel the world, Temenel suggested, glancing at the quietly seated Lan Shi. Travel? Sure, Lan Shi responded without a second thought. Thus, they transformed into a trio of young adults and a trio of children. Dragon Balls, do they truly exist, capable of granting wishes? Lan Shi's eyes sparkled with astonishment and longing. Indeed, they do, but not all wishes can be fulfilled, Temenel elaborated. What kind of wishes cannot be granted? Bulma inquired, intrigued. To become a man, Temenel stated candidly. Both Lan Shi and Bulma were taken aback. Sister, you don't mean you once wished to become a man, do you? Bulma exclaimed. Temenel nodded in affirmation. Bulma instinctively recoiled. Genuinely startled. Do not be frightened. I am not a predator. My orientation is perfectly normal. I merely wish to experience what it feels like to be a man for a fleeting moment. Temenel sought to clarify her prior thoughts. Oh, I see. You nearly frightened me. I thought you were one of those people, Bulma sighed in relief. Certainly not. I am fond of men, Temenel expressed with a hint of exasperation. Then, if that is the case, my wish for physical transformation is unattainable, correct? Bulma's spirit dampened a bit. What is your wish? Temenel inquired, her curiosity piqued. Well, I will tell you, but please, do not laugh at me, sisters, Bulma hesitated. We will not, Temenel assured, turning to Lan Shi. Indeed, we shall not. Lan Shi affirmed with a gentle nod. My wish is to have a perfect boyfriend, Bulma confessed, her cheeks flushing. I am afraid your wish cannot be realized, Temenel remarked, feeling that Bulma was being fanciful. Indeed, it seems unlikely. After all, every person has their flaws and perfection is unattainable, Lan Shi noted, tapping her finger thoughtfully against her chin. Alas, how excessive. You two have not even attempted it, yet you castigate me. What if it were indeed possible? Bulma feels somewhat wronged. Lan Shi, let us disregard her. Instead, let us deliberate on our own wishes, particularly after hers remains unfulfilled. Temenel entwined her right arm with Lan Shi's, intending to lead her away from this infatuated girl, pondering what nonsense was occupying her mind. Wait for me, Bulma exclaimed as she hurried after them. Sister, according to the dragon radar, the Dragon Ball should be located in the village ahead, Bulma stated while gazing into the distance, clutching the radar. Let us proceed swiftly, the sooner we gather them. The sooner we can rest, Temenel remarked, noticing the evening glow beginning to grace the sky, aware that once they secured this Dragon Ball, further searches would be futile. Very well, Bulma replied, tucking the radar into her pocket. After a leisurely stroll, the six of them arrived at the small village, which was eerily deserted. Why is there no one around? It is barely past 5 o'clock, yet all the windows and doors are shut, Bulma voiced her puzzlement after glancing at her watch. Indeed, it is rather strange. Kakarot, you should inquire, Temenel suggested, glancing at Goku, who was dozing atop his Nimbus cloud. All right, Goku responded, leaping down. He randomly approached a nearby home, knocked on the door, and called out, Is anyone there? If so, please open the door, we have some inquiries. However, the response was not one of hospitality. Instead, a burly man emerged, brandishing a firearm, and began to fire. Ouch! What on earth? Goku exclaimed, fleeing in distress. The man discarded his weapon onto the ground, incredulously muttering, "Impossible. Invulnerable? How can it be so terrifying? Is Oolong truly unbeatable? How infuriating. You wish to fight, do you? I am unafraid." Goku readied himself for combat. The man collapsed, despair etched on his face. Suddenly, a young girl dashed from the shadows, shouting at Goku, "Oolong, I am willing to go with you. Just spare my father." "No," the girl cried, as the man seemed to revive, albeit only with a flicker of hope amidst his despondency. "I do not wish to interrupt your heartfelt moment, but you may have misconstrued something. He is not Oolong." Temer interjected, pointing at Goku. "Huh? What?" The father and daughter gasped in astonishment. The misunderstanding was swiftly resolved, and Temer's group learned of the dire situation. A formidable Oolong had invaded their village, abducting many of the charming young girls. But wait, this is not the village where Oolong appeared. Why has he shifted locations? Could it be he could not thrive in that village? Quite the trickster, this Goku, Temer mused. Somewhat surprised, but not overly so. "That hurts. That really hurts," the girl exclaimed, applying antiseptic to Goku's wounds. "Honestly, Kakarot, you have become far too complacent." "Allow me to handle that Oolong," Vomer suggested, observing Goku. "I am quite capable," Goku replied, excitement flickering at the prospect of battle. "No, you are not," Vomer firmly stated. Just as son Wukong was about to assert his resilience, Vorner approached him and whispered, "If you utter another word, I shall ensure you are forever incapacitated." Following this, Vorner let out a cold chuckle, prompting son Wukong to merely respond with a forced laugh. Wounded and in his current state, son Wukong knew he could not possibly defeat Vorner and chose to endure the moment. Chapter 77. The pitiful Oolong. "Do you possess such a Dragon Ball?" Bulma produced a Dragon Ball from her possession. "Well, I found a small one in a cave a month ago," she remarked, as she hurried to retrieve it from her room. "Then, please give me your Dragon Ball. We will certainly assist you in vanquishing Oolong," Bulma assured. "Very well, but can you truly defeat him?" "Oolong is quite formidable. He has the ability to transform into various forms." Little Coco expressed her apprehension. "Fear not. I will ensure it is resolved," remarked Temoer, who approached and gently patted little Coco's head. At that moment, the villagers gathered, concerned for the well-being of the burly man. Upon hearing the claim of defeating Oolong, they found it absurd and contemplated advising Temoer and her companions to refrain from intervening, fearing that angering Oolong would bring misfortune upon themselves, while Temoer's group could simply walk away unscathed. Temoer said nothing. With a mighty strike, she shattered a nearby table, causing its contents to scatter across the ground. The noisy villagers fell silent, awed by Temoer's strength, and dared not complain further. "We're leaving," Temoer, unable to tolerate the villagers' obstinacy, tossed down several bills and departed. The group then arrived at the village entrance. "Sister, why do we extend our goodwill to them when they respond thus?" Vorner questioned, perplexed. "In truth, they bear no fault. Consider that they are unaware of our true power. Under prolonged oppression, they have ceased to resist." Temoer closed her eyes in contemplation. "They have simply resigned themselves to their circumstances, willingly embracing their status as slaves." Upon opening her eyes, Temoer gently stroked Vorner's head, signaling her not to be angered by trivial matters. "But how can they speak so carelessly? Sister, do you not feel irked?" "If it were I would certainly be furious," Vorner remarked, recalling Temoer's earlier scowl, now replaced by an air of tranquility. "Do not worry. You shall teach Oolong a lesson without hesitation," Temoer replied, her eyelids fluttering as her expression turned serious. "Very well, sister. I promise to accomplish the task flawlessly," Vorner responded, beads of sweat forming as she observed a different side of her sister up close. "Thank you for your efforts, Vorner. I shall prepare your favorite dish, pork trotters," Temoer said, tossing a universal capsule into the distance. A hemispherical house materialized in the clearing, and everyone entered to rest. Before departing, Temoer called out loudly, "Hurry up and resolve it." Vorner, having received her instructions, dared not respond further and took her task seriously. A colossal, crimson demon approached, each step causing the ground to tremble. However, this demon was clad in a formal suit and held a bouquet of flowers. "Ah, who are you? Why has little Coco not come to greet me?" Oolong questioned, somewhat bewildered by Vorner's presence. "I am Wimminger, returning in place of Xiaoka, and I have conjured some amusing thoughts in my mind." "Ha ha ha, really? I am truly touched. How could there be such a wonderful girl who would take the initiative to accompany me home?" "Ah, you don't believe me? Then I shall not go." Wimminger gazed at the charming Oolong before her. I believe. I will make you the happiest woman in the world, Yulong declared, feeling a twinge of affection for Wimminger's delightful demeanor. Then lead the way, Wimminger responded with a sisterly air. Certainly. This way, please, Yulong, ever the gentleman, guided Wimminger along. As they walked, Yulong feigned the need to use the restroom. What with this constant bathroom business? Does he go every 5 minutes? Is he unwell? Perhaps suffering from some deficiency? Wimminger furrowed her brow, growing increasingly vexed. Why do you have such a pressing need? Can't you just finish it all at once? We still have a journey ahead. She expressed her frustration, realizing the delay might prevent her from having a meal. Well, the truth is, this isn't my true self. If I weren't so imposing, would you still like me? Yulong admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. So, you mean your true self isn't like this? Wimminger responded, her confusion evident. Yes. This is not who I truly am, Yulong said, gazing at Wimminger with hopeful anticipation. Fear not. No matter what form you take, I will always adore you, Wimminger replied with a mischievous smile. Really? Are you an angel? Yulong felt tears of gratitude welling up, realizing that she far surpassed the women in his life who were self-serving and indifferent to others. Rest assured, I am a woman who loves you deeply, Wimminger reassured him. All right, then I shall revert to my original form, Yulong declared, and with a loud crash, he transformed into a pink pig. A pig? Wimminger's face registered confusion and mild distaste. Indeed, this is my true form. What do you think? Yulong stated, knowing that true love requires honesty. It's acceptable. Please continue to lead the way, Wimminger replied, feeling rather indifferent. Throughout their journey, Yulong was quite talkative, desperately seeking topics of conversation. Such earnestness is characteristic of those in pursuit of love. Is that your home ahead? It's so luxurious, employing ancient joinery techniques, Wimminger exclaimed, astonished by the house that resembled a castle from a fairy tale. Yes, we shall reside there in the future. We will surely be very happy, Yulong declared with a rather lewd expression. Wimminger stepped forward and swiftly subdued Yulong with ease. Wimminger, what are you doing? We're still outside. There's no need to rush, Yulong remarked, taken aback by her urgency. Yulong, I think you might be misunderstanding something. I have no intentions of engaging in those thoughts you might have, Wimminger stated, dropping the pretense that had exhausted her during their journey. Didn't you say you loved me, Wimminger? Yulong asked, feeling a sense of despair. How amusing. Haven't you heard that all is fair in love and war? My affection for you has never waned. I merely shared it with another. Love is eternal, Wimminger replied, her wicked sense of humor shining through. No. I refuse to believe it, Wimminger. Are you jesting with me? It feels as though Yulong, on the verge of drowning in this river, has grasped the last straw. I do not harbor any fondness for you. Do not overthink it. You repulsive pig-headed Wimminger, who no longer feigns indifference, allowing disdain to manifest unabashedly upon your face. Ha. Why does the world treat me this way? Yulong's heart has turned to stone. Speak of the girls you took away. What has become of them? Wimminger's attitude is unyielding. They are inside. Go seek them out yourself. Yulong collapses to the ground. Well, it would be best not to fabricate tales. Follow me. Wimminger drags Yulong along. Yulong remains silent, his body rigid, resembling a mere shell of a person. Under Wimminger's guidance, those girls were rescued. And upon reuniting with their parents, tears of gratitude flowed. Wimminger felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Following the villagers' admonishments, Yulong vowed never to repeat such actions, and indeed, he did not. Wimminger, by tormenting others, you shall face consequences. Remember, retribution is merely delayed, not absent. Yulong observed Wimminger's harsh words, contemplating departure. Yulong, would you care to travel with me? Wimminger gazed at Yulong. Really? How wonderful. Yulong turned back, excitement evident. Yulong, but I no longer love you. Wimminger playfully winked. It matters not. I am indifferent. Yulong seemed to have made a resolution. Yulong sang. You are a good person, Wimminger declared before turning away. Wimminger, dinner is ready. If you do not hurry, there will be none left. Sun Wukong shouted from the doorway. Coming. Dare to move, and see what happens. Wimminger dashed over, filled with excitement. Thus, Yulong understood. Chapter 78. The Complex Theory of Time and Space. So, you are Yulong? You do not appear formidable at all. Sun Wukong remarked calmly as he observed Yulong. I am not formidable. It is you who have inflated my reputation merely to enjoy a meal here, Yulong replied. So, your ability is transformation? Clint expressed curiosity. Indeed, however, There is a cooldown of 1 minute for every 5 minutes of use. Yulong glanced at Clin. You truly have not mastered this, Yulong sang. Whimming air interjected into the conversation among the children. I cannot help it. It is not my desire. Yulong looked up at the ceiling. This is something you can learn. Clin was somewhat taken aback. Clearly, you have not paid attention in my sister's classes. There is a kindergarten in the south run by a zoanthrope. You know that zoanthropes can vary in appearance, right? This particular headmaster is of the less appealing variety. Thus, to compensate for his looks, he invented transformation techniques. Upon encountering many others like him, he opened a kindergarten to teach transformation. However, do not overthink it. He only teaches this technique to zoanthropes, monsters, and even those with less attractive appearances. If you believe yourself to be unattractive, you may give it a try. Whimming air elucidated. In that case, I am not unattractive. I shall not pursue this. Clin promptly lost interest. Nevertheless, this technique possesses its own remarkable qualities. It can completely transform into the designated object and acquire all the abilities associated with it. However, its only drawback is that the combat power remains unchanged. Upon noticing Oolong's somewhat sorrowful demeanor, Wimmel opted not to belittle him entirely. When transformed into beef, does it taste like beef or pork? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing at Oolong. Are you a devil? Oolong pondered how someone could pose such a question. He chuckled, and Sun Wukong fell silent. Kakarot, do not pose such foolish inquiries. It is evidently beef flavor. Otherwise, would it taste like pork? Is there beef that tastes like pork? Wimmel responded to Sun Wukong's question, with Launchi's presence. Temenel found her hands liberated from the chore of dishwashing and began to meander outside, enjoying her leisure time. At that moment, Temenel was gazing at the moon. Whoever is hiding, come forth. I see you, she called out, noticing someone at the village entrance observing her. Sister, it is I, Xiaokai, emerged a figure, stepping into Temel's line of sight. Xiaokai, why is it you? What troubles you? Is it a shortage of funds? Temenel asked, a hint of confusion in her tone. No, sister, I have more than enough. This is to return to you, Xiaokai replied, handing back the money. Temenel examined the amount, finding it neither excessive nor insufficient, and felt puzzled. Why return it all to me? She inquired. Sister, you have driven away Oolong and rendered a great service to our village. I come to apologize on behalf of the villagers. Moreover, that table is not valuable. It was handcrafted by my father, Xiaokai said, a touch of embarrassment evident in her demeanor. It is all right. You may keep the money. I am not in need of it, Temenel insisted, attempting to return the money to Xiaokai. But sister, Xiaokai seemed at a loss. I am merely doing what I ought to do. If you feel overly indebted, consider this as payment for your precious bead, Temenel suggested, seeking a compromise. This puts me in a difficult position, sister, Xiaokai replied, appearing somewhat flustered. This bead is quite valuable, do not fret. However, if you continue this way, I might just get angry, Temenel warned, casting a glance at Xiaokai. Very well, Xiaokai conceded, feeling somewhat helpless against Temel's resolve. Return quickly. Otherwise, something might come out at night and devour you, Temenel playfully threatened, wishing to frighten the young girl. Sister, do not scare me, Xiaokai exclaimed, visibly anxious, hastening her steps back home. As she watched Xiaokai depart, a thought echoed in Temel's mind. Host, you are quite mischievous. Not at all. Do not slander me. I am indeed a good person. Oh, come now. You are so shamelessly self-aggrandizing. Do you have something to say? It's rare for you to take the initiative. I truly admire you. Despite your age, you lack any sense of pressure. Are you not afraid of an unclear demise? One must live authentically, and besides, we have Sun Wukong. What is there to fear? He will take care of matters, whether they arise or not. Host, is Sun Wukong truly the original one? Can he really vanquish all enemies? What do you mean by that? I can recognize the words individually, but together, they elude me. Let me clarify. I previously mentioned that in this Dragon Ball universe, there are 4 parallel timelines, created due to Trunks' time travel. However, Trunks has not yet been born, so essentially, there is only one timeline. Parallel timelines do not exist. Yet, this timeline has given rise to a new version of you, thus generating a new timeline. This results in 2 distinct temporal paths. Are you suggesting that our world will diverge into a different direction, filled with uncertainty? Could it be that the Kai of Time has discovered us? There won't be any repercussions, will there? Oh, she has known for quite some time. But she is currently investigating the reasons behind the emergence of parallel timelines. She has no time to concern herself with us. Your words are hard to believe. I have my doubts about you, Trunks. Recently, I neglected to shield that woman from discovering our uniqueness, but do not worry, under my influence. Her observations of us will remain shrouded in mystery. Moreover, the Time Bird and the Book of Time do not record mental activities, so you can rest assured. After all, I am a professional. I trust you as much as a ghost. Your abilities are rather mediocre. Wah, even masters can falter at times. But your failures seem rather frequent. That stings, my friend. Instead of rambling on, why not tell me how to become stronger? Is it that I have failed to teach you? Do you lack self-awareness? You are quite the burden. It's frustrating. The author has secretly summoned a system for you, allowing you to view the character panel. Name, Trunks gender, female age, 25 race, pure-blooded scion, slightly showing ancestral traits due to physical influences, combat power, 89, 500, 895, martial arts, Kamehameha, flight technique, artificial moon. Great ape rationalization, destruction sphere, rock paper scissors, chi manipulation, magic fist. Chapter 79. Yamcha, the power of nature is truly remarkable. This place is called the Sand River, characterized by a desert climate and environment, with towering stone forests, stone trees, and stone mountains. Trunks and her companions arrived well prepared, cloaked as if they were Arabians. Young Master Yamcha, someone is approaching, called Poir. People? It has been ages since anyone came. How many are there? Yamcha lifted his head, gazing at the little blue cat observing from above in the wilderness. Once upon a time, there were 7 individuals, including the esteemed Yamcha, who encountered another group of 7. Yamcha made a rough estimate, assuring himself that there would not be any formidable opponents among them. Rest assured, Yamcha, he was informed. They comprise only 3 adults and 4 children. They appear to be travelers, their garments pristine, suggesting a certain affluence. The group, including the likes of Temenel, donned both headscarves and masks, rendering it impossible for Puyalu, even through his telescope, to discern their gender. Let us commence the assault, Yamcha declared, setting forth. Sister, it is sweltering. Shall we pause for a moment? Bulma, raised in luxury, found the arduous journey unbearable. However, there was little alternative. Temenel and his comrades lacked any means of transportation. Krillin, a penniless lad, was of no help. Oolong possessed a camper van, but chose not to utilize it. And Bulma had forgotten to purchase fuel, leaving her vehicle immobile halfway through their journey. All right, let us take a break, Temenel suggested, noting how much time had passed. The group sought refuge in a shaded area to rest. Just as they settled in, Yamcha appeared, arriving on a hover motorcycle that kicked up a cloud of dust. Who are you? Son Wukong inquired as he removed his headscarf and mask, gazing at the handsome young man before him. I am the marauder who reigns over this wilderness, Yamcha proclaimed. And I am Puyalu, came the reply as they exchanged introductions. Considering your apparent lack of prowess, all we require is for you to surrender your money and universal capsules. We seek wealth, not bloodshed. Yamcha stated his intentions plainly. Puyalu, are you not the weeping child I once knew? Oolong suddenly recalled. Puyalu appeared slightly miffed at this recognition. You know each other? Yamcha was taken aback, realizing that acquaintances were off limits for his schemes. Indeed, we attended kindergarten together in the southern capital, where I was often bullied by that Oolong, Puyalu lamented. To oppress the weak is an unforgivable act. I vow to avenge you, Puyalu, Yamcha assured him. But does that not make your actions a form of bullying as well? Oolong retorted, incredulous. Yamcha, Oolong is the mischievous lad who stole the teacher's undergarments, expelled from school for his antics, Puyalu added, clarifying Oolong's unsavory reputation. Truly, he is beyond redemption, Yamcha remarked with a hint of disdain. It is infuriating to be reminded of such unpleasant memories. Oolong snapped back. What distinguishes you from your former self? Son Wukong interjected, unable to remain silent. Enough of this banter. If you do not hand over your money and universal capsules, I shall eliminate you all, Yamcha stated, losing patience. Eliminate us? That is rather amusing, Wimmel chuckled, eyeing Yamcha, contemplating a lesson for him. Wimmel, this is a matter for men. Do not interfere, Son Wukong asserted with seriousness. Why should I yield to you? Wimmel challenged, feeling slighted. Very well. Let us decide through a game of rock, paper, scissors, Temenel suggested, finding amusement in the competition over who would step forward. The 2 individuals began to engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Hooray, I won, Son Wukong exclaimed joyfully. However, Wolmer pondered in confusion why Son Wukong chose scissors. Wolmer, If you lose, come back, said Temur, a person known for his fairness and impartiality. With a whimper, Wolmer wished to rush over and embrace Temur, but he gently pushed her away, seemingly unaware of the sweltering heat. Left with no choice, Wolmer sought solace with Lanchi, who, with her azure hair, remained gentle and said nothing. Yamcha tossed the sword sheath to Puyalu and brandished his large blade with fervor. He executed a series of slashes, horizontal, vertical, and diagonal, employing every imaginable strike. Yet, after training under the turtle hermit, Sun Wukong had become immensely powerful, effortlessly blocking all of Yamcha's attacks with a mere finger. Little brother, you're putting on quite a show, Temur remarked, finding Sun Wukong somewhat charming. I can do it too, Wolmer declared, her expression sour. Yamcha, equally astonished by Sun Wukong's prowess, quickly leaped back 2 large steps. Damn it, you've got some skills, Yamcha noted as he relinquished his blade to Puyalu. You're impressive. Sun Wukong acknowledged. You are among the few who can compel me to use this technique. You should feel honored. Yamcha struck a unique pose. Wolf Fong Storm Fist, he shouted as he charged forward. Yamcha unleashed the Wolf Fong Blood Frenzy Claw, but Sun Wukong had anticipated the move and adeptly parried it all. Following this, the Wolf Fong Explosive Fist came rapidly, catching Sun Wukong off guard and forcing him to retreat a few steps. Seizing the moment, Yamcha executed the Wolf Fong Explosive Force, a technique that even Sun Wukong dared not confront head-on, sidestepping to evade it. Yamcha, realizing he could not delay, unleashed the core of the Wolf Fong Storm Fist, the Thousand-Hand Wolf Fong Fist. However, Sun Wukong, having learned from previous mistakes, managed to block it entirely with both hands. All the preceding techniques served as preparation for the final move, as Yamcha employed the dual wolves emerge from the sea. With Sun Wukong positioned directly before him, evasion was impossible. He could only cross his arms defensively. Under the powerful impact of dual wolves emerge from the sea, Sun Wukong was thrust to the ground, leaving 2 deep impressions in the earth. Kakarot, stop playing around and finish him, Wolmer urged, fully aware that Sun Wukong was holding back, clearly battling Yamcha at a fraction of his true power. All right, Sun Wukong replied, focusing intently. With a swift punch, Yamcha fell into unconsciousness. Young Master Yamcha, Puyalu exclaimed, attempting to drag him away. Yet, Oolong obstructed her escape route. Oolong, what are you planning? Puyalu inquired, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Planning? Weren't you just so boisterous a moment ago? Why the sudden desire to flee? Oolong questioned with a villainous smirk. How infuriating. You must have employed some underhanded tactics. Otherwise, how could you possibly defeat young Master Yamcha? Puyalu protested, her spirit unwilling to concede. Oolong, stop this. Look at how frightened the child is, Temur interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer. How despicable. Understood. It is merely an expression of their arrogance that prompts the desire for a lesson to be imparted. Oolong provided some clarification. Sister, may I take care of this Yamcha? Bulma's eyes sparkled with affection. Really? I wouldn't want to spoil your charming demeanor, but I can't help but say that Bulma looks adorable like this. Lanchi, would you assist Puyalu in caring for Temenel? Temenel also expressed her thoughts. Lanchi nodded and stepped forward to lend a hand. Chapter 80. The Fault of Temenel. After some time, under the care of Lanchi and Puyalu, Yamcha regained consciousness. The first person he beheld was Temenel. Initially, he felt nothing amiss. But upon realizing the allure of Temenel's curvaceous form and her every smile and frown imbued with a hint of charm, he became bashful. Yamcha, a mere 16-year-old country lad, was naturally shy in the presence of beauty, especially now that Temenel had blossomed. Words escaped him. The young man appeared somewhat flustered. Temenel took pride in having captivated Yamcha, knowing well his tendency to become bashful around women. Yamcha, are you all right? Puyalu inquired with concern. He is fine. I exerted only a fraction of my strength. He simply fainted from the overwhelming situation, Sun Wukong remarked, observing Yamcha. Yes, rest assured, Puyalu. I am well now. Yamcha assured them with a relieved expression. Young man, you seem not to be in dire need of money. Why then resort to becoming a bandit? Temenel queried. Yamcha hesitated, unable to meet Temenel's gaze. It was evident that he had no choice but to fend for himself and Puyalu, which led Bulma to perceive Yamcha as a good person. Oh, is that so? Temenel glanced at Bulma, who was lost in thoughts of romance. Yamcha has been without parents since childhood. He has survived solely through his own efforts. He has always worked very hard, Puyalu said, his voice tinged with emotion as memories of Yamcha's struggle surfaced. Temenel exuded a palpable aura of determination, which astonished everyone present. At the age of 5, I entered the battlefield. The lives I have claimed number in the thousands, including the innocent lives of newborns. I previously saw no wrongdoing in my actions. For a soldier must obey orders. I merely fulfilled my duty. However, upon meeting Master Roshi, that lecherous old man, I came to realize that wrong is wrong, regardless of the circumstances. Thus, I am not a purely good person. I wish for you to embody that purity. Promise me you will cease this life of crime. The money you steal may be a family's lifeline, and the lives you take may be the pillars of their households. I do not wish for you to live a life of eternal remorse as I do. Temenel retracted her formidable aura. Yamcha, Puyalu observed with concern. I understand. I promise I will no longer pursue this path, Yamcha replied, emboldened by Temenel's conviction. The young man, remember your promise. Temenel had little interest in Yamcha, and simply wanted to leave, feeling they had lingered here long enough. Temenel and his companions departed, and it was only under Temenel's insistence that Bulma reluctantly followed suit. Sister, why not bring along Yamcha? He could certainly assist us, Bulma lamented. In the vastness of the world, fate would ensure their paths crossed again. Furthermore, observe the dragon radar. Temenel was slightly dizzy from Bulma's vigorous shaking. Dragon radar? Bulma activated the device and discovered a dragon ball nestled within the desert. Sister, could it be? Bulma's realization dawned. Indeed, this desolate wilderness is seldom traversed by others. I have observed this particular dragon ball for quite some time. It remains motionless, likely resting within his abode. Temenel stated with calm assurance, referring to it as destiny. Sister, you truly are remarkable, Bulma admired. Young Master Yamcha, did they employ some underhanded trick? Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to be defeated. Puyalu articulated the concern that had been weighing on his mind. Admittedly, it may sound far-fetched, but when I unleashed the Wukong fist, that fellow appeared entirely unscathed. Moreover, that woman was no jest. The aura of death surrounding her was palpable. Akin to a demon rising from a grave, Yamcha reflected, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Today had taught him the humbling lesson that there are always those more formidable than oneself. Young Master Yamcha, have we truly encountered an insurmountable challenge? Puyalu inquired. Indeed, however, when we next meet, I shall surely defeat them, Yamcha resolved, as if a vow had been silently made within him. I believe in you, young Master Yamcha, Puyalu expressed, pleased to see Yamcha's spirits lifted. Puyalu, I intend to train in Dragon Valley. Let us return home to prepare, Yamcha remarked, looking at Puyalu. Certainly, young Master Yamcha. Puyalu responded, producing a universal capsule that revealed the hover motorcycle they had previously used. Chapter 81. I only consider Yamcha as a brother by the design of fate. Yamcha subsequently encountered Temenel and his company. Yamcha, I knew you would come looking for me, Bulma exclaimed with excitement upon seeing him. Yamcha remained silent. What brings you here? Puyalu questioned Temenel and his group, puzzled by their presence, which seemed to suggest a detour. We are in search of the Dragon Balls. The weeping Oolong teased Puyalu slightly. Dragon Balls? What are those? Puyalu shot back at Oolong. Ha ha ha, such ignorance. There are 7 Dragon Balls, and when gathered, they can summon the eternal dragon, who grants any wish, Oolong explained, his expression somewhat comical. The eternal dragon, that legendary being, truly exists? You might as well give up. It's impossible to find them, Puyalu retorted, believing they were on a futile quest. Ha ha ha, with my intelligence, beauty, and resourcefulness, I have created the Dragon Radar, making the search for the Dragon Balls a mere trifle for us. Bulma proudly showcased her invention to Yamcha and Puyalu. As she gazed at Bulma, who resembled a peacock, Temenel silently cursed, I don't know her, I don't know her, I don't know this woman, emphasizing the importance of the statement by repeating it thrice. Temenel was uncertain whether the Dragon Ball was indeed at Yamcha's home, so she reached into Bulma's bag and extracted a Dragon Ball. Does your younger brother possess such a sphere? Temenel's tone carried a hint of provocation. Yes, Yamcha replied, completely disregarding Bulma, which irked her greatly. Then let us visit your home, shall we? Temenel approached and linked her arm with Yamcha's, who found himself utterly at her mercy. Observing Temenel's action, Bulma assumed Temenel intended to make a move, so she too grasped Yamcha's other arm. Caught between the two, Yamcha felt uncomfortable, his face flushed. You desperate woman. What sort of brazen maneuver is this? Temenel scorned Bulma inwardly. You shameless hussy. All you do is entice other people's men. Bulma derided Temenel in her thoughts. Sandwiched between 2 buns. Oh, now 4 buns, rather, or perhaps cheese. Kakarot. With so much food, can you finish it all? Vomer watched as Goku, who had already eaten, devoured yet another bun with cheese. I can manage, Goku replied, continuing to eat. How come you eat so quickly now? Don't worry, I won't snatch your big bun. He said, tell me, does your sister fancy that Yamcha? I've never seen her so close to a man before. Vomer leaned in to whisper to Goku. With each crunch and swallow, Goku swiftly finished his meal. Your sister's gaze towards you is identical to how she looks at me. That expression is unforgettable. She likely doesn't have feelings for him. She probably just seeks to acquire the Dragon Ball effortlessly, Goku coolly analyzed, casting a sidelong glance at Temenel. Ah, that's a relief. I thought my sister was looking for a boyfriend. Vomer exhaled, her expression easing into one of reassurance. What does it matter to you who your sister chooses as a boyfriend? Goku questioned, regarding Vomer with confusion. Baka, Vomer muttered, distancing herself from him. Goku, bewildered, felt as lost as a monk in a fog, wondering why she had left. You don't understand, do you? Krillin approached, placing a hand on Goku's shoulder. What do you mean? Goku queried, glancing at Krillin. This girl is overly fond of her sister, not wanting her to leave, Krillin explained to the younger lad. Really? It doesn't seem that way, Goku replied, feeling uncertain. From a short distance away, Vomer overheard and quietly remarked, pathetic, not understanding this. And what does it mean to be overly fond of one's sister? On a large mountain, the words home in the wilderness were inscribed in large letters, without careful observation. One might mistake it for a stone tablet. Is this your home, dear Yamcha? It's quite tidy, Temenel remarked, releasing Yamcha's arm. Yes, after all, I don't live alone. Yamcha responded. The moment Temenel let go, he felt a tinge of disappointment, losing even his shyness towards Bulma. In that moment, Dragon Ball was mentioned, and Temenel gazed at Yamcha. Dragon Balls, huh? Very well, Yamcha replied, noticing Temenel seemed momentarily lost in thought. Miss Bulma, might you release me? I seek to find the Dragon Balls. Yamcha's tone was somewhat serene. His nonchalance struck Bulma as oddly melancholic. She was so absorbed in her feelings that she hardly noticed when Yamcha brushed her hand aside. Yamcha, dear brother, do you have an affection for bamboo? Temenel inquired, her gaze falling upon the 2 ink paintings of bamboo that adorned the walls of the humble abode. Indeed, I acquired these 2 pieces from certain merchants. Upon seeing them, I felt compelled to display them in the living room, Yamcha admitted, a tinge of bashfulness coloring his demeanor as he boasted of his recent acquisitions after a reprimand. Those who appreciate bamboo often possess a blend of gentleness and strength, typically embodying the qualities of a gentleman. Yamcha, dear brother, you possess a unique character, Temenel remarked, analyzing the artwork. Ah, is that so? I am not entirely certain, Yamcha replied, running a hand through his hair, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the compliment. Sister, do refrain from your examination. I have matters to discuss with you, Bulma urged, tugging at Temenel, wishing to escape the increasingly charged atmosphere. She feared that if she hesitated any longer, unforeseen events might unfold, and she was not prepared to take that risk. What are you doing? Wait, allow me to set the painting down first, Temenel said, reluctantly placing the artwork down to follow Bulma. Bulma, is something amiss? Temenel asked, noticing Bulma's anxious demeanor. Sister, kindly leave a bit of soup for your sisters, Bulma implored with a pleading expression. You two are ill-suited for one another, Temenel concluded, drawing from her knowledge of the original narrative, aware that the 2 would eventually part ways. Impossible. I am not suitable. Are you, sister? Bulma retorted, anger rising within her, feeling that Temenel sought to claim Yamcha for herself. I never claimed I was suitable. I harbor no feelings for Yamcha. I merely regard him as a brother, Temenel clarified. However, this remark fortuitously reached Yamcha's ears, who was at that moment hidden behind a nearby stone pillar. Young Master Yamcha, Puala called out, turning his attention to Yamcha. It's nothing. I have long known, though I struggled to accept it, Yamcha confessed, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Yet, having endured solitude for so long, he did not succumb to tears. Regaining his composure, Yamcha emerged, clutching a Dragon Ball as he called out to Temenel. Temenel, sister, I have found it. Bulma, please proceed and take it. I wish for a moment of solitude, Temenel said, glancing at Bulma. Sister, you are truly wonderful. I misjudged you. My earlier haste was unwarranted. Bulma expressed joyfully, appreciating Temoer's willingness to step back. Watching Bulma depart, Temer sighed. A scion of a wealthy family in the metropolis and a rural lad. One vibrant and open-minded, the other reserved and inarticulate. One with a penchant for adventure and the other somewhat indifferent. Their personalities and backgrounds were worlds apart, making their union improbable. Indeed, they were ill-suited for each other, as their relationship would hinder their ability to be authentic selves. Love should not be about becoming someone else. Being true to oneself is paramount, and their connection would inevitably lead to discomfort for both. Never mind, it was no concern of Temer's, after all. Bulma had just irked her, so let her taste the bitterness of romance for being so infatuated. Why didn't Tishi come with you? Yamcha expressed a hint of disappointment upon seeing Bulma. She wished for some solitude. Her spirits are low. Please refrain from seeking her out now, lest you provoke her further. Bulma, an heiress of a business empire, perceived Yamcha's discontent but refrained from commenting, for he was not her boyfriend at present. Ah, very well then. I shall take the Dragon Ball and return. Yamcha decided not to linger, intending to visit the Dragon Valley. Yamcha, may I ask you to be my boyfriend? Bulma realized that if she did not act swiftly, opportunities would slip away. They had secured the Dragon Ball and were on the verge of departing, possibly never to cross paths with Yamcha again. Temer, a woman of considerable allure, certainly cast a shadow over Bulma, instilling a sense of pressure. Yamcha, upon a closer inspection of Bulma, acknowledged her exceptional beauty, feeling a rush of bashfulness as he remarked, "But we have only just met." He was oblivious to the distinction between dating and marriage, mistakenly believing that romance equated to matrimony. Truly, the moment I laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love. I cannot bear to be without you. Bulma seized the opportunity to press her advantage. Really? Yamcha was taken aback. Indeed, Bulma approached and enveloped Yamcha in an embrace, leaving him utterly defenseless and quickly captivated. Chapter 82. The Rabbit Leader. So you are a disciple of Master Mateto. No wonder you are so formidable. Yamcha conversed with Goku, realizing where he fell short. Yes, if I had faced you before my training, it would not have been so effortless. Goku spoke calmly, devoid of arrogance. For defeating Yamcha was not a source of pride for him. Ah, I see. Yamcha resolved to seek the Turtle Hermit as his mentor. Feeling that his current training methods were inadequate, martial arts and combat techniques were quite popular on Earth, with various grand events like the World Martial Arts Tournament. Should Yamcha choose not to become a desert bandit, he aspired to be a martial arts master. And what of Temer? Yamcha inquired curiously. She is immensely powerful, unmatched by anyone. At least, I have yet to see anyone capable of defeating her. Goku clenched his fist, his expression grave. Is that so? Yamcha glanced at Temer, who, noticing his gaze, smiled back at him. As Yamcha beheld the radiant smile of Temer, he lowered his head, lost in thought. With the assistance of Wukong, Temer and her companions successfully exited the desert. With the tank filled, Bulma was elated to see the little vehicle ready for travel, and she had several additional canisters of fuel stored within her multifunctional capsule, allowing for prolonged journeys. Bulma felt a twinge of dissatisfaction that Wukong had not produced such a splendid camper van sooner. But Wukong-san has finally brought it out, she sighed, urging herself to let go of her irritation. Temer interpreted Wukong's tardiness as a mere oversight and noted Bulma's discontent. I forgot. Not everyone possesses the same wealth or abundance of multifunctional capsules, Wukong retorted, feeling that Bulma's complaints were somewhat unreasonable. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Bulma waved dismissively. Have you found the Dragon Balls? She asked, disregarding Wukong and moving closer to Temer. Why aren't you with Yamcha? What brings you to me? Temer inquired, sensing a subtle tension as they had not exchanged words in some time. Temer, must our friendship be jeopardized by a man? Can I apologize? Bulma, wishing to ease any rift between them, recalled the strength of their bond before Yamcha's arrival. I'm sorry, dear sister, please forgive me, Bulma implored, grasping Temer's hand and shaking it playfully, embodying a childlike charm. All right, I forgive you, Temer conceded, though they fell into a silence, both feeling a hint of discomfort. Women are peculiar. One moment they might disdain one another, and the next, they are the best of friends. Can you tell me about the Dragon Balls? Bulma persisted, still shaking Temer's hand. Stop shaking, Bulma, or I shall lose my patience, Temer urged, motioning for Bulma to cease her antics. This Dragon Ball seems peculiar. It appears to be moving, Temer observed as the radar indicated its mobility. It must be on some animal or person, Bulma speculated, noting the Dragon Ball's movement. A moving Dragon Ball complicates matters, Temenel expressed her concern. What use is a Dragon Ball? The rabbit boss inquired as he examined a Dragon Ball presented by his subordinate. Boss, the Dragon Balls can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant any wish, the tall one exclaimed with excitement. Nanny? Such power. The rabbit boss was taken aback. How does one utilize it? He pressed. There are 7 Dragon Balls, and they must all be gathered to use them, the tall one replied, slightly embarrassed. Boss, someone is approaching from that town. They look like a juicy target, the rotund figure observed with delight. Then let us proceed. You go ahead and scout while I follow, commanded the rabbit boss. Yes, boss. It has stopped moving, Temenel remarked, gazing at the Dragon Ball radar. Indeed, Bulma confirmed. Are you all set? Ready to depart? Temenel called out. Yes. Several children raised their hands enthusiastically. Just as Temenel and her group prepared to leave, a sidecar motorcycle approached in the distance, driven by the tall one, while the rotund figure nestled comfortably in the sidecar. The motorcycle approached, exuding an air of insignificance and even a hint of humor. Yet it incited panic among onlookers, who hurriedly closed their doors and windows as if confronted by a monstrous apparition. Why are you still here? The Bunny Brigade is coming, shouted a passing Good Samaritan to Temenel and the others. The Bunny Brigade? Bulma expressed her confusion. The Bunny Brigade was a notorious force in the area, one that even the local authorities struggled to contend with, Yamcha explained, being a desert bandit himself. He was well acquainted with their reputation. Now, Yamcha, you handle this. It would serve as excellent training for you, Temenel remarked to the 2 individuals before her. All right, Yamcha replied without surprise. Sister, why not me? Temenel pouted slightly. Next time, perhaps, your strikes lack restraint, and I fear you might inadvertently kill someone. Temenel gently patted Temenel's head. However, Temenel wished to retort, but, upon meeting Temenel's fierce gaze, chose to swallow her words. Yamcha, not allowing these 2 minor thugs the opportunity to boast, swiftly incapacitated them with a spinning kick followed by an elbow strike. Soon after, Yamcha and Puyalu were seen binding the 2, who surprisingly remained unfazed, bursting into laughter instead. What are you laughing at? Bulma inquired, perplexed. Ha, just wait. Our boss will be here soon, the hefty one declared ominously. Boss? Bulma questioned, bewildered. The bunny boss, the king of this territory, no one can rival him. The tall one explained kindly. Before long, an adorable bunny-themed vehicle rolled up and came to a halt before Temenel and her companions. The bunny boss, dressed in a long robe and sporting sunglasses, emerged. Temenel widened her eyes, her expression turning serious. Temenel and Yamcha were eager to engage, dismissing the bunny boss's threat as trivial. Step aside, I shall take the lead this time, Temenel asserted, advancing. Sister, you said next time would be mine. Temenel protested, feeling a bit aggrieved. Unfazed by Temenel's minor sulk, Temenel resolutely approached the bunny boss. You are the one opposing our bunny brigade? The bunny boss inquired. Indeed, Temenel replied, maintaining her gaze. Boss, show her no mercy, the hefty one urged. Excitement evident in his tone. You are finished, the bunny boss has arrived, the tall one sneered. Temenel immediately retaliated, delivering a punch to each of them, exclaiming, Enough noise. What are you babbling about? Greetings, the bunny boss extended a hand toward Temenel. A handshake? Temenel smiled and accepted the gesture. What a peculiar fellow, Temenel observed, regarding the bunny boss's offer. Perhaps he seeks peace, son Wukong remarked as he stepped forward. Indeed, no one can defeat her, Krillin noted, confident in Temenel's prowess. Suddenly, Yamcha recalled something. I remember who he is, he exclaimed. Yamcha, what is it? Puyalu asked, intrigued. He is the red carrot spirit. Anyone who shakes hands with him will turn into a carrot, Yamcha said, now worried for Temenel's safety. They shook hands, and Duranki pointed in that direction. Under the gaze of everyone present, Temenel transformed into a vibrant orange carrot. This was a disaster. My sister has turned into a carrot. Yulong was filled with dread. The others became wary as well. Chapter 83. King Pilaf, what a nuisance. Upon witnessing Temenel's transformation, Wimminger was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how events had taken such a turn. However, son Wukong remained remarkably composed. How can you expect me to stay calm? My sister has become a mere carrot. Wimminger looked at son Wukong, her face a portrait of confusion. The others, too, were somewhat taken aback. The rabbit leader attempted to approach and retrieve the carrot, but it vanished in an instant. Where did the carrot go? The rabbit leader inquired, perplexed. It's behind you, his taller companion exclaimed, noting the carrot floating in midair, which filled him with trepidation. Behind me? The rabbit leader turned around, but saw nothing. At that moment, Temenel the carrot seamlessly switched places with him, almost synchronously. His two subordinates cried out in terror, behind you, behind you. After several frantic turns, the rabbit leader still failed to spot the carrot and began to sweat nervously. Fine, I shall not play with you any longer, Temenel the carrot announced, floating before the rabbit leader. My sister has transformed into a carrot and can even move and speak. Wukong found herself adorably bewildered. Transform me back, or I shall end you. Temenel the carrot uttered the most frightening threats in the sweetest tone. Ha ha ha, just a tiny carrot like you? The rabbit leader clutched his stomach in laughter. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the grave. Temenel the carrot felt slightly exasperated. Her voice lacked the intimidation it once had. Pointing the tip of her carrot form at the rabbit leader, she vanished in the blink of an eye, appearing behind him. The rabbit leader, panicking, began to pat his body, and upon finding no harm, sighed in relief. It's nothing, ha 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 ha. Is it really? Temenel the carrot's tone dripped with mockery. A crimson line appeared on the rabbit leader's face as blood began to trickle down. Next time, it may not just be your face. I wasn't aiming precisely. How about another go? If Temenel the carrot had a facial expression, it would undoubtedly be one of arrogance. All right, I'll change back. The rabbit leader, feeling the sting of his injured face, immediately surrendered. He clapped his hands, and under the influence of his applause, Temenel reverted to her original form. Ah, it's much better to be back in my own body, Temenel said, performing a few warm-up exercises. Now, lovely lady, if you have no further matters, I shall take my subordinates and depart, the rabbit leader declared, eager to leave the scene. Wait, I still have business to attend to. Temenel swiftly dealt with the rabbit leader, retrieving the Dragon Balls from him and unceremoniously depositing him and his companions at the police station. A good deed done. My merits increase, Temenel remarked upon witnessing the arrest of the rabbit leader and his gang. Host, you could have refrained from shaking hands with him. Why did you choose to do so? A small experiment. So, did you gain any insights? The carrot's physique is not in the best condition. It's gone. One must utilize chi to levitate and adjust one's position, and also to vibrate the air to reach the appropriate frequency for speech. It is quite exhausting. You are quite impressive, host. A deceptive system. How could it be repaired? You are the first to address me in such a manner, host. I suspect I am your inaugural host. How do you know? I don't recall mentioning it. Hey, why the silence? What is that expression? How dare you look down on me, woman? Temenel had no desire to deal with this foolish system any longer. Sister, are you all right? Wukong rushed over to examine Temenel's well-being. I'm fine. I understand my body well enough. You can step back now, though I say this. Temenel allowed the girl to fuss over her. Truly, Wukong was somewhat incredulous. I assure you, Temenel pushed the girl away gently. I only worry for your well-being. And this is how you treat me? Wukong pouted. All right, I just am not accustomed to others touching my body. Fine, Wukong continued to pout. You should wear this. Temenel tossed her childhood battle attire and Kakarot's battle suit to Wukong and son Wukong. This is Wukong lifting the somewhat worn garment. This was my battle suit from my early years. I give it to you, as it serves no purpose for me, Temenel explained. And Kakarot's? Wukong glanced at the suit in son Wukong's possession, which appeared rather new. Kakarot's was prepared by Uncle Bardock. Do not envy it. There are no new ones left. This has simply remained unworn for many years. On the Wukong van, the three quickly donned their battle suits. This attire feels splendid, son Wukong remarked as he felt his body lighten. Sister, why are we changing into these clothes? Wukong looked at Temenel, who had also changed into her battle suit. Something intriguing is set to unfold tonight. Ha ha. Temenel refrained from elaborating and gazed out the window. The sun blazed in the sky, and the weather was splendid, with a clear blue expanse. Intriguing? Wukong was puzzled, her speech somewhat muddled. Observing Temenel depart, Wukong nudged son Wukong with her elbow and inquired, Kakarot, what did my sister mean by something interesting? The tail, son Wukong reminded. What about the tail? Wukong inspected her own tail. I cannot tell if you are genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance. Tonight is a full moon, and your sister wishes to teach us how to control our grade 8 forms. Ah, is that so? Wukong felt somewhat embarrassed at son Wukong's exasperated expression. Your sister has been planning to wander out after dinner for quite some time. Son Wukong recalled. Why do you pay such close attention to my sister? Waminger noticed something. Son Wukong replied, you cannot harbor feelings for my sister. At least not at this moment. Waminger added, I do not have feelings for your sister. Is that satisfactory? Son Wukong responded somewhat helplessly, wishing to say no more. Do not brush me off. Remember this, Waminger said, dissatisfied with Son Wukong's demeanor. All right, Son Wukong replied, with a hint of spirit, though he said no more. This is the Dragon Ball, the mystical object capable of granting any wish. Pilaf lifted the single star ball in his hand. Dragon Ball, fulfill my desire. Pilaf exclaimed towards the star ball. Why isn't it working? He wondered, gazing at the unresponsive Dragon Ball with confusion. Lord Pilaf, there are 7 Dragon Balls. One must gather all 7 to summon the eternal dragon, who will grant your wish, explained Mai. 7, you say? Pilaf glanced at the solitary Dragon Ball in his grasp. Feeling increasingly vexed. Lord Pilaf, I believe the Dragon Ball just flickered, said Shu. Really? Mai, what does this mean? Pilaf inquired. The Dragon Ball glimmers when 2 are in close proximity, Bulma remarked, producing another Dragon Ball for Pilaf to examine. Oh, is that so? Does this mean we are close to the last one? Pilaf questioned eagerly. Indeed, you are quite astute, Pilaf, Bulma praised. What are you all doing? Temenel, now changed into a new outfit, approached. Sister, why this outfit? Are you showing off? Temenel's attire accentuated her curvaceous figure, drawing Bulma's attention. You're overthinking it. I had to change due to some events tonight, Temenel replied, taking a seat beside Launch. I don't believe you, Bulma doubted Temenel's intentions. Look at Launch. She has no such issues. Temenel pointed towards Launch, who was now a blonde. Me? Achu. Launch sneezed, transforming into her blonde persona. Hello, Temenel greeted promptly. Hello, Temenel. The blonde Launch crossed her legs, but did not take further action. You know me? Temenel asked, surprised. Sister, what are you saying? Haven't we been together for quite some time? Launch laughed. And your hair? Temenel, unfamiliar with her, noted the change. Oh, my hair? It has a quirk. It changes color with a sneeze, Launch explained. Sister, come here. Let me clarify, Bulma beckoned Temenel aside. Launch's condition arises from her dual personality. Dual personality? Temenel was perplexed. A dual personality means there exists another distinct character within her, exhibiting different behaviors. I understand that, but how does she remember me? Temenel questioned, bewildered. They must have communicated at some point. I've read that dual personalities often stem from childhood trauma or overwhelming pressure, Bulma elaborated. That must be it. She must have endured a lot, Temenel reflected, gazing thoughtfully at Launch. Yes, her blue-haired persona is pure, gentle, and kind. The blonde, whom I encounter for the first time, likely emerged as a form of self-protection, Temenel concluded gravely upon returning to her seat. Noticing Temenel's serious demeanor, Launch quipped, Are you planning to kill me? Yes. Temenel confessed, feeling a pang of cruelty. You don't blame me? Temenel asked. I do not blame her. My existence is solely to protect her. For her, I would do anything. However, you must promise me to safeguard her and teach her to be a bit braver and a touch more selfish. Her dependence on me has grown too profound, and I cannot allow that to continue. Moreover, my control over this body is becoming increasingly prolonged, and I fear that one day I may be reluctant to return. I understand. I shall do so. Also, I apologize. You are Temenel, correct? I do not know you well, but you have undeniably impacted her. In the past, whenever she faced difficulties, she would seek me out, retreating into herself. However, she has changed this time, and you need not apologize. Neither you nor she has done anything wrong. My existence was never meant to be. And now this young lady has matured and no longer requires me. Is there anything you would like me to do for you? Temenel inquired. No, but that girl has asked me to help her find a man, someone strong and handsome. Understood. I will refrain from disturbing her and will leave her the final moments. King Pilaf, someone has entered our territory, Ashu stated, observing the footage from the camera. They may be merely passing through. It does not concern us. Pilaf is currently focused on how to better collect the Dragon Balls and has little desire to deal with such matters. Yet, they are approaching us, Ashu remarked, slightly flustered. What is there to panic about? When faced with a situation, do not lose your composure. I have told you countless times. Pilaf chimed in as he approached to assess the situation. If I recall correctly, the Dragon Balls emit light when they are too close. Then they must possess Dragon Balls. Ashu deduced, grasping the significance. Dragon Balls. What shall we do, King Pilaf? It appears that we are not the only ones with ambitions of world domination. These individuals must be eliminated, Pilaf proclaimed with determination. Yes, I shall seek out Xiaowu immediately, Ashu declared as he exited. Wulong, Temenel called out. What is it, sister? Wulong, who had been driving in silence, responded. Stop the vehicle, Temenel instructed. The RV came to a gradual halt. Under Temenel's urging, everyone disembarked. Sister, why have we stopped? Bulma voiced her impatience, as the distance to the Dragon Balls still remained considerable. Let us walk. Besides, look, there are filming devices here, Temenel revealed, pulling out a camera from a corner. Why would there be cameras here? Wimminger expressed surprise, as she seized the camera from Temenel's hands. This is someone else's territory, after all. Those affluent individuals tend to install such devices in their homes or nearby, the blonde-haired Lanchi explained. Indeed, we have now entered someone else's domain. It is safer to walk than to remain in the RV, Temenel clarified, turning to Bulma. Understood, Bulma replied, conceding. Are you ready to aim? Ashu inquired. Aim steady, Xiaowu affirmed, holding her weapon. A grenade hurtled towards Temenel and her companions. Even Temenel was caught off guard. And by the time she reacted, a thick cloud of dust had already risen. Damn it, it's a hypnotic gas. Temenel and her group collapsed. Did you find them? Asu, wearing a gas mask, approached. Yes, they are right here in this backpack. Xiaowu was also clutching the backpack, ready to leave. Ha ha, you found the Dragon Balls. Right? Pilaf joyfully exclaimed upon seeing the Dragon Balls Xiaowu presented. Indeed, King Pilaf, Xiaowu performed a respectful kneel. 1-star ball, 2-star ball, 3-star ball, 5-star ball, 6-star ball, 7-star ball, all accounted for, but where is the 4-star ball? Pilaf emptied the contents of the backpack. But the Dragon Ball was nowhere to be found. Chapter 84, Wolmer wants to be alone. How infuriating, they are gone, my Dragon Balls. Bulma revealed a panicked expression after noticing her backpack had vanished. It's my fault, I never anticipated the presence of hypnotic gas. Temenel, relying on her strength and understanding of the narrative, had been careless. It's not your fault, sister, Wolmer said, feeling a pang of sympathy for the remorseful Temenel. It is indeed my fault, Temenel cried out to Wolmer. Sister. Wolmer was momentarily taken aback by Temenel's outburst. What are you all doing? Why the long faces? Just because someone took our things, we can't take them back? Huang Falanchi attempted to rally the spirits. It's impossible. They've taken all the Dragon Balls. Temenel recalled that the Dragon Balls were in Bulma's backpack, and this time Sun Wukong didn't he have the 4-star ball in hand. This posed a dilemma for Huang Falanchi as well. Actually, Temenel, you needn't worry, I still have a Dragon Ball. Puyalu revealed the 4-star ball he carried. Oh, why do you have a Dragon Ball? Temenel questioned with a hint of confusion. That's because I was bored in the car and asked Bulma a few questions about the Dragon Balls, and she ended up giving me one, Puyalu explained. I remember now, it was indeed like that. When you emerged after changing, I forgot to collect it, Bulma recalled, surprised to realize there was still a Dragon Ball with them. So we still have a chance. Temenel felt her spirits lift. Yes, Bulma shared in the excitement. Let us set off and reclaim all the humiliation we suffered. Temenel rallied the morale of the group. The team was filled with enthusiasm, save for one individual, Wolmer. As Sun Wukong walked, he sensed something was amiss and glanced beside him, realizing Wolmer's shadow was absent. He halted and turned back to see Wolmer trailing a few steps behind. What's wrong? You seem off. My sister is angry with me. Although I was only trying to show my concern, Wolmer confessed openly upon recognizing it was Sun Wukong approaching. Your sister didn't mean any harm. Don't take it too much to heart, Sun Wukong reassured her. I understand, but it still unsettles me, Wolmer admitted. Well, your sister was a soldier in her youth, having participated in the wars between the Saiyans and the Zephyrians. She is likely blaming herself for not protecting us well enough. Especially since we ventured into unfamiliar territory without vigilance, right? Sun Wukong placed his hand behind his head. Hearing you say that makes me feel much better, Wolmer replied, adopting a more relaxed demeanor. It is a pleasure to assist you, Sun Wukong. Thank you. It is delightful to see you, Wimmel, who appears somewhat touched. No problem. After all, we are friends, remarked Sun Wukong. Friends? Wimmel paused, her expression growing cold. What is it? Inquired Sun Wukong. It's nothing. You may go ahead. I wish to be alone for a while, Wimmel replied, forcing a smile that seemed a touch insincere and strained. The eavesdropping Oolong sighed. Sun Wukong, why have you returned? Did you not accompany Wimmel? Krillin observed Sun Wukong's return to the main group with a hint of confusion. During this period, Krillin had been unable to converse with Wimmel, Temenel, Lan Shi, or Bulma, as he was not of the same age as Yamcha and spoke little. His only interactions were with Oolong, Sun Wukong, and Puyalu, who were all preoccupied with their own affairs and seldom spoke to Krillin. Thus, seeing Sun Wukong, often inseparable from Wimmel, piqued Krillin's curiosity. I don't know. Perhaps I inadvertently said something to offend her, Sun Wukong replied, aware of his tendency to unintentionally upset others. It would be wise to avoid her for the time being. An angry woman can be quite fearsome, Krillin suggested, seemingly having endured a similar experience. That is my intention as well, Sun Wukong acknowledged, indicating that this was not his first encounter with such a situation. After a lengthy journey, they arrived at Pilaf's palace. Sister, where shall we find them? Bulma inquired. There are arrows here, Yamcha observed thoughtfully. These arrows indicate a path. No need to worry. Just follow me. I know where they are, Temenel confidently stated, sensing Pilaf's group was nearby due to the castle's remote location. My lord, they are approaching. What should we do? Asu asked in a panic. What are you afraid of? Really, activate the traps. Pilaf shouted angrily. It seems they are aware of our whereabouts, Xiaowu noted, surprised by their path. Look at you. Clueless fools. I knew you were on the right track without any traps set, Pilaf declared with an air of confidence. Could it be? Indeed. I installed traps for such unforeseen circumstances, Pilaf confirmed. Sister, it seems there is a sound, Bulma said, now frightened and clinging to Yamcha, who appeared bewildered. Yes, there is indeed something. Everyone, be vigilant, as I may not be able to protect everyone, Temenel instructed. The group acknowledged Temel's command. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a rumbling noise approached, and a massive boulder came rolling down. What is that? Bulma exclaimed upon seeing the stone. A stone? Just this? Temenel remarked, feeling unperturbed compared to the previous encounter with the hypnotic gas. Standing resolutely in front, Temenel exuded an aura of security. As the boulder reached Temenel, she struck it with a serious punch. This single blow not only shattered the stone, but also sent a gust of wind that cleared the dust from the passage, leaving it exceptionally clean. Yamcha was astounded. It was his first encounter with Temenel's prowess. She had yet to unleash her full potential. As Son Goku casually remarked while passing by, do not hastily speculate on your sister's strength. Simply know that she is formidable. Temenel cast a glance at Bulma, seemingly reveling in her might. Chapter 85. The Resurgence of the Dragon. Temenel's punch not only left Yamcha and the others in shock, but also sent tremors through Pilaf and his companions. Pilaf, do you still have any tricks up your sleeve? Ashu entrusted their last glimmer of hope to Pilaf. Could it be that Pilaf has anticipated something? Indeed, there are no more traps, Pilaf sighed after uttering these words. What shall we do then? They appear exceptionally strong. Ashu expressed his growing anxiety. Calm down, you fool. Do you think this king lacks strategies? Pilaf declared. Our best course is to flee. Come, Xiaowu, retrieve the Dragon Balls. He directed his gaze toward Xiaowu, who promptly rushed to fetch the Dragon Balls. Ah, movement, how intriguing. Temenel noted, seemingly unperturbed. Everyone, take it easy, there should be no more traps. The group relaxed somewhat. Although their unfamiliarity with the castle's layout meant they had meandered considerably to reach this refuge. As Pilaf piloted the aircraft away, they had yet to reach his position. Temenel retrieved her Dragon Ball radar. To Pilaf and his cohort, the Dragon Balls had become a burden of little use. I must ensure they are properly dealt with. Bulma expressed her irritation, unnerved by the myriad traps encountered along the way. I can go alone. None of you can fight in the air. So remain here and do not wander about. I will collect the Dragon Balls and return, Temenel stated with a hint of exasperation, as it seemed she alone possessed the ability to fly, rendering even her moments of leisure impossible. With that, Temenel erupted in a blaze of white energy, soaring toward Pilaf. Pilaf, since we cannot fulfill our wishes anyway, why not return the Dragon Balls to them? Ashu suggested, apprehensive about offending Temenel's formidable allies. What are you saying? We have already made enemies. Will they show us mercy? Pilaf felt Ashu was overly naive. Then what do we do if they pursue us? Ashu queried. It is impossible for them to come after us now, Pilaf asserted confidently, as even he could not recall the entirety of the castle's paths. Pilaf, it seems they are in pursuit, Xiaowu panicked. What? Clear the way, I must see. Pilaf jostled past Xiaowu. Why is it so cramped? He grumbled in frustration. It's because of an extra person, Xiaowu remarked, feeling uncomfortable. This is a two-seater aircraft. Of course, it's cramped with an additional occupant, Ashu retorted. A hint of disbelief in his tone. Are you implying that this king is superfluous? Pilaf bristled at the insinuation. My apologies, Ashu quickly offered. You, truly Xiaowu. How far behind are they? Pilaf inquired. They are closing in rapidly, Xiaowu reported truthfully. Then step on it, Ashu. Pilaf commanded. Yes, Ashu responded earnestly, increasing their speed. The aircraft, though swift in its acceleration, paled in comparison to the speed of Temenel. Under Temenel's formidable firepower, Pilaf and his companions met with disaster as their aircraft plummeted. Observing the disheveled trio, Temenel remarked, Return the Dragon Balls, and I shall spare your lives. Very well, esteemed sister, here are your Dragon Balls, Pilaf said, reverently presenting the orbs, all genuine and in full quantity. Temenel, amused by the lack of backbone displayed by Pilaf, chuckled, finding the situation rather entertaining, and took the Dragon Balls without further ado. As Temenel departed, Ashu, perplexed, inquired, Why did she not slay us? Have we not become enemies? Do you not possess any discernment? It is merely due to my superior negotiation skills that you are still here, conversing with me, Pilaf replied. Oh, is that so? Then, what shall we do next, Pilaf? Ashu asked. Let us first seek treasure. We shall utilize the Dragon Balls next year, Pilaf declared, retrieving Bulma's dragon radar from his pocket. Pilaf, what is that? Xiaowu questioned, intrigued by the dragon radar in Pilaf's possession. I stumbled upon the specific electromagnetic waves emitted by the Dragon Balls while examining Bulma's backpack. I had intended to create one myself, but this dragon radar is remarkably effective, and I see no need to replicate it. It would likely not be as efficient. Pilaf explained. Who invented such a remarkable device? Pilaf, you are one of the most brilliant scientists now. Xiaowu exclaimed, curiosity piqued. That is of no concern to me. Pilaf replied, showing little interest in accolades. Where shall we search for treasure? Xiaowu asked, eager to know the next course of action. This is Captain John's treasure map. Let us venture to the East Sea, Pilaf announced, revealing a map. Sister, you have finally returned. Wolmer exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Temenel soar back. Temenel smiled and waved in acknowledgement. It is time to summon the eternal dragon. Does anyone have wishes? Temenel, as the leader and elder of the group, felt it essential to ascertain their desires. Sister, I wish for Bulma. One began to voice, but was interrupted by Temenel. You need not speak. I am well aware of Bulma's heart's longing, Temenel stated confidently. Sister, sob, Bulma lamented, uncertain if her wish would truly be granted. You and Yamcha need not express your desires. As you are already together, your wishes have been fulfilled. Next, Temenel turned her attention to the others. I have no wishes, Goku stated without hesitation. Nor do I, Krillin added, glancing at Temenel, hesitant to speak. The timid Puyalu also shook his head in silence. I wish for a pair of panties from my favorite girl, Oolong blurted out. The gathered assembly reacted. Wolmer, though speechless, retrieved a t-shirt from his belongings and tossed it to Oolong, saying, Panties are out of the question. Here is a white short-sleeve shirt instead. Upon receiving it, Oolong promptly donned the shirt, leaving Wolmer to reflect on Oolong's rather peculiar and somewhat absurd nature. In a whimsical exchange, Oolong expressed his affection for the spirited Wolmer, much to the latter's surprise. Unbeknownst to her, Oolong mustered the courage to confess, only to be met with a direct rejection. I'm sorry, but I do not harbor feelings for you. My heart belongs elsewhere, Wolmer stated plainly. The scene turned lighthearted as Oolong was playfully encouraged by Wolmer, who remarked on his apparent need for improvement. Indeed, I shall strive harder. You will assist me, won't you? Oolong gazed earnestly into Temenel's eyes, seemingly filled with hope. Temenel responded, Her matters are beyond my control. You must endeavor on your own. Curiosity piqued, Temenel inquired about Wolmer's affections, noting her lack of attention towards her younger sister, who surprisingly had someone she admired. Wolmer, after a glance at son Wukong and the others, nonchalantly remarked, I have no particular desires. Temenel, however, was skeptical. Is that truly the case? Wolmer's tone was resolute, yet her gaze faltered, avoiding Temenel's scrutiny. Realizing their conversation had reached its limits, Temenel announced, If it were me, I would wish for a substantial sum of money, revealing a Dragon Ball. Puyalu followed suit, placing the 4-star ball alongside it. Sister, what wish do you have? Wolmer felt as though she stood alone in her grand aspirations, clearly skeptical of Temenel's intent. You have yet to earn money. You cannot fathom its toil. I am aware this wish may seem trivial, but I intend to assist Lanchi, Temenel clarified, casting a glance at Lanchi. Let us commence, Lanchi, with her golden hair. Inhaled deeply. Farewell, Temenel echoed, as Lanchi smiled in response. Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish. With Temenel's fervent call, the sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and a colossal azure dragon materialized above Pilaf's castle. Chapter 86. Preparing to transform into a great ape before the majestic dragon, Temenel found herself awestruck, yet composed. Are you the one who summoned me? Speak your desires, the dragon commanded, having recognized the scion. Apologies for the surprise, Temenel responded, astonished that the dragon remembered her. I wish for you to cure Lanchi of her dual personality. She pointed toward Lanchi. That is quite simple, the dragon replied, its eyes glowing briefly. Your wish is granted. I shall take my leave. In an instant, the dragon vanished, scattering the dragon balls across the earth. Lanchi, still with her golden hair, fainted, only to be caught by the quick-witted son Wukong before she could fall. Sister, what shall we do? Son Wukong inquired, uncertain how to proceed. We should return to Kame House. Fretting here serves no purpose, Temenel assessed, noting Lanchi's stable breathing as merely a feint. Yamcha produced a capsule, offering, Sister, allow me to transport you all. Thank you, dear brother Yamcha, Temenel replied with a smile. However, it seems your spaceship is rather antiquated. Is it still operational? Temenel expressed her doubts, recalling that in the original tale, this aircraft would crash. Thus, she was hesitant to board. Master Yamcha, this vessel appears to be on the verge of retirement. It seems unusable, Pu Yalu also reflected. What should we do? My backpack has gone missing, Bulma added. A hint of frustration in her voice. Well, I suppose we must return to Boss Rabbit's place to procure another spaceship, Temenel concluded, unable to devise a better plan. After an arduous journey, they finally arrived at Master Roshi's dwelling. Ah, Temenel, what brings you here so soon? It hasn't even been 2 weeks. You must miss me dearly, Master Roshi exclaimed, astonished to see Temenel and her companions. I miss you like a great ghost, Temenel retorted, exasperated by his unchanged demeanor, always so frivolous. You must be Master Wu Tian. I wish to become your disciple, Yamcha stated, drawing the attention of the group. A disciple, you say? Master Roshi inquired, directing his gaze towards Yamcha. Indeed, Master Wu Tian, Yamcha replied, his tone and expression resolute. So, what now? Yamcha appeared somewhat perplexed. What about the initiation rites? Master Roshi interjected. Everyone chimed in. Do you require a formal initiation from me? Temenel was at a loss for words. No, you little girl, you lack sincerity, Master Roshi retorted, recalling her previous initiation. As for an initiation gift, what could a penniless lad like Yamcha possibly offer? Speak up, what do you desire? I shall procure it for you, Bulma kindly offered to Yamcha. Help me find someone, Master Roshi said, producing a portrait. So beautiful. Are you trying to ensnare her? Temenel leaned in, recognizing the beauty and finding her somewhat familiar. What are you saying? She is my junior apprentice, Fong Fong. I merely wish to meet her, Master Roshi said, surprisingly serious. Very well, I shall send a photo to my father and ask him to search for her, Bulma said, pulling out her phone to take a picture. Thank you, Master Roshi replied. No need for thanks, it's a fair exchange. In return, you must accept Yamcha as your disciple, Bulma remarked as she stowed her phone away. Yamcha, you are now a disciple of Master Wu Tian, Master Roshi stated, looking at Yamcha. That's it, Master Wu Tian? Yamcha appeared bewildered. This old man doesn't adhere to formalities. Don't concern yourself too much, Yamcha. You're quite endearing, Temenel thought, observing Yamcha's dazed expression. Temenel, now that you've returned, do prepare some food. I have greatly missed your cooking, Master Roshi said, glancing at Temenel. As if I would, she replied, making her way to the kitchen. Indeed, your sister's cooking is unparalleled, Bulma added her thoughts. As long as it pleases you, my lady, Temenel replied while washing the dishes. Hee, sister, truly. Even the chefs at home cannot compare to your culinary skills, Bulma praised. Enough of that. I'm not that remarkable. This is merely home cooking, nothing extraordinary, Temenel said, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Sister, when will you teach us how to control the great ape? The sun is nearly setting. Temenel interjected, unable to bear the weight any longer. Ah, the great ape. I had completely forgotten. My apologies, little Ming feels quite embarrassed. Not to worry. Sister can explain now. Kakarot, come here, I shall elucidate the intricacies of the great ape form. Wukong looks towards Son Goku, who is in the living room. Son Goku swiftly approaches. Well, everyone is here, so be sure to pay attention to my lesson, or you shall face dire consequences, warns Temenel with a casual tone. Hurry up and speak. We won't miss a word, insists Wukong, eager to learn this for quite some time. Do not rush me. Temenel begins to explain the significance of the great ape transformation for the Saiyans and the specific methods of control. However, noticing the two drowsy listeners, she wonders how much they are absorbing. Chapter 87. The overwhelming presence of three great apes. As the sun gradually sinks beneath the horizon, the sky dims. This seems like a suitable spot. Let us commence the practical demonstration. Temenel observes Son Goku and Wukong as she concludes her statement. At this moment, both Son Goku and Wukong appear invigorated, shaking off their lethargy. Let us proceed, but close your eyes. I shall transport you to a more spacious area before you open them. Temenel grips the napes of their necks, one in each hand, and ascends into the sky. Wukong and Son Goku obediently shut their eyes. The waters near Master Roshi's island are not particularly deep, merely around 10 meters. Temenel does not venture far, only a couple of thousand meters away. All right, open your eyes. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Give it a try. Temenel releases the two into the sea. Oh, I forgot that you cannot fly. My apologies. In a moment of carelessness, Temenel reassures herself that they should be safe, as they are only 50 meters high, and the water below will cushion their fall. Sister, was that intentional? Wukong is momentarily taken aback. I forgot. I'm sorry. Temenel shrugs off the need to assist them, confident they will not perish. Kintown, Son Goku exclaims. The Nimbus cloud swiftly arrives, catching both Wukong and Son Goku. Truly, the protagonist is dependable. Temenel cannot help but admire the scene. Intentional, that woman. Wukong reflects with a tinge of apprehension. Thank goodness for you, Kakarot. You are not as carefree as my sister. Wukong finds herself increasingly fond of Son Goku. No worries, I was startled as well. Son Goku finally returns to his usual demeanor, his earlier expression having shifted. Let us prepare to transform into great apes. Kintown, you may return. Both of them leap into the sea, gazing skyward. Thump, thump, thump. With the moon's assistance, the hearts of Son Goku and Wukong begin to race. Their muscles swell, their hair thickens, transforming them into two colossal gorillas. Standing in the sea, half submerged, it is impossible to discern who is taller. Is this the great ape of the Saiyans? Remarkable. Bulma, having listened intently, develops an interest in the Saiyans. So powerful. Yamcha's eyes are fixed on the distant giants, his fists clenched tightly. Sister Temenel, why can't you transform into a great ape? Krillin observes the scene with curiosity, noticing only the two great apes and Temenel hovering in the air. Indeed, it is quite astonishing that nothing has changed. Why is that? Bulma glanced at Poir. The transformation into a great ape occurs when the tail absorbs the blood's waves emanating from the moon. A human-like tail is not particularly sensitive and requires the assistance of the eyes for the transformation. Since Tien Shinhan does not often gaze at the moon, he did not transform immediately. Bulma listened intently as the realization dawned on her. So Master Roshi, are you going to fight? Do you think you can win? Krillin inquired. Roshi replied, if I strike directly, I would not prevail. A more comprehensive approach might yield a 50-50 chance. Observing the two seemingly mindless great apes in the distance, he pondered several strategies. In the sky, Tien Shinhan remarked, didn't Ti say I would listen seriously? Why are they acting this way? At present, it was evident to anyone not daft that both Goku and Vegeta were no longer lucid. Vegeta, in his great ape form, spotted Tien in the sky and hurled insults at her. Hey, are you pretending? I told you it wasn't intentional. Tien swiftly dodged, curious to ascertain if it was deliberate. Roaring in confusion, Vegeta exhibited behavior akin to that of a monkey. Tien sighed, a hint of exasperation on her face. These two youngsters truly lacked learning abilities. What to do? She hadn't anticipated such a predicament. With a smile, Tien turned her gaze towards the moon, and she too transformed into a great ape. The simultaneous presence of three great apes was utterly astonishing. Tien leaped into the sea, creating a tremendous splash. Gradually, Tien approached the two young apes, who had taken notice of her. The two colossal great apes began to hurl verbal jabs at Tien. She adeptly used her energy to block their attacks, emerging unscathed amidst the smoke. Seeing that Tien was unharmed, Goku and Vegeta quickened their verbal assaults. However, Tien's pace slowed, though she maintained a steady advance. As she neared the two great apes, she clenched her right fist and struck Vegeta on the head, causing him to lean forward. With the impact of that punch, Vegeta toppled over in a rather undignified manner. Following this, Tien unleashed two powerful blows upon Goku, leaving him somewhat dazed. Ignoring whether Goku had regained his senses, Tien delivered a kick infused with emotion. The resulting splash soared 50 to 60 meters high, exposing the ground beneath. A tsunami. Old man, think of something quickly, Bulma exclaimed, noticing the encroaching waves with a hint of panic. Fear not. It is merely a minor issue, Rashi reassured, shedding his shirt and moving forward. Rashi's muscles swelled as he prepared the Kamehameha wave, his hands resting on his hips in a flower-like pose. Once the energy reached a sufficient level, he unleashed it. It was this Kamehameha wave that spared Kame House from disaster. Rashi was not particularly pleased with the chaos Tien and the others were causing, seemingly disregarding their surroundings. Old man, let us board the helicopter, Bulma suggested. Producing a helicopter of her own, she was unwilling to entrust her life to an elderly man. At Bulma's behest, everyone boarded the helicopter, and Rashi retracted Kame House. The unexpected emergence of a tsunami caught everyone off guard. Apologies, but after witnessing Master Rashi's resolution, Temur let out a sigh of relief. Temur stepped forward to seize the two gigantic apes. Wimmel grasped them by the nape of their necks, while Sun Wukong gripped their faces. They plunged the colossal beasts into the water, subjecting them to the primal method of rationalization. Just as the apes seemed on the verge of drowning, they would lift them up to check if they had regained consciousness. This entire ordeal even tested Temur's patience. Imagine the discomfort of having two mighty apes roaring at you. Thus, they quickly submerged them again. Time passed, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Come on, you two. Temur is getting exasperated. Chapter 88. Temur has children. I feel so full. Why does it feel like my stomach is filled with water? At this moment, Wimmel had also returned to normal. Well, you two are finally back to your senses. It has been a grueling 6 hours. Temur loosened his grip. You two really are something. I apologize, the sister Wimmel said, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Never mind, let us teach you how to better master your giant forms. Try moving around a bit, and see if you encounter any issues. Temur observed the two apes before him, noting their lack of agility. Sun Wukong recognized the situation. Indeed, while the giant apes can enhance our combat capabilities, you won't be able to fully harness their strength. The proportions of their hands and feet differ significantly from our original bodies, and we'll need time to adapt. Then what should we do? Wimmel inquired, scratching her head. Let us go swimming. It will help us quickly gain control of our bodies, Temur replied, heading towards the depths of the ocean. Wimmel and the others followed suit. Initially, both Sun Wukong and Wimmel struggled with coordination, but with Temur's assistance, they began to adapt to their giant forms, albeit with considerable effort, until dawn broke. Oh, I'm so tired, Temur exclaimed, utterly fatigued, and promptly went to sleep. Kakarot, let us go play. Wimmel appeared quite energetic. No, I can't. Just a moment ago, I felt fine, but now my back aches terribly. I need to rest, Sun Wukong said, feeling as if he had taken quite the beating, though he could not recall the specifics. Watching the two return to Master Rashi's house to rest, Wimmel felt a wave of boredom wash over her. The stir Temur had created in the previous ocean was quite substantial, prompting Master Rashi to relocate the turtle house to West City. Master Rashi, along with Krillin and Yamcha, had gone off to train, and it was still early morning, with Bulma and the others yet to awaken. When Temur finally roused from his slumber, it was already late afternoon, nearing evening. He rose, expecting to prepare a meal, only to find a blue-haired woman busily tending to the kitchen. Watch, let me help you, Temur said, feeling invigorated after awakening. Enough, Sister Temur, you should go wash up first. Well, I will come to assist you later. Please go, sister. Just as Temur entered the restroom, she spotted Sun Wukong and inquired, Kakarot, it is quite rare to see you brushing your teeth at this hour. Oh, I am unsure why, but I feel a bit achy, replied Sun Wukong, still feeling a twinge of discomfort. Ha, you still have aches? I was unaware. Temur, relieved to see he was not severely injured, acknowledged that she had perhaps been a tad rough, but vowed to be gentler in the future. Of course I have aches. Sister Temur, you should really change your habit of sleeping in. Rising so late is not beneficial, said Sun Wukong, who had now finished rinsing his mouth. Perhaps in my next life, For early rising seems impossible in this one, Temenel admitted, still quite fond of her slumber. And where is that girl Wimmel? Temenel inquired as she only saw Bulma and others in the hall. She went to train with Master Roshi. She should be back soon. Son Wukong remarked while washing his face, observing Temenel admiring herself in the mirror. Is that so? She has become quite enthusiastic, Temenel noted, sensing a change in Wimmel. She must be feeling bored, Son Wukong concluded, as he intended to engage in some exercise, favoring a morning workout of half an hour. After finishing her business in the restroom, Temenel realized that Lan Shi had already prepared a meal. Lan Shi, I forgot to help you. Is it all right? She speculated, guessing that Lan Shi had awakened while she was asleep. Lan Shi had indeed risen around noon, her golden hair shining, yet she remained gentle. It's fine, I can manage alone. Lan Shi understood Temenel's situation, having heard from Bulma that she had stayed up late and hadn't been awakened for lunch. At that moment, Wimmel returned. The group gathered around the table, enjoying a cheerful meal filled with laughter and conversation. However, someone was slowly approaching the room, just as the laughter reached its peak. This person kicked open the door. Temenel and the others turned to see a woman enter. It's you. The woman immediately recognized Temenel. In fact, the door wasn't locked. You needn't have kicked it. Temenel discerned who the woman was. Call out that guy, I wish to see him. The woman appeared quite irate. All eyes turned toward Master Roshi, the only one with the surname Wu. Fong, my junior sister. It has been a long time, Master Roshi exclaimed. A mix of joy and surprise evident on his face. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Brother Wu, she replied, removing her sunglasses to reveal her true appearance. Who is she, Brother Wu? Why is she with you? Fong, initially reluctant to kick the door, found herself unable to resist the urge to stir things up. She is Temenel, Master Roshi indicated in the direction Fong was pointing. You win, sister-in-law. Fong observed Temenel and Son Wukong together with Master Roshi, her mind conjuring up an elaborate narrative. What? Sister-in-law? Temenel exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. They are not the children of you and Martial Brother Wu, and you are indeed his wife. Are you not? Temenel, Son Wukong. Temenel, my man has never touched me. How can you say I have children? Absurdity has knocked on the door of absurdity. Son Wukong. Now there is an additional mother. How amusing. Temenel, my sister is my mother, strangely enough. They do bear a resemblance, yet there is an absence of that maternal feeling. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi burst into laughter. Allow me to introduce Temenel, my disciple. That little girl and the boy are also my disciples, her younger siblings, and they have no relation to me. Huh, I see. I apologize. Fong feels quite foolish, as she would never ordinarily make such a mistake. It's all right. You weren't aware of the situation. I understand that Temenel refrains from arguing with such ancient relics. So, Martial brother, have you married? Fong twirled her finger playfully. No, Master Roshi replied. Then let us marry, Fong said, her cheeks aflame. Really, Fong? But I have grown to this extent. It matters not. I do not mind, and besides, you have waited for me for a long time. I cannot keep you waiting any longer. Tears welled up in Fong's eyes as Master Roshi felt a wave of emotion. We can feast again. This world is becoming increasingly marvelous, Temenel thought, delighted for the newlyweds. Everyone clapped, offering their blessings to Master Roshi, the lecherous old man. Chapter 89. The Crisis of Demon King Piccolo observing Master Roshi on stage. Beaming with joy, Temenel felt a twinge of sentimentality. This old man, it seems, has known love. Teacher Wu Tian. Who do you wish to thank most for being with Ms. Fong? Asked the MC they had hired from Lake Village. For this, the person I am most grateful to is Temenel, this girl. Everyone turned to Temenel, who was at that moment enjoying a slice of watermelon atop a table. Unfazed by the attention, Temenel continued to relish her watermelon. Now, Miss Temenel, would you care to say a few words? The MC, quite professional, hastily approached her. Temenel stood up, took the microphone, and said, wishing them abundant offspring and a harmonious union. Ah, a splendid blessing indeed. Miss Temenel, why do you think Teacher Wu Tian is most grateful to you? If you know the reason, please share. I do not know. Aha! Miss Temenel is truly remarkable, inadvertently assisting Teacher Wu Tian. The day was quite lively, filled with joy and laughter, yet after the excitement, tranquility inevitably returned. Following the wedding, Fong became curious about Master Roshi's past, hearing tales both true and false. Master Roshi, a man fond of boasting, regaled everyone with stories. However, at this moment, Bulma had returned to West City, now a sophomore, eager to experience school life. His tales echoed the original narrative, recounting how to vanquish Demon King Piccolo and how he parted ways with Master Shun. As he spoke, aside from Temenel, Fong Fong, and Master Roshi, the others gradually succumbed to slumber. The turtle hermit observed that everyone had succumbed to slumber and turned to Temenel, saying, "My dear, might I impose upon you a request?" Temenel, intrigued, wondered what task the turtle hermit had in mind, as she could not recall any prior obligations. "Please eliminate King Piccolo," the turtle hermit stated, his countenance devoid of the earlier lightheartedness, now etched with seriousness. At that moment, Fong Fong placed the turtle hermit's hand-drawn map upon the table. "King Piccolo, is he here?" Temenel inquired, pointing to a triangle marked on the map. "Indeed, after my master, Master Mateto, sealed King Piccolo, I cast him into the deepest trench of the East Sea." Temenel paused, closing her eyes in contemplation, unconcerned about any narrative inconsistencies. She mused that the storyline had already unraveled, given that the turtle hermit had a wife. After a thoughtful 10 minutes, she was poised to decline the turtle hermit's request when suddenly the system's voice echoed in her mind. "Host, agree to his request." "Why should I? If you accept, I shall grant you access to all martial arts and abilities in the shop. Let me ponder. And I'll add 100 cents of beans." "Deal. Very well, I shall set forth at once. This matter concerning Piccolo is rather troublesome. It may take me years to return. Please assure my parents that they need not worry." "Understood. When the World Martial Arts Tournament arrives, I shall explain everything to your parents," the turtle hermit replied, somewhat helpless, realizing that he could not intervene directly, as he still harbored a fear of Piccolo. "I apologize, Temenel, that this burden must fall upon you," Fong Fong added, feeling a touch of guilt. At that moment, Temenel departed, escorted by the gazes of the turtle hermit and Fong Fong. "System, why are you so generous today? Typically, you are quite frugal. I initially had no intention of intervening with Piccolo, but someone has approached him, and it is likely they will release him. Who is so audacious? The 3 rascals from Pilaf. Troublesome. I must be on my way." With that, Temenel was engulfed in white flames and soared toward Piccolo's prison. Upon awakening, Wulmer found herself irritated at her sister's absence. Why did she leave without a word? "Your sister has matters to attend to. She will return in a few years. Prepare diligently for the World Martial Arts Tournament. If you do not grow stronger, Temenel shall not take you along." "Very well," Wulmer replied, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon. Meanwhile, son Wukong and his companions were hefting a 100-kilogram turtle shell in their training. The turtle hermit, watching his disciples depart, shed his upper garments in the courtyard. At that moment, he summoned his full power, his muscles swelling, though not excessively, just enough for his frame. Flight technique. The turtle hermit ascended into the air. "Martial brother, it appears you have also mastered the skill of flight," Fong Fong remarked, astonished to witness the turtle hermit soaring. "In truth, I comprehended the principles of this flying technique long ago. I merely refrained from employing it. Each instance of its use reminds me of Master Mateto. But I have come to realize my error. I cannot let King Piccolo's ability to fly deter me from learning this martial art." Fong Fong listened in silence, absorbing the turtle hermit's words. "Master, the one who has mastered the art of aerial dance, please teach me," Fong Fong said, her voice tinged with a hint of playful affection. "No problem. Wait, why are you still making a move? Is the aerial dance supposed to be like this? How can I teach without making a move?" Fong Fong shook her head in resignation, accustomed to the turtle hermit's antics, aware that his behavior stemmed from his lecherous nature, yet she paid little mind to it. After all, she indulged the turtle hermit. After several hours of travel, they soon arrived near the sealed location of Demon King Piccolo. At this moment, the rice cooker holding the mighty Piccolo had been retrieved by Pilaf. "King Pilaf, is this truly a treasure?" Xiao inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Treasure is typically concealed in an unusual manner. But King Pilaf, this rice cooker is inscribed with talismans," Xiao remarked, a hint of worry evident in her voice about potentially harmful contents within. "Ha ha, how can you two lack a bit of contrarian thinking? Would an ordinary person easily open this? They would surely fear what dangerous items might lie within. However, history teaches us that the bold thrive while the timid perish. Such vessels often contain treasures. Indeed, King Pilaf, your wisdom is unparalleled. You truly understand," they responded. Pilaf felt a twinge of embarrassment, revealing his own trepidation, clearly showcasing a gambler's mentality. Just as Pilaf and his companions were about to open it, Temor approached, addressing them. What are you three doing here? Oh, you are the woman who stole my Dragon Balls. Do you now seek to take my treasure? Treasure? You mean that rice cooker? Temor laughed. Yes, this is the treasure we fished out of this trench. Legend has it that Captain John's ship sank around here, so this must be Captain John's treasure. I do not know what Captain John's treasure is like, but I must insist that rice cooker belongs to me, Temor asserted calmly, clearly confident in her position. Ha ha, how amusing. Xiao Wu, let us show this woman a thing or two. Pilaf tossed out a universal capsule. Yes, King Pilaf. Following suit, Xiao and Xiao Wu also released their capsules. 3 humanoid robots emerged, and Temor watched them climb aboard. Pink, green, blue. Is there no yellow? She expressed her dissatisfaction. Transform. I shall form the head. I will form the torso. I will form the thighs. As they stood before a towering robot, approximately 4 to 5 meters tall, Temor felt a flicker of awe, as she had a fondness for mechas. What do you think? Afraid? This is my latest invention, Pilaf boasted with a hint of pride. Well, for an ordinary person, it is indeed impressive. But you do not think this is sufficient to defeat me, do you? Upon finishing her words, Temor aimed at the pink robot piloted by Wu, her hands coming together, gradually lowering to her waist as she gathered energy. A blue-white energy beam, the Kamehameha, soared toward the robot. Wu instinctively raised her arm to block the Kamehameha, but under its force, the robotic arm and torso were pierced through. King Pilaf. The second machine has malfunctioned. Although Mantis is a bit flustered, she is not gravely harmed. The energy wave was pierced beneath the seat. How frustrating. I underestimated her. Quickly, employ the ostrich combination. Yes, King Pilaf too, and soon the massive robot disassembled, while Mantis's robot reverted to a universal capsule. Timo observed the swiftly moving trio of Pilaf, casting the energy wave into the distance. The explosion from the energy wave created a gust that sent the ostrich soaring. Timo instantly appeared nearby, surveying the chaos among the three, and remarked, "Can I have it now? How infuriating. Here you go." Pilaf tossed the rice cooker containing Demon King Piccolo to Timo. "Thank you. See you later." Timo cradled the rice cooker in one arm and raised the other, giving Pilaf a parting glance. "I thought we were going to the sea. Alas, I cannot swim, and this swimsuit is a waste." "Host, you are quite asking for it. What do you want me to do then?" "Eliminate Piccolo. Raise the second-generation Piccolo, dissolve his obsession, essentially redeem Piccolo." "That sounds difficult. Do you think I offer rewards for nothing? You truly are stingy. Instead of complaining, think about how to accomplish this. First, give me the reward. I fear you may renege. I'm not sure what you're afraid of. Why would I not give it to you? I'm not leaving. You might not be here tomorrow. I must consider my own interests. Honestly, I'm quite unfortunate to have you as my host. I am the one who is unfortunate. I've never seen you manipulate the system like this. Take it." Timo gazed at her unchanged personal panel, expressing disappointment. Name, Timo. Gender, female. Age, 25. Race, pure-blood scion, slightly exhibiting ancestral traits due to physical influences. Combat power, 90. 0009, martial arts. Energy wave, flight technique, artificial moon, giant ape rationalization, destruction sphere, rock paper scissors, chi manipulation, magic fist, Kamehameha wave. Just head to the mall. Mall? Goodness, 6. Current points, 49,000. Consumable type, Senza beans. 0. Martial arts type, afterimage fist. 0. Ability type, hypnosis. 0. Then Timo clicked away, acquiring all these complementary items. Ah, now this panel looks splendid, and with the system too. I've cleared your store. When will it be updated? It updates when you reach 10 combat power. I'll customize it based on your personality. Is that so? I'm quite looking forward to it. Enough chatter. Let us begin. If you keep talking, I might just want to hit you. Ha ha ha, alright. Timo placed the rice cooker on the ground and tore open the talisman. The quality of this rice cooker is rather poor. It developed cracks and then erupted with a bright light, followed by an explosion that radiated even more brilliance. Timo instinctively shielded her eyes, a reflexive response of the body. Ha ha ha, I have finally emerged. I, the great Demon King Piccolo, am filled with exhilaration, raising my hands in triumph, completely oblivious to the adorable Temor by my side. This is indeed the great Demon King Piccolo, a stark contrast to his animated portrayal. Judging by appearance, Temor perceives him to be over 3 meters tall, requiring an upward gaze to behold him. You are the one who shall save me. Splendid. I shall remember you. Ah, you may have misunderstood. I am here to eliminate you. Piccolo chuckles. It seems that after being sealed for over 2 centuries, humanity has forgotten my formidable strength. He assumes a fighting stance, adopting a dragon-riding posture with his hands shaped like claws. In an instant, Piccolo appears before Temenel, delivering an elbow strike followed by a sweeping blade hand attack. Yet, this Temenel is merely an afterimage. What? An afterimage technique? Young lady, are you a martial artist? Piccolo inquires with a serious expression. One could say that. She replies. Then you cannot be allowed to live. Piccolo positions his hands on his waist and lunges forward. However, he proves to be no match for Temenel, who vanishes in an instant, leaving Piccolo bewildered in place. As he glances around, beads of cold sweat form on his brow. You are quite formidable. Would you care to share this earth with me? Temenel, now bursting with energy, charges at Piccolo, delivering a punch the size of a cauldron into his abdomen, causing him to cave in. As her hand penetrates his body, she gathers energy in the form of a ki blast. Still writhing in pain, Piccolo fails to react and is ultimately pierced through. At that moment, it seems he has lost consciousness, collapsing onto Temenel. All right now, Temenel remarks, retracting her hand and pushing Piccolo away. But his blood is truly revolting. Purple. I must wash my hands. She decides to prioritize cleanliness over contemplating Piccolo's fate. Nevertheless, Temenel is considerate enough to leave him with a breath of life. Piccolo, sensing Temenel's departure, rises to a sitting position. It appears I have aged. This body cannot endure much longer. My final wish shall be fulfilled by you, my child. He then expels an egg, which soars into the distance. Temenel, not straying far, observes this scene from a nearby hilltop, wiping the blood from her hands with a handkerchief. Chapter 91. How adorable Piccolo is. System. Is it possible for Piccolo to assimilate? Temenel approaches the unconscious Piccolo. Are you a demon? Let me see. It should be feasible. Then let us proceed. Temenel produces an empty capsule, previously used for storing her father's remains, now repurposed to accommodate Piccolo. With a sound like a popping bubble, the capsule transforms into a universal capsule. Temenel picks up the capsule and sets off towards the direction where the egg flew away. The extraordinary race and its unique method of reproduction truly astonish me. As for the system, does it possess something between its thighs? I have the right to remain silent. Ignorant system. You speak as if you are aware. I do not know, does it matter? Your ignorance is the real issue. My problem. When will this egg hatch? What is your hurry? It hasn't been long. After 4 hours and 9 minutes, Temenel took out her phone to check. It should be soon. Why not play on your phone for a while? 2 hours have passed. Do you think there is nothing inside this egg? Temenel grew nauseous from playing on her phone and approached, intending to physically crack the shell. Host, calm down, you might harm it. I don't care. If it dies, it was meant to be, Temenel declared, striking the egg. A cracking sound ensued. The shell broke open, revealing a pale green substance inside, with a green being lying in the center. Baika felt a twinge of panic upon seeing Temenel. Wow, so adorable. Temenel scooped up the creature within the egg. Let me go, woman. I am Baika the great demon. Do not touch me, Baika exclaimed in a tender voice. It's too cute. Temenel tightened her embrace upon hearing Baika's voice. How infuriating. You, woman. Baika bit Temenel with his sharp teeth. Feeling the pain, Temenel quickly released him. Humph. Woman, do you now recognize my prowess? Release me at once, or I shall take your life, Baika proclaimed with a smug expression. How irritating. I detest unruly children. Had son Wukong and Namekian been present, they would surely have given Baika a thumbs up. Temenel promptly turned Baika around and spanked him. What are you doing, woman? Let me go? I told you not to bite me. At that moment, Baika knelt before Temenel, his face filled with frustration. Now, Baika donned a purple outfit adorned with a character for magic, but upon seeing the character, Temenel found it particularly displeasing and requested he change it to one for cuteness. You were quite arrogant earlier. Why the silence now? After being beaten into a bruised state, Baika realized the strength of the woman before him. Initially, he did not understand how he could perish at her hands. Now, he comprehended. Here, take this. Temenel tossed him a magical bean. What is this? Baika questioned, somewhat confused. This is a magical bean. It can heal your injuries. Upon hearing this, Baika popped it into his mouth and began to chew. After consuming the magical bean, his wounds healed completely. Are you all better now? Yes. Temenel then tossed the elder Baika in front of Baika. What do you want? Baika asked nervously. Striking a fighting pose. It's nothing. I merely wish to inquire if this is your father. Can you assimilate him? Baiku glanced at Temenel and the elder Baiku, comprehending her intent. How did you know I could assimilate? Because I love you. Huh. Baiku was momentarily stunned into silence. Bick placed his hand upon old Bick, and the two merged into one. Upon completing the fusion, Bick erupted into laughter, feeling an exhilarating surge of power coursing through his entire being as he charged at Temenel. However, Temenel retaliated with a formidable strike that left him questioning his very existence. Perhaps it would be wise to reflect upon oneself tonight, she mused, delivering a punishing blow to Bick before retrieving a universal capsule from the house and retreating inside to rest. Bick watched Temenel depart, then approached a nearby stream to quench his thirst before lying down on the ground. Gazing at the sky, he lamented, "Father, I am no match for her. She is formidable." He gingerly touched his wound. Ouch, that hurts. Shortly thereafter, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Temenel awoke early and spotted Bick peacefully slumbering by the riverbank. "System, what do Namekians like to eat?" she inquired. "I believe he currently wishes to consume you," came the playful reply. "No jesting, please, speak plainly. Bick doesn't need to eat. He can photosynthesize, you understand? His entire being is capable of it. It seems this child requires nothing from me. Alas, I am merely a cook," she concluded. "Let us take it step by step. I have faith in you, host." Temenel paid little mind to Bick as she prepared breakfast for herself. Meanwhile, Bick remained asleep until a fledgling bird fell from a tree and landed upon him. "What in the world? That hurt," he exclaimed, as the small bird inadvertently struck his wound. Just as he was about to toss the bird aside, he paused upon noticing its fragility. Raising his gaze, he realized it had tumbled from a nest. In a moment of compassion, Bick ascended and returned the fledgling to its home. "Stay close to home, or your parents will be searching for you," he advised gently, before descending back to the ground. Feeling a tinge of sadness, "Little one, what troubles you? You appear quite despondent," Temenel remarked, gnawing on a chicken leg. "Humph," Bick pouted. "What concern is it of yours regarding the affairs of the great demon king Bick?" "Ah, I see. I know of a planet where the inhabitants resemble you. I suspect they might be your kin. Yet, it seems irrelevant to you, so I shan't elaborate," Temenel stated before turning to leave. Bick, still a mere child, felt exasperated. "Kin? What kin?" he called out, chasing after her. "Do not presume to concern yourself with me. Keep your distance." Bick seethed, his frustration mounting. Temenel, having returned to her abode, pulled out her phone to entertain herself. Bick approached her and inquired, "Where are my kin?" Temenel, losing interest in her device, stowed it away and prepared to tidy up. Bick followed her closely, and she, unbothered, utilized him as a makeshift support, placing various items upon him as needed. Bick remained silent, eager to uncover the truth of his origins, knowing he must endure for the time being. Temenel harbored no ill will. She sought to vex Bick, and that was sufficient for her amusement. Chapter 92. Departure to Namek planet. "What do you want, you woman? Will you finally tell me the truth?" Piccolo was resigned to following her, preparing meals and tidying up after her. "Do you truly wish to know? Come with me, little Piccolo." Under the guidance of Temenel, Piccolo returned to Bowsy Mountain. "Temenel, come back. Who is he?" Janae opened the door and was taken aback to see a child. "His name is Piccolo." "What Piccolo?" Temenel and Whittle approached. "Mom, Aunt Janae, we have guests. It's awkward to explain at the door. Can we go inside?" "Then come in." Janae welcomed them inside along with Whittle. After Temenel's explanation, Whittle and Janae understood. This Piccolo was a formidable demon king who wreaked havoc in his realm and was subsequently sealed away. Temenel had released him, and before he could even take a breath, he was defeated and reincarnated into this young child. "Temenel, doesn't reincarnation mean going to the underworld? Why can this child skip that step?" Janae inquired, intrigued. "I am of the demon race. How could I be bound by the same rules as you humans?" Piccolo interjected before Temenel could respond. "He is rather unique, I suppose." "I do not fully comprehend," Temenel admitted with a shake of his head. "So, you mean to take him back to his homeland to visit his kin?" Whittle began to grasp the situation. "Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to the Namekians. Let us take him back for a visit." "What about his father? Why is he not here?" "Tomar and the others have gone to train." "Mom, let us invite them to join us." "All right. Wait a moment while Whittle goes to fetch Tomar." After some time, everyone had arrived. Temenel produced a universal capsule, revealing a circular spaceship. This vessel could accommodate up to 5 individuals, given Piccolo's childlike form. He was negligible. Who will not be joining us? Temenel inquired, prompting Janae and Whittle to look at Rick. I understand. I shall not go. Rick, I am truly sorry. If your spaceship were still intact, you could certainly join us. I see, then farewell. Observing Rick's slight disappointment, Temenel suggested, Rick, you could visit Lake Village to find Master Roshi. He can prepare meals for you. I understand. Watching the ship depart, Rick muttered to himself, Lake Village? This ship could clearly accommodate me. Such a flimsy excuse is something only Temenel could conjure. Lord Kami, you are an alien? Mr. Popo's astonished expression was evident. I had no idea. I am an alien. No wonder I am so different from everyone else. Kami gazed at Temenel's ship as it drifted away from Earth, his face reflecting shock. Will taking the Demon King Piccolo away truly cause no issues? It will be fine. In my interactions with Piccolo, I have observed that he has genuinely changed. He was not like this before. Is that so? Mr. Popo, noticing Kami's serious demeanor, felt a twinge of worry. What? My sister has gone to an alien planet. Wimmel's face was filled with gloom. Yes. And she brought along the child Piccolo, saying she would help him find his kin. What? Piccolo? Master Roshi was taken aback. Wu Tian, I believe that Xiao Ming Fong Fong has also helped Master Roshi to calm down. When will Sister Temenel return? Son Wukong inquired. Soon. It will take about a week to reach Namek, came the reply. Is that sister not attending the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 months from now? Wameng expressed a hint of disappointment. It's possible. After all, Riku does not know Temenel well. This is so bothersome, Wameng sighed, running her fingers through her hair. After 5 days of travel, Temenel and her companions arrived on Namek. Aside from White and Piccolo, everyone else has begun to feel nauseous. You all are not handling it well, White observed, glancing appreciatively at Piccolo, who remained unaffected. Damn it, White. What are you so proud of? Jine, having just finished being sick, approached them. I'm done, 8,000. I truly want to strangle you. It turned out that at this moment, Jine possessed a battle power of 8,000, but she was not the only one progressing. White had reached 12,000. Just then, several Namekians approached from a distance. Who are you, and what brings you here? Inquired a particularly robust Namekian. This child is one of your Namekians. I brought him here to find you. Temenel indicated Piccolo. Really? Should we take him to see the Elder? Yes, the Elder should know. Under the guidance of several Namekians, they arrived at a village. Elder Muley, there is a Namekian here, but we do not know who he is, announced the strong Namekian. Is that so? Let me see, Elder Muley said as he approached. I don't recognize him. He shouldn't be the child of the Great Elder. Is he from another planet? Yes. Then he must be one of the fugitives. Take them to the Great Elder. He should know. Is that really all right, Elder Muley? It's fine. I just inquired, Elder Muley said, revealing a look of surprise as he gazed at Piccolo. Very well. With a sense of resignation, the strong Namekian escorted Temenel and her group to the Great Elder's location. My Shang, are they the ones at the entrance? Nailu inquired. Oh, they have been summoned by the Great Elder. My Shang indicated Temenel's group. Understood. You may enter, Nailu acknowledged, having received the Great Elder's command in his heart. Temenel and her companions met the Great Elder. Esteemed foreign visitors, thank you for allowing me to see the child of Kater. The Great Elder recognized Piccolo immediately. No need for thanks, Temenel replied, observing the Great Elder's gentle demeanor among the Namekians. You know who I am. Please tell me everything about myself. Piccolo approached the Great Elder. Of course, child. Come closer, the Great Elder beckoned. Piccolo stepped forward, and the Great Elder placed his hand upon Piccolo's head. A burst of white light enveloped them. Piccolo received potential development and the memories of the Great Elder. Thank you, Great Elder. Piccolo expressed his gratitude with newfound politeness. It's nothing. I hope you can let go of your hatred. After all, this girl has treated you well, the Great Elder remarked. Nailu looked on with concern at the Great Elder's demeanor. Do not worry, the Great Elder reassured, waving his hand dismissively. Bick, your potential is immense, and I find myself unable to fully awaken it. You truly embody the essence of a child of Katas. The Grand Elder gazed at Bick with increasing admiration. Indeed. I shall strive to become stronger in the future, Bick declared, his eyes filled with determination as he looked towards Temenel. If you wish to grow stronger, then do so. Why are you staring at me? I owe you nothing, Temenel replied, somewhat exasperated by Bick's gaze. Outsiders, it is now your turn. For you have allowed me to witness the potential of Kata's offspring, the Grand Elder remarked. Chapter 93. Temenel's misfortune after assisting Jine, Vidal, Toma, and Bardock in unlocking their potential. The Grand Elder addressed everyone except Temur. You may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with this girl. The others, engrossed in their personal power enhancements, paid little heed. Once they departed, the Grand Elder began to speak. Temur, thank you for bringing the child of Kata's here. Well then, assist me in unlocking my potential. I seek something tangible, Temur replied, initially indifferent to the Grand Elder's potential development until her mother surpassed her in strength. To be honest, Temur was tempted. This was what she had longed for, effortless gains. Ha ha ha, my dear child, your temperament still needs refinement. You are far too eager, the Grand Elder chuckled. What do you mean? Is it not natural for the youth to possess ambition? Temur countered. True, I too was once as audacious in my youth. However, should I assist you in unlocking your potential, I require your help with a certain task, the Grand Elder stipulated. Why? I owe you nothing, Temur responded, perplexed. Because of Bik's obsession, I have alleviated it for you. He harbored intentions of taking your life, the Grand Elder revealed. Temur, upon hearing this, felt somewhat at a loss. Had she known, she would have taken Bik to find Master Karen. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into this old fox's trap. I am grateful for your assistance regarding Bik, but I do not believe he could ever harm me, not with his meager strength, Temur asserted. Having witnessed Bik's potential awakening and knowing he could not possibly match her. If you refuse to assist me, I shall not aid you in unlocking your potential. The Grand Elder retorted, adopting a stubborn stance. Very well, state your request, but be warned, if it is overly burdensome, I shall categorically refuse, Temur declared. Unwilling to jeopardize herself for mere potential development, adhering to the adage of not being greedy for small gains. It is not a troublesome matter. I need you to locate other Namekians scattered throughout the universe. What? I decline this task. It would be utterly exhausting. There will undoubtedly be more than just one or two like Bik, she replied, considering the possibility of their proliferation. Then could you at least help me find one person? The Grand Elder lowered his expectations. That is feasible, but only one. Temur contemplated finding someone akin to Bik without overthinking it. Very well, come here, the Grand Elder instructed, placing his large hand upon Temur's head. As a surge of white light enveloped her, Temur felt an overwhelming power that she could scarcely control. How astonishing! Is this truly me? Temur gasped, hardly able to believe her transformation. Nearby, Vidal and the others turned to observe. Ha ha, as expected of my child Toma. Bardock, did you see that? Toma's tail is practically standing on end. Bardock, gazing at Toma, was at a loss for words. Yet he felt a profound sense of pride as he beheld the soaring aura. Xiao Ming is indeed formidable. One might wonder if she is the legendary Super Saiyan. Upon seeing this, Jine also expressed her thoughts. It seems unlikely, as Vettel sensed something amiss, yet she could not be entirely certain, having never encountered a Super Saiyan before. However, it must be true. Otherwise, how could she possess such extraordinary prowess? Tomas's tail stood even more proudly. Although he hesitated to dampen your spirits, Tomas, this is not the essence of a Super Saiyan. Bardock pondered for a moment. Aside from a significant increase in energy, Temur appeared unchanged. Vettel gazed into the distance. Her thoughts unvoiced. Well, potential has been unlocked. You remember to fulfill your task. The Grand Elder seemed somewhat frail. Rest assured, I shall certainly carry out what I have promised, Temur assured the Grand Elder. Are you all right? You seem to be taking in more air than you are expelling. I'm fine. However, I must admit, you younger ones have astonished me. I find myself unable to unleash your full potential. The Scions are indeed a remarkable race. All right, as long as you are fine, tell me, who is it? The Grand Elder, taking a deep breath, slowly articulated his words. Temur was taken aback upon hearing this. But having accepted the mission, she could only muster her resolve. Very well, though I am uncertain if I can prevail, for although Shrag has been less active lately, I still find him formidable. He is a super Namekian, after all. Despite being defeated by Son Goku in the anime, that scenario felt somewhat contrived. Fear not. I shall ensure Naru accompanies you. The Grand Elder made arrangements for Temur with clarity. That child, are you jesting? How could he possibly contend with Shrag? Naru still resembled a child, though he appeared strong, towering over Piccolo. That is your concern. Remember, you have made a promise to me. Ahem. The Grand Elder now spoke with increasing urgency. Yes, I understand. You have outsmarted me, old man, Temur retorted, feeling quite displeased at being tricked. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing her words, the Grand Elder ceased to speak, for this was precisely the response he wished to hear. Temenel stormed out in anger, prompting Naru to rush in. Grand Elder, are you all right? Naru expressed concern, knowing that unlocking potential was a physically demanding endeavor. Yes, I am fine, Naru. You are aware of the task of accompanying them away from Namek, correct? Understood, Grand Elder. Naru now comprehended the gravity of the Grand Elder's situation. The Grand Elder urgently required someone to protect the Namekians. A calamity many years ago had nearly eradicated the Namekian race. Second Elder Zeno and Third Elder Muley were both prodigies among the Dragon clan. However, despite the Grand Elder's numerous offspring, few possessed remarkable strength, which filled him with profound worry. Thus, the Grand Elder conceived the idea of having Temenel bring Shrag back. After all, he was laboring tirelessly to produce offspring, yet could not guarantee the emergence of powerful Namekian warriors. Piccolo, in another sense, represents the deity of Earth. His absence would not allow Temenel to provide lasting support. This predicament led the Grand Elder to resort to such desperate measures. Temenel, what troubles you? Vettel, with a face full of fury, expressed her surprise. As such a display was rare. I have been deceived by that old man. He wants me to bring Shrag back. Ah, Shrag, John exclaimed, taken aback by the shocking revelation. To my astonishment, you have undertaken such a formidable task, and Bardock's eyes widened in surprise. What is this Shrag? Is he truly formidable? Tomar, lacking in knowledge, was bewildered. Shrag is a demon king capable of arm wrestling with Frieza, yet I have recently heard that he was defeated by Frieza. Indeed. News of him is scarce throughout the galaxy, Bardock elucidated. It is quite normal for Tomar, who is not well versed in cosmic affairs, to be unaware of such matters. So, you mean to say he could contend with King Cold, and at his peak, he might even surpass him? Tomar began to grasp the gravity of this perilous mission. However, there is no need for excessive concern. It is unlikely that a swift return is demanded, as there should be a designated time frame. Indeed, the Grand Elder has requested that you bring him back within 3 years, and I shall oversee your progress. A voice suddenly chimed in from afar. Naru. Haha. It seems that what one fears most often comes to pass, remarked Temenel, expressing his reluctance to be idle. So, does this mean you will accompany us? Naru, looking kindly at the figure of Piccolo, evoked a sense of belonging within the latter, though he still longed to return to Earth, where he had adversaries to conquer. Yes, as mandated by the Grand Elder, for this concerns the future of our Namekian race. Naru's expression belied his youthful age. Combat power metrics, for reference only Naru, 3 Piccolo, unleashed potential 300 Piccolo, 3000 Temenel, unleashed potential 9 Temenel, 90 Jine, unleashed potential 8000 Jine, 8 Bardock, unleashed potential 25 Bardock, 25 Vittel, unleashed potential 12 Vittel, 12 Tomar, unleashed potential 2 Tomar, 20 Rick, 18 Chapter 94. Dragon Balls can be utilized, host. A combat power of 10 is sufficient. Shall we upgrade the system? Let us proceed. Temenel gazed in astonishment at his newfound strength. Truly, it is exhilarating to have such an advantage. All that effort was not in vain. Upgrading initiated. System version 20 downloading. Host, the connection is unstable. Please hold on. It will be swift. Ah, what is this? Why are you still present? Of course, I am here. Downloading is not the same as installing. And do not get too complacent. The Grand Elder has yet to unlock all your potential, so you still possess the capacity to grow stronger. Am I not aware? Opportunities for strength training are exceedingly scarce. But fear not. Post-upgrade, your combat power will soar. Is that truly the case? Temenel was somewhat taken aback. I consulted with allied systems and gathered a wealth of information. I have discerned their operational mechanisms and tailored them to your situation. So rest assured, tomorrow you shall be stronger. How do they operate? That is classified within the system. Do not inquire further, as your knowledge would serve no purpose and hinder my profits. What if you mismanage me? You are quite stingy. Do you understand professional ethics? Not at all. I am not the system. Temenel felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing the 3-year deadline to retrieve Shrag. Even remaining on planet Namek was proving to be quite vexing. Little Meng, may I inquire about something? Vittel approached as Temenel stood atop a mountain, basking in the breeze. Certainly, Mother. Temenel glanced at her approaching mother. You know how one becomes a super scion, right? I have a vague understanding, Vettel responded, her curiosity piqued by the ambiguity of the answer. She yearned for clarity. I haven't delved too deeply into it. All I know is that one must harness a surge of anger. Temenel disclosed everything she knew. Anger? I've tried countless times and still cannot transform. Temenel waved her hand, expressing her genuine confusion. Well, you must know what a super scion looks like, at least. Of course, they have golden hair and blue eyes. Temenel replied promptly after a moment of contemplation. Is that all? Yes, that is all I know. I thought you had transformed into a super scion. I wish I could, but it just doesn't happen, she lamented. Surely you have a plan to resolve this, right? Slag inquired. Temenel shook her head, exasperated. She truly had no idea how to assist Slag. You might try the Dragon Balls on our Namekian planet. Nairu suddenly interjected from behind. Wait, when did you arrive? You startled me. Temenel exclaimed. I've been here all along, and I heard everything you just muttered to yourself. Nairu replied, though not close enough for Temenel to discern his presence. Huh, I understand. This girl tends to talk to herself when alone. It's a recurring habit. Vettel remarked, accustomed to it. You've invaded my personal privacy. Temenel retorted, slightly annoyed, contemplating Nairu's peculiar behavior. I won't disclose it to anyone, you needn't worry. Besides, I won't remember it anyway. I'm not of the Dragon Clan, so my memory isn't the best, Nairu reassured her. That is for the best, you annoying little brat. And what about the Dragon Balls? After considerable thought, the elder decided to utilize the Dragon of Namek, believing it would enhance her chances of returning with Slag. I truly appreciate that. How did I end up in this predicament? I seem to have been led astray by my own greed. Temenel mused, feeling a bit deceived. There's no need for gratitude. The elder has always been kind, Nairu remarked, oblivious to the undertone of Temenel's words, leaving her further speechless. Could you assist me in gathering the Dragon Balls? Nairu did not respond immediately, but furrowed his brow slightly before taking to the skies. Ding, system installation successful. Rebooting system now. 1, 2, 398, 99, 100 ding. The system has successfully booted. Welcome to version 20 of System 888. A new task has been detected. Assist the Namekians in recovering the Dragon Balls. The reward for this task is the ability to traverse back to a day in the past. Note that this past is a virtual construct, indistinguishable from reality. Additionally, a new task has been issued. Locate the remaining Scions in the 7th universe and gather them together, specifically searching for Broly, Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, Tabor, Paragus, Dor, Toma, Videl, Bardock, Jine, Son Goku, Kakarot, Wimmel, and Rick. They must assemble in one location. Note, if any of the Scions perish along the way, they may be deemed unnecessary. And failing to search for them will still count as task completion. The reward for this task includes 100 battle points, a method to transform into a Super Saiyan, and a detailed introduction to the various stages of Super Saiyan transformation. System, you have grown stronger. Indeed, I have always been formidable. Yes, you are quite powerful. System, allow me to show you the panel. I have optimized it. Name, Temenel gender, female age, 26 race, purebred scion, with slight ancestral traits due to physical influences, martial arts. Key manipulation, proficient. Kamehameha, proficient. Flight technique, proficient. Artificial moon, mastered. Great ape rationalization, proficient. Afterimage technique, beginner. Solar flare, beginner. Demon seal wave, beginner. Destruction sphere, beginner. Kamehameha wave, beginner. Super explosive wave, beginner. Abilities, hypnosis, beginner. Telepathy, beginner. Binding technique, beginner. System. Why have you consumed my martial arts? Why do they seem diminished? You still possess them. I merely displayed what I deemed essential. I see you startled me. Temenel tested her abilities and found she could still perform those martial arts. However, I have closed the system shop as it was unprofitable, and I will not reopen it. It is strange that your shop was functional at all. Rest assured, rewards will be provided through tasks in the future. By the way, what do the terms beginner, proficient, and mastered signify? These refer to your proficiency level. The more proficient you are, the better you can execute the techniques. For instance, once you master the Kamehameha, you can curve it, and with proficiency in Ki Blast, you can unleash Ki Spheres. However, the efficacy of these martial arts fundamentally hinges on your mastery of Ki. If your Ki is sufficiently adept, you can manipulate the Kamehameha's trajectory and form. Temenel came to understand through the system's explanation that these martial arts are not inherently powerful. Rather, the true strength lies in the mastery of Ki. In essence, mastering these techniques enables one to wield Ki with remarkable skill. Might you provide me with more advanced martial arts? For example, Tai Chi or the 18 dragon subduing palms would undoubtedly allow me to dominate opponents of equal strength. Oh, I do not possess those. I shall inquire with the neighboring martial arts system first. Chapter 95. Arise, Palunga. After a period of running back and forth, Nalu returned. Having engaged in casual conversation with the other elders, bearing 7 Dragon Balls. The woman has brought back all the Dragon Balls. Nera now inhales and exhales deeply, appearing quite fatigued. Thank you, exclaimed Temur, reflecting on how truly innocent this child is, seemingly incapable of slacking off. Heh, exhaling sound, are you alright? Perhaps you should take a break. I am not in a hurry. No worries, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. Come forth, Shenron, grant my wish. Temur shouted at the Dragon Balls. Come forth, Purunga, fulfill my wish, Neru echoed in Namekian. Why is there no response? Just as Temur uttered these words, the Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling yellow-white light, and a colossal beam shot into the sky, darkening the heavens swiftly. Incredible! Temur gazed at this Shenron, which dwarfed the one from Earth, leaving her in sheer awe. Purunga, for my first wish, let me learn the instant transmission of the Yard Rats. Enabling this scion to master their technique, she declared in Namekian. Upon hearing this, Purunga contemplated for a moment and responded, no problem, that wish is quite simple. In an instant, with a flash of red in his eyes, knowledge of Yard Rat instant transmission flooded Temur's mind. Indeed, she grasped the concept of instant transmission. Yet she could not accurately pinpoint a destination, for Shenron cannot exceed the bounds of his creator's capabilities. Temur was satisfied with this level of understanding. For my second wish, let me think for a moment. I am uncertain for now. Please be quick, Purunga. If no one wishes for a long time, the Dragon Balls will turn to stone. Understood. However, Temur pondered for a considerable time without arriving at a wish. At that moment, Videl shouted to Purunga, let my bust be a centimeter larger than Giant's. Giant looked bewildered. Neru, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Temur as if seeking her approval. Temur, feeling somewhat helpless, replied to Neru. Let us go with what she said. Let Videl's bust be a centimeter larger than Giant's, Neru said in Namekian, internally cursing at the absurdity of such a wish. This wish is simple as well, Purunga remarked, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Why a centimeter? Neru pondered, bewildered. If one desires a larger bust, why not aim for something more substantial? Wouldn't it appear rather unnatural? People might think I've undergone surgery. Neru was taken aback by this revelation, yet he could not comprehend it fully. All right, let us proceed. What is your third wish? For my third wish, I have already decided. Mom, Dad, has the spaceship been retrieved? Temur initially intended to address Videl, but seeing her excitedly touching her new form, she turned to Toma instead. It has been recovered, Toma replied, pulling out the multifunctional capsule for Temur to see. Very well, my third wish is to transfer all existing scions in the universe to Earth. Me, Piccolo, and all the scions in the cosmos. In Namekian, she proclaimed, transfer me, Piccolo, and all the scions in the universe to Earth. Purunga's eyes flashed red momentarily, and the Dragon Balls began to swiftly fly outward. However, at that instant, Neru exerted his energy to control the Dragon Balls, preventing them from drifting away. The Dragon Balls, now reverted to stone, fell naturally to the ground, and the group vanished from the planet Namek. Raditz, gazing at Earth, felt a sense of confusion. He recalled resting on a planet owned by Frieza. Where's this place? Raditz wondered aloud as Vegeta approached, still appearing youthful. I have no idea. I just found myself here in an instant, he replied, shaking his head. This is troublesome, Vegeta remarked, visibly distressed, as he still had several planets left unsold. At that moment, a male voice emerged. Brother. Vegeta turned to see Tabor. Tabor, do you know why we are here? I have no clue. I was just about to hunt a wild boar to satiate my hunger when I suddenly appeared here, Tabor confessed, bewildered. Meanwhile, not far away, Perazes knelt on the ground, weeping. Finally, I have escaped from that Wampa planet, he exclaimed joyfully. There's a commotion. Let us investigate. Raditz, Naba, Tabor, follow me, Vegeta commanded, embodying the role of a leader. Perazes noticed Vegeta and the others approaching, particularly captivated by Vegeta's unique hairstyle. Who are you? And why do you resemble King Vegeta so closely? He inquired. I am Vegeta 4. Who might you be? Vegeta assessed the scouter, noting the measly power level of 4,000. Broly, take him down, Perazes instructed, realizing he could not defeat Vegeta, and quickly summoned his son to battle. Yes, father. Broly charged forward. No one can surpass my might. However, Broly's sudden surge of power was astonishing, causing Vegeta's scouter to malfunction. Raditz, having witnessed races capable of explosive power surges in the cosmos, recalled what Temo had advised about not overly depending on scouters and had not worn one for quite some time. Naba and Tabor, however, found their scouters equally defective. At that moment, Temo arrived swiftly, seizing Broly's fist with one hand. To his surprise, Broly exhibited immense strength, pushing Temo back a few meters. Broly, noticing Temo, leaped back towards Peraza's. Father, this woman is formidable. I wish to harness that power. No, you have yet to master that form, Peraza's admonished. But I can defeat her. No means no. Broly, are you disregarding my words? I understand, father, Broly replied, casting a defiant glance at Temo, convinced of his own capability to prevail. Temo, with keen insight, recognized Broly despite the years of separation. Can you not discern the figure in the shadows? Temo sensed someone observing them. Ha ha ha, impressive. I thought I was well concealed. How did you see through my disguise? Dales emerged from the shadows. Your aura is repugnant. It was far too evident to miss. Temo observed, noting that Dales was not particularly strong. Even Vegeta could overpower him. Your combat prowess is truly formidable. It seems I must resort to this tactic. Darius also produced 3 spirit tree fruits. Combat power settings, for reference only Raditz, 2 Vegeta, 15 Nappa, for 1000 Tabol, 900 Peraza's, for 1000 Broly, 3 Darius, 12 Chapter 96. Darius shocks everyone. Darius began to munch on the fruits in his hand, swiftly consuming them. Ha ha ha, is this the essence of power? Darius exclaimed, exhilarated by the significant surge in his strength. In fact, Darius's newfound power was so overwhelming that it rendered his combat power detection device inoperative, which only amplified his joy. Vegeta and Peraza felt an immense pressure, and even Temenel wore a grave expression. Darius was evidently stronger than our protagonist, yet Temenel approached, confident that she was the only one capable of confronting Darius. Have you finished? Temenel inquired, gazing at the grinning Darius. I have. You don't really think you can defeat me in this state, do you? Darius replied. Temenel dashed forward, unleashing a direct punch. Darius, realizing too late, attempted to defend with his palm, but Temenel feigned a punch and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Darius, caught off guard, was sent crashing into a nearby mound of earth. Pushing aside the debris, Darius growled, Damn it, you're not so impressive yourself, you pathetic woman. Temenel chuckled in response. Furious, Darius charged at Temenel, who no longer bore the confidence she had moments ago. Her expression grew particularly tense as she sensed Darius's escalating strength. His punches grew increasingly powerful, compelling Temenel to avoid direct confrontation. She swiftly distanced herself from him. What's the matter, woman? Aren't you feeling bold anymore? Darius taunted. Temenel, now cautious, felt her energy wavering. Ha ha ha. Given your earnest efforts, I shall reveal that I have yet to unleash my full potential. What? Temenel's eyes widened in fear as she noticed Darius's energy intensifying. This is my true power, Darius declared, stabilizing his formidable state. He swiftly closed the distance, landing a punch to Temenel's abdomen before she could react, rendering her unable to discern his movements. Darius, lacking any compassion, unleashed a flurry of blows upon Temenel, who soon bore numerous wounds across her body. Ultimately, with a final punch, he sent Temenel hurtling into a mountain. Darius employed the prince's technique against her. As the dust settled, it became evident that one of Temenel's eyes had bled to the point of being unrecognizable. How painful, Temenel thought. The agony a reminder of her vitality, yet she found herself too exhausted to move. Nevertheless, the instinct to survive urged her to strive for motion. Ha ha, it is time to deliver the final blow, Darius proclaimed, gathering energy for a powerful attack. Temenel, unable to move, watched in dismay as Dales raised his energy wave. Frantically, she struggled to break free, yet her hands and feet were ensnared, her strength insufficient to escape. Just as Dales prepared to unleash his energy wave, several blasts struck him, generating a cloud of dust. Infuriated, Dales pondered who had dared to intervene in what he presumed to be a one-on-one confrontation. It is I, Bardock, came the simultaneous reply from Bardock and Toma. Initially, Bardock's group remained calm, but upon sensing Temenel's energy being suppressed by another force, they noticed her power waning, indicating the formidable nature of the adversary. Without intervention, Temenel would surely have perished from that last attack. So that's it, Dales realized as he observed Bardock. Bardock, he resembles you remarkably, Toma exclaimed, astonished, comparing them to ensure he had not erred. Perhaps he is my brother's child. But I have been alone since childhood and know little of such matters, Bardock mused, deeming this the most plausible explanation. I thought he was your illegitimate offspring, Toma jested. What nonsense. I have barely spent time apart from Chi-Chi. How could I indulge in such frivolities? Bardock retorted, well aware of Toma's understanding. Have you two forgotten about me? Dales interjected, slightly irritated that the two seemed to disregard him. Not at all. We are merely being deliberate. Look behind you, Toma replied. Behind me? Dales turned to see a rejuvenated Tamoer preparing to strike. You. I thought you were gravely injured, he exclaimed as she closed in, delivering a fierce blow to his heart. Dales found it impossible to evade, and by the time he realized, his heart had been pierced. You ambushed me. Dales glared at Tamoer, his expression filled with resentment. Thank you, Father and Uncle Bardock. Without you, I would surely have perished. Tamoer reflected on her near demise, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped death. What was that bean? How did it heal all your wounds? Bardock inquired as he observed Tamoer consume a mystical bean and immediately devise a battle strategy. It is a magical bean that can heal injuries, Tamoer explained. Next time, do not shoulder the burden alone. Remember to wait for us. Toma lamented for not having rushed to assist her sooner. I will, Tamoer acknowledged, having truly believed she was on the brink of death. You have grown stronger, Tamoer, Bardock remarked, impressed by her swift progress. Tamoer, why have you gathered us Scions together? Vegeta, listening to the nostalgic exchanges of Videl, Chi-Chi, and Raditz, began to understand. Why? I have discovered the method to transform into a super scion, Tamoer declared with a smile. The revelation stunned all present. Yes, a super scion. But how does one achieve this transformation? Little Mo, I recall you saying you couldn't do it. How is it now that you can? Videl questioned. Perplexed by the sudden shift, Tamenger gazed at her mother dismantling the situation with a sense of bewilderment, yet she earnestly remarked, I truly did not comprehend this before. But during my skirmish with Dales, it suddenly dawned upon me. What evidence can substantiate your claims? It is difficult to assert that you are not deceiving us. Peratz's, however, was not so easily swayed. Transforming into a super scion necessitates a certain foundation, and I currently lack the means to validate my knowledge of super scions. If you do not believe me, you are free to leave. That is impossible. My vengeance remains unfulfilled. After all, he is the son of King Vegeta, Peratz's exclaimed, his face aflame with anger. Come if you dare. Who is afraid? Vegeta fears no one. Could you please cease your bickering? Tamenger snapped, prompting Vegeta and Peratz's to fall silent upon witnessing her irritation. Power level setting. For reference, Tamenger 120. Dale's 100 Chapter 97. Tamenger in the eyes of others, do you know? She is a demon, far from human, a malevolent spirit clad in human skin, remarked the wary scion with a sharp visage. The other scions exhibited a hint of curiosity, pondering whether this typically fearless individual had indeed encountered an insurmountable challenge. Her name is Tamenger. Those unafraid may venture to test her, and they shall comprehend. He felt helpless, for most appeared undeterred and rather eager to engage. Very well. Let us all go and see this taste something, declared the somewhat portly scion, turning to the sharp-featured one. Tamenger, right? Yes, Tamenger, let us investigate. Little ones, whom are you seeking? Videl, having ceased her butchering, stepped forward to regard the gathering of younglings. Hello, Auntie, we are looking for Tamenger. We wish to play with her, replied the chubby one politely, appearing harmless. Oh, I see, Videl said with a glance at them, stifling a smile. Tamenger, there are children seeking your company. Come down, they are all healthy children. All right, Mom, I'm coming. Tamenger, evidently sleep-deprived, hurriedly descended, her demeanor reflecting her fatigue. Someone is looking for me, Mom, but I do not recognize them. Tamenger felt somewhat bemused, initially expecting familiar faces, only to find a group of small children. Yet she overlooked the fact that she was also quite young herself. This place is rather dull. Tamenger, let us relocate, suggested the chubby one, his gaze tinged with disdain, as if he could not fathom anyone being intimidated by the little girl, particularly the sharp-featured lad. It seemed he would have to switch places with her. All right, let us go, Tamenger responded nonchalantly. It was not uncommon for the scion children on Planet Plant to enjoy brawling, a pastime their elders would not discourage. In fact, they regarded children who excelled in fighting as commendable, a sentiment Vidal also shared. Temenel followed them, having only ventured out a few times. Her acquaintances still few in number. So, tell me, how did you come here? One at a time, or all together? Temenel picked up a stick from the ground. This was no ordinary piece of wood. The Scion's physique was more resilient than steel, and this stick was no exception. On this planet, with 10 times Earth's gravity, one should not underestimate the challenges they faced. You are quite audacious. I shall put you to the test. The hefty boy forcefully pushed against the ground, leaving a dent in its surface. Temenel, tilting his body to one side, struck the back of his head with a stick, causing him to collapse immediately. Next, Temenel appeared somewhat indifferent, even a bit drowsy. The crowd converged, for this troublesome girl exhibited an uncanny prowess. A horde of children surged forward, and Temenel effortlessly wielded one child in each hand, creating an eerie spectacle, as though the stick possessed some magical power. Yet, Temenel remained unscathed, merely appearing fatigued, panting heavily. Are you coming back? Temenel inquired, fixating on the lanky, sharp-featured scion, whom she recognized for having employed 3 moves against him. No more. We are merely spectators. He had witnessed Timer's formidable skills. When she engaged in combat, it was terrifying. Each move was executed with precision and efficiency, devoid of any hesitation, and remarkably effective. Among the crowd, a long-haired scion also noted the peculiar situation. The stick was merely something Temenel had picked up casually, not a special weapon at all. TCH, how boring. Temenel departed, and the crowd parted to grant her passage. Raditz, why aren't you eating? Jine asked, observing her son's unusual demeanor. Mother, is there a way to make someone faint in an instant? Faint. Strike the head hard. Why do you ask? Ah, so that's how it is, Raditz realized. Timer's apparent nonchalance was, in fact, deliberate. She struck precisely at the heads and necks, causing those individuals to collapse as if devoid of consciousness. Thank you, Mother. Raditz expressed with gratitude, marveling at her intelligence. It's no trouble. I'm glad to assist you. Jine regarded her startled son, pondering whether he was about to engage in some mischief. This little rascal was quite the troublemaker, unlike Temenel, who was well-behaved. Nonetheless, Jine found some amusement in the chaos, relishing the opportunity to boast to Vidal and Celiba about her parenting skills. The following morning, Raditz found a stick similar in size to the one Temenel had wielded previously. But how much force did she apply? Raditz pondered as he examined the stick in his hand, his mind racing with new ideas. Ah, never mind. I shall find out by trying. He sought out a scion who appeared to be of comparable stature and mimicked Timer's actions, striking him. Brother, what's the matter? Raditz observed the bewildered expression on his face. He glanced from the scion to the stick, confused. If nothing is wrong, I shall take my leave. The scion felt perplexed, as Raditz remained silent. Is it a matter of insufficient strength? Raditz began to comprehend. However, this time, he refrained from haphazard attempts. He decided to return home for a meal first, then sought out a large tree, swinging the stick in his hand. Chapter 98. A first encounter in a lush, verdant forest. A young boy struck the trees before him with the stick in his hand. Leaves rustled and fell to the ground. The boy's sweat soaked through his clothes. Ha, this should suffice, he declared, wiping the perspiration from his forehead, his expression brimming with confidence. In the distance, 3 mischievous children approached, their demeanor decidedly unfriendly. Raditz, I inquired, where have you been? Why are you all alone here? Surely, no one wants to play with you. Boss, he must be afraid of you, came the retort. Indeed, boss, wasn't he left bruised and battered by you last time? Raditz's expression turned grave, his grip on the wooden stick tightening. Pascal, Kasha, and Kvatlik clearly had some history with Raditz. Well, Raditz, you dare to show me your defiance. It seems you are in need of a lesson, Pascal declared, cracking his knuckles as he approached Raditz. Just you wait, Pascal. Today, I am not the same as I was yesterday. Pascal observed Raditz, noting a subtle change in him. Has this guy been secretly training? How infuriating. Kasha and Kvatla have put me in a predicament, making it impossible for me to back down. Raditz, why not kneel and beg for mercy? They taunted. Yes, our boss is quite magnanimous. If you kneel, you need not fear us, right, boss? You two speak wisely. Had I known, I would not have come here, Raditz retorted. Do not accuse me of bullying you. This time, I shall let you strike first. Pascal, cautious, acknowledged this. That suits me well. Raditz, gripping the wooden stick, swiftly closed the distance and aimed for the back of Pascal's head. However, Pascal was no novice. He deftly dodged to the side. What? He evaded it? Impossible. Raditz had rehearsed this scenario countless times in his mind. Oh, is that all you've got? Pascal chuckled, noticing the difference in Raditz and expecting a transformation. With a swift uppercut, he sent Raditz flying. Raditz had no time to react, his stick slipping from his grasp. Pascal, feeling a tinge of boredom, urged his two companions to join him in beating Raditz further. Just then, our dear Temenel arrived. She picked up a stick from the ground and effortlessly drove Pascal and his companions away. Raditz, astonished to see Temenel come to his rescue, found her presence distinctly remarkable. As she helped him to his feet, he felt a strange discomfort. Raditz believed that men were inherently stronger than women, and being saved by a girl was a profound humiliation, even if that girl was Temenel. I didn't ask for your help. I was fighting them, he snapped. Do you even understand what fighting means? Don't expect my gratitude. Temenel shot him a disdainful glance before attempting to walk away. Watching her depart, Raditz recalled his mother's words. When you encounter a beautiful girl, be gentle with her. Though he did not fully grasp the concept of beauty, he found himself wishing to know Temenel better, yearning to be as strong as she was. As Raditz reached out to touch Temenel, she sidestepped gracefully, delivering a swift kick to deter his advances. Raditz remained silent, aware that Scions possessed a strong sense of pride. He inferred that Temenel was a girl who did not appreciate being touched. I have not yet finished speaking. How could you leave? What is your name? Raditz bears numerous injuries, and when he speaks, he inadvertently strains himself, rendering his visage somewhat fearsome. Temenel gazes at Raditz with a hint of displeasure, yet he still engages in conversation. A name? I scarcely know who you are. One ought to introduce themselves before inquiring about another's name. Upon hearing this, Raditz's expression momentarily froze for a second or two before he replied to Temenel. Listen closely. I am Raditz, destined to become an exceptional warrior. And your name? Raditz? I am Temenel, he responded before turning away. From Raditz's perspective, Temenel appeared rather aloof. Truly impressive. When shall I attain such prowess? A trace of discontent crossed Raditz's face, as he felt a sense of inadequacy and inferiority. He subsequently dragged his wounded body homeward. Perhaps by chance, the homes of Raditz and Temenel could be considered somewhat well-matched, albeit in opposite directions. After a considerable walk, Raditz finally returned home. Father, you have returned. As Raditz reached the doorstep, he spotted Bardock. Recently, due to the war with the Zephyrians, our resources have been somewhat depleted, and the army cannot support too many personnel, thus I have come back. Raditz comprehended Bardock's explanation. Saiyan, he would relay snippets of information to him, though not extensively. He was a clever child, capable of grasping many things with little guidance. You are injured. Have you been in a fight? Bardock observed Raditz's wounds. Yes, Raditz answered openly, as he harbored no secrets from his father. Bardock produced a vial of green potion, a specialty of the Plantians, renowned for its rapid healing properties. As he applied the ointment, he inquired, Did you win? Raditz, recalling Temenel's aloof demeanor, thought for a moment and replied, I suppose so. Bardock, though puzzled by Raditz's response, eventually understood. Have you made a new friend? Bardock was not well acquainted with Raditz, but knew he was not one to seek companionship readily. I suppose so, Raditz replied, and a figure flashed through his mind. Is your friend formidable? Yes, more so than I. Do you wish to become as strong as your friend? Father, do you have a method? Indeed. Allow me to share with you a few ways I grew stronger in my youth. Bardock harbored concerns that Raditz might lose friends due to his lack of strength, much like he had in his own youth, where he once toasted with comrades only to later prepare a grave for one. Very well, father. I shall strive to grow stronger, even surpassing her. There is no rush. You are still young, and time is on your side. Bardock gazed into the distance, memories flooding back, stirring a sense of restlessness within him. Chapter 99. The pitiful Raditz. Bardock, have you lost your senses? Raditz is but 3 years old. At such an age, we were still concerned with filling our bellies. Chini observed her husband, returned from the battlefield, and wondered if he might be unwell. Did you know what I witnessed today? Raditz was injured. Jine sat up, scrutinizing Bardock, feeling an unfamiliarity towards him. It is not unusual. Injuries occur frequently in battles. Bardock also sat up and gazed at Jine. Have you seen that girl, Temo? Temo? Oh, I encountered her today. She's quite adorable and understanding, entirely different from Raditz. Has Vidal mentioned that she has been injured? I don't think so, Jine replied, her gaze drifting upward as she pondered. I worry about Raditz. He might face danger on the battlefield at the age of 5, especially since he lacks Temo's prowess and cleverness. But, Jine, should I remind you that wanting Raditz to be like Toma will only lead to regret? Jine lowered her head, recalling Toma. It's fine. I will teach him some skills. Bardock, noticing Jine's sadness, embraced her, having previously overlooked her distress. Observing her slightly reddened eyes stirred a pang of compassion within him. Jine, looking at Bardock's embrace, revealed a mischievous smile, admitting her intent. Father, did you not sleep well? Raditz remarked, noticing Bardock's weary appearance. I am fine. Father, what is the method to grow stronger? Weighted training. Weighted? Yes. Carry this stone and get accustomed to it. All right. Raditz took off, shouldering a stone much larger than himself. Vittel, you sought me out? Bardock noted Vittel arriving with Temo. It's nothing. I merely wish for you to teach this child the Kamehameha and flight techniques. That is agreeable. Bardock nodded at Temo. At that moment, Raditz returned. Oh, Temo, why is she here? Raditz placed the stone down from a distance. Is that the Kamehameha? Incredible. You've learned it. And that's the flight technique. You grasped it at a glance. So she is a genius. I practiced for a long time before mastering it. Raditz felt a twinge of sadness. He reloaded the stone onto his back, moving toward Temo and Bardock. As Raditz entered their line of sight, he felt compelled to do something memorable for her, but was at a loss for words. It's you. Why are you here? I came to learn. Bardock explained Temo's presence, as Raditz, observing her learning, felt indifferent to Bardock's words. Father, I too wish to learn the Kamehameha and flight techniques. Bardock showed little change, though he felt a sense of satisfaction for Raditz internally. Raditz placed his left hand atop his right, gathering energy for a Kamehameha. Yet, he was far less at ease than Temo, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Focus. Learn to harness your energy. Relax. Don't be so tense. Bardock offered advice as he observed Raditz's efforts. Raditz dared not speak much. He was struggling. Raditz unleashed the Kamehameha from his hands. In the distance, the energy wave exploded. Success, Father. However, I am still not sufficiently skilled and require more practice. Father, what about the air dance technique? You should practice it once you have mastered the energy wave. Your current control over your internal energy is still inadequate, making the execution of the air dance technique quite exhausting. Raditz had already learned the air dance technique on his own. He found merit in Bardock's words. Thus, Raditz spent a considerable amount of time manipulating energy to practice the energy wave. Raditz, do you recognize your shortcomings? Upon returning from his break, Bardock prompted Raditz to demonstrate the process of the energy wave. Raditz completed the task with confidence, yet Bardock's words deflated him like a punctured balloon. What issues, Father? There are quite a few. The most significant is why you pause while condensing the energy. I need to compress it as you do, but I am uncertain how far to compress it, so I rely on counting. After listening, Bardock offered Raditz some advice. Each individual's energy wave is unique. You must cultivate your own. You cannot simply replicate mine. I do not wish for you to become me. You must surpass me, understand? Yes, I comprehend. Raditz's other issues with the energy wave were minor, such as his hand gestures and the prolonged preparatory movements. However, under Bardock's guidance over the following days, Raditz became adept at employing both the energy wave and the air dance technique. Observing Raditz's gradual progress, Bardock nodded but felt something was amiss. Yes, real combat. How could I have overlooked this? Bardock swiftly positioned himself behind Raditz. Raditz, perplexed by Bardock's sudden approach, asked, Father, is there something you need? Bardock struck Raditz with a swift blow. Raditz fell unconscious. Chapter 100. Deception on the battlefield. Upon regaining consciousness, Raditz found himself in a wild forest, with only Bardock and a campfire nearby. Father, why did you strike me? Bardock offered no response to this inquiry. Where are we? Do you know? Bardock's expression remained inscrutable. In the wild forest. Indeed, this is a rather perilous location on Planet Plant, and I hope you can survive here. Raditz thought to himself, goodness, am I truly your biological son? You treat me this way. However, he dared not voice his thoughts. Father, do you mean for me to remain here? Raditz was quite understanding, albeit only in Bardock's presence. Yes, you will stay here for the next 6 months. I shall return to fetch you. Bardock vanished in an instant, not lingering to observe Raditz. He had a battle to attend. Well, I suppose I should prepare a meal. However, the forthcoming rations may be rather poor. I long for my mother's cooking on this first day. Bardock's decision to leave Raditz to fend for himself stemmed from the Scion's remarkable adaptability. In essence, Scion stomachs could digest even tree bark, and even a child's digestive capacity was formidable. Coupled with their terrifying combat instincts, ordinary beasts posed little threat to him. Moreover, Bardock had surveyed the area, determining that this was merely the outskirts of the wild forest. Lateis quickly adapted to his surroundings. Undeterred by the pests and creatures that roamed about, his reflexes had evidently sharpened. After 6 months, he pondered the absence of his father. Where could he be? Lateis mused, gnawing on a sizable ham. Ah, Lateis, here I am. Bardock descended from the sky. Father, you've finally returned. Do you have any idea how I've managed these past 6 months? Surviving on raw meat, living in constant fear. Enough of your theatrics, Bardock remarked, observing Lateis attempt to wipe the grease from the ham onto himself, somewhat disdainfully. Yet, Bardock was not swayed by Lateis' dramatic claims. The ham was testament enough to the comforts of his current life. He felt a twinge of concern over Lateis' apparent weight gain. I intended for you to come here to hone your skills, but it seems I underestimated you. Perhaps you should spend another 6 months in the central region, Bardock suggested. After half a year in the heart of the wilderness, Lateis had slimmed down considerably, even more so than when he first arrived. Upon returning from the battlefield, Bardock was pleased with Lateis' transformation. You must continue to train diligently. In a month or 2, you'll be heading into battle, Bardock observed, noting Lateis' lethargy upon his return. Understood, Father, Lateis replied, though he spent most days lounging in bed. In the year 728 of the age of the universe, Lateis, now 5 years old, encountered Tamer. He later excelled on the battlefield and subsequently joined Tamer's squad. Happy birthday, Tamer. Thank you. But Lateis, won't you consider joining my squad? I have a position reserved just for you. Others have sought to join my elite team, but have been turned away. Apologies. But I'm already in a squad, Lateis replied. Lateis, what will it take for you to accept me? Tamer doesn't even like you. Can't you see that? Tamer is not like that, Lateis insisted, unwilling to engage in a futile argument. Changing someone's mind is as impossible as making her like him. Curse you, Tamer. What kind of enchantment have you cast upon him to make him so infatuated with you? In terms of lineage and strength, she pales in comparison to me. Is it simply her looks? Huh, forget it. She has little time left. Enjoy your final moments, Lateis, Barbara said, watching as Lateis' figure receded into the distance. Once both had departed, Tamer emerged from the shadows. Lateis always seems to bring trouble upon me. If I had just acquiesced to that woman, I would be free from this vexation. Host, do you not wish to take responsibility for Lateis? He is, after all, your beloved teammate. I simply cannot fathom why this young lady has taken a liking to Lateis. Perhaps it is due to his charm. I scoff at that notion. What do you call charm? It's not that Lateis is unattractive. It's just that I have encountered many dashing individuals. So Lateis fails to evoke any particular feeling in me. Furthermore, he is indeed quite handsome, being the child of Bardock. Host, would you like to? System 888 sent a message with a throat-cutting emoji. Indeed, those who harm others are often harmed in return. I am currently plagued with a headache and must devise a way to eliminate Barbara. Barbara is no ordinary individual. She hails from a prestigious scion lineage and is accompanied by guardians, which makes me somewhat apprehensive. Chapter 101. Barbara takes action. Tamer, come out. Barbara's voice rang out from outside. Who is it? Must one disturb the peace of slumber? Although we are amidst battle, King Vegeta has adopted a strategy of alternating between combat and rest, ensuring everyone gets their turn. Just when I finally find a moment of respite, Barbara arrives to pester me. What do you want? I rub my eyes, gazing at the spirited Barbara. Let us duel. If you lose, you must give me Lateis. Take him if you wish. I truly do not care. That is unacceptable. Lateis emerged from the shadows, raising his voice. Why not? Barbara feigned a pitiful demeanor before Lateis. Because I do not fancy you. Lateis' words seemed to shatter Barbara's heart. As I observed the unfolding scene, my face was etched with disbelief. System, why is there a lovesick fool here, particularly one enamored with Lateis? I do not comprehend. Why is no one pining for me? What have you done? I refrain from criticizing you. When a man professes his affection for you, you lash out at others. Who would dare approach you? I cannot accept a man's affection for me. Humph. And if I cannot endure that, how could he possibly like me? Lateis, do you not possess the ability to communicate? I thought to pull aside the teary-eyed Barbara for a moment of consolation. Barbara is undoubtedly among the most beautiful maidens, and I found myself quite taken with her. However, Barbara swatted my hand away. This is all your fault. Had it not been for you, Lateis would have chosen to follow me. How is this my issue? Lateis does not harbor any affection for me either, does he? Right, Lateis? I winked at him. I truly do not have romantic feelings for Temer. We are merely friends. Lateis seemed oblivious to my implications, yet he genuinely does not fancy me, and his demeanor spoke volumes. Then why do you not join my team? Dislike is reason enough. I understand now. I shall no longer intrude upon your affairs. Once Barbara had distanced herself from Temer, she called out to the shadows, "Let us proceed, but do so discreetly. Do not let anyone discover us." Those who might observe would witness Barbara's countenance twisted in malice, devoid of the innocent charm one might expect from a young girl. In the shadows, several figures swiftly fled. "Temer, I shall eliminate you." A sinister laughter echoed. As the evening breeze gently blew, 3 individuals wielding spiked clubs descended upon Temer's bed, wreaking havoc. "Oh no, we've been discovered," one of them exclaimed, sensing an ominous presence. "Are you searching for Temer?" A tall scion stood at the entrance. It was Bardock. "You are merely a lowly warrior," he remarked dismissively. The 3 assailants charged forward, but Bardock swiftly dispatched them with ease. "Why, aren't you a lowly warrior?" one of them questioned, bewildered by the scion's prowess. "Temer, how shall we deal with them?" Bardock turned to her. "Thank you, Uncle Bardock. Just how strong are you now to defeat them so effortlessly?" Temer inquired. "They do not appear to be ordinary foes. What trouble have you stirred?" "Do not deceive me," Bardock replied, his gaze fixed upon Temer as he personally eliminated the 3 intruders. His eyes twitched slightly. "Even in death, you must stab their hearts a few more times? Are you afraid they might resurrect?" "Barbara." Temer's expression grew serious. "Allow me to handle this. You should return and rest. No one will disturb you again." The following morning, Temer enjoyed a restful slumber. "By the way, Uncle Bardock, did you take care of everything?" She hurried to Bardock's quarters, only to find everything in order. He had not returned. Could something have happened? "Temer, what brings you here?" Bardock inquired upon her arrival. "How are things?" "Barbara's entire family has been dispatched to the front lines. Aren't you concerned?" "Impressive, Uncle Bardock," Temer marveled, though she did not fully grasp the situation. "How did you manage that?" "Don't ask so many questions. Focus on your training. Otherwise, why did you need me yesterday?" "Understood, Uncle Bardock. I shall take my leave." Temer was reluctant to train. She possessed a system and questioned the need for effort. "Ah, this child," Bardock thought, bemused. Yet, to think Barbara would act so foolishly at this critical juncture. With that, Bardock retired for the night, having lost sleep over the matter. The year was now 750 in the age of the universe. At this time, Temer gathered everyone at Master Roshi's abode. Ding. Task completed. Reward: 100 battle power. Name: Temer. Gender: female. Age: 26. Race: pure-blooded scion, with slight ancestral traits due to physical influence. Martial arts. Abilities. System: why can I no longer view my battle power? That feature is of little use. I have disabled it, as I believe it is more harmful than beneficial for you. Very well, Temer replied nonchalantly, recognizing that she could still gauge her capabilities. Sister, you have returned. I knew you would come back. Temer pushed aside Wimmel, who was attempting to transform into an octopus. Who are you? Wimmel leaned closer to Broly, who, still in his child form, felt an inexplicable blush creep upon his cheeks. Now, Temer had 5 little ones to educate. What is the method to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, eager to leave, found his plans thwarted by her presence. Step 1. Do not kill. Palaces remained silent upon hearing this, though he furrowed his brow. However, Naba was not pleased. He relished in the act of killing, and to restrain him from it would be akin to a death sentence. Do you know why you are so weak? Just look at me. Do you understand now? Naba glanced at Temer, who also remained quiet, acknowledging his desire to transform into a Super Saiyan. That is acceptable. What comes next? Vegeta reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs. The second point. Broly, Tabul, you shall attend my lessons. Vegeta, Tabul, Broly, Naba, and Palaces, you two shall work to earn their tuition fees. Naba, Palaces, what about me, Temer? Raditz gazed at Temer, still as beautiful as ever. You two shall join the class. Raditz found Temer somewhat perplexing. Raditz, not one for many words, resembled Bardock in that regard. It was surprising that he understood anything at all. During this time, everyone had their roles to play. Palaces and Naba toiled at the construction site, performing the work of 10 men. After all, Temer's tuition was exorbitant. Bardock and Toma trained alongside Wimmel, donning turtle shells, it was uncertain whether it benefited them. And Piccolo accompanied them, though without a shell, opting instead for a white cloak. Lan Shi, Fong Fong, Jine, and Viter handled the meals. However, with so many Saiyans, it was quite a challenge, and at times, they required Temoer's assistance. Puyalu and Oolong, appearing rather idle, were dispatched by Temoer to procure groceries. The rest, including Vegeta, focused on their studies. Chapter 102, The World Martial Arts Tournament. Temoer, I can recite all these books verbatim. What exactly is the method to become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta initially brimmed with enthusiasm, but after memorizing everything without perceiving any transformation, his frustration mounted. Brother, do not be angry. Temoer would not deceive us. Tabul, caught in the middle, felt quite uncomfortable as a peacemaker. I know the method is indeed as stated. I never lied. Temoer replied with an innocent expression. Vegeta seethed with anger, yet he could do nothing against Temoer. These four individuals were unlike Goku and Wimmel. Broly was gentle and understanding, quickly grasping Temoer's teachings. His learning ability was exceptional. Tabul was meticulous, capable of independent thought, often posing his own inquiries, achieving perfect scores. Vegeta was a genius, possessing an impeccable memory. Raditz quietly observed from the side, saying nothing, yet he understood everything when questioned. Regardless, these four did not resemble typical Saiyans. They absorbed knowledge swiftly, causing Temoer to envy them to the point of nearly grinding his teeth. How could they all be superior to me? Jealousy transformed Temoer's countenance. Finally, the holiday arrived. A time for liberation. This time, it was Temoer who endured the torment of learning, never imagining that Broly and Tabul were so devoted to their studies. Indeed, the break had finally come. Naba and Palazes had now become good brothers and colleagues. On May 6th, in the year 750 of the Age of the Gods, a group led by Temoer was en route to Papaya Island to participate in the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament. Prince Vegeta, will you be joining us? Temoer inquired, noticing Vegeta's somewhat gloomy demeanor, igniting a playful spirit within her. I won't participate. It seems rather dull, Vegeta replied. What about Piccolo? Now an adult, Piccolo, a Namekian from the demon race, stood apart in his uniqueness. I don't bully the weak, unless you decide to join, he said. I will participate, Broly remarked, casting a displeased glance at Son Goku, perturbed by his closeness with Temoer. You cannot, Temoer cautioned, wary of Broly's potential for losing control. Very well, Broly conceded, knowing he was no match for Temoer. Then I shall join as well. Tabor quietly raised his hand, though it seemed no one noticed, his stature too diminutive. The confirmed participants included Master Roshi, Son Goku, Yamcha, Wolmer, Tabor, and Krillin. Unsurprisingly, they advanced to the finals, though it took the entirety of the day to conclude the matches. Upon viewing the list of the top 8, Temoer was taken aback. Son Goku, Wolmer, Jackie Chun, the alias of Master Roshi, who wore a wig and used glue to secure it, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Tabor Yamcha. Among them, Krillin had overcome his fears stemming from his master as Shadow and the knowledge of his own lack of a nose. Furthermore, Namu had fortuitously encountered Master Roshi and acquired a large water tank. Yet, none of this surprised Temoer. After all, the storyline had deviated before. Master Roshi, it seems your school has produced remarkable disciples. I had thought you were deceased, Tien Shinhan commented, a hint of irritation in his tone. Master Roshi remained silent, merely strolling beside Tien and releasing a flatulent sound. You rascal, Fong Fong, aren't you going to say anything to him? Brother, no. Now you should be addressed as Master Crane, Tien replied. Wu Tian is not at fault. Master Crane fell silent, muttering that it was pointless as he led Tien and Kaiatsu away. That old man is rather rude to my sister, Bulma remarked, her confusion apparent. It's fine, everyone. Please continue eating, Fong Fong said, seemingly unfazed. However, the bill left Master Roshi astounded. Fortunately, Temoer had covered the expenses. On May 7th, 750 of the Age of the Gods, the first match commenced, Son Goku versus Wolmer. Both are merely children. Would you like to introduce yourselves? Son Goku took the microphone. Hello, I am Son Goku, also known as Kakarot, and I am 15 years old. Oh, you appear quite young. It's quite unusual. Why do you have two names? The host inquired. Well, Son Goku was given by my grandfather, and Kakarot by my parents. Are your father and mother present? Yes, over there, he gestured. And the audience turned to see Jine waving. Bardock nodded in acknowledgement. Excellent. And what about this young girl? I am Wulmer, aged 9, and I have a sister, parents. And this guy, Kakarot, has a brother. Ah, it seems you are acquainted. Could you elaborate? The host expressed interest. Certainly, my sister's name is Temenel. Temenel, under the scrutiny of the crowd, felt a tinge of embarrassment and covered her mouth. Mother's name is Vidal, and father's name is Toma. This fellow, Kakarot, has an older brother named Raditz, and their parents are Bardock and Jine. It is truly intriguing. I did not anticipate that you would be acquainted. However, I hope that the outcome of the impending battle does not tarnish the bond between you two young ones. The interview was initially intended solely for Master Roshi, but the host took it upon themselves to conduct the entire session. Nevertheless, the audience did not mind. In fact, they found it more entertaining. After the interview, the battle commenced. Wimel and Son Goku vanished in an instant, engaging in combat with astonishing speed. Krillin and Yamcha were utterly astonished, unable to perceive the action. Ordinary spectators were even more bewildered, left in a state of confusion. How incredible! Can we truly compete? Krillin and Yamcha expressed their lack of confidence. Indeed. Do not underestimate yourselves. You both have grown quite strong, advised Master Roshi. Do not compare yourselves to others. Rather, measure yourselves against your own progress. Old man, can you see? Not at all, Master Roshi replied, shaking his head, though he was not intently observing. The two fighters exchanged blows, momentarily creating distance between them. Destruction Ball. Kamehameha. Both unleashed their techniques almost simultaneously. Interesting, she has mastered it. Wimel thought, feeling a sense of pride. The Destruction Ball is notoriously difficult to wield, and a moment's inattention could result in detonation. It seems she has truly exerted herself. Haha, Exhalation. Exhalation. It appears you have secretly learned to unleash a powerful move as well. You are not lacking. However, Wimel, this match is yours to lose. Son Goku removed the weights from his body, his short sleeves, wristbands, and shoes. Raditz, did you teach her that? In response to Wimel's inquiry, Raditz smiled. Did you not also teach her the Destruction Ball? The two were well acquainted from their sparring sessions. Curse you, Wimel, concede. You are no match for Kakarot. No, I refuse. Wimel displayed a hint of stubbornness. If anything happens to my sister, Raditz, I will not let you off easily. Rest assured, Kakarot knows his limits. He had not witnessed a girl this angry in quite some time. Battle power settings, for reference, only Son Goku. Without weights, 2900 Son Goku. With weights removed, 4000 Wimel, 3000 Master Roshi, 5000 Yamcha, 2500 Krillin, 2400 Kaiatsu, 150 Tenshinhan, 180 Piccolo, 6000 Chapter 103, The World Martial Arts Tournament, Part 2 Wimel. Surrender. You are no match for me, Son Goku stated, neither saddened nor elated, as if victory were assured. Kakarot, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Wimel took a combat stance, unwilling to yield. Then I shall defeat you with this technique. Kamehameha. Wimel was relatively close to Son Goku, but her reflexes allowed her to respond swiftly. Kakarot, that move is ineffective. It is not in his style. Since Wimel understood the positioning, she could either negate the Kamehameha with her energy or alter its trajectory. Indeed, Raditz has adopted a different perspective. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, Son Goku unleashed his Kamehameha wave towards the wall behind him. There was no need to worry about hitting the spectators, as Goku's aim was directed solely at the stage's barrier. With the force of the Kamehameha wave propelling him forward, Goku collided with Wulmer. Wulmer, unable to evade, had just intended to execute a maneuver as suggested by Temenel, but was caught off guard by Goku's actions, resulting in both of them tumbling off the stage. However, Goku landed atop Wulmer. The match concluded, and since Wulmer hit the ground first, victory belonged to Son Goku. Applause erupted around them, for the spectacle had been truly exhilarating. Kakarot, step aside, Temenel exclaimed as he leaped over the barrier to seize Goku and hand him over to Raditz. Wulmer, are you alright? I'm fine, Wulmer replied, standing up and brushing off the dust. That's good to hear, Temenel said, relieved that there were no serious injuries. Sister, I wish to become stronger. I do not want to lose to Kakarot. Wulmer understood that Goku had been holding back, not wanting her to suffer a humiliating defeat. Rest assured, after the match, I will take you to a place where you can enhance your strength manifold. In the second match, Jackie-chun, Master Roshi, faced off against Tien Shinhan. As customary, the host conducted an interview. Under Fongfong's scrutiny, Master Roshi refrained from any indiscreet behavior, rendering this interview rather uneventful. As the battle commenced, Master Roshi remained still. leaving Tien Shinhan somewhat bewildered, for such a stance was rife with vulnerabilities. Child, are you a disciple of Master Crane? What business is that of yours? With your formidable skills, why would you condescend to associate with him? Do not slander my master. Tien Shinhan charged at Master Roshi, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, all of which Master Roshi easily evaded. This fellow is no ordinary opponent, Master Crane mused, feeling a sense of familiarity with Master Roshi, though he could not recall any such figure in the martial arts realm. Ah, Master Roshi, is that you? No, he is bald. Master Crane felt a twinge of insecurity as he produced a pair of women's undergarments from his belongings. Upon seeing the underwear, Master Roshi became momentarily exhilarated, enchanted by the thought of youthful femininity. Yet, upon realizing he had fallen for a ruse, he muttered, "Cursed be that old trickster." Nevertheless, Master Roshi maintained his composure, placing the undergarments into his pocket. "Humph," he littered, "I merely sought to keep the arena clean." The audience looked on, their expressions riddled with confusion. Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan. Upon receiving this, respond. That voice belongs to my master. Master, what is it? This old man is not Jackie Chan. He is Master Roshi. Understood, Master. If you cannot defeat him, perhaps it's best to concede. Master Roshi is currently beyond your capabilities. Received, Master. Master Roshi, I wish to show you something. Tien Shinhan declared as he unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards him. What? When did you learn this? Master Roshi was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Despite his surprise, he swiftly deflected the Kamehameha wave with a single hand. Truly, he was Master Roshi. Then allow me to counter with this technique. Solar Flare. Master Roshi had no time to react as a blinding light pierced his eyes. Tianjin Fan sought to capitalize on his previous success. However, Master Roshi evaded the attack through instinctive reflexes honed by years of martial arts experience. One might say that his body reacted autonomously. Upon regaining his composure, Master Roshi remarked, "You little rascal truly lack respect for your elders." Unlike in the original narrative, Master Roshi did not attempt to vindicate Tianjin Fan. Instead, he executed a swift backflip followed by a flying kick, thus swiftly incapacitating Tianjin Fan. Observing the victorious Master Roshi, the audience, still disoriented by the solar flare, expressed astonishment at the sight of the fallen Tianjin Fan. Master Roshi, bemused, noted the lack of professionalism from the announcer. "Referee, it's time to count," he stated. "Oh, very well. The winner is Master Roshi." This time, there were no miracles or surprises. With ample time remaining, the third match commenced promptly. Krillin, as expected, triumphed effortlessly, showing no fear of Dumpling's extraordinary abilities. The fourth match was more intense. However, when Yamcha unleashed his new Wolfang fist, Tabul was defeated. "Yamcha, you truly are my man," Bulma exclaimed with joy. "What is all this racket, woman?" Vegeta expressed his irritation at her exuberance. "Your brother seems quite unsatisfied with his defeat. Doesn't he, Vegeta-san?" Bulma inquired. "Are you looking to die?" Vegeta's fierce gaze prompted Bulma to step back a few paces and seek refuge behind Tien. Why is this girl so domineering? If I hadn't told her not to kill, she would be dead by now, Tien thought. Recognizing the formidable nature of the woman who could provoke Vegeta. "Vegeta, let her be. If necessary, I will have her apologize to you." "Humph, no need for apologies. Make amends instead." 666, Bulma responded playfully. Vegeta initially wished to ignore her. However, the thought of Tin made him uneasy. Why was this woman so greedy? Her wealth remained in a cosmic bank, yet withdrawing it proved problematic. Vegeta observed Bulma, contemplating extorting a sum from her. In a moment of fear, Bulma offered him 10 million, terrified by the aura of menace emanating from Vegeta, reminiscent of Tien's. "Hey woman, are you Tien?" "Yes," Tien replied, dismissing the question, having forgotten any past grievances. Upon hearing her response, Master Roshi clenched his fists, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. "You wait," he warned before departing. "Hey, Tao Pai Pai, I've located Tien. Join me tonight." Master Roshi recalled the necessity of ensuring that Tao Pai Pai either defeated Rick or Tien, as the psychological burden of failure was too great, rendering him hesitant to act as a killer. Tao Pai Pai was not entirely in agreement. "No worries. If we're not killing, we can simply open a martial arts dojo and take on more disciples." After hanging up, Master Roshi's emotions were a complex tapestry. His change in mindset stemmed from encountering old comrades, reflecting on life, and contemplating retirement from his violent past. Tao Pai Pai had not met his demise, but had merely been incarcerated. Upon his release, the thought of murder triggered memories of Rick or Tien, instilling fear that hindered his actions, even leading him to demand reimbursement from Master Roshi for his clients. Chapter 104, The World's Greatest Martial Arts Tournament, Part 3, Brother, I have lost. I am sorry, Tabor said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Vegeta regarded Tabor in silence before departing. Ha ha ha, Prince Tabor. Prince Vegeta is indeed a person of contrasting temperament. He was genuinely concerned for you just now, wasn't he, Naba? Naba turned to face Parezis and Broly. Indeed, Parezis replied, slightly perplexed by Naba's statement, yet certain that he was correct. Is that true? Tabor questioned, unable to fully believe it. Absolutely, Naba exclaimed, his voice rising a notch. Very well, brother. I shall strive harder, Tabor called out to the retreating Vegeta. Vegeta paused momentarily, the corners of his mouth lifting in a subtle smile as he raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. Did you see that, Prince Tabor? Yes, I saw it. Thank you, Mr. Naba. Naba felt a twinge of embarrassment at being addressed as Mr. by Tabor, and he laughed heartily. This scene caught the attention of Temer, who mused upon Vegeta's transformation, noting his newfound warmth, indeed, a sign of maturity. Master Roshi, where did you go just now? Krillin asked, a hint of dissatisfaction evident as he spotted the turtle hermit back in his original attire. Ah, I seem to have consumed something ill-advised and spent the day in distress. Master Roshi offered a casual excuse. Well, Master Roshi, you missed Yamcha's splendid match, Bulma interjected, a note of pride in her voice, as Yamcha had brought her honor. The earlier discontent she had felt towards Yamcha had dissipated. Initially, she had incessantly complained about his failure to visit her in West City. Sister Fong, are you not concerned that this old man, Master Roshi, might secretly seek out other women? Bulma remarked, likening Fong's association with Master Roshi to a frog aspiring to court a swan, a flower placed in dung. He wouldn't dare. I'd break his legs. Besides, I trust him. He is not that sort of person, is he, Master Roshi? Unbeknownst to him, Master Roshi began to sweat. Yes, he replied. The day's competitions were drawing to a close, as the morning had been reserved for preliminary rounds, and by the time Yamcha and Tabor concluded their bout, it was quite late. Due to the considerable number of participants, the group dispersed into 3 tables at the restaurant. Temer, Vomer, Son Goku, Raditz, Broly, Tabor, Vegeta, Krillin, Yamcha, and Bulma occupied 1 table. Jain, Bardock, Videl, Toma, Naba, Parezis, Master Roshi, Fong, Wulong, Puyalu, Rick, and Launch gathered at another. Piccolo and Nail sat together at a separate table. Additionally, the Crane Hermit remained present, joining the table alongside Tien Shinhan, Dumplings, and Tao Bai Bai. The bill for this extravagant feast proved exorbitant, and Temer felt his heart shatter upon seeing the total. Damn it, 6 million. This is outrageously expensive. At that moment, the Crane Hermit approached Temer. Temer, I need to discuss something with you. Yes, what is it? Help me with a task, and I shall cover your expenses. Plus an additional 10 million. I will consider it. 1,100,000. Not a penny more, or I shall withdraw. Agreed, it's a deal. Thus, an underhanded transaction was silently concluded between them. The skill of communication from the heart is not particularly formidable, with a certain level of mental fortitude. One can achieve it effortlessly. Following the transaction, Tay Meng Er donned his attire and departed, leaving the slumbering Meng Er behind. Upon arriving at the venue, he found the place deserted, save for the presence of Master Crane and his entourage. As they deliberated on their next course of action, 2 diminutive green figures, Piccolo and Nail, approached, peering curiously from a distance. Was it necessary for them to hide so far away, given their exceptional sight and hearing? As they descended nearby, Master Crane regarded them with a complex expression, pondering the implications of Piccolo's arrival. Naturally, Tay Meng Er summoned Piccolo to conjure tables and chairs, for he belonged to the dragon lineage. We are to engage in a debate, said Tay Meng Er. Master Crane, fully aware of his inability to prevail, contemplated reshaping the moral compass of Tao Bai Bai, having exerted considerable effort for this very purpose. Very well, what is the topic of our debate? The subject is justice versus evil, and the path one should take upon acquiring power. I shall represent the side of evil, while you shall embody justice. Piccolo's emergence signified the essence of evil. However, during his existence, humanity had endured profound suffering. This illustrates that those endowed with power can indeed choose the path of malevolence. Nonetheless, was not Piccolo sealed away by your master? Evildoers are ultimately few, while the majority are virtuous. Thus, justice may be delayed, but it shall never be absent. But if you are just, possessing immense power, and the rest are evil, with only you standing alone against thousands, how do you substantiate your righteousness? Ultimately, it is the survivor who dictates the outcome. The proponents of justice assert the need to perform good deeds, while those aligned with evil confess their intent to commit wrongs. Regardless of numbers, wrongdoing remains wrongdoing. One cannot evade accountability simply because many have erred. And what if I were to commit murder? In comparison to the likes of Piccolo, my actions seem trivial, Tao Bai responded, visibly agitated as he stood. Do not dismiss the significance of even the smallest good, nor indulge in minor evils. These are truths even a 3-year-old understands. Why must I reiterate this to you? If I were to declare my intent to kill you, would you accept it willingly? Tao Bai was at a loss for words, sinking back into his seat. To speak candidly, you have already crossed the threshold into irrevocable villainy, destined for hell. Everything you have done will exact a toll. Do not presume you can elude the consequences. This world operates under its own set of laws. Hell, the group surrounding Master Crane felt a chill of fear. Are we not allowed to resist? We are already formidable. Regardless of your strength, you remain human. Can you truly triumph over deities? Temenel perceived Tianjin Fan's question as a manifestation of youthful audacity. Very well. We shall no longer partake in the profession of assassins. Through Temenel's words, Master Crane found a renewed sense of moral clarity. Master, we have committed many misdeeds. Next, I shall accompany Tao Bai to atone for our sins. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, you are still young. Follow Temenel, for she will empower you. In my past, I relentlessly pursued strength, unaware that I had become a slave to it, causing Tao Bai to endure such trials. Yet, I consider myself fortunate to have encountered Temenel. Indeed, the path of Master Roshi is the correct one. I have forgotten the original intent of a martial artist. Temenel gazed at the departing Crane Hermit, feeling a touch of melancholy, unsure of what to say. Perhaps, as one ages, the fear of the world that awaits after death emerges. Henceforth, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling joined Temenel's group, while the Crane Hermit might open a martial arts school or perhaps journey around the world. The Crane Hermit, I believe, is a pitiable soul. I hope he finds a favorable conclusion. Tao Bai as well. They will likely retreat into seclusion and establish a martial arts academy. Chapter 105. The World's Greatest Martial Arts Tournament, Part 4. Date: May 8th, 750 AD. In the first match, Sun Wukong faced off against Chunlong. They exchanged no idle words and launched directly into combat. Their struggle was fierce and evenly matched, yet it appeared Chunlong held a slight advantage. You are quite impressive, enduring for so long against me. You certainly live up to being a disciple of Master Roshi, he remarked, with Master Roshi expressing satisfaction, acknowledging that without training, Sun Wukong might have surpassed him. Ah, esteemed elder, do you know my master? Indeed, I am a distant relative of his, replied Master Roshi, producing a family tree for all to see. Temenel felt exasperated. How could he behave in such a manner? The family tree contained many names, and after several rounds, no one seemed to comprehend, prompting him to put it away. Subsequently, Master Roshi unleashed the afterimage fist, leaving Sun Wukong bruised and battered. How peculiar, this technique. Yield. You are no match for me. Humph. Is it merely a technique that creates afterimages? I can do that too. Sun Wukong countered with his own afterimage fist, startling Master Roshi. However, Master Roshi, seasoned in the ways of combat, targeted a specific location. He struck true, eliciting a sly grin. What? An afterimage? I did not expect that. Sun Wukong retaliated with a clubbing blow, causing Master Roshi to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Ouch, you little rascal. Do you not know the virtue of respecting your elders? Master Roshi slowly rose, the damage from that strike being within his capacity to endure. You've actually mastered the afterimage fist. How about this? Master Roshi executed the multi-afterimage fist, summoning numerous versions of himself, leaving Sun Wukong dazed and confused, unable to discern the real Master Roshi. Suddenly, one of the Master Roshi duplicates delivered a kick to Sun Wukong, sending him crashing into the wall. With a resounding crash, debris fell upon Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha, let us see how you escape this. It hurts, it hurts. Darn it, It seems I must unleash my true abilities. Sun Wukong pushed aside the rubble. Under Chung Long's watchful gaze, he too initiated the multi-afterimage fist. Master Roshi remained unfazed, for this was merely a more advanced application of the afterimage fist technique. You, the one who merely learns through stealth, I shall see how you unravel this tactic. Subsequently, Master Roshi displayed remarkable shamelessness, employing the drunken fist, despite Sun Wukong having never tasted alcohol and thus lacking any comprehension of its flavor. At this juncture, Master Roshi ceased to hold back, delivering a decisive blow that sent Sun Wukong tumbling down. How infuriating! How did you know I was there? It was because he utilized his chi, as Temenel subtly reminded. Chi? Sun Wukong was bewildered, and Master Roshi's attack surged forth. With one swift kick, he sent Sun Wukong flying. Unable to evade, this strike ultimately led to his defeat, as he was propelled out of the arena. The victor emerges triumphant. The arena suffered considerable damage, and after repairs, Yamcha and Krillin took to the stage. In the second match, featuring Yamcha against Krillin, the pace was notably slower than that of Master Roshi's bout, for both were acutely aware of each other's capabilities. They assumed their fighting stances, gradually closing the distance. Upon reaching the striking range, Yamcha initiated the Wolf Fang Fist. Krillin, having studied this move, knew that a simple backward jump would suffice, as it was a linear attack. However, Yamcha's modified version of the Wolf Fang Fist could inflict damage over a wider area, for he had infused it with chi. Although Yamcha lacked understanding of chi, this technique effectively integrated the energy wave into his attack. Oh, indeed, the one screaming was Krillin. Why? I clearly evaded it. It was the power of the wind. Yamcha thought with a hint of pride. Observing the confusion on Wimmel and Sun Wukong's faces, Temenel took the opportunity to elucidate. He infused his hand with chi, extending his attack range. Sister, what is chi? Chi, how should I explain it? It encompasses your vital energy, your essence, your resentment, even your breath. It is all chi. This chi represents a form of energy or power within the Dragon Ball universe, residing in every corner of the cosmos. So, how does this differ from our use of the energy wave? There is no significant difference. Only the methods of application vary. In this match, Krillin fell into Yamcha's rhythm, allowing Yamcha to secure a relatively easy victory. In the final bout, Yamcha faced a swift defeat due to his earlier overconfidence, as the dragon swiftly eliminated him. You still have a long way to go compared to Sun Wukong. He left Yamcha in disarray on the field. With the competition concluded, it was evident that a gathering was imminent. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling sought to learn from Temenel, yet Temenel, feeling inadequate himself, feared that teaching would lead to misguidance. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction that Tianjin Fan and Dumpling aspired to become martial artists. How infuriating! I cannot believe I am unable to surpass you, Kakarot. Wimmel gazed at Sun Wukong, a hint of anger in his eyes. My brother aided me. Blame your sister for her shortcomings. What did you say? A single remark from Temenel left Sun Wukong feeling colder than winter itself. Oh, it's nothing. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong chuckled from the heart. Humph. Temenel had not closely observed Raditz in quite some time. The original work offered scant descriptions of Raditz, yet Temenel found himself quite taken aback upon encountering him. Raditz stands at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, surpassing even Bardock, to the extent that when Temenel gazes upward, he can only see Raditz's nostrils. Temenel finds Raditz's long hair unappealing and suggests he cut it, which surprisingly enhances his handsomeness. Ah, Temenel, what are you thinking? He is your dear brother. How could you harbor such thoughts about him? Flushing with embarrassment, Temenel quickly turns away and takes several swigs of alcohol to mask his feelings. Naturally, Raditz notices, offering a slight smile as he continues to drink, indifferent to Temenel's turmoil. In the midst of this, Rick stands up and proclaims, I have an announcement to make. I am getting married. The room erupts in astonished gasps. When did this happen? Who is the fortunate one? It's Lanchi. All eyes turn towards her. She merely nods in affirmation. Rick, that's impressive. In less than a year, you've won her heart. Temenel, feeling the pressure, is urged. You're not so young yourself. Why don't you marry Raditz? Get lost. My affairs are none of your business. Laughter fills the air. Chapter 106. The tip of the iceberg of Master Karen. However, Bulma must return to her studies, so she departs with Yamcha for West City. Fang and Master Roshi retreat to enjoy their own private moments. It is worth noting that Vegeta has recently experienced a rapid surge in strength. feeling less reliant on Temenel as he has begun to uncover the secrets to transforming into a Super Saiyan. The banquet is lively, particularly with the presence of the conspicuous Wimmel. Time passes swiftly, leaving the surroundings in disarray. Temenel and Raditz are compelled by their parents to tidy up. Yet the atmosphere is tinged with awkwardness, as neither speaks. A night of silence ensues. Prince Vegeta, where are we headed? Naba expresses a slight yearning for food. I have discovered the method to become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta states, pride swelling within him. What? Tabor and Naba are taken aback. Have you not noticed, Naba? Especially you? Huh, what do you mean? Naba is bewildered, running his hands through his hair. You have improved, and your progress is swifter than ever, Vegeta declares. How do you know I've grown stronger, Prince Vegeta? Naba wonders how Vegeta can discern his strength without a power level detector, leaving him somewhat perplexed. If Temenel were present, she would explain that Vegeta has learned to sense ki. To be fair, Vegeta is indeed exceptional. Haha. Temenel can also gauge strength without a power level detector. I've been secretly learning from her. Come, Tabor and Naba, I will help you grow stronger. Vegeta exudes confidence. In the dead of night, while everyone else sleeps soundly, Temenel opens her eyes and begins to pack her belongings. She stealthily exits the room, though not unnoticed. Raditz quietly follows her. Two others capable of photosynthesis, one tall and one short, also accompany her. As soon as Temenel leaves the Bowsy Mountain, she flies towards Karen Tower. Ah, we meet again, Miss Temenel. UPA exclaims joyfully upon seeing her, as there are few living souls in this desolate place. Where is your father? My father is preparing dinner. Would you like some, Miss Temenel? No, thank you. I'm rather pressed for time today and cannot stay with you. Having spoken, Temenel soared towards Kalinta. Ah, how impressive. UPA's initial astonishment transformed into admiration, for this was not the first time he had witnessed Temenel and her companions flying. Where is this place, little one? Raditz emerged from the forest. Who are you? This is the Holy Land of Kalinta. The Holy Land of Kalinta? Then why is Temenel going up there? Raditz, having waited long for an answer, revealed his tale. I am her friend. Upon seeing Raditz's tale, UPA divulged all about Temenel, including their prior ascent. Raditz expressed his gratitude and followed suit. Piccolo, should we not follow them? Nara glanced at Piccolo, who sat in the air. He felt a surge of frustration. How could someone grow so quickly? While they had reached adulthood, he remained so diminutive. No need. I have a good idea of what Temenel intends to do. She will return shortly. Very well. Naru instinctively trusted Piccolo, for he was indeed quite astute and an unparalleled strategist. Meow, Temenel, what do you seek from me? The sage of Kalinta appeared somewhat perplexed. He calculated with his fingers. Ah, I see. How intriguing, this girl. The sage of Kalinta opened his eyes wide and stroked his beard. When Temenel arrived, she uttered not a word, and the sage cast a bell toward her. Go forth, young lady. Temenel glanced at the bell, then at the sage of Kalinta, thought little of it, and ascended. Should I take on another disciple? This one seems more suited to be a destroyer than Beerus. Ah, never mind. If Beerus were to learn that I still draw breath, it would spell trouble. Ho 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 meow. Shortly after Temenel departed, Raditz arrived. A cat? What cat? I am a deity. Do you not possess any manners? Raditz landed a punch. Disappeared. Raditz furrowed his brow. Youth, it is impolite to lay hands on an elder of 800 years. Who are you? Where is Temenel? Temenel is above, but you must earn my approval to ascend. The method of approval is to acquire this bell. The sage of Kalinta produced a bell identical to the one Temenel held. Raditz attempted to snatch it, but no matter what he did, he could not touch the sage. They say youth should not be impatient. Come, have a drink first. Raditz recognized he was no match. How can I pass this trial? Well, follow me. Raditz trailed him down to the first floor. This is where you shall undergo your trial. The sage of Kalinta lifted the lid of the ice maze. A chill from the ice maze surged forth. Without a second thought, Raditz leaped in. He traversed the path and suddenly spotted Temenel ahead. As he ran towards her, he realized that the figure before him was not the Temenel he knew, but rather a younger version of her engaged in conversation with Raditz. Witnessing this scene, Raditz listened attentively. Chapter 107. The Sage of Kalinta's enterprise level understanding enough of this fighting. It has lost its charm. Temenel pouted adorably. What do you wish to do? Raditz halted his movements. I never expected you, Xiaobing, to repurpose this. Isn't this reminiscent of that day with Temenel, transforming people into children? How shameless. Master Karen stroked his beard, feeling somewhat speechless. Raditz, I envy you. Why would you envy me? You are a man. You can easily acquire what I cannot attain. Do you have any idea how my mother perceives me after that incident? Or how my father views me? Or how everyone regards me? I was fully prepared. Yet you were the one who thwarted me. Me? What issue do I have? How infuriating. Don't you realize how handsome you are? Whenever I am with you, I yearn for you. Did you not despise me? How could you desire me? Because I am a woman. The allure of a handsome man possesses great power over women. Do you not comprehend this? I do not. How frustrating. You understand nothing about me, which angers me further. It is clear that you failed to articulate your thoughts. Some things should be understood without being spoken, she huffed. Timur noticed Raditz's slight gloom and chuckled. Raditz, observing from the sidelines, also began to laugh. Never mind. I forgive you. You should be grateful for my magnanimity. Timur, I have always had a question. Do you like me? I do. Timur's voice was soft. Yet both Raditzes heard it clearly. Then can we date? That is not possible. Ah, I see. But I can marry you. Raditz? Seeing Raditz's expression, Timur felt the need to clarify. I do not favor unstable situations, and I know you well enough. I find being with you quite comfortable. However, I fear that you might not want me. If you truly like me, just propose marriage directly, without the need for dating. Am I merely an illusion? Are you mocking me? Not at all. You are identical to him. Thank you, Timur. I must take my leave now. Promise me, Timur. Do not forsake your dreams because of me. Raditz stepped aside. Understood. Raditz, farewell. As Raditz watched the illusion dissipate, a bottle of super divine water remained on the ground. He picked it up and instantly found himself before Master Karen. Thank you, Master. Do not mention it. She has long since lost that dream. Do you know what you should do now? I do. Ah, a teachable child indeed. What was her dream? Raditz could not help but ask. Do scion men hold a higher status, or do women? Master Karen surmised a hint of understanding. Almost, considering strength. Does that imply that men are somewhat stronger? Indeed. The exceptional few are ultimately rare. However, I do not perceive her as envying the status and power of men. I believe with her diligence, she can attain those pursuits. Moreover, in warfare, men experience a greater mortality rate, and many are steeped in poverty. These realities reveal that the elevated status of science is not solely attributed to men. What I intend to convey is not this. Rather, she envies the fact that you are a man. The evidence lies in her desire not for your affection, but for your recognition. Do you understand? The status of scion women is conferred by men, regardless of how formidable that woman may be. At that moment, Raditz seemed to resolve something within himself. It's good that you understand this, said Karen, handing his bell to Raditz. With the bell in hand, Raditz ascended towards the clouds. It has been quite a while. How marvelous. The journey between Karen Tower and the Heavenly Palace is fraught with challenges, tempestuous winds, torrential rains, thunderous lightning, and pelting hail. Yet, these tribulations are unlikely to deter Temenel. Who are you, and why have you come to the Heavenly Palace? A black figure appeared before Temenel, startling her. I seek the Heavenly God. Follow me, the Heavenly God is aware. Bobo cast a glance at Temenel, slightly disappointed. She could not master that technique. This is the Heavenly God. I shall take my leave. What do you require of me? Is it about Piccolo? I have resolved your issue concerning Piccolo. I have come to request your guidance to the underworld. The Heavenly God looked surprised, though not excessively so. As you are a living person, you must register first. Only then can you traverse between the realm of the dead and the mortal world. As the Heavenly God walked, he placed his hand upon Temenel. In an instant, they arrived at the realm of peace. Anning, who was intimately engaged with Son Gohan, noticed Temenel and the Heavenly God, immediately distancing herself and adjusting her attire. You haven't seen anything, right? Provide a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I shall revoke your position, Heavenly God. Temenel wishes to visit the underworld. What purpose do you have in the underworld, with its oppressive atmosphere? To train, I aspire to grow stronger. Anning, upon seeing Temenel, was reminded of her younger self. Very well, I shall assist you. Thank you. Following this, the process of registration was straightforward. As Temenel observed the names being struck off the list, curiosity piqued within her. Why are there so many names crossed out? Oh, those are individuals who have perished. Is this the ledger of life and death? Essentially, that ruler of the underworld misplaces some data, so they come here to copy it. Chapter 108. Everyone strives to grow stronger. Raditz arrived at the Heavenly Palace, somewhat perplexed at the absence of others. Temenel. Seeing no one, Raditz approached the central structure. As he moved, he called out for Temenel. Eventually, he reached an open area within the Heavenly Palace. Who are you? Raditz was startled by the sudden appearance of Mr. Bobo, having completely overlooked him. I am Bobo, a servant of the god. And Temenel? Temenel has gone to the underworld with the god. What? You must be mistaken. Raditz kicked the ground, producing a thunderous sonic boom, resembling a cannonball. Under the relentless barrage of attacks from Raditz, Mr. Popo managed to evade every strike. Your movements are excessively redundant. When attacking, one must be as swift as lightning and strike true. Do you comprehend? Raditz seethed with frustration at his inability to land a blow. Ultimately, propelled by Popo's technique of using force against force, Raditz was sent flying. Who are you? Why are you fighting Mr. Popo? Are you a Namekian? Upon seeing the deity, Raditz lost consciousness, utterly spent. Is Nail strong? Indeed, he is exceptionally formidable, the most promising Namekian, known throughout the cosmos as a super Namekian. A super Namekian? I see. Nail was compelled to undergo rigorous training with Piccolo, much like the others. Tien, Kaiatsu, Goku, Krillin, Yamchu, Paragus, Broly, and others were diligently honing their key sensitivity under the guidance of Whis at Bun's Mountain, striving to grow stronger. Have you gathered the necessary information? Brother, I found out that the most eminent scientist on this planet is Dr. Brief. Vegeta led Tabor and Nappa towards the house. Ding ding ding. Nappa incessantly rang the doorbell. What a racket. Who is it? Bulma, displeased by Yamcha's sudden disappearance, was further aggravated by Nappa's antics. Bulma. Ah, Vegeta. What are you doing at Dr. Brief's house? Are you family? Take me to see him. Why should I assist you? Vegeta's demeanor turned icy. Bulma took a step back, intimidated. Brother, we are in need of assistance. We cannot act this way. Tabor was at a loss for words. His brother was truly something else. I am aware. No need for your reminders. I shall guide you. Bulma felt a tinge of fear towards Vegeta, uncertain of the reason, especially with Trunks absent. Tabor, why are you seeking my father? My brother wishes to ask Dr. Brief to create a machine that can amplify gravity we wish to train. Gravity? That depends on the materials. With the current resources, we could potentially achieve a few hundred times. That will suffice. 100-fold will be adequate. Tabor quickly calculated that 100-fold would be optimal for the three of them, equivalent to 10 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. Very well, but I must continue my studies. Otherwise, I would help you. However, Bulma was capable of producing the machine, and it wouldn't take much time. She simply preferred not to be around Vegeta. We would be immensely grateful for Bulma's willingness to help. Tabor thought little of it. Yet Vegeta was acutely aware of her underlying intentions. His acumen was profound, having navigated the treachery of Frieza's army. Useless fool. You. Bulma was incensed. How can one be so incompetent? You cannot even produce a single machine. How disappointing for the daughter of Dr. Brief. You're so annoying. Seek King Kai, that cockroach. What do you want with him? I wish to train. He can teach me the Kaioken technique, which I desire to learn. The Kaioken has significant drawbacks. I do not recommend it. While others might not understand, and Ning was well aware, having analyzed the technique thoroughly, there is no alternative. This is the most effective method available to me at present. Do not rely too heavily on that technique, as it could cost you your life. Temenel. I understand. The North Kai's planet lies in that direction. If you fly for 3 days, you should arrive. Thank you, Sister Anning. No need for gratitude. Here is the map of the underworld, so do not lose your way. Anning harbored some concern about her lack of navigation skills. Temenel accepted the map and soared towards the North Kai's planet. The Kaioken technique, while formidable, imposes a significant strain on the body. It is akin to fighting with one's life on the line. Never mind, I shall teach her a couple of techniques when she returns. Anning, the meal is ready. A voice echoed from behind. Son Gohan had arrived. Chapter 109. One can see how reckless Son Goku is. After a period of flight, Temenel finally reached the North Kai's realm the following day. This planet embraced a minimalist aesthetic, requiring no further description. It has been quite some time since we welcomed a guest. Greetings, North Kai. Temenel, after all, had a request. Hello, Temenel. Anning has spoken to me about you. I shall now impart my ultimate techniques to you. Are we beginning now? Yes, we are. Is there no peculiar process involved? None at all. Do you truly wish to learn the Kaioken? I do. Then let us proceed. I will explain the essence and principles of the Kaioken. The Kaioken is a technique I devised in my youth. Its essence lies in maintaining a tranquil mind while exerting control during its application. It is evident that the Kaioken has prerequisites. Individuals like Piccolo and Vegeta, who maintain a state of focus, may learn it, albeit with difficulty. Conversely, Those like Wimmel and Naba, who lack control, will find it exceedingly challenging to master. Upon discussing the essence, the principle of the Kaioken involves a technique that ignites one's vital energy, forcibly enhancing one's strength. However, this comes at a considerable cost. Though my technique allows for such enhancement, what is the cost? I am uncertain. The maximum I can demonstrate is a 20-fold Kaioken, and that is the upper limit. Exceeding this threshold could be fatal. I see. Why is it not possible to exceed 20-fold? Temenel had previously read fan fiction where the multiplier began at 100. In those scenarios, what is ignited is not merely vital energy, but the very essence of life itself. I recognize this flaw, which is why I do not permit the Kaioken to surpass 20-fold. The Kaioken can indeed exceed 20-fold and can be combined with Super Saiyan transformations, provided one is reckless enough like Son Goku. Nonetheless, utilizing the Kaioken beyond 20-fold is not something one can simply command. The version provided by the North Kai is incomplete and capped at 20-fold. Next comes the learning of the Kaioken. Temenel mastered it with ease, but her maximum usage was limited to a 10-fold Kaioken, as the energy required to push beyond that became challenging to control. Farewell, North Kai. Farewell, Baburus, Gregor. Goodbye, Temenel. Do not return. Yes, we shall not meet again. Alas, North Kai revealed a remarkable ability to create items, which led to Temenel acquiring several tons of gold. In contrast to others, there is a certain cleverness about Piccolo that cannot be understated. Moreover, the prodigious appetite of Temenel is indeed astonishing. What does this mean, North Kai? Rest assured, I shall frequently pay you a visit. Temenel, with satisfaction, deposited gold into the universal capsule. My prowess has reached an impasse, Mr. Bobo. What shall I do? Raditz has completely capitulated to the formidable black figure before him. It is evident that this individual is not to be underestimated. How can a servant possess strength surpassing that of their master? You have learned to sense ki. You may wish to experiment with it. Next, Raditz finds himself engaged in combat with the clone of himself created by Mr. Bobo. What is the current multiplier? Vegeta is finding it somewhat challenging. 150 times, brother, with an additional 50 times. Tabul, Naba, Kakarot, is this all you are capable of? Broly, do not become complacent. I still have more to offer. Ahem, however, Son Wukong's strength is utterly inadequate against Broly's punch. Broly, what are you doing? This is a sparring session. Wimmel gazed upon the towering Broly, slightly displeased. I understand, but I have already controlled my strength to the weakest level. I do not care. You must exercise caution around Kakarot. Wimmel, I am fine. It is not Broly's fault. Kakarot, are you courting death? I am merely exhilarated. There are few who can exert such pressure in battle. The adults observing began to converse. Temenel has yet to return. Toma, do you know where he has gone? Bardock, you scoundrel. How dare you secretly send Raditz to abduct my daughter? Toma, please do not believe Palaces. Am I that sort of person? Oh, Toma, do not speak carelessly. Bardock is not like that. Who knows? Perhaps Kin and Bardock conspired together. Palaces chuckled. Well, Toma, you are at a loss. Unlike you, I possess Broly. He merely digs for cabbage. Kin, Bardock, you wouldn't be conspiring with Kakarot to abduct my little daughter, would you? Certainly not. Kakarot is already betrothed, Kin inadvertently revealed. Betrothed? Which one? I am unaware. What are you discussing, Mr. Bardock, Mr. Toma? Rick, are you no longer fond of the gentle tranquility? Mr. Toma, please do not jest. Lanchi is still young. Let us revisit this matter in a couple of years. Hey, you all, are you not afraid of Vidal's wrath? Idling about instead of training? Palaces, you have a mouth like a crow. From a distance approached a woman, her anger palpable. The remaining Tien, Dumpling, Yamcha, and Krillin were engaged in their usual training, with little to elaborate upon. Piccolo, should we not take a look? No need. Neru, your ki is in disarray. Recover your composure quickly. Neru longed to see Temenel, as Piccolo's training was indeed daunting. Overall, everyone's strength had entered a phase of rapid growth. Chapter 110, 2.5 years of training. Debuting at the pinnacle 2.5 years later, specifically on May 6th, 753 of the age. Sister, over here. Wimmel immediately recognized Temenel, who had undergone little change over the 3 years. You have arrived. Wimmel, have you grown taller? It is merely a few centimeters. Perhaps it will take another 3 or 4 years for it to grow. Kakarot, I have no desire to speak of you any longer. This is sheer deception. How can an 18-year-old resemble a child? In truth, I am only 17. Is there a distinction? In a few months, I shall reach adulthood, a legitimate young adult. Haha, son Wukong. Krillin, you two have not grown? I stand taller than you. It is not my intention to discourage you, Krillin, but Kakarot may eventually reach around 1.70 meters. You should consume more, lest you find yourself regretting it in the future. Krillin recalled Broly's sudden growth spurt and resolved to eat more. Tianjin Fan and the dumplings were developing normally, while Broly's growth was somewhat extraordinary, reaching 1.85 meters. Vegeta has likely grown as well, perhaps to 1.68 meters. After a brief reunion with everyone, Timur indulged in quite a bit of gossip. The most significant revelation was that Vegeta and Bulma were now together, leading to a tearful separation for Yamcha. Moreover, Yamcha's condition appeared to be deteriorating. However, Timur was not particularly surprised, as it largely depended on Bulma's choice. Timur, have you seen Raditz? Raditz? No, what has happened to him? On the day you left, he disappeared as well. However, he returned once a month ago and then departed again. We all assumed you were together. I am uncertain. I only arrived here yesterday. A month ago, I was at Anning's place, and I have always been alone. It has indeed been a long time, Timur. Ah, who are you? Timur gazed at the man before her, slightly annoyed, as she despised the pretense of familiarity in conversation. I am Raditz. Didn't you have long hair? I made a wish to the dragon, as long hair was quite uncomfortable. What do you think, handsome or not? Handsome, very handsome. Young lady, you do possess a way with words. Indeed, don't mind Timur. Hurry and sign up before it's too late. All right, this time. The number of participants in the competition was particularly high, prompting a change in the rules, which could be considered a butterfly effect. The contestants were divided into 16 groups: Vegeta, Son Wukong, Bardock, Toma, Videl, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Raditz, Timur, Wimmel, Nab, Tabor, Bick, Broly, and Reich. Other participants included Yamcha, the Dumplings, Neru, and Parazis, all of whom were eliminated. Notably, Yamcha had his leg broken by Vegeta, a scene reminiscent of the past. The Dumpling was defeated by Krillin. Neru was taken down by Raditz, and Parazis surrendered decisively upon encountering Videl. Due to the large number of contestants, the official competition would not commence until May 8th. In the first match, Vegeta faced Son Wukong. I never expected my first opponent to be you. You are hardly a challenge, Kakarot. Vegeta, do not underestimate me. I will not be so easily defeated. Humph, a lower-class warrior can never surpass a royal. I shall demonstrate the disparity between us. In an instant, the two vanished. And aside from Timur and the others, the remaining spectators could not perceive their movements, only hearing the sounds of their fierce exchange. Will Kakarot emerge victorious? I find it somewhat precarious, Timur expressed her concerns. Victory is attainable. It hinges on whether one can seize the opportunity, as their strengths are relatively comparable. Raditz has conducted a cursory analysis. The solar flare, what an exasperating maneuver. Vegeta has sustained an injury to his eye and is now shielding it with both hands in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Goku, intent on attacking, finds his efforts thwarted as Vegeta leaps upward to evade him. You didn't really think that just because my vision is impaired, you could land a hit on me? Vegeta quips before delivering a spinning kick to Goku, who crashes into the ground. It appears I can no longer afford to underestimate you. Goku employs the afterimage technique, circling around Vegeta while shouting, Kamehameha. Despite the flamboyant proclamation, Vegeta remains steadfast and serious. Centered in place, he unleashes a wave of energy that not only counters Goku's Kamehameha, but nearly sends him flying. Goku, left with no choice, engages in a fierce exchange of blows with Vegeta. The contest escalates into a brutal clash, with neither gaining a clear advantage until Vegeta ultimately prevails over Goku. Alas, Goku's stature and shorter limbs hinder his effectiveness in combat, though both fighters are left reeling from the intensity of the battle. Even Vegeta struggles to remain upright. Timur, witnessing the fray, offers them both a pair of senzu beans. In the second match, Bardock faces Toma. Without uttering a word, they quickly engage, their connection tinged with emotion but lacking in finesse. Yet, Toma proves insufficiently ruthless to outmatch Bardock, falling victim to several feints and ultimately succumbing due to an inferior combat prowess. The third match features Jine against Videl. This contest proves to be rather intriguing. Bardock warns Jine to avoid falling into Videl's rhythm, yet Videl's sharp tongue provokes Jine, leading her astray, much to Bardock's chagrin. Consequently, Videl emerges as the victor, as anticipated. In the fourth match, Tien Shinhan faces Krillin. Tien divides himself into 4 copies, leaving Krillin somewhat bewildered. Fundamentally, Krillin lacks the extensive combat experience that Tien possesses, resulting in his defeat. A thorough analysis reveals that Krillin's mentality falters under pressure. The fifth match, scheduled for May 9th, features Raditz against Timur. Raditz concedes, granting Timur an unchallenged victory. Although Raditz's strength does not impart a sense of formidable power, it inexplicably exudes an air of pressure that confounds Timur. The sixth match sees Wimmel oppose Naba. Wimmel employs adept positioning and techniques to defeat Naba, reminiscent of Vidal's style, suggesting that she may have gleaned some verbal cunning from her mother. In the seventh match, Tabor faces off against Piccolo, who triumphs with remarkable prowess, finishing the encounter unscathed. The eighth match pits Broly against Rick, with Broly emerging as the victor. Rick puts forth a commendable effort, leaving nothing to chance. The quarterfinals commence on May 10th. The first match features Vegeta against Bardock, where Bardock ultimately bests Vegeta, eliminating him from the quarterfinals. Even the low-ranking warriors can triumph over those of royal status. One must not underestimate an opponent merely due to their perceived inferiority, lest one finds themselves in a more dire predicament than today. After Bardock's verbal and physical onslaught, Vegeta resignedly shut his eyes, having suffered a most humiliating defeat. In the second match, Videl faced off against Tien. Upon witnessing Videl's furious threat, Tien conceded. In the third match, Timur confronted Woomer. Observing Woomer's rear end raised high, Timur remarked that it's better to act than to chatter. Seizing the moment, Woomer was struck by Timur, resulting in her surrender, leaving her posterior reddened post-battle. The fourth match featured Piccolo against Broly. Piccolo, unable to prevail, admitted defeat. The semifinals and finals are scheduled for May 11th. Bardock faced Videl, who threatened Bardock, stating that if he did not concede, Timur would not be allowed to marry Raditz. Under the pressure exerted by Jain and Videl, Bardock ultimately surrendered, marking Videl's victory as unearned. The host could no longer bear to watch. In the bout between Timur and Broly, Broly transformed into his Oazru form, known as the Rage form. However, Timur easily overcame him with a double Kaioken. Despite Broly's enraged state astonishing Timur, the finals were straightforward, as Timur dismissed any tricks, decisively claiming victory. The conclusion of these two matches finally enlivened the host. Power level estimates, for reference Goku, 8 Vegeta, 10 Toma, 270 Bardock, 300 Jain, 200 Videl, 220 Tien, 45 Krillin, 5 Timur, 300 Raditz, 150 Woomer, 78 Naba, 7 Piccolo, 150 Tabor, 68 Broly, 50 Rick, 250 Yamcha, 46 Kaiatsu, 3 Naru, 50 Parasus, 80 Master Roshi, 9 Fong Fong. 5 Vegeta noted that Naba's slow growth is due to a lack of cells within him, while Master Roshi and Fong Fong have not entirely forsaken martial arts, hence their modest progress is typical. Chapter 111, Capturing Slag Alive, Bonus Chapter, Sister, are we not leaving? I would prefer not to, but I promised the elder to find Slag. Alright, but I want to accompany you. Woomer, with a childlike disposition, insisted. It's too dangerous. But you're with me, so I'm not afraid. Please, sister. Woomer tugged at Timur's arm. Fine, but promise not to wander off. Really, you're the best. Sister, I'm Kakarot, and I'll also call Raditz's big brother. After some deliberation, the chosen members for the mission were Vegeta, Naba, Tabor, Bulma, Timur, Woomer, Goku, Raditz, Piccolo, Broly, Naru, and Parasus. Conveniently, they all gathered on Papaya Island, and the following day, they would convene at Bulma's Capsule Corporation. Bulma modified Timur's circular spaceship, ensuring that everyone could board. Sister, where shall we find Shrag? Bulma, these are the coordinates given to me by the North Kai. Let us proceed there. After a considerable journey, we finally located Shrag. Who are you? Are you sent by Frieza? Vegeta remained silent, and with a single energy wave, he obliterated the raucous minions. The group continued onward in silence. Suddenly, Shrag's subordinates emerged. Vegeta, Tabul, Nappa, Goku, Vorman, and Parasus engaged Shrag's minions, while everyone except Bulma sought out Shrag. Piccolo, are the talismans prepared? Yes. Naru, what about the jars? They are ready. Raditz, Broly, remember, do not let anyone else sway us. Understood. Piccolo expressed concern that the Demon Seal wave might not contain the foe. However, Timur recalled a novel about nesting dolls and suggested it. Piccolo pondered and concurred. They would first seal Shrag in a smaller jar, then encase it within larger ones, effectively creating a nesting doll effect. Ha ha ha. Frieza, you can no longer restrain yourself. You are eager to eliminate me at this moment. What are you so afraid of? We are not Frieza's subordinates. Then who are you? Shrag. We are here to take you home. Home. Ha ha ha. Do you really think you can? Shrag's gaze swept dangerously, nearly ending Naru with a lethal beam. Fortunately, Temenel acted swiftly, saving Naru from certain doom. Aren't Scions Frieza's subordinates? What are you pretending for, speaking of going home? Shrag, regardless of our allegiance to Frieza, I shall vanquish you today. Ha 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 you. Temenel wasted no words and unleashed a tenfold Kaioken combined with the Demon Seal wave. Ah, what is this? I cannot move. Under Temenel's control, Shrag was confined within the smallest jar. Piccolo, Naru, proceed. The nesting doll operation commenced. Once Piccolo and Naru completed the nesting, Temenel emerged carrying a large jar, which contained at least 10 layers. Thanks to Piccolo's efforts in crafting the talismans, the minions displayed peculiar abilities, but it was of no concern now. Temenel noted that everyone appeared unharmed, and all adversaries had been eliminated. Their next destination was planet Namek. Great Elder, this is Shrag. Thank you, Naru. Go summon Muley and Zeno. Great Elder, are you? Hurry. Naru suppressed his emotions and exited swiftly. Mission complete. Reward. 1 day of time travel system. How does one utilize this? Do not worry. I will provide an opportune moment for you to use it. Is this truly a reward? Indeed. Very well. Temenel grew increasingly dissatisfied with the system's rewards. Great Elder, why have you summoned us? Shrag has returned. What? Where? Open it, Temenel. Temenel opened the jar without fear. For Shrag was aged, and his combat prowess could not return to its former glory. You are indeed the offspring of that individual, and yet you have survived. Your continued existence must be a source of disappointment, is it not? I find myself indifferent to such matters. Pray tell, what is the purpose of your concerns? The Namekians require you? Nonsense. If they truly needed me, they would not have left such a fragile being to fend for itself in that desolate place. In time, you shall understand. The Grand Elder uttered no further superfluous words, placing a hand upon Shrag's head, a gesture of purification. Naru appeared to grasp the situation intuitively, merging with Shrag. What do you intend to do? No. Stay away. As events unfolded, the Grand Elder also assimilated with Shrag, leaving behind a final declaration that Shrag would succeed him. Before dissipating, the Grand Elder, Zeno, and Muley wept silently, gazing at the transformed Shrag. It became evident to all that both the Grand Elder and Naru had merged with him. Thank you, Temenel. Do not mention it. I merely fulfilled his promise. No. My gratitude lies in the opportunity you have afforded me to reclaim my humanity. However, I am not the same as he. From this day forth, the Namekian planet shall not require communication with the outside world. You may return. Sister, is this their attitude? Wimmel expressed his displeasure. Let us depart. The task is complete. Combat power assessment. For reference, only Shrag. Elder 5000 Shrag. Post-assimilation with the Grand Elder and Naru. Rejuvenated 100 million. Chapter 112. The inferior system. Additional content. King Frieza. The Shrag Legion has been annihilated. Oh, who is this? I recall Shrag as a cunning old fox. I had no assurance of defeating him. And he is known to have many escape routes. The Scions? Indeed, those very individuals. His subordinates presented the gathered intelligence. What does this mean? He has perished, only to be resurrected? Frieza pointed at the large-headed Toma. Oh, that? It is said that the Namekians possess numerous extraordinary abilities. This must be the work of a Namekian. The Namekians, you say? Let us proceed to the Namekian planet. As Frieza resolved to journey to Namek, Temenel and his companions had already returned to Earth. Temenel sought a secluded corner, addressing the air. System, initiate the traversal. Understood, please hold on. Time is not a constraint. Confirming randomization. Rest assured, host. There will be no impact on reality. What a wretched system. Temenel succumbed to the tumult of time, losing consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar locale. System, where am I? Planet Salad. Well then, a prehistoric, unfamiliar metropolis. I shall explore. This place is unlike Vegeta. Its technology is advanced, certainly surpassing that of Earth. Temenel wandered about like one who had never beheld such wonders. Suddenly, a male scion was unceremoniously cast out before him. If you cannot afford it, then do not partake. I detest those who dine and dash. Blast it. Had it not been for someone pilfering my wallet, I would not be in this predicament. That does not excuse your actions. Break his leg. Temenel squeezed through the crowd to witness the spectacle. She is my wife. I am merely awaiting her to provide me with money. Temenel, she was merely seeking some excitement. How did she end up with a husband? Is that so, my dear ones? Today, neither of them will leave without paying. Temenel realized the gravity of the situation and pulled out a gold piece, presenting it to the proprietor before her, saying, "Will this suffice?" "Indeed, it is more than enough. No need for change. I haven't eaten yet, and I am quite famished. Please allow me to bring my husband inside." The male scion was also ushered in. The onlookers were not foolish. It was evident that the two were strangers, with one emerging from a den of wolves only to enter a lair of tigers. Upon entering, Temenel indulged in hearty drinks and devoured meat with gusto. "Weren't you just calling me your wife? Why the silence now?" "Sister, I made a mistake. I was compelled by circumstances." "Oh, forget it. You must still be hungry. Please eat." "Truly, thank you, sister. May I ask your name?" "Yamosi. What a familiar name. Do you know me?" "I can't recall." Temenel felt a strange familiarity that eluded her memory. "I was a soldier, but I have since retired and now pursue a career as a scientist." "A scientist? What are you researching?" "The cells of our scion race." "Cells? Are you interested, sister? Would you like to invest a little? This could definitely yield great profits in the future." "No, as long as you don't annoy me, that is sufficient. You have a rather unfamiliar countenance. Where do you hail from?" "A traveler from a distant land." "That perfectly suits your aura. There is an air of mystery about you." "And what of your friends? It seems you are alone." "They remain in the military." "Well, perhaps fate will bring us together again." Temenel had little interest in the man before her. "Sister, wait for me." Yamosi took 2 chickens with him before departing. Chapter 113. The legendary Super Saiyan is Yamosi. "Sister, do you have any places you wish to visit? I am well informed and guarantee your satisfaction. I require a place to stay." Temenel noted that it was getting late. "Then you may come to my home. I can also share details about my project with you." "Very well." Temenel, feeling rather bored, decided to accompany him for a look. Upon arriving at Yamosi's residence and opening the door, a swarm of flies emerged. "I forgot to tidy up. I hope you won't mind, sister." "Not at all, I understand. If a room is tidy and odorless, then he is not a true man." Temenel entered and found a relatively clean stool to sit upon. "That will suffice. No need to clean up. I shall be leaving tomorrow and won't be staying for long." Yamosi paused in his actions. "All right then, sister, come with me to the laboratory. It is much cleaner there." When Temenel arrived at the laboratory, she was greeted by a variety of instruments. "My project focuses on the study of scion cellular biology. What is your interest in this?" "When I served as a soldier, I pondered the inherent weakness of the scions, particularly if they were to refrain from transforming into great apes. Initially, my ambition was to explore a method that would amplify their strength tenfold without resorting to this transformation. I delved into the study of the great ape form and their tails, but progress was elusive for quite some time. Then, one day, I stumbled upon a unique type of cell within the scion anatomy, which I have since named the cell. Through my diligent efforts, I discerned that this cell is an ancient remnant that allows scions to enhance their power, potentially beyond tenfold. What do you think, dear sister? Are you interested?" "Not at all. Why such a dismissive response? I can provide evidence to support my claims. No one understands this cell better than I do. Why would I invest in a project I am already well versed in?" "Surely you jest. How could you possibly grasp its intricacies?" "This cell possesses the capacity to exponentially elevate a scion's power. When it reaches a certain threshold, it enables the transformation into a super scion. The method of augmenting these cells is quite simple. One must attain a state of emotional equilibrium, followed by a sudden surge of intense emotion, which can temporarily increase the cell's quantity." "And what specific emotional state is required?" "There are no particular stipulations, but the emotions must be rather extreme, either intense rage or overwhelming joy." "Extreme rage, you say? Allow me to ponder." "When a moxie contemplates matters that incite his anger, his hair exhibits the first signs of turning golden." "Stop." Temenel playfully tapped a moxie. "What is it, sister?" "This is not the appropriate setting for a super scion transformation. We must relocate and you ought to change into something more presentable." "As you command, sister." Temenel stepped out of Amoxie's home and waited for him at the door. After a brief moment, Amoxie emerged clad in battle attire. "Take me to a more open and secluded area." Eager to unveil the potential of the cell, Amoxie soared into the sky with excitement. Temenel, witnessing his enthusiasm, recalled that he was the first scion to achieve the super scion transformation. "Is this suitable?" Amoxie led Temenel to a desolate expanse far from the city. It will suffice. I shall demonstrate for you. With a fervent cry, Temenel transformed in an instant into a super scion, albeit at a measured pace to allow Amoxie to observe closely. Temenel as a super scion. How magnificent. Truly, you are remarkable. Sister, it appears you have long since mastered this. Temenel quickly reverted to her normal state, as her proficiency with the super scion form was still developing, requiring considerable stamina. The power amplification of a super scion is 50 times that of their base form. However, if one is not adept, it can lead to energy leakage, typically reducing the multiplier to around 40 times. Energy leakage? Indeed, it refers to the yellow aura that surrounds me. This is not my key. It is an uncontrollable leakage. I understand. You should give it a try. But Amoxie may not succeed. He struggled for an entire night without transforming. Sister, does that mean I am incapable? It would seem so. Sister, could you not offer me a word of encouragement? In the future, you will surely succeed. With that, Temenel departed. Chapter 114. The strength of the science on planet Salad in the tale of Yamoshi. One wonders what would transpire in my absence. Were it not for my presence, he would still be engrossed in the study of cells. To summarize, he is a soldier, perpetually engaged in battles across various planets. Yet, he has borne witness to the demise of many comrades and has gained insight into the vulnerabilities of the science. Thus, he is determined to eradicate these weaknesses. After years of research yielding no breakthroughs, one day he stumbled upon a child possessing some extraordinary cells. He realized that everyone harbors such cells to some degree. Presently, he remains in the research phase, with promising results anticipated in the near future. However, when he eagerly submitted his research report, instead of receiving accolades, he faced execution. At that moment, Yamoshi naively believed that the mode of reward was distinctive, only to awaken to the grim reality as he saw his former comrades perish one by one. Poor child. It was then that he transformed into a super scion, yet upon witnessing himself slay his brethren, he was engulfed in confusion. Perhaps he was simply weary, leading to his downfall at the hands of those around him. Let us dismiss the rumors. The tales we heard in our youth were not so. Super scions were portrayed as villains, preying upon children. I recall your mother attempting to frighten you, yet her dismay, when you remained expressionless, was palpable. Time indeed flies. I have reached the age of 30. Indeed, still a novice. You may continue your tirade. Do you wish to test the strength of the science at this juncture? No. I possess a rough estimate. To speak frankly, Temenel is rather ordinary on planet Salad, where the average battle power is in the millions. Are you afraid of being overpowered? I fear merely for their lives. Let us return. There is little amusement here. Very well. Warning, warning, unidentified energy intrusion detected. By the time Temenel regained his composure, he had arrived at the realm of the Kaioshin of time. Where's this? The time nest. A small voice chimed beside him. You are the Kaioshin of time. It seems you are aware of me. I am quite vexed by you, meddling with history. Do you not realize that such actions will inscribe numerous new entries in the Book of Time? Look, this scroll has accumulated quite a bit. Wait, what history have I altered? Temenel does not falsely confess. That incident with Yamoshi. What? Are you certain? I am certain. Subsequently, a scroll was cast forth. This scroll bears nothing. What? How can this be? It was just there. Why did you summon me here? This is so irritating. I finally managed to capture your trail. And now it's lost again. The Kaioshin of time rolled on the ground like a child. Speak, what is it? If possible, I shall assist you. This is your promise. I have not coerced you. Your timeline diverged when you were 3 years old, coinciding with the emergence of a peculiar entity within you. Initially, I had no intention to pursue this matter, but today you nearly created another timeline, which incited my ire. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm. The timeline from your 3rd year is rather intriguing, as it harbors several divergences ahead. Your task is merely to dismantle this particular timeline. Is that truly acceptable? Temenel feels this is perilous. No worries. The one responsible for disrupting this timeline is you. Why must it be me? Can't you do it yourself? I am the god of time. I cannot casually disrupt timelines, yet you possess the freedom to act without restriction. How shall I proceed? Prevent son Wukong's demise. If he survives, many subsequent troubles shall be averted. Understood. Please send me on my way. Well, the little creature within you will instruct you on your tasks. Timeline. The timeline at the point of divergence at 3 years old lacks Temenel, and thus can be interpreted as the initial chapter where the system deceives Temenel. If this is unclear, you may revisit it for clarification. Chapter 115. Raditz? System, what is happening? Why does the god of time know of your existence? What is the secret behind this? We have a deal. You simply need to follow her instructions. I feel inexplicably duped. By the way, when will you transform into a super scion? I am utterly unaware. As a traveler, one must possess some skill. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for all travelers. Are you waiting for me to grant you an advantage? Yes, you are finally demonstrating some intelligence. To forge iron, one must be resilient. Relying on our external assistance will ultimately lead to limited progress. Have we arrived? We must have. What is with that tone? Temenel, is that truly you? A man's voice rang out beside her. Upon seeing the farmer hastening towards her and the appearance of Raditz, Temenel realized this timeline was flawed. Is this not the year 761 of the age? We have gone astray. Raditz was particularly animated, rushing to embrace Temenel. Please do not leave me, all right, Raditz? Temenel attempted to push Raditz away, yet for some inexplicable reason, her hand faltered and descended. Who are you? Why are you in my field? Temenel felt slightly embarrassed upon hearing others. Ah, Raditz, release me. I can scarcely breathe. Ah, all right. Uncle, we are extraterrestrials. We have come to find my brother. Here is a token of compensation for you. Temenel tossed a piece of gold to the uncle and simultaneously assisted Raditz in reclaiming the spaceship. Once everything was settled, Temenel hastily pulled Raditz away. Temenel, did you not perish? How are you here? You are the one who has perished. Can you not speak? However, according to your words, I should indeed be dead. What do you mean? Raditz furrowed his brow. Let me explain slowly later. For now, we must locate Kakarot, and first, let us remove this device from you. Temenel reached out to remove Raditz's power-level scouter and powered it down. Temenel soared through the skies alongside Raditz, heading towards the Kame house. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Krillin, take Gohan away. Goku exclaimed. Is Sun Jun really that formidable? Bulma remarked, seemingly unfazed. Indeed, I cannot guarantee a victory, Krillin replied hastily. Hurry, Krillin, we are running out of time. Why are we not welcomed, Kakarot? Temenel mused, eyeing Goku's demeanor with a hint of mischief. Who are you? Goku questioned, sensing a formidable presence. I am your sister-in-law, Temenel declared. What? That's impossible. The turtle hermit, Krillin, and Bulma were utterly astonished. Impossible. I have no family left. They have all perished, Goku lamented. As expected of you, Raditz remarked, a flicker of irritation in his voice. He stepped forward and called out, Kakarot, did you suffer a severe blow to the head in your childhood? Why should I answer you? Goku retorted defiantly. I shall enlighten you. Goku, the turtle hermit raised his voice to recount Goku's origins and the incident that befell him. It turns out, I was the one who killed your grandfather. Goku grasped the truth, so that's why the people here remain unharmed. What do you mean by that? Raditz interjected. However, I recall this planet has a moon. Why have you not completed your transformation? His tail was severed, Temenel remarked, perplexed by Raditz's lack of insight. I am aware. No need for your reminders. All right, my apologies. But Kakarot, you have established a family. If you cannot. Raditz began, but Temenel interrupted. If you cannot gather the 7 Dragon Balls, we shall not spare Gohan. With that, Temenel seized Gohan into her grasp. Come, Raditz, they began to depart, igniting urgency in Goku. Wait, Goku. The turtle hermit called out, just in time. Grandpa, why did you stop me? Gohan is being taken away. Chi-Chi will never forgive me. They will not harm Gohan, I assure you. The turtle hermit reassured him. Indeed, that woman knows Gohan and is aware of the Dragon Balls, and there is a teasing, playful tone to her voice. You go gather the Dragon Balls, it will be fine. Bulma, the Dragon Radar. Goku urged. Oh right, let go of me, you wicked woman. I want my daddy. Gohan cried. If you keep screaming, I shall drop you. Temenel warned. Wah, I want my daddy and mommy. This is terrifying. Gohan sobbed, prompting Temenel to lose her patience and toss him towards the ground. What are you doing, Temenel? Raditz exclaimed, surprised. That was his nephew. Yet Temenel was merely jesting, catching Gohan just before he reached the ground. How swift! Raditz marveled, unable to comprehend the speed. Stop crying, Temenel urged, as Gohan quivered in fear. Soon, Temenel and Raditz made their way to Chi-Chi's home. Temenel knocked on the door, cradling Gohan. Coming, just a moment. Chi-Chi's voice echoed from within. When she finally opened the door, she was taken aback, but she swiftly snatched Gohan away from Temenel's grasp. Who are you? I am the wife of Kakarot, also known as Son Goku. You may refer to me as sister-in-law. Goku's elder sister-in-law? But Goku has never mentioned you. There is much Kakarot has not disclosed to you. Let us step inside for a discussion. Raditz and Tamer entered the house at Chi-Chi's invitation. You mean Goku is an alien, not from Earth? Indeed, that is correct. Goku had a tail when he was a child. To prove this, Tamer revealed her own tale. Oh, what is it that you seek him for? I must say, women's intuition is quite accurate. To be candid, both Raditz and Tamer are currently seeking Goku for labor. Chapter 116. Chi-Chi is radiant. Chi-Chi, I have returned. Son Goku hurried back. Ah, Kakarot, you are back. Raditz, why are you here? I must tell you. Kakarot, Chi-Chi is quite radiant. What have you done to my Chi-Chi? Goku felt a surge of anger. Enough. Tamer emerged from a corner with her phone. Goku. Chi-Chi rushed out to embrace Goku, deeply moved, realizing how much he cherished her. What is this you are filming? Raditz appeared somewhat puzzled. It's nothing. I just find it amusing. Seeing that Chi-Chi and Goten were unharmed, Goku seized the dragon radar and dashed outside. He went to collect the Dragon Balls. After a day and night of relentless pursuit, Goku finally completed his task. Ha ha. Exhales. Goku felt utterly exhausted. Kakarot, this is not good. Your stamina is lacking. Tamer observed Goku's condition, realizing that without his beloved, his strength had waned. Arise, Shenron, grant my wish. The dragon appeared once more. State your wish. Whatever it may be, I can fulfill it. I wish for the Scions Bardock, Jain, Vegeta, Toma, and Tamer to be resurrected here. Shenron seemed to ponder for a moment. Very well. Shenron appeared to have something to say, but hesitated. Tamer, you Raditz seem to understand. A brilliant yellow-white light illuminated the area, and Bardock, Jain, Vegeta, Toma, and Tamer were revived, though this Tamer appeared as a child. What is happening? Bardock questioned. Why are we here? Weren't we in the afterlife? It seems Raditz is responsible for this. However, Bardock found it hard to believe that Raditz could be that kind of person. His gaze was fixed on Tamer, for she bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta. Are you Tamer? Yes, mother. Tamer crossed her arms, unsure of what to say. Vegeta approached and embraced the older Tamer. You have suffered, my child. Mother. The two women began to weep inexplicably, leaving those nearby in confusion. After a period of explanation, the older Tamer clarified why she had appeared there, though the system and the Supreme Kai of Time had not informed them. Time is of the essence. I must take my leave. Tamer stood up, feeling somewhat out of place. Wait, I have something to ask you. Young Tamer also rose to her feet. All right, let us change the venue. The Tameng heir observed herself, gaining an understanding. Speak freely, they cannot hear you. How did you survive that operation? What operation? I do not comprehend. Please elaborate. Through Xiao Tameng heir's narration, the Tameng heir grasped that it was merely a trap, and this naive girl had foolishly leaped into it. Specifically, Tameng heir and Radz were part of a 5-member team, and within this timeline, it comprised 5 individuals. Later, they were ensnared and tasked with a perilous mission. Only Radz returned alive, and Tameng heir could surmise who was behind it. Why did you not refuse? This is meant to send you child soldiers to your deaths. Isn't a soldier required to obey orders? Do you know who issued the command? I do not know. Be wise. Listen to your mother when I am gone, or else Radz will consume you without you even realizing it. Oh, understood. Frustration welled up within her, a desire to strike out, but she refrained, recognizing it was herself. Tameng heir imparted numerous pieces of advice, especially warning against Radz's reckless behavior, as Xiao Tameng heir was merely 6 years old in physical age. System, this time you won't falter, right? Not a chance. Rest assured, I shall handle this. Hee. Son Wukong's heart condition occurred between the years 764 and 765 of the AG calendar. This time we are traversing in the year 764. How long will it take for me to defeat Frieza and King Cold? I cannot say for certain. Just ensure you do not falter. Will there be a future Trunks? It seems so. How could I have forgotten that? Then let us do the work for him. Hee. Upon Tameng heir's arrival in this timeline, Trunks had already faced off against Frieza. Tameng heir was taken aback by his speed. Hello everyone, I have refreshments. Would anyone care for a drink? However, the warriors hesitated to approach Trunks. Among them were Xiao Tameng heir and her companions, intrigued by the unfolding narrative. Indeed, everyone. Do not be shy around this young gentleman. Tameng heir stepped forth from the shadows. Due to Tameng heir's intervention, this parallel timeline was devoid of 2 timelines. Hence the Trunks in this timeline was singular. Chapter 117. Everything is according to my plan. Trunks appeared somewhat perplexed. Who are you? Handsome. May I not have a drink? Sister is quite saddened. Of course, you may. Trunks seemed slightly bashful. Taming heir, do you know him? Vidal inquired. I do. I know every handsome man. Vidal understood that questioning this unfortunate girl would yield no fruitful answers and deemed it unnecessary to pursue. Oh, why are there two Taming heirs? Bulma questioned, puzzled. I am her from the future, yet not entirely her. Do you grasp that? Parallel timelines? Precisely. Yet this timeline requires me, for in a sense, I am also a part of it. He is from the future, and I am acquainted with him. Trunks was left bewildered. Taming heir cast a glance around. There are Bardock, Jine, Vedal, Tarbell, Temo, Raditz, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Nappa, Tin, Yamchu, Kaiatsu, Piccolo, Poir, Krillin, and Rick. It seems I have forgotten Brother Rick. Haha, a slip of the mind, as the system did not remind me. No worries, precisely because of this. They will venture to Namek. Indeed, everything is proceeding according to my plan. You need not fret. What unfolds in the subsequent narrative? Tell me a story. Eventually, after Bardock's persuasion, Raditz redeems himself, and Vegeta is furious. A year later, they arrive on Earth. Before Goku and Raditz master the Kaioken and return. Following the valiant struggle of Bardock and Tarbell, everyone is mostly safe. However, Bardock and Tarbell are already exhausted. Facing Vegeta, they all find it arduous. Piccolo sacrifices himself to save the beloved Temo. Indeed, when Piccolo seeks vengeance against Goku, he is intercepted by Temo and Gohan, ultimately becoming friends. Through their companionship, Piccolo resolves his inner turmoil. This is perplexing yet profoundly shocking. Later, Raditz and Goku engage in a just 2-on-1 against Vegeta, who, overwhelmed, retreats. Nappa, after being incapacitated and healed, also redeems himself. The journey to Namek is largely similar. Ultimately, it is Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan that alters the course of the battle. Goku will require 3 more hours to return. Follow my lead. After Trunks speaks, he ascends into the sky. Everyone waits, curious about Temo, yet intrigued by Trunks, who divulges nothing beyond his age. Hey, what do you mean? You don't inquire about me, a kind and gentle big sister, but instead question him? Can you transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta immediately insinuates towards Temo. Of course, Temo transforms into a Super Saiyan, capturing everyone's attention. Vegeta's composure begins to falter upon witnessing this. Trunks is somewhat puzzled. He had not heard Bulma mention Temo. This shouldn't be. Anyone capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan should not go unnoticed. I suppose I shall inquire later. 3 hours later, Goku descends upon Earth and is astonished to see the Grand Trunks and Temo. Mr. Goku, may we find a more private setting to converse? Trunks wishes to keep his matters confidential. I wish to join as well, handsome. After some consideration, Trunks consents. Greetings, Mr. Goku and Miss Temo. May I witness your Super Saiyan forms? Upon hearing this, Goku and Temo transform, prompting Trunks to do the same. Trunks assesses their strength. Goku slightly surpasses him, while Temo and Trunks are somewhat less powerful. All right, Mr. Goku and Miss Temo, allow me to introduce myself. I am Trunks, the offspring of Bulma and Vegeta. Goku is taken aback, and even Piccolo pales in astonishment. Kakarot, refrain from staring. It could lead to complications. Temo, exasperated, questions his lack of caution. Afterward, Tenanks narrated the subsequent events involving the androids, particularly mentioning how Son Wukong would succumb to a viral heart disease. Son Wukong was genuinely alarmed. Once he had finished explaining, Tenanks intended to depart when Temenel reassured him, saying, "Do not worry, everyone will support you, and things will improve in the future. Thank you, farewell." Tenanks replied as he retrieved the universal capsule that transformed into a time machine, propelling him back to the future, unaware that the future would remain unaltered by his actions. "Wukong, you have finally returned. What did that young man say?" Krillin inquired with curiosity. Kakarot 1T speak. Allow me to voice it, Temenel decided, fearing Kakarot might inadvertently reveal too much. 3 years from now, a new enemy will emerge. We simply need to train diligently. This adversary would be the androids created by the Red Ribbon Army, expected to manifest on May 12th at 10 a.m. on a small island in the southern region. Oh, we understand. Can't we just eliminate them directly? Krillin wished to expedite the narrative. We cannot, for we are entirely unaware of the enemy's location. Temenel yearned to take action more than anyone else, yet she could not. Well, that's rather dull, Krillin sighed wearily. By the way, Kakarot, after such an extended absence, have you learned any new techniques? Ha ha ha. I mastered one technique on Planet Yardrat. They possess numerous styles, but I couldn't grasp the others, son Wukong replied. Then fetched Master Roshi's sunglasses. Humph, isn't that merely high-speed movement? Vegeta scoffed, unimpressed by the seemingly trivial skill learned in a year. Vegeta, take a closer look. Doesn't T. Kakarot now sport a pair of glasses? Everyone was astonished. Master Roshi was from the Southeast Sea, implying he had traversed a significant portion of the Earth. Boring technique, Vegeta remarked before flying off in a fury, followed closely by Nappa. Krillin, please return these to my grandfather. I haven't been home in ages. And Chi-Chi will worry, son Wukong requested. All right, Krillin acquiesced, donning the glasses and appearing rather dashing. When Temenel arrived at son Wukong's home, she noticed that Chi-Chi looked quite haggard. However, upon seeing son Wukong, she perked up slightly. Sister Temenel? I came to check on Kakarot's health. Wukong's health? Yes. In the future, son Wukong will develop a viral heart disease, and I wish to ascertain the cause. Heart disease. It seemed utterly nonsensical while watching the anime. But now that Temenel is examining it earnestly, she believes she might uncover the true reason. There's no need. I feel perfectly fine, son Wukong responded shyly. No, I must take a look, Temenel insisted. Please, not that, Temenel. Son Wukong was apprehensive. Temenel called upon Bardock, Toma, and even Raditz to restrain him. Your vital energy is compromised, meridians damaged in multiple places, and your body harbors numerous hidden injuries. Kakarot, why did you not disclose this? These were evidently the consequences of his earlier reckless use of the Kaioken and battles. I harbor a fear of injections. The others present remarked. Temenel has complied. Yet a case has been solved. This pertains to Kakarot's battle with Frieza, where he recklessly utilized the maximum multiplier of the Kaioken, subsequently transforming into a Super Saiyan, which inflicted excessive strain upon his body. No need for injections. I shall assist you daily in addressing your meridians and latent injuries, using medicinal herbs to replenish your vitality and blood. Allow me a moment to gather them. Internal and external applications will be employed in tandem, and you shall recover swiftly. Indeed, Temenel, you are most kind. Do refrain from expressing gratitude. There are certain taboos to consider. You must avoid actions that disrupt your vital energies. Until you have fully healed, do not approach Chi-Chi. Refrain from consuming these items that possess both cooling and heating properties, Temenel advised, listing them one by one. While Goku may have difficulty remembering, Chi-Chi diligently took notes, her notebook at the ready. Subsequently, Temenel prepared a medicinal bath for Goku each week, employing energy to rectify his latent injuries and meridians. Coupled with Temenel's assistance in revitalizing his energies, he gradually recovered over the course of 1 to 2 months. Temenel believed Goku had underestimated his injuries, presuming them minor and inconsequential, which ultimately led to his unexpected heart condition. Chi-Chi, Kakarot is nearly restored, though he must exercise moderation. Understood. This medication for viral heart disease was given to me by that future boy. Should you observe Goku exhibiting symptoms, administer it. The instructions are included. Thank you, sister. No need for thanks. In my timeline, I watch Kakarot grow up. Do not be overly stringent. He has matters he hesitates to disclose to you immediately. Please be mindful. I understand. In fact, during the year Goku was away, I recognized my own shortcomings and shall amend them. Take this sum. The household is comprised entirely of Saiyans, and I imagine the pressure upon you is considerable. Indeed, thank you, sister. Chi-Chi often feigned composure, yet the sight of the substantial gold Temenel had presented shattered her facade. She embraced Temenel, tears flowing freely. Chapter 118. I embody my own green. Additional chapter. Temenel, how old are you? 10 years. That means you require at least another 7 years to grow taller. I, too, only experienced my growth spurt at 17. Indeed, patience is essential. Come with me to a certain location. You are currently too weak, and it will also facilitate your growth. Where to? To the Heavenly Temple. Without indulging in idle chatter, both Temenels soared towards the Heavenly Temple. The younger Temenel bore some resemblance to the elder, yet also displayed notable differences. Hello, Mr. Bobo. Greetings, Temenel. We wish to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber. That is permissible. Bobo and the Supreme Kai exchanged no further words, preparing sustenance and water for Temenel before departing. Mr. Bobo, this is insufficient. This is food for 2 years. How can it be inadequate? Bobo appeared perplexed. I shall remain for 2 years, while she will be present for 6. That is unacceptable. It is far too perilous. The door to the hyperbolic time chamber vanishes after 2 years. At that time, I will open the door from the outside to release her. Mr. Bobo stood motionless, resembling a system malfunction. After a brief interval, he finally spoke. Certainly, but I must clarify that I bear no responsibility should any mishaps occur. In the event of an incident, we shall assume full accountability. Subsequently, Mr. Bobo proved to be quite benevolent, providing Temenel with sustenance for 4 years. What sort of place is this? It is a realm apart, characterized by tenfold gravity compared to the outside world and erratic temperatures. Notably, this space is isolated from the outside, no matter how loud your cries may be. No one will come to your aid. Additionally, within this realm, a year equates to merely a day outside. Hence, whatever I intend to do to you, even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will come to rescue you. Little Temenel, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of fear and took a few steps back. What are you afraid of? I am not a villain. Rest assured, I am not privy to your thoughts. Allow me to gauge your capabilities first. Big Temenel began to cautiously assess Little Temenel's strength. After a period of back and forth, Big Temenel gained a fair understanding of Little Temenel's abilities. From now on, we shall engage in regular training. Your foundation is lacking. The next 2 Temenels will focus on daily exercise, with little left to discuss. Half a year later, your strength has improved considerably. Let me teach you how to transform into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? Can I really do that? Indeed, although your temperament is too placid. I have yet to witness you in a fit of anger. Think of something that irritates you. I cannot think of anything anger-inducing. Very well, allow me to assist you. Big Temenel burst into laughter, startling Little Temenel. What is so amusing? Do you know why I prevent Raditz from approaching you? Why? Is it not because I am too small? Because he is mine. Let me tell you, Raditz is quite delectable. Little Temenel's words were accompanied by a lick of her lips. This not only disgusted Little Temenel, but also turned her own stomach. What? I cannot believe it. I would never partake in such actions. You must be jesting. Big Temenel, sensing a lack of intensity, decided to stoke the flames further. Squatting before Little Temenel, Big Temenel leaned in close, whispering, "He is quite large, very firm, and impressively endowed. You, how dare you? Raditz belongs to me." Little Temenel, fuming with rage, transformed into a Super Saiyan and launched an attack. Big Temenel was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded in kind, transforming into a Super Saiyan to counter the assault. Temenel, remain calm. Do not let your emotions dictate your actions. Calm. How can I remain calm when the person I trusted most has betrayed me? That is all fabricated. I do not believe you. How else would you know? Big Temenel found herself in a predicament, digging her own grave with her words. See, now you have no retort. Big Temenel realized she was at a loss for words. Nonetheless, she decided to take advantage of Little Temenel's inexperience and offer some guidance. An observer well-versed in combat would recognize that Big Temenel was imparting techniques to Little Temenel. After some time, Little Temenel, still unaccustomed to her Super Saiyan form and overshadowed by Big Temenel's prowess, ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Big Temenel, witnessing Little Temenel revert to her normal state and collapse, felt a sense of astonishment. She had persevered for so long, truly a reflection of her own strength. Take a few days to rest. The Temenel carried Temenel back to rest. No, Raditz, you must not treat her that way. Temenel suddenly exclaimed. She had awakened. Was it a dream? No, Raditz had been subdued by his future self. He was tainted now. How can you unjustly tarnish a person's reputation? Temenel approached and heard Temenel utter such words. It's you. How could Raditz possibly resist you? What? Are you so lacking in self-assurance? Temenel glanced at her tablet and then at Temenel's physique. Realizing her own insecurity, seeing this side of herself, Temenel smiled. There's nothing between Raditz and me. I merely desired for you to transform into a Super Saiyan. Isn't there a Raditz in my timeline? Why would I need to compete with you? It seems Temenel remained unconvinced. I am your future self. Do you not believe in the future you? Alright, did you truly not touch Raditz? How could I possibly do that? Rest assured, sister. Alright, I forgive you. Chapter 119, Super Saiyan 4 and 5 Look. I have comprehended a new stage of Super Saiyan. Temenel was eager to showcase her ability. Alright, let me see. Temenel approached to observe closely. Temenel transformed into a Super Saiyan, a form she could now assume at will. Her muscles bulged. How is it? Impressive, isn't it? Temenel smiled, but remained silent. Shall we give it a try? The Temenel Air 2 transformed into a Super Saiyan. Okay. Xiao Temenel Air launched an all-out assault, but couldn't even touch the Temenel Air's hair. Seizing an opportunity, the Temenel Air knocked her away. Have you recognized the problem? Xiao Temenel Air fell silent. This form is flawed. You sacrifice speed for power, which proves ineffective in actual combat. An attack that cannot land is rendered meaningless. Understood, Xiao Temenel Air nodded in acknowledgement. Well, the fact that you can independently explore a form is already impressive, even if it is incorrect. Allow me to demonstrate a Super Saiyan transformation for you. Absorb it well. First, I will transform into a Super Saiyan. If this form is not trained, its enhancement is not 50 times, but rather around 40 times. My ability to maintain this 50-fold enhancement for extended periods is due to my resolution of Super Saiyon's energy leakage issue. I call this state Super Saiyan Full Power. Super Saiyan Full Power. Xiao Temenel Air did not perceive much difference from the ordinary Super Saiyan. You may not notice any remarkable changes. This state emphasizes endurance. You must now find ways to maintain your Super Saiyan form, treating it as your baseline. When you can utilize Super Saiyan with low energy consumption, that will be a success. Just as Xiao Temenel Air intended to practice transforming into a Super Saiyan, the Temenel Air intervened. Wait a moment. It is not over yet. This is the Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan, specifically Super Saiyan 2. Little Temo is now enveloped in lightning. Is there a Super Saiyan 2? Yes, the increase in power with Super Saiyan 2 is 100-fold. Similarly, it can also leak energy. However, having previously mastered the full power of Super Saiyan, we can manage this with careful control. The crux of the matter is not this. I am about to transform into Super Saiyan 3, the ultimate form surpassing the Super Saiyan. Little Temo is rendered speechless with astonishment at the mention of Super Saiyan 3. Big Temo strains to unleash her energy and subsequently transforms into Super Saiyan 3. The appearance of Super Saiyan 3 is quite unique. Temo's eyebrows vanish, and her hair now cascades down to her waist, covering her backside. Yet, this form can only be sustained for 10 minutes at her current capacity. Super Saiyan 3 presents a significant challenge as well, energy leakage, which is unavoidable. Unlike its predecessors, Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3 does not operate at full power, but rather utilizes maximum output. It is akin to turning a faucet to its fullest extent. Theoretically, it should not be surrounded by an aura. However, this aura is a result of energy leakage, as the body functions like a bucket, with the leakage symbolizing overflow. Temo realizes that the only way to maintain Super Saiyan 3 for an extended period is to suppress the energy within her body, yet this places immense strain on her. She now comprehends why so few characters in the original story can sustain this form. It is a precarious balance. Should the leakage issue be resolved, this form could be extraordinarily powerful. Little Temo is captivated by this overwhelming strength. However, Super Saiyan 3 is not the pinnacle. Are there Super Saiyan 4 and 5? Yes. Big Temo has reverted to her normal state. She has contemplated transforming into Super Saiyan 4, but according to the system's introduction to Super Saiyan forms, one must master Super Saiyan 3 to attain this transformation. Otherwise, she estimates that maintaining it for even a minute would be an extraordinary feat. She understands that her rapid mastery of the Super Saiyan forms is due to her inherent abilities, as Super Saiyan should be a natural state for ancient Saiyans rather than a transformation. How does one achieve Super Saiyan 4 and 5? Little Temo is eager to learn about these more formidable transformations. To attain Super Saiyan 4, one requires the power of the Great Ape. Once you have mastered Super Saiyan 3, transforming into a golden Great Ape and regaining one's senses will allow the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 5, on the other hand, is achieved after mastering Super Saiyan 4 and experiencing an extreme surge of rage. If Super Saiyan 4 represents rationality, Super Saiyan 5 embodies a return to fury. Nevertheless, these concepts are still distant for you at this moment. First, focus on achieving Super Saiyan 3. Currently, both Big Temo and Little Temo have their respective goals. One aims to push her physical limits through training in her normal state, while the other seeks to master the full power of Super Saiyan through training in that form. Chapter 120. A Transformed Vegeta. The cool exterior and warm interior of Piccolo inside the hyperbolic time chamber. 2 years had passed, while only 2 days had elapsed outside. At this moment, Datemel emerged, stretching languidly. However, upon her exit, she immediately encountered Vegeta. Vegeta? What are you doing here? And how did you become a super scion? Why should I tell you? Please, Datemel, she implored, as it was the first time she had seen Vegeta in such a state. Kakarot can do it too. Why not ask him? Vegeta clenched his fists, unwilling to engage in conversation. The transformation into a super scion, you ask? It requires rage. Think of something exceedingly infuriating. Thank you, Datemel replied, but Vegeta, upon hearing this, stormed off in a fit of rage. Vegeta has changed significantly, but who summoned him to seek me out? It seems someone has compelled him to abandon his pride. It was Bulma. The Supreme Kai and Piccolo approached simultaneously. Piccolo, Datemel, greetings. Datemel, intrigued by Piccolo's presence, wondered why he was here. You two should chat privately. The Supreme Kai suggested before departing. Let us sit over there. All right, she replied, feeling the chill of his demeanor, perplexed as to how she had become friends with him. Datemel settled at the edge of the Supreme Kai's realm. Are you truly the future version of her? Indeed. Are you married? Not yet, but it should be soon. Raditz. Then? Correct. As they exchanged questions and answers, Datemel discerned that Piccolo was genuinely a person of cool exterior but warm interior. Piccolo, why are you so concerned about me? I am not her. Because you are the future version of her. Damn it, what is this ambiguous feeling? I am myself. She is herself. Her thoughts differ from mine. What you receive is my answer, not hers. I understand. You understand nothing. What kind of person am I in that timeline? Similar to you. Is that so? After a brief inquiry into the small Datemel within the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo departed. System, I am no longer needed in this timeline, am I? Indeed. Once the Datemel from the time chamber emerges, there should be no further issues. Do you think I can comprehend Super Saiyan 3? I believe it is unlikely. I think it is possible. Time passed swiftly, and on the 6th day after the small Datemel had entered, the door opened. Seeing her tattered attire, the girl exclaimed. She lied. Now matured, her clothes appeared somewhat snug. Change into something else. Datemel tossed a set of clothes to her. Okay. As the girl changed, Datemel took the opportunity to tease her, noting her development. What are you doing? That tickles. Nothing, just checking if you were similar to me. Now you know. Datemel, noticing the girl's irritation, quickly shifted the conversation. To what extent can you transform into a Super Saiyan now? Super Saiyan 2 at full power. Yet Super Saiyan 3 still seems lacking. A sense of inadequacy lingers. No need to rush. You have ample time ahead, and you will eventually attain it. Well, it appears that I too must take my leave, so I shall not linger. Won't you stay for a meal? Little Temenel harbors feelings for Big Temenel. I shall refrain from joining you and Raditz at the feast, for I fear jealousy might consume me, and I may seize him. Upon finishing her words, Big Temenel activated a wormhole and departed, leaving her no chance to plead for him to stay. Humph. Indeed, you are not a good person, fixated on him. Little Temenel chuckled. As Little Temenel approached the entrance of the Bowsy Mountain dwelling, Raditz called for her to halt. Where is the future Temenel? Why are you alone? How dare you, Raditz? Do you not recognize me? Oh, it seems I am adorned in her attire. She has been encouraged by me to train, Raditz. Shall we engage in something different? Little Temenel stepped closer, exuding a unique feminine allure. She truly is not here. Indeed. Raditz observed that Temenel did not appear to be lying. Do you believe you are worthy of that existence of mine? This realm and that. Are they not both you? Raditz? Upon hearing this, Raditz closed his eyes, ceasing to resist. How could you? Indeed, you are not virtuous either. Little Temenel slapped Raditz, exclaiming, Ugh, scoundrel. Unbeknownst to them, Little Temenel was increasingly resembling Big Temenel, which might explain Raditz's confusion. It was only after being slapped that Raditz realized he could not distinguish between the two. Regret washed over him. Temenel, you are truly wicked to have given her that outfit. What? She deceived me first, though I can foresee what will transpire next. Under my influence, she will undoubtedly test Raditz. I shall leave a surprise for him, and I trust he will appreciate it. Host, you are quite wicked. Yet I admire it. Ha ha. But this will certainly be enough to keep Raditz occupied. After a period of toil, Temenel finally returned to her own timeline. Oh, the air in our realm is refreshing. I find no distinction. You, system, know nothing. Why is there hardly anyone at home? Temenel wandered around Bowsy Mountain, finding it deserted. Chapter 121. King Carrick 2, unable to see anyone, Temenel flew to Kame House for a look. Upon her arrival at Kame House, she too found it void of life. Bulma's residence? Just then, Raditz launched an unexpected attack. Temenel, bewildered, swiftly defended herself. What on earth are you doing? Raditz remained silent. While I am unclear about the circumstances, I readily welcome the chance to strike you. Temenel approached with fists and kicks, but Raditz was no pushover. He transformed into a super scion. Indeed, you have concealed your strength. Temenel also transformed into a super scion and engaged in battle. The outcome is predictable. Raditz, bruised and battered, lay on the ground. This woman possesses a grand heart. She avenges grievances in the moment and does not hold grudges. What is happening? It seems there was a storyline like this in some episode. Ah, yes, the chapter involving King Carrick too. Temenel promptly splashed some divine water on Raditz. What is wrong with me? Raditz regained consciousness. Don't you remember, Raditz? Temenel inquired. Raditz felt a sense of fogginess in his head. Here, eat a Sinza bean. I thought you were done for after being pummeled by that individual. If it weren't for my timely intervention, you would have perished. Thank you, Temenel. Raditz sensed something was amiss, yet Temenel didn't appear to be lying. However, they would delve into the enemies shortly. Let us proceed to the sacred temple to assess the situation. Very well. I hope Master Karen is safe. Temenel, passing by Karen Tower, felt concerned for the cat and decided to take a look. We shall know once we enter. Raditz, everyone may have transformed into demons. Be cautious. What demons? Master Karen floated behind the two. Both Raditz and Temenel were startled. No need to speak. It's fine. I can read minds. Master Karen glanced at them. I see. So it is King Carrick too. And Temenel, refrain from dwelling on such thoughts. A moment of lust can lead to dire consequences. Who told you to look? Temenel was slightly irritated. All right, my fault. There is little time left. You must hurry to stop King Carrick too. Very well. I should not have worried about you, you plump feline. Temenel, incensed, took flight. Raditz bowed before following closely behind Temenel. King Carrick too. That little rascal has grown up. However, that old hag Anning actually imparted her fire control technique to her. I shall observe further. Perhaps there are surprises in store. It appears my future will no longer be mundane. Upon reaching the sacred temple, Temenel beheld a scene of devastation. Wimmel, Kakarot, Vegeta, Tabor, Broly. Temenel called out each name, yet received no response. It's futile, Temenel. They have already lost control. From a distance, Piccolo approached and landed near Temenel. Piccolo, what about my parents? Temenel inquired, while Raditz remained oblivious. Your parents, along with Goku's parents, and Reich and Parazes, have gone to Namek. And Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu? Temenel still harbored concern for his companions. They are further back. Piccolo gestured to a distant location. It turned out Piccolo was being restrained by them. And Master Roshi, why are you meddling at your age? Well done, Piccolo. I wondered why there was no one at the Kame house. You've drawn all the enemies away. Why didn't you pull Raditz along? Ha. I never imagined Earth had such formidable beings. Had I not released the mist of Akuya, I would have been no match for them. King Carrick too emerged. Piccolo, what is going on? Temenel turned to Piccolo. Allow me to share my tale. I am the offspring of Carrick. With great effort, I have gathered the Dragon Balls to attain immortality, yet I find myself unable to triumph over these petty adversaries. Were it not for my abduction of the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo, coupled with the mist of Akuya, I would have faced utter defeat. The earnestness with which Temenel interprets her role as the antagonist nearly brings her to tears. Is that all? Yes, it is. Temenel feels that engaging with this Carrick too diminishes her stature, so she summons Piccolo and Raditz. 1, 2, 3, 10. Temenel divides herself into 10 clones and engages in battle with those little fiends, all the while assessing their prowess. How vexing. Do not approach me. I hold a hostage. Carrick too is somewhat flustered. Piccolo's precise strike severed his arm. Raditz, in perfect synchronization, seized the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo. Unburdened, he unleashed a relentless assault upon Carrick too. To be frank, immortality is rather overrated. If one is reduced to mere rubble, restoration becomes impossible. The mist of Akuya did not drift far. A mere sprinkle of divine water in the Supreme Kai's temple sufficed to conclude matters. Sister, you did that on purpose. It hurts. Wimmel, witnessing her own pummeling, felt a tinge of discontent. You attacked me first. I am merely defending myself. The demonic figure interjected. Temenel, where have you been all this time? Raditz, upon observing the situation, recognized that it was Temenel who had been pummeling him. I was exploring other dimensions. Ah, sister, you didn't take me along. Haha, next time for sure. Temenel, I desire to marry you. May I? Raditz, realizing that he must strive harder lest he lose the opportunity to win over the young lady before him, made this declaration. Ah, marriage? Temenel did not anticipate Raditz's proposal at this juncture. Is that not permissible? It is, but let us first go on a date. It feels a bit rushed otherwise. Temenel still held some reservations. Very well. Raditz beamed with joy. Everyone gathered to offer their congratulations. Chapter 122. A date leading to a hotel room. Additional update. You all are quite something. How could one character provoke such a reaction? Temenel devoured her meat heartily. Sister, he resorted to underhanded tactics. Wimmel clutched a chicken leg, gnawing at it fervently. Wimmel, having fallen victim to a ploy, I can understand, but Raditz. What is your excuse? Raditz remained silent. I was not ensnared. Goku, fearing Temenel's rebuke, quickly interjected. Oh, then how did you lose control? I was overwhelmed by their numbers. I simply could not withstand it. How fascinating. I wish to capture this moment on my phone. Temenel engaged in her feast, while simultaneously delivering her jibes. Speaking of which, sister, what adventures did you encounter in other dimensions? Did you come across a grown-up version of me? No, but Kakarot did see you. It seems you were just born. Kakarot appears quite dashing, standing at approximately 175 centimeters. Why is it that Kakarot has matured while I remain but an infant? Well, one of you is already quite sufficient. I find it perfectly normal without your presence. Sister, why do you always torment me? Woe is me. Ah, I shall take you along next time. Temenel, still oblivious to her, merely yearned for amusement. She could hardly sleep in her excitement for the date with Raditz the following day. Shall we venture outside for some exercise? I find myself unable to sleep. Though Temenel has a penchant for idleness, once a decision is made, she swiftly acts upon it. Upon her exit, she encounters Raditz not far away. Raditz, are you also unable to sleep? I overindulged in food and need to take a stroll to aid digestion. Hee. That is unlike you. And you? Can't sleep because you're thinking of me? Well, have you managed to sleep? Temenel, exuding her charm, fell silent. You know what? Let us not sweat the small stuff with someone important. Why did our parents go to that planet, Namek? Frieza has gone there. Oh. Then they won't be in danger, will they? Rest assured, aside from Ba and Paragus, everyone else can transform into Super Saiyans. How can you transform into Super Saiyans? Temenel couldn't recall their abilities, though she had briefly touched upon it before. They transformed right after you left. That was close. I almost got surpassed by this pile of nonsense. And when will you transform? Raditz realized he did not know her well. I have been able to for quite some time, having trained for 2.5 years. Temenel beamed with pride. You remain so exceptional, Temenel. Raditz, if I weren't exceptional, would you still like me? Yes, I would always like you. Temenel felt a surge of joy hearing those words, even though she already knew. All right, I'm quite tired now. I'll be on my way. Temenel, fearing that lingering would lead her to foolish thoughts, cursed the pesky female hormones that made her feel so flustered. That was close. She shouldn't have seen me, right? Raditz picked up a book from the grass nearby, titled How to Win Over Quality Women. Ah, Raditz, you look quite worn out. Haven't you slept? It's nothing. What do you mean, nothing? Shouldn't you rest for a bit? Let me drive. You can take a nap. Temenel initially intended to fly directly to West City, but changed her mind upon seeing Raditz's condition. All right then. Temenel drove at a leisurely pace, and at this rate, it would take nearly a day to arrive. By the time Raditz awoke, they had yet to reach West City. I'm sorry, Temenel, if it weren't for me, we would have been in West City by now. No need for apologies. We are comrades for life. Would I really care about that? Everyone has their off days. I lost my temper with you before, and you weren't bothered, were you? Raditz, though he cared, dared not voice it. Then let us set off. Raditz felt he had squandered enough time and wished to reach West City swiftly. Temenel felt a pang of annoyance. She had deliberately driven slowly to foster some intimacy in the wilds. With a sigh of resignation, she continued on. By the time they arrived in West City, it was already evening. Let us head to that hotel up ahead. It's late, and there's not much to do outside. All right. Temenel and Raditz entered the hotel. Miss, how may I assist you? I would like to book a room. Certainly, Mississippi. In this world, unlike the earth of old, one does not require an ID to book a room. Such a thing does not exist here. However, a driver's license is still accepted, as most individuals use it to verify their identity. Raditz, lacking such documentation, was of no concern. With wealth, one can enjoy oneself freely in this world. As soon as Raditz noticed that there was only one bed, he panicked. I'll take a shower first. I'm utterly exhausted. Just wait a moment. It won't take long, he said. However, it took Temenel over half an hour to wash up. Raditz felt a bit anxious and hurried into the bathroom for a shower. What is there to panic about? Am I going to eat him? Temenel shook his head in exasperation. It's taking so long. Aren't you usually quicker? I'm being more thorough today. Well then, sleep well. All right, but don't grab my tail, please. And don't get my hair wet. It's so hard to wash. Oh, understood. Chapter 123. Jealousy. Temenel gazed at Raditz before him, feeling a warm sweetness in his heart. You've really worn me out, Temenel remarked, limping slightly as he walked. Are you all right? Of course. Do I look unwell? Temenel preferred not to eat a senza bean and simply wanted Raditz to support him. My fault. I'll be more careful next time. Humph. You really want to bully me, Temenel thought, resembling a clingy kitten. How about we go watch a movie? I'm all for that. Temenel was completely in love. Can you let go for a moment? Why? You must not want me anymore. You have other women now. And no longer desire this aged one. No, I just need to use the restroom. Oh, then go ahead. Reluctantly, Temenel released Raditz. Sister Temenel, is that you? Bulma exclaimed, removing her sunglasses in disbelief. Bulma, it's me. What are you doing here? Don't ask. I came out to have some fun. That Vegeta fellow has no sense of romance. He won't even play with me. I've always been curious about how you managed to win over Vegeta. He is such a proud individual. Stop it, sister. Don't ask that. Oh, how shameless of you, Bulma said, clicking her tongue. So what are you doing here? I'm on a date with my boyfriend. Ah, sister, it's a rare bloom. What do you mean? We are true love. True love? Are you sure you won't be deceived? We are both committed, unlike you, Temenel said dismissively toward Bulma. Sister, good things need to be fought for. Not everyone is as fortunate as you. Bulma understood the sentiment, but lamented Yamcha's lack of ambition. You are a clever one. Sister, you are quite impressive too. Temenel smiled upon hearing this. Thank you. All right. Temenel, let us go. Raditz emerged from the bathroom. He felt a twinge of displeasure as he saw Bulma getting closer to Temenel, but refrained from showing it, fearing Temenel might get upset. As expected of a sister, brother-in-law. You're quite handsome, Bulma remarked, finding Raditz tall enough that she had to look up to see him. Upon hearing this, Raditz's expression softened. Then let us all hang out together. This one's on me. Temenel, adhering to the adage of taking advantage of a good deal, began shopping with Bulma. However, no matter how much they bought, Raditz was not asked to carry anything, as everything was stored in the multifunctional capsule. The multifunctional capsule was still quite expensive, so only Bulma and Temenel dared to use it in such a manner. Interestingly, Temenel unknowingly let go of Raditz's hand as she held Bulma's. Raditz felt a bit gloomy. It was like a betrayal right in front of him. Bulma, what is your intention behind your flattery towards me? Temenel does not particularly favor Bulma. She perceives a certain mercantile cunning within her. Nonetheless, Bulma is quite generous with her friends, often considering their needs with great thoughtfulness. It is precisely for this reason that Temenel is reluctant to owe Bulma too many favors, for in this world, what is free is often the most costly. As expected of an elder sister, you discern my desires without my uttering a word. Others would likely expend considerable effort to grasp my intentions. Let us dispense with superfluous chatter, otherwise, I shall withdraw my assistance. Assist me in transforming Vegeta into a Super Saiyan, Bulma. Have you become emotionally invested? Temenel is somewhat astonished that a woman so preoccupied with her own interests could become so affected. Indeed, the current Vegeta fulfills all her fantasies regarding men. Very well. But if you are scheming against me, I cannot say I am pleased. Raditz could also assist. He is quite capable, is he not? Why must you be this way? Sister? Temenel's tone grew rather frigid. Bulma could sense Temenel's insatiable greed. She had received her compensation, yet refused to labor. Do not regard me in such a manner. I shall certainly fulfill my obligations. I appreciate your assistance, though you are quite gluttonous. It is infuriating how you consume so much and yet remain unperturbed by weight. Under Bulma's guidance, they swiftly arrived at her residence. In the bustling metropolis of West City, Bulma's wealth is a well-known fact. Regardless of how Temenel might exploit Bulma, it hardly grazed the surface of her finances. She had not even exhausted her allowance. In the backyard, they beheld a spherical machine. Earthlings do appear to have a fondness for spheres. Temenel gazed at it with curiosity. How many times? 300 times, brother. Tabor is working exceptionally hard. Even Raditz and the others can transform into Super Saiyans. Increase it to 500 times. Ah, very well. Ultimately, the machine operated beyond its capacity and exploded. Temenel was fortuitously pulled back by Raditz just in time to avoid disaster. Coughing, 3 individuals emerged from the wreckage. Vegeta, are you reckless? Bulma expressed a flicker of concern. Do not meddle, woman. Temenel witnessed this and shouted, 666. Living off others, as expected of Vegeta. Humph, I should not have involved myself, sister. Do not instruct him on becoming a Super Saiyan any longer. Very well, Temenel responded, delighted by this news. Upon hearing this, Vegeta succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing this, Tabor had no choice but to take Vegeta to rest. Thank you, sister. No need for gratitude. I am quite fatigued myself. After a day of play. If I do not arrange things, I shall not work, Bulma. Of course, sister, this way please. Chapter 124, Super Saiyan Vegeta, Super Saiyan Raditz. Vegeta, I wish to gauge your abilities first. Raditz and Vegeta engaged in combat. Temenel glanced at the two before turning to Tabor. Tabor, is it possible for you to transform into a Super Saiyan now? If not, I can teach you. I am in no hurry. Temenel wished to impart her knowledge. But seeing his reluctance, she relented. In truth, Tabor had secretly inquired with Raditz about becoming a Super Saiyan and had indeed succeeded. However, he was uncertain how to communicate this to Vegeta. Vegeta, with his relentless determination, would surely be infuriated to learn that another individual, who exerted far less effort, had managed to transform. Vegeta, enough, Raditz remarked, observing Vegeta's impressive physical prowess, which made achieving Super Saiyan status undoubtedly feasible. However, Vegeta found himself at a loss regarding the method to attain this transformation, sensing he was on the verge of a breakthrough. In a fit of rage, he was advised to unleash the utmost fury within him without attempting to consciously regulate the flow of his energy, allowing it to surge freely through his body. Vegeta, displaying his intelligence, began to experiment with this technique. His hair gradually shifted to a resplendent golden hue, shimmering brilliantly. Suddenly, an immense wave of energy emanated from Vegeta, radiating outward. His hair had transformed to a brilliant gold, and his eyes gleamed a striking light blue. Ha ha ha. I, Vegeta, have also become a Super Saiyan. Raditz, let us now gauge the disparity between us. Raditz too embraced the transformation, becoming a Super Saiyan in turn. You two, cease your brawling. Bulma interjected, exasperated with the two Saiyans, unaware they were in West City. Humph, women are such a hassle, Raditz muttered. Let us find another location, Raditz, Vegeta declared, his temper flaring as he took to the skies. Raditz swiftly followed suit, and Tabor, sensing the excitement, naturally trailed behind, recognizing the benefits of such a battle. When Temenel attempted to take flight, Bulma called out to her, Sister, I wish to join. No, it's far too dangerous. I'll pay extra. Very well, hold on tight. I assure your safety. Raditz and Vegeta arrived at a desolate wilderness, where their skirmish commenced. Raditz executed a sweeping kick aimed at Vegeta, who cleverly countered the assault with his elbow. The exchange was spirited, with Raditz feeling a slight discomfort. Vegeta, however, was more than capable of holding his own. Raditz aimed to maintain distance, a challenge given his height. Raditz struck downward with a knife hand towards Vegeta's forehead, but Vegeta, crossing his arms in defense, realized that Raditz's move was merely a feint, with the true attack being a knee strike. Yet, Vegeta was far from easily deceived. He arched his body like a bow and kicked Raditz's knee away. Raditz, show me your true skills. This approach scarcely resembles your usual style, Vegeta taunted, creating space between them. Vegeta, that tactic is futile against me. Abandon it. Raditz retorted. TCH, how infuriating. Bulma, perplexed, questioned, Sister, what is happening? Why have they halted? Lacking knowledge of combat dynamics, she failed to grasp the importance of mindset in battle. Once provoked, one could easily fall into their opponent's trap. Raditz maintained a steady approach, while Vegeta struggled to find an opening. Unable to contain himself, Vegeta initiated a series of royal combat techniques against Raditz. Raditz evaded the onslaught, utilizing flight techniques to circle around Vegeta and avoid confrontation. Vegeta's offensive was formidable enough to deter Raditz from countering, though the actual damage inflicted was minimal, with several attacks veering off towards Temenel. Sister, they are coming this way, Temenel exclaimed, swiftly transforming into a Super Saiyan and using a single-handed energy wave to neutralize the incoming energy spheres. This ball should not be carelessly struck with one's hand. The explosion will not pose a significant problem for Temenel, yet Bulma cannot withstand it. Ha ha ha, Raditz, you have fallen into a trap. Raditz observes the surrounding energy spheres. Is this your true intention? Raditz has been attentive to these developments, and if Vegeta's tactics amount to merely this, Then Raditz confidently declares himself the victor of this contest. Vegeta commands the energy spheres encircling Raditz to fly towards him. This maneuver raises a considerable cloud of dust. As the smoke dissipates, Temenel realizes Raditz is behind Vegeta. Sister, what is happening? Wasn't Vegeta in a commanding position just moments ago? In the instant Vegeta attacked, there existed a moment of vulnerability, which Raditz seized with remarkable speed. This display astonished even Temenel. Were it Temenel, she would have opted to endure the assault, as it would have been impossible to evade. It seems she must inquire later about how Raditz managed to escape. Vegeta, you have lost. Raditz places the edge of his hand at Vegeta's neck. Humph, I never anticipated you could circumvent that. Vegeta believed his previous move was flawless. Subsequently, Vegeta and Raditz returned, joining Temenel and Bulma. Raditz, come here for a hug. Temenel opened her arms wide. You are quite grown up. Must you still behave this way? Raditz replied with a hint of exasperation. Will you embrace me or not? If not, I shall strike you. Hug me. Hug me. Raditz lifted Temenel into his arms and flew home, feeling they had sufficiently enjoyed their time in West City. Chapter 125. The misfortunate Frieza. Frieza, what do you mean? Why have you come to our Namekian planet? Shrag has already slain Dodoria and Zarbon, along with Frieza's minions. The ground is strewn with the corpses of Frieza's subordinates. Shrag, what is your intention? I have done nothing. Frieza, somewhat displeased, wondered who the real villain was. As Shrag seemed more atrocious than himself. Am I not permitted to strike first? Frieza, do I not know you, O Cosmic Emperor? How infuriating. Before I decide to eliminate you, leave at once. Reluctantly, Frieza boarded his spaceship, while Shrag appeared to have regained his former strength. Frieza dared not confront him directly. Vettel, how much longer until we arrive? Almost there. That green planet ahead, is it? As Bardock and his companions disembarked from the ship, Shrag approached with several Namekians. Science, did I not instruct you to refrain from returning? Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind, or do you seek to court death? Shrag expressed his displeasure upon seeing Bardock and his companions. No, we have come to assist you. Frieza has arrived on Namek. Assist? Ha! The Namekians erupted into laughter upon hearing Kain's explanation. Frieza is coming, and we are here to help you fight him. Kain, fearing they might misunderstand, reiterated the point. Your assistance is unnecessary. Our elder Shrag will drive Frieza away. Return home. Namek does not require your scion aid. Shrag issued his final ultimatum. You all. Kain attempted to argue further. In the midst of the turmoil, Bardock was unwilling to endure any further frustration. They had accomplished all that was required of them. Yet, he harbored a premonition that trouble would inevitably befall planet Namek. One by one, the crew boarded their spacecraft. Bardock, where are we headed? Vettel inquired, unwittingly acknowledging Bardock as the pillar of strength among them. Back to Earth. What about Frieza? Bardock dismissed the concern, asserting his own temperament. Very well. With that, Vettel piloted the spacecraft back to Earth. Sister, you're back. Wolmer exclaimed, rushing to embrace Temenel. Did you miss me, little Ming Ming? Of course, sister. Did you bring me a gift? I have a set of foundations specially for you. Thank you, sister. Wolmer, have you been exercising lately? Yes. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan yet? Not yet. Then you must practice harder. Even Kakarot isn't there yet. Just then, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and engaged in battle with Broly. Wolmer, Temenel felt a surge of irritation. Sister, let me explain. No, let me clarify. Call the Ginyu Force back. I must train. Reflecting on his experiences on planet Namek, Frieza felt a rising anger with every thought. Very well, Lord Frieza. When the conference room was devoid of personnel, Shrag declared, I refuse to believe that you, an antiquated relic of the past, can revel in your triumph for much longer. It is only a matter of time before I obliterate you. Humph, what a waste of our journey. Palazus expressed his dissatisfaction with Bardock. Indeed, Baza concurred, sharing similar sentiments. Do you know why you cannot transform into Super Saiyans? It is because you lack conscience. Jain recognized the underlying meaning in their words. Enough, Jain. They speak the truth. It was my meddling that caused this. Bardock sensed Jain's growing displeasure with the Namekians. Chapter 126. Some rejoice, others grieve. Cough. Cough. Are you getting married? Toma inquired. Having known that Temenel would eventually wed. Upon his return, he felt as though he had been robbed. Indeed, Temenel, fearing her father might impose difficulties on Raditz, shielded him as one would protect a cherished toy. Oh, Temenel, did you not say you disliked him? Did I? When did I ever say that? I knew it. You were merely being stubborn. Deep down, you are utterly smitten. Why must you always push him away? Mother, please cease. Temenel blushed at being exposed. Raditz, let me tell you, she cherishes every gift you have given her. She treats them like treasures and discards everything else from others. Moreover, every time she scolds you, she feels guilty and fears you might despise her, sometimes even crying for no apparent reason. Raditz was taken aback. This was a stark contrast to the carefree persona he had known Temenel to embody. However, with planet Vegeta no longer in existence, he could not present any evidence to the contrary. Temenel quickly ushered Vettel into the room, feeling her secrets had been laid bare. Temenel's wedding was a grand affair, attended by many, showcasing the distinction that comes with wealth. Temenel gazed at the man before her, harboring feelings for him for quite some time. Yet, she was plagued by the belief that Raditz did not share her sentiments, which restrained her from crossing boundaries and compelled her to maintain a composed demeanor around him. It is often said that one must lose something to truly appreciate its value. Ever since departing from planet Vegeta, she felt an undeniable void in her life. The comfort of routine can be quite unsettling. Temenel had grown accustomed to engaging in playful banter with Raditz, and upon leaving, the absence of such interactions left her feeling disconcerted. She had always perceived herself as more masculine, hesitant to confront her emotions, perpetually evading them. Despite meticulously filling her days with activities, thoughts of Raditz lingered incessantly in her mind. Thankfully, love ultimately found its way to fruition. Vornal, what troubles you? Kakarot inquired. Do you have someone you cherish? Vornal, flustered, realized that Goku had matured just days before Raditz's wedding. No, he replied. Then have you never contemplated marriage? Your brother is already wed. I have thought about it. Kakarot admitted. Would you wait for me? Just over a year, and I shall have matured as well. Vornal's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I apologize, but I am bound by a promise of engagement. Though we have not seen each other in ages, a man's word is his bond. Kakarot, tell me, do you truly feel nothing for me? I do not, he replied. Vornal departed quietly, neither weeping nor causing a scene, merely walking away in silence. Broly emerged from the shadows, delivering a punch to Goku. Kakarot, you fool. Goku fell to the ground, rendered speechless, seemingly deep in thought. Broly's blow did not inflict significant harm, it merely knocked him down. Kakarot, do you truly not feel anything? Bardock stepped forward, aware of his son's inner turmoil, who lay on the ground, unwilling to move. If you like, Vornal, I can assist you. I do not, Goku replied. Bardock chose not to elaborate, recognizing that matters of the heart cannot be forced. Jine was growing anxious. It was the first time she had witnessed Kakarot in such a state. He does not like her, and he is at a loss for what to do. It is a difficult situation for him. Kakarot bore a striking resemblance to Bardock, both possessing an undeniable charm, making Vornal's affections entirely understandable. Vornal found herself by a pond, skipping stones across its surface. Broly approached her. Vornal, are you all right? I am fine, she replied, her expression devoid of emotion. What is so special about Kakarot that you feel this way? He is wicked, deeply flawed. I cannot fathom why I feel this way. In truth, there are countless good people besides Kakarot. Vornal paused her actions, turning to look at Broly. Yes, Broly. You are a good person, she acknowledged before resuming her stone skipping. Vornal, please do not despair. If you wish, I can confront Kakarot on your behalf. Broly had never witnessed Vornal in such a state. No, it is my fault. I knew all along. I simply could not bring myself to believe it. I brought this humiliation upon myself. Not everyone is as fortunate as my sister. A sigh escaped Vornal as tears streamed from her eyes. Wimmel, have you been crying? I was just checking on Kakarot. No, I merely got sand in my eyes. Wimmel held Broly back, preventing him from leaving. At this point, must you still protect him? Broly envied Son Goku. He truly felt miserable. No, it's just that I cannot help it. The tears flow uncontrollably. Wimmel yearned to contain her emotions. Yet her tears cascaded like an open faucet, ceaseless. I implore you, Broly, I wish for no awkwardness between Kakarot and me, at the very least. We can still be friends. I understand. Broly ceased his movements, deciding he would not allow Wimmel to suffer any longer. Thank you. Wimmel released her grip and fainted. Wimmel, what is the matter? Broly, unsure of what to do, cradled her and made his way back. Chapter 127. Heart to heart between sisters, a new crisis emerges. What's wrong? Little Ming Ming? Kakarot does not like me, yet I went to confess my feelings. Ha. My dear sister, I can empathize. I lament Kakarot's missed opportunity with you. Wimmel, sister, You ought to be ashamed. In truth, I once doubted Raditz's feelings for me, so I waited for him to express his affection. I do not mind waiting. Time will reveal his true answer. Sister, you are fortunate to have found your one true love. You have no idea. I have waited 20 years for this day. I am not as joyous as you might think. I have merely come to terms with it. Attaining something at 30 that one should have received at 10 alters one as perspective. Sister, have I erred? No, you have not erred. It is perfectly natural to cherish someone and strive to treat them well. It is not wrong to desire the affection of someone you love. Do not doubt yourself. You are wonderful. Sister, thank you, but please refrain from boasting. Tamer exited her room. Tamer, how are you? Thomas furrowed his brow. It's nothing, merely an overwhelming sadness. A bodily response. Tamer, while conversing with Wimmel, observed the situation closely. I'm relieved to hear that. Keep a close watch on her. She is quite perceptive. Vettel remained unconvinced. I understand, and I hold her dear. I feel a bit awkward interrupting you and Raditz. Father, you're being distant. We are all family. Ha ha. Indeed, we are family. Tamer returned to the marital abode, encountering an unhappy Raditz. What is the matter? ISNT little Meng Meng in distress? I ponder how to make Kakarot accept Wimmel. Do not act recklessly. Kakarot does not harbor feelings for Wimmel. Then you can act without regard for my feelings and abandon me. Tamer embraced Raditz. Do you hear my heartbeat? It whispers of my affection for you. Raditz smirked. Having succeeded in his scheme, the clash between Tamer and Raditz was too intense. I know you are not fond of such tales, so I shall refrain from detailing it. Ha ha ha. Shirag, await my return. I am no longer the Frieza I was 3 months ago. Now, even my father and brother are no match for me. Ha ha. Presently, Frieza's ship is en route to planet Namek. As morning dawned, the arrangement of the wedding chamber was in utter disarray. The battleground revealed an equal contest, with neither side yielding. Raditz, if we were to have children, would you cherish them more than me? No matter how many children we have, my affection for you will remain unwavering. Ugh, just go outside. Time is of the essence. Help me get dressed. I currently lack the energy to move. Raditz gazed upon the delicate form of Tamer, a surge of desire overwhelming him as he pressed closer. Raditz, you. Tamer's lips were silenced, rendering her voiceless. It seems more time is needed. We shall speak later. Jine, waiting outside, heard the commotion. I hope everything is all right. It's nearly evening. Bardock glanced at the cheerful Jine. Do not worry. When they emerge, we may just find ourselves cradling a grandchild. Jine felt indifferent. Scions could endure 3 days and nights without sustenance, without peril. As Raditz headed to the bath, Tamer finally found a moment to rest. Host, are you well? Not quite. 3 ribs are fractured, and my body bears numerous bite marks. Perhaps consume a senzabine. I'll manage. These injuries do not warrant wasting one. Now what is it you seek? Frieza has gone to Namek. Shirag does not require our assistance. Let him be. This time is different. How so? If you do not elucidate, I shall sever our connection. Frieza has attained the form of Golden Frieza. Shirag is no match for him. What? Golden Frieza? How did this happen? Frieza comprehended it after 3 months of rigorous training. I see. Tamer's expression turned grave. Why did you not inform me sooner? I observed you were preoccupied. I wish to wait until you were free. All right, host? Very well. Sister, what troubles you so? The Namekians require our aid. Frieza has mobilized. Shirag claimed we were not needed. Tamer. Jine was curious as to how Tamer was privy to Frieza's situation, as she had received no news. If Frieza were to attain immortality, none would stand against him. Presently, Shirag was no match for Frieza. Understood. Everyone was persuaded. Due to the urgency, only Goku, Bardock, Whis, Jine, Toma, Raditz, Tamer, Wimmel, Broly, Paragus, and Rick set forth, without time to inform Vegeta and the others. Piccolo, upon seeing Tamer's spacecraft, understood there was a conflict afoot and rushed to West City to seek Vegeta, where a ship awaited. Chapter 128. The Decline of Shirag. 3 months ago, you were quite boastful. How have you fallen so low? Ha ha ha. Frieza was currently in his 4th transformation, yet had not yet achieved his golden form. He pressed Shirag into the ground. Where are the Dragon Balls? Frieza had come to understand the purpose of the Dragon Balls. The immortality he sought was within reach, and he could not resist the allure. I have hidden the Dragon Balls in a location you shall never find. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Frieza stomped down with great force. Shirag fainted from the overwhelming impact. Believing Shirag to be dead, Frieza kicked him aside. Due to the blood covering Shirag's body, he appeared lifeless. The Jinyu force was dispatched. Frieza had unleashed his elite squad. Jinyu, Jis, Bardock, Guldo, the Jinyu force. The 5 members executed a particularly striking entrance. Lord Frieza, do you have any orders? Jinyu cancelled the pose and stepped forward. Please retrieve the Dragon Balls for me. We shall accomplish Lord Frieza's mission at all costs. Frieza watched the 5 depart, reflecting on Jinyu's talents. Everything about him was commendable except for his penchant for singing and dancing, which he wished he could amend. However, Shrag had forewarned all the villages, and they had all hidden away. The Jinyu force found it somewhat challenging to locate them, even with the power detection devices proving futile. Captain, we spotted a Namekian ahead. Jis pointed towards Dandy in the distance. Well, since you found him, you go, Jinyu replied. Oh yeah, Jis exclaimed, rushing forward. The other members felt a pang of regret for not discovering Dandy first. Dandy, seeing Jis rush towards him, was filled with terror. Yet, just as Jis was about to reach Dandy, Woman whisked him away. Who are you? Science. Temor emerged from the shadows. What? Science. Haven't they all been annihilated? Jis. Be cautious. They are formidable. Jinyu discerned a peculiar difference. Temor dispatched Jis with a single blow. You actually killed Jis. Jinyu was somewhat astonished. When did Science become so powerful? In that instant, the power detection device exploded. Trash, Temor mused, considering that Jinyu, had he not possessed that ability, would have had no need to intervene personally. Captain, allow me to handle this, Berta remarked. Believing the Scions were not particularly formidable and that he could also destroy the power detection device. All right, but be careful, Jinyu continued to observe. Temor, aware that he needed to delay Jinyu's escape, took his time in dispatching Berta, who fell after 3 strikes. Jinyu began to show signs of retreat. Guldo attempted to freeze Temor in time to eliminate him, but his attack was too feeble. Temor swiftly ended him as he invoked the stop. Berta, known among the Jinyu force for his speed, aimed to flee with Jinyu, but one was blocked by Temor and the other by Raditz. Fine. You are the first to compel me to use this move. Jinyu stabbed himself with a knife. Exchange. Temor found himself immobilized. I can't move. Temor began to panic. Kakarot. Raditz was also alarmed. Here it comes. Goku hurled a frog between Temor and Jinyu. Once Jinyu transformed into a frog, Temor swiftly eliminated everyone. Far away, Frieza was astonished that someone could actually kill Jinyu. He was truly enraged. Enraged, he soared towards Temor. Chapter 129. The intimidation of Frieza. What an overwhelming aura. Goku remarked, somewhat astonished. Is this really Frieza? Raditz could hardly believe it. Indeed, you are no match for us. Do not interfere, or you shall meet your demise. Temor speaks earnestly, sharing his methods with everyone. How infuriating. Even if I were to transform into a Super Saiyan, am I still not a match for Frieza? Upon arriving at planet Namek, Vegeta and his companions sensed Frieza's formidable presence. Vegeta fell silent and set his course toward Frieza. Naba and Tabor followed at a leisurely pace, while Piccolo flew ahead, leaving Bulma to grapple with the chaos of the wind. Upon reaching Frieza's base, Vegeta and his crew encountered a multitude of soldiers, whom they swiftly dispatched. Piccolo, observing the advancing Vegeta and the others, contemplated joining them. Just as he was about to move, the voice of Shrag echoed in his mind. Tabor, noticing Piccolo's stillness, inquired, Mr. Piccolo, are you all right? I'm fine, Piccolo replied, dismissing it as a mere auditory hallucination. Piccolo, do not leave, Shrag urged, sensing Piccolo's intent to depart. Piccolo realized this was no illusion. It was indeed Shrag's voice. Tabor, you may go ahead. I have something to attend to. As he watched Vegeta and the others depart, he searched the area and soon found Shrag in a secluded spot. Shrag, what has happened to you? Piccolo questioned, unable to bear the sight of Shrag's severe injuries. I am no match for Frieza. I am on the brink of death. Piccolo could see the truth in those words. Piccolo, you are the most promising Namekian I have encountered. Our kind needs you now. Let us fuse. Do not worry. Your consciousness will prevail. With that, Piccolo approached Shrag for the fusion, knowing there was no hope left for Shrag. A radiant white light enveloped them as they merged. Piccolo, reborn anew, glanced back at the spot where Shrag had just been. I will aid you, Elder Shrag. Transformed, Piccolo soared to catch up with Vegeta. Are you the ones who defeated the Jinyu force? Frieza inquired upon encountering Temor and his group. Indeed, that would be us, Temor replied. Frieza frowned momentarily before relaxing. Science. Is it? I have never encountered such formidable scions. Would you consider serving under me? Temenel remained silent, then approached Frieza and delivered a punch. Frieza effortlessly evaded the blow. The conditions and benefits are quite favorable, he continued as Temenel created distance between them. Oh, for instance. Temenel was mentally prepared but still underestimated Frieza. I assure you of 5 insurances and a pension. Each planet conquered yields a 40% profit. Temenel was tempted but replied, I do not enjoy working for others. Transforming into a super scion, Temenel found it difficult to perceive Frieza's movements in his normal state. He charged at Frieza, unleashing a flurry of punches. Frieza continued to evade with ease, though it appeared he could no longer dodge every strike and had to block some with his palm. Scion, I am giving you an opportunity. Do not force my hand to annihilate you, Frieza warned, growing increasingly irate. Frieza, spare us the pretense. You were the one who destroyed planet Vegeta. When have you ever treated us scions with kindness? Vegeta arrived at that moment. Ah, Vegeta, long time no see. Frieza greeted Vegeta. Vegeta, unable to tolerate Frieza's demeanor, transformed into a super scion and launched himself at him. However, after evading, Frieza delivered a punch to Vegeta's abdomen, reverting him to his normal state, and then kicked him away. Temenel swiftly caught Vegeta. Upon witnessing the injured Vegeta, Temenel tossed a senzu bean to Temenel. You are no match for Frieza. Do not interfere. Oh, you scions can transform? Frieza observed as Temenel and Vegeta turned into super scions, recalling that he had not been aware of such transformations. Isn't it just the great ape? This is the legendary super scion. A super scion, is it? Hardly impressive. Or perhaps you have yet to unleash your full power, Miss Temenel. Indeed, she had not exerted her full strength. This was the full power of a super scion. Temenel's aura then doubled in intensity. This is the full power of Super Saiyan 2. Her energy surged 3 to 4 times. And this is Super Saiyan 3. Frieza assessed that Temenel's power was comparable to his own Super Saiyan 3, yet he had not yet transformed into Golden Frieza. At present, Frieza remained in his 4th form. Temenel engaged Frieza in combat. It appeared to be an even match now. Frieza bore more injuries than Temenel. He had initially been somewhat careless and was struggling. Power level settings. For reference, Temenel. 100 million Super Saiyan 3 Temenel, 35 billion Frieza 4th form. 30 billion Temenel's Super Saiyan 3 did not resolve the energy leakage issue. Thus it was not a 400-fold increase. Chapter 130. Despair. Temenel now retreated to the side, taking deep breaths of the fresh air from Namek. Frieza appeared bruised and battered. Yet Temenel knew these were merely superficial wounds. Ha ha ha. Is Miss Temenel faltering? Temenel looked at Frieza, slightly exasperated. Have you not heard that only an exhausted ox is unable to plow the field? Due to fatigue, Temenel could not maintain her Super Saiyan 3 form and reverted to her normal state. She reached between her breasts and retrieved a senzu bean, consuming it. Frieza's gaze sharpened as he observed Temenel regaining her strength instantaneously. He regarded this item with caution. It seems I must employ my true strength. With a roar, Frieza was enveloped in a purple aura, which gradually transformed into a golden flame. He appeared to harness this aura, which expanded and culminated in his transformation into Golden Frieza. The atmosphere shifted, and everyone's expressions darkened. His presence was overwhelmingly powerful, enough to obliterate even Super Saiyan 3 Temenel. Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Frieza, unwavering. Goku's demeanor grew serious, abandoning his usual levity. Sister, what shall we do? Vornal retreated 2 steps in fear. Broly stepped in front of Vornal, shielding him. Temenel turned back to glance at everyone, as if resolute in her decision, and took a step forward. Frieza, I have yet to unleash my full potential. Ah, Miss Temenel, why not reveal everything you have? Do not hold back. With a flick of her hands, Temenel conjured an artificial moon and cast it into the sky. Upon gazing at the fabricated moon, she transformed into a colossal ape. The others, however, did not linger their gaze upon the artificial orb. A giant ape? Frieza was perplexed, as this form appeared weaker than the previous Super Saiyan 3 Temenel. As the onlookers witnessed Temenel enveloped in a golden aura, she unleashed a blinding white light upon her transformation into the golden great ape. The brilliance of her radiance rendered everyone momentarily blinded. When the brilliance faded, Super Saiyan 4 Temenel made her dazzling entrance. She admired her own appearance, strikingly handsome, yet the underlying sorrow remained known only to her. She now comprehended why. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, characters like Goku or Vegeta emerged clad in garments. They had seized the fleeting moment before the light dissipated to change their attire, hastily donning only trousers. Temenel, however, required a complete outfit to pass scrutiny. "How magnificent!" exclaimed Wimmel, clenching her fists, unwittingly realizing she had become one of the weakest among the younger generation. Temenel's body was adorned with body hair resembling blood-red roses, her hair darkening to a deep crimson, and her eyes transformed into a profound blue, encircled by a ring of red fur. Yet, she wore a snug combat suit that concealed the red fur, revealing only her crimson tail. "Is this the Super Saiyan 4 form?" Bardock gazed in astonishment, believing Super Saiyan 3 to be the ultimate evolution. Raditz observed the Super Saiyan 4 Temenel with a twinge of sympathy, noting her lack of clothing in her giant ape form. "Frieza, ever the gentleman, inquired Miss Temenel. "Are you ready?" "I am," Temenel replied before engaging in combat with Frieza. Although she seemed to hold the upper hand, the truth was far from it. As she grew increasingly alarmed with each exchange, she found herself unable to land a hit on Frieza. Once he grasped her strength, he delivered a kick that sent her crashing to the ground like a severed kite. As the dust settled, Temenel stood upright in the center of the crater. Witnessing her current state, Piccolo turned and departed, feeling powerless to intervene. Meanwhile, the others remained focused on the fierce battle between Temenel and Frieza, oblivious to Piccolo's absence. Frieza, observing Temenel on the ground, swiftly closed the distance. Temenel, caught unawares, heightened her vigilance and scanned her surroundings for Frieza's position. In an instant, Frieza appeared before her, striking her abdomen with his right hand. Gasping, Temenel's eyes widened as she felt the surge of gastric fluid rising within her. The blow inflicted substantial damage. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she executed a horizontal kick. Frieza, unable to evade, raised his hands in defense. Quick to react, Temenel seized the opportunity, bringing her other foot into play, trapping Frieza like a vice. "What?" Frieza exclaimed, astonished that she dared to employ such a tactic. Temenel executed her movements with remarkable agility, swiftly spinning around, causing Frieza to be thrown aside. Utilizing the flexibility of her body and her feet, she sent Frieza hurtling away. After the throw, Temenel unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards Frieza's back. Those who understand know that where there is smoke, there is no injury. How dare those despicable scion monkeys treat me this way? I shall tear you to shreds. Frieza approached step by step, erupting in a blaze of yellow energy, clearly enraged. Observing this, Temenel hastily retrieved a Senza bean to restore her condition. At this point, even she had no immediate solutions and could only gradually recover her strength. Battle power settings. For reference, only Golden Frieza. 1 trillion Super Saiyan 4 Temenel. 600 billion Piccolo. 10 billion Chapter 131. The final resort. Damn it. What should I do? System, I cannot defeat him. You can ask them to recharge you with their energy. Indeed, why did I not think of that? Temenel paused and addressed Frieza. Frieza, I have yet to unleash my full power. If you wish to flee, you still have a chance. Oh, what other tricks do you have? Hurry up and show me. If you don't, I won't give you the opportunity. Upon hearing Frieza's taunt, Temenel rushed to her allies to explain the necessary actions. Sister, do you mean for us to lend you our energy? Yes. The energy within me cannot support the full power of Super Saiyan 4. If I can achieve full power, I am confident I can defeat Frieza. Very well, Kakarot, Raditz, Wimminger, Broly, and Rick, let us assist our sister. With that, Son Goku, Raditz, Wimminger, Broly, and Rick transformed into Super Saiyans, channeling their energy to Temenel. Empowered by her allies, Temenel reached the full power of Super Saiyan 4. She sensed a newfound strength within her. Yet she paid it no mind as she sought out Frieza. Frieza, I have now attained the full power of Super Saiyan 4. Rest assured, I will defeat you in one strike and grant you no opportunity. Arrogant Saiyan monkey, you are no match for me, Golden Frieza. It seems I can no longer afford to play with you. Frieza aimed his right hand at Temenel, beginning to gather energy. Temenel reciprocated, channeling her power as well. Big Bang Attack. Tenfold Kamehameha. Temenel unleashed all of her energy without restraint. Frieza's Big Bang Attack was swiftly consumed, and the Kamehameha surged towards him. What? Frieza hurriedly unleashed his Nova Strike, enveloping himself in an attempt to suppress the formidable Kamehameha. However, this was akin to striking a rock with an egg. Frieza was propelled by the overwhelming force of the Kamehameha into a star within the Namekian planet. Watching Frieza being thrust into the heart of the sun, Temenel felt a sense of relief. Within the core of the sun, Frieza reverted to his fourth form, sensing the impending end of his life. Damn those scion monkeys. Frieza, holding on to the mindset of destruction for that which he could not possess, unleashed a supernova within the sun. The core of the sun suffered a catastrophic blow. Subsequently, the sun collapsed, erupting with immense energy in all directions. The explosion of this sun is inconsequential. However, the planet Namek is graced with 3 suns, and the eruption of this particular sun has triggered the adjacent 2 to erupt as well. The devastation wrought upon Namek by the simultaneous explosions of the 3 suns is absolute. The planet has succumbed to a series of typhoons, tsunamis, earthquakes, and tornadoes. Son Wukong and his companions, having expended all their energy on Tamer, were swept away to distant locations. Vegeta and Tabor, along with Nappa, managed to shield themselves with an energy barrier, thus remaining unscathed. The remaining elders, including Bardock, also utilized energy shields for their protection. I will seek my sister, Tamer declared before using his mastery of flight to search for others. System, what is happening? It is Frieza's doing. The situation on Namek is exceedingly perilous. The planet will explode in 30 minutes. Host, you must evacuate swiftly. I see how troublesome. The energy signatures of Wimmel and the others are completely undetectable. Do not worry. Host, they have already departed from Namek. What happened? By sheer coincidence, they landed beside the Jinyu Force's spaceship, and all 5 have escaped. What should I do now? Well, evacuate from Namek. For Super Saiyan 4 Tamer, this posed no challenge. He effortlessly tore open a dimensional rift and slipped through. You are Piccolo. Why do you bear the essence of Elder Slug? Mori instantly recognized that Piccolo had fused with 3 Namekians. Without further ado, Piccolo instructed them to summon the Eternal Dragon. Mori, seeing no reason to contest, promptly produced the 7 Dragon Balls. Come forth, Porunga, Piccolo exclaimed towards the Dragon Balls. Upon his emergence, Porunga addressed the assembly. What are your wishes? Speak them forth. I can grant you 3, regardless of their nature. For my first wish, I desire the resurrection of the Namekians slain by Frieza. That is not permissible. I can only resurrect 1 individual, Porunga replied, his expression troubled. How many wishes would it take to revive them all? 2. In truth, Slug had only taken 2 individuals to confront Frieza. Very few had perished on Namek. Very well, resurrect them. Porunga's eyes glowed crimson as he regarded Piccolo. You have 1 wish remaining. Piccolo found himself momentarily at a loss for ideas when he received a communication from King Kai. Piccolo, evacuate the inhabitants of Namek. The planet is on the verge of explosion. What? Piccolo noted that the conditions on his side were not nearly as dire as those on Tamer's. Are you suggesting we relocate the people of Namek? Indeed. Very well, Porunga, transport all remaining inhabitants of Namek to Earth. Porunga instantly comprehended, and with a wave of his will, all individuals on Namek were relocated just prior to the planet's cataclysmic demise. Battle power setting. For reference, Super Saiyan 4 Tamer at full power, for million. Chapter 132. The Vanished 6. Where is this place? Bulma sat up from the ground, gripped by fear, having just witnessed the extreme weather phenomena she had only read about in books. Earth. Vegeta leaped down from a tree. Vegeta, why are we on Earth? Vegeta remained silent, lifting Bulma up. It must be the Namekians' doing. Tabor pointed towards Piccolo, where a multitude of Namekians had gathered. Indeed. It seems the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians. Bulma pondered and soon grasped the situation. Nappa, hey Parazis, what is going on? Have you seen Broly? No. Nappa scratched his bald head. Perhaps they have perished, Piccolo interjected. What are you saying? Jine frowned, realizing the implication that Temo and the others might be dead. Humph. I wished for all the Namekians to come to Earth. Their absence indicates they are either not on Namek or have succumbed, Vegeta remarked. What? Videl felt somewhat disheartened. How could one simply declare them gone? It's all right. Perhaps they are under divine protection, Toma consoled Videl, feeling a bit ashamed for being unable to help. We have the Dragon Balls. We can resurrect them. Bardock revealed the crucial point. Oh yes, the Dragon Balls. How could I have overlooked that? Truly, you are remarkable, Bardock. Jine exclaimed, her spirits lifted. However, the Dragon Balls from both Namek and Earth were currently unusable. Piccolo, witnessing their optimism, couldn't help but douse their hopes. It's fine. We shall meet them again in due time. Meanwhile, Raditz and his companions had arrived at Planet Yardrat, but due to the energy they had given to Temo, they remained in a comatose state. These vessels were spherical in design, equipped with automatic navigation, thus opening their doors upon arrival. Ah, the Jinyu Force? Some Yardrat inhabitants approached. System, where are we? You are in the subspace near Namek. What do we do now? Temo found herself engulfed in darkness and silence. Without the system, she would surely lose her sanity. What shall you do? There are people over there. Would you like to go? Are you trying to get me killed? Haven T, you heard that curiosity killed the cat? Who are they? Dragon God Salama. Why is he here? In prison. Let us take a look. It would be rude not to check. Temo instantaneously transported herself to the location. Salama resembled a Namekian, but with distinct differences, such as a pair of antlers on his head, unlike Piccolo's snail-like antennae. Furthermore, Salama was white instead of green. Perhaps the green pigmentation faded to white. Who are you? A descendant of that monkey? Temo took a couple of steps back. After all, Salama was the creator of the Super Dragon Balls. Though bound, one could not dismiss his potential power. Elder, why are you here? She inquired. Why must I encounter a descendant of that monkey? Temo felt slighted and wished to disregard the imprisoned dragon god. Hey, don't leave. Elder, do you have any matters to discuss? How are my juniors faring? They are doing well, I suppose. What does doing well mean? Not enough than 2,000 people. Technology has regressed by 10,000 years. In that case, it is better than that old pig head. Surely, that old pig head must have no descendants. Well, there are still some pig-headed beings in the universe. Are any of them formidable? Alas, none that I know of. That's just as well. I do not wish to encounter another as formidable as that pig brother. Senior, have you committed any misdeeds? Why are you imprisoned here? Temenger gazed at Salama, sensing no malice in him, his aura gentle and pure. I can share this with you. My doppelganger has committed grave sins, hence we are confined in the same place. A doppelganger, one righteous and one wicked? Indeed. How did you know? I am acquainted with a Namekian who has faced a similar fate. He is quite the unfortunate soul. I do wish to meet this junior of mine. What do you mean when you say I am a descendant of monkeys, senior? You are a scion, are you not? The progenitor of the scions was a monkey, a vile, wicked, and cunning monkey. Temenger felt a surge of anger, inexplicably sensing that he was being insulted. Very well, let us part ways for now. Temenger also departed. The original text did not recount any stories of Salama, which seemed inconsequential. Well, has she left? I had intended to teach her a couple of moves. Yet why does this girl wish to transform into a monkey? The more I gaze upon her, the more she resembles that deceased monkey. Salama regarded the departing Temenger, attributing all blame to that monkey. Master, senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother. How are you all? Salama appeared to be lost in reminiscence. Never mind. Why concern myself with those ancient ones? It is far more important to eat and drink well. Salama then conjured a sumptuous feast for himself. This was his skill, summoning wind and rain, manifesting whatever he desired. Yet, in the universe, no one could summon as he did. Chapter 133, Another Transmigration. Temenger transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and created a dimensional rift to escape this space. Upon emerging, she found herself in an alternate timeline. This Earth was desolate, devoid of life, with only collapsed buildings. System, where am I now? This is the timeline of future Trunks. How did I end up here? Temenger felt perplexed, recalling that she had opened the dimensional rift in the same location. That dimensional space is a mobile space. Very well, it has been a long time since I last saw that charming young man. Host, do you truly honor Raditz? The Raditz of this timeline is deceased. He is of no concern to me. Temenger focused intently, sensing Trunks' aura. With a whoosh, she arrived near Trunks. Upon seeing her, Trunks immediately assumed a combat stance, but relaxed upon recognizing her. Miss Temenger, what brings you here? There's no need for such formality. You may simply call me sister. Who is that person? Trunks inquired, as a graceful woman emerged from the shadows. Mom, why have you come out? It is dangerous. Hello. I am Temenger, a scion. Temenger approached Bulma. Temenger, is it? I have heard Trunks speak of you. Bulma regarded Temenger with a sense of familiarity, though she could not quite comprehend why. Please assist me. Bulma knelt before Temel. Temel, taken aback, hurriedly approached to help her up. I will aid you. Please do not act this way, Bulma. This was the first time Temel had seen Bulma in such a state, devoid of the pride she had in her youth. Thank you, Bulma responded, regaining her composure. However, I shall not intervene. Ah, why not? Bulma's tears had moistened her eyes. I cannot remain here indefinitely. This realm must rely on you. I understand. Then what should we do, Miss Temel? I told you to call me sister. Very well, Sister Temenel. Oh, forget it. Call me whatever you wish. We must first seek out someone. The fortune teller, the sister of Master Roshi. Her? Yes, she can bring Kakarot and the others back. Indeed. How did I not think of that? That would effortlessly resolve the android situation. Is Chi-Chi still around? Temenel was not very clear about the affairs of this timeline. I don't know. Bulma shook her head. Never mind. Let us find the fortune teller first. Bulma quickly gathered her belongings and emerged dressed in casual attire. Are you ready? Temenel inquired, observing Bulma's preparations. Ready, let us depart. Subsequently, Temenel instructed Bulma to lead the way, as she was unaware of the fortune teller's location. Two white auras soared through the air, albeit delayed in their arrival due to the need to evade some of Dr. Gero's patrolling robots. Temenel, there seems to be no one here, Bulma remarked as they strolled around the fortune teller's residence, finding it utterly deserted. Is that so? Let me think for a moment. Temenel furrowed her brow, closed her eyes, and concentrated on sensing the atmosphere. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes. I shall go to a certain place. With a whoosh, Temenel appeared beside Master Roshi. Who are you? Roshi expressed surprise at her sudden appearance. Master Roshi, you are still alive. Child, do you not know how to speak? What brings you here? Temenel glanced around, realizing they were at the Five-Element Mountain. I have come to seek refuge. Who are you? I am Temenel, a scion. A scion? I am from another timeline. Trunks is acquainted with me. Follow me. Roshi led Temenel to a safe haven. There, she encountered Chi-Chi, Ox King, Son Gohan, Launch, Dend, and Master Roshi. You all have isolated Bulma, leaving her alone outside. It is not that we did not search. It was impossible. There are numerous patrolling robots around Bulma's location. Krillin, Yamcha, and even Tien have attempted. Master Roshi sighed after explaining. Temenel began to grasp the situation. Very well, I will go retrieve her. With a swift motion, Temenel summoned Bulma and Trunks. Bulma. Chi-Chi rushed over, grabbing her clothing. What about Gohan? Bulma was at a loss for words and closed her eyes. Haha, how could that be? Chi-Chi collapsed to the ground, fainting. Chi-Chi. Ox King caught her. Master Roshi, where is your sister? Sister? She has gone to the afterlife, but she will return shortly. Temenel. She went over there to bring back Wukong and the others. Just as Temur was struggling to comprehend this, Anning stepped out. It was I who arranged this, Temur. You know me. Temur was astonished. This was not the Anning from her timeline. I know every soul that passes through the underworld. And the versions of myself from other timelines have informed me. I have discerned some of your thoughts and took the liberty to act on them. Thank you, Sister Anning. This is as far as I can assist you. I cannot help any further. Anning turned to leave, followed eagerly by Son Wukong. System, who exactly is Anning? She appears to be no ordinary individual. Now that you possess such knowledge, it is of little benefit to you. When your strength increases, you will encounter more information. Indeed, Temur was not anxious. She would eventually learn what she needed to know. When Chi-Chi awoke, she saw Son Wukong and the others. Wukong, is that you? Chi-Chi gasped in disbelief. It is I. Son Wukong embraced Chi-Chi as she lunged towards him. Brother Gohan. Trunks was equally thrilled to see Son Gohan, though he did not embrace him as Chi-Chi did, merely clenching his fists in excitement. Vegeta and Bulma exchanged complex expressions upon seeing him adorned with a halo. Temur initially thought it was just a reunion among the warriors and Bulma and Chi-Chi, but a voice interrupted the moment. Temur, is that you? Mother, what brings you here? I came to see the grown-up you. You are truly beautiful. Indeed, you are certainly my daughter, Toma. Father. Temur gazed at them with a tinge of sorrow. She could not save the parents of other universes. Silly girl, why are you crying? It's nothing. I am simply overjoyed to see you. Temur forced a rather unattractive smile. Indeed, I was right. Temur, you have grown into a stunning young woman. Jinai also approached. How can there be two? The two Temurs spoke in unison. At that moment, Temur noticed her other self beside her. Are you still here? Temur, to be honest, we wanted to be reincarnated upon seeing Kakarot, but he steadfastly refused. I know that stubborn fellow wishes to wait for someone. We decided to accompany him, yet instead of the awaited person, we found you. The other Temur explained. I will find a way to revive you. Upon seeing them, Temur resolved to intervene in this timeline's affairs. There is no need for that, Temur. You do not have to bear so much. Raditz could not help but voice this sentiment. No, I must do this, Temur replied resolutely. Chapter 134, Son Wukong and Vegeta. Androids 17 and 18. Hello everyone. I believe many of you do not know me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Temur. and I hail from another timeline where I survived the destruction of planet Vegeta. In that timeline, I could be considered Kakarot's sister-in-law. Teamer, let us get to the point. Son Wukong was already eager to take action. Patience, my plan is to eradicate the androids and later resurrect everyone using the Dragon Balls. Do you know the whereabouts of the Namekians? Piccolo stepped forward, recognizing the flaw in this inquiry. I do not know. How can this plan be realized then? I will find a way to resolve that. You all just need to eliminate the androids. Before that, I would like to assess your strengths first. Temenel instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, her favored form. After a period of probing, Temenel reached the following conclusions. In terms of strength relative to Temenel, those who have attained Super Saiyan 3 include Goku and Vegeta. Super Saiyan 2 is reached by Gohan, Bardock, Toriyama, Riku, Raditz, and another Temenel. Super Saiyan 1 is achieved by Trunks, Jine, Whis, and Piccolo, while the base forms are held by Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin. The remaining Temenels in their base forms are not worthy of pursuit. Temenel elaborated on the specific course of action, and once everyone was sufficiently informed, they set off. Utilizing instant transmission, Temenel located the North Kai. You've arrived. The Namekian planet is here. The North Kai conveyed the location telepathically to Temenel. Thank you. No need for thanks. It has been arranged by Elder Anning. Temenel, unfazed, concentrated her psychic energy in that area and finally sensed the presence of Elder Muley. With a swift whoosh, she appeared beside him. Who are you? Elder Muley was astonished to see Temenel's ability to instant transmission. I am Temenel, a scion. I wish to borrow your Dragon Balls. That is acceptable, but you must undergo a trial. Earth is in dire need of them. I implore you, Elder Muley. I cannot afford to waste time. You are from Earth, then? Indeed. Very well, follow me. It is advantageous to have connections. Elder Muley, how many individuals can your Dragon Balls resurrect at once? Temenel followed Elder Muley as he explained what had transpired after their departure from Earth. Hee. I have observed that the Dragon of Earth can resurrect many individuals simultaneously. I have upgraded it. Now, Porunga can also resurrect many at once. Impressive. Truly befitting of Elder Muley. Do not flatter me. It makes me bashful. Then please summon the dragon for me. Of course. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, Vegeta and Goku fortuitously encountered androids 17 and 18. Vegeta and Goku refrained from transforming into Super Saiyan, opting to gauge their strength in their base forms first. The battlefield was somewhat intricate. Vegeta's opponent was Android 18, who met his right hook with an equal force of her own. Their fists collided, and Vegeta, realizing he was outmatched, evaded to the side. Android 18, seizing the opportunity, pursued him relentlessly. Unable to dodge, Vegeta raised his arm to block, attempting to mitigate the impact. Android 18, after all these years, you haven't changed a bit. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, a swift conclusion would render this rather dull. Android 18's attacks intensified. Vegeta appears somewhat outmatched, yet Android 18's offensive does not deter his taunts. Meanwhile, Android 17 engages in combat with Goku, observing that 18 has yet to dispatch Vegeta. He unleashes several energy blasts in Vegeta's direction. However, these are all intercepted by Goku. Your opponent is me, Goku declares. Damn it, Goku. You are such a nuisance even in death. As the battle ensues between Goku and 17, Goku, a true martial arts master, manages to hold his own against 17 without transforming into a Super Saiyan. With Android 18's relentless assault on Vegeta, he struggles to keep pace with her rhythm. She delivers a series of fluid combo strikes, causing Vegeta to endure several hits. Brushing off the dust from his attire, despite his injuries, he maintains an air of arrogance. I won't play with you any longer, he declares, swiftly transforming into Super Saiyan 2. With a powerful punch to 18's abdomen, he exclaims, "What? So fast?" Alarmed, 18 realizes Vegeta possesses the capability to eliminate her. Farewell, 18, he announces, unleashing a final flash that obliterates her entirely. What? 18. 17, witnessing her demise, feels a surge of anger. Young man, remember your opponent is me, he warns, as Goku delivers a series of jabs to 17. Kakarot, how long do you intend to prolong this? Not much longer, Goku replies, transforming into a Super Saiyan. In your next life, be a good person, he adds, preparing a Kamehameha wave. At this distance, I can evade it. 17 glances at Goku, underestimating him. Yet, Goku, noticing 17's relaxed demeanor, smirks. Kamehameha plus instant transmission. With a devastating flash, Goku's attack reaches its peak, and 17 vanishes without a trace. As expected of Goku, we need not lift a finger, remarks Krillin, who approaches to pat Goku on the back. Indeed, I envy you Saiyans, adds Yamcha, joining them. You guys, Goku responds with a modest shake of his head. What manner of creature are you? Piccolo exclaims, surprised by the presence of Cell, despite having heard descriptions from Tien. Dr. Gero's ultimate weapon, Cell, he muses, intrigued. Piccolo sheds his cape and lunges forward with a punch, but Cell effortlessly sidesteps. In a flurry of attacks, Piccolo finds himself unable to land a hit as Cell evades skillfully. Is dodging all you can do? Cell, slightly irked, catches Piccolo's left hand with his right and his right hand with his left. Realizing he is immobilized, Piccolo retaliates with a beam attack from his eyes. Startled, Cell releases his grip and retreats. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo rushes in to deliver a series of strikes, leaving Cell overwhelmed and battered. Damn it! Kamehameha. Piccolo narrowly avoids Cell's counterattack. Useless, try turning. What? Piccolo exclaims as he faces imminent collision, hastily unleashing a special beam cannon. Positioned on the left. It seems he is destined to lose. However, at the critical moment, Gohan and Trunks arrive. Masenko, they shout, defying the rules of fair combat, as 3 against 1. They transform into Super Saiyans and join the fray against Cell. Frustrated, Cell can only curse under his breath. The outcome was evidently clear, without any upgrades. He was swiftly obliterated by the sheer force of a ki blast. Chapter 135. What to do when Son Wukong cannot be revived. Elder Muley. I have brought the Dragon Balls. Could you assist me in contacting Earth? Certainly. Muley promptly utilized his mental prowess to call Son Wukong. Moses, Kakarot. If you receive this, please respond. Temenel, what is it? Have you resolved the issue? It is resolved. Shall we summon Shinron then? Indeed. The first wish is to revive you all. Is there any objection? No. Elder Muley, please summon Shinron. Arise, Purunga. Speak your wish, whatever it may be. I shall fulfill it. Revive all the good souls who were slain by the androids on Earth, along with Son Wukong, Jine, Bardock, Toma, Videl, Temenel, Raditz, and Rick. I'm afraid that is beyond my capabilities. Why? Temenel was puzzled. Son Wukong passed away from a heart condition, which is classified as a natural death. I cannot resurrect him. Then let us revive everyone else except for Son Wukong. Very well. And what is your second wish? Revive the good souls killed by Demon King Piccolo. This was previously agreed upon with Master Roshi. And your third wish? I cannot think of one at the moment. Please hurry, or Purunga will vanish, and you will have to wait 87 days. Kakarot, do you have any wishes? Do you have any wishes? Temenel has one more. After much deliberation, Son Wukong's group could not come up with a wish. Is that so? No wishes left? Purunga. The sky quickly brightened, no longer shrouded in darkness. Thank you, Elder Muley. Do not mention it. Our planet has little to offer in terms of hospitality, so I shall not entertain you. Well then, goodbye. Temenel instantly teleported to Son Wukong's location. Temenel, what shall we do if Kakarot cannot be revived? Jine looked at her son, who still bore a halo. Let us seek out Sister Ning for advice. She might have a solution. Upon hearing this, they all flew towards the Five Elements Mountain. Sister Ning. Temenel rushed up and embraced her. What brings you here with such eagerness? Is it a trap? Kakarot cannot be revived. The miraculous power of Purunga certainly cannot achieve that. What shall we do then? Perhaps an angel could assist. Can you help me contact the angels? Unfortunately, those beings are quite unpleasant. Then Kakarot cannot be revived, and his wife will be left to live in solitude. It is truly pitiful. Enough. You are so noisy. Go seek out that dead cat, Karen. He can help. Thank you, Sister Ning. Now go. All right, let us find Master Karen. He will have a way to revive Son Wukong. Understood. They then arrived at Karen Tower. Master Karen, please revive Kakarot quickly. Sister Ning said you could do it. Stop feigning ignorance. Temenel had little patience with the feline sage. Is that you, Son Wukong? The wise Master Karen gazed at Son Wukong and noticed the glowing aura surrounding him, quickly grasping the situation. I see you still remember this ancient feline of 8 centuries. With that, Master Karen ascended toward the pinnacle of the tower. Yachirobe, I can't believe you're still alive. I couldn't spot you in the underworld, Krillin teased. Get lost. I could never perish. That fellow, Master Karen, saved me. Otherwise, I would have truly met my end. Those androids, number 17 and 18, are terrifying. You have quite the luck, don't you? Whis, Come to me when you hear this. Whis, who had been polishing his staff, paused and regarded the luminescent artifact, pondering something. I trust Lord Beerus would also like to meet that esteemed individual. Whis then proceeded into Lord Beerus's chamber. Upon finding Beerus asleep, Whis, irked, approached with a megaphone and boisterously proclaimed, Lord Beerus, awaken! Lord Beerus, awaken! Lord Beerus, awaken! Ah, what are you doing, Whis? I was in the midst of an exhilarating battle with an adversary. You've interrupted my rest. It's time to work, Lord Beerus. Aren't you concerned about being erased by Lord Zeno? I understand. Beerus lazily rose to prepare for his bath and grooming. How many planets will you obliterate this time? Beerus mused, pondering the extent of his destruction, for after all, he was the god of destruction, and Whis merely his attendant. Lord Beerus, here is a towel. You seldom regard my duties. What is it that you truly wish to accomplish? Lord Beerus, was your adversary in your dream formidable? Quite so. I believe it was something like super. I cannot quite recall. Perhaps we could inquire of the oracle fish. It may possess the knowledge. Ah, indeed. After his bath, Beerus donned his attire and commenced his breakfast, consuming such greasy and unpalatable food all day long. Lord Beerus, this is the most nutritious meal in the universe. Do not waste it. I know. Oracle fish, oracle fish. Beerus recalled the adversary that had ignited his fervor. What is it, Lord Beerus? Can you foretell the identity of the formidable foe I am destined to encounter? I believe it is something super. How could I possibly know? Whis, I desire fish. Understood. It's called Super Scion God. Cyberman, I remember they all perished. Not all the Scions have been extinguished. A few remain, primarily on Earth now. Whis approached, wielding his staff, and revealed images of son Wukong and his companions. I am satiated, Whis. First, let us seek out those Scions. I am eager to witness what this Super Scion God entails. I did not pay much heed to Super Scion God. I merely encountered a Super Scion a decade ago. Whis then shifted the image to depict son Wukong transforming into a Super Scion. Super Scion God, let us behold what they are. Very well. Beerus placed his hand upon Whis's shoulder and fell into slumber. Master Karen seemed to perceive something, shaking his head as he descended. All is well. That individual will arrive shortly. Thank you, Master Karen, son Wukong replied, bashfully scratching his head. It matters not. You may consider me half a disciple, Master Karen. Pray tell, who are you? Merely an 800-year-old feline. Humph, if you choose not to speak, then so be it. How petty. Temenel feels certain you cannot possibly be 8 centuries old. Temenel, I am grateful to you. Without your assistance, resurrection would have been impossible. No need for thanks. I promised Bulma I would aid you. In gratitude, Temenel, I shall impart to you a particularly formidable technique I learned in the afterlife. What technique is that? Fusion, taught to me by a being from the planet Metamor. It is quite powerful. Then please, show me. Allow me to demonstrate. Fusion. As Goku called out, he executed an intricate dance. Temenel, I do not quite understand. Might I witness the results? Certainly. Vegeta, join me in this endeavor. No way. I refuse to perform such antics. But the resultant individual is immensely powerful. Do you not recall, Vegeta? I do not remember. Despite Goku's persuasive efforts, Vegeta remained obstinate. Yet heed this. The positioning of the fingers must be precise. Otherwise, one may transform into either a corpulent or a slender form. How do you know that, Kakarot? Vegeta and I experimented in the afterlife against a being called Evil Thought Wave. Chapter 136. The Arrival of Beerus. Lord Beerus, we are nearing Earth. Awaken. Beerus rubbed his eyes and gazed at the azure planet before him. Whis, traveling at the speed of light, approached Goku's vicinity. There are indeed many Scions remaining. Beerus observed the considerable number of Scions around Korin Tower. Lord Beerus, among them is Goku, who defeated Frieza. What? Defeated Frieza? Impossible. Beerus held a certain respect for Frieza's might. Lord Beerus, however, Goku has already perished. Whis pointed to the halo above Goku's head. I see, Whis. Bring him back. Understood. Whis flew to Goku's side and, under the gaze of all present, placed his staff upon Goku's head. The halo, which even the Dragon Balls could not dispel, vanished beneath Whis's staff. Goku, are you familiar with Super Saiyan God? I do not know. I am only aware of Super Saiyan. Goku shook his head. Vegeta, what of you? I do not know, Lord Beerus. Vegeta appeared apprehensive. However, a more pressing matter loomed. Piccolo sensed Beerus's power his face paling and clammy with sweat. It seems Earth may no longer be necessary. Beerus, you remain as indolent as ever, Master Karen remarked, stepping forward. Oh, you're still alive, Karen? That girl possesses the power of Super Saiyan God. Temenel. If it is false, old man, I shall end you alongside the rumor. You are still no match for me, Beerus. Master Karen rarely opened his eyes, revealing his dark blue irises. Humph, Lord Beerus. She does not belong to this timeline. What? However, it is quite peculiar that she did not influence the future of this timeline. Kuranoya informed me that her appearance is indeed a part of the history of this realm. Regardless of her, Lord Beerus, Master Karen was right. You truly are quite lazy. What is your name? Temenel. That, transform into a Super Saiyan God and show me. Temenel, feel that unique energy within you, Master Karen gently reminded. Initially, Temenel intended to employ traditional methods, but Karen's nudge prompted her to introspect. She indeed perceived something extraordinary, a distinctive power coalesced in her dantian, akin to a satellite orbiting a planet, unnoticed without diligent observation. Temenel endeavored to channel that energy from her lower dantian to her upper dantian. The transformation into a Super Saiyan also follows a similar method, albeit with different energy being drawn in. Temenel's hair transformed into a vibrant rose pink as she opened her eyes to gaze at Beerus. Witnessing the confusion amongst everyone, Whis took it upon himself to elucidate. Miss Temenel has stepped into the realm of divinity, hence you cannot perceive her aura. Give it a try. Beerus soared from Corin Tower, with Temenel swiftly following suit. Temenel attempted to strike Beerus with a punch, but he effortlessly caught it with his palm. She quickly withdrew her hand, yet Beerus did not seize her. Observing this, Temenel immediately executed a sweeping kick, only for it to be intercepted by Beerus's hand once more. Noting that Temenel's series of jabs and sweeping kicks failed to land, he dispatched her with ease. Temenel plummeted, losing her balance in midair. Is this all there is to the Super Saiyan God? Is this truly the limit of a Super Saiyan God? This hardly constitutes a worthy opponent. She crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. Upon regaining her composure, she swiftly ascended. Lord Beerus, I have returned. Temenel promptly unleashed her power and resumed battling Beerus, who opted not to defend, but rather engage in a game of evasion. With Beerus's guidance, Temenel gradually acclimated to the power of the Super Saiyan God, and astonishingly, her punch connected with Beerus's face. Alarmed, she exclaimed, Why didn't you evade? Ah, you actually struck my face. Beerus retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks. I can see your movements clearly, he remarked. Temenel and Beerus sparred, each holding their ground. So formidable. I too wish to become a Super Saiyan God and spar with Lord Beerus. Goku observed the clash between Beerus and Temenel with a sense of frustration. Oh, Goku, if you wish to become a Super Saiyan God, you can train with me. I have a reasonable understanding of how to attain that form. Really? When shall we set off? No rush, Whis replied as he projected an image with his staff, noting how strenuous it was to watch from Corin Tower. Always twisting his neck, Temenel unleashed a barrage of strikes against Beerus's abdomen, causing him to yelp in response. Sensing something amiss, Temenel instinctively distanced herself. How painful. How excruciating. Haha, you didn't expect me to utter such words, did you? To be honest, your attacks are quite ticklish. Is this truly the extent of your capabilities? Beerus conjured a colossal energy sphere and directed it towards Temenel. With the earth beneath her feet, she had no choice but to receive it. Temenel caught the energy sphere with both hands and, exerting all her strength, managed to toss it above her head. The sphere lost its stability and erupted, illuminating the sky with a golden glow. Oh, well then, how about this? Beerus immediately crafted another energy sphere, tenfold the previous one. What? Temenel was rendered speechless. He offered her no respite, even to catch her breath. She caught this energy sphere as well, knowing she could not let it detonate, lest the ensuing shockwaves obliterate the earth. Compress, compress. Temenel strained to condense the energy sphere, and Beerus, observing from the sidelines, grew increasingly exhilarated. There was potential here. Ultimately, the energy sphere detonated in Temenel's grasp, producing smoke, but no harm. Intriguing. Perhaps you are the Super Saiyan God from my dreams. Beerus approached with a more serious demeanor, leaving Temenel overwhelmed, sustaining several tons of damage. Beerus knocked Temenel to the ground and sat upon her. He pounded her mercilessly. Alas, it is unfortunate that you are not the Super Saiyan God I seek. Combat power assessment. For reference, only Temenel Super Saiyan God. 1 trillion Beerus, true power unknown. Always fighting slightly above Temer's level Whis. True power unknown Anning. Regular performance at 300. True power unknown Karen. Regular performance at 200. True power unknown Chapter 137. Returning to one's own time, Beerus placed his hand on Temer's face and declared, "Farewell." Temer struggled valiantly. Her mind flooded with Beerus's words about destruction. No. In a fit of rage, she propelled Beerus away. Oh, fascinating. Yet the Super Saiyan God is merely this. Beerus flew off. Lord Beerus, are you not going to continue? Son Goku expressed his dissatisfaction. No, it's no longer entertaining. Temer approached and delivered a punch to the fool. Ah, Temer, why did you hit me? Do you wish for my demise? No, she replied. Lord Beerus exerted his full strength. I am no match for him. Temer patiently hinted to Son Goku to refrain from bothering her. Why was every version of him across timelines so foolish? Oh, then, Lord Beerus. How much power did you employ? About 60%. How impressive. Temer, how did you become a Super Saiyan God? Son Goku was keen to grow stronger. If 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans channel their energy into one individual, a special energy will manifest within. I believe I obtained it during a battle. By harnessing that energy through the transformation into a Super Saiyan, it can be guided. Oh, but Temer, are you not considering pursuing this path of cultivation? Karen inquired, glancing at Temer. Indeed, my physique has reverted to an ancestral state, rendering me somewhat ill-suited to ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan God. It appears that my incarnation of the Super Saiyan God lacks authenticity, as the typical manifestation features crimson locks, while mine are of a rosy hue. This divergence arises from the essence of one's heart. Your somewhat heavy aura of malice suggests that you are not entirely benevolent, which has influenced this outcome, independent of your physical constitution. Whis elucidated the reason behind the peculiar color of my hair. Goku has already discovered 5 individuals engaged in practical training. Indeed, your hair is truly red, Goku remarked as he approached. This resembles closely that which I envisioned in my dreams, Beerus commented. Lord Beerus, may we engage in a spar? Kakarot, I wish to spar with you. Temer interjected, unable to bear the brashness of the situation, as this fellow seems to underestimate Beerus's true prowess. Temer transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. What is this? Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. This is Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? Indeed, Vegeta, alas. You and Kakarot lack tails, otherwise you too could transform. The method to achieve Super Saiyan 4 involves first becoming a great ape, then evolving into a golden great ape, and subsequently regaining one's senses. Ah, I see. Vegeta closed his eyes, as if contemplating something significant. The ensuing skirmish between Goku and Temer yielded predictable results, as one individual found himself thoroughly overpowered. However, Temer's disregard for martial ethics played a role, for Goku had yet to master the powers of the Super Saiyan God. Although Temer had not harnessed the full might of Super Saiyan 4, overpowering Goku was well within her capabilities. Temer relished the opportunity, for such moments are rare. Kakarot, do you wish to continue sparring? Temer smiled radiantly. No, perhaps another time, Goku replied, his speech slightly slurred. Temer tossed a senzu bean to Goku, observing that he appeared relatively unscathed, before expressing her desire to depart. During this exchange, Trunks graciously expressed his gratitude to Temer, a gesture that left a lasting impression on her. Farewell, may our paths cross again. You have awakened, one remarked. Who are you? Raditz appeared somewhat bewildered. I am a member of the Yardrat race. In truth, I am but an individual, came the response. Yardrat, what of my companions? They are training with Elder Pibra. Take me to them, please. Very well. Raditz observed Goku and the others perched precariously atop a pointed stone pillar, their attempts to balance eliciting a humorous sight. What are they doing? They are learning to control spirit, which you refer to as ki. Allow me to try. Raditz leaped up and effortlessly steadied himself. Pibra expressed mild surprise. Comrade, you are quite impressive, unlike those 4 buffoons. My master taught me. Initially, I was akin to them. You may proceed to learn the foundational techniques directly, such as instant transmission. Understood. Raditz is currently engaged in learning instant transmission from Pibra. Temer also returned to her original timeline, and, after conversing with her mother, discovered that Raditz and the others had arrived on Yardrat. Unimaginably. So much has transpired in this interval. Mother, let us indulge in a shopping excursion. Not today. Are you not going to the planet Adratlat to keep an eye on Raditz? Raditz is not one to act recklessly. It is difficult to ascertain. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Off you go. Very well. Tamer hurriedly utilized instantaneous movement to reach the planet Adratlat. Vormal, what are you doing? Tamer arrived nearby and observed her dancing. Vormal tumbled from a stone pillar. Sister, what are you doing? How did you arrive here? I used instantaneous movement. Did you not know I could? What? Sister, when did you acquire this skill? It took me quite some time and effort to master it. Tamer noticed Raditz practicing instantaneous movement and remarked, I told you, Raditz would not act foolishly. Sister, is there any trick to it? What are you all doing? Comrade, they are learning to control spiritos, which you refer to as energy, Pibra explained. There is no particular trick. My method may not suit you. Tamer waved her hand, signaling Vormal not to seek shortcuts. Chapter 138. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Through her training on the planet Adratlat, Tamer has mastered the control of spiritos. Furthermore, she has learned several techniques, enabling her to manipulate her energy to enhance her body's flexibility and increase certain areas. Tamer departed. I understand. There is no choice. Tamer is pregnant, and her instantaneous movement is not as agile. Thus, she must share a spaceship with Raditz. After spending some time back on Earth, she arrived at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Clint, long time no see. Sister Tamer, it has indeed been a while. Are you competing? Yes, I am. What about you, sister? I am not participating. I have already secured championships. Best of luck to you. With those formidable opponents like Sun Wukong, how can one hope to win? It is the participation that counts. Indeed, this time, the tournament will also feature a top 16 competition. Vegeta, Rick, Sun Wukong, Nameless, Raditz, Toma, Klin, Jine, Yamcha, Videl, Tianjinhan, Bardock, Vormal, Bick, Broly, and Palazes. Tabul, Naba, and Tais have ventured into the cosmos and thus are not participating. Nonetheless, even so, Dumpling was eliminated. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the first martial arts tournament of the world. Allow me to elucidate the rules of the competition. Firstly, prior to the commencement of the match, staff members will beat the drum as a rallying signal, heralding the start of the contest. Secondly, during the competition, the use of weapons and external forces is strictly prohibited. Thirdly, strikes to the eyes or vital areas of the opponent are forbidden. Fourthly, falling out of the arena, conceding defeat, or being knocked down, defined as being unable to rise within 10 seconds of falling, will result in a loss. Fifthly, losing sight of the opponent or being launched away also constitutes a defeat. Sixthly, contestants are not permitted to kill their adversaries. Otherwise, they will be disqualified from the tournament. Seventhly, injured participants will be transported on stretchers to the nearest hospital for treatment. Eighthly, any assault on spectators will lead to disqualification. Finally, the champion of the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament will be awarded a monetary prize of 50. Let the competition begin. In the first match, I invite contestants Vegeta and Rick to take the stage. Rick and Vegeta face off, gradually escalating their power. The two engage in a fierce exchange. Vegeta unleashes his Gallic gun, and Rick is overwhelmed, sustaining injuries and conceding defeat. Lanchi, witnessing Rick's descent, expresses her concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. If I were injured, how could I face the child in your womb? My apologies. I shall ensure my safety next time. Just be careful. In the second match, we have Son Goku versus an unnamed opponent. Curse you, Son Goku. Have you truly forgotten me? The woman, known only as Unnamed, unleashes a flurry of punches and kicks upon Goku. If you do not provide a name, how am I to know who you are? Someone who truly understands wouldn't me to speak. I see you're doing this on purpose. I genuinely do not recognize you. Is that unreasonable? Do you not realize that is the daughter of the Ox King and Goku's fiancée, Chi-Chi? Oh, Bulma, oblivious to this revelation, muses on Goku's plight. Indeed. But it is often said that one's match is determined by their equal. Ultimately, Goku uses a gust of wind from his palm to vanquish the unnamed opponent. Goku, you remain as formidable as ever. Now, speak. You promised that if I defeated you, you would reveal your identity. I am your fiancée, Chi-Chi. Is that so? My apologies for not recognizing you. It's all right. All you need to do is promise to marry me. Such a touching moment. Our martial arts arena has transformed into a venue for courtship. Let us all warmly applaud and bless this couple. The host is exhilarated, and the audience is filled with joy. However, Vornal glances away, feeling detached from the celebratory atmosphere, and turns to leave. Broly, noticing her departure, follows with concern. Bornal, are you alright? I'm fine. I merely worry about you, especially with Kakarot's impending marriage. I have long since moved on. It was merely an obsession from 5 years, 3 months, and 2 days ago. In retrospect, it was inconsequential. I'm glad to hear you're well. Broly, let us marry on the same day as Kakarot. Is that true? Indeed. In the third match, we have Raditz versus Toma. Toma approaches with tentative strikes, which Raditz deftly evades. The battle between Toma and Raditz rages evenly until Toma transforms into a Super Saiyan. Raditz transformed into a Super Saiyan, earnestly observing Thomas's next move. However, Thomas appeared distressed and promptly dashed to the restroom nearby. Bulma was left perplexed by his sudden departure. What could possibly compel him to seek the lavatory? Perhaps he had an upset stomach? Timur, witnessing Raditz's victory announcement, wore a subtle smile. Indeed, your husband is quite fortunate, isn't he? Bardock shook his head as he watched Thomas in such a state. Thomas's downfall stemmed from his excessive trust in women. As the scene shifted back to before the competition commenced, Timur provided refreshments to Thomas and his companions. When Timur handed them the drinks, Vettel sensed something amiss. This daughter was unusually amiable today. Could there be an issue with these beverages? Surely not. Timur seized a bottle and took a small sip. See, nothing's wrong. You all are worrying too much. Timur is not that kind of person. In front of Timur, Thomas finished an entire bottle. The others, feeling apprehensive, refrained from drinking immediately, opting to wait until the contest concluded. In the fourth match, Krillin faced off against Jine. Despite his efforts, Krillin was soon knocked off the stage. Any schemes faltered in the face of absolute strength. The victor was Jine. In the fifth match, Yamcha battled Vettel. Young man, are you ready to fight? Krillin has already advised you against unnecessary actions, said the veteran. I wish to give it my all, replied the young fighter. Very well. The victor was Vettel. In the sixth match, Tien faced Bardock. Unlike Vettel, Bardock offered Tien a bit of guidance. The victor was Bardock. The seventh match featured Bick against Wulmer. Bick, surrender. You are no match for me. How will I know without trying? Bick and Wulmer engaged in combat, with Bick creating distance and launching energy spheres at Wulmer. Wulmer transformed into Super Saiyan 2, effortlessly evading the attack. Observing this, Bick unleashed his afterimage fist alongside his energy spheres. However, Wulmer, having mastered energy manipulation on planet Yardrat, effortlessly dodged Bick's strikes. Bick, surrender. Surrender? Look around you. Wulmer noticed numerous energy spheres suspended in the air, furrowing her brow. You've fallen for my trick, Bick smirked. Bick began charging his super explosive wave. As Wulmer moved, Bick immediately directed an energy sphere at her. Ugh! Wulmer exclaimed in pain. In that instant, she realized her course of action. If she charged forward now, she might still have a chance. Wulmer dashed ahead, but Bick swiftly commanded all the energy spheres to attack her, understanding that she must endure the onslaught. Wulmer knew she could only seize victory by striking Bick the moment he unleashed his super explosive wave. Wulmer withstood the barrage of damage and noticed Bick had yet to release his attack. She quickly rushed in to deliver a kick. Wulmer was taken aback. This opponent was truly unscrupulous, deviating from the expected tactics. Severely injured, Wulmer was carried off by stretcher after the referee's count of 10. The victor was Bick. In the eighth match, Broly faced Palazus. Concerned for Wulmer, Broly accompanied her to the hospital. The victor was Palazus. In the ninth match, Vegeta faced Son Goku. Kakarot, you are no match for me. You lost to me the last time, he stated confidently. How can you tell without trying? Vegeta, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, a gesture of respect towards Goku. Observing this, Goku also shifted into Super Saiyan 2, and the two began to clash. Their fists and legs exchanged blows, with neither revealing a clear advantage. It was quite typical. Goku preferred to gradually enhance his strength, resulting in a prolonged battle. How infuriating. Why is it so difficult to defeat Kakarot? You're not even as formidable as Tamer, Vegeta remarked. I take offense at that. I am no less capable than Tamer. Goku retorted. This technique was initially intended for Tamer, but given your formidable nature, I must employ it against you first. Chapter 139, Goku surpassing Tamer. What a joke. Do you possess such ability? Vegeta could hardly believe it. I jest not. Even Tamer's Super Saiyan 3 cannot contend with me. Watch closely, Vegeta, and take pride in this moment. King Kai's fist. Vegeta exclaimed, unable to perceive the attack. He was struck down by a single blow, unable to mount any resistance. The victor was Son Goku. Bulma rushed over, leaping over the wall to assist Vegeta. However, he gently pushed her away, assuring her he was unscathed. Yet, he was seething with anger at having been bested by Goku. Interesting, Tamer mused, finally understanding why Goku could utilize King Kai's fist in his Super Saiyan state. In the 10th match, Gene faced Raditz. Gene conceded defeat. The victor was Raditz. In the 11th match, Videl confronted Bardock. Videl, what threat do you pose to me now? Bardock challenged. On what grounds do you presume victory? Videl shot back. What else is there to discuss? You are unworthy of my words. Videl transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Astonishing Bardock. Have you truly achieved this? The challenge of maintaining rationality in the golden great ape form is immense. And it is hard to fathom the effort Videl must have exerted. I cannot maintain this for long, but it will suffice to handle you, Bardock. Haha, Videl. You have triumphed. I concede. The victor was Videl. In the 12th match, Frieza squared off against Piccolo. Frieza transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged in. Piccolo regarded him with disdain, assuming he believed his intelligence was his only advantage. Piccolo initiated the confrontation with a precise chop. Frieza dodged. Line attack. Frieza sidestepped the assault. Piccolo delivered a kick that sent Frieza soaring, executing the prince's technique. Frieza was unable to evade, sustaining significant damage. As the smoke cleared around him, Piccolo admonished, "Surrender, Frieza. You are no match for me. Moreover, you have already reached the top 8. There is no need to vie for the top 4. There is no prize at stake." How vexing, Piccolo. Must you resort to mental warfare? The host interjected, unable to bear the spectacle. How will the audience enjoy this match? Silence. Piccolo growled, and the crowd and host fell quiet. I concede. Frieza, once a high-ranking commander among the Saiyans, understood that continuing would lead to his inevitable defeat. With no benefits to be gained, the victor was Piccolo. In the 13th match, Son Wukong faced off against Raditz, who ultimately surrendered, declaring Son Wukong the victor. In the 14th match, Piccolo confronted Videl, and Piccolo too capitulated, with Videl emerging victorious. The 15th match saw Son Wukong battle Videl. Auntie, ha ha ha, Kakarot, surrender. I shall treat you to a grand feast. Son Wukong jested. Annie, may I inquire how one regains their sanity beneath the golden great ape? Seek that which you wish to protect, and reflect upon your original intentions, she advised. Understanding dawned upon him, and Son Wukong cast a man-made moon into the sky. Under the moon's influence, he transformed into a great ape, subsequently harnessing his power to become the golden great ape. Temenel, upon witnessing the golden great ape in the arena, urgently called out, "Everyone, flee. He is a monster, devoid of reason." Son Wukong then unleashed havoc, prompting a swift response from the onlookers. This little rascal is truly troublesome, observed Videl, who ascended to Super Saiyan 4 to engage in battle. The sheer size of the golden great ape rendered its movements sluggish compared to Videl's agility, leading to Son Wukong being steadily overwhelmed. However, his verbal prowess remained formidable, causing even Videl to hesitate in confrontation. Temenel, taken aback by the might of his words, noted the fortunate fact that few inhabitants remained on Papaya Island. Aside from the host, the ordinary spectators had already departed. Kakarot, have you lost your mind? Temenel shouted, but her words fell on deaf ears. Sister, shall we not destroy the moon? It would be futile. The golden great ape is no ordinary giant. The moon's disappearance would bear no effect unless we sever his tail or bring him down, she replied. It is impossible to sever the tail. The match continues. We must observe, she insisted. Kakarot, awaken. I am Aunt Videl. It is of no use, he retorted, unleashing an unnamed energy wave. As the smoke cleared, he appeared unscathed. Infuriated by Videl, Son Wukong approached him. Son Wukong, could you revert back? Your form frightens me, Kiki cried out. Upon hearing Kiki's voice, Son Wukong hesitated momentarily. Kiki, he muttered, before turning his gaze toward the moon, remaining still. Gradually, he transformed back into Super Saiyan 4. Aunt Videl, thank you. I surrender, he declared, leaving Videl speechless at his fiery red mane. Wukong, you are not wearing any clothes, Kiki blushed. Ah, my apologies. Unable to bear the sight, Piccolo swiftly conjured an outfit for him. I hereby declare Miss Videl the victor, the host announced. Ah, host, you are still here? Temenel realized, having been somewhat inattentive. Professional ethics, I suppose. However, the prizes may not be distributed, as the island has turned into a desolate land. The organizers have left. No matter, it is merely 50. Temenel dismissed the trivial amount. Indeed, you have truly showcased remarkable martial prowess. Host, do take care, she cautioned. Subsequently, Temenel and her companions visited the First People's Hospital in South City to check on Wimmel. Sister, are you well? Temenel inquired, gazing at Wimmel, whose arm was wrapped in multiple layers of bandages. I am fine, just superficial injuries and a concussion, he assured her. That is a relief, Temenel responded, feeling reassured. The gathering is about to commence, and everyone is brimming with joy. Temenel, why is it that Kakarot can utilize the Kaioken while in the Super Saiyan state? Vegeta is aware of this technique. When Goku invited him to learn it, he completely disregarded the offer. Indeed, why is that? Rick appears perplexed, contemplating the desire to learn it himself. When Kakarot sought to learn it, why did you not join him? Precisely. The Kaioken was something Goku earnestly requested Temenel to teach him. Are you aware of this? Do not keep us in suspense, Vettel expresses his curiosity. It is widely acknowledged that a Super Saiyan cannot simultaneously employ the Kaioken. Due to the inherent nature of the Kaioken, it cannot be combined with any other martial arts or states. As for why Kakarot is capable of using it while transformed into a Super Saiyan, it is because he is reckless. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he momentarily deactivates it. In that fleeting instant, due to inertia and the enhancement from the Super Saiyan state, he is able to employ the Kaioken. The reason these two techniques can overlap is that Kakarot transitions between the Super Saiyan form and the Kaioken with remarkable speed, making it difficult for you to discern the difference. Am I correct, Kakarot? You're pretty close. Sister, you're quite astute to have figured this out. It's merely a trivial skill. I suppose it won't last long, right? Indeed, while it does not directly damage my physical form, it still imposes a significant burden on me. Chapter 140. Does marriage automatically lead to children? 5 years have swiftly passed. Bronya, what is it, mother? Temenel gazes at the little girl before her, who bears a striking resemblance to her. Where's Gohan? I don't know. He should be over in the forest. Go look for him. That little rascal cannot fight, and I fear for his safety. All right. At this time, Broly, Kakarot, and Raditz have also returned with several large trees. Broly, Kakarot, Raditz. You should search for Gohan as well. He has gone missing. Fine. Honestly, Gohan is making Master Potato wait for far too long. Chi-Chi expresses her concern and dissatisfaction. Sophia is much more obedient. It's all good, Rick responds somewhat shyly, his eyes filled with affection for his daughter. Eventually, they locate Gohan, and then they set off to find Master Roshi. The group comprises Rick, Sophia, Goku, Gohan, Raditz, Bronya, Broly, Ryan, Thomas, Bardock, and Pelazes. Meanwhile, Temenel, Vomener, Lanchi, Chi-Chi, Vettel, and Janae remain at Bowsy Mountain. The little rascal, Ryan, has departed, and suddenly, a profound silence envelopes us. Sister, do not indulge the children so excessively. A balance between work and rest is indeed beneficial for their development. I envy you, Lanchi. Sophia has always been so well-behaved since childhood, unlike my own, who resembles a little monster, constantly causing a ruckus. Bronya is quite wonderful, unlike Gohan, who merely buries himself in books indoors. Reading is admirable. Yet Ryan struggles to focus on his studies, which troubles me immensely. Just look at how much hair I am losing. In truth, Sophia is not particularly fond of reading either. Nevertheless, she is still better than Bronya. Hey, how did you win again, sister? It's just luck. Father, what sort of person is Master Mutian? Gohan and Goku are perched upon the flying Nimbus. Is he an impressive old man? Indeed. Goku has little time to ponder Master Roshi, as he has just spotted Gohan above the waterfall, despite having been in the water moments ago. Kakarot, what are you thinking? Nothing much, just that Gohan seems to possess considerable fighting potential. Then let us train him. That one do. This child has a rather timid disposition. The last time I tried to take him, he absolutely refused. Bronya, please assist Gohan. You are the older sister, after all. I know. Why is father becoming so nagging like mother? Grandfather is better. Bronya has dashed off to find Bardock. Sophia, you should also lend Gohan a hand. Understood, dear father. Hee. Goku, Raditz, Toma, Broly, Pelazes, greasy, disgusting, and a tad envious. Ah, Krillin, long time no see. Oh, Goku, Raditz, Broly, Brother Rick, and Uncle Bardock, Uncle Pelazes, and Uncle Toma, what brings you here? Just bringing the kids out to play. Goku lifted Gohan onto his shoulders. Child, Goku, is that your son? Krillin was astonished. Did you have a child right after marriage? Yes, he is 4 years old now. Go and greet Uncle Krillin. Hello, Uncle Krillin, my name is Gohan, and I am 4 years old. Gohan, a bit shy, scuttled behind Goku. Hello, Uncle Krillin, I am Bronya, and I am 6 years old. Hello, Uncle Krillin. I am Sophia, and I am 5 years old. Hello, Uncle Krillin, I am Ryan, 4 years old. Gohan. I thought Gohan was coming. Master Roshi emerged, and upon seeing Gohan, could not help but smile, for he is indeed the offspring of Goku. What? You have children? Bulma and Vegeta had just arrived in their spaceship and were taken aback upon seeing the 4 children. Bulma, you're here too. And Vegeta, greetings. Humph. Vegeta's anger flared upon seeing Goku's face. Don't be upset. We are all friends here to enjoy some time together. Rick intervened as a peacemaker. Goku and I can never be friends. Vegeta was fuming. Rick was somewhat speechless. Why are you yelling at me? Sophia then tugged at Rick's sleeve, prompting him to crouch down. Father, don't be sad. Let us hug. Sophia embraced Rick. Wukong, have they transformed into giant apes? Krillin recalled with an inexplicable sense of dread. No, they have scarcely even practiced martial arts. Son Wukong shook his head. Even in this era of peace, Wukong and his companions have not grown complacent. The turtle sage observed son Wukong and his friends. Master Wutian, when will you and Fong Fong have children? Krillin felt a sense of pride, wondering why the turtle sage was in such a hurry without any children of his own. It seems they are expecting. I checked today, and it is indeed a joyous sign. Fong Fong has gone for a checkup at the hospital. The turtle sage's words delivered a significant blow to Krillin. Krillin, matters of fate cannot be rushed. They rely on destiny. I foresee your own fortune arriving soon. I understand, Master Wutian. Master Wutian, Krillin, everyone, I have arrived. Yamcha has also made his entrance. In this life, Yamcha is not as aimless. He has opened a martial arts school in the West Capital and has taken on several disciples. Yamcha, have you seen Tenshinhan? I haven't seen him in ages. Krillin pondered who else might be missing, recalling Tenshinhan and Kairatsu. That fellow has retreated to the mountains to train. Consumed by his martial obsession, Yamcha remarked. Kakarot, what is your current power level? I have mastered the full power of Super Saiyan 4. So have I. Shall we engage in another match? Vegeta is particularly eager to defeat Son Wukong. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, prompting Son Wukong to do the same. The two clashed in the sky. These two are at it again. Bardock observed the combatants. Bardock, if you are itching for a fight, I can spar with you, Torma approached. No thanks, I appreciate it. Torma was indifferent. They often engaged in training sessions anyway. In the distance, for children playing by the sea noticed the battle occurring in the sky. Big sister, what is that? Ryan inquired curiously, having never witnessed Super Saiyan 4. I do not know, she admitted. That is Super Saiyan 4, Gohan explained to everyone. Super Saiyan 4? Bronya and Ryan's heads were filled with question marks. Yes, my father told me about it. This form significantly enhances combat power, being one of the highest enhancements among Super Saiyans. If one achieves the full power of Super Saiyan 4, the increase is 40,000 times, Sophia recalled, realizing her father would never deceive her. Chapter 141. The arrival of danger in the cosmos. A spaceship was silently descending around Earth. Behind this vessel was a planet. Yet, at this moment, the people on Earth remained oblivious to the impending danger. Frieza, we are approaching Earth. Finally, we have arrived. I have awaited this moment for a long time. It has taken me so long to recover from my injuries. With Cooler's involvement this time, we shall not be defeated. Thank you, Father. Vegeta, are we fighting? No more battles. Vegeta reverted to his normal state. Maintaining Super Saiyan 4 is quite taxing. Although Son Wukong appears formidable, he is nearly on par with Vegeta. You are not fighting anymore. Raditz observed the returning duo. No more fighting. It is all equal. You are the one who is not equal, Kakarot. I am stronger than you. Indeed, you are stronger than I. Where is Temenel? Vegeta turned around, but saw no sign of her. She does not particularly enjoy such lively environments. Perhaps she is at home playing mahjong with others, Raditz recalled. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just defeating one Kakarot. Raditz shook his head. He couldn't even defeat Temenel. Vegeta is indeed stubborn. Big sister, can you fly? Ryan was astonished by the previous battle scene. Of course. I envy you all for being able to fly, Ryan sighed. Why not ask an adult to teach us? Sophia suggested. Great idea. How did I not think of that? You're so clever, Sophia, Ryan exclaimed joyfully. Gohan, you should join us. Ryan thought of his good brother. Me? I can't. You must come. Otherwise, we won't play with you. Bronya insisted, giving Gohan no chance to evade. Fine. Gohan felt helpless. This energy, it is Frieza. Temenel was surprised. Wasn't she killed by her sister? Wimmel was also somewhat taken aback. It seems he is not dead, and there appear to be several other energies nearby that are equally formidable, Vettel explained. Jine sensed it and hurried over. What should we do, sister? Change clothes and let us go, Vegeta said. Kakarot. This voice came almost simultaneously. Frieza is not dead. He is indeed a tough opponent. Let us go, Vegeta. The two of them dashed off swiftly. Raditz, let us move, Broly said. You and my father should head out first. I will follow later. All right, Broly replied. Then followed Son Goku. Master Roshi, I will leave first. Please take care of those 4 children, said Goku. Rest assured, I may not be able to defeat enemies, but I can certainly watch over a few children, Master Roshi replied, glancing at Krillin and Yamcha. You too, go too. Krillin and Yamcha were reluctantly drawn into the fray. Let us go, Raditz chuckled. 3 streams of white energy soared into the sky. Are those our fathers? It seems so. What are they going to do? They are off to protect the Earth. Master Roshi stepped forward to explain. Grandpa, can you fly? Bronya asked curiously. Of course. Then please teach them. They want to fly. Is that so? Can you handle training? Yes. I'll check with your parents first, and if they agree, I will teach you. All right. Haha. Master Roshi was amused by the children. He had never seen such eager students. Vegeta and Goku arrived at the scene, where Temenel and others had long been waiting. Temenel, we are here. Goku shouted. Kakarot, you are so slow. Temenel expressed her disdain. I was conserving energy, Goku replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Here, take this. Eat it if you need. Temenel tossed a bag to Goku. Thank you. Goku tucked the bag into his belt. After a while, everyone had arrived. At this moment, Frieza's spaceship hovered in the sky. Ho ho ho, have you all arrived? Frieza leisurely emerged. Now, he could control his normal state without the need to seal his powers. Frieza, what exactly do you intend to do? We have not wronged you, have we? You detestable scion monkey, do you know how I endured 9 years? I do not, replied Temenel earnestly. Let me tell you. I was submerged in that potion for a full 8 years. 8 years. I seek vengeance. Temenel felt utterly speechless. Surely this man was a fool. Minions, attack. Frieza's henchmen rushed forward. Temenel and his companions stepped up to engage. They dispatched these minions with ease, finding little challenge in the skirmish. Is this all you have, Frieza? Frieza remained silent, applauding. Miss Temenel, you do not disappoint as a warrior of the Saiyan race, effortlessly defeating my elite troops. But did you think I came here unprepared? Arise, Gula. Yes, responded Gula as a multitude of metallic gulas emerged behind Frieza. Miss Temenel, you ought to know that I govern the northern galaxy, while my brother oversees the western galaxy. This is what he discovered in the western galaxy. What was it called? Bistark. It can replicate physical forms for battle. Quite impressive. Isn't it? Is it? Temenel transformed into Super Saiyan 2, testing the waters. Ho ho ho, Miss Temenel, so eager. I have yet to finish my explanation. These gulas can all transform into golden gulas. What? Subsequently, Gula, Frieza, and King Cold each transformed into Golden Gula, Golden Frieza, and Golden King Cold, respectively. Power level settings. For reference, only Frieza. 200 billion King Cold. 100 billion Gula. 150 billion Golden Frieza. 7 trillion Golden King Cold. For trillion Golden Gula. 6 trillion Temenel. 200 million Wimmel. 16. 5 billion Raditz. 1. 8 billion Son Goku. 18. 2 billion Vegeta. 18. 3 billion Rick. 1. 5 billion Broly. 1. 9 billion Bardock. 200 million Toma. 1. 9 billion Vidal. 1. 7 billion Jine. 16. 8 billion Parazaz. 1. 2 billion Krillin. 980, 000 Yamcha. 900, 000 Master Roshi. 1 million Bronya. 5, 000 Sophia. 2. 700 Ryan. 3. 500 Son Gohan. 1. 900 due to Broly being an anomalous Super Saiyan. Without a tail, his augmentation cannot be calculated conventionally. Broly does not possess Super Saiyan forms 1, 2, or 3. However, he wields the full energy of a Super Saiyan, a boost not inferior to the full power of Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 142, Piccolo's Enhancement? Heavenly Being, have you made your decision? Piccolo, wait a moment. The time has not yet come. Earth currently does not require a deity. It needs a formidable warrior. Piccolo felt disappointed by the heavenly being's reluctance to assimilate. I understand. Let us observe this battle first. Piccolo was infuriated by the heavenly being's inaction. The heavenly being gazed at Piccolo with a satisfied smile. Frieza, have you forgotten how I defeated you? Temenel transformed into Super Saiyan 4 at full power. Miss Temenel, I sincerely hope you remain safe. Hehehe. Temenel advanced to strike Frieza, yet countless gulas obstructed her path. How infuriating. Frieza, what do you mean by this? Frieza smiled without uttering a word. Temenel, filled with rage, struggled to dismantle the Gula robots, but her efforts were slow. Upon witnessing her plight, others rushed to assist. Vegeta, frustrated by the relentless Gulas, tore through them, only to find they repaired themselves and became increasingly aggressive. How is this possible? Vegeta was knocked to the ground. Damn it, I'm Super Vegeta. The others fared no better. The sheer number of metallic Gulas was overwhelming, and they continually adapted to find weaknesses. Temenel, how does it feel to be on the brink of death? Temenel distanced herself from the Gulas. Volmer, it's time for that move. Volmer felt a bit embarrassed. Is there truly no other option? None, and if we don't act, we will all perish here. Very well. Volmer unleashed a furious surge, breaking free from the Gula's siege and moving towards Temenel. Volmer, are you ready? I am ready. This move cannot be executed casually. It requires two individuals of similar height and build, and the final gesture must involve their fingers touching with the angles of their feet aligned. Gender is not a requirement. Yet no one has attempted a fusion between male and female, as suitable partners are limited to Kakarot and Vegeta, who possess physiques comparable to Saiyan women. However, Temenel and Volmer had practiced this. Fusion. What an overwhelming energy. Everyone was captivated by the fusion of Temenel and Volmer. I am neither Temenel nor Volmer. I am Tumor. Tumor directed a Kamehameha towards Frieza, but countless metallic Gulas rushed in to absorb the damage. Tenfold Kamehameha. The immense force struck fear into Frieza, prompting him to evade quickly. Yet, Tumor's Kamehameha did not relent. Instead, it intensified. What is happening? Frieza turned to observe the Kamehameha's trajectory. Oh no, Bardock Star. Only now did he realize, too late. The Kamehameha collided with Bardock Star, obliterating the device that sustained the metallic Gulas. Damn it, Frieza, weren't you supposed to protect Bardock Star? Why are you dodging? The true Gula emerged. No matter, you are of no use now. Damn you, you shall perish. Gula transformed into Golden Gula, rushing forth to deliver a punch to Frieza, who effortlessly caught it with his palm. Gula, you are no match for me. Do you wish to die? Tumor was gathering energy for a second Kamehameha. Enough. Look at the chaos on the other side. At such a moment, they are still squabbling among themselves. King Cooled stared sternly at Tumor. Too late. Tumor unleashed a Kamehameha aimed directly at Frieza, executing a close-range instant transmission. Frieza, being no ordinary foe, quickly used Gula as a shield. Damn it, Frieza. You truly deserve to die. Gula was instantaneously obliterated. Temenel and more were eager to continue their assault on Frieza. However, the relentless barrage of Kamehameha waves seemed to sap their strength, causing them to separate into two individuals, thereby failing to land a blow on Frieza. Both Temenel and more were taken aback, recalling that their fusion was supposed to last for 30 minutes. What had gone awry? Frieza, not one to show mercy, swiftly incapacitated the two with a series of punches and kicks, leaving them unconscious upon the ground. Observing this, Broly hastily transformed into a Super Saiyan, channeling all his energy to engage Frieza in battle. You must fuse quickly. I cannot endure this for long, he urged, struggling against Frieza. Meanwhile, Bardock and Tauren attempted to fuse first, but due to their lack of practice, while their fingers touched, the angle was misaligned, resulting in a slender fusion. In a flurry, Raditz and Rick attempted the fusion as well, yet their execution faltered, leading to a portly amalgamation. Vegeta and Goku steadfastly refused to cooperate, leaving Whis and Kairatsu to undertake the fusion instead. Fortunately, they succeeded. This newly formed warrior, speaking little, moved with remarkable speed, delivering a punch to Frieza. Frieza retaliated but was swiftly repelled, granting Broly a moment to breathe. However, this warrior seemed to disregard Frieza entirely, zipping towards King Cold and performing a rapid series of hand signs. Magic flash. King Cold vanished in an instant. Frieza was taken aback, astonished at the unexpected prowess of these Saiyans. Now, it's your turn, Frieza, the fused warrior declared, yet, akin to Temenel, disintegration occurred as it neared Frieza. By the heavens, this is intolerable. It's your fault, Kaiatsu. Had you achieved full Super Saiyan 4 power, we wouldn't have dissipated so quickly. But we are one entity. How can you blame me? Enough. You shall perish. Frieza retaliated with a flying kick and an elbow strike, eliminating the two. Whis. Kaiatsu. Broly reassured. Do not worry. They are merely unconscious. To kill them so swiftly would be too merciful. Vegeta, hurry. Otherwise, we shall all perish here. Then I would rather embrace death. Have you forgotten Bulma? Very well, Vegeta sighed in resignation. Do you truly believe I shall allow you to succeed? Frieza's death beam shot forth, interrupting their process. Damn it, Vegeta, use the illusion fist. The illusion fist? I understand. Vegeta and Goku created multiple images of themselves to fuse once more. Thus, Gogeta emerged. Enough. Despicable Saiyan monkeys, perish along with this planet. Frieza charged towards the ground, intent on obliterating Earth. Yet, Frieza's attempt failed as a mysterious girl intervened, wielding a sharp sword and ruthlessly slashing Frieza into countless shards, culminating in a devastating magic flash. Her swift and precise technique revealed that she had endured a harsh upbringing. The girl did not cease her onslaught, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Gogeta. The two warriors clashed, each evenly matched in their fierce confrontation. Hello, are you also a Scion? Why have I never seen you before? Who are you? You shouldn't exist in this universe. Only we, the Super Saions, are here. Listen carefully, Gogeta, I am Sonya. Sonya? I understand now. Gogeta perceives that this child harbors a certain bitterness, yet her techniques are rather unrefined. Her swordsmanship leaves much to be desired. Intrigued by her potential, Gogeta engages in combat with Sonya. The Kamehameha wave and the special beam cannon are on the verge of colliding when Temenel suddenly appears between them, intercepting the attack. Stop right there, both of you. Upon her command, everyone halts. Chapter 143, Temenel is dead. After some time, everyone returns to their original forms. This young girl is a fusion of the larger Bronya and Sophia. Mom, please teach me how to become a Super Saiyan 5. Bronya implores Temenel. Why do you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan 5? Bronya struggles to articulate her thoughts, and Sophia steps in to explain. Aunt Temenel, in the future, a particularly formidable android has emerged, and we are no match for it. Grandpa Bardock, Grandpa Toma, Grandma Vidal, Grandma Jine, dear father, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Goku, Uncle Raditz, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Tien Shinhan, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Krillin, Uncle 17, and Aunt 18 have all perished, slain by that android. And what about me? Temenel, puzzled, questions her own fate. Aunt Temenel did not partake in the battle. She succumbed to brain cancer. What? I am going to die? Host, do not panic. I have consulted Kuranoia, and in our timeline, no future beings have returned. They do not belong to our future. What does that mean? Have you forgotten whom you taught to become a Super Saiyan 5? Little Temenel's timeline? Indeed. What a fright you have given me. I suppose I will return with you. You cannot handle the Super Saiyan 5. I see. Mother, Bronya appears somewhat disheartened. I want to go too. Vomer has long desired to embark on adventures with Temenel, as each journey is filled with remarkable individuals. Goku initially wished to join as well, but Vomer got there first. And it seems their time machine can hardly accommodate more passengers. Goku displays a look of regret. Kakarot, do you wish to go too? Yes, yes. Goku's eyes gleam at Temenel. I have a plan. If you can do it, you should also come. Fusion. That way, we have the number of participants. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Vegeta, let us fuse. No, I shall not fuse with you again. Alas, it seems I must forego meeting future Chi-Chi. What a pity. You despicable Kakarot. If fusion is what it takes, then so be it. Vegeta, weren't you the one who vowed never to fuse with me again? Are you going or not? Yes, fusion. Vegeta and Goku perform the peculiar dance of fusion, transforming into Gogeta. Temenel, why do you not fuse with Vomer? Gogeta feels an unsettling apprehension. Indeed, I have another plan. I shall lead everyone forth, for I possess the ability to traverse through time and space. Indeed, the current system is designed for such journeys. Wajida, no worries, I will take everyone along. After deliberation, those who shall accompany me are Temenel, Wamoer, Raditz, Wajida, and Broly. After all, this is not our own timeline. A full-scale assault is simply not feasible. Is this the future? How desolate it appears. Wamoer gazed at the city before him, a stark contrast to the vibrant metropolis of his memories. Indeed, Aunt Wamoer. What is it? Nothing. Bronya hesitated to speak. I sensed the presence of others. Vegeta, lend me your hand. Yet, Vegeta merely rested his hand upon Goku's shoulder. With a few swift uses of instant transmission, we arrived near the others. Bronya, Sophia, have you returned? The Wamower of this timeline approached. Yes, Sister Wamower, Bronya replied instinctively. I see. You may also call me sister. It matters not. Wamower said as she approached Bronya. Hey, you are the version of me from this timeline. How old are you? 21. As expected, Wamower exited the room, and Broly followed suit. What is wrong with her? Did I say something amiss? The second Wamower appeared puzzled. It's nothing. That girl is just at odds with herself. She will return shortly, Temenel said, wrapping an arm around the second Wamower. However, Temenel understood that Wamower's feelings were quite complex. All right, sister, let me explain the specifics. She began. Since Temenel 1 departed, the second Temenel has attained Super Saiyan forms 3 and even 4, and has nearly stepped into Super Saiyan 5. Moreover, others have also mastered Super Saiyan forms 3 and 4. It was then that Wamower was born. Yet, the enemies would not afford them much time. The subsequent androids were easily vanquished, although there were some divergences from the original narrative. Androids 19 and 20 met their demise before achieving any victories. Android 20 managed to escape after considerable effort. Temenel 2's headaches resurfaced, prompting Raditz to take her back to rest. Upon examination, it was discovered that Temenel 2 was pregnant. Thus her headaches were overlooked. Goku and Vegeta, along with others, diligently searched for her. Upon their discovery, they witnessed Android 21's hand piercing through Android 20. Why? Whispered close. Android 20's eyes widened in shock. Android 21 withdrew her hand and explained that she had liberated herself from Dr. Gero's control and intended to alter the perceptions of the other androids. Androids 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, after being reformed by Android 21, returned to their normal selves, abandoning their objective to eliminate Goku. Thus, Android 21 earned the trust of everyone, seamlessly integrating into their lives. During this period, due to Krillin's pursuit of Android 18, the two were wed. That same year, following the birth of Bronya, Temenel 2 succumbed to brain cancer. As for the reason why the Dragon Balls were not utilized, they had already been claimed by others, leaving the second Temenel unable to endure the cooldown period. Son Goku initially intended to journey to the new Namek planet to use the Grand Dragon Ball, yet in that fleeting moment of his departure, the second Temenel perished, rendering the Dragon Balls there incapable of reviving him. Gohan transitioned into adulthood, while Bronya, Sophia, and Wormer forged a deep bond of sisterhood. And Trunks and Goten became steadfast friends. As for how Rick managed to woo Lan Shi, Wormer was not entirely certain. Subsequently, after defeating the Demon Realm, Bronya obtained the Sword of the Brave. However, things took a chaotic turn during the Majin Buu saga when Android 21 inexplicably transformed into Majin 21 after entering the egg of Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai and the Sorcerer Babidi were left bewildered upon witnessing such a creature emerge from the shattered egg. Following her defeat of Babidi, 21 underwent a profound transformation, shedding her gentle and kind demeanor for a fierce and malevolent visage, revealing her true ambitions. In an instant, Goku and Vegeta were annihilated, reduced to chocolate and candy. Raditz and Rick, in their attempt to buy time for Gohan and the Supreme Kai, also met their demise. The ensuing chaos resulted in a significant loss of life, with only a few surviving. Fortunate that Majin 21 was not a relentless killing machine. It was during this time that Bardock's team was decimated. However, circumstances took a turn when Trunks sought out Goten and Bronya to confront Majin 21. Clearly outmatched, despite their ascension to Super Saiyan 2, they were no match for her. Gohan later discovered that he could save lives by bringing along androids 13, 14, and 15, but although he succeeded in rescuing individuals, all of them ultimately perished. In the ensuing days, Wormer emerged as the leader, guiding the group in evasion until Bulma invented the time machine. Chapter 144, Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 4. I understand your approximate level. Bronya, Sophia, the three of us have achieved Super Saiyan 4. As for Trunks and Goten, lacking tails, they remain at Super Saiyan 3. Have we reached full power? The full power of Super Saiyan 4 differs from earlier forms. The former concerns energy distribution, while the latter involves harnessing and utilizing that energy. A Super Saiyan 4 without full power is on a different tier than one who possesses it. It cannot be achieved without fusion. That is not feasible. Timur furrowed his brow, considering the fusion, which he could handle alone. Indeed, Wormer understood, otherwise, he would not have traversed time to seek out his sister. Take me to those two youngsters. Wormer then led the group to a martial arts arena, where Goten and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and engaged in combat. The sounds of their battle resonated with explosive force. Goten, Trunks, stop and see who has arrived. Goten and Trunks halted and turned to Wormer, spotting Goku and Vegeta. Dad, Goku, Vegeta? Yet, despite Vegeta's formidable strength, he swiftly accepted the situation, while Goku remained skeptical. Thank you. Who do you think is stronger, you or son Goten? Father, I am a bit stronger. Ha ha ha, Kakarot. Did you see that? Not only am I superior to you, but my son also surpasses yours. Well, Goten, let us seek out Mother. I wish to see her. I understand. Mother will surely be overjoyed to see Father. Trunks, also help me find Bulma. I comprehend. Temenel is left speechless. They are competing over this. Another group has dwindled, and I had hoped to discern their levels, but it appears that knowledge will not come swiftly. Then sister, I shall take you to find King Kai or Android 16. Is 16 still alive? Indeed, he is alive. When Android 21 sees 16, she inexplicably goes out of control, which is why he remains unharmed to this day. Why is that? Host, you pretender, how could you not know this? Wow, I have watched Dragon Ball and its movies, including the special episodes, yet I have never encountered Android 21. That character exists within the realm of games. Games are different. Do you not know how expensive Dragon Ball games can be? Android 21 is the wife of Dr. Gero, making an appearance in the superhero film. The superhero film? Oh, I apologize. The host has only seen the Golden Frieza movie, so it is understandable not to know. Temenel, let us engage in a battle. I wish to gauge your abilities. Never mind, I am no match for you, sister. Temenel, one day I will depart. This universe requires a strong protector. I understand, sister. Temenel transformed into Super Saiyan God, witnessing her new incarnation as a Super Saiyan. Wormer found it impressive. She was indeed worthy of being called sister. She quickly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Temenel immediately launched an attack. Thud, thud, thud. Her fists rained down like a storm of needles upon Wormer. Wormer could only defend herself. Strike. Hesitation will lead to your defeat. But sister, do you wish to rely on others for a lifetime? Not at all. Then give it your all. Very well. Wormer ceased merely defending and began to attack, yet each of her strikes was effortlessly neutralized by Temenel. Wormer erupted with fury, unleashing punches and kicks at Temenel. Bang, bang, bang. The sound waves reverberated, and cracks began to form in the walls. Ha ha ha. Exhaling. What is the matter? Are you out of strength? Temenel observed Wormer gasping for breath, nearing her limit. I am fine. I can continue. You may be able to, but I cannot go on. I am utterly exhausted. Temenel reverted to her normal state. This Super Saiyan God form is seldom utilized, and she is not accustomed to it. Take me to find King Kai. I have matters to discuss with him. There is no need to search. I am here. King Kai was drawn to the sounds of Temenel and Wormer's battle. Is that you, King Kai? Yes. How boring, the apprentice King Kai. Temenel stepped outside. Raditz approached King Kai, explaining, Temenel speaks very directly. Please do not take offense, she is accustomed to it. It is quite all right. She has no issues with what she says. Goku, is that truly you? Kiki rushed over and embraced son Goku. To be precise, I am not the son Wukong your mother speaks of. She is a figure brought back from the past by Bronya and Sophia. I understand. I merely wish to hold her for a moment, just a fleeting instant. Observing this, son Wukong embraced her as well. This should not be deemed infidelity. Vegeta, Bulma, greetings. Vegeta extended his hand. Hello, Bulma responded, surprised, as this fellow had never been particularly courteous towards her. How have you been? Vegeta inquired, leaning against the wall. Quite well, after all. I am the richest person in the nation. How could I not be? Vegeta noticed the instant noodles on the workbench. You have suffered, he remarked. All of this is worthwhile, for there are no regrets. Vegeta gazed into Bulma's eyes, which shimmered with a hint of light, causing his heart to momentarily pause for reasons unknown. Wimmel, are you all right? Yes, I am fine. That is good. Your complexion was not the best a moment ago. What troubles you? Am I not good enough, Broly? What nonsense are you speaking? You are the finest girl I have ever encountered. Then why is it that I cannot attain what I desire? Wimmel gazed into the distance. Indeed, that which remains unattainable is precious. However, do we not possess much more in comparison? We have an abundance of meat to consume and drinks to savor. It is not solely the unattainable that holds beauty. Why do you speak so eloquently? I believe this would make you like me a bit more. I still prefer you a little more simple-minded. Really? Indeed. Tamer and Raditz, leaning against the wall, exchanged smiles upon overhearing their conversation. Tamer, you seem quite different today. In what way? You look particularly lovely today. Are you implying I was not beautiful before? Indeed. Raditz. Tamer feigned indignation. You. Raditz covered Tamer's mouth and pressed her hand against the wall. This unexpected action quickened Tamer's heartbeat and heightened her hormones. Tamer responded to Raditz with her tongue. Broly and Wimmel sensed something amiss. I shall take a look. Wimmel, sensing something, was eager to witness it, especially if it were authentic. The two tiptoed nearby. Sister, quick, Broly, take a photo. Oh, what are you two photographing? Tamer approached Wimmel from behind. Nothing, sister. Broly and I have seen nothing at all. Right, Broly? Broly, unable to finish his sentence, was dragged away. Honestly, you are not a child anymore, yet you act like one. Tamer, were you not behaving like a girl just now? Raditz, do you seek a fight? Indeed. Begone. Chapter 145, Super Saiyan 5 Goten, Trunks, you are not suited for the path of Super Saiyan 4, the reasons you already comprehend. Indeed. However, fret not. There are numerous paths to cultivation in this world, and it is not necessary to tread that particular one. There exists a path especially suited for you two youngsters, known as the Mysterious Path. Mysterious Path? Tamer did not elaborate further. Wimminger, Sophia, Bronya, the path you tread is without fault. However, the Super Saiyan 4 has yet to achieve its full potential. Thus, strive to surpass this limit. Raditz, lead them to the temple. There lies a room of spirit and time, where the three of them may swiftly attain the full power of Super Saiyan 4. Now, place your hands upon me. Raditz instructed the three women. With a swift motion, the four vanished. King Kai, Jebbit, Goten, and Trunks, you are to journey to King Kai's realm. Understood. Temenel had yet to finish speaking when they two disappeared. Temenel, what shall we do now? Goku inquired with curiosity. You shall accompany me to King Kai's realm, as we also have a task to fulfill. Very well, Vegeta, extend your hand to me. Kakarot, must you be so revolting? Vegeta placed his hand upon Goku's shoulder. Raditz swiftly transported the three to the temple. Who are you, and what brings you to the temple? Do you possess the credentials of Master Korin? Without them, Bubbles may become frightened. A figure emerged. Mr. Bubbles, this is no jest. We seek to borrow the room of spirit and time. Mr. Bubbles seemed momentarily detached from reality, remaining silent. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. I understand. Follow me. Be warned, the air within is thin and oppressively hot, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and -50. The gravity is tenfold that of normal conditions, making it easy for the weak-willed and unfocused to experience hallucinations. However, time flows differently within. 1 year inside equates to a single day outside. But heed this. Each individual may only remain for 2 years. Should you fail to exit within that time, the door will vanish. You three may enter. He gestured. I witnessed Bu, Piccolo, Trunks, and Goten enter during the Majin Buu saga, so I believe the number is not an issue. Indeed, the essence of achieving full power in Super Saiyan 4 primarily lies in acclimating to its burdens and enhancing one's ability to harness energy in this form. Understood, Mr. Raditz. With a click, the door sealed shut. Mr. Bubbles, do you recognize me? I do, but you must thank Temenel. She has altered your fate. Mr. Bubbles, who are you and Master Korin, truly? Raditz sensed that these two were extraordinary, despite their seemingly weak aura. At present, knowing will not benefit you, but in time, should your strength reach a certain level, you will naturally come to understand our identities. I comprehend. I entrust the three of them to you, Mr. Bubbles. It is no trouble. Witnessing your growth brings me great joy. Raditz did not linger, disappearing with a swift motion. The wheel of history began to turn once more. Would this endeavor be successful? It rests upon you, Mr. Bubbles remarked as he observed Raditz's departure. Miss Temenel, what should we do? It is indeed correct to say you are an apprentice of King Kai. Lead me to the King Kai sword. Oh, how could I have forgotten that divine weapon? Temenel shook her head at the excited Sin. This is the sword of the King of Worlds. Oh, let me try. Temenel exerts great effort to pull out this sword of the King of Worlds. Temenel transforms into a Super Saiyan, then into a Super Saiyan 2. A powerful energy creates waves of air. He has drawn it out. How impressive. None of us could achieve such a feat. King Kai-Shin gazes in astonishment at Temenel pulling out the sword of the King of Worlds. Is that so? This is how the sword is wielded. Temenel grips the hilt with his right hand and the blade with his left. With a swift kick, he shatters the sword. Temenel, what are you doing? Indeed. How could you destroy the sacred artifact of our realm? Look over there. Who is that? An old man stands not far from Temenel. Ha ha, I have finally emerged. Who are you? King Kai-Shin feels an odd familiarity upon seeing him. I am the King of Worlds from 15 generations prior. Oh, the King of Worlds before the Great King. You are my ancestor. This cannot be. Shun and Jebet are both taken aback by the presence of this ancient being. Indeed, I am the most powerful King of Worlds in history. However, I am quite disappointed that the one who freed me is not a King of Worlds. King Kai-Shin and Jebet lower their heads in humility. Old King of Worlds, having freed you, do you not owe me a favor? Oh, dear, beautiful Scion lady. What is it that you desire? Tanox, Goten, come here. It is to unlock the potential of these two. Very well, but may I touch your bosom? What do you think? Temenel's eyes glint with murderous intent, while the old King of Worlds feigns fear, testing the waters. His inner confirmation deepens. This girl radiates a heavy aura of death. The old King of Worlds decides to cease his lewd antics and instructs the two to sit in a designated spot, beginning to perform a grand ritual around them. As he conducts the ceremony, he converses. By the way, what is your name? How is it that you are the only fool left among the Kings of Worlds? My name is Shun, dear ancestor. I am merely an apprentice. After the great King of Worlds was slain by Majin Buu, I was promoted. You dolt. That fellow is not dead. I can sense he is trapped somewhere. Perhaps enjoying retirement. Clever, I assent it. Without a doubt, the old King of Worlds is also contemplating his own retirement. Each universe has only one King of Worlds. But the seventh universe is unique. Both the old King of Worlds and the great King of Worlds exist simultaneously. Due to Majin Buu, the great King of Worlds passed his position to Shun, so now both the old King of Worlds and Shun are Kings of Worlds. The old King of Worlds is now seeking a way to transfer his position to Shun as well. Now, we must assist Broly. He is the only one who has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Temenel observes the old King of Worlds dancing and singing, indifferent to the time he claims it will take, 25 hours, feeling too lazy to watch. Broly is a mutant among Saiyans. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he achieves an immense multiplier of approximately 10,000. Broly has yet to attain Super Saiyan 4, but recently, his tail has grown back. So let us give it a try. Sister, will it be alright? Volmer watches Broly with concern. He is unlike them, who gradually develop their Super Saiyan abilities. No worries. Temenel finds it quite trivial. This is the new version of Broly, devoid of the possibility of boundless power. Through the manipulation of energy, he has already mastered the control of Super Saiyan's entire energy, and he has consulted the system. Wukong, please extract Broly's tail. Huh, can't you see how short it is? Hurry up. Reluctantly, Wukong approached Broly from behind and grasped his tail. Bear with it. The tail is a Scion's weakness. And Broly has not trained in this area. I'm a bit concerned. It's fine. Just pull with all your might. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Wukong's feet began to sink into the ground. Broly, on the other hand, was howling. An amusing sight to behold. Under Wukong's strenuous efforts and Broly's torturous endurance, the tail was finally fully extracted. Broly collapsed on the ground. Are you alright? Wukong, feeling quite accomplished, observed his own nimble movements. I'm fine. Broly, being a formidable warrior, recovered swiftly. So, Broly, are you ready to transform into a great ape? I am ready. Temenel tossed an artificial moon into the sky. Broly gazed upward, his body began to swell, and his expression turned ferocious. Sister, will Broly lose control? No, he won't. Why are you running so far? I'm giving Broly a larger stage. Vegeta, Kakarot. You too. Wukong turned to see the duo had already reached Temenel. Hey, wait for me. Wukong felt a sense of betrayal from his sister. But it was even more perplexing that Vegeta and Kakarot, two grown men, also disregarded the code of conduct. Broly transformed into a great ape, beginning to pound his massive chest. Roar. Broly bellowed. Broly, please respond. Do you receive me? Temenel shouted. I heard you. No need to shout. Why hasn't Broly lost his sanity? His bloodline is likely closer to the progenitor. The purer the bloodline, the mightier the great ape becomes, Vegeta explained. His transformation into Super Saiyan is also different from Goku and others. He first turns green before becoming golden. I see. So does that mean my sister's bloodline is also quite pure? Her hair is becoming increasingly green. It should be. Vegeta was not particularly knowledgeable in this regard. After all, he was not a scientist. Then, Broly, attempt to transform into a golden great ape. Alright. Broly began to channel the energy of a Super Saiyan. His hair started to turn green, but did not halt. It continued to change. What immense energy. Goku was nearly blinded by the energy currents. Everyone, be prepared. Broly may lose control. This energy is overwhelming. Alright. The four of them transformed into Super Saiyan 4 at full power. Broly's energy fluctuations ceased. A white great ape? Wamenger was astonished. It was indeed white. It seems that this will not be a simple opponent. Without fusion, we stand no chance. Temenel helplessly shook his head. Temenel and Gogeta re-entered the fray. Broly, how are you faring? Gogeta flew before Broly. Broly remained silent, gripping Gogeta tightly. Temenel, help me. This guy has lost control. Temenel was about to rush to aid, but was interrupted by Broly's laughter. Haha, look at how frightened you are. This simply will not do. Broly gradually reverted to a normal human size. What is this? This is Super Saiyan 5. What? Super Saiyan 5? How is that possible? Gogeta exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, I never anticipated encountering Super Saiyan 5. Broly, you are now the most formidable among us, Temenel remarked, feeling Broly's overwhelming aura, utterly astonished. Why doesn't he Broly possess Super Saiyan 4? It's not fair. Gogeta felt a bit overwhelmed, gazing at the white-haired Broly, his heart heavy with imbalance. Broly, how about a spar? Temenel proposed, eager to test his mettle. Temenel, you are cutting in line. I was clearly first. Let us go together. I sense we are outmatched. All right, Broly replied with a slight smile, unfazed by their bickering. The power of Super Saiyan 5 was indeed astonishing. As if entering an entirely different realm, Temenel and Gogeta launched an assault on Broly. Broly effortlessly countered each with a single hand. The air resonated with the sounds of fists meeting flesh. Should I use my full strength? Just two. Broly halted, pushing against the ground, leaving a deep scratch. What? This is impossible. Temenel and Gogeta were taken aback. He could actually halt their advance simultaneously. Suddenly, Broly unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a massive boulder, aimed at both of them. What immense strength. Indeed, it defies reason. But that is not all. With a swift motion, Broly transformed his punch into an open palm. Pushing upward, Temenel and Gogeta were sent reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Broly grasped their heads and launched into the air, slamming them down onto the ground. Their bodies carved two deep grooves into the earth. This is not the end. Explosive wave. Temenel and Gogeta were left dazed. A key blast at such close range. Had Broly lost his mind? Did he not fear harming himself? After a cloud of smoke cleared, Broly emerged unscathed. The two fell behind him, slowly rising with great difficulty. Were it not for their fusion, they would never have withstood such an assault. Temenel and Gogeta defused. Damn it. I can't even compete with Gogeta and Temenel. This is terrifying. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. Indeed, I truly hope to attain Super Saiyan 5 soon. Then I could spar with Broly as well. Broly, how can you be so powerful, surpassing me once more? Initially, Temenel's Super Saiyan 4 was unable to contend with Broly's full power, only managing to hold its ground at full capacity. Do not be disheartened. We too have the potential to ascend to Super Saiyan 5. However, I am uncertain if we can contend with Broly. Temenel consoled Wimmel, stating that we must at least achieve the breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4. Thus, we must diligently train, lest we remain overshadowed by Broly. Goku is quite aware of the forthcoming objectives. I shall certainly be the first to attain the breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4, Kakarot. Vegeta, your reasoning seems rather flawed. Temenel has yet to voice her thoughts. What say you? Regardless, I shall be first. Oh, cease the bickering. Let us take a moment's respite. Battling Broly has indeed drained our energies. Temenel hastily intervened, weary of the incessant squabbles between Kakarot and Vegeta. Broly has returned to his usual demeanor. Are you all unharmed? We are fine, Broly. What of Super Saiyan 5? Temenel is well aware that the strain of Super Saiyan 5 is considerable both physically and mentally, unlike Super Saiyan 4, which only affects the body. I feel no different. The others. You are utterly insufferable. Chapter 146. The mysterious Goten and mysterious Trunks, what are they up to, Temenel? Raditz arrived via instant transmission and has been observing for some time. Unleashing potential. Comprehending new forms. New forms. Are they formidable? This form diverges from our Super Saiyan transformations, and you are ill-suited for it. Your potential is insufficient. As for its strength, it is indeed quite formidable, Temenel replied lazily. How long will it take? Another 22 hours. Then we shall wait. Raditz settled near Temenel. Time passed swiftly, and soon. 22 hours had elapsed. Old Kai, it has been 25 hours. Are we ready? Temenel inquired, counting the moments. It is time. Old Kai wiped the sweat from his brow. Simultaneously unlocking the potential in both was quite taxing for him. Goten, Trunks, do you feel anything? Goten and Trunks erupted with energy. This is 2. Trunks and Goten were astonished. We cannot transform into Super Saiyan 2 anymore. Your previous transformations into Super Saiyan were misguided. Not being able to transform is actually a blessing. How can the Super Saiyan transformation be misguided? Trunks struggled to comprehend. The transformation into Super Saiyan typically accompanies intense emotional fluctuations and energy surges. Your previous Super Saiyan forms have reached their limits. You can no longer draw upon greater power through your tails. Thus, a new path must be forged. And this is the direction you two should pursue. Observing Goten's downcast demeanor, Goku approached to offer solace. Do not feel despondent. You both possess immense strength and can stand shoulder to shoulder with us. Goten, Trunks, wise individuals do not stubbornly pursue the unattainable. Vegeta admonished vehemently. In a certain sense, one could argue that not all Super Saiyan transformations are misguided. It is merely that Goten and Trunks belong to the misguided category. What does it matter if they have achieved full power in Super Saiyan 3? At most, it results in a mere 400-fold increase. Instead, the Super Saiyan 3 form has become a limitation they cannot surpass, unless they are willing to embark on a unique transformation beginning from Super Saiyan 2. I understand now. Father, since you have reached such a level, will you fuse? Temenel believes that the fusion of these two little ones could allow them to single-handedly confront Android 21. Fusion? No, indeed not. Well, after a demonstration of movements from Temenel and Woomer, the two quickly learned, though it took them an hour. Let us not speak of the failed attempts in between. Fascinating, this technique bears a striking resemblance to the Patera earrings. The old Kaishin observed the scene before him with some surprise. So, old Kaishin, which fusion method do you deem superior? Temenel was particularly eager to hear his opinion. The dance fusion, once executed, equates to 11-2, while the Patera fusion also stands as 11-2. Each has its merits and drawbacks. For instance, dance fusion requires the two individuals to be quite similar, a rather stringent requirement akin to a mirror image, while the Patera earrings impose fewer restrictions. However, if the earrings are damaged, fusion becomes impossible, hence I believe the earrings to be the better option. Truly, the old man instantly discerned the pros and cons. According to the old Kaishin, earrings take precedence over dance fusion due to their lesser demands. For example, Raditz cannot engage in dance fusion with Goku, as Raditz is nearly 1.9 meters tall, while Goku stands at only 1.75 meters. This discrepancy necessitates the use of the Patera earrings for their fusion. Indeed, that is correct. Temenel finds this reasoning quite acceptable. Utilizing Spiritito on planet Yardrat is quite impressive. Enlarging and shrinking is effortless for me. Should Temenel consider fusion? Raditz chimed in. Temenel's face flushed with embarrassment at his remark. Go away. Raditz did not press the matter, though he was curious whether the fusion would result in a male or female form. Fusion. Trunks and Goten executed the dance fusion. Haha. I am neither Trunks nor Goten now. What shall I call myself? I shall be Gotenks. Ah, Gotenks, let me test your strength. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Very well. Gotenks unleashed a white aura. Bang, bang, bang. With each punch, Gotenks struck with precision. Even Goku found himself evading the onslaught, employing his agility to counter. What? Gotenks moved at blinding speed. Goku could no longer sense Gotenks' presence. Gotenks appeared behind Goku and delivered a powerful punch. Goku, unable to evade in time, was knocked aside. In an instant, Gotenks was at Goku's side, delivering a swift kick. Thus, Goku found himself at the mercy of Gotenks' prowess. Kakarot, how can he not be a match? Raditz expressed his confusion, feeling it should not be so dire. No, Gotenks has fallen into Goku's rhythm. Temenel is well aware of this canine's antics. Oh, you see. The blows Goku endures are not without consequence. This lad holds a grudge. Goku effortlessly caught Gotenks' attack with his palm. How is this possible? Gotenks displayed a look of astonishment. A straight punch followed as Gotenks aimed directly at Goku. A hook punch was dodged by Goku. A swing and an elbow strike followed suit, as well as a high kick. It was as if Goku had deciphered Gotenks entirely. How can this be? I am stronger. Why can I not land a hit? Goku smiled slightly at this remark. People can change. Just moments ago, you were indeed stronger than me. Well then, Uncle Goku, I shall unleash my full power. Be on your guard. Very well. Gotenks surged forward, conjuring a flurry of illusions and energy waves in the air. Where's Uncle Goku? Goku had already positioned himself behind him. Here's a gift for you. A punch delivered to his back. The subsequent combo was remarkably similar. Temenel, observing Goku's fervent assault, knew Gotenks was in for a rough time. Gotenks attempted a powerful grappling move, but realizing he could not break free, Goku bit down on Gotenks' palm. Gotenks, wincing in pain, relinquished his grip, and Goku seized the opportunity to throw him away. How despicable, Kakarot. Temenel expressed her disdain, not that she would reveal how she knew. This was not her first encounter. I do not have such a brother, Raditz said, unable to look on. I am almost embarrassed to admit I once admired this person. Wimmel remarked, at a loss for words. Truly a base tactic, Kakarot, humph. Vegeta chuckled, noting that Gotenks did not fully comprehend Goku's nature. Who could possibly invent a technique as reckless as the Mad Dog Fist? Broly harbored a profound disdain for this style, claiming he suffered the most damage from it. The five of them could not help but let out a collective sigh. Chapter 147. To battle, eliminate Majin 21. All right, Kakarot, it's over. Do not continue. Very well. In truth, Goku understood that if he were to fight seriously, it would likely end in a draw or even a loss. Nevertheless, he was elated to compete with such a formidable opponent. Next, let us visit Earth and see how Bronya is faring. Vegeta, I understand. Vegeta resolved to return and immediately head to Yardrat to learn instant transmission. Goku was quite insufferable. Hello, Mr. Popo. Greetings, Miss Temenel. It has been a while. Indeed, it has. Sister, do you know him? Wimmel regarded the unfamiliar figure before her. I have been to this timeline before. It was then that I met Mr. Popo. Raditz furrowed his brow, contemplating saying something, but ultimately chose silence. With a whoosh, Bronya arrived at high speed. Mother? Father? You have been here all along. Just arrived, Raditz replied. As they turned to see the two approaching figures, they were none other than Sophia and Wimmel. However, the three of them looked quite tattered in their attire. You three young ladies seemed to lack a sense of shame. Temenel hastily tossed a few garments to them. Mother, may we proceed to eliminate that artificial being? Bronya, now attired, was quite exhilarated, having finally mastered the full power of Super Saiyan 4. Let us dine first. I am utterly famished, Temenel remarked. Having gone over a day without a drop to drink. I hadn't even noticed until you mentioned it. Son Wukong had been so absorbed in thoughts of battle that he neglected to eat. The ensuing seance indulged in a feast, keeping Mr. Bobo occupied for quite some time. Are you all satiated? Bronya, Sophia, Vomel, Trunks, Goten? Yes, we are full. Once nourished, let us embark on our journey. With your current strength, Majin 21 is no match for you. Mother, will you not accompany us? This is your timeline. Do you wish to depend on me for eternity? I understand, Mother. Bronya replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. As she watched the five vanish swiftly, Raditz approached with a question. Should we not concern ourselves with them? They are still so young. To give a man a fish is not as beneficial as teaching him to fish. I hope these youngsters succeed. They will succeed. Meanwhile, the six in the heavenly temple observed the battlefield. Majin 21, cease your actions. Bronya exclaimed upon witnessing her transforming citizens into candy to consume. Oh, isn't this the little brat I once defeated to tears? What is the matter? Do you desire death? I have no time for your trivialities. You are not worthy of my words. Bronya, now in full Super Saiyan 4 form, advanced to attack. Goten, let us fuse now. All right. Goten and Trunks transformed into a mysterious entity. Fusion. What is that? You face me. Do not dare to be distracted. Bronya unleashed an assault akin to the Wolfang fist. Hasn't anyone told you how pathetic you are? Bronya, unwilling to relent, distanced herself and drew her grand sword. Charging toward her foe, Majin 21 delivered a punch, causing Bronya to regurgitate gastric acid. Subsequently, Majin 21 ensnared Bronya's neck with her tail. Bronya! Bronya! Sophia and Gotenks were taken aback and hurried to rescue her. Vomel fumed, as Bronya had disrupted all their plans. The entire exchange had transpired in mere seconds, leaving her bewildered. Upon noticing Sophia and Gotenks approaching, Majin 21 struck Bronya in the abdomen, then kicked her aside. Engaging Sophia and Gotenks in battle was indeed a discomfort for her. However, powered by the cells of Majin Buu 21, with her rapid regeneration ability, fought them to a standstill. You have grown somewhat stronger, yet you remain beneath my prowess. 21, seething with anger, broke free from their onslaught. Become candy. Two beams shot forth toward the duo. Gotenks swiftly countered with a ki blast. However, Sophia lacked such capability. Her body had yet to return to normal and was still being tossed about by the force of the energy. Unknown ki blast. Sophia was saved by this ki wave. Oh, there is a mouse. On the 21st, I spotted Vomer near Bronya. Bronya, here are the magic beans. Do partake. Sister Vomer, have I caused you trouble by not following your plan? It's all right. I have other methods. 21, do not continue this way. The voice of 16 echoed. 21 regarded 16 with disdain, contemplating an attack. Yet, as 21 approached 16, her body began to flail uncontrollably. Truly impressive, Sister Vomer. Bronya sheathed her grand sword. This is the Patera earring. You must merge with Sophia quickly, for 16 cannot hold on much longer. 16 advanced to restrain 21. What do you intend to do, you rascal? At that moment, 21 found herself unable to resist. Let us perish together. Ugh. 21 expelled two figures. One being Fat Buu and the other, herself. Bronya, who was hurrying towards Sophia, was taken aback. How could there be two 21s? 16. Hurry, self-detonation is futile. 13, 14, and 15 have attempted it without success. Vomer instantly comprehended 16's intention. What? 16 appeared astonished. It's too late. I am no longer bound by the two of them. 21 thrust a protruding piece of flesh into 16. 16's expression darkened as she detonated the bomb. The tremendous explosion compelled everyone to brace themselves. Is she dead? Not yet. Her essence remains strong, indicating a fierce battle ahead. Vomer focused on the site of the explosion. Dreadful, Sophia, catch it. Sophia failed to catch the earring, which fell to the ground. Bronya. Sophia. It's over. Sophia immediately crouched down to search. 21 could only let Gotenks drag her for the time being, while Sophia insisted that this performance was Bronya's doing, not hers. Found it, Sophia exclaimed, raising her hand high. 21 darted towards her at lightning speed, reducing the Patera earring to mere shards. Vomer. Bronya. Sophia, I never imagined you to be the greatest performer. Quickly, use the dance to merge. Gotenks and I cannot hold on much longer. Vomer expressed her frustration, feeling her blood pressure rise. Does this person revel in chaos? Very well, fusion. After a brilliant flash of white light, a rotund figure emerged. I am Bluffia. 21, prepare to meet your end. Upon seeing this, 21 could not contain her laughter. You, a mere rotund figure? Vomer, upon witnessing this, declared destruction. She was fatigued. Gotenks remained speechless, addressing the two sisters, asking if he had offended them in any way. For why would they wish to condemn him to death? Chapter 148. War requires sacrifice. Forget it. Vomer stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Gotenks. Sister? Step back. Vomer felt it was time to conclude this grand battle. Oh, how intriguing. 21 wondered what tricks these individuals could still conjure. Sister, must you repeat that once more? Do not proceed, dear sister. Aunt Temor would not wish for you to act in such a manner. Gotenks, you truly leave me exasperated. Then let us face this together. Very well. The moment Gotenks soared into the air, Vomer delivered a swift strike, rendering him unconscious. Sister is correct. One cannot depend on others. My potential is limited, and the future relies upon your own strength. Broly, take care of the two of them. Vomer commanded, pointing at the two who had just separated. Vomer advanced step by step, unleashing the full power of Super Saiyan 4. The boundaries of Super Saiyan 4 were shattered, transforming into Super Saiyan 5. Oh, the color has changed again. Number 21 gazed in astonishment at Vomer, who now sported flowing white hair. Vomer approached and landed a punch to number 21's abdomen, causing her to spit out saliva. This punch is for Uncle Kakarot. Then Vomer struck again. This punch is for Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Raditz, Uncle Bardock, and Aunt Jine. For my father and mother, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Tien, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Krillin, Aunt 18, and Uncle 17. Volmer shouted louder with each blow, hitting harder with every strike. Number 21 was covered in bruises, unable to evade. Damn you, number 21. Volmer gathered his energy into a ki blast, aiming it at her. You no longer care about Earth, do you? Number 21 grinned. Do you still not understand? A spherical wave of light materialized in Volmer's hands. You. Number 21 was taken aback. Did he intend for them both to perish? She was terrified and sought to flee, but her limbs were twisted and immobile, as if she had forgotten how to escape. With a thunderous roar, an explosion of light and force caused Broly, who was carrying Goten and Trunks, to glance back. Sister. Broly set Goten and Trunks down, turning to the source of the explosion. Ha ha ha, I am still alive. You thought you could take me down with you? Number 21 exclaimed, soaring into the air, reveling in her triumph amidst the smoke. Is that so? As the smoke cleared, Volmer stood unscathed in the very spot he had been. How is this possible? A formidable ki wave surged toward number 21, its overwhelming force disintegrating her. Perhaps only the essence of number 21 remains in the air. After unleashing the ki wave, Volmer collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Is it over? Volmer's hair reverted to its black hue. Broly rushed to the scene, finding Volmer lying on the ground. Seeing Broly approach, Volmer peacefully closed his eyes. Is it truly over? What should I do? Oh right, sister has Senza beans. Broly rummaged through Volmer's belt for the pouch of Senza beans. She tipped the pouch upside down, but nothing fell out. How can this be? Sister. Broly placed her hand on Volmer's nose. It is impossible. Such deception is unfathomable. Nevertheless, Mother must possess a solution. Bronya, undeterred by superstition, carried Volmer to the temple. Mother, you must know a way to save my sister, do you not? Temenel placed her hand upon Volmer's pulse, but shook her head, feeling no trace of life. This is all my fault. If only I had not acted impulsively from the beginning. If I had successfully merged at the outset. If I had not consumed that fateful being. Bronya sat on the ground, muttering to herself, clearly in a state of despair. Sophia, along with son Wukong and Tenix, rushed in and found themselves at a loss upon witnessing the scene. Temenel approached, intending to offer comfort, yet Volmer had already struck her with a sharp slap. Wake up! Bronya lifted her gaze to the face that mirrored her deceased sister's. Sister? Do not jest. Do you think you possess the power to alter fate? Do you consider yourself significant? From the very beginning, you lacked the resolve to face death. You only thought of yourself. But do you not realize she sacrificed the sole life-saving being for you? For the sake of you few children, she disregarded her own life. Did she wish to witness your self-destruction? Pull yourselves together. What do you understand? You could have taken down number 21, yet you hesitated. It is all your fault. Temenel stepped forward and kicked Bronya away, who collided with two towering trees before finally coming to a halt. Enough. Do not utter another word. Mother? Bronya wiped away her tears, seething with rage as she stormed out of the temple. Aunt Temenel. Sophia looked on, wanting to speak but unsure of what to say. In truth, she is not dead. Mr. Bobo stepped forward to help her up, gently tapping Volmer's back. Volmer slowly opened her eyes. Sister. Sophia rushed to embrace her. Volmer, lacking strength, patted Sophia's back in a gesture of comfort. Tenix, is there not something amiss? She lacks autonomous breathing and a heartbeat. How can she be alive? Son Wukong scratched his head, perplexed, noticing his own hair falling out. Fool. There exists a state known as apparent death, where the body loses autonomous functions but can still recover. Volmer must be in such a state, Tenix explained. I told you to read more, but you never listened. That is incorrect. It is certainly not apparent death, Temenel asserted, confident in her judgment. Recalling her experiences on the battlefield where she had encountered Scions and Zafarans in various states of near death, some devoid of breath and heartbeat. She had clearly observed that Volmer's body had already lost all vitality, resembling that of a corpse. Mr. Bobo, who exactly are you? Why did you save Volmer? And how do you possess the ability to bring her back to life? Temenel was overwhelmed with questions swirling in her mind. Unconsciously, she glanced at Mr. Bobo, while the others remained focused on the revived Volmer, entirely unaware of the interaction between the two. Please keep this confidential, Mr. Bobo mouthed silently. Temenel received this information without excessive promotion and hurried off to find Bronya. Chapter 149, Maternal Love. Temenel arrived at Bowsy Mountain. Gazing at several dilapidated houses, and the figure of Bronya standing there. Bronya, please don't throw a tantrum. Volmer is not dead. It is all my mother's fault for deceiving you. What could Temenel say? She was at a loss, unable to comprehend how such a mature child could sulk. Nor did she grasp the essence of being a competent mother. Mom, is it true? Sister Volmer is okay? Bronya turned her head, her crimson eyes marked by distinct tear trails. It's true. Bronya dashed forward and embraced Temenel. At that moment, the truth seemed less significant. It was better to shoulder the sins herself to spare this child further sorrow. Seeing this girl caused an involuntary pang of compassion. Temenel was uncertain of how to respond and gently patted her, signaling her to cease crying. It's all right, it's all right. Alas, another garment had become soiled. Bronya clung to Temenel, still weeping. While slightly worried about the dress, her greater concern was for Bronya. What's wrong? Why are you still crying? Temenel was taken aback. Although the exterior of the house was worn, the interior was remarkably clean. I wasn't crying. I just had sand in my eyes. Yes, sand in my eyes, Bronya stammered, her confidence and strength waning with each word. Ha ha, I see. You must be hungry too. Come, try my cooking. Upon seeing the meal prepared by Temenel, Bronya could not help but weep again. Mom, stop crying. If you keep at it, the food will get cold. And it won't taste good then. This girl, who usually radiated happiness, was now perpetually in tears. Bronya, with tears in her eyes, consumed several large bowls of food. While Temenel washed the dishes, she inquired, Do you come here often? Not frequently, but being here makes me feel as if you are right beside me, allowing me to sleep soundly. Temenel paused upon hearing this. Oh, is that so? I'm sorry for not taking better care of you. I truly am a failure as a mother. It's all right, Mom. Look at me. I'm still strong and healthy, Bronya declared, flexing her bicep. All right, I get it. You could use a bit more femininity. They conversed for a long while, learning about the experiences Bronya had endured over the years. Volmer was gentle, providing everyone with a sense of security. Tanks was diligent in his studies, possessing Bulma's intellect. Under Chi-Chi's guidance, Goten was also quite polite. Sophia had a closer bond with Bronya than with Volmer, though Sophia had a more cunning side that had cast shadows over Bronya. Everyone thrived under Bronya's carefree support, inspired by her optimistic disposition, which instilled confidence in their will to endure. Yet, what about the sorrowful Bronya? What did she possess? Perhaps this was the reason Volmer was willing to go to great lengths to save Bronya. Was it a sense of indebtedness? Or a quest for redemption? This was not her universe. Why did she feel inexplicably saddened by her own inaction? Bronya was not even her daughter. Why did she feel such empathy? This girl remained blissfully unaware, believing she had done nothing right. You have suffered, and Temenel embraces Bronya. Mother, remember that while everyone may choose to give up, it is essential to hold on to oneself. Do not forsake your own worth, for you are significant. I understand. I will no longer be that way. I shall live on with strength, Mother. Mother, why are you crying? Is it because I have not done well? It is nothing. Seeing you excel brings me immense joy. The child appears weary, resting upon Temenel's shoulder. Let her rest. She too has endured much. Temenel gently places Bronya upon a bed, covering her with a blanket, only to turn and find someone standing behind her, startling her profoundly. This person moved without a sound, observing the halo above the stranger's head. She confirmed it was a spirit. The figure gestured toward the outside, and Temenel quickly followed. This spirit, more accurately a female ghost, removed her mask. Ah, Temenel, sister. I did not expect to see you again. Indeed, it has been quite some time. 20 years, sister. In truth, it has not been that long, merely 7 or 8 years. Nonetheless, I appreciate your assistance in caring for this child. You visit here often, do you not? The room appears well kept, as if someone regularly attends to it. Indeed, whenever I have the opportunity, I seek the fortune-telling elder to help me return to life. It seems this child has sensed my presence. Whenever she feels sorrow, she comes here. She lacks such abilities. I do not believe she is entirely incapable. What if she knows? Perhaps she claims there is a trace of your essence here. And yours as well. Ha ha. Do you not desire to be revived? I do, but I succumb to brain cancer. The Dragon Balls likely cannot intervene. Very well. I shall assist you. Sister, do you realize what your greatest flaw is? What? You have a tendency to meddle. If you speak thus of me, do you not wish to be revived? Not at all. I merely believe you have the capacity to aid many, yet at the final moment, one should hope to consider oneself. As the saying goes, a physician cannot heal themselves. Rest assured, I fear death above all. Without absolute certainty, I shall not act recklessly. By the way, how did you come to have brain cancer? I forcibly entered Super Saiyan 5 once. That must have been when the affliction began. Oh, you. What can I say? Did I not warn you that attempting Super Saiyan 5 should be approached with caution? The strain on one's mental faculties is immense. I am aware. Yet I believed it necessary to grow stronger. It was worth the risk. Brother, are you not going to seek out sister-in-law? Son Goku regarded the composed Raditz with disbelief. Why should I concern myself with matters of girls? Raditz understood Temenel's intentions, feeling at a loss for words. It was better to remain silent. Observing the diligent Broly, he thought it quite taxing. However, caring for 2 wives, one could wonder if he enjoyed double the joy. Son Goku was less than pleased, feeling inexplicably ignored by both Vegeta and Raditz. Is it merely a mad dog punch? Master Roshi has that drunken fist. I do not see you isolating others. At that moment, Temenel arrived with another Temenel, but they appeared at the base of the temple. Mr. Bobo, are you aware of my arrival, specifically for this occasion? Almost. Could you assist me? I no longer wish to seek the angels. The system has advised her against excessive interference in this universe, stating that the absolute line is not to contact the angels. Otherwise, I would have swiftly dealt with number 21 and would not still be joking around at the temple. Temenel is unsure why the system has issued such a directive, yet she chose to comply, for the system has not led her astray in significant decisions over the years. Very well. Remember, Temenel, you must strive to grow stronger upon your return. Time is not on your side. What do you mean by that? Bobo fell silent and raised a single finger. You are the one and only special being. Chapter 150. The Just Elder Raditz. I have returned. 2 Temenels approached. Raditz's eyes widened in astonishment, experiencing double the joy. Vegeta, why are there 2 Temenels? Is it peculiar that there are 2 women heirs as well? If my memory serves me right, one Temenel met a natural demise. How is it that she has been resurrected? Asking for clarification, let's move on. Temenel, how did she come back to life? Scoundrel Rod, you are everywhere. Temenel, the original, stepped forward to explain. With 2 Temenels and 2 women heirs, individuals like Son Goku and Vegeta, who are adept at sensing energy, can distinguish between them due to the unique nature of each person's aura. It is said to be unique because, as previously noted, aura is part of spiritual energy, which varies in cultivation methods among individuals. For instance, Piccolo engages in meditation, Vegeta plays dodgeball in the gravity chamber, while Son Goku and Raditz perform agricultural tasks requiring control of their strength. Others like Rick, Bardock, and Perez's play chess, and Temenel, Wimminger, and Vettel are fond of reading, whereas Broly and Toma, the fishermen, spend their time by the riverside. Thus, while auras may bear resemblance, they will never be identical, and are often intertwined with emotions. Kakarot, she is the one I resurrected. She is the Temenel of this timeline. You? Goku. What is with that suspicious gaze of yours? I stumbled upon a wine jug, planning to open it to discover its contents, only to find a spirit inside who promised me 3 wishes. After some deliberation, I wished for the resurrection of this timeline's Temenel. He mentioned that it would disrupt the natural order, and when I inquired if it was possible, he replied it could only be achieved by utilizing 2 wishes. Subsequently, she was revived. What of the remaining wish? Son Goku completely forgot why he had asked her. I set him free. I couldn't think of anything else. Isn't he out now? Why must you still free him? He claimed he and the jug are bound by fate and cannot be separated unless a wish is made. If 3 wishes are granted, he would again be trapped inside. Is this spirit formidable? I suppose so, though I cannot perceive his depths. Oh, I truly wish to spar with this spirit, Goku lamented. How should we address number 21 and Majin Buu? Son Goten and Trunks have also brought back these 2 unconscious individuals. Let us assess the situation. After all, both of these individuals can indeed hold their own. It is evident to Temenel that these 2 possess a level akin to that of Trunks in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Now, Temenel inquires, is it still possible to utilize the Dragon Balls in this world? Trunks is aware of the Dragon Balls, yet it seems they are no longer operational. Bulma elucidates that with Piccolo's demise, the Dragon Balls have ceased to function. With a polite bow, Trunks expresses his gratitude to Temenel. Temenel then teleports with Goku to the North Kai's realm, where they encounter the deceased Minasan. The most bothersome presence is that of 2 nefarious individuals, Kakarot and his counterpart. Kakarot, you must journey to Namek to resurrect everyone. Am I to do that? Yes, and do remember to bring Dandy along. Temenel observes Piccolo's energy surging to Super Saiyan 4 levels and realizes that fusion with the Supreme Kai is imperative. Earth cannot remain without the Dragon Balls. Oh, very well, responds Kakarot. North Kai points out the direction to Namek, wary that Goku might be unfamiliar with the route. Goku instantly teleports to Namek. Wukong, what brings you here? Elder Muley instantly recognizes him. I have come to borrow the Dragon Balls. Elder, are you well? Goku is perplexed by the Elder's laughter at such a simple request. I am fine. Your arrival is just in time. Children, gather the Dragon Balls one by one. Do you notice any differences in these Dragon Balls? What differences? They are just slightly larger than those on Earth, nothing else. Since you have genuinely inquired, I shall benevolently inform you. To prevent the destruction of the world, to safeguard peace, and to uphold the principles of love and truth, I am Muley, the Elder of Namek, a perennial guardian of the galaxy. A white hole awaits us, heralding a brighter tomorrow. Goku remarks, I have upgraded the Dragon Balls to version 20. The era in which a single wish could revive only one person has passed. Thus, Goku makes his wishes. First, to resurrect the fallen good individuals, including Android 21. Second, to erase Earth's memory of the androids. And third, to restore the cities to their former states. The dragon appears and then vanishes. Elder Muley, may I inquire if Dandy is present? Dandy, why do you seek him? To take him to Earth as the Supreme Kai. Goku understands that Temenel's intention in seeking Dandy is indeed to appoint him as the Supreme Kai. You have sought the right person. Dandy is a prodigy among the Dragon Clan. It is said that you also possess Dragon Balls on Earth. He should be able to resurrect the dragon there. Dandy, Elder Muley calls out, and Dandy approaches. You shall accompany Mr. Goku to Earth for the sake of justice. Very well, Elder. Then let us depart. Dandy, Goku says, and they teleport away. Temenel, what are those individuals? I have returned them to Earth. Why did you take so long? I apologize, sister. Locating the Dragon Balls takes time. All right, North Kai. That Dandy will be the future Supreme Kai of Earth. I understand. North Kai replies, gazing at the three before him. North Boundary King, farewell. Son Wukong was the last to depart. He realized that this planet truly is an unparalleled sanctuary for cultivation. My apologies, everyone, for the trouble I've caused, said number 21. No need for apologies. What is the matter? Why do you possess two forms? Asked the adorable Temenel. I am the ultimate weapon created by Dr. Gero, imbued with a program that compels me to become the strongest android. This program cannot be erased, should it be? It would trigger a cascade of events that would obliterate my consciousness. Thus, I sought to seize the cells of Majin Buu. Subsequently, due to the cells of Majin Buu, my consciousness was fragmented, and that program, along with my malevolent thoughts, coalesced to form a new personality within me. It was this personality that led to the myriad troubles that ensued. In a manner of speaking, you have turned misfortune into fortune, remarked Temenel. Speak no more of it. This is my burden to bear. Do as you will, but you must not perish. You must care for that child. Temenel gestured towards Majin Buu. A child? I understand now, number 21 said, gazing at the foolish Buu with newfound comprehension. Chapter 151. Is the ancestor a mature woman or a silver-haired one? After a series of arrangements, Temenel and the others prepared to leave. Farewell, everyone. Goodbye, mother. Bronya shouted loudly. Temenel smiled at the scene, then finally slipped into the temporal wormhole. Time flew by, and events unfolded in the original universe. Master Roshi's son, Wuzhong, was born. Bronya's four little companions took on Master Wu Tian as their mentor for cultivation. Piccolo and the Supreme Kai fused, elevating Piccolo's power to the upper echelon, matching the full potential of Temenel's Super Saiyan 4. Dandy became the new Supreme Kai, until one fateful day, Temenel had a peculiar dream. The location in the dream was eerily surreal, with a person trapped beneath a great mountain. As Temenel approached, he gasped. It was a silver-haired beauty. Well, little one, what brings you to this place? It is not suited for someone of your strength, the silver-haired beauty said, her blood-red eyes fixed upon Temenel. I haven't even spoken yet. How did you come to appear in my dream? Dream? Oh, how intriguing, the silver-haired beauty mused, recognizing the situation likely orchestrated by the little white dragon. Pray tell, what is your name? You must be my junior. Is it not customary to introduce oneself before inquiring of another's name? Temenel replied, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this enchanting figure in his dream. Very well. I am called Elizabeth. You may also refer to me as your majesty. Ah, what do you mean? What is your name? I have now shared mine with you. I am Temenel. Temenel, go and pluck those peaches for me. I've been craving them for ages. Then wait here for a moment, Temenel said, leisurely walking to gather a few, realizing that this was no ordinary dream. Ah, quickly, quickly. I wish to indulge. Elizabeth exclaimed as she began to devour the peaches with delight. How long have you been here? You appear as if you are famished. I am unsure. It seems like an eternity. I have watched that peach tree transform into an entire grove. Do you have any idea how I have spent these days? I have witnessed those peaches ripen from a delicate green to a brilliant red, only to decay before my very eyes. It is driving me to the brink of madness. You mentioned that I am your junior. What does that entail? Ah, you must be a scion, for all scions are my juniors. I am the very first scion. So, you are the progenitor? Indeed. However, it has been quite some time since I have encountered a scion with such a strong lineage. You are the second. And who might the first be? The first, of course, is none other than myself. Ancestor, you are quite humorous. Truly, you surpass even my two children in wit. Were it not for the fact that I have never seen you before, I might have thought you were my illegitimate daughter. Speaking of those two, the blonde and the dark-haired one, they infuriate me. They are so ungrateful and rebellious, betraying their beautiful and gracious mother. Ancestor, you have stories to share? Indeed. I possess many tales. Which ones would you like to hear? Perhaps not. I prefer to abstain from listening, as it might unwittingly embroil me in some troubles. Elizabeth, why are people nowadays so astute? I must be getting old. I once had a technique I wish to pass on to you, but it seems you are not fated for it. Nevertheless, I have you firmly in my grasp. I cannot seem to get a handle on you. Back in the day, I was the eldest disciple. Failing to subdue that pig-headed one would surely amuse me greatly. Techniques? What sort of techniques? The techniques of this universe are quite formidable. And Ning's fire control technique has significantly amplified Temenel's ability to manipulate energy. Had it been suitable, it could have been even more powerful. After much study, the achievements have been modest. Little girl, were you not uninterested? Speak up. If the technique is not impressive, I shall not pay you any mind in the future. How disrespectful. This junior shows no regard for her elders. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Temenel. She appears younger than herself and certainly does not seem like an elder, not like a grandmother. Here, take this technique. Elizabeth plucked one of her hairs, transforming it into a book, which she tossed to Temenel. The 6 emotions and 7 desires technique. Yes, this is the culmination of my lifelong study, meticulously refined. I am more intrigued by your hair transforming into a book. That requires the use of creative power, which you cannot learn at this moment. Your divine power is too meager, lacking even divine energy. Divine power? Divine energy? Your demeanor suggests a lack of understanding. The divine force is a unique power inherent in the universe, capable of manipulating its fundamental laws for one's own benefit. This force differs from the energy we refer to as chi. The energy required for this divine force is often termed divine chi, said to be the essence left behind by the Creator. Its primary applications are creation and destruction. I am acquainted with an individual whose creative abilities are nothing short of miraculous. He can even recreate what has been destroyed, boasting of his prowess in summoning storms. How naive he truly is. So, how does one acquire divine chi? The attainment of divine chi necessitates a transformation. To possess it, one must first cultivate chi. The chi within us is far too fragmented. It must be purified. Is purification sufficient for acquisition? Not quite. What is the process? Transformation. Chi plus heart equals divine chi. Do you comprehend? For instance, anger combined with an angry heart, or sorrow with a sorrowful heart, or joy with a joyful heart. The chi must be pure. Elizabeth produced a small whiteboard to elucidate. Isn't that quite challenging? Ha! This is where my true prowess shines. My 7 emotions and 6 desires technique can transform all emotions into divine chi, making it an unparalleled choice for cultivation without the need for purification. Temenel, gazing at the technique in his hands, felt its weight increase. Ancestor, I have a few inquiries about the Super Scions. Super Scion? You are unaware? Show me. All right, Super Scion. Super Scion 2. Super Scion 3. Super Scion 4. Super Scion 4 full power. Super Scion 4 limit break. Super Scion 5. I thought as much. It is peculiar, given such a strong bloodline. Why do I bear no resemblance? It is truly vexing. Layers of seals must have been placed by those individuals. Seals? The super scion you speak of is the original form, yet your body resists this power. It requires an intense heart of anger to activate. How contradictory. Desiring to reject this bloodline, yet simultaneously needing it. You should return for now. I will ponder a solution for you. Very well. Temenel awoke in his room, glancing at the sleeping Raditz beside him, then at the 7 emotions and 6 desires technique in his hands, lost in contemplation. It appears to be genuine, ancestor. But why is the ancestor trapped on that mountain? Similar to Salama. System. It is past 4 o'clock. Aren't you going to sleep, host? Why exert yourself so? One must learn to balance work and rest. Ancestor Elizabeth, why did she encounter me? I hadn't anticipated you would undertake this quest. You brought this upon yourself by meeting the dragon god Salama. What should I do? The cultivation method seems deficient. It appears a change is imminent. I will return and seek out some resources to assist in your training. Chapter 152, 7 Emotions and 6 Desires Technique. Temenel opened the book and began to read. Young one, are you troubled by the refinement of divine chi? Fear not, for you shall have it. The first step to mastering this technique requires one to undergo a profound transformation. Temenel quickly flipped to the last page. Young one, I perceive that you have attained remarkable mastery of your skills, rendering you nearly unmatched in the world. Allow me to impart a truth. It is indeed possible to practice this technique without self-castration. System, what is your perspective? I stand and observe. The ancestor possesses a certain charm. Upon self-castration, what should our next steps be? This venerable ancestor, despite earlier frivolities, has demonstrated considerable prowess. As this technique unfolds, the myriad emotions of the individual transform into divine energy. This method not only elucidates the extraction of divine energy and its utilization, but also unveils the nature of the 7 emotions and 6 desires when manifested. 5 years have elapsed, and Temenel has diligently practiced the 7 emotions and 6 desires technique, achieving modest success, particularly with the aid of the system, which has rendered his efforts remarkably efficient. However, today he shall forego his training, for Bulma has invited everyone to attend Trunks' birthday celebration. Trunks has now reached the tender age of 1. How adorable. Bronya draws nearer to Bulma. Indeed, I too yearn for a younger brother, Sophia remarks, gazing at Trunks with a hint of envy. Why does Trunks lack a tail? Sophia inquires, intrigued. The tail is an elusive trait, quite rare. Bulma understands the reason. Vegeta possesses a double recessive trait, while she carries a double dominant one, making it improbable for their offspring to have a tail unless a genetic mutation occurs. Sister, this cruise ship is splendid. Should we not procure one? Do you believe I am wealthy? Indeed, you are. What do you mean? Is it not so? I have nurtured you all without recompense. Temenel and Vamar engage in conversation nearby. In recent years, Temenel has not been remiss in sharing his techniques, having imparted them to his sister, mother, and aunt Kine. He hesitates to reveal them to Raditz and others, fearing they may be ill-suited. After all, this technique was conceived by women. Nevertheless, Temenel has shared some extraction methods with them, allowing for individual achievements. Suddenly, in the distance, the city, specifically West City, reveals itself with the immense lower half of a monstrous creature. Bronya's quartet of young ones dashes away with remarkable speed. Temenel feels reassured. Each of them is capable of transforming into a super scion, presenting little cause for concern, for in their combined form, they can even reach Super Saiyan 3, albeit briefly. Upon Bronya's arrival, the monster has vanished, replaced by an elderly man with red skin precariously hanging from a television tower, with only the ruined city as evidence of the creature's existence. Hey, old man, what are you doing here? This is perilous. Bronya rushes forward to dissuade the elderly gentleman from his suicidal intent. Old man, your appearance is not your fault. You ought not to leap. Sophia also offers her counsel. Indeed, old man, consider your family, Ryan adds. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, the elderly man jumps. Ryan, why did you threaten him? Son Gohan intervenes just in time to save the old man. Did I threaten him? Ryan queries in confusion. Indeed, you did. Son Gohan sets the elderly man down in the park, sensing he harbors unspoken troubles. Typically, individuals of monstrous lineage are quite astute and command respect within society. Son Gohan, let us discuss why invoking family is ineffective in saving lives. Allow me to present a case. A police officer, in an attempt to rescue a person contemplating suicide, uttered the phrase, "Think of your family." Without a moment's hesitation, that individual leaped. My apologies, dear sir. Not at all. In fact, I am not old. I am in the prime of my life. What brings you here? I am in search of brave souls, and you all appear quite valiant. Greetings. I am Hoi. Brave souls. I am not of this earth. I hail from another planet. The others are not particularly astonished. Though Earth may lack advanced manned space technologies, it is not entirely isolated. Extraterrestrial visitors do come to this realm for leisure. I am from the planet Konas. Konas? Is that not a dead planet? Bronya has inherited her mother's noble tradition of a love for literature, which is also known to Temenel. The inhabitants of Konas are no longer its original denizens. Rather, it is now populated by animals devoid of spiritual roots due to a cataclysmic war centuries ago that nearly obliterated humanity there. Survivors have long departed from this planet. It is said that those who enter Konas meet inexplicable fates, dying without reason. This planet resides in the southern galaxy and is deemed a dead world. Even the pirates of the southern galaxy dare not trespass. It is akin to a haunted house in our realm. Adventurous souls may venture forth, yet none remain for long. I am a survivor. Did you witness that creature earlier? Only true heroes possess the ability to vanquish it. True heroes. The four youngsters all envision themselves as those champions. You may not be aware, but the monster known as the Phantasmagoric Man once terrorized our planet. And it was only through the arduous efforts of heroes a millennium ago that we were liberated. Now, that demon has resurfaced. And we can only be saved by the emergence of brave souls. Hoi produced a music box. The four youngsters appeared to be duped into believing this tale. Let me give it a try. Bronya attempted to turn the music box, but found it utterly immovable, even transforming into a super scion in her efforts. Sister, is it possible? Perhaps you should give it a try. Bronya tossed the music box to Ryan. Son Gohan, let us merge our powers. Ryan placed the music box on the ground. Bronya is the strongest among them, and if she cannot succeed, Ryan dared not boast. All right, Ryan, son Gohan. We can do this. Sophia offered them encouragement. Bronya was somewhat dismissive, regarding them as fusion fools. Fusion, a combined warrior emerged, instantly radiating energy and transforming into Super Saiyan 3. This Super Saiyan, despite his fervent efforts, was unable to turn the music box and ultimately conceded defeat. Gohan, is it possible? If not, we should return to seek assistance from our mothers. Who cannot? It is the music box that is at fault, not I? Yes. Bronya wished to avoid conversing with this irritating individual. Upon returning to the cruise ship, everyone took turns attempting to open the box, confirming its stubbornness. Even Piccolo could not budge it. Temenel and the others had transformed into Super Saiyan 5, yet it still remained immovable. The use of the Dragon Balls should suffice. How do you know about the Dragon Balls? Son Wukong inquired with curiosity, as most Earthlings are oblivious to their existence, let alone extraterrestrial beings. I have conducted research on the Dragon Balls of Earth. They possess the power to summon Shinron, a dragon of immense strength. Hoi explained effortlessly how he came to know of the Dragon Balls and Shinron. Is that so? Son Wukong did not ponder much further. Without the Dragon Balls, I can open it. Piccolo stepped forward. Chapter 153. The brave Tapian with measured strides. Piccolo approached the music box. Open, he shouted, directing his palm towards the music box, which astonishingly began to turn. Temenel was unaware of Piccolo's capabilities. As a delightful melody emanated from the music box, it suddenly exploded. Hoi, witnessing the box's opening, scoffed and retreated, unnoticed by anyone. A tempest arose nearby, catching everyone off guard, with only a few able to keep their eyes open. Such formidable energy. Yet, near the music box, a flute sound arose, dissipating the storm in an instant. Hoi observed the appearance of an individual without a hint of joy. Evidently, his plans had been thwarted. Hoi advanced. Tapian drew his great sword, aiming it at the elder. You did this. The young man seemed somewhat irate. You've been trapped in this music box for so long. Isn't this a blessing? Who asked you to meddle? Hurry and put me back. That is no longer possible. The music box is broken. Hoi pointed to the distant music box. Well, let's prioritize peace. Isn't it wonderful to be free from the music box? Son Wukong stepped forward to mediate. Tapian roared at everyone. You have committed an unforgivable mistake. An unforgivable mistake? Piccolo questioned, puzzled. Isn't opening a sealed box a good deed? He doesn't seem malevolent. After speaking, Tapian erupted in fury and soared away. So handsome, Bronya exclaimed, watching Tapian depart. Well, never mind. Let us continue playing and dancing. Bulma remarked, evidently unfazed, believing that the individual was simply ungrateful. As evening fell, everyone enjoyed a delightful barbecue. Bronya gathered a platter of meat and retreated to a corner. Bronya, what are you doing here? Sophia approached her. Nothing. Bronya replied. I saw you. Hurry, share a piece with me. Temenel and the others are so quick. I haven't eaten at all and am famished. That isn't mine. Then whose is it? That big brother from earlier should have no food. I intend to take some to him. Oh, is there nothing else? None. Bronya realized that Sophia was thinking of something inappropriate. She wondered how this person had acquired such items and shamelessly displayed them under the pretense of sharing blessings. How absurd. Very well, I shall accompany you. Ah, why? We are the best of friends. Do not forget our past bond, Sophia. Stop staring. It looks like it's getting cold. Let us hurry and take it to him. The man was not far away, in the forest by the lake, and soon Bronya and Sophia found him. Tapian observed the two children, their faces contorted with fear. Ah! Bronya and Sophia were startled, having never encountered such a menacing figure before. However, Bronya summoned her courage and approached to speak. This is food. You must be hungry. She offered. Noticing that Tapian remained unmoved, she placed the food on the ground, feeling disheartened as she returned to Sophia. Tapian gazed at the meat in the distance, his stomach rumbling. It should be fine. He could manage it quickly. Sophia, does he dislike me? Bronya pondered. No, it's likely he treats everyone that way. Let us ignore him. We shouldn't bother offering him food if he won't appreciate it. Yet, the following day, Bronya secretly returned to deliver food. Not even informing Sophia. She beamed at the spotless plate, placing the meal down without approaching him, then swiftly departed with the empty dish. Tapian watched Bronya leave, feeling a twinge of emotion within him. That night, the monstrous figure with two legs reappeared. Bick was the first to arrive on the scene, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the creature. What? I can't land a hit. The monster retaliated with a flying kick that struck Bick directly. However, after taking the blow, he unleashed a wave of energy towards the beast, inflicting significant damage to its legs. I see now. I can only harm it when it attacks. Bick quickly grasped the situation. That makes it easier. Time to grow. Bick began to enlarge, one arm stretching to counter the creature while the other concentrated energy on his forehead. The monster attacked again, but Bick merely smirked. At that moment, the Demon King's light cannon erupted, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. What? Impossible. The attack caused no harm to the creature. Just as Bick prepared for another confrontation, a melody of flute notes filled the air. It was Tapian. Despite the night, Bick's vision and hearing remained sharp. Admittedly, he found the flute's sound unappealing, akin to whistling. Yet with his heightened mental strength, he was undeterred. Was Tapian accompanied by a masked figure? The situation was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Bick chose to retreat to the yacht, sensing that neither side had intentions of engaging further. Later that evening, Bronya again ventured to deliver food. However, Tapian was currently embroiled in a battle with the masked Hoi. During the fray, Tapian's flute fell near Bronya. She picked it up with her tail, still holding the food. Hoi, under Tapian's assault, revealed his true identity. Little girl, that two-legged monster was summoned by him using the flute. Quickly, give it to me. We must prevent him from causing further havoc. He is no longer the hero he once was. That wasn't my doing. Just as Tapian arrived, the monster vanished. Bronya hesitated before tossing the flute to Tapian. Cursed, Hoi muttered as he departed in anger. Tapian then approached Bronya. Thank you, he said, gently ruffling her hair. Bronya's cheeks flushed with warmth. There's no need for gratitude. Big brother, what is your name? I am Bronya Tapian. Shall we return to the cruise ship? It is safer there. With that, Bronya joyfully grasped Tapian's hand and began to run. Sister, have you not noticed that Bronya often disappears during mealtime? Launchi remarked as she handed the clean dishes to Temenel. I have noticed. Then why do you not stop her? Are you not afraid of the dangers? That girl, Bronya, appears strong, but in truth, she is quite fragile. Unlike others, Raditz and I do not attend to her with the same care. Thus, she yearns for someone to look after her properly. She has even argued with me about it, especially that time she implored me to find her an older brother. I am hardly capable of that. Indeed. But did not Sophia play with her? Why would she desire an older brother? Perhaps she feels lonely. She is so considerate, always tending to her younger siblings. Maybe she wishes to be treated with the same care. So you allow her to seek out that charming young man? It's nothing to worry about. I have instructed Raditz to keep an eye on her. She shall be fine. Is that truly so? Indeed. A smile flickered across Launchi's lips upon hearing this. At that moment, Raditz was engaged in merriment with Vegeta, Son Goku, and Rick, sharing drinks. Why is Broly not here? Son Goku inquired, his curiosity piqued, as he recalled that Broly used to join them. He cannot leave. Vomer is keeping a watchful eye on him. He claims he is unable to break free and has asked us to save a bottle for him. How pitiful! Son Goku and Rick shook their heads in response. Truly, you all are quite pathetic, sneaking around just to have a drink, Vegeta remarked, somewhat incredulous. Vegeta, you speak as if you are unaffected. Do you not realize how domineering those individuals are? Son Goku noticed Vegeta's increasing irritation and regretted inviting him, for he had only wanted to enjoy a drink without the ensuing complaints. Well, had it not been for Timur asking me to watch over Bronya, I might have also found myself trapped, Latais interjected, hoping to quell any potential argument, as they had finally procured some alcohol. You are not neglecting Bronya, are you? Rick inquired with a hint of concern. Not at all. I have enlisted Piccolo's assistance. Indeed, Piccolo was paying attention, observing from above on the cruise ship. Oh, how I envy Krillin and Tenshinhan for not being married, Son Goku remarked before taking another large gulp. Kakarot, what are you doing? Stealing my drink. Vegeta fumed. It was just a sip. You have ample opportunity to drink. Why are you in such a rush, Vegeta? Son Goku questioned, bemused by Vegeta's anxiety, given that it was said Bulma did not concern herself with such things. Vegeta's mood soured instantly, regretting his earlier bravado. Children should not drink alcohol. Chapter 154. The exchange between Tapian and Timur. Bronya pulled Tapian into her room. Wait for me. Bronya retrieved a storybook from her universal capsule. Tapian gazed at Bronya, her smile momentarily reminding him of his younger sibling. What is this? Tapian asked, looking quizzically at the book, unable to comprehend a single word. Although he spoke the universal language of the cosmos, this was Earth language. Please tell me a story. I have been having trouble sleeping lately. Very well. Instead of sharing a tale from the book, Tapian recounted his own experiences. Midway through his narrative, Bronya succumbed to slumber. Tapian gazed silently at Bronya, assisting her in tucking the blanket snugly before turning to behold the smiling Timur. Do share with me the tale you mentioned earlier, Timur said, as they strolled through the corridor, the sea breeze wafting around them. Very well, who are you? I am the mother of that child. A millennium ago, on the planet Konaz, a cadre of sorcerers descended upon our world, conjuring the phantasmagoric being Hildragang. They wreaked havoc upon the environment and cities, plunging our lives into chaos. My brother Minosha and I, as clerics, rose to confront this calamity. The cleric wielded a divine sword, cleaving Hildragang in twain. One half was sealed within my brother, the other within myself. I see. Indeed rather convoluted, Tapian replied. I fear that upon my slumber, Hildragang may be unleashed, particularly since Hoi has already acquired the lower half. It appears we have been deceived, Timur remarked, sensing something amiss with the elder. Is that so? You seem to have been deprived of rest for quite some time. You appear rather haggard. I could craft a music box-like contraption for you. Is that true? Indeed, but you must strive to endure for a while longer. Very well. Thank you, Tapian responded. Timur, disregarding Tapian's whereabouts, proceeded to create the object. In her chamber, Timur fashioned a box with relative ease. After all, having trained for so long in divine power, she had witnessed much. As she emerged with the box, she collided with Raditz. What are you up to? I've searched everywhere for Bronya. Nothing much, just a quick trip to the restroom. I'll be back shortly. Timur hurried to present the box to Tapian, oblivious to Raditz's unusual demeanor. Here it is, completed. How does one operate this? Tapian inquired, examining the box, which bore a resemblance to a music box. I shall seal you within. Thus, you may rest soundly. Simply push the lid upward when you wish to emerge. All right, I entrust this to you. Then stand beside it. Tapian positioned herself next to the box. Magic sealing wave. Tapian. Tapian. A tremendous force drew Tapian inside the box. Timur stepped forward to secure the lid. How peculiar. This box, though small, contains all essentials. Tapian, upon seeing the bed within, lay down and instantly fell into slumber. Meanwhile, not far away, chaos erupted in the city of Shidu, where Hoi, wielding the lower half of Hildragang, was unleashing destruction. Help! Calm down. First record a video for social media. A cacophony of noises enveloped the city. Ha ha ha. If it weren't for the absence of Hildragang's upper half, I would be utterly incapacitated. However, fear not, my Hildragang shall soon return. Hoi observed the panicked throngs fleeing in all directions. To dominate the universe, let us begin with Earth. An explosion resonated throughout the cruise ship. What on earth is happening? Everyone was roused from their slumber. Whose box is this? It has brought calamity. Vegeta expressed his discontent. Trouble is afoot. Temer's expression turned grave. A figure crawled back from outside. It was none other than Tapian. Quickly, in my life. I have just managed to seal Hildergang. Tapian drew forth the sword. At this moment, everyone was somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. The young boy fainted, and a wormhole appeared beside him, from which the upper half of Hildergan emerged. The crowd murmured their discontent, expressing their distaste for such a forced dungeon initiation. Hildergan's body fused together seamlessly. My Hildergan has returned. Quickly annihilate them. Hoi shouted exuberantly. Hildergan found this person excessively noisy and stepped forward with determination. Hildergan, what are you doing? I am your master. Hoi protested desperately. Unperturbed by his claims of mastery, Hildergan trampled down, leaving a gruesome scene in his wake. Damn it, Gohan, we must advance. Ryan urged, guiding Gohan onto the deck. Fusion. Gohan charged ahead. Sophia, fusion. Blofia followed suit. Hildergan, a mere shadow, rendered all physical assaults ineffective. That entity could only be harmed during its offensive maneuvers, as Piccolo informed them. Is that so? We understand now. The two youngsters strategized as they engaged Hildergan in guerrilla warfare within the forest. Gohan and Blofia coordinated their efforts, one drawing attacks while the other retaliated. Their synchronization proved formidable, yet Hildergan sustained minimal damage. Transforming into Super Saiyan 3, their assaults intensified. Hildergan soon found himself overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground. The Kamehameha waves unleashed a cloud of dust, leaving Hildergan's fate uncertain. As the smoke cleared, Hildergan lay motionless. Yes, we have triumphed. Indeed, he was no match for us. Hildergan's skin began to rupture, revealing a new, winged incarnation of Hildergan. The new Hildergan emerged with enhanced strength, dispatching Gohan and Blofia with mere blows. After the confrontation, their energy depleted, the fusion dissolved. Vomer, Rick, Raditz, and Son Goku swiftly utilized instant transmission to rescue the two youngsters. Temer immediately provided them with Senza beans, instructing Bardock and his companions to keep a watchful eye on the four. Do not worry about these youngsters causing trouble. They are beyond their capability now. Son Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, surged forward as Hildergan launched a punch at him. Goku smirked, catching the attack with both hands. Dragon Fist. With a powerful strike, the attack morphed into a dragon that soared forth, ensnaring the new Hildergan. Having witnessed Goku utilize this technique before, Temer inquired about the choice of a dragon. It was a variant of the Kamehameha wave, adaptable to any form. Goku elucidated the distinction between Western and Eastern dragons, explaining that this particular dragon conserved energy. The new Hildergan detonated under the force of the attack. Sunlight illuminated Goku as he struck a flamboyant pose. Humph, that little brat has beaten me to it again. Vegeta grumbled, feeling slighted. Vegeta, we are also ready to engage, Raditz countered, his perspective differing. From the site of Hildergan's explosion, the remnants began to coalesce, gradually revealing a humanoid form. Chapter 155. A formidable foe. Temenel, Woomer, Raditz, Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Rick converged nearby. Such a potent aura. Temenel focused her energy, attempting to obliterate these unformed beings. However, her efforts proved futile. The cells became intangible, rendering her attacks ineffective. As they prepared for battle, Temenel became serious, uncertain of what she was facing. Lo and behold, they all transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Hildergan, newly resurrected, emerged as a striking young man with a golden physique, great wings, and a sharp-tipped tail. You shall be defeated by me, Vegeta, he declared. Vegeta launched a punch, but his body passed through Hildergan, ignoring the group. Hildergan instantaneously appeared by the lakeside, gazing at his reflection to discern his new form. Can you see clearly now, sister? No, Temenel replied, her heart in turmoil as she regarded Hildergan, unable to recall such a character. Indeed, she was not a true Dragon Ball aficionado. Interesting, Hildergan mused, reappearing near Temenel and the others. Submit to me, or perish. What are you? Vegeta retorted, eager to demonstrate the might of Super Vegeta. Upon hearing another boastful rival, he rushed forward to attack. Yet, every punch and kick he delivered failed to land on the intangible Hildergan. Enough. Hildergan struck Vegeta in the abdomen, causing him to spew stomach acid and stagger backward. With remarkable speed, Hildergan followed up with a kick, leaving Vegeta truly flattened. Devil King Energy Wave. Taking advantage of Vegeta's vulnerability, Piccolo unleashed his attack. Hildegan's hand grasped the energy wave effortlessly. Now's the time, everyone strike. Temenel observed that Hildegan had materialized. Kamehameha. Ultimate Flash. Unknown Energy Wave. Ultimate Destruction Wave. Demon Flash. Big Bang Attack. 7 energy blasts struck Hildegan, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Hildegan remained unscathed, his aura intensifying. Piccolo approached, shedding his lab coat and cap. Damn it, the energy wave had no effect. Broly noted, realizing that Hildegan's power was steadily rising. Temenel's brow twitched. Truly disgusting. Vegeta felt as though he was a garbage bin, filled with a hodgepodge of energies. Our energy is waning, Woomer observed, noticing the difference. It seems this battle cannot be prolonged. Son Goku began to warm up, his shoulders moving. What should we do? Rick questioned, a hint of panic in his voice. There was no time for contemplation. Piccolo initiated the assault. Altogether now, 8 individuals united to confront one, yet none could land a blow. 1, 2, 7, 8. Hildegan counted his fingers, hardly taking them seriously. He lowered his hands, prompting the seasoned warriors to swiftly disperse. The system spoke. Why is this person unable to perform? It is merely a trivial trick. I hope you learn to rely on yourself in the future. I am merely an auxiliary. Are you attempting to be lazy? Speak quickly, as my energy is waning. Temenel had no time to debate with the system. I cannot accompany you for eternity. You must learn to grow. What do you mean, system? Well, let me offer a hint. Have you not noticed that he does not exist within this universe? How is that possible? His energy is right there. It is merely an illusion, a manipulation of spatial power. Spatial power? Indeed, spatial power. His true form does not reside in this timeline. He exists in a subspace of his own creation. The energy you perceive emanates from the connection of that subspace to this universe, a result of his leaking aura. If that is the case, does that mean we cannot defeat him? It is merely a small space. With sufficient strength, it can be shattered. Oh, how did I not think of that? The bystander sees clearly, while the participant remains perplexed. Temenel transformed into Super Saiyan 5 and addressed everyone. He is hidden in a subspace. Do not be afraid, let us confront him. The others also transformed into Super Saiyan 5. 8 of them once again struck at the location of Hildgarn. This time, the subspace there began to shatter. They struck with resolute force, unleashing attacks akin to the Dragon Fist. Hildgarn fell. Haha, finally victorious. Vorner collapsed onto the ground. Indeed, thanks to Temenel's discovery of his weakness. Goku was at a loss for how to deal with such an enemy. Well done, Raditz supported Temenel, preventing her from collapsing. It was merely luck. Had I not discovered it, we would have perished. Temenel, however, held a different perspective. Indeed, a subspace. Who would have thought? It seems one cannot solely rely on brute strength. Vegeta lamented that no matter how much they trained in Super Saiyan 5, progress seemed impossible, as if they had reached a dead end. Temenel remarked that after Super Saiyan 5, there was no Super Saiyan 6, which he had initially doubted. Let us train, Vegeta. Get lost, I can manage alone. Vegeta. I know some individuals who can guide us. Temenel believed Vegeta should be cultivated properly. Hildgarn had sounded the alarm that they had grown complacent. The cataclysmic event on Earth had drawn the attention of the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai, far away in the cosmos. Jebet, what is happening? Supreme Kai? That direction leads to Earth. Earth? Babidi is likely heading there. We should investigate. As expected, the Supreme Kai had lost track of Babidi. Ah, Vados, what is happening? Is there an earthquake? The god of destruction recalled that the planet should be quite stable. Indeed, a battle has erupted on Earth. A clash so tumultuous that it roused me from my slumber. The Scions are engaged in combat with a demon. If my memory serves me right, I had eradicated all of them under Frieza's command. How can there still be some left? Lord Beerus, this is the outcome of your negligence. A few remain unaccounted for in the cosmos. However, I advise against exterminating these particular Scions, as they have managed to vanquish Frieza. Whis replayed the scene where Frieza was hurled into the sun by Temenel. Fascinating. Whis, I must journey to Earth. Very well, Lord Beerus. Temenel and others have gathered the Dragon Balls aboard a cruise ship, and thanks to Dandy's enhancements, the Dragon Balls no longer impose limitations on the number of times a person can be revived. Moreover, there are 3 wishes available. Why is it always you? What is it this time? To resurrect the good souls affected during the destruction wrought by Hilder. Very well, next wish. Could I unlock my potential, akin to the Grand Elder on Namek? This is for Piccolo. Temenel believes Piccolo is on the verge of breaking through a barrier, yet he cannot achieve it alone. Hence she urges him to make such a wish. Certainly next. Piccolo struggles to contain the power within him, transforming into a yellow-hued version of himself. Restore West City to its former glory. I hope to not see you again next year. With that, the dragon vanished in a flash. How is Bronya faring? Temenel approached her daughter, finding the unconscious Tapian. He is not gravely injured. I am fine now, Aunt Temenel, as Tapian regained consciousness. What are your plans? I have none. Everything feels foreign to me since Hilder's demise, and I am uncertain of my purpose. If possible, I wish to see my brother. I shall escort you back. To 1,000 years ago. Really? Indeed. Temenel opened a wormhole. This leads to the planet Konads a millennium ago. Thank you, Aunt Temenel. Just as Tapian was about to enter the wormhole, Bronya voiced her disappointment. I thought I would gain an older brother. It is of no concern. Their kind appears to be long-lived, and you may have the chance to reunite. Temenel reassured her, reflecting on early romances. Her mother had wed at 30, and one must endure the storms without tearing their umbrella. Bronya. Tapian turned back, tossing a sword to Bronya. Ah, brother. This is for you. I have no need for it. You require it more than I do. Thank you, big brother. I shall not forget you. With a wave, Tapian stepped into the wormhole. Do not weep. Look at you, all forlorn. Temenel pondered whether she had been too harsh, yet she felt a surge of joy. Mother, will we truly meet again? We shall. Temenel was uncertain, as the concept of fate eluded her understanding. Mother, why not grant me a brother or sister? It depends on your father's performance. I am still in my prime and capable of bearing more children. Father will make an effort. I have spoken to him about it. You little rascal. Are you scheming against me? No, mother. Bronya had already dashed away. Chapter 156. The arrival of the destroyer. Temenel heard a buzzing sound in her head. What is it? Lord King of the North? Wait, the destroyer Beerus is about to descend upon Earth. Do not provoke him lightly. Beerus is coming to Earth. Yes, do not anger him. Remember. Understood. Temenel relayed the information she had to Vegeta, urging him to prepare. Vegeta wore a bitter expression, pondering why there seemed to be so many troubles lately. Lord Beerus, wake up. What is it? We have arrived at Earth. Weiss pointed towards the blue planet before them. Let us find that scion who defeated Frieza. All right, Lord Beerus. Never mind, let us look for Vegeta first. It has been a while. Weiss hastened towards Vegeta at the speed of light. Temenel had just exited her room when she saw Vegeta, who appeared utterly frightened. Vegeta, what's wrong? Such power. Just a glance has drained my strength. The destroyer has arrived? Yes, he is the most unreasonable god in the universe. Long ago, my father was publicly humiliated by him for taking the most comfortable pillow in the universe. I see. I shall go take a look. It will be fine. Thank you. Sister Temenel. How rare. You actually call me sister. You used to call me that so reluctantly. At that moment, Temenel arrived on the deck, where she saw the destroyer Beerus and the angel Weiss being brought to the central stage by Bulma. Temenel glanced around and spotted the lethargic Corinne, who appeared to be napping in a chair. Ignoring Corinne, she approached the gathering. Bulma addressed everyone on stage. Everyone, please look over here. These two are friends of Vegeta from the universe. Let us welcome them with applause. The crowd erupted in applause. Beerus and Weiss remained silent, perhaps feeling a bit shy. So Bulma encouraged more interaction. Bulma descended the stage, cradling Trunks. Hello, brother. Yamcha rushed over to Beerus. Hello. Would you like to learn martial arts? Martial arts? Yes. Mastering them will make you strong. I am a direct disciple of Master Roshi, and I can offer you a discount. Forget it. I'm not interested in training. Well then, if you change your mind, come find me. I am among the more skilled here. Oh, really? Of course. Yamcha playfully slapped Beerus on the back. Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged out in fear. You young man should not mislead others, Yamcha. Krillin approached with a plate of octopus balls. What do you mean by misleading others? Krillin, I can't be bothered to argue with you. This guest should try our game. Game? What game? This is called the North City Roulette Octopus Balls. It's simple. One of them is made with mustard, and we'll see who is unlucky enough to eat it. Oh, I'll give it a try. Krillin, please don't mess around. Vegeta thought to himself that Krillin, with his bald head, was even more troublesome than Yamcha. He envisioned Beerus eating the mustard-filled octopus ball and destroying the earth. Vegeta, how am I causing trouble? Everyone was playing like this a few days ago. Indeed, Vegeta. I advise you to refrain from meddling, Beerus reprimanded. Vegeta took a few steps back in fear. Beerus picked up a takoyaki and began to eat, his expression darkening. Could it be? Impossible. There must be at least 50 in there. Ugh, this tastes awful. Beerus exclaimed, hurriedly devouring more. Lord Beerus, how does it taste? It's dreadful, Whis. Lord Beerus, are you joking? Whis joined the fray to eliminate the takoyaki. Ah, truly delicious, Whis. Let us venture elsewhere to discover more delectable treats. Lord Beerus, how can you consume so much without leaving any for me? Boo-hoo. Whis pretended to cry. Fine, there's more over there. Let us take a look. Krillin observed as the two drifted away. Did they not join in? Krillin pulled out the remaining takoyaki and took a bite. Ah, it's so spicy. Krillin, with a sausage-like mouth, thought how fortunate Beerus and Whis were to have missed it. Yet it wasn't merely luck. Their discerning palates recognized the difference. Thus, Vegeta followed Beerus and Whis throughout, serving them whatever they desired. Whis, this is so dull. Once I am full, I shall wish to sleep, Vegeta exclaimed, overjoyed to hear Whis's words. You insufferable cat, hurry back. I heed Lord Beerus's command. Suddenly, a wave of water surged forward, nearly splashing Beerus, but Timur swiftly intervened. Aunt Timur, exclaimed Ryan and Gohan, somewhat embarrassed. You two go play over there. There are others here, Timur stated, lacking the time to be angry. All right. The two little ones scampered away. Thank you, Miss, Whis said. Of course, Lord Beerus, Timur, drenched, appeared quite voluptuous, but under Whis's influence. The water quickly dried from her form. You are the scion who defeated Frieza. Beerus recalled his purpose for visiting Earth. Ah, culinary delights can lead one astray. Indeed, I did defeat Frieza. Are you aware of the Super Saiyan God? I am. The Super Saiyan God exists in our legends. And the conditions to become one are exceedingly stringent, rarer than the Super Saiyan that appears once every 1,000 years. I wish to see a Super Saiyan God, otherwise. You understand. I comprehend. When one is under a roof, one must bow one's head. This is a Super Saiyan. Oh, intriguing. Let us see. Very well. Beerus and Timur ascended into the air. Timur lunged at Beerus, only to be effortlessly evaded. So weak, Beerus remarked about the Super Saiyan. This is the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, known as Super Saiyan 2. Oh, there's a slight change, but not much. Beerus sensed Timur's power intensifying, yet found it unremarkable, merely a variant of what he had just witnessed. Timur attempted again, but to no avail. This is the ultimate transformation of the Super Saiyan, also known as Super Saiyan 3. It is intriguing, significantly stronger than before, albeit still manageable. Beerus swiftly obliterates Timur. Let me witness the god of Super Saiyans. These foes are far too feeble. I understand now. Timur has consumed a Senza being and has transformed into the god of Super Saiyans. Is this truly the god of Super Saiyans? Beerus appears somewhat disappointed. Although he has encountered it in dreams, the difference is indeed substantial. Chapter 157, Son Goku vs. Beerus. Lord Beerus, I am unable to manifest the pure form of the god of Super Saiyans, I confess. Oh, why is that? The god of Super Saiyans should emerge from individuals of benevolent hearts. Such beings possess hair of crimson hue. However, due to my excessive bloodshed on the battlefield in my youth, I harbor a malicious spirit, resulting in my hair being pink, which likely differs from the one you are familiar with. Indeed, then summon a purer one to battle me. Very well, Lord Beerus, I shall do so. Timur approaches Vegeta. Vegeta, are you capable? Do you wish to confront Beerus? I cannot. Seek another challenger, for I am no match for him. Who should I summon? ISNT Kakarot fond of combat? Look at him. He appears eager to engage. That may not be advisable. A friend's demise does not concern the monk. Hurry. All right. Timur then approaches Son Goku. Kakarot, you must fight Lord Beerus. He seeks the pure god of Super Saiyans. Me? ISNT he battling you? No longer. It is now your turn. Then why ISNT Vegeta participating? Son Goku senses something amiss. Vegeta is feeling rather weak today. It rests upon you. I see. Son Goku ascends into the air. Pray tell, are you exceptionally strong? Indeed, I am invincible across the realms. Splendid. I shall confront you earnestly. Son Goku beams with joy upon hearing Beerus' words. He transforms into Super Saiyan 3. This is the form Timur just assumed, Super Saiyan 3, which has yet to reach its pinnacle. Oh, there is more. This is Super Saiyan 4, at full power. This represents the breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4's limits. And behold, Super Saiyan 5. Impressive, though I still maintain some distance. Yet, this is not the end. Here is Super Saiyan 5 Red. The hair remains unchanged. Merely the aura alternating between red and white. And this is Super Saiyan 5 Blue. The hair remains unchanged. Simply the aura alternating between blue and white. Lastly, this is Super Saiyan 5 Blue with 20-fold Kaioken. The hair remains unchanged, with the aura alternating between blue, red, and white. Beerus observes Son Goku with keen interest, taking him seriously for a rare moment. Impressive, however, possessing divine energy without the wisdom to wield it effectively limits your potential. Otherwise, you would surpass me, though you are indeed stronger than the god of Super Saiyans. Alas, I cannot maintain this form for long. Let us resolve this swiftly. Agreed. Son Goku and Beerus engage in a fierce struggle, neither yielding to the other. Ha ha ha, how amusing. It has been quite some time since I felt such comfort. You are indeed formidable. I had assumed that the most powerful individual was the elder sister. The battle between Beerus and Son Goku raged on. How frustrating. Why is it that Son Goku can perpetually surpass me? Vegeta, feeling a twinge of resentment, watched the fierce clash between Son Goku and Beerus, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Young one, do you wish to grow stronger? I can guide you, came the voice of Master Karen, who approached Vegeta. You? Master Karen, what brings you here? Whis expressed a hint of surprise upon seeing Master Karen. Seeking change. Whis, replied Master Karen. Does Master Karen still not give up? Well, after all, one cannot turn a blind eye to what they encounter. Good luck, Master Karen. And who might you be? Master Karen is the previous god of destruction, even more powerful than Lord Beerus. What? Vegeta, who had thought Beerus to be exceedingly strong, was astonished to learn that someone could surpass him. Can I begin training with you? Please accept me as your disciple, Vegeta implored, immediately kneeling and bowing his head. I understand. Please rise, said Master Karen. I did not expect you to be so remarkable, being the former god of destruction, remarked Temenel, who had been listening nearby. Ah, Temenel, Raditz, you have both grown stronger. Don't try to act cute with me. You wouldn't tell me anything before. I did mention that I am merely an 800-year-old cat, and you never inquired whether I was the previous god of destruction. Haha, Beerus has been in power for well over 800 years and still pretends. Master Karen is indeed 800 years old, but that is based on the divine calendar, was clarified. In terms of your earthly calendar, it would be approximately 80 billion years. And what about Lord Beerus? He is not as old as Master Karen, merely between 20 to 30 billion years. And you, Whis? One cannot simply speak of such matters, my apologies. Whis existed even before the divine calendar came into being. Do not inquire further, for I am unaware. Master Karen, observing Whis's revelation of his age, decided to share his own. And what of Anning? Temenel's curiosity ignited. I cannot recall precisely. She once mentioned being several thousand years old. Is that based on the divine calendar? I do not know. She did not provide many details at the time, but she is likely older than I. Master Karen, what year is it in the divine calendar? It is the year 2025. In half a divine year, or 50 million years, we shall reach the year 2026, was stated. Recalling these dates with clarity, as time passed, Son Goku gradually found himself at a disadvantage against Beerus. Lord Beerus, I surrender. I surrender. Well done. Achieving such heights at your age is indeed impressive. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Beerus. Do not mention it. The fact that you could compel me to use 80% of my power is commendable. I shall diligently train to surpass you, Lord Beerus, at the earliest opportunity. I await your arrival. Beerus had long been atop his lofty perch, and at last, he encountered someone of comparable strength, albeit briefly. Is your Super Saiyan 5 Red a combination of Super Saiyan 5 and Super Saiyan God? Beerus queried, intrigued by these various forms. More or less, came the response. As Beerus and Son Goku returned to the cruise ship. Why are you here, old man? I thought you had perished. Beerus, upon spotting Master Karen aboard the cruise, felt a twinge of annoyance, akin to encountering an elder while out for leisure. Beerus, your temper remains as fierce as ever, showing no respect for your mentor. It is a pity that I invested so much effort in cultivating you as a god of destruction. Do you think I relish this role? Living a life of discomfort and constant anxiety? Yet, you seem to lead a rather comfortable existence, indulging in a life of leisure. Master Karen, it appears that Lord Beerus lacks your diligence. His days are spent mainly in eating and sleeping, with little regard for serious work. This is unacceptable, Beerus. Have I not informed you of the vast potential within the 7th universe? How foolish of me to have overlooked this, achieving my tasks with such excellence daily. You lack the authority to admonish me, you retired bureaucrat. Enough of this. But remember, do not forget your responsibilities as a god of destruction. What brings you here? Master Karen inquired, as Beerus had been earnestly seeking him, only to presume his demise after several days of searching. Whis sought to convey Beerus's earnest longing for him. I am here to enjoy life. After a lifetime of hard work, am I not entitled to a moment of respite? Master Karen replied. Whis, we shall return. Very well. Lord Beerus, Whis acknowledged. Rest assured, Lord Karen is in good health. There is no need for concern. Humph, who is worried about him? My efforts have gone to waste. I recall Lord Beerus instructing Frieza to carry out 2 tasks, to destroy the designated planets and to locate Master Karen. Well, Frieza is no more. It seems you shall have to handle matters yourself from now on. Lord Beerus, would you like to resurrect Frieza? No need for that. Chapter 158. The history of the Saiyans following the incident aboard Bulma's cruise. The group, including Temenel, returned to the Capsule Corporation. Mother, could you share with me the history of the Saiyans? Bronya inquired, observing Temenel engrossed in his reading. The history of the Saiyans? Temenel also closed the book. Indeed. I have not heard you speak of this. So please, enlighten me. The Saiyans once thrived on a planet known as Salada, where they were formidable and technologically advanced, reigning as the dominators of the cosmos. However, like all empires, their glory waned. Greed and desire plunged the Saiyans into civil strife, ultimately leading to their demise. The remnants of the Saiyans, utilizing the spacecraft they had invented, journeyed to a planet called Planet Plant. The environment there was picturesque, with fresh air reminiscent of Salada, and the Saiyans settled there. On Planet Plant, 3 primary races coexisted: the Saiyans, the Plantians, and the Tsufals. Eventually, the Tsufals sought land and resources and allied with us, supplying us with weaponry. Together, we launched an assault on the Plantians, who then vanished from the cosmos, leaving only the name of Planet Plant as a testament to their existence. A few Plantians survived in remote and harsh lands, but none likely lived to witness your mother's birth. It is said that our family's residence on Planet Plant was constructed by the Plantians. However, this alliance was akin to digging our own graves, as the Saiyans would ultimately face the Tsufals alone. The Tsufals, though initially benevolent, gradually encroached upon our territory and resources. At that time, the Saiyans resembled a dying camel or a crumbling edifice. In this dire moment, a figure emerged, Vegeta's great-grandfather, who rallied the fragmented Saiyans to resist the Tsufals. The Tsufals, wary of provoking us, hesitated, allowing the Saiyans to recuperate and reach a historical population peak of approximately 300,000. When Vegeta III ascended to power, he declared an all-out war against the Tsufals. Your mother was fortunate to partake in that conflict, which saw the entire populace mobilized. Bronya, can you estimate how many Tsufals there were at that time? 10 million, Bronya ventured. Not quite. The Tsufals boasted a staggering 300 million. Your mother was responsible for the lives of tens of thousands. What? How is that possible? Mother, surely not. My time on the battlefield was merely over a year, yet the war persisted for a decade. Nothing is impossible. I still recall a mother pleading for mercy for her child, invoking the shared innocence of youth. And you, mother? All were slain. Ah, how old were you then? Just over 6. Why? Those individuals bore seeds of hatred. Their very existence was a mistake. Once they became enemies, they were to be eradicated. Moreover, in the aftermath, who could predict if they would resist? Yet, following this conflict, the Saiyans began their decline, their numbers dwindling to mere tens of thousands. Eventually, they became subservient to King Cold, the vassal of the cosmic tyrant Frieza, ultimately relegated to the status of expendable pawns. And then, the history of the planet Salad is unfamiliar to me. Perhaps your uncle Vegeta possesses the knowledge you seek, and you might inquire with him. I am curious. What has piqued your interest in history? Mother, I aspire to become a historian. Bronya's gaze was resolute, yet she felt a twinge of anxiety as she looked at Temenel. Very well, whatever you wish to pursue, your mother shall support you. Thank you, mother. With joy, Bronya dashed out. What has come over that child? Raditz entered the room. She wishes to become a historian, and I have given my consent. That is commendable. We have fought for so long without understanding the purpose of our struggles. Have you not fought for me, my dear comrade? Indeed, I shall strive with all my might, on a grand scale. Enough. I treat you so well. Yet you offer no rewards. Come now. Temenel placed the book he had just opened aside and stepped into the room. Raditz followed closely, locking the door behind them. Bronya found her companions. What is the matter? You appear quite joyful. My mother supports my ambition to become a historian. How wonderful. Congratulations. And you, Sophia? Do you have any aspirations? Sophia pondered seriously. I'm not sure. Anything will do. What about Gohan? I am much like you. I wish to become an entomologist. An entomologist? Bronya and Sophia were taken aback. Bugs? How disgusting. What about Ryan? I have no particular plans either. Ryan seemed to share Sophia's sentiments. Meanwhile, aboard a spaceship in the distant cosmos, a few individuals, Tabul, Naba, Tai, and Gully, were present. Hurry, Tabul, let us head towards that planet. Where is that? Naba remarked that it seemed somewhat familiar. Planet 2. Tabul recalled this planet as nothing more than a wasteland, merely a garbage dump. If Tai wishes to go, then let her. Tai, drawing from her experiences among the extraterrestrial, penned science fiction novels that surpassed many on Earth. She was indeed impressive. She requested Naba and Tabul's company, likely to draft a sequel. Prince Tabul, we should return to find Prince Vegeta. Understood. Let us take Miss Tai to Planet 2 for some leisure before heading back. Why must I join you? Lacking proper guidance, Naba and Tabul had only achieved Super Saiyan 4, yet it was sufficient for them to roam freely across the universe. This planet is truly desolate. Upon exiting, Tai observed the metallic landscape, noting a lack of vitality. But how did this planet come to be in such a state? Tabul found it peculiar. He had visited before, and it was once merely a refuse site, inhabited only by cleaning robots. Prince Tabul, let us investigate ahead. We remain unaware of what has transpired here. Very well. Tabul transformed the spaceship back into a versatile capsule to carry with him. Metal trees, metallic fruits. How intriguing. Tai surveyed the surroundings, recognizing it as a peculiar ecosystem. Enemies have appeared. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you the ones who disrupted Dr. Mew's plan? You are. I am General Lyle, and I intend to eradicate you here. Umph. You boast with such arrogance despite your size. Naba finds the person before him exceedingly presumptuous. Chapter 159. The artificial beings created by the Zephyr people. Naba charges like a bull, but Lyle sidesteps effortlessly. Interesting. Naba, undeterred, transforms into a Super Saiyan. He advances to attack, yet Lyle does not evade. He realizes Naba's strikes are feeble, and he endures them without flinching. Tabul, are you not going to assist? Mister. Naba should be capable of handling this. We Scions prefer to engage in combat without external interference, Tabul explains, adhering to the Scion spirit. Very well. Tais also dismisses the notion of urging Tabul to intervene further. You have provoked me. Naba transforms into Super Saiyan 4. His assaults become increasingly fierce. And Lyle begins to struggle. Bang, bang, bang. This is intolerable. I cannot allow this to continue, or I shall perish. Although Lyle can regenerate with metal, the damage inflicted by Naba far exceeds his healing capabilities. As Lyle gazes at the diminutive Tabul and Tais, he suddenly questions why he must confront this towering adversary. He ought to choose a softer target. Foolishness. Naba allows Lyle to retreat. When Lyle reaches Tabul, Tabul instantly transforms into Super Saiyan 4 and unleashes a ki blast that obliterates Lyle. Incredible. Lyle cannot fathom how such a small figure can possess such formidable power. Wow. My husband is remarkable. Gully is in awe of Tabul's prowess. Not too shabby, Tabul is somewhat flustered by the praise from Naba and Gully, whom he has grown fond of after their chance encounter. Indeed, Prince Tabul, a swift execution. In truth, Mr. Naba could have done the same. Tabul feels a bit embarrassed by the comments. Tabul, did you not claim this place was merely a junkyard? Tais inquires, puzzled. I am unsure. When I last visited, it was indeed a junkyard, Tabul admits, equally perplexed. Never mind, let us investigate further. Tais' curiosity compels her to uncover the truth. The robots encountered along the way are particularly feeble and pose no obstacle to the 4 travelers. How infuriating. Is Lyle truly a fool, incapable of managing this? Dr. Mew is evidently flustered, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. At this juncture, I must resort to my final gambit. I shall ensure you leave empty-handed. Flee. If not now, then when? As Dr. Mew hastily gathers his belongings, he halts abruptly upon seeing Baby within the incubation pod. Have I truly to abandon my lifelong struggle? Before him lies Baby, an artificial being created by the Zephyr people. Due to Baby's immense power and uncontrollable nature, the Zephyr resolved to eliminate him. Initially drawn to Baby's strength, Dr. Mew had decided to study this artificial entity to forge his ultimate weapon. Thus, he secretly retained a fragment of baby's flesh. And after great effort, he has finally managed to restore it. Let it be. Allow yourself to shine, for Dr. Mew awaits the arrival of Naba and his companions. Soon, Tabul and his companions arrived, gazing at baby and Dr. Mew within the incubation chamber. Ah, you have come, Scions. You are the intelligent robots crafted by baby, the king of the Zafuls. Tabul, well-versed in knowledge, discerned his identity. Ha ha ha, I never expected anyone would remember me. Alas, you are a creation of the Zafuls. I must eradicate you. Tabul, in matters of righteousness, could differentiate between the grave and the trivial. Do you know what this is? The ultimate weapon manufactured by us Zafuls, capable of annihilating you all. Naba, proceed. Yes, Prince Tabul, unfazed by the so-called ultimate weapon. Naba swiftly severed Dr. Mew's head with a swift strike, following it up with a powerful blast. Dr. Mew was no more. Prince Tabul, what shall we do about this ultimate weapon of the Zafuls? Naba inquired, glancing at baby within the incubation chamber. Destroy it, Tabul replied, turning his head. Understood. Naba gathered his energy, unleashing a formidable wave that instantly reduced baby to ashes. It's done, Prince Tabul. Ties, shall we return to Earth to find our brothers? We have been away for quite some time. Tabul recognized the Zaful creation and felt the urgency to return and discuss matters with Vegeta. Very well, Ties responded to Tabul. Upon hearing this, Tabul cast a glance at Ties, pondering her unusual demeanor. She typically expressed her desire to return to Earth with much more fervor. Is there something on my face? Ties spat lightly. No worries, let us head back, Tabul reassured, tossing out a universal capsule that transformed into a spaceship. The vessel was equipped with automatic navigation, allowing everyone to drift into slumber. Ties opened her eyes, pulling back her covers. I never imagined the Zaful King would have a day of resurrection. Ha! Cursed Scions, I will annihilate you all, Ties declared, staring into the distance outside the spaceship. However, her body felt too feeble at the moment. She needed to replenish her strength. Ties opened the refrigerator and began to feast heartily. Burp. The situation was nearly restored. Perhaps it was time to switch to another host. Ties stepped into Tabor's room, recalling that Tabor was likely more formidable than that simpleton. She approached Tabor cautiously, her hand poised near his neck, intending to strike, when Tabor seized her wrist. Sister, what are you attempting to do? He inquired as Ties loosened her grip. It's nothing. I've realized I have developed feelings for you, Tabor. I am already married, he replied. That's inconsequential. We can keep it a secret. She will never find out. Ties then removed her top, revealing her formidable attributes. You. As Tabor instinctively turned his head, Ties seized the opportunity and embraced him tightly. When Tabor attempted to push Ties away, baby took advantage of the moment, latching onto Tabor, instantly sensing the peril. Tabor aimed to unleash his fury to expel baby. Yet, Ties continued to shed her garments at an alarming pace, hastening the process. The perplexing aspect was not merely her disrobing, but the inexplicable act of removing Tabor's trousers as well. Tabor was momentarily distracted and fell under baby's control. Ha ha, well done. Ties, it is an honor to serve the king. As baby seized Tabor's memories, he instantly transformed Naba and Guri into his minions. So many Scions await, just wait. My dear brother, I shall return swiftly. Vegeta was abruptly awakened. What's wrong, Vegeta? Did you have a nightmare? It's nothing. I just have a foreboding feeling. Don't worry, dreams are often the opposite of reality. Tabul will return. What could possibly go wrong? Vegeta, you're too tense. Bulma began to massage Vegeta. You've worked hard. Seeing Bulma, who had stayed up late and risen early, comforting him, Vegeta felt a twinge of guilt. It's fine. Who told you to be my man? Bulma gazed at Vegeta with affectionate eyes. Chapter 160, Raditz's Dilemma. In a desolate land stood a small house, which was none other than Babiti's spaceship. Temenel nonchalantly entered the vessel. What brings Temenel here? Raditz wondered, observing her many secrets. Surprisingly, even in this remote area, someone had come. Babiti sensed Temenel's arrival immediately. This one is formidable. Your subordinates are no match for her. Dabura glanced at the crystal ball. That won't be an issue. My strongest sorcerer is here. Pui appeared, an alien with a striking black and white skin pattern, approaching Babiti. Temenel reached the second level of the spaceship, surveying the fallen minions, a pile of debris. Good day, madam. A shadow emerged from the third level. Oh, you are different from them. What is your name? Temenel inquired, noting that Pui was no ordinary foe. Judging by combat power, He seemed to be around 300. After introducing himself, Pui lunged forward to attack, but Temenel grew increasingly alarmed as her strikes produced thunderous noise, yet minimal impact. Observing this, Temenel retaliated with a fist the size of a cauldron, resulting in a resounding crash and the sound of cracking bones. Do you have any tricks left? If not, your time is up. Temenel positioned her palm towards Pui. At that moment, the environment shifted, startling Temenel and halting her movement. Haha, as expected of Lord Babidi. This is my domain, where gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Oh, 10 times. Temenel displayed a somewhat mocking demeanor, unperturbed. Pui attacked swiftly, but Temenel effortlessly dodged or blocked his strikes. With a sidelong flying kick, Temenel found Pui too close to evade, and he took the blow head-on. Pui was sent sliding back, and Temenel unleashed a Kamehameha wave, turning him to ashes. I forgot to mention, on planet Vegeta, gravity is also 10 times that of Earth. After dispatching Pui, Temenel returned to Babidi's spaceship. Raditz, why are you here? That should be my question. Raditz sighed in relief as he looked at the suddenly reappearing Temenel. I understand now, you were worried about me. Temenel smiled, that foolish one. She could have just said it instead of pretending to be indifferent. This must be a spaceship. What brings you here? To combat cosmic pirates. Don't jest. Let us discuss serious matters. Raditz's expression turned cold. How dull. There once existed a formidable demon in this universe, known as Majin Buu, right below us. I know, but please refrain from intervening. All right, my dear. Indeed, a woman who acts coy is the most charming. This is somewhat intriguing. Babidi watched as Temenel effortlessly dealt with Pui, showing no concern. What do you plan to do next? Dubra glanced at Babidi. It's fine. There is also Yeko on the 3rd level. Temenel and Raditz descended to the 3rd level, encountering a grotesque green creature. Yeko, Yeko, Yeko. It emitted such bizarre sounds. Before Raditz could react, Yeko launched an attack. Raditz relied on his instinctive combat reflexes to evade the strike, yet despite Yeko's corpulence, it was surprisingly agile, delivering a kick that left Raditz with a cut on his face. Raditz glared at Yeko. You have chosen your path to demise. In a bid to swiftly eliminate them, Babidi transported them to an exceedingly dark planet. Raditz, enraged, transformed into a super scion, his fiery aura illuminating the surroundings. Yeko inhaled deeply, absorbing Raditz's energy into its mouth. Can you absorb my energy? Babidi explained to everyone through the crystal ball. He has lived on this dark planet since childhood, honing the ability to absorb energy. Then I shall let you feast. Raditz unleashed a flurry of energy spheres. Overwhelmed, Yeko ultimately exploded. Raditz. The monster's flesh splattered everywhere. Had Temenel not activated an energy shield in time, she would have been drenched in blood. It was unintentional. Raditz, observing Temenel's puffed cheeks, instantly calmed down. Enough. Let us change your clothes. Temenel retrieved a universal capsule, conjuring a new outfit. Why do you have men's clothing? Temenel replied. It was unintentional. Raditz teased Temenel, noting the outfit appeared new, likely a gift she had prepared for herself. After all, this wasn't the first time. Next, it's my turn. You are rather presumptuous. You are the foremost expert of the demon realm, Dubra. Scion, Temenel. Temenel transformed into a super scion to challenge Dubra first, and the two engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle. Dubra drew his demonic sword and slashed toward Temenel. She managed to look up just in time, but the strike severed her bangs. Enraged at the sight, Temenel exploded with power, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and commenced a relentless assault. Dubra, witnessing the frenzied Temenel, felt a sense of trepidation. He made an effort to escape, but enraged Temenel would not let it slide. She unleashed an ultimate destruction blast downward. Boom, boom, boom. This place has transformed into a vast pit, with only the beleaguered Babidi and Dabura remaining. Like cockroaches, they are difficult to extinguish. Babidi gazed at the two figures in the sky, his expression filled with fury. What is wrong with that woman? Why isn't she tackling the challenges properly? This isn't the script the author provided. Hurry, Dabura. Damn it. I'm only fleeing because I can't fight back. Nearby, an eggshell began to crack and split in two, revealing emptiness. What? Where's my Buu? Forget about Buu, let us flee. Dabura urged Babidi to run. Why? Buu is inside. Babidi felt a sense of confusion. Tamaru unleashed a Kamehameha wave. Dabura, unable to evade, was compelled to defend against it. With one hand gripping Babidi, he found himself at a disadvantage. leading him to abandon Babidi and face the wave with both hands, but it merely postponed his demise. Ultimately, Dabura was obliterated. Dabura. Babidi looked at the self-sacrificing Dabura with a complex expression. No need to look anymore. You will soon meet him, Raditz declared as he launched a ki blast at Babidi. Babidi, astonished at Raditz's sudden appearance nearby, exclaimed, "You sly one. It's 2 against 2. That's quite fair." Raditz smiled at the ashes that were once Babidi, reminiscing about the long-lost synergy with Tamaru, one on the offensive, the other in ambush. Chapter 161, Bidalai and Linglongzi. Is this Majin Buu? Raditz observed the gathering of pink clouds in the sky. Indeed, Tamaru mused, acknowledging the great Kaioshin's noble act of using his pure divine power to influence Buu. Ha ha, I'm coming out. I'm coming out. The clouds morphed into Majin Buu. Hello, Tamaru greeted. Majin Buu ignored her. I'm at my wit's end here. I have some exquisite chocolate, Tamaru said, retrieving a bar from her universal capsule. Exquisite? Buu was drawn in by the prospect of chocolate. Exquisite means it's expensive and delicious. Really? Let me try? Buu devoured it ravenously, consuming the snacks Tamaru had on hand. Is there more? I haven't had enough. Yes. Tamaru presented her stockpile. You fed me, so now we're good friends. Buu patted his large belly, having eaten plenty. Now I'm going to kill someone. Are you coming? No. All right then, I'll go alone. Wait, why do you want to kill someone? I don't know. When I was created, they all wanted me to kill. Babidi was the same. Killing is wrong. We cannot kill indiscriminately. Tamaru realized from Buu's words that he did not comprehend whether killing was good or bad. He perceived it as a mere game. Oh, is that so? Then I want to kill. Tamaru's eyes widened in disbelief. It's that simple? No killing. Okay. No destruction. All right. What are your names? Tamaru. Raditz. Then what is the fun in not killing? Follow me, and I shall take you on an adventure. 3 individuals journeyed southward. As night descended, Temenel sought a lodging and secured 2 rooms in a bustling inn. Observing the throngs of guests, Temenel curiously inquired of the receptionist, "Why are there so many people here? Are they tourists?" Indeed, you are unaware that the long-awaited World Martial Arts Championship, which has not been held for quite some time, is set to resume. The once desolate Pugua Island, which was ravaged by Sun Wukong, has been rebuilt. Moreover, this iteration of the championship has taken on a more youthful and entertaining character, she explained. Apologies, but Raditz and I are rather fatigued. We shall take you to witness the matches tomorrow, said Buu, releasing an exasperated puff of air from atop his head. The competition has indeed undergone significant changes, Raditz remarked, observing the 2 young contenders engaged in a brawl atop the arena. It's become more formalized and accessible to the masses. That's only natural, Temenel mused, noting that the fighters were merely a notch above the average individual. In their time, the champions of the World Martial Arts Championship had been formidable, yet now, the disparity was striking. And now, let us welcome our finalists, Bidi Li and Linglongzi. They seem rather weak, commented Temenel, as Buu savored the ice cream she had purchased for him. Children, after all, it's quite normal, Raditz replied. Hello, Linglongzi greeted Bidi Li with a respectful bow. Greetings, Bidi Li reciprocated, bowing in kind. It has been a long time, Linglongzi, Bidi Li remarked. Indeed, it has, replied Linglongzi, as they swiftly engaged in combat. Bang, bang, bang. Behold my newly acquired technique. Linglongzi shouted triumphantly. Crane's ascendancy, with a soaring kick. She launched herself at Bidi Li. Ah, the shadowless kick of Foshan. Temenel exclaimed, taken aback by Linglongzi's prowess. Bidi Li raised her arms defensively, retreating rapidly towards the edge of the platform. I cannot allow this to continue. I risk defeat, she thought, anxiety creeping in. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. With a sudden surge of energy, Bidi Li broke free from Linglongzi's assault. Ha ha! Bidi Li gasped, astonished by Linglongzi's newfound strength. Surrender, Bidi Li. You cannot match my skill. I shall not. With the fierce tiger fist, Bidi Li lunged like a tiger stalking its prey. Crane's fist technique. Linglongzi, hesitant to counter directly, employed her agile footwork, which required the practitioner to be as light as a feather and to adapt fluidly. Temenel. Their martial arts styles are indeed intriguing, Raditz observed, captivated by the evenly matched duel. With so many martial arts styles in existence, such a display is indeed rare. Temenel reflected, having spent an extended period at Baozi Mountain and remaining largely unaware of the current martial arts scene. Ah, are you not aware? They are disciples of Master Wu Tian's students, Bai He Zhou and Lin Qing Shui. Ah, I see. Thank you. Not at all. It is a pity we shall not witness the masters in action, commented a passerby, seemingly lamenting the missed opportunity. Ling Longzi succumbed to the relentless onslaught of Bidalai. Her stamina insufficient to match Bidalai's prowess, compounded by her own lack of foundational skills. I shall take my leave. I will return to observe the adult group later. The adult competition, in contrast to the children's, proved less visually appealing, with the champion being Satan. As night fell, Temenel and his companions approached Satan's vicinity. Who are you, and how did you appear here so suddenly? Satan scrutinized the individuals before him. There is no need to be alarmed. Temenel replied with a gentle smile. You are trespassing. If you do not leave, I shall summon the authorities. Mr. Satan, I would prefer not to resort to such measures. Your fans are simply too formidable. This version of Mr. Satan surpassed his literary counterpart, possessing both aerial combat techniques and ki blasts. Yet, considering his training under the Turtle Hermit's disciple, it was quite reasonable. Humph, what do you intend to do? Let us engage in a match, Temenel expressed, feeling a surge of competitive spirit after observing the contest. Very well, Satan replied, brimming with confidence, having secured countless championships, earning him the moniker of Invincible. Ah-da-da-da, bang bang bang. Satan unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Temenel, who did not evade, rendering any defense moot. Ha ha ha, you are impressive. I concede defeat, Satan admitted, genuinely impressed, as he witnessed Temenel remain stationary, unaffected by the exchange. You are formidable in your own right. Temenel estimated Satan's combat prowess to be in the hundreds. Let us make a trade, Temenel proposed. What sort of trade? If you comply, I shall refrain from disclosing your defeat. Really? Satan valued his reputation highly, and preserving it was indeed advantageous. Take care of him. Temenel gestured towards Majin Buu. Shall we not inquire about his capabilities? No need. He is a being of destruction with the power to annihilate the universe. Satan was taken aback by such formidable strength. Thus, do not provoke him. It could lead to your demise. Understood. Temenel, are you not going to play with me? Buu observed his abandonment and felt somewhat discontented. Be good. Mr. Satan will keep you entertained. I am uncertain how to engage you. Very well. Chapter 162. Vegeta's caution. A few days prior to Temenel resolving the issue with Majin Buu, some minor events unfolded concerning Vegeta. Tabor and his companions returned to the Capsule Corporation. Sister. Bulma embraced ties. Sister, I am back. How was your journey through the universe? It was decent. I encountered many intriguing sights. Bulma and Ties engaged in extensive conversation. Tabor, after consulting Bulma, made his way to the gravity chamber located in an open area outside. Brother, I have returned. Tabor shouted from outside. Vegeta, hearing the commotion, shut down the gravity chamber and emerged, his brow furrowing at the sight of Tabor. Summon Naba at once. Understood, Tabor replied, realizing that confronting Vegeta alone would be challenging. His spirits lifted upon hearing the command. As Vegeta watched Tabor depart, he muttered, "What a troublesome sibling I have." Closing his eyes, it was not long before Tabor returned with Naba. Let us change our venue for the match, Vegeta declared, slowly approaching the two. Certainly, brother. Tabor perceives no issue, and this is not the first instance. Vegeta enjoys gauging other strength through combat. Just as Tabor was about to depart, Vegeta halted him. Brother, I shall escort you. Vegeta placed his hands upon the shoulders of Naba and Tabor, instantaneously transporting them to a desolate wilderness. Who are you? And why are you occupying Tabor's body? Vegeta inquired, his demeanor relaxed now that they were away from the city. Ha ha ha, intriguing. I am quite curious as to how you discerned my predicament, Baby expressed, bewildered, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to the Tabor in his memories. Monster. Do not underestimate the bond shared between brothers, Vegeta retorted, gazing at Baby with a hint of disdain. Vegeta, did you presume I would come here unguarded? I'll reveal all your abilities. I shall not deny you the opportunity, Vegeta declared, having undergone significant training on planet Yardrat. Baby and Naba seethed with anger. Super Saiyan 5. So, Vegeta, I am aware you can transform into Super Saiyan 5, but are you capable of contending with two Super Saiyan 5 simultaneously? Well, haha. I am disinclined to converse with you. You are unworthy of my words. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and advanced to attack. Tabor, Naba, and Vegeta found themselves somewhat constrained. What on earth is this form? Vegeta swiftly incapacitated the two. Forced separation technique. Vegeta delivered a powerful blow to Tabor. Tabor felt a wave of nausea, on the verge of expelling baby. Quite interesting, you still haven't emerged. If one punch is insufficient, then two shall suffice. Vegeta struck Tabor once more. Ugh ugh. Sounds of retching, Tabor expelled baby. Observing this, Vegeta unleashed a ki blast that obliterated baby. Brother? It is all right now, rest. Vegeta carried the unconscious Tabor and Naba back to the Capsule Corporation. Vegeta, what brings you back? Bulma was taken aback by Vegeta's sudden appearance. Ignoring Bulma, Vegeta promptly knocked out Tais and Gyuri. Vegeta, if you do not provide an explanation, I shall be quite upset. They have been controlled. Really? Bulma sensed no change in her sister. I have not deceived you. I understand, but how do we resolve this? I do not know. I shall take them to Corinne for examination. Very well. Vegeta, you have arrived. What is the matter this time? Do you possess a means to awaken them? Vegeta surveyed the individuals before him, realizing the forced separation technique was ineffective. Let me see. Corinne approached for a closer look. You go to my room and fetch some super divine water. Understood. Vegeta returned with a bottle of super divine water. Sprinkle it upon them. Vegeta complied with Corinne's instructions. Where's this place? Tabor awoke, somewhat disoriented. Tabor, brother? What transpired in the universe? Prince Vegeta, allow me to explain. Naba began to recount the events encountered on Planet 2. Indeed, Naba and Tabul, you have grown complacent. Follow me to train. Naba and Tabul were compelled to strengthen themselves alongside Vegeta. The sound of trickling water echoed against the ground. In a cavernous chamber, several large televisions displayed various battles. There were scenes from the World Martial Arts Tournament, confrontations with Golden Frieza, and skirmishes against the enigmatic Majin Buu. Fascinating. The Saiyans are truly a formidable race. Before the screens sat Dr. Gero, who had not made an appearance for many chapters. Could Cell defeat them? Dr. Gero scrutinized the response generated by the artificial intelligence displayed on the screen. No. How infuriating. What should I do? Dr. Gero clenched his fists, striking the table in frustration before collapsing over it. His recent endeavors in creating androids 9 to 12 had culminated in failure. Androids 13, 14, 15, and 16 were mere mechanical constructs, each possessing their own flaws, yet another set of failures. As he observed the battles on screen, Dr. Gero fell into despair, deciding to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Bartender, a glass of whiskey, please. As was his custom, Dr. Gero entered a bar to drown his sorrows. Certainly. Turning around, he noticed a pair of siblings seated nearby. They ordered a bottle of rather ordinary wine before departing. The patrons were intrigued by the duo. Oh, they probably don't enjoy drinking. Why then would they buy wine? They are orphans. The wine is for their parents. How filial of them. However, they do seem to have a few quirks. What do you mean? Something off about their hands and feet. I see. Doctor. Gero downed his whiskey in one gulp and followed after them. Mother, your daughter Lazuli and your son Phipps have come to see you. This is your favorite wine. Phipps uncorked the wine and placed it before the grave. Initially, Dr. Gero was curious about the siblings' intentions, but upon witnessing this scene, he recognized the flaw in his android creations. His previous androids were mere machines. No matter how powerful, they had limits. To enhance their strength, he needed to integrate them with human essence. If his androids were crafted with slight modifications from humanity, he felt certain of success. Observing the two youngsters honoring their deceased, a sinister glint appeared in his eyes. He took pleasure in the sight of Lazuli and Phipps in his laboratory. Henceforth, I shall designate you both as androids 17 and 18. Chapter 163. Individual Training to the West of Earth at Corinne Tower. Master Corinne regarded the assembly before him with satisfaction. Tamer and Wolmer, you two should choose the second jar from the left. Number 2. Wolmer opened the jar. Astonished by the environment within, Tamer gave her a push from behind, causing Wolmer to tumble inside. Honestly, what a dawdler. Tamer followed suit. Goku Broly, you are to open the first jar from the left. A renowned master awaits you inside. All right. With Tamer and Wolmer's demonstration, Goku and Broly accomplished the task effortlessly. Raditz, go find Mr. Popo. He specifically requested your presence. In an instant, Raditz vanished with a flash. Vic, proceed to the 5th jar, but be cautious not to select the 6th one. Meow. Vic remained silent and leaped into the 5th jar. Tabul, you shall take the 4th jar. Tabul nodded and jumped into it. Vegeta, your task is to prepare a meal first. I desire the carp from the river below. Yes, master. Vegeta said nothing further and transformed into a Super Saiyan 5, soaring downwards. The divine aura is rich and stable, quite commendable. The second jar. Temenel and Woomer arrived in a peach grove. Where's this? Woomer stood up, rubbed his backside, and glanced at Temenel with a hint of melancholy. Follow me, Woomer. I shall introduce you to our ancestor. Ancestor? Her name is Elizabeth. She is the progenitor of our scion lineage. My 7 emotions and 6 desires technique was bestowed upon me by her. Ah, how remarkable, sister. Woomer followed along, and the two soon stood before Elizabeth. Temenel, you have arrived. I have awaited your visit. You knew I would come. Temenel gazed at Elizabeth. Indeed, the 7 emotions and 6 desires is enigmatic. You will undoubtedly return for my guidance. Elizabeth's peculiar hair stood upright. With the assistance of the system, Temenel faced no significant challenges. Yet she preferred not to confide in her. The ancestor was somewhat endearing. Have you been trapped beneath this mountain all along? Is there no way to free you? There is a talisman on the mountain. If you tear it, you may escape, but do not waste your efforts. A scion cannot tear that talisman. What then? There is no alternative. If I could, I would have escaped long ago. In that case, we can seek assistance from others. Haha, amusing. But this space is accessible only to scions, unless... Elizabeth furrowed her brow. Never mind. They intend to confine me for eternity. Elizabeth lowered her head, her white hair obscuring her eyes. I have a plan. Temenel stroked her chin. This was not an insurmountable problem. What? The first jar. Son Wukong opened his eyes and stood up. He found himself in a valley, surrounded by mist. Darn it, I cannot sense Broly's energy. Broly, are you there? If so, respond to me. Son Wukong shouted. Sigh. Son Wukong felt famished. He searched extensively, but found no one. He took out a Senza bean and began to munch on it. Who are you, and why are you here? A young girl, momentarily asleep, had not noticed Son Wukong. Fortunately, she did not possess the unfortunate habit of sleeping without clothing. Son Wukong, you may also call me Kakarot. A scion? It has been ages. Did Ashura send for you? No. It wouldn't be that yellow-haired Toro, would it? No. I was sent by Lord Karen. Karen, are you all right? Son Wukong observed the girl, irritated. Her cheeks were puffed up. I understand. I shall impart all that I have learned throughout my life to you. However, I still await a friend who has yet to arrive. Very well. You may wait here for a moment. The little girl dashed outside, leaving Son Wukong pondering whether this truly was a master, casting a shadow of doubt upon his thoughts. The fourth jar. Within it lay an expanse of endless desert. Ah, you have arrived, a voice called out. Who speaks? Tabor became alert. Dear friend, do not be alarmed. I perceive the essence of an acquaintance within you. Perhaps I have mistaken you for someone else. Elder, where are you? Tabor's demeanor shifted to one of reverence. Shall I reveal myself in this form? The quicksand beneath Tabor's feet transformed into a figure, gradually manifesting as a woman clad in a Taoist robe. Her hair flowing elegantly. Is something amiss, Elder? No, it cannot be. My appearance bears the mark of my master. Do you not sense it? I am already wed, Elder. Ah, I see. You are indeed a romantic. When the woman realized she could not provoke this individual, she morphed into a strikingly handsome man. Tabor's eyes widened in astonishment. Elder, what is this? My essence is that of stone. I can embody either gender. Elder, I understand now. Did Carlin send you here? Indeed, Elder. Very well, follow me. The man fashioned a folding fan from the flowing sand. Tabor followed him. The fifth jar. Darkness enveloped this space. Piccolo sensed a glimmer of light and instantly teleported towards it. A Namekian? Piccolo wondered why a Namekian would be present in such a place. Ah, has someone arrived? It seems my efforts were not in vain. The wheels of fate begin to turn. Who are you? Salama, the dragon god. Piccolo recalled the memories bestowed upon him by the Elder, recognizing Salama as a legend akin to the Super Saiyan on planet Namek. The title suits you well, Salama remarked, pleased with the moniker. Dragon god, why are you imprisoned here? Piccolo observed Salama bound by iron chains. Just some fool's handiwork. It does not hinder my abilities. The one who confines me, you should know him. His name is Carlin. Lord Carlin? Indeed, I wonder what scheme he is concocting. Please, accept me as your disciple. Faced with such formidable presence, Piccolo realized that the strength he sought could be found in this individual. What is your name? Piccolo. From another realm? Salama responded with a hint of disbelief, his eyes involuntarily twitching. Heavenly Temple. Mr. Raditz, what brings you here? Dandy approached, leaning on his cane. I seek Mr. Bobo. Raditz spoke to Dandy, who had grown since their last encounter. Mr. Bobo? Oh, he is over by the hyperbolic time chamber. You may find him there. Thank you, Dandy. With that, Raditz hurried away, arriving at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber where he spotted Mr. Bobo. Raditz, you have arrived. Mr. Bobo, why have you summoned me? You will understand in due time. Originally, Temenel was more suitable than you, but she has pursued other endeavors. I comprehend now, Mr. Bobo. Raditz holds a certain respect for Mr. Bobo. It is only after gaining divine energy that he truly appreciates Mr. Bobo's strength. Chapter 164. The High School Life of Youth in the City of Hope, at Hope No. 1 High School. Due to the absence of the Sharer game, Mr. Satan is not as renowned, and the City of Hope has not been renamed Satan City. Did you hear, Bidalai? The blonde warrior. What blonde warrior? Linlongzi replied. Recently, in Hope City, I have had no chance to encounter the criminals, which is quite vexing, leaving me with an itch to fight. The silver-haired girl clenched her fist. You ought to temper that foul temper of yours. Who else can endure you aside from me? It matters not what happens to others. As long as you are my good sister, that's sufficient, the black-haired girl said, rolling her eyes. Just then, the teacher entered, accompanied by 4 new faces. Class, these are our new transfer students. Please extend your kindness to them, the teacher instructed, turning to the newcomers. Please introduce yourselves, she added. I am Bronya, one introduced. And I, Sophia, am from the same hometown as Sister Bronya. I hope you all will be kind to me, Sophia exclaimed, displaying a lively and charming demeanor, seemingly more popular compared to Bronya's aloofness. Hello, everyone, Son Gohan bowed before continuing. I am Son Gohan, aspiring to be a scholar, hailing from Baozi Mountain. Upon completing their introductions, the 4 students found seats, positioning themselves behind Bidalai and Linlongzi. At that moment, Linlongzi was still engrossed in discussing the blonde warrior, a topic that piqued the interest of the 4 newcomers. What blonde warrior? Sophia inquired, leaning closer to Linlongzi. Linlongzi glanced at the blue-black-haired Sophia, scrutinizing her briefly. You must be from the countryside. You might not be aware that recently, a golden-haired warrior has been targeting the idle criminals. Oh, is it the one with golden hair and aquamarine eyes? Indeed, how do you know so much? Sophia smiled subtly. Bronya often spent her time in the library. While she preferred following television dramas, likely the result of Gohan and Ryan's influence. She glanced at Gohan and Ryan, one pretending to read a book held upside down, while the other appeared excessively proud. I merely guessed, Sophia offered a feeble excuse. Surely, the blonde warrior cannot be you. They say he bears our school's emblem. Impossible. The blonde warrior is quite dashing and male, not a girl. A girl named Eliza interjected, countering Linlongzi's statement. Bronya also turned her attention to Gohan and Ryan, regarding the 2 foolish boys. For Bronya and Gohan, the class posed no challenge, yet it left Sophia and Ryan somewhat drowsy. Don't fall asleep, Sophia. It's time for lunch. Lunch, Sophia exclaimed, rousing from her stupor. The 4 of them sat together at a table. Gohan and Ryan, you 2 have been quite careless, wearing school uniforms in such a situation. Gohan explained, lamenting his lack of disguise. It's nothing serious, Chief, Ryan reassured, seemingly unconcerned. I certainly do not wish to be recognized by the entire school upon our return. Bronya shot a glare at Ryan. Very well. Let's seek Aunt Bulma's assistance in West City, she suggested. Aren't you afraid of Uncle Vegeta? Sophia teased Ryan, recalling his timid demeanor. Uncle Vegeta and my parents are off training. They won't return for at least 6 months. Oh, I had thought you had found your courage, she quipped. What do you mean by that? I have always been quite masculine, Ryan retorted, fuming as he scooped another bowl of rice. Gohan, Ryan. Do restrain yourselves during afternoon gym class, Bronya stated coldly. All right then, at Hope High School's playground. Do you know how to play baseball? It can be quite dangerous if you don't. A man named Sharpner jested at Gohan and the others. We can play, they replied. As Bronya and her companions consistently demonstrated skills beyond that of ordinary individuals, executing impressive maneuvers. Unlike others, Biddy Lee recognized that their actions were not typical. They resembled martial artists. Are you for the legendary blonde warriors? Biddy Lee pondered, planting a seed of doubt in her mind. Soon, school was out. Bronya, having explained to her teacher that her home was far away and that it would take hours by flying vehicle, was exempted from club activities. The 4 of them strolled leisurely down the street. Sister, someone is following us, Biddy Lee remarked. I am aware, do not look back. Prepare for a swift turn, everyone. She instructed, having spotted a few individuals rounding the corner. Upon reaching the turn, Biddy found no one in sight, deepening her suspicions despite lacking evidence. They managed to lose us, she sighed. The 4 nimbus clouds soared towards Baozi Mountain. Are we going to expose ourselves? Gohan expressed his concerns. Not at all. We performed so well, Ryan reassured him, acknowledging Gohan's tendency to overthink. Perhaps they will discover the consequences of our rapid movements, Bronya analyzed calmly. This is all your fault. You 2 lunatics, she added. Forget about the matters in Hope City. When the time comes, just play your roles and disguise yourselves adequately. In the ensuing days, Bronya found herself particularly exasperated, the only difference from before being an additional mask. Finally, the weekend arrived. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Bulma asked, "Are you looking for some sort of disguise?" Upon hearing Gohan and Ryan's request, she assured them it was no trouble at all. Yes, ideally something that conceals our faces. Gohan specified. And, make it stylish, Ryan added, hoping the attire would not hinder his flair. Rest assured, trust my taste. Bulma smiled as she entered her laboratory. Please wait about 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, Gohan observed as Bulma handed him a watch. Aunt Bulma, what is this? Why not give that red button a try? Son Wukong pressed the red button, and a garment began to shimmer into existence upon his form, until it solidified into a tangible outfit. Come, take a glance in the mirror. Son Wukong became enamored with his reflection. The once desired trunks suddenly lost its appeal. How striking. Ryan also joined in. Shall we devise an entrance move? Sophia, ever the instigator, chimed in. An entrance move? Indeed. Do you not wish for others to know of such a dashing hero safeguarding them? Ha ha ha, hero. As long as evil persists in this world, the flame of justice shall endure. Scion Superman 1. Scion Superman 2. Son Wukong and Ryan, with an unspoken understanding, began to sing and dance. Bronya and Sophia laughed heartily, while Bulma clapped with a smile. Trunks, however, bore a complex expression. Chapter 165. Suspicions of Exposure? Hope City, Hope High School. Shapner, are you the golden-haired warrior? Biddy sat atop a desk, scrutinizing Shapner. Biddy, ha ha ha, what a jest. I was at home when the golden-haired warrior was out gallivanting. Biddy fell into contemplation. There were few golden-haired individuals at school. Apart from Shapner, the others bore no resemblance to the descriptions of passers-by. Forget it. What do I need with that golden-haired warrior? It's all Linglong's fault for saying such things. It's maddening. Biddy ruffled her hair, slightly exasperated. Biddy, what are you doing? Linglong observed Biddy's hair pulling with amusement. It's your fault, mentioning the golden-haired warrior. Now everyone looks like one to me. Oh, the golden-haired warrior. No need to search anymore. Why not? Because the golden-haired warrior has vanished. Vanished? Yes, but in their stead has emerged the even more repugnant Scion Superman. Science. Not Science, but Scion Superman. Fine. I suppose I'll consider it a holiday. Linglong raised her fists and swung at the air. In the classroom, Biddy and her companions were attending lessons. Ding ding ding. Hello, I am Biddy. Biddy, the bank on the east side of Hope City and the jewelry store on the west side require your assistance. Our police force is overwhelmed by these robbers. Understood, I'll be there shortly. Linglong, let us go? Ah, why isn't that Scion Superman handling this? Quit your banter. Let us move. The others watched as Biddy and Linglong departed, followed closely by Son Wukong and Ryan. Wait, Biddy and Linglong are off to confront criminals. What are you two doing? The teacher expressed discontent with the two boys. Teacher, we both ingested something bad today. Our stomachs are unwell. Son Wukong and Ryan indicated their bellies, signaling a need for the restroom. All right, hurry back. The teacher wore a look of disdain. At the bank on the eastern side of Hope City, police officers were engaged in a gunfight with the criminals. Captain, has assistance not yet arrived? Hold on a moment. They will be here shortly. It was evident that the captain felt uncertain. Son Wukong, transformed into Scion Superman, was swifter than Biddy, swiftly subduing the criminals with ease. Name unchanged, identity unaltered. I am Scion Superman 1. Son Wukong proclaimed before soaring away. Scion Superman? The police captain had never heard of him. Captain, Scion Superman is the heroic figure who has recently been gallantly fighting for justice. A hero, indeed, but I would rather this phenomenon did not exist. The hastily arriving Biddy found herself somewhat bewildered by the scene of the aftermath. You all could have handled it yourselves. Why call me? Ah, Biddy, you've arrived. I forgot to mention that all the robbers from the bank and jewelry store have been subdued. Officer Wong, it's not that I underestimate you. But with your limited police force, you cannot possibly confront 2 robbers simultaneously. It's rather embarrassing, to be honest. The ones who took down the robbers were not us, but Saiyan Superman. Saiyan Superman? Indeed, this is a photo taken by a bystander. Biddy Lee took the phone and glanced at the image. Officer Wong, could you send me this photo? Oh yes. With that, Biddy Lee left with a photo of Sun Wukong. In the classroom during the break, Biddy Lee exclaimed, I'm infuriated. That Saiyan Superman number 2 stole my thunder right in front of me. Are you alright? No need to get physical, someone replied. Biddy Lee was rather unconcerned. As long as everyone was safe, she felt content. Eliza, was there anyone else who left the school aside from us? Linglong clenched her fists. I don't think so. Suddenly, Eliza recalled that Sun Wukong and Ryan had gone to the restroom during the commotion. Well, there were indeed 2. Sun Wukong and Ryan went to the restroom. Biddy Lee turned her gaze to Sun Wukong, pondering. Their builds are similar. Could it be you? What do you mean, Biddy Lee? Do you know who Saiyan Superman is? Linglong leaned closer to Biddy Lee. Why are you getting so close? Biddy Lee looked up, startled by Linglong's sudden proximity. What on earth? Do you know or not? I don't know. Biddy Lee shook her head. Doubts remained doubts. They could not be considered evidence. Chapter 166. Sun Wukong and Ryan exposed. Will Biddy Lee be alright? Officer Wong gazed at the raging flames before him. Biddy Lee had just pursued a gang of robbers, but in their attempt to evade her, they launched a projectile toward a shopping mall. To ensure the safety of the citizens, Biddy Lee had no choice but to turn back and save lives. The hastily arriving Sun Wukong and Ryan beheld Biddy Lee and a young girl engulfed in flames. At that moment, both Biddy Lee and the girl had succumbed to unconsciousness. Ryan, I will save Biddy Lee. You take care of the girl. Just as Sun Wukong lifted Biddy Lee, she opened her eyes and wrapped her arms around him. Is it Saiyan Superman, or my classmate Sun Wukong? As Biddy Lee attempted to remove his mask for confirmation, Sun Wukong deftly turned aside. He swiftly freed himself from Biddy Lee's grasp. Damn, I was so close to being discovered. Watching Saiyan Superman vanish, Biddy Lee cursed her own lack of speed. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Biddy Lee pulled out her phone to check the time and hurried off. As expected, she arrived late. Report. Biddy Lee, come in. The teacher glanced at the tardy Biddy Lee, but did not dwell on it. Biddy Lee, how rare to see you. You're late today. Aren't you the master of time management? Asked Ling Longzi. I encountered a band of robbers today, which delayed me a bit, Biddy Lee replied. That's uncharacteristic of you. Is there something else at play? I now know who the Saiyan Superman is. What? Ling Longzi exclaimed, standing up in shock. The teacher glanced at her with a hint of displeasure. Ling Longzi chuckled and sat back down. Who is it? Besides me, is there anyone else who is late today? Don't respond to a question with a question. You're quite bothersome. Late? It's Son Gohan and Ryan. Impossible. Ling Longzi, cast aside all impossibilities. The ultimate truth, no matter how incredulous, remains the truth. As the class bell rang, Bronya and her companions began to gather their books in preparation to depart. Son Gohan, wait a moment. Biddy Lee called out, causing him to flinch. What is it, Biddy Lee? I have a question for you and Ryan. May I take a bit of your time? Of course. Then Sophia and I will take our leave. You two can chat at your leisure, Bronya said, pulling the curious Sophia away. Son Gohan and Ryan, there are no outsiders here. You can relax. Ling Longzi said as she closed the window and door. What do you intend to do? Ryan furrowed his brow. Son Gohan, Ryan, you must be the Saiyan Superman, correct? Not at all, Son Gohan quickly denied. Oh, then Ryan, you must be Saiyan Superman number 2. Biddy Lee pulled out her phone and played a recording. Ryan, I saved Biddy Lee. You saved that little girl. Son Gohan, then you must be Saiyan Superman number 1. You wouldn't want the whole school, or even the entire Hope City, to know about your identity, would you? Hey, what do you want? Son Gohan lowered his head. Nothing much. We just need both of you to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Indeed. That evening, at Bowsy Mountain, a large round table was filled with several individuals dining together. Bardock, Jine, Toma, Vidal, Paragus, Rick, Lanshi, Chi-Chi, Bronya, Sophia, Son Gohan, and Ryan. In addition to these familiar faces, there were also Son Goten and Son Goku's daughter, Son Gohan. Son Goten, the son of Son Goku, made one think of the name his father chose. Son Gohan's sister, Son Gusen, was the second daughter of Lanshi and Rick. Her name was chosen by Lanshi, while the surname was suggested by Temer, signifying a closer family bond. Mom, I want to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. But isn't the World Martial Arts Tournament discontinued? Jine pondered, recalling how long it had been since visiting South City. Grandma. The World Martial Arts Tournament was reinstated on May 7th, 767 of the Age of the Gods, and the 25th edition is coming up soon. Oh, I see. Moses, echoed Temer's voice in everyone's minds. Mom, Aunt Temer, good evening, everyone. Bronya, Sophia, you two are participating as well. Ah, why? The decision was made to forego pocket money for half a day. Nevertheless, we shall return to participate, hoping to witness an improvement in your physical fitness. Chi-Chi has always been relatively permissive with Son Gohan, so participation was left to his discretion. The following day marked a brief holiday, and the quartet of Bronya donned their training attire. Having not exercised for quite some time, I suggested a warm-up to regain our stamina. Bronya proposed a method, to which no one objected. Sister, do you need assistance? Sun Wuxin and Sun Wutian raised their little hands. How about we play a game of dodgeball? You can go to the riverbank to gather stones to throw at us for. Bronya devised a way to involve the two children. Sun Wutian and Sun Wuxin quickly returned with a bundle of pebbles. As the energy fluctuations surged among us, Bronya and her companions transformed into Super Saiyans. Wow, Super Saiyans! Exclaimed Ryan with a hint of pride. Do not worry, by training alongside us, you too can become Super Saiyans, Son Gohan reassured the two. Brother, can I become a Super Saiyan? Sun Wutian rarely transformed, as Chi-Chi disapproved of blonde hair. Ha ha ha. Achieving Super Saiyan status requires extensive training and cannot be attained overnight. Before Sophia could finish her sentence, both children transformed into Super Saiyans. What? Bronya and her companions took a moment to process this astonishing event. In that case, let the battle commence. Bronya swiftly organized the teams, Sun Wutian and Sun Gohan against Sun Wuxin and Sophia, with Bronya and Ryan on one side. As the game progressed, it became evident that Sun Wutian and Sun Wuxin could not fly, prompting the need to teach them the art of flight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Biddy Li and Ling Long Zi had arrived at Baozi Mountain, where they encountered Chi-Chi and the others. Spotting a distant flying vehicle, Sun Gohan swiftly returned. As Baozi Mountain had not seen visitors in quite some time. Is Sun Gohan here? Biddy Li inquired of Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi regarded Biddy Li with a discerning eye. The woman was no simpleton. Are you Sun Gohan's girlfriend? She probed. Dressed like that, a girl should be more modest. You don't appear to be his girlfriend. Are you hoping to ask him out? Chapter 167. The Art of Flight. Biddy Li, what brings you here? Sun Gohan asked, observing the girl clad in a white t-shirt and denim shorts. Am I not allowed to come? She retorted, her tone challenging. Mother, please do not be upset. It is not worth it, Sun Gohan quickly interjected, steering Chi-Chi aside. Biddy Li, my mother is rather traditional, but is genuinely kind. Let us speak elsewhere, Bronya gestured. Very well, but where is Gohan? Biddy Li inquired. Do not worry. Your beloved Gohan will arrive shortly, replied Bronya, causing Biddy Li's cheeks to flush with color. Sophia observed the still figures before her and quickly took Biddy Li and Ling Long's hands to leave. What brings you all the way to Baozi Mountain? Ryan inquired, his irritation evident as he regarded the white-haired Ling Long. This insufferable white-haired girl is so troublesome and talkative. Number 2, how are you speaking? All right, sister. How would you like me to assist you? Biddy Li and I wish to learn your method of flight. The sky dance technique? You don't know it? Not at all. Well then, let Gohan teach you. I'm unable to. Ryan crossed his arms. Ling Long was at a loss for words. How could someone so confident admit to their limitations? After a period of waiting, Biddy Li finally met Sun Gohan. Sun Goten, Sun Susu, Biddy Li and Ling Long may come to learn the sky dance technique. Very well, Biddy Li and Ling Long. Do you know what Chi is? Chi? If you don't know, that is perfectly fine. Let me explain what Chi is. Chi is a form of energy, the essence that sustains life. When we say we are angry, it describes the energy reaching a certain peak. Ling Long. Biddy Li? If you don't understand, that is okay. I find it somewhat confusing as well. But to simplify, it's essentially that. Sophia unleashed a ki blast towards a stone. Is this some kind of magic trick? Biddy Li and Ling Long stared at the shattered stone, bewildered. Excellent, Biddy Li and Ling Long. You have already achieved levitation. It is uncommon for ordinary individuals to grasp this step so swiftly. Biddy Li and Ling Long felt a surge of pride. But their gaze was drawn to Sun Susu and Sun Goten, who soared effortlessly through the air. Gohan, what about those two? Biddy Li pointed towards the two youngsters. Oh, they possess extraordinary talent. They are not typical. It is best not to compare yourselves to others, but to challenge your own capabilities. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. Oh, we have guests. Vettel greeted Bidalai and Linglong. Is she your mother? Linglong remarked, noticing the resemblance between Bronya and Vettel. No, she is my grandmother. Grandmother, how do you maintain such beautiful skin? It appears better than mine. Vettel, noticing Linglong's astonishment, smiled slightly. I do enjoy seeing your surprised expressions. Our skin remains youthful because we are still in our prime. In a few years, you young ones will surpass us. Janae stepped forward to clarify. If she hadn't spoken, they would have become quite peculiar. Eventually, the conversation turned to mundane matters, and soon everyone dispersed. Bidalai, what's wrong, Gohan? I suggest you cut your hair, preferably short. Why short hair? Gohan, do you prefer girls with short hair? Because it's more convenient for training. My hair is none of your concern. Bidalai, annoyed, ascended onto the flying device. Ryan, what about me? Speak with me, and I might consider cutting my hair short. Ryan looked at Linglong and uncrossed his arms. You may cut it or not. It's entirely your choice. You ruined the ambience. Linglong felt a twinge of frustration. Why was this infuriating fellow so exasperating? Damn it, Ryan, foul Ryan, worthless Ryan. No wonder you are number 2. Not number 1, Linglongzi exclaimed, shaking her fists in the air. Hey, Bidalai, what are you laughing at? And that bracelet, who gave it to you? I didn't see you with it just now. It was given to me by Gohan's mother. She's quite nice. What's wrong, Auntie? Come here. Bidalai followed Chi-Chi into the room she shared with Son Goku. Chi-Chi opened a box and pulled out a golden bracelet, tossing it to Bidalai. This is for you. Just take it. Auntie, I can't accept this. It looks rather expensive. Once I give you something, it is not up for debate to take it back. Then thank you. Auntie, no need to thank me. I was mistaken in my judgment of your character. It's all right, Auntie. I'm quite envious of Gohan for having a mother like you. Really? I don't see it that way. Do you like Gohan? No. Really? I don't know. I mean, if you don't like him, I might take action. You can't do that. Then that means you do like him. Linglongzi, I like Ryan. Rest assured, I won't compete with you. Is that so? Indeed. On a nameless island, an elderly man was typing data on a computer. No. Where's the problem? The computer was connected to a freezer marked with the number 21. Failed again? The old man repeatedly played videos of the adorable Super Saiyan 5. Just relying on Cell. This artificial human cannot defeat Tamen. It must rely on the ultimate artificial human. He gazed at the freezer marked 21. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Interesting. I shall participate then. Ha. Oh, the technological level of these earthlings has surpassed even the highest in the universe, Master Karen mused, stroking his beard. What? Vegeta, upon hearing this, felt somewhat surprised. Could it be about Bulma? Vegeta, you're distracted. Master Karen kicked Vegeta away. Vegeta, you overthink before attacking, which renders your strikes ineffective. Excessive movements will only burden your body and leave you gasping for breath. What should I do, Master? What is it that you carry? Family, the sins of the Saiyans, or the inability to surpass Kakarot or Tamen? If you train while bearing these burdens, I assure you, you will never surpass them. Master Karen sighed, wishing Vegeta would not pursue the Ultra Instinct or the Destroyer-S Destruction Instinct. Having mastered both, it had instead limited Master Karen's own strength, hindering his progress. Vegeta reminded him of his own past. Chapter 168, the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament. Bidalai, why did you cut your hair? Mind your own business. Son Gohan chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Linglongzi, short hair doesn't suit you. Why do you care? Ryan's face turned slightly red. Greetings, everyone. I have returned. 2 elegantly attired women approached. Aunt Timur and Aunt Wolmer, it has been quite a while since we last met. Son Gohan greeted politely. But where are Bronya and Sophia? Wolmer furrowed her brow, noting their absence. They are watching the match between Son Goten and Son Gohan. The competition has commenced. Indeed. But that is in the children's category. Children's category? It refers to the competition for those under 15. The World Martial Arts Tournament is now divided into adult and children's divisions. How time flies, Wolmer mused, grasping the reason behind this change. Temur and her companions soon arrived at the children's section, fortunate to find themselves in proximity to Bulma. Sister Temur. Oh, Krillin, Yamcha, Bulma, it has been ages. What's this, sister? It seems you have forgotten to seek me out for quite some time. Haven't I been busy? Busy with what? Eating, drinking, and having fun every day? Bulma, well-versed in matters of commerce, noted that Temur's employees hardly recognized her. She surmised that Temur had ample leisure time, which indeed proved to be true. I am busy saving the world. Temenel retorted, but upon reflection, was at a loss for words. Krillin, Yamcha, will you participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? They will be participating, Master Roshi interjected. Krillin, Yamcha, old man, you're here. Will you be joining? Not participating. Teacher, why should we compete? Yamcha was the first to voice his question. Yamcha, Krillin, you have grown complacent. The comforts of life have made you forget the essence of martial arts training. The essence of martial arts training. Krillin and Yamcha clenched their fists, their expressions resolute. Nearby sat Chi-Chi, Ox King, Fong Fong, Lanchi, Oolong, Puar, and Gully. Temenel had not seen Chi-Chi and Lanchi for several months, so they exchanged pleasantries and inquired about Bronya and Ryan. Kakarot, is that your son? Yes. It seems that not only must we duel, but our sons must as well, Son Goku shouted to Son Goten. Goten, do your best. Son Goku, familiar with his younger son, knew that Chi-Chi typically had him engaged in farm work and running, without any proper training. Trunks, if you win, I will take you to the amusement park, Vegeta shouted as well. To be fair, Vegeta was not overly concerned, much like Son Goku. The scene shifted to Tarble and Raditz. Tarble, Raditz. All right, lean against the wall and close your eyes. The scene changed. Weiss, we are aging, aren't we? There's no helping it. With age comes decline. I feel my stamina waning. Should we use the Dragon Balls? No need for that. Aging and mortality are part of nature's order. Disrupting it would yield no benefits, and we still have a considerable portion of our lives ahead. Over here, Weiss, Toma, Bardock, Jine, Paragus, and Nappa were all silver-haired. Though still possessing battle strength, they had transformed into retired veterans. Oh, how could I forget that Ba has no hair? Bronya. It's quite annoying. Why must we compete? Oh, really? What kind of tone is that? I feel like we won't have many matches. What are you talking about? I've roughly calculated that we might only have a few matches, or perhaps none at all. Bronya gazed at the dazed Sophia and began to explain. Since the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament, reforms have been implemented. Competitors are ranked based on their strength measured by a power meter. The top 10,000 can enter the preliminaries, from which 64 individuals are selected, including their mothers, Krillin, and Uncle Yamcha, along with the 6 of us high school students. If we encounter their mothers, we likely won't have to fight at all. Indeed, Bronya, hearing you say that makes me feel less annoyed. You're overthinking it. What we should do is live in the moment and closely observe Goten's match. At this moment, Son Goten and Trunks ascended the martial arts stage simultaneously. All eyes turned towards them. Hello, my name is Son Goten, he said, bringing his hands together in a slight bow. Trunks, replied Trunks, crossing his arms. Upon seeing Goten, the host was reminded of the 23rd tournament's Son Goku, as if he sensed something significant. He glanced around and spotted Goku's group, realizing that the anticipated martial arts tournament was returning. What was Mr. Satan thinking in the last tournament? He started with a display of breaking bricks, causing his opponent to break into a cold sweat. To be honest, he felt somewhat embarrassed, but professional decorum required him to appear astonished. Are you ready? Competitors Son Goten and Trunks? Ready. All right. I declare the semifinals of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament, Junior Division, now begin. Chapter 169, Son Goten vs. Trunks on Mugwa Island in the southern capital. The duel between Trunks and Son Goten was remarkable, though upon closer inspection, it could be divided into 2 distinct styles. Trunks' fighting was pragmatic and aggressive, while Goten's martial arts leaned towards the turtle school, being more gentle in nature. Each style has its merits and drawbacks. Trunks' approach requires considerable practical experience to master, whereas Goten's method tends to be more formulaic, making advancement challenging. Kamehameha. Ultimate Flash. Haha. Exhales. How infuriating. Didn't we agree not to use the Kamehameha, Goten? Sorry, I forgot. But it's alright. Goten, you're destined to lose. Oh. Trunks clenched his fists and shouted loudly. Trunks has transformed into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan. I never expected you could transform into one. Ha ha ha. Goten, surrender now. A Super Saiyan is beyond your current capability to defeat. Oh, really? Goten smiled slightly as his hair crackled with energy, turning golden white. You can also transform into a Super Saiyan? Yes. Oh, it seems I must take this seriously. Kakarot, how despicable of you. Are you secretly coaching your son? Vegeta felt a sense of pride seeing Trunks transform into a Super Saiyan, yet his perspective shifted upon noticing Goku's foolish son, especially since Goten was a year younger than Trunks. Your words leave me with no recourse, son Wukong lamented, admitting that he had not guided any offspring in their training. How despicable, those contemptible lower-tier warriors. He exclaimed, what is going on? Why have all the cameras malfunctioned? It was perplexing. None of the recording devices functioned properly. Not even the mobile phones could capture a single image. What a pity it is to miss such a splendid competition. The technicians were diligently troubleshooting the issues. Didn't you initially assure us that everything was in order? Piccolo ambled over to Bronya and Sophia. Hello, Uncle Piccolo, Bronya greeted him. Sophia, however, hid behind Bronya. For a towering Namekian was rather intimidating. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. In this timeline, his relationship with the four young ones was not particularly amicable. He approached Raditz, observing Goten and Trunks on the arena stage. Bronya, are you not afraid? I am, but Uncle Piccolo is a gentle soul. The failure to capture photographs must be his doing. Is that so? Sophia, however, paid little heed to such matters. Piccolo opened his eyes to glance at Bronya, a faint smile gracing his lips. She bears a striking resemblance to him. Where has the energy dissipated to? Where is he? Goten fretted, having soared into the air, surveying the arena. In an instant, Trunks appeared behind him, but Goten reacted swiftly, unleashing a burst of energy that sent Trunks flying. Trunks crashed onto the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the haze cleared, he was enveloped in a golden aura. Now is the moment. Goten propelled himself towards Trunks. Just then, Trunks, spotting Goten's imminent descent, teleported away. Goten's aerial maneuvering appeared somewhat unrefined. If Trunks could counterattack the moment Goten landed, victory would be his. Yet, the unfolding events did not align with Trunks' expectations. What? Just as Goten touched down, he redirected his trajectory with a ki blast aimed at the ground. In a mere flick, he sent Trunks tumbling. As Trunks rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, he realized his oversight. He had underestimated Goten's capabilities, mistaking his clumsy application of the Kamehameha for weakness, while overestimating his own prowess. In contrast to the throngs rallying around Goten, Trunks found himself rather isolated. Do you comprehend where you faltered? I do now. You lost. Perhaps we shall visit the amusement park another time. Really? Thank you, Dad. Tabol observed Vegeta's response with surprise, contemplating how increasingly enigmatic his brother had become. Among those watching the competition, one individual reacted unusually, not with satisfaction at the thrilling display, but rather with a cold sweat at the sight of the fierce combat. This was none other than Satan. Although he possessed knowledge of ki blasts and flight, he found the situation utterly absurd, akin to a novice driver witnessing an expert behind the wheel. The following is the semi-final match for the children's division of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament. Please welcome Sun Wukong and Wu Wuti. As the host concludes, Sun Wukong and Wu Wuti step forward. Master Roshi, is that your son? Observed Temir, gazing at the strikingly handsome young boy. Indeed, he is just 15 years old. You have a remarkable son, she remarked, noticing that his innate strength was comparable to Sun Wukong's. Whether it was innate talent or acquired skill, it certainly piqued her interest. He's doing well. He has been passionate about martial arts since childhood, and his talent is rather impressive. Master Roshi chuckled. This young lad possesses extraordinary talent. At such a tender age, he has already mastered the art of transforming energy into form, and his technique of converting energy into a sword is quite impressive. Sun Wukong appeared somewhat flustered. He felt helpless, as Wu Wuti seemed to be exceptionally skilled at evading her attacks. To endure is one thing, but to suffer this is intolerable, she thought. Transforming, Super Saiyan, she declared, as Wu Wuti's adversary in the back proved no match for her. Blade technique, sword rain. Sun Wukong evaded the attack in a flash, seizing the opportunity to close the distance between herself and Wu Wuti. Blade technique, sword shield. Wu Wuti wielded his energy sword, forming a protective barrier. However, this shield was as fragile as paper, easily pierced. Damn it. Blade technique, sword array. A total of 49 swords soared towards Sun Wukong. Feeling cornered, she had no choice but to retreat, as this assault was even more intense and swift than the previous barrage of 46 swords. Under Wu Wuti's relentless onslaught, Sun Wukong could only bide her time. Very well, blade technique. 10,000 swords returning to the source. Several flying swords converged to form a colossal sword. Wu Wuti flew close to the giant sword to control it. Sun Wukong gazed at the sky, filled with flying swords. Why can't my body move? Move, or I will be struck. Kamehameha. Finally, Driven by overwhelming fear, Sun Wukong unleashed her ultimate technique. The Kamehameha wave clashed against the massive sword. Oh! In a contest of energy with a member of the Sun family, it was evident that Wu Wuti was the one to falter. Nonetheless, it was quite impressive that Wu Wuti could push Sun Wukong to such lengths under normal circumstances. After the match, Wu Wuti spat blood but was treated with a Senzabine, thankfully suffering no lasting damage. However, he would still require a hospital stay. Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian engaged in a more amicable battle, with Sun Wutian emerging victorious. He was also granted the opportunity to compete against Satan, having been instructed by Temenel to throw the match. Next up was the adult division. Chapter 170, The Arrival of the Androids. Now, I shall explain the rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The host began, droning on while the audience paid little attention. The details encompassed a blend of old rules and new changes. Once the explanation concluded, the participants proceeded to draw lots. The results were as follows. Temenel 19, Sun Wukong. Vegeta. Wonderful. We didn't draw against each other, Krillin noted, pleased with the increased number of participants. However, it wasn't as fortunate for Wukong, who found himself matched against Vegeta. Yamcha sighed at the recurring fate of the two warriors. Vegeta, are you truly that impatient? Sun Wukong observed Vegeta's subtle movements with keen interest. I merely wish to ascertain your current level. I see. Greetings, everyone. I am Temenel, a traveler, endowed with a rather ineffectual system and possessing average strength. Much to the chagrin of my esteemed predecessors in this realm, while others arrive in the Dragon Ball universe and dominate effortlessly, I have found myself transformed into a woman. Nevertheless, through my own diligence, I believe I can contend with Goku now. Number 19? That name seems vaguely familiar. Ah, an android, indeed. Temenel collected her thoughts. You are one of Dr. Gero's creations. Temenel's tone was sharp, a stark contrast to her inner jest. Oh, you are aware of the doctor? If my intuition serves me right, he is likely observing us from a corner of the arena. Precisely. In an instant, Temenel soared into the sky. Kamehameha. Has Temenel lost her mind? In that direction, is she intent on annihilating the Earth? Vegeta, you are overthinking it. She would never destroy the planet. Huh. A blue and white energy wave shot directly toward Android 19. Goku. Vegeta. Just as I hoped. Android 19 raised his hands. A faint red device illuminating within his pallid grasp. The energy wave was continuously absorbed by 19. Oh, you absorb quite well. Let us see how long you can sustain it. Huh. Temenel transformed into Super Saiyan, then Super Saiyan 2, followed by Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, and finally Super Saiyan 5. Ah, I have reached my limit. What now? Android 19 faltered, desperately attempting to absorb while releasing energy. Have you grown stronger, 19? Yet, you remain feeble. The tremendous thrust of the energy wave rendered Android 19 utterly non-existent. 20. Cease your hiding and show yourself. Android 20 in the audience felt exasperated. Did you think I was foolish enough to expose myself? Slowly, 20 emerged from the perilous vicinity. The host, observing the substantial void in the arena, glanced apprehensively at Temenel soaring above. The match concludes with Temenel disqualified for the elimination of Android 19. Furthermore, due to the damage sustained by the arena, we shall postpone the competition. Temenel reverted to her normal state and instantaneously appeared near Raditz. Thank you, dear. Just moments ago, Temenel had noticed Goku and Vegeta preparing to intervene, and had it not been for Raditz, they would have charged forth. Temenel, are you intent on destroying the Earth? Vegeta, do not rush. My sister surely has her reasons and would not kill indiscriminately. Goku positioned himself between Temenel and Vegeta. Temenel, what is happening? This is uncharacteristic of you. Although Raditz trusted Temenel, he too was puzzled. It is my fault. I failed to disclose these matters to you. I have crossed paths with a terrestrial faction known as the Red Ribbon Army, which boasts a formidable scientist among its ranks. Android 19 is one of his creations. Androids? A revelation flickered through the warriors' minds. A mere automaton, capable of infinite production as long as the materials suffice. Team Air expressed that the Dr. S technology is far from ordinary. The actions of the number 19 entity are hardly reminiscent of a mere robot. We certainly cannot afford to sit idly by. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. I am uncertain of the Dr. S exact location, yet I surmise it must be on a nearby island. In that case, we can seek my sister. She is a diviner and can discern the whereabouts. Indeed. Thank you, Master Roshi. Team Air excitedly soared westward. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, upon perceiving a new adversary. Found the prospect of the contest itself inconsequential. The android appeared to be of greater intrigue. Following closely behind Team Air were Raditz, Womer, Broly, Son Wukong, Vegeta, Tabor, and Piccolo. Son Gohan, Ryan, Bronya, and Sophia, upon hearing Team Air's words, also ventured forth, taking with them Vidalai and Linglong. "Vidal, are we not going?" Jine inquired, gazing at the elderly Vidal. "I spoke with Team Air. If she inquires about the address, she will call us, and we shall arrive at the location promptly." "When is that?" "Just now. I made the call," Krillin observed as they departed. "Indeed, with them gone, doesn't he that make us the champions? You too, do not attempt any underhanded tactics." "You must join us," Master Roshi remarked, watching the departing figures, realizing that the competition had lost its significance. "Oh, all right." Yamcha and Krillin, dejected, followed suit. Mr. Satan was quite pleased, reveling in the chaos. Chapter 171, The Fall of Number 20, the enigmatic number 21 at the diviner's abode. "Ah, seeing is believing. What brings you little ones to me?" The diviner regarded the assemblage before her. Very well, all impressive. Let us proceed with the divination. Though take pity on my consultation fee. I wish to ascertain the location of the androids. Team Air promptly stated her request. The diviner began murmuring incomprehensible phrases to her crystal ball. On New Science Island, Team Air surveyed the map on her phone, and upon reviewing it, she took flight without delay. "Everyone, take a moment to rest here. Shortly we shall transport you via instant transmission." Raditz observed the panting Bronya and others, their bodies weary. He chose not to comment. As Bronya and Ryan were pure-blooded Saiyans, he could not fathom their aversion to combat, while he could at least comprehend Son Gohan and Sophia's mixed heritage. "Useless," Vegeta remarked with a disdainful glance. "Vegeta, let the offspring have their own fortunes. Each person has their own path," Son Wukong countered, seemingly unconcerned. Despite his brashness, Son Wukong had learned to respect others from Team Air. "Kakarot, ignore him. He is merely displeased that his son was bested," Womer observed Vegeta with a disapproving gaze, finding him rather pretentious. Tabor stood in the midst, genuinely fearing a conflict, simultaneously bewildered by his brother's behavior. "Humph." Vegeta leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. "What are you pretending for?" The four, chastised simultaneously, felt a twinge of shame, realizing they had indeed neglected their training, unwilling to spare even an hour each day. Raditz received a call from Temenel. "Is it done?" he inquired, gripping his phone tightly. After confirming, he ended the conversation with Temenel. "We will escort you, along with Linglongzi and Vidalai. This journey may pose significant dangers. You too should remain here." Linglongzi and Vidalai gradually recognized the prowess of those around them, each suppressing their true strength. Among them, the mightiest was Vegeta, whose power level exceeded the limits of the scouter. However, from the perspective of seasoned fighters like Son Goku, Temenel exhibited unparalleled control over her power, registering at 150. The power levels were as follows: Satan 200, Krillin 193, Yamcha 205, Son Goku 183, Wimmel 210, Raditz 179, Piccolo 210, Broly 250, Tabor 160, Son Gohan 186, Bronya 178, Sophia 190, Ryan 203, Linglongzi 186, Vidalai 194. An elderly man, panting heavily, rushed into a cave. He opened the door and hurried inside. "What is it, dear? Why the haste? How many times must I tell you to call me number 20, number 21? All right, dear." The elderly man sighed, a hint of regret coloring his expression. "If I had known, I wouldn't have made it so lifelike. What happened to number 19? I fear his power level was inadequate. Temenel eliminated him." "Oh, is that so?" Number 21 approached. "Let me give you a massage." "No need," number 20 snapped, brushing aside the offer, as the massage would do little to alleviate his anxiety. "Is that so?" Number 21 stood near number 20 and, in a swift motion, severed number 20's head with a precise strike. Number 20 stared in shock as his head detached from his body. "What have you done, number 21? Have you lost your mind? You are not Jero. You resemble a madman. You are merely my creation. Do you dare defy my commands? You truly believe you are her? You are nothing more than her clone, her substitute. You are nothing. That's enough." Number 21 unleashed a ki blast, obliterating number 20's head. "I am who I am. But you are no longer Jero. You are number 20. Temenel, do you have a plan?" Raditz asked, gazing ahead at Temenel. Not really. We will take it one step at a time, she replied. Temenel had considered directly annihilating the island, but the number of inhabitants rendered that impractical. Temenel and her companions soon discovered the cave where number 20 had arrived. Everyone, be cautious. I cannot guarantee your safety, Temenel warned, furrowing her brow. The artificial beings possessed peculiar strengths, and relying solely on the original narrative would not suffice. They cautiously approached a hidden door. This door is rather concealed, wasting our time. Wimmel grumbled, delivering a powerful punch that revealed the stone door behind it. After several forceful attempts to breach the entrance, they finally stepped inside. The interior revealed a vast laboratory, equipped with computers displaying footage from surveillance cameras. Upon seeing this, Vegeta unleashed a series of ki blasts, obliterating the airborne cameras, causing the computer screens to flicker into a grayscale haze. Dr. Gero, may we engage in a proper conversation? Temenel expressed a desire for a peaceful resolution. Let us see what you are hiding, Wulmer remarked as he approached and turned the chair, revealing a headless robot seated there. Sister, what is this? Wulmer was taken aback. Pondering whether, akin to a television drama, some intricate conspiracy lay within. Temenel stepped forward to grasp the lifeless body. It appears to have recently perished. The oil still retains warmth, he deduced. He must be the creator of the androids, Dr. Gero. Has he finally met his end? Wulmer observed with a hint of disinterest. It may not definitively be him, but it is highly likely. Mother, the chambers numbered 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 are all vacant. What of 13, 14, and 15? Temenel showed little surprise. Destroyed, Sophia remarked, her face smeared with gasoline. Well, that is acceptable. Chambers 13, 14, and 15 were purely mechanical androids. Their destruction is inconsequential. If memory serves me correctly, Chamber 16 was as well. Only Chamber 21 remains. Bronya pointed toward the chamber near Temenel. Allow me to open this one, Temenel said as he forcefully lifted the lid, revealing it to be empty. Mother, sister, we have struck out. Temenel led everyone to the Temple of the Gods, relying on Dundee, as the androids might become alarmed if divination was employed. Oh, by the way, Piccolo, Temenel inquired. What is it, Goku? Did you not fuse with the former god? Indeed. Then should we not refer to you as God Piccolo? Piccolo replied. While I possess the memories of the god, my essence remains predominantly Piccolo. Please continue to call me Piccolo. Very well. I was under the impression that your being contained the Grand Elder, Nail, Shenron, and the former god, and was tempted to call you God Nail, Shenron Piccolo Elder. Temenel exclaimed, Goodness, you are quite the character. Piccolo chose to ignore him. There is no need for alarm. Dundee, we possess the Dragon Balls. Mr. Popo taught me that a god reliant on external forces cannot endure for long. Temenel regarded the young man before him, another stubborn individual, yet not unpleasant. His standards seemed to apply solely to himself. Temenel glanced around, observing Broly and Wulmer dining, contemplating their lack of refinement. Goku was engaged in idle chatter with Piccolo, who appeared disinterested. Vegeta rested with closed eyes, while Tabor reclined beside him. The four young ones were engrossed in a card game. Raditz, catching Temenel's gaze, offered her a slight smile. Temenel turned away, thinking, this ancient fool is oblivious to the crowd, utterly shameless. Chapter 172, The Cell Game, Part 1. I have found it. Dundee exclaimed with excitement. Is that so? Where? Piccolo's expression shifted as he regarded Dundee. Dundee pointed in a direction, and everyone vanished. A pink cell was erupting with energy. Is this what complete form looks like? Cell was enveloped in pink lightning. Create the arena. A beam of light struck a large stone, transforming it into an arena. What a marvelous ability. Soon everyone arrived at the scene. What a revolting creature. Wimmel gazed at Cell, finding him even more repugnant than Vegeta in his pretentiousness. The artificial being, Cell, was instantly recognized by Temenel, a grotesque amalgamation of various energies. Oh, I didn't expect anyone to recognize me. Cell proclaimed loudly. You could hear that from such a distance? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. He carries my energy. It seems he possesses a similar hearing ability, Piccolo elucidated. That complicates matters, Goku remarked, his expression uncharacteristically serious, though excitement flickered in his eyes. Only one. How do we differentiate? Vegeta interjected. It's mine, Goku declared as he dashed forward. Kakarot, how infuriating. Vegeta was taken aback by Goku's unpredictable behavior. Goku landed a punch on Cell's face, which merely dented without inflicting significant damage. He quickly retreated. I see. Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 5. This time, Cell dared not counter the blow head-on. Their battle unfolded with back-and-forth exchanges. Is this the ultimate instinct? Vegeta was astonished to witness Goku adeptly wielding Super Saiyan 5. There's some potential, yet it appears quite taxing, Temenel observed, noting Goku's evident strain. Does that mean Kakarot will lose? Wimmel inquired, curiosity piqued. Uncertain. Let us see if he can step out of his master's shadow, Broly contemplated aloud. Ultimately, Goku's stamina waned against Cell, forcing him to retreat. Sister, do we have any Senzu beans left? Yes. Temenel tossed a Senzu bean to Goku, who, in turn, threw it to Cell. What is this? Cell scrutinized the bean, awaiting an explanation from Goku. This is a Senzu bean. Consuming it will restore your energy. Restore my energy? Aren't we enemies? Cell appeared perplexed. I don't want anyone to take advantage of you, Temenel remarked, choosing not to elaborate further. Goku had once failed to grasp this notion, but now understood that upon reaching a certain level of power, one yearns for new adversaries. It's my turn, Vegeta stepped forward. Vegeta also transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Brother, this Super Saiyan 5 appears quite different. Vegeta's hair had turned a dark purple, abandoning the usual white hue. This was his true form, a Vegeta singularly focused on combat. Presently, he resembled a blade, intent on striking down foes. Vegeta's attacks were swifter than Goku's, yet seemed ineffective. What is happening? Why is it ineffective? Vegeta was incredulous. His forced separation technique yielded no results. The energies seemed to form a singular entity, inseparable. Don't waste your effort. Your attacks bear no weight on me, Cell retorted, effortlessly regenerating from a devastating energy wave that obliterated half his form. Oh, then let us try this, Vegeta declared, though he was not entirely proficient. He instantaneously appeared near Cell. Destruction. Cell's body instinctively recoiled from the attack, hastily creating distance. What has transpired? Weren't you fearless? Why did you flee? Vegeta seems rather dissatisfied. The initial delay of this technique is somewhat excessive. What is this? This surpasses Cell's realm of knowledge. The computer has not stored any memories regarding this aspect. Upon reflection, if Goku had not been able to strike, Vegeta would have posed a significant threat to his life. Who are these individuals? Yet, he cannot afford to display his panic. He is, after all, in his perfected form. Ha ha ha. Upon further contemplation, it appears that you are not my adversaries. I shall grant you the opportunity to train 7 days hence. We shall compete under the rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament to determine the fate of Earth. As Cell uttered these words, beads of cold sweat formed upon his brow. Vegeta's destructive capabilities are limited. He does not possess an abundance of divine energy. Upon hearing Cell's declaration, Vegeta also departed. There was no need to engage in a life-and-death struggle with him, as he did not possess the absolute strength to subdue Cell, risking a potential downfall. How vexing. I have yet to surpass Kakarot. What should we do, sister? In light of this, let us proceed as he suggests. However, Cell, you are forbidden to take lives during these days. Why have you returned? Weren't you his match? Dandy expressed concern. If Tamer is not a contender, what then for Earth? This is dire. The North Kai will surely dismiss me. He may not be our opponent, yet he seems reluctant to engage. If he chooses to flee, we cannot detain him, so it is better to acquiesce to his wishes. Tamer explained to Dandy, though his justification was hardly convincing, leaving Dandy feeling rather helpless. After Tamer spoke, he joined the younger individuals. Gohan, what is amiss? Aunt Tamer, please summon Goten and Goku's little brother, and oh, that young rascal Wolvudi is quite intriguing. Call him too. Understood. Gohan swiftly took to the skies. Chapter 173. The Cell Games. Part 2. Gohan acted with remarkable efficiency. Goten and the others were promptly gathered. Even Trunks had arrived. How did Trunks make it here? Aunt Tamer, Trunks was summoned by Aunt Bulma. Very well, I see. What is the matter? Aunt Bulma wished to bring everyone here. No worries, it's not a significant issue. Tamer pondered for a moment. It was quite typical of Bulma. However, it is quite impressive that Bulma managed to operate the spacecraft. Below the temple, dark clouds filled with lightning and hail loomed ominously. Bulma soon arrived with the group, and Krillin and the others from the fortune teller's side also joined. Krillin, why did you take so long? Goku observed Piccolo ignoring him and instead approached Krillin for a chat. Goku, Videl, and Lanlingzi are participating in the fortune teller's competition, while Yamcha and I are watching from the sidelines. How did the match go? They won. Videl and Lanlingzi are indeed quite talented. I want to give it a try as well. Goku, you should refrain. None of them are your match. Krillin noted Goku's eager enthusiasm, which remained unchanged from the past. Following some deliberation, Tamer decided to divide the group into two for training. In the female group, Temor, Woomer, Bronya, Sophia, Sun Wuxin, Bidalai, Linglongzi. In the male group, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Raditz, Broly, Piccolo, Tabul, Yamcha, Krillin, Sun Wutian, Trunks, Wu Wuti, Ryan, Sun Gohan. There is no need for training for those without power levels like Bardock and other elderly figures. Although aged Saions possess strength, their stamina diminishes, and they are no longer required on the battlefield. Furthermore, Temor inquired with Mr. Bobo, and it was clarified that the hyperbolic time chamber is not limited to just two individuals. The constraints regarding these two are self-evident. Sister, I have brought you some equipment, Temor announced, glancing at the combat suits, the type that Vegeta frequently wears. Everyone began to change into the new attire. Piccolo, you should try it. This outfit is quite comfortable when worn. I have my own clothes. I don't need it. Well then, Sun Wukong said, not wanting to push the matter, noticing that Piccolo's expression was less than pleasant. For days later, everyone emerged, and the outfits were certainly satisfactory. Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Chi-Chi looked at Sun Wukong, sensing something different about him today. Let us go home. Oh, all right, Wukong. I'll go home and make you dinner. Sun Wukong picked up Chi-Chi and a princess Carrie and flew towards home. What is up with you today? You seem different, Chi-Chi remarked. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, for all the hardships you've endured over the years. I haven't sought employment, can't drive, haven't taken you out for fun, nor prepared gifts for you. It's fine, I haven't felt wronged. Being with you is my desire. Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed, and she began to wonder if Sun Wukong had finally come to his senses. It was rare to see him like this. Woomer observed the interaction between Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi and sighed, clenching his fists. Should we head home as well? Broly interjected, breaking the tension and tightening his grip. Broly, don't be foolish. This card contains a little money. You all should go and have some fun these days. All right then, Broly accepted the card, complying with Temor's suggestion, as he also wished to avoid Sun Wukong. Sister, Broly, you too. Woomer began to cry uncontrollably, tears flowing endlessly. Stop crying. You're not a child anymore, Temor remarked, unable to bear the sight. Who's old? I will forever be 18. All right, 18 it is, Temor responded. Humph, Broly, let us go play. I don't want to see my sister anymore. Woomer tugged at Broly, leading him away. Something feels off, my little money, Temor realized belatedly. Forget it. I've grown up. I've learned to be self-serving. Broly, am I impressive? I told you, when I cry, my sister will give me her money. Impressive indeed. Broly thought, genuinely admiring her. Temor was notoriously stingy, making it quite challenging to acquire money from her. If she deemed something unworthy, she would certainly withhold it. Broly, I'm tired. I want to sleep, Woomer said. All right, Broly replied as Woomer leaned against his back, tears streaming down her face. Witnessing this, Temor took out her phone and began to send money to everyone. Taemenger has prospered immensely by leveraging her smartphone and various applications, making her the wealthiest in her household, while Raditz appears to be living off her earnings. She generously doles out some pocket money to the little ones and the elders, and then heads off to enjoy herself with Raditz. Vegeta, I've heard you intend to take Trunks to the amusement park. Might I trouble you, noble Scion King, to bring your queen along as well? That troublesome woman. If you wish to go, then by all means. Thank you, my dear. Bulma gave Vegeta a quick kiss, causing a faint blush to creep across his face. All right, Dad, let us hurry to the amusement park. Trunks cherishes this family outing, recognizing how rare such moments are. The amusement park? I want to go too. Goten tugged at Gohan's pants. Well, fine then. Gohan, eager to find an opportunity to date Videl, seems to have lost that chance. Sister, I want to go as well. Goten's sister, Sophia, pulled at her. All right, Sophia, don't be disheartened. If you're not playing, you might as well stay home. Bronya, unable to comprehend her, recalled being compelled to practice for 2 years, constantly lamenting her misfortune. Well then, Gohan, I'll accompany you along with Linglongzi. Videl, Linglongzi, it appears we are indeed steadfast sisters in adversity. Sophia regarded the two with newfound appreciation. So Ryan, will you join us? Linglongzi noticed Ryan, who was trying his best to remain inconspicuous. What is he up to? Indeed, I hadn't even noticed Ryan. Ryan, Will you be going too? At the mention of Sophia, Ryan felt a surge of resentment towards Ling Longzi and her white hair. What else with that look? R&T, I'm merely concerned for you. Who asked for your concern? Mind your own business. Do you think I want to meddle in your affairs? Yet you still do. I'll do as I please. You're being unreasonable. Raditz, what have you learned from Mr. Popo? Oh, just some applications of divine power. Such as the power of space? Ah, how impressive. And you? The teachings from our ancestor pertain solely to that particular technique. Temenel and Raditz fell into silence. Bardock, shall we go for a drink? Shoo, keep it down. Whis is over there. Whis, observing the nervous duo, approached them. Are you two planning to drink? Not at all. Let us go together then. Bardock. Toma. Not in the mood for drinks? Think. Whis shook his head in exasperation. Palazes, shall we join in? Very well. We won't return until we're intoxicated. Thus, Ba and Palazes, disheveled, linked arms. Mom, Dad. I want to go to the amusement park too. Ha ha ha. If you wish to go, then go ahead. Master Rashi observed that Wu Tian had grown, resembling the handsome youth he once was. Chapter 174. The Cell Games, Part 3. Yamcha, when will you marry? Krillin, perhaps I shall never wed in this lifetime. Is that true? Indeed. Really? In the days leading up to the events, as in the original tale, Cell announced his intentions to the entire planet, plunging Earth's inhabitants into a state of panic. The king even dispatched troops to confront Cell, with predictable and tragic outcomes. Injuries and fatalities ensued. The king received the report that the army had been utterly defeated. Should we contact the martial artists for assistance? Yes, let us do so. In this world, the status of martial artists has been elevated due to their association with the Turtle Hermit's disciples, who is the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Reportedly, it is Mr. Satan. Contact him. I wish to meet him. Understood. After the general's explanation, Mr. Satan agreed to compete against Cell. Bu, are you the one facing Cell? Bu shook his head. He is too strong. I am no match for him. What shall we do then? Let us call Tien and the others. Bu had encountered Tien at the World Martial Arts Tournament, but I do not have her contact information. I will help you find her. I remember her scent well. Very well. Bu, you are truly kind to me. Mr. Satan, are you looking for Videl? She is not here with me. At this moment, Tien, observing Mr. Satan, was somewhat perplexed. Why seek her out rather than Goku? Videl is not even her daughter-in-law. Miss Tien, what I meant to say is, can you eliminate Cell? Yes. When will you do it? I will destroy him tomorrow, rest assured. All right, I appreciate your help. Mr. Satan bowed to Tien. Tien regarded Mr. Satan. Although he was timid, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life for the earth. In the eyes of humanity, he truly deserved the title of hero. Tien intended to make him the champion who would vanquish Cell, though she would require additional payment. The next day at noon, Tien and the others gathered. Who will go first? I will. Tien felt uneasy today. For safety's sake, she decided to take action herself, and having received payment, she felt compelled to fulfill her duty. Tien engaged Cell in a fierce exchange, utilizing her normal state, demonstrating she had grown stronger without needing to transform into a Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan form is merely a method to harness one's internal power. Its necessity does not affect my ability to defeat you. Phoenix Fist. Cell experienced an unprecedented agony. Phoenix Fist. Ugh. The Phoenix soared through the sky, piercing Cell's body before returning to unleash a devastating explosion upon him. Cough, cough, cough. As the dust settled, Cell appeared disheveled. Kamehameha. A powerful energy wave shot toward Cell. Impossible. I am the ultimate android. Tien sighed in relief upon sensing Cell's energy dissipate. Brilliant, truly brilliant. As expected of Miss Tien, a woman clad in pink emerged. Android 21. What do you intend to do? Nothing much. Merely a process. Cell is beyond my capacity to destroy, so I will unlock his genetic lock, allowing him to become arrogant before his demise. Why do you intend to do this? It is the only course of action available to me. And what of androids 17 and 18? They are free. I do not know their specific whereabouts. Do you wish to fight us? I have no such intention. Very well. Forced separation technique. Tien struck Android 21 with a powerful punch. Android 21. What are you doing? Nothing. Everyone disperse. Remember, on the 21st. Do not act recklessly. Rest assured, it will not happen. After some time, the Dragon Balls have been gathered. Shinron, please revive the good souls who perished because of Cell. Very well. Does anyone have any other wishes? If not, I shall send him back. Temenel addressed the crowd. Eliminate the bombs within Android 18 and 17. Krillin shouted to Shenron. There is still one last wish. No one else has one, right? Bulma inquired, a hint of excitement in her voice. The others shook their heads in response to Bulma. I wish to be 3 years younger. Chapter 175. Bulma's 38th birthday, 5 years later. On a certain small island. King Pilaf asked, when will we find the treasure? Stop whining. Do we not have eternal life? Pilaf shot a glance at Mai, lacking any authority. When Dandy was appointed as the god of heaven, the three of them had transformed into children of a similar age to Goten. This is the Dragon Ball. Pilaf observed on the Dragon radar, which indicated 7 Dragon Balls in the same location. The Dragon Balls are on that ship. Then how do we get there? Of course. We row over. Mai responded. Sister, I remember Bulma isn't 38 years old. She, well, is 45. She must have used the Dragon Balls to reduce her age, Temenel mused. Now, she is 52. How swiftly time passes. This is so boring. Isn't Bulma's act a form of deception? It's merely burying one's head in the sand. Everyone knows, yet no one wishes to expose her. Sister, are you not going to play? Not anymore. I'm getting old. Wimmel was less leisurely than Temenel and directly jumped into the sea to swim. Youth is wonderful, Temenel remarked, pushing her sunglasses aside to watch Wimmel dive into the water. Where's Goku? Speaking of him makes me angry. He is training with Raditz and Broly in the North Kai's realm. Chi complained to Bulma. The most affectionate are still Rick and Lan Chi, Bulma observed. Watching the couple. Indeed, where is Vegeta? He should be in some room, she replied. What about his brother? He is off traveling the universe again. He and Gyuri can never sit still. Such peace, Master Karen said, lounging in a chair with a juice in hand. Old man, I have contributed to this world's peace, Beerus declared, popping a takoyaki into his mouth. Lord Beerus has indeed contributed greatly. The 7th universe is now among the weaker ones. I still prefer Master Karen's era. Ha ha. Beerus, it seems you are stronger than I, Master Karen chuckled at Whiss's remark. Whiss you. Beerus could only transform his indignation into appetite. What? You are pregnant? Linglong exclaimed loudly. Shoo, Videl said, somewhat flustered. She glanced around, relieved to find no one nearby. Does Gohan not know? He does not. He has recently discovered an ancient insect fossil and is studying it with Bronya. Then I must work hard too, Linglong smiled at Ryan. Ryan felt a chill run down his back. Turning around, he noticed that Linglong's smile seemed somewhat unnerving. Clint, how is it that you are married with children? Why have you betrayed me? Yamcha felt a pang of discontent upon seeing number 18 and Clint together. Razalai was a chance encounter. And weren't you the one who claimed not to want marriage? Marlon, this is your uncle Yamcha. Greet him. Hello, uncle. Clint, at a loss for words, could only stare. Fortunately, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling were still single. If you want to marry, you'd better hurry. You're not getting any younger. Clint was aware of Yamcha's situation, having opened a martial arts school, faring better than his own role as a policeman. Of course. Clint shook his head. Some things were simply unchangeable. In the realm of time, the Time King Krinoa gazed upon the scroll of the universe. The universe of Temur is truly fascinating, she chuckled. Update quickly. Why is another new universe being drawn in? This time machine is quite troublesome, although the stories are becoming more captivating. My workload is increasing as well. Alas, I must find some people to assist me. Krinoa's expression turned sinister. The actions in the demon realm had been rather excessive lately. It truly was a time of turmoil. In the universe where Temur resided, the North Kaishin star observed, why are you Scions here again? The North Kaishin was somewhat at a loss for words. Upon first encountering Son Goku, he felt an ominous premonition, which proved to be accurate. Ever since the North Kaishin taught Temur the Kaioken technique, Scions had been a rare sight, but Goku's arrival enlivened the otherwise dull planet. I brought my brother and Broly along for training. What? That is not allowed. North Kaishin, please don't be like that. They can tell jokes. Really? Let us hear one. You look quite pathetic. Do you wish to perish? The North Kaishin chuckled. Haha, that is quite amusing. See, I told you it was funny. Oh, let me prepare some food for you. Just be gentle with your training. This planet can't withstand your antics. Rest assured, North Kaishin, we will be very gentle. The North Kaishin reluctantly went to cook, now with 2 more mouths to feed. North Kaishin, are you there? Lord Kaishin, no, you are the former Lord Kaishin. I was released by the God of Destruction not long ago. So that is how it is. Does this mean the God of Destruction has awakened? This may not bode well. It's not a significant problem. He is under the supervision of his master. Master, is it the angel? No, it's Lord Karen. I see. So it's Lord Karen. I thought he was still alive. He works under you. How could you not know? The messenger of the underworld was not chosen by me. It was selected by the divine. The North Kaioshin, quite astute, immediately began searching the universe and indeed spotted Beerus, Karen, and Whis in the remote location of Earth. This god of destruction has awakened. It seems the universe will not remain peaceful for long. Lord Karen will not be able to suppress him for much longer. Lord Kaioshin, since the god of destruction has awakened, I will alert Earth. The importance of the god of destruction is negligible. The esteemed individual I am referring to is soon to arrive on your side. Esteemed individual? More significant than the god of destruction? What? Zeno, how could he come looking for me? I am uncertain. The thoughts of the Grand King are not ours to decipher. The paramount concern is to avoid offending him, for it is said that entire universes have perished for such transgressions. I shall do my utmost. Do not divulge this to son Wukong or the Saiyans. This elderly Supreme Kai is quite distressed, having retired to the sacred tree for a quiet life. He now finds himself tasked with instructing the new Supreme Kai on how to fulfill his duties adequately. Truly, it is a case of envy, as one wonders how he attained such a position. I comprehend now. The North Supreme Kai is breaking into a cold sweat, for the fate of the universe rests in his hands. North Supreme Kai, what whispers are you sharing over there? Nothing of consequence, the North Supreme Kai replied, startled by son Wukong's sudden approach. Father? Whis, it has been a while. I am accompanying the Grand King incognito. Please do not inform Beerus. I see, understood. My apologies, Lord Beerus. This is the command of Father. What can I do? Whis cast a glance at Beerus, who was indulging in merriment. How infuriating. I am on edge for your sake while you revel in pleasure. It is quite unjust. I shall relay your affairs to the Grand King. If Beerus were to learn of this, he would surely unleash his wrath. Master Karen, noticing the expression in Whis's eyes, recognized it all too well. Misfortune awaited Beerus. Ho ho ho. Beerus, the weather seems rather dreary today, meow. Old fellow, are your eyes failing? The sky is undeniably clear. Ah, is that so? Perhaps it is merely a sign of my advancing age. Master Karen proclaimed he had done his best. A retired elder ought not to engage in such matters. Alas, Beerus muttered, his eyelids twitching. Was there trouble afoot? Chapter 176. The arrival of the Grand King. Time flew by, and it appeared that the Grand King was not merely passing through the seventh universe. He was heading directly towards the North Supreme Kai's realm. Wukong, Raditz, Broly. What troubles you, North Supreme Kai? Son Wukong approached the North Supreme Kai. Please, conceal yourselves. A significant figure is about to arrive, and I fear you may bring me disgrace. Very well, son Wukong complied, while Raditz and Broly remained silent, for the North Supreme Kai had always treated them well, particularly with the quality of sustenance he provided. Brother, I suggest you refrain from emerging, Raditz advised, noticing son Wukong's excitement. But surely, this individual must be formidable. He may surpass even my masters. Listen well, even Lord Beerus may not be a match for him. Raditz had gathered a rudimentary understanding of the deity's ranks and powers. All right then, and you, Broly, make every effort to suppress your energy. We must not attract their attention. Raditz espoused a philosophy of minimizing unnecessary trouble. Your servant pays homage to the Grand King. The North Supreme Kai respectfully approached to pay his respects. Yes, summon those three. I wish to confirm a few matters. Very well, Wukong, Raditz, Broly, step forward. The three emerged leisurely. Fascinating, are you Scions? Indeed, the North Supreme Kai quickly interjected, breaking into a cold sweat. May this noble being refrain from causing disturbance. Wow, how impressive. There is an aura of divinity. How is this achieved? Without further inquiry, the omnipotent king declared in a most nonchalant tone the most terrifying of statements. I shall obliterate this universe. Who are you, and what do you seek from us? Son Wukong sensed the newcomer's malevolence. He is the sovereign of all universes, the great king. The high priest explained to son Wukong and his companions. You all shall advance and attack me, commanded the high priest. The North Realm king, daunted by the great king's presence, approached the celestial being instead. I am not privy to the great king's decisions, the high priest replied, offering a smile to the North Realm king. The three companions furrowed their brows, pondering whether the great king was a tad too arrogant, facing three adversaries alone. They surged forward, launching a coordinated assault, combining fists and feet, leaving no openings unaddressed. The great king remained still, allowing their strikes to land, casting a glance before exclaiming to indicate their efforts bore fruit. Wow! The great king's formidable aura sent the trio flying. After tumbling across the ground, they transformed into Super Saiyans and advanced to engage in combat. Their Super Saiyan forms were also distinct from the usual. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan hair was a striking shade of gray-black, resembling a blend of the two. His eyes bore a gray ring encircling a dark core, and his aura shimmered with red, blue, white, and black hues. Raditz's Super Saiyan hair was a luminous white, akin to clouds on the horizon, with eyes as deep and dark as ever, and his aura remained unchanged. Broly's Super Saiyan form echoed Sun Wukong's, yet exhibited subtle differences, such as variations in hair shades and eye colors. His eyes were red, and his aura danced with green, red, white, and gray. Impressive, yet slightly lacking, the great king remarked, effortlessly repelling the trio once more. Raditz recognized that courage has its limits. Initial vigor wanes, and exhaustion follows. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2, then with a few swings, ascended to Super Saiyan 3. Unable to reach the great king, he continued to summon energy from within. Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 5. The great king observed that the three had exerted considerable effort. Their strength could potentially vanquish a less formidable destroyer. Do you possess any greater power, perhaps Super Saiyan 6? The great king regarded Sun Wukong, who introduced each transformation with enthusiasm, finding him rather intriguing for explaining to his adversary. None remain, Sun Wukong replied, a look of despair crossing his face, realizing the sheer strength of his foe. I still have one technique left unused. Would you care to experience it? Oh, do proceed, the great king replied. Very well, Kaioken times 20. The divine aura and ordinary energy fluctuated ceaselessly, placing his body in the state of Super Saiyan 5 with 20-fold Kaioken. Kakarot, are you out of your mind? Even Broly, usually slow on the uptake, grasped that Sun Wukong was digging his own grave. This technique was originally intended for Lord Beerus, but circumstances dictated otherwise. The great king instantly closed the distance. I can see, yet my body cannot keep pace, Sun Wukong lamented, unable to employ Ultra Instinct, as his attacks bore no intent to harm. In mere moments, Sun Wukong was brought to his knees. Your attacks have indeed amplified in strength. Yet, so too have your shortcomings. One must not be overly greedy in life. It is essential to learn the art of compromise and strive for excellence. Is guidance not sought after? Your intentions in attacking are glaringly evident, and one should not be overly reliant on the art of effortless defense. A single punch is delivered, yet your thoughts wander excessively. Can you not be more decisive? Broly and Raditz were swiftly vanquished after their encounter with the King of All, who evidently treated them with less favor than he did Goku. I feel so weary. Grand Minister, let us seek out the other Saiyans on Earth. We are in close proximity to the Scion known as Tabura. Should we not pursue him first? Very well, let us seek him out. The Grand Minister, accompanied by the King of All and his attendants, transformed into a stream of light and vanished. Are you three all right? The North Kaishin, noticing the silence, hurried over to check on them. Fortunately, they merely lie unconscious. The North Kaishin is perplexed, pondering the true intentions of the King of All. Oh, by the way, inform those on Earth. Hello, is this Tamaru? I recognize that voice. It is the North Kai. What is the matter? It concerns the King of All, who will soon arrive on Earth. Prepare yourselves. The King of All? Why does he come to Earth? I cannot fathom the thoughts of the King of All, nor would I dare to speculate. Very well, I shall relay this to Lord Beerus. Tamaru employs her exceptional abilities to manage the situation, alleviating the pressure. Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, there is a grave matter at hand. What chaos is this? Tamaru, if you cannot convey a coherent explanation, I shall annihilate the Earth. Oh, the King of All is approaching. What? The King of All? Beerus, startled, leaps from his seat. Where is he? Where is he? Beerus glances back at the leisurely Whis. Whis, the King of All is coming. As the moment draws near, Whis does not conceal the truth. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Why did you not inform me? You did not inquire either. Beerus. Merely jesting, Lord Beerus. My father did not disclose this information to me. Grand Minister, where have they gone? Can we not return to the Destroyer planet first? Lord Beerus, it is too late. The King of All has arrived. Beerus, Whis, you fool. Beerus turns to see the smiling King of All standing before him. With the speed of the universe's fastest instant transmission, Beerus bows before the King of All. Your humble servant greets you, King of All. Chapter 177, The Tournament of Power. Ah, King of All, what brings you to the 7th universe? Beerus, I intend to organize a competition known as the Tournament of Power. The Tournament of Power? Beerus is somewhat bewildered by the King's meaning. The specifics are not yet formulated. I merely wish to inform you to prepare yourselves mentally. Very well, King of All. Is there anything else? If not, I shall proceed to the next universe. Wait a moment, King of All. Whis calls out, attempting to halt the departing king. What is the matter, Whis? Lord Beerus has been rather lethargic over the years, failing to diligently fulfill his duties as a god of destruction. Even when I urge him, the results are hardly significant. Is that so, Beerus? Indeed. However, I have been performing my responsibilities diligently of late. Is that so? The Grand Minister turned to the Omni King, who nodded in affirmation. Very well, I shall overlook this instance, but do not let it happen again. Otherwise, we shall appoint a different god of destruction for Universe 7. Understood. Farewell, Your Majesty. Once the Omni King departed, Beerus finally exhaled in relief. Are you all right, Lord Beerus? Asked Kampa, stepping forward with concern. Of course not. Beerus retorted. Whis, you have put me in quite the predicament. Ha ha ha. I merely wished for Lord Beerus to experience a touch of urgency, Whis replied. Kampa, what are your thoughts on the upcoming Tournament of Power? Lord Beerus, the tournament is merely a tool for the Omni King to achieve his own ends. Do we not understand his intentions by now? I did not anticipate the Omni King's ruthlessness. I hope it is merely a passing whim. Kampa, do you aspire to become a god of destruction? Whis extended another olive branch. I do not wish to. I am accustomed to a life of freedom and find such constraints undesirable. It appears that Lord Carlin's influence on you all is quite profound. Whis had nearly invited all the exceptional Scions, yet they all declined. Help! Help! I cannot swim. The cries for help from Pilaf and his companions drew the attention of Vorn. With one swift motion, Vorn rescued the children, bringing them aboard and using her energy to dry their clothes. What are you children doing here? We are here on vacation. Ah, I see. Do be careful when venturing out. Aunt Vorn, who are they? Vorn's actions attracted Goten and the other children. I do not know. They were likely swept up from the sea. Oh, how adorable. Trunks paused his actions, gazing at Mai. You all should take them out to play, Vorn suggested, seeing the children so idle. All right, Trunks exclaimed, taking Mai's hand and running off. Trunks? Goten felt that his good friend had changed. Cough, cough, cough. Are you all right? Tabor? I am fine. That individual was rather lenient, Tabor responded, gazing in the direction where the Omni King had departed. With my brother and Kampa around, there should be no issues. Sorbet observed the dwindling morale of the Frieza force, even being scorned by petty thieves. How infuriating. What cosmic pirates dare to look down upon us? If Lord Frieza were still here, they would not be so audacious. Never mind. Let us gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect Lord Frieza. But Lord Sorbet, we are no match for those Namekians, Tagoma inquired, questioning whether that was truly the course of action. There is no need for such trouble. I have heard that Earth also possesses Dragon Balls. Earth? This refers to the Scion Kampa's father, who was named Toma. He perished in the war between the Scions and the Zephyrians, yet was resurrected by Earth's dragon. Sorbet produced the information he had gathered. How splendid. Our Frieza force has been saved. Let us first venture to Earth and assess the situation. Sorbet hesitated. For Earth is far more daunting than planet Namek. Greetings, everyone. I am Trunks, not the young Trunks you may know, but a Trunks from the future. Regrettably, my homeland has once again been ravaged, and my only recourse is to travel to the past in search of Uncle Goku's assistance. It is time to embark on this journey. Trunks hurriedly made his way to the laboratory. Mother, how is it? The fuel is only sufficient for you to travel back. Here are the notes. The past version of me should be able to help you return. Mother, why not accompany me? Very well. Bulma hesitated momentarily, realizing that joining him might expedite Trunks' return. Haha, so you are here. A figure stood at the entrance, strikingly resembling Son Goku. Black Gokuyu. Trunks felt his temper flare. Trunks, the game of cat and mouse must come to an end. Is that so? Solar flare. A blinding light rendered Black Goku unable to see. Trunks swiftly took Bulma and fled the scene. Trunks, you cannot escape. Zamasu soared toward them. Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, quickly repelling Zamasu as he continued to lead Bulma to safety. Curse you, Trunks. You truly are an unkillable pest. Zamasu brushed off the dust from his attire, visibly displeased. Are you unscathed? Black Goku inquired as he emerged. I am unharmed. I possess immortality, yet I have allowed Trunks to escape. Fear not. He will soon be captured. Indeed. Haha. Mother, they won't discover our whereabouts for a while. Sigh. It is my fault that you are in this predicament. Bulma's expression turned somber. Mother, let us return. Uncle Goku and father will surely come to our aid. Very well. Bulma and Trunks boarded the time machine, journeying to the universe where Temenel resides. Trunks, where are you taking me? I wish to show you the mightiest artifact of our home. The mightiest? Little Mai gazed at Trunks with some confusion. Tada! Behold the Dragon Balls. Little Mai was utterly astonished. You know of the Dragon Balls? Humph, I have a bit of knowledge about them. How impressive. Allow me to show you more. The Dragon Balls are merely a collection of stones. Nothing particularly remarkable. Trunks expressed little interest in the Dragon Balls. But Little Mai was quite the opposite. Little Mai quickly notified Pilaf and Shu, urging them to devise a plan to seize the Dragon Balls. Curse it. My grand ambitions are thwarted by two little brats, Goten and Gohan. Shall we engage in some games? I am rather bored. Indeed. Pilaf's acting prowess was truly remarkable. He concealed all flaws. Just then, a vortex appeared in the sky, from which emerged a figure clad in black, Son Goku. Kakarot? Valmir gazed at the sky. No, you are not Kakarot. Who are you? Temenel, familiar with Goku's energy, sensed something unfamiliar. Son? Jine's tears flowed uncontrollably as she looked at Black Goku. Bardock hastily grasped the faltering Jine, casting his gaze skyward towards Son Wukong, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Vegeta, sensing an unusual energy in the atmosphere, instantaneously teleported into the fray. Ah, it seems this universe has its share of stragglers. Chapter 178. The Black Wukong is mercilessly assaulted. Let all perish. A sphere of energy coalesced in Black Wukong's grasp, poised to annihilate everyone present. However, Vegeta swiftly interrupted his incantation with a powerful punch. Though I know not who you are, it is evident you stand as our adversary. Reveal your identity, and I may spare your life. Vegeta regarded the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Son Wukong, his displeasure evident. Ha ha ha, how absurd. You dare to dream of vanquishing a deity. Zama's approached, intent on subduing Vegeta. Yet, who is Vegeta? His temperament is hardly one to endure such insolence. Black Wukong found himself besieged by a relentless flurry of attacks. He quickly distanced himself, expelling the congealed blood from his mouth. At that moment, the ring in Black Wukong's hand began to emit a radiant glow. It seems the time has come. I shall settle our scores next time. Vegeta, Black Wukong taunted before making his exit. Uncle Vegeta is truly formidable, exclaimed Son Goten, awestruck. Indeed, I could scarcely perceive his movements, replied Son Gohan, both captivated by the earlier battle. Hey, Goten, have you seen Little Dance? Trunks strained to recall her name. No, it appears all three of them have vanished, Goten remarked, observing the absence of Pilaf and Shu. Where could they have gone? Trunks furrowed his brow in concern. King Pilaf, we have finally gathered the Dragon Balls. Shu expressed, touched by the prospect of ending their days of hunger and sleeplessness. Why are you crying? I am still alive, Pilaf said, discontented with Shu's tears. What wish should we make, King Pilaf? Let me ponder. No need to think. The Dragon Balls now belong to us. Salb and Tagoma emerged, asserting their claim. Who are you to dare seize my possessions? Pilaf demanded. Tagoma, came the reply, as he effortlessly reduced a massive boulder to ash. The Dragon Balls are indeed yours, Pilaf conceded, his heart sinking. How does one utilize these Dragon Balls? You won't kill us upon using them, will you? Pilaf's instincts for self-preservation kicked in, overriding all other concerns. If you remain silent, I shall eliminate you this instant. All right. Simply call forth the dragon and command it to grant my wish. No sooner had he spoken than the Dragon Balls erupted in a beam of light that soared into the heavens. Wow! Exclaimed the onlookers as the sky dulled, leaving Salb in astonishment. State your wish, summoner, the dragon intoned. Revive King Frieza. Is that permissible? It is, though the resurrected form will be broken. No matter. Our Frieza Force's technology can restore him. Very well. The dragon's eyes glowed crimson, and numerous fragments of flesh rained down from the sky. Now, what is your second wish? What? There is a second wish. Indeed. Revive King Cold, or perhaps resurrect King Cooler. I desire 100 million. Shu proclaimed loudly. I desire 1 trillion. Exclaimed Xiaowu, promptly utilizing her third wish. You all. Salb was incensed, realizing that if 3 wishes could be granted, then both King Gula and King Kurd could be resurrected. Salb was prepared to resort to violence. Observing this, Tagma quickly restrained Salb, suggesting, "My lord, it would be prudent to refrain from aggression. Attracting the Scions would be detrimental." Tagma believed it wise to maintain composure. Very well, Salb relented, along with Pilaf and his companions, gathering the scattered remnants before making their escape. "King Pilaf, you terrified me." Xiaowu expressed her lingering fear. "Indeed, King Pilaf, you truly did. Let us indulge in a fine meal." Pilaf, having faced life and death, relinquished his obsession with Captain John's treasure and resolved to save her life. Ahem. It appears that insufficient fuel has caused some temporal and spatial deviations, Bulma observed while analyzing the data on the console. "Let us first locate Uncle Goku and Father." With Trunks' assistance, Bulma descended to the ground. "Oh, Bulma, you returned so swiftly. And who is this handsome gentleman?" Mrs. Brief approached, regarding Bulma and Trunks. "Mother, it's been ages." Bulma rushed forward to embrace her. Mrs. Brief was somewhat bewildered. After Trunks explained, both Mr. and Mrs. Brief grasped the general situation. "Oh, Vegeta and the others have gone out. They should be on the cruise ship, though I'm unsure of their exact location." "Very well, we shall wait here for their return." Trunks replied. "Mother, what's the matter?" he inquired. "You should rest. There is no urgency regarding future matters." "All right," Trunks conceded, realizing he hadn't rested in quite some time, and soon fell asleep. Being in a timeline where Sun Wukong is alive is rather different, Bulma sighed. Following the unsettling experiences with Black Goku and the usage of the Dragon Balls, everyone felt uneasy, and they all returned to Bulma's home in West City. "Ha ha ha, Bulma. So this is what you look like in your old age." Wimmel instantly recognized the elderly Bulma, albeit uncertain if it was truly her. So he donned a hat for good measure. Elder Bulma responded, "If I am not mistaken, you all hail from the future." Timour recalled the plot surrounding Zamasu and wondered about the strength of that formidable foe, especially after witnessing Vegeta's recent thrashing of Black Goku. "Indeed, you are correct," she affirmed. "I am Raditz's wife, Timour," she revealed, showcasing her small tail. "A scion?" Elder Bulma recognized her, realizing they had traversed to the wrong timeline. She recalled that Raditz was Sun Wukong's brother and seemed to be a villain. What has become of Sun Wukong? She pondered. "Yes, where is he?" Vegeta was over there. And Timour questioned whether it was appropriate to shout such emotionally charged words, pointing at the brooding Vegeta leaning against the wall. She thought he had gained yet another reason to confront Sun Wukong. "Vegeta?" Vegeta ignored the elderly Bulma, walking past her without a word. "Vegeta? What do you mean by that?" The younger Bulma rushed forward to confront him. How surprising, isn't it? Tremel gazed at Bulma, who was older than him, and felt a peculiar sentiment. "No, I can hardly believe that my relationship with Vegeta could flourish so well," he remarked. "You have worked hard." "It's nothing compared to what Goku and the others endure," she laughed. "Let me share some thoughts about the future, and you can tell me how your world differs so vastly from mine." With that, Tremel engaged in a lively conversation with Bulma, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Meanwhile, Vornal seized the opportunity to summon Broly and the others, sensing that tasks would soon arise. This crisis had also rekindled the spirits of the elder Scions, reminding them of their training. Chapter 179. The Future World. Trunks, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Goten clutched his stomach, sensing his hunger. "Well, there isn't much at home. Let us go out." Trunks sighed at the sight of Goten and Gohan. "Wonderful." At that moment, Trunks from the Capsule Corporation awakened and wandered aimlessly through West City. "Trunks?" "Yes, you are." Trunks glanced up at the towering figure of Piccolo. "Piccolo, good day. Are you looking for someone?" Piccolo scrutinized the future Trunks. "Yes, I'm searching for Gohan. To speak frankly, this Gohan from this timeline has not turned out as you might envision. He hardly trains anymore, his battle power has waned, and he has become a scholar." "Is that so? That's intriguing. Has Gohan truly accomplished that?" Piccolo was taken aback by Trunks' reaction. "Is this the school?" Trunks inquired, following Piccolo's indication. As a societal outsider, he could not enter the school and had to wait outside for Gohan. Leaning against the wall by the school gate, Trunks soon closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. "Ah, are you Trunks?" Gohan stepped out of the school and turned back, nearly not recognizing him. "Yes, brother Gohan." "Trunks?" A woman in a lab coat approached, grasping his face for a closer inspection. "How can you seem so aged at just 30? Trunks felt a flush rise to his cheeks under Bronya's scrutiny. "Wait, Bronya. He shouldn't be the Trunks we know. Indeed, Miss. Trunks gently pried Bronya's hand away. Oh, my apologies. Bronya recognized that her previous action had been somewhat intimate, but it was difficult to assess based on facial structure. Brother Gohan, it has been a long time. Yes, you are from the future, correct? Indeed. You're quite handsome. Thank you. I didn't ask earlier, but are you Brother Gohan's wife? Not exactly. I am his sister. My apologies. No worries, I'm Bronya. Don't you recognize me? Was I absent from the future? Not at all. Is that so? I have returned. Gohan returned, carrying 3 ice creams. Thank you, Brother Wufan. I failed to inquire earlier about the origin of your sword. It was bequeathed to me by an elder brother. Ah, I see. Thank you, Trunks. Vegeta awaits at the door, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Father, please follow me. Oh, very well. Trunks accompanied Vegeta to a spacious area of the Capsule Corporation. Father, is there something you wish to discuss? Speak to me about the future. The future? Although Trunks was perplexed, he earnestly recounted all that had transpired. I see. So that is the case. However, Trunks, might you exhibit a bit more backbone? How can you act in such a manner as the son of the Saiyan King, Vegeta? My apologies, Father. Never mind. Allow me to witness your full strength. Very well, Father. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 and engaged Vegeta in combat. Vegeta swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan God to counter, as Trunks' Super Saiyan prowess had already reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. Not bad, you possess some skill. Father, what is this form? Trunks had never encountered a Super Saiyan God, nor had he seen Super Saiyan 3. A Super Saiyan God? I see. Truly worthy of being my father. Hey, you two, cease your fighting. Temenel has summoned you. Son Goku has also arrived. Ah, understood. I have gathered some information. There are 2 foes in the future world, Black Goku and Zamasu. Black Goku? Son Goku found it somewhat peculiar, sensing a connection to himself. No need to rush. I have my sources, and I will share them in due time. As is well known, our universe is the 7th, yet beyond our 7th universe, there exist 11 others. This Zamasu is the apprentice Supreme Kai of the 10th universe, and that time ring is undeniable proof. That cannot be right, Temenel. I recall that apprentice Supreme Kais do not have the opportunity to wield such power. Whis interjected. What if he were to kill the Supreme Kai? Temenel grinned wickedly. In that case, there would indeed be an opportunity. However, the 7th universe should still have me as its destroyer. How could such filth be allowed to thrive? Beerus expressed his confusion. Lord Beerus, I inquired with Bulma, and it appears that the Supreme Kai of the future has perished, which is why you did not manifest. What? That fellow? Indeed. Beerus pondered for a moment, realizing it was not entirely implausible. How troublesome. Son Goku, accompany me to the 10th universe. Beerus looked to Whis, signaling him to resolve this issue. Whis swiftly took Son Goku and transported them at the fastest speed across the universe. Now, with Kakarot absent, my discourse will delve into more intricate knowledge. I expect everyone to listen attentively. Should you fail to do so, I shall cease my explanation. Why does Black Goku exist? It is due to a Zamasu from an alternate timeline observing Kakarot's formidable physique and deciding to possess it, yet lacking the ability to switch bodies. Thus, he resorted to the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls should not possess such capabilities, right? Piccolo, with his divine knowledge, was relatively well versed in this matter. If it were the Super Dragon, it would indeed be feasible. Piccolo has received guidance from Salama and is aware of the Super Dragon's capabilities. Yet, he is also Zamasu. Why then are there 2 Zamasus? It is a matter of parallel universes, much like how our current reality hosts 2 Bulmas and Trunks. With this explanation, everyone comprehends the situation. Subsequently, Tomer supplemented some details and strategic deployments for the battle. In the future world, Black Goku sustained severe injuries. Are you alright? Zamasu, utilizing his own abilities, healed Black Goku's wounds. I didn't expect you to be so formidable. It seems I must seek assistance, albeit reluctantly, Black Goku remarked. Addressing a crystal ball. Everyone, come over to my side. I am confronted with a daunting adversary. Understood, we are on our way. Zamasu observed as he retrieved a crystal ball. It is a communication tool. Do not worry, as long as they all arrive, none shall escape. The Zero Plan for humanity will come to fruition. Very well, I trust you. A surge of powerful energies was making its way to this timeline. Raditz, Tomer, Wimmel, Broly, Vegeta, and Trunks gathered at a designated location. Raditz, is the vial ready? It is prepared. What about the talismans? I've brought them. Wimmel produced the talismans, which Tomer verified before nodding in approval. All right, let us embark. Tomer, are we not waiting for Mr. Goku? There is no time. Without Kakarot, we cannot engage in battle. Fine then. Chapter 180. The future Zamasu arc. Tomer opened a wormhole that led directly to Trunks' future world. Upon traversing the wormhole, the group surveyed the desolate ruins before them. Indeed, the weather is dreadful, Tomer remarked, gazing at the inclement conditions. Dreadful? You should have emerged sooner to avoid being slain by me. That is why the weather is so dismal. Black Goku approached from the distance. Yes, your reluctance to embrace death has led to such a state. And Earth mourns your survival, Zamasu interjected, seeking to assert his presence. Oh my, you both are impressive, Tomer observed, recognizing her own strength. No, we must acknowledge the intensity of our power. Come forth, old friends, she called out. Black Vegeta, Black Piccolo, Black Jiren, Black Hit, Black Vegeta, Black Gogeta, Black Frieza. Black Broly, Black Bu, Black Cell, and Black Monaka emerged. Tomer, though not particularly afraid, felt a tinge of frustration at the calamity this individual had wrought across countless universes. Vegeta stepped forward, grasping the heads of Black Goku and Black Frieza, dragging them away. It has been a while since I last fought. It appears today shall provide ample opportunity for exercise. Tomer removed her outer garment, stretched her limbs, and warmed up. These two are mine. The rest you may choose for yourselves, she indicated towards the nearby Black Vegeta and Black Gogeta. Arrogant, Black Vegeta scoffed. To dare challenge a deity, Black Gogeta exclaimed. Oh. Super Saiyan 5. Temenel swiftly advanced, seizing each by the head and dragging them towards other battlefields. Alas, their current state is truly pitiful. Temenel gazed down at the half-alive Black Goku and Black Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Oh, attempting to perform tricks before me, are we? The Turtle School's Kamehameha surged forth as a powerful blue beam pierced through the fabric of this space, hurtling towards the position of the three. What? Black Monaka stood bewildered. How could this woman possess such strength, overpowering even Black Vegeta and Black Goku? Perish. In the aftermath of the formidable energy wave, only Black Monaka remained alive. It appears you have some means of survival. Temenel found it amusing that Black Monaka had resorted to this body. Curse it, my crystal ball. Black Monaka watched in horror as her crystal ball shattered, her gaze turning ominously maleficent. Ha ha ha, if one attempt fails, there shall be another. I refuse to believe you can resurrect. Temenel, moving with incredible speed, lunged forward to restrain Black Monaka, but her actions were thwarted. Black Monaka felt a surge of relief. Little girl, he cannot die. A woman cloaked in black intervened, repelling Temenel. Who are you, and why are you doing this? There is no time to waste. I must take my leave. We shall meet again soon. Temenel. With a casual wave, the woman whisked Monaka away. Shortly after her disappearance, the Kaioshin of time, Kuranoa, arrived in this universe. Another escape? How troublesome. Temenel, it has been a while. Who is that? A rat from the demon realm. I shall pursue her now and play with you another time. Kuranoa promptly opened a wormhole and vanished. Exhaling. The explosive attack. Black Jiren and Black Hit hastily dodged. This assault was no trifling matter. It seems I have been a hindrance. My apologies. Wolmer, I can no longer be the first to complete the task. Ultra Instinct. Broly's hair underwent a remarkable transformation. What? So swift? Even time stop is futile. Under Broly's fierce and rapid onslaught, Black Hit and Black Jiren fell lifeless. Exhaling. Thud, thud, thud. Wave after wave of energy blasts surged towards Black Vegeta and Black Piccolo, who deftly evaded. Ha ha ha. Exhaling. What use is such a waste of energy? Black Piccolo mocked. Foolish mortals, you are destined to perish at the hands of our gods. Ha ha ha. The foolish ones are you too. Observe your surroundings. Black Vegeta and Black Piccolo soon realized the previously unleashed energy blasts had coalesced into numerous energy spheres suspended in the air. This is dire. We must break through swiftly. Too late. With a flick of Wolmer's wrist, countless energy spheres surged towards them, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Vegeta and Piccolo are not as feeble as you two. Wolmer felt no particular joy in having defeated the pair. Rather, he regarded it as a foregone conclusion. Every punch and kick landed squarely upon Black Goku, while Vegeta's attacks did not neglect Black Frieza either. Kakarot is certainly not as pathetic as you are. You, a detestable creature, believe that by seizing another's body, you have acquired their strength? Let me assure you, that is utterly impossible. Kakarote's might stems from his unwavering dedication to training every single day. His formidable physique is the result of his relentless perseverance. This strike is delivered on behalf of Kakarote, the scion. This blow is a retribution for your disruption of Earth's tranquility. This punch is a response to your arrogance. Frieza. These are the blows avenging the fallen scions you have slain. The Dark Goku met his demise at the hands of this fury, and the same fate awaits you. Frieza, your methods are both brutal and merciless. However, judging by Vegeta's demeanor, he does not yet seem to be appeased. Raditz stands his ground against Black Broly, Black Buu, and Black Cell, refusing to be outmatched, swiftly dispatching his opponents with decisive precision. Trunks, you cannot kill me. Ha ha ha. While I may not be able to slay you, I possess a means to counter you. Trunks produces a bottle and places it upon the ground. Evil containment wave. A powerful green force draws Zamasu in. What is this? Why can't I move? Zamasu, gripped by panic, watches as his body defies his commands. That beam of light was expertly controlled by Trunks, who accurately directed it into the bottle. Once the light fully entered, Trunks promptly sealed the bottle and affixed a yellow talisman. Success. Trunks feels an immense weight lifted, yet the pressure remains. He had only witnessed Master Roshi demonstrate this technique once, further clarified by Temenel. Despite his apparent ease, he truly fears failure and the potential repercussions for everyone involved. Trunks, you did it. Temenel expresses astonishment as she rushes over after dispatching Black Gogeta and Black Vegeta. This child possesses remarkable talent. I did it, Aunt Temenel. Hand it over. All right. Trunks presents the bottle containing Zamasu to Temenel. With Temenel's command, Zamasu vanishes completely from this realm. As Trunks witnesses Zamasu's demise, the remaining dark entities fall in succession. And inexplicably, his tears flow unceasingly. Chapter 181. The dog-like Goku. Lord Beerus, why did you summon me? I am assisting you. Beerus replies with a smile directed at Goku. Goku retorts, you called me because you cannot persuade anyone else. I do not understand you. Let me give you some face. Do you comprehend what someone like Zamasu would do after inhabiting your body? Would he truly abide by the rules? Beerus shares his speculation, the conclusion being self-evident. Goku acknowledges. I understand, Lord Beerus. His gaze sharpens with newfound resolve. Do not take a life. We currently lack evidence of him being an enemy. This is merely conjecture. Beerus is concerned about the implications of divine murder, knowing that the aftermath could complicate relations between the two universes, a troublesome predicament. Even though Zamasu is merely an apprentice Supreme Kai. Fear not, Lord Beerus, I know my limits. On the planet of the 10th universe's Supreme Kai, Lord Beerus, what brings you to our 10th universe? Guavas gazed at the god of destruction, having not seen him in quite some time, and there was no fondness between them. I have brought a highly gifted individual here to broaden his horizons. He is quite unrefined and hopes to engage in some sparring. Is it possible for him to have a bout with Zamasu? Oh, a competition? That can be arranged. Zamasu. Master, what is it? Zamasu stepped forward, looking at Guavas with great reverence, and there seemed to be no issue. You shall spar with him. Guavas pointed towards Son Goku. Very well. Zamasu replied with an impassive expression. The energy in Zamasu's hand transformed into a blade of ki, which he wielded and swept towards Son Goku. In an instant, Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and grasped Zamasu's wrist. Zamasu was taken aback by Son Goku's capability. The attacks of the Supreme Kai were not something an ordinary person could easily withstand. You are quite impressive. You are quite pathetic, Son Goku remarked with an unperturbed tone. Zamasu's expression faltered. Hey, stop it, Goku. We are leaving. This Supreme Kai is not your match. We shall proceed to the next universe. Very well, Lord Beerus. Although he understood it was a performance, the absurdity of it all caused Beerus to inwardly curse Son Goku for being such a nuisance. Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis accompanied Beerus and Son Goku as they departed, keeping a watchful eye from a distance with his staff. Whis, is that person Zamasu? Beerus felt a similar energy to Zamasu's, having assumed it was him after witnessing Zamasu's earlier actions, yet he sought confirmation from Whis for assurance. Indeed, Lord Beerus. That is satisfactory. Lord Beerus, why did you not allow me to continue? I still have a few techniques left to demonstrate. Son Goku expressed his frustration, feeling interrupted in the midst of his performance. This concerns the future of the 7th universe. I cannot permit any mistakes. Despite his laziness, Beerus was astute when it came to significant matters. Very well, Lord Beerus. Son Goku clenched his fists, feeling inadequate and resolved to strive harder. How infuriating. How could that mere mortal possibly defeat a deity? Why? Zamasu, the apprentice Supreme Kai, seethed with anger, for in all his life, few had been his match. Zamasu, what are you doing? Guavas observed the discontent of the promising young man. Master, why is that mortal so formidable? He is likely a disciple of Lord Beerus, the next god of destruction. Do not dwell on it too much. Come with me. Guavas exited the room, and Zamasu followed. Guavas produced a box and retrieved a ring from within. Master, what is this? This is the time god Kranoa's gift to us, the tools of the Supreme Kai. Through this time ring, we can traverse into the future. A remarkable capability, indeed. However, this ring is exclusively for the Supreme Kai's use. Should we alter the future, it would create a new timeline. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from using such artifacts unless in extraordinary circumstances. Gavas pointed to the surplus time rings within the box. It seems a few are missing. Gavas noticed this, but, upon contemplation, surmised it was the handiwork of the time god Kranoa, and thus thought little of it. Let us proceed, Gavas said, placing a reassuring hand on Zamasu's shoulder. Very well, master, Zamasu replied as they instantaneously transported to the vicinity of a more primitive planet. The inhabitants here were quite savage, engaging in relentless combat amongst themselves, which made Zamasu uneasy. The mightiest of the brutish beings wielded a large club, preparing to strike Zamasu. Reacting swiftly, Zamasu eliminated the savage without hesitation. Zamasu, you could have evaded that attack. Why resort to violence? Master, do these beings hold any significance? Before I address your query, let us glimpse the future, Gavas replied, using the time ring to transport Zamasu to the planet's future. The planet remained as barbaric as before, yet now bore the semblance of tribes. Look, Zamasu, they have transformed remarkably, Gavas observed, nodding approvingly at the cooperative spirit within the tribe. Indeed, master, Zamasu responded. Though he seemed impervious to the change, he perceived the tribal leader plotting to dominate the other tribes. Indeed, humanity ought not to exist. Gavas presumed Zamasu had recognized his folly and decided it was time to return, for if the time god Kranoa learned of their actions, it would spell trouble. Master, allow me to prepare tea for you, Zamasu said as he entered the room, his expression turning sinister, having resolved to take certain actions. The narrative thus parallels the original tale, with Zamasu ultimately slaying Gavas, prompting Whis to reverse time and restrain Zamasu. Zamasu, why do you seem inclined to give me a massage? Gavas remarked, sensing the oddly pleasant pressure. Zamasu was bewildered, unsure of the unfolding events. Gavas, you truly have an exceptional disciple. Beerus and others reappeared at this juncture. What transpired, Lord Beerus? Gavas asked, still in a state of confusion. Upon hearing Beerus's call, Whis produced a recording from his staff. Gavas's expression darkened as he realized his disciple had committed divine regicide. Zamasu, is that the energy blade you frequently wield? Whis inquired, carefully revealing Zamasu's energy blade from his grasp. I shall fight you all, Zamasu declared, attempting to resist, though at this point, there was little he could do. Kamehameha. Goku was faster than Beerus's preparations, swiftly ending Zamasu's existence. Gavas, Zamasu bears the sins of disrupting the temporal order and conspiring against the Supreme Kai. We merely offered him one last chance, yet he remained obstinate. For the sake of universal peace, I had no choice but to eliminate him, Beerus articulated, justifying Goku's actions in slaying Zamasu. Beerus, what brings you to my universe? Ramsey expressed mild annoyance as he regarded Beerus. Whis replayed a video for him and the Angel Cass. Lord Ramsey, it is our mismanagement that has led to this. Lord Beerus is not at fault. Cass, an innocent young lady, immediately softened her stance, and Whis was ever so kind. Very well, it is all your fault, Gavas. What kind of incompetent apprentice have you taken on? Ramsey deflected blame ineffectually. Yes, Lord Ramsey, it is indeed my fault. Enough. I have no desire to involve myself in the trivial matters of your 10th universe. Today, I was summoned by the Supreme Kai of Time. Otherwise, I would not have bothered to come, Beerus remarked, knowing that Tamer and the Supreme Kai of Time shared a connection, thus using the latter as a shield. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the heavens. What Beerus says is true. This is my command. Beerus, you are commendable. I shall visit you when time permits. Upon returning to the 7th universe, Beerus asked, Goku, would you like me to escort you back to Earth? Whis observed that Goku seemed to have other destinations in mind. I can return by myself. Goku squinted, sensing something amiss in the distance. His impatience surged. All right. Beerus and Whis transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the destroyer planet. Is that Presence Tabor? It appears he is in distress. I am on my way. Goku teleported near Tabor. Surprised by Goku's sudden appearance, Tabor exclaimed, Kakarot? What brings you here? You seem to be in trouble. Do you require assistance? Nearby lay Granola, while a menacing gas lurked in the distance. Excellent. Yes, yes. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 5 and swiftly vanquished Gas. Impressive. You have defeated Gas. Would you consider becoming my lieutenant? Together, we shall form the most formidable organization in this world. Gas's brother, Elec, applauded. Brother? Gas, bewildered, questioned this unexpected turn of events. As he was not dead, Goku had merely bested him. No need for words, Gas. Just look at your current state. A single scion has reduced you to this. You have disappointed me. Gas gazed into a pool of water, seeing his aged reflection. Brother, no. I cannot allow you to take my brother away. Gas charged towards Goku, who thought to himself, what a pitiable soul. Allow me to extinguish your wretched essence. Kamehameha. The powerful energy wave obliterated Gas, leaving no trace behind. Will you truly not join us? Elec inquired. Not interested, Goku responded, harboring no fondness for such cosmic organizations. In an instant, Elec approached Granola, ready to execute him, but Goku remained vigilant, ensuring they would not act recklessly. Get lost. Goku unleashed a surge of energy, repelling him. Realizing no benefit awaited him, Elec gathered his cohorts from the heaters and prepared to depart. Just as they boarded their ship, a ki blast erupted from afar, leaving nothing behind. Frieza stood in the distance, puffing smoke from his hands, as Goku observed him with a mix of disbelief and concern. What? Frieza? Tabor exclaimed, astonished. Had he not perished? With a single punch, Frieza dispatched both Goku and Tabor in an instant. Trash, Frieza remarked, as Goku and Tabor were left bewildered. Today, in a rare moment of goodwill, Frieza decided to spare the Saiyan monkeys. Why is Ultra Instinct ineffective? Goku pondered, his confusion palpable. Tabor, too, felt a sense of helplessness. He had been enduring immense strain and resolved never to travel again. He had inexplicably arrived on this planet, only to be mercilessly beaten by Granola, entangled in the machinations of the Heater organization, and ultimately subjected to Frieza's wrath. What madness was this? Most critically, he was still nursing wounds inflicted by the Grand Minister, and he felt as though he might perish if Goku did not arrive soon. He resolved to remain homebound in the future. Granola, observing the scion, was confronted by Manit, who had turned Goku over. Bardock? Granola awakened to see Manit caring for him. You truly are reckless, Manit remarked, gazing at the aged Granola, who had audaciously summoned the dragon from his 2-star Dragon Ball. I wish to uncover the truth of that era. Very well, Manit replied. Over 40 years ago, Bardock and his companions wreaked havoc on this planet. The Ceruleans suffered tremendous losses at the hands of the Scions, and even the Namekians residing here faced dire fates. Quickly, destroy the moon in the sky. One Cerulean managed to obliterate the celestial body. Success, he exclaimed, brimming with pride. Oh, is that so? A Scion approached from behind, executing a lethal strike. Mr. Bardock, we are returning to planet Vegeta, Rick said, observing the changed Bardock. You may return first. I believe I see a few more vermin. Understood, Mr. Bardock, they replied. Come forth. A pair of Cerulean mother and child emerged. The mother knelt, pleading with Bardock. Please, spare us. If you cannot spare me, at least spare my son. I beg you. Bardock gazed at the pair, recalling the memories of Chilled and her unborn Kakarot on planet Vegeta. Very well. Just then, a powerful energy wave swept toward them. Bardock's formidable instincts propelled him to shield the mother and child. The mother, cradled in Bardock's arms, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Release me. I can walk on my own. The woman who had fallen to the ground was momentarily stunned. Are you a man? Is there a safe place for you? Bardock inquired. Follow me, the mother responded, leading Bardock up the mountain toward Manit's home. Manit swung a staff at Bardock. Bardock caught the blow with his bare hands, furrowing his brow at Manit. Manit, he is not our enemy. Musley, he is a scion. Manit retorted. The atrocities committed by the Scions have become widely known, even to me as a Namekian. Overall, he is my benefactor. Please refrain from taking any further action against him. Very well, you are safe now, and I shall take my leave. Bardock wishes to return to planet Vegeta. As Bardock stepped out of the door, he hurried back to drag everyone away from the house. What's wrong? Musley inquired, observing the breathless Bardock. It's nothing, Alec replied as he fired a shot. Musley and Monette wished to intervene, but Bardock, prioritizing the safety of Granola and Monette, fled with the two survivors. Musley was on the verge of death, and her presence would only hinder them, especially since the bullet struck true at her forehead. Saiyans, you are not one of Frieza's subordinates. We, the Zeta organization, demand that you hand over the Cerealites without delay. Bardock confronted the members of the Zeta organization. Chapter 182. The grand finale. The Zeta organization dispatched Jas to face Bardock, who was evidently no match for Jas and was mercilessly beaten. Am I going to die? Shadows of various individuals flashed through Bardock's mind. Jine, Vidal, Rick, Raditz, that little girl, Temo, that child, Kakarot. What is this? A mysterious force enveloped Bardock. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, and Jas's movements appeared to slow in his perception. With this newfound energy, he swiftly defeated the formidable Jas. How could this be? The battle power of a Saiyan is so high. Alec gazed in disbelief at the defeated Jas. Saiyans, you are unaware of much. The Zeta organization, faced with the strength of Bardock, could only retreat from planet Cyril. After watching Jas and his companions depart, Bardock's body immediately went limp. Saiyan, are you all right? Monette cradled the young Granola. I'm fine, merely exhausted, Bardock replied. I can grant you a wish. What is your desire? A wish? Then I hope my child and the little girl next door can grow up healthy. Monette nodded, understanding that this Saiyan was different. This was a wish he could fulfill. What is your name? Bardock asked. Time shifted back to the present. So, Monette, do you mean to say that a Saiyan saved me? Indeed. I understand now. Granola departed from his former homeland, aware that he had only 3 years to live, determined to truly live for himself. After some time, Son Goku and Tabor awakened. Huh? The Namekian? Oh, you know my homeland? Monette regarded the Saiyan with intrigue. Yes, the Namekians are good people. Ha ha ha. Do you know Bardock? He is my father. Ha ha. So you are the son of an old acquaintance. No wonder you possess his gifts. Ah, you know my dad? We share a bit of history. But we are not close. Is that so? What is your name? Son Goku, also known as Kakarot. A few days later, on Earth, everyone had returned. Trunks, goodbye. Bulma and the others greeted warmly. Trunks, perhaps we should wait a little longer. Gohan has not yet arrived. The elderly Bulma perceived Trunks' reluctance. No, Trunks shook his head. I cannot burden brother Gohan any longer. Resolute, Trunks chose not to wait, fearing his own attachment. As Trunks' time machine ascended into the sky, Gohan, Ryan, Sophia, and Bronya appeared before him. Take care, Gohan. Everyone, take care. Tears streamed down Trunks' face despite his efforts to hold them back. Once matters were resolved, the tranquility of life returned for Trunks and his companions. The tournament of power and the incident with Moro did not transpire, for none among them sought out the Omni King to inquire about the tournament, seemingly forgotten. As for Moro, Trunks gathered from a conversation with Jocko that this oversight was likely the cause. However, events do not simply conclude due to absence. Indeed, the Supreme Kai of Time, Kranoa, sought out Trunks. What brings you here? I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? The bad news, I suppose. You have violated the Time Management Act by altering the course of events, and you are to face the death penalty. The Supreme Kai of Time's expression was grave, devoid of jest. Trunks could only shake his head in resignation. And the good news? If you assist me with a few minor issues, I shall overlook your transgressions. Trunks understood that this powerful figure enjoyed adopting a childlike demeanor and said nothing further, accepting the task at hand. Following the earlier interlude, Trunks grasped the unfolding circumstances. It appeared that the demon realm was engaging in subterfuge. Tawa and her allies had gathered the Dark Dragon Balls, now in the process of absorbing dark energy. The first destination, the Dark Dragon Balls, had been enchanted upon Bardock. If left unchecked, Bardock would kill Frieza due to the influence of the Dark Dragon Balls. I never anticipated arriving here. It was the day planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. Although it was uncomfortable, I must apologize, Uncle Bardock. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Trunks swiftly defeated Bardock, correcting the timeline. Alas, the Dark Dragon Balls eluded him, as Tawa's nimble fingers seized them swiftly. The second destination, The Dark Dragon Balls were now enchanted upon Raditz. This battle unfolded on Earth, where Raditz was set to fight Piccolo and Goku. Once again, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan to vanquish him. Despite this, Piccolo's special beam cannon ultimately claimed the lives of both Goku and Raditz. Raditz, feeling powerless against the masked woman before him, lamented, "You are just as detestable as that woman." Trunks, gazing upon the fallen Raditz, felt a flicker of emotion. The third destination featured a battle between Vegeta and Goku, with Nappa assisting Goku in defeating the two formidable apes. The fourth destination showcased the iconic clash between Goku and Frieza. The fifth destination involved the confrontation between Gohan and Cell. The sixth destination presented the spirited clash of spirit bombs between Goku and Buu. The seventh destination awaited. The contest between Son Wukong and Beerus was fraught with peril for Temenel, who found herself nearly overwhelmed. She cursed Beerus for his mastery of Ultra Instinct and the essence of destruction. Yet her solid foundation in combat allowed her to resist the full influence of the Dark Dragon Balls. Alas, Temenel lamented her misfortune in not acquiring a single Dragon Ball, while Taoist seized the opportunity with remarkable precision. "How delightful, isn't it? I have plenty more of such tasks," she mused. "Not interested," Temenel replied, removing her mask. Longing only to return home for a bath, utterly exhausted. It seemed she would need to seek assistance. "Hey, Universe, Super Saiyan 4, just the two of you," she called. "Has Karlin's plan commenced as well?" The divine Karlin engaged Son Wukong and Broly in mastering Ultra Instinct alongside Tai Shang Lao Jun and Mr. Popo, who held off the Great King and his attendants. Meanwhile, Temenel's ancestor, Elizabeth, confronted Kamba, who was entwined with the demon realm. "How vile of you to slay Xiao Huang and Xiao He," she exclaimed. "Their weakness warranted their demise." Kamba retorted. Elizabeth unleashed her full lineage and power, an overwhelming force that led to Kamba's swift defeat. "Two ungrateful sons. Mother will avenge you," she declared, her gaze drifting to the distant Earth, where Vegeta and Son Wukong resided. The Dragon God Salama faced formidable foes in Fu and Mechikabura. "Dragon God, yield. Decumera has resurrected. He is returning." "Impossible. Little Shah has gone to save the second senior brother. The tide will soon turn," Salama countered. "Enough, Fu. Do not hold back. The Dark Dragon Balls have been utilized," he commanded. At that moment, Shasha arrived with her second senior brother, Zhu Yuqing. The two striking women assisted Dragon God Salama in vanquishing Mechikabura and Fu. Alas, he has returned, the demon god. Elizabeth soon arrived as well. "Senior brother, long time no see," she greeted. "Second junior brother, you seem to be thriving," Elizabeth observed, noting Zhu Yuqing's demeanor, which bore no signs of hardship. "Senior brother, you still enjoy your jokes, I see," Zhu Yuqing replied. "Defeat the demon god first. Then we may converse," Shasha interjected, slightly exasperated by their calmness. "Very well, the 7 emotions and 6 desires: joy, anger, sorrow, love, hatred, and desire. The colors, sounds, fragrances, tastes, and textures of the law, the heavenly devouring demon technique, ever-changing, summoning the winds and rains. Ding. Congratulations, host, on defeating the greatest entity in this realm. Temenel, what is happening? Host, farewell, I am returning. Your tasks are complete. How have I completed them? This script required you to agree to the request of the Time King Cronoa to trigger, yet it does not affect your completion. Understood, system. Farewell. Host, farewell. The system sent Temenel the interface confirming her task's completion, and she realized that this mission entailed defeating the demon god Decumera. Decumera would not truly perish. His soul would transform into a demonic entity wandering through various universes. Jiren's master was slain by the demon that was Decumera, and the infamous Majin Buu was another of his creations, alongside the Majin from Universe 6. In summary, the sage Karlin has been orchestrating his plans solely to eliminate the demon god Decumera. His entanglement with the Omni King stems from the fact that the Omni King embodies the Tao of this realm and would not permit his subjects to traverse into another domain to commit acts of violence. Thus, a confrontation was inevitable. 10 years later, at the 28th Universal Martial Arts Tournament, Temenel once again triumphed over the competition to claim the championship. She gazed upon the joyful scene of a family united below and thought, "Isn't that rather splendid?" This narrative reaches its conclusion here, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have journeyed thus far with me. The decision to conclude at this juncture arises from my waning desire to continue writing, especially after encountering a series of personal challenges recently. As you may have observed, this novel is relatively brief. A petite epic that could have spanned 50 to 60,000 words had I adhered to a more conventional outline. Regrettably, I did not craft several significant chapters, and I owe an apology to the esteemed audience for that. The unwritten chapters include Temer's battles on planet Vegeta, the Morrow arc, and the Power Tournament arc. The Power Tournament, in particular, eludes my memory as I struggle to recall numerous characters. I only remember Jiren, Topo, Hit, and a few Scions from Universe 6. I feel my writing cannot adequately capture such extensive chaotic skirmishes, especially considering the formidable prowess of the supporting cast, which discourages me from attempting to depict them. Temer's relationship with Raditz may appear abrupt. However, I believe it lacks a necessary exposition that would have illustrated their bond forged during battles on planet Vegeta. This aspect entails considerable combat knowledge, an area where my understanding is rather limited, and my reluctance to conduct research further hindered my efforts. Initially, I feared the narrative would be too bloody, and at that time, I had only a rudimentary concept of the story without a detailed outline, leaving me uncertain on how to address it later. Regarding the Morrow arc, I perceive it as a rehashing of ideas, as Morrow's abilities bear a resemblance to those of Cell, thus making my writing closely aligned with the original narrative. I lacked the motivation to embellish it further. There are still minor unresolved plot threads, yet the overall narrative remains intact. My extensive discourse serves more as a reflection of my personal circumstances. I have been grappling with academic and life pressures, compounded by the recent loss of a loved one, which has inevitably affected my mental state and led to uncharacteristic actions. The initial lightheartedness I once possessed while writing has diminished. Moreover, a significant concern arises from the fact that this work is a fan fiction. Throughout the writing process, I endeavored to maintain connections to the original narrative. However, I have encountered numerous contradictions and inconsistencies within the Dragon Ball universe, and the newly released Dragon Ball Super continues to introduce new complexities. My only recourse has been to attempt to sift through these issues and adhere to the original storyline as best as I can, though perhaps lacking in aesthetic appeal. This represents the zenith of what I, as the author, can presently achieve. Many of you desire to see Goku not with Chi-Chi, but rather with Bulma or Temer. While I could pursue that narrative path, I find myself at a loss for how to navigate it. For instance, should a child be born, would they still be named Gohan? The differing family dynamics would inevitably influence the child's character, presenting significant writing challenges for this novice. I truly wish to write in accordance with your wishes, but upon careful consideration, I fear my limited perspective may lead to an imbalance in the narrative. Completing this novel has granted me a wealth of writing experience, alleviating the mindless creativity I initially exhibited. Perhaps, in due course, I shall release a new book, contingent upon the author's availability. As for Dragon Ball, I do not intend to continue writing it, nor do I have much inclination towards fan fiction.